tricked by my childhood sweetheart out of all my talent points, becoming the school's laughingstock idiot? No problem. I mortgaged my only house to bet on a rare class transfer card. When the pendant my mother left me transformed into the imperial seal of the realm and fused with me, awakening 4 SSS ranked divine talents in an instant, no one knew that a true god had been born. In Yujiang City, at No. 1 High School, the morning sun, passing through the crystal class change formation on the sports field, refracted a brilliant light, illuminating the expectant or anxious faces of the senior students. Fong Fong stood in a corner of the crowd, his expression calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This was a parallel world invaded by a game, where everyone could change their class, kill monsters to level up, and the strong were revered. The future was determined not only by one's class but also by innate talent points and the talent rank awakened during the class change. However, Fong Feng's talent points had been tricked away by a woman through emotional manipulation. Hey, isn't that the big idiot Fong Fong? He actually took the bus today instead of running. Keep it down. He's pitiful enough. He gave all his talent points to that gold digger Li Meng and became a good-for-nothing himself. Beside him, his only 2 friends, Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu, discussed, their words piercing his heart. Fong Fong paid them no mind. His gaze passed through the crowd to a black luxury car at the school gate. The door opened, and the handsome Tion Xiaoyang got out, gallantly helping a beautiful girl, Li Meng, out of the car. They stood together like a golden couple, enjoying everyone's attention. What a pair of scumbags, Lu Wulong cursed under his breath. Looking at that face that once smiled sweetly at him but was now full of arrogance, Fong Feng's heart was numb. A childhood sweetheart, after all, could not compare to youthful wealth. When Li Meng's father became an employee of the Tion Corporation, when she saw that Tion Xiaoyang could easily buy the luxury goods she coveted, everything changed. She used tears and the lie of "my father needs money after a car accident" to swindle all of Fong Feng's hard-earned talent points, all to win a bet and become Tion Xiaoyang's girlfriend. And he, Fong Fong, went from being the pride of his teachers to the laughingstock of the entire school. Forget it, brother. It's not worth it for that kind of woman. Zhu Fengchu patted his shoulder. Fong Fong smiled. There was no despair in his eyes, but rather a crazy determination. Talent is important, but so is class. He wouldn't leave his fate entirely to luck. He had mortgaged the only house his parents left him to buy a rare class transfer card. This card, at the cost of burning all talent points, increased the chance of transferring to a rare class by 50%. He had nothing left to lose, so what was there to fear? The class change ceremony officially began. Tion Xiaoyang went up first. The 190 talent points displayed on the crystal rod in his S-rank talent, Favor of the God of Light, made him the center of attention once again. Following him, Li Meng also changed into a light priest with an A-rank talent, complementing Tion Xiaoyang's light knight perfectly, drawing countless envious gazes. Just when everyone thought the peak of this class change ceremony was over, it was Fong Feng's turn. The entire crowd's gaze carried a hint of pity and mockery. You don't even have any talent points. Are you sure you still want to go up? His homeroom teacher blocked him, his tone full of disappointment. Class change is a right granted to every citizen by the empire, Fong Fong said, ignoring him and walking straight to the stage. He stretched out a finger and lightly touched the crystal rod. The number 10 lit up. The crowd was in an uproar. How does he still have 10 talent points? Didn't he give them all to Li Meng? Tion Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Li Meng beside him. Li Meng was stunned, then a wave of resentment surged in her heart. How dare he lie to me? Only Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu knew that these 10 talent points were what Fong Fong had earned by running tirelessly every day for the past 2 months. But these 10 points were still a joke in everyone's eyes. However, in the next second, Fong Fong took out a crystal card. Teacher, I want to use a transfer card. The entire field fell silent again. Everyone's expression became fascinating. Tion Xiaoyang's brow furrowed, and Li Meng's heart leaped into her throat. Brilliant! The kid still had this up his sleeve. Lu Wulong exclaimed in admiration. The class change teacher looked at Fong Feng's determined eyes, a smile finally appearing on his face as he took the card. Ding! Transfer card successfully used. Ding! Congratulations, professional, for obtaining the rare class, Beast Tamer. The moment the class was confirmed, Fong Feng's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. On a grassy slope, a woman in a white dress, like an angel, opened her arms to him. Mom! Fong Fong cried out. It was his mother, who had disappeared when he was 3. My little man, you've finally grown up, his mother's phantom said, lovingly stroking his head. I'm sorry I can't tell you everything yet, but I've left a gift for you. She pointed a finger at his chest. The pendant he had worn since childhood, a gift from his mother, slowly floated up, emitting a dazzling light, and finally transformed into a white jade dragon seal, inscribed with 8 golden characters. Having received the mandate from heaven, may he live long and prosper. The imperial seal of the realm. The seal shot a rainbow-colored light into Fong Feng's brow. Ding! Congratulations, professional, for awakening the SSS rank talent, Amaterasu. Ding! Congratulations, professional, for awakening the SSS rank talent, enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, professional, for awakening the SSS rank talent, amplification. Ding! Congratulations, professional, for awakening the SSS rank talent, heaven covering. When Fong Fong opened his eyes again, he was back in the light pillar of the class change, the world will's notifications still echoing in his ears. You silly boy, as a beast tamer, as long as your battle pet is strong, what kind of talent wouldn't you have in the future? The teacher patted his shoulder with a smile. Clearly, no one had noticed the earth-shattering change in him. Fong Fong walked off the stage. Tion Xiaoyang immediately came up to him and asked with a fake smile, "I'm curious, where did you get that transfer card?" Fong Fong glanced at Li Meng, whose eyes were full of resentment, and said with a faint smile, "Speaking of which, I have to thank her for this." "Thank you, Xiaomeng." One sentence made Tion Xiaoyang's face turn black. Fong Fong ignored them and reunited with his two friends. When they worried about him not having money for a battle pet, he just smiled mysteriously. Back home, he immediately opened his character panel. Name, Fong Fong. Class, Beast Tamer, Rare. Talent skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, Heaven Covering. Amaterasu can detect the strongest hidden bloodline within a beast. Enlightenment can evolve a beast's hidden bloodline to its ultimate form and randomly obtain a battle pet skill. Amplification, all skills are amplified tenfold, passive. Heaven Covering can conceal one's own or a battle pet's attributes, undetectable even by gods. It's real. Fong Feng's heart pounded with excitement. His destiny was about to change completely. A beast tamer burning money? A battle pet hard to find? That was for other people. He didn't go to an expensive pet store but went straight to the beast meat market. There, he activated his Amaterasu talent. Pig Beast, Level 1, Strongest Bloodline, Tier 3. Six-legged Horse, Level 2, Strongest Bloodline, Tier 3. His gaze scanned stall after stall, finally stopping on a fledgling bird in a cage in a corner, on the verge of death, its feathers falling out, no bigger than his palm. Fire Sparrow, grievously injured, near death, Level 30, Strongest Bloodline, Tier 10, Skills, Flame Arrow, Flying Fire Feathers. A 10th tier Divine Beast Bloodline. Boss, how much for this bird? 1,000 a gene, no bargaining, no need to weigh it. For Liang, 200 G, you want it? The boss said impatiently, seeing that it was about to die. Fong Fong used the last of his money, just over 400 yuan, to buy this useless bird that was about to die in the eyes of others. Back home, he immediately formed the highest level contract with the Fire Sparrow. Then, he cast a healing spell on himself. Under the tenfold effect of the amplification talent, the originally slow healing spell instantly burst with powerful life energy, surging into the Fire Sparrow's body. Its injuries began to recover at a visible rate. In a moment, it opened its eyes, and though still weak, it was out of danger. Then, Fong Fong activated his second talent on it, Enlightenment. Instantly, the Fire Sparrow's body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Its small body began to expand, its shed feathers grew back, turning a magnificent crimson gold. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the room. A majestic, 9 heavens flame phoenix, exuding the aura of a divine beast, replaced the previously dying Fire Sparrow. At this time, at the entrance of Yuzhong City's novice dungeon, Tion Xiaoyang was leading his luxurious team, all dressed in gold-grade equipment, preparing to be the first to clear the novice dungeon and break the record for the nightmare difficulty. He had announced that he would be unrivaled in Yuzhong City. He wanted everyone to know who the true protagonist of this era was. He would never have thought that an idiot he had never taken seriously now possessed a divine beast capable of destroying the world. After obtaining Li Meng's self-healing technique, Luo Zijian finally managed to get up from the ground. Not bad. I haven't even entered the dungeon yet and I've already leveled up twice. Li Meng looked at Tion Xiaoyang and smiled slightly. This is all thanks to Xiaoyang. If he hadn't bought the beast for me to level up, I wouldn't have reached level 2. Are you his girlfriend? Tion Xiaoyang quickly interjected. Mind your own business, stop trying to hit on her. Luo Zijian glanced at the knight. Armor on Tion Xiaoyang. I didn't expect you to really change to a knight. I heard you even awakened an S-level talent? Are you scared? This year, the first to clear the dungeon will definitely be me. Humph, do you think you're the only one who awakened an S-level talent? Who knows who will be the first to clear the dungeon this year? Besides, even if you clear it first, do you think that's your own ability? What do you mean? This beautiful lady is called Li Meng, right? Why don't I have a girlfriend like that? Otherwise, the talent I awakened wouldn't be S-level but SS level. Are you admitting that you're going to lose to me this year? Am I going to lose to you? Luo Zijin chuckled. Really? That hasn't happened before, and it won't this time either. Then let's wait and see. Hold on, as your longtime rival, let me remind you, it's best to start with the easy level for your first dungeon run. Tion Xiaoyang completely ignored him. A dungeon can only be attempted 3 times a day, and his goal was to be the first to clear the nightmare level dungeon and trigger a notification across the network. Starting from the easy level would undoubtedly waste a precious opportunity. With the lineup of his team, if he weren't worried about Luo Zijian laughing at him for not clearing it, he would have preferred to start directly from the hard level. Luo Xiao, that guy seems to have ignored your advice and is going for the normal level dungeon. Luo Zijian smiled slightly. I thought he would start directly from the hard level, but the normal level will be enough to teach him a lesson. So Luo Xiao said that on purpose. That makes sense. The beasts used for leveling have been beaten half to death. They can't compare to the elite monsters in the dungeon. Didn't we just? A glance from Luo Zijian made the other person swallow the rest of their words. Their team had suffered a total defeat in the dungeon due to their arrogance. Hey Luo Xiao, the brothers are almost recovered now. Why don't we hurry and go in again? No rush, let's wait a moment. Once that kid Tion Xiaoyang comes out, we can go in. Of course. A dungeon isn't just one team going in while others wait. The novice dungeon also has a protection mechanism that prevents players from truly dying. It teleports them out just before they would die. Luo Zijian wanted to see how embarrassed Tion Xiaoyang would look after being kicked out. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Tion Xiaoyang and his group were teleported out of the dungeon one by one. Seeing Tion Xiaoyang lying on the ground, still a bit dazed, Luo Zijian couldn't help but laugh. Oh, isn't this our Tion Xiao? You came out so quickly? If it weren't for those idiots, do you think I would be like you? You really haven't changed at all, you just blame others when you lose. This hit right at the hearts of the 3 mages who had agreed to clear the small monsters first before tackling the mini-boss. Instead, this guy had just killed a few small monsters and went straight for the mini-boss. As a result, all the small monsters surrounded him at once, leaving him nowhere to run, and he got them all killed. Now he even had the nerve to say it was our output that was weak. If you're so capable, why don't you go solo? Can you do it? Outside the goblin mine, it was crowded. Warrior looking for a group, A-level talent guaranteed to satisfy you. 2 warriors, 1 healer, 1 mage, and we need a tank. Master mage girl, who can act cute, who can shout 666. Please take me, warm-hearted brother. Fong Fong smiled slightly, thinking that a girl who can act cute is just talentless. Such a woman, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't team up with. Just then, Fong Fong noticed someone was using a detection spell on him. However, with his concealment talent, the other party could only see loneliness. Hey, this classmate, why can't I see your information? The newcomer was a girl, perhaps the one who had just spoken in the communication panel. She looked decent, but perhaps due to first impressions, Fong Fong couldn't muster any interest in her. Don't you know that using a detection spell on someone is very rude? Sorry, isn't everyone using it since I just changed jobs? Look at that. Moment, several more detection spells landed on the 2 of them. By the way, why can't your information be detected? Classified. Alright then, what is your profession? We still need 1 more damage dealer. Beast Master. Oh my, you actually have a rare profession. Can I see your battle pet? Upon hearing this, everyone around focused their attention on them. In Yujing City's 18th high school, among thousands of graduates, Fong Fong was the only one who had transitioned to a rare profession. Shouldn't they take a good look? Fong Fong pointed to the little bird on his shoulder. It's this. Fire Sparrow? No way. Your battle pet is this thing? The crowd gasped in surprise. What a pity. Doesn't that guy know how precious rare professions are? He actually signed a Fire Sparrow with only 2nd-tier potential. What a waste. If I were him, even if I had to sell everything, I would at least sign a 4th-tier battle pet. Before Fong Fong could respond, the girl quickly said, sorry to interrupt, just pretend I didn't say anything. The others felt the same way, instantly losing interest in him. If there was any interest left, it was to mock him for being a fool, ruining a perfectly good hand of cards. Fong Fong didn't feel burdened at all, as he never intended to team up with anyone. Teaming up has its advantages, but soloing has its own appeal. The key point is that he needs to cultivate the Fire Sparrow in the dungeon, and this cannot be known to others. However, one thing did remind him. It didn't matter that these people couldn't detect his information, but if one day he encountered someone at level 30 or 40 who also couldn't detect his information, wouldn't that clearly indicate he had something to hide? Fortunately, the effect of concealment is controllable. As long as his information doesn't appear too astonishing, there shouldn't be any trouble. Master, do you regret signing me now? No. Really? Fong Fong glanced at it. To be honest, your potential might just scare you to death. Hee hee, it's the first time I've heard the master joke, but hearing you say that makes me quite happy. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, detected that the practitioner has no team. Do you want to solo the dungeon? Yes. Please select dungeon difficulty. Master, choose normal level. With my combat power, it's just right for the little boss inside. Then we won't kill the big boss? The practitioner has chosen nightmare level. Please prepare, you will enter the dungeon in 3 seconds. Master, are you crazy? That's right, I should have directly chosen hell level. Look at my damn caution. Did I see wrong? That guy just chose nightmare level. Who? Daring to challenge the nightmare level dungeon on the first day? Who else? Isn't it the one playing with birds? Just him? The beast master who signed a fire sparrow as his battle pet? I think that guy must be overwhelmed by the excitement of having a rare profession. Do you really think you can just bring in some trash and clear a nightmare level dungeon? How long do you think that guy will last before he gets kicked out? At most 30 seconds, and that's counting the time it takes for the goblins to see him and come over to kill him. Inside the dungeon, the fire sparrow looked at the goblin with a total attribute of 300 points, feeling completely dazed. This was just a small monster at the entrance. The boss behind it would surely turn it to ashes in an instant. Are you ready? The fire sparrow looked at Fong Fang's calm demeanor and thought there must be something wrong with its master's head. Was there really any need to prepare? Just let me die already. Wouldn't that be better? I hope the dungeon's protection mechanism activates quickly. I don't want to die in a humiliating way. I mean, are you ready to embrace your rebirth? Rebirth? Master, you can't be serious about wanting me to reincarnate. Of course not. You are the battle pet I painstakingly selected. Yeah, picking me out from the market wasn't easy, was it? If you hadn't used me for soup, I should really thank you. You talk too much. After saying that, Fong Fong pointed at the fire sparrow's head, enlightened. In the dim cave, a blazing flame suddenly shot up into the sky. With a cry of the phoenix, a gigantic phoenix spread its wings amidst the flames. Congratulations, practitioner, enlightenment successful. You have obtained a 10th tier fierce beast, the undying phoenix. You have gained the battle pet skill, Phoenix Seal. Undying phoenix? Does that mean, under the highest contract's constraints, I will also possess endless life? Before Fong Fong could feel happy, a group of startled goblins was already charging at him with knives. You silly bird, stop showing off. Master, I'm not a silly bird, I have a name, Shuang. As they spoke, countless flame spears rained down from the sky, instantly turning the charging goblins into ashes. Then the fire phoenix landed in front of Fong Fong, transforming into human form. Fong Fong was stunned. He had thought that even if this fire sparrow turned into a human, she would be a little girl, but he never expected that on this day, she would actually be a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with red lips and long legs. Her voice also became enchanting. At the same time, Fong Fong noticed changes in himself. Both his senses and strength seemed to have increased several times in an instant. He opened his character panel to take a look. Name, Fong Fong. Profession, Beastmaster, Rare, Level 1, 50.1%, Health, 1000 Mana, 2000 Strength, 10 times 10 Agility, 10 times 10 Spirit, 20 times 10 Constitution, 10 times 10 Battle Pet Space, 1 out of 1 Skills, Contract Art, Level 1, Summoning Art, Level 1, Healing Art, Level 1, Beast Mastery, Level 1, Phoenix Seal, Passive, cannot be upgraded, Talent. Skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, covering Sky Phoenix Seal, Fire Immunity, all attributes double. The Phoenix Seal was obtained from the enlightenment of the battle pet, because he had the talent to amplify all skills by 10 times, all his attributes were now increased tenfold. The chain reaction also affected his health and mana, both of which increased tenfold as well. Fong Fong suddenly felt a bit lightheaded, until he opened the battle pet panel to take a look. Phoenix Level, 1 Potential, Tier 10 Health Points, 16,000 Mana Points, 17,000 Strength, 1600 Agility, 1600 Constitution, 1600 Spirit, 1700 Skills. Flame Gun, Level 1, Flame Feather Dance, Level 1, Fire Roll Across the Sky, Level 1, Nirvana, Passive, cannot be upgraded. He thought he had finally gained an advantage, but compared to the divine beasts of this world, he was still just an ant. Level 1 was almost like just hatching from an egg, but their base attributes were already 6,500, and even with his tenfold increase, he barely matched a fraction of that. Moreover, they were born with 2 gold level skills and 1 dark gold level skill. Shuang cleared her throat, pulling Fong Fong back from his shock. The elegant lady lightly tossed her head, letting her fiery red waves cascade to her chest, crossing her arms and throwing a flirtatious glance at Fong Fong. Little master, you've been staring at your sister for so long, are you hoping for a deeper exchange? If so, your sister won't refuse you. Fong Fong frowned. You misunderstood, I was just looking at the attribute panel. By the way, we need to hide your attributes, otherwise, it'll be too conspicuous when we go out. With a thought, Shuang transformed into a 6th tier fierce beast, the burning sky swallow. Isn't being conspicuous a good thing? At least if someone wants to bully you in the future, they'll have to think twice about your sister's presence. As far as I know, there are only 4 tier 10 divine beasts in the Empire. What makes you think I'm worthy to be the master of the 5th? That's a valid point. Fine. As long as little master is happy. Next, let your sister help you level up, shall we? With a total attribute of 6,005, it was enough to dominate the entire dungeon. Under absolute power, there was no need for defense or strategy. Just charge straight at the monsters. In just over 10 minutes, half of the monsters in the dungeon were cleared, and Fong Fong successfully leveled up to level 3. However, as his level increased, the experience required for leveling up also rose. After clearing the dungeon, reaching level 5 shouldn't be difficult. I say, little master, why do you pick up all this trash? Let's hurry and clear the dungeon. Gaining experience is what matters. Picking up these items indeed wasted a lot of time, but the problem was that Fong Fong was currently burdened with a mortgage. Whether he could keep the house his mother left him depended on this. Trash. You don't know the value of money since you're not in charge. What value? I see you're just being stingy. Alright, come over and pick up the trash. Wait a minute, run a lap and draw all the monsters to one spot before we act. Picking them up one by one is too time-consuming. As you command, my little master. This maneuver did indeed improve efficiency, and soon Fong Fong found himself before the final big boss. The exit of the dungeon was a massive mine pit where a goblin wizard stood on an altar with a bone staff, while a large group of goblins below were collecting blood, seemingly performing some kind of sacrificial ritual. What are they doing? Who cares, let's just kill them. With that, Shuang snapped her fingers, and a flame gun shot straight through, nailing the goblin wizard to the altar from a distance. He might have been the most miserable big boss. His minions were still alive, but he was reduced to nothing. Of course, Fong Fong wouldn't let the minions go either, as they could drop equipment and materials. Congratulations, the professional has successfully cleared the dungeon. The dungeon will close in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. 3 minutes? Shuang, don't just stand there. Quickly clear those minions. We don't have time. Scoring the clearance records of the professionals. Congratulations to the professional. You have received an SSS rating and a golden treasure chest as a reward. The conditions for a full network announcement have been met and will be announced across the network after the professional exits the dungeon. Fong Fong didn't have time to care about this. He had just seen that the big boss seemed to have dropped a lot of equipment, so he rushed to the altar as fast as he could. Goodness, after picking up trash all the way, he finally got 3 pieces of gold gear for himself, and the goblin staff was actually dark gold. Little master, you need to be quick. There's quite a bit of trash this time. Can't you help me pick it up? Sorry, little master, the pet inventory will only open after level 10. For now, you have to rely on yourself. In the Zombie City dungeon, as a beam of teleportation light disappeared, Tion Xiaoyang and his team collapsed at the dungeon entrance. You cleared it? Luo Zijian, who was about to enter the dungeon, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Although it was just normal mode, he didn't want Tion Xiaoyang to be ahead of him. Tion Xiaoyang smiled smugly. No need to be so nervous, it's just normal mode. Wait until I clear the nightmare level dungeon tomorrow, then you can look at me like that. Tion Xiaoyang, don't be so smug. Do you dare say that your S-level talent awakened by your own ability? Why do I feel like you're jealous of me? My talent points, whether they are mine or someone else's, I earned them by my own ability. Why should you be unconvinced? This left Luo Zijian speechless. He had seen shamelessness, but never this level of shamelessness. Xiaoyang, let's not waste time. If we clear it once more, we can level up to 5, and then we can go straight to the goblin mine. That dungeon has fewer monsters, and with our strength, if nothing unexpected happens, we can become the first team to clear the nightmare level dungeon today without even waiting until tomorrow. Tion Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. That makes sense. My little Meng is smart. Let's go replenish some potions first, and then we'll run it again as practice. Luo Zijian was dumbfounded. Was he really going to lose step by step? Everyone, please make way. We need to go out and replenish some potions. In fact, there weren't many people in front of the Zombie City dungeon. This was just Tion Xiaoyang showing off on purpose. When he saw the crowd parting, his smugness reached a new height. Clearing the normal level dungeon on the second run of the first day, this strength should make everyone respect me, right? Just as Tion Xiaoyang strutted through the crowd, a blue magical light curtain suddenly opened in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the professional Fong Fong for clearing the nightmare level dungeon, with an SSS level evaluation of the clearance process. Tion Xiaoyang's smile instantly froze on his face. Clearing the nightmare level dungeon, Fong Fong? That Fong Fong? Looking up, Tion Xiaoyang was dumbfounded again. Professional, Fong Fong, age 17, profession, Beast Master Battle Pet, Burning Sky Swallow, graduated school, number 13 Middle School of Yujing City, Jianan Province. Li Meng was also dumbfounded. How could it be him? Hasn't he harmed me enough? What does he want? The Burning Sky Swallow is a 6th-tier ferocious beast. It's impossible for him to catch it in the wild by himself. Who sold it to him? Xiaoyang, didn't you say that in Yujing City, no one dared to sell him battle pets? Hearing Li Meng's question, Tion Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel furious and replied irritably, You ask me, who should I ask? No, this 6th-tier battle pet isn't cheap. Can you explain to me where he got so much money? Xiaoyang, are you suspecting me? Because besides you, I can't think of anyone else. Luo Zijian saw the scene and felt delighted. He thought this was an opportunity to surpass Tion Xiaoyang. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? The person announced across the network isn't you. Luo Zijian's laughter was particularly grating to Tion Xiaoyang. At that moment, don't get me wrong, I just remembered that before there was a guy who boasted he would be the first to clear a nightmare level dungeon in our Yujing City. By the way, brother Tion, how can someone be so shameless? You Luo Zijian pressed down on Tian Xiaoyang's finger and continued to laugh. If I remember correctly, the 100 talent points you stole with your own ability should belong to that classmate. Fong Fong, right? I have to say that Fong Fong is quite a talent. After you drained his talent points, he still managed to turn the tables and keep you under his thumb. At this point, Luo Zijian even gestured a couple of times above Tian Xiaoyang's head. Tian Xiaoyang was so angry he almost wanted to fight him right there. Get lost. Don't. Brother Tion, if I remember correctly, your girlfriend seems to have been picked up from Fong Fong too. Just look at her now, she must be regretting it. Tian Xiaoyang instinctively glanced at Li Meng, who quickly defended herself. I didn't. Luo Xiao, what do you mean by that? Just the literal meaning. Do you dare say you don't regret it now? Just now, it was reported all over the internet, which means at this moment the name Fong Fong has already been remembered by all the deans of the academies. So do you think his future will be as you imagined? Li Meng hesitated, suddenly feeling like she might have really misjudged the situation. Tian Xiaoyang was indeed wealthy, but it seemed that Fong Fong would definitely achieve great things in the future. Was it really worth giving up someone who truly loved her to become someone else's plaything? Luo Zijian chuckled and pointed at Li Meng, saying to Tian Xiaoyang, just look at her expression. Isn't that regret? I say, brother Tion, with our abilities, what kind of woman do we want that we can't have? Why bother with someone else's discarded shoe? And this discarded shoe is still thinking about someone else. I truly feel embarrassed for you. Xiaoyang, I am sincere to you, you have to believe me. Before Tian Xiaoyang could speak, Luo Zijian immediately seized the opportunity. You've probably said the same thing to that Fong Fong, right? And what happened? You gave all his talent points to another man before your job change. I say, brother Tion, why are you still keeping a woman like this around? Aren't you afraid she'll stab you in the back like that in the future? Li Meng didn't have time to deal with Luo Zijian now. She quickly grabbed Tian Xiaoyang's hand and said, I won't. Xiaoyang, I love you so much, how could I betray you? But Tian Xiaoyang, feeling irritated, shook off her hand. Xiaoyang, get lost. I don't want to see you again. Xiaoyang, get lost. Can't you understand human words? Seeing this, Luo Zijian's lips curled slightly. Now, in this foolish Tian Xiaoyang's team, there was one less level 8 priest. He wanted to see how he would compete with me now. Fong Fong was feeling quite frustrated. The golden treasure chest from the dungeon reward only yielded 1,000 experience points, not even enough to level up. This dungeon was too stingy. Little master, the chest from the nightmare level is just a consolation prize. To get good stuff, you have to look at the hell level dungeons. Hell level? That's right, and there's one every time you clear it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and go for hell mode. Fong Fong exited the dungeon and immediately triggered the Allnet report. While everyone was still in shock, he quickly dove back into the dungeon. Is that him? The one just reported all over the internet. Who else could it be? He was the only one who cleared the nightmare mode, and this year in Yujing City, he's the only beast master. I can't be seeing this wrong. He just went back in, and it looks like he's going for the hell level dungeon. He can't be crazy. Daring to solo a hell dungeon on the first day? No way, in Yujing City, no one has ever cleared a hell level dungeon, right? You're the crazy one, they have that kind of strength, okay? Didn't you see what was just reported? A 6th tier battle pet, isn't it hard to solo a hell dungeon? Oh my goodness, are beast tamers really that amazing? That's not the point. The point is that this year, because of Fong Feng's appearance, Yujing City will finally redeem itself. The monsters in the hell level dungeon have their overall attributes doubled, experience doubled, and drop rates increased by 50%. This made Fong Fong a bit worried that his inventory might not be enough. There are 9 mini-bosses in this dungeon, and they drop at least silver-grade equipment. If he can't pick them up, wouldn't that be the end of him? That was reckless. Shuing smiled slightly at his sigh. My little master, we've already entered. Are you really thinking of going back? If I had known, we should have gone to Zombie City. My little master, Zombie City has more small monsters and fewer mini-bosses. The Goblin Mine has fewer small monsters but more mini-bosses. It's the same no matter where we go. How can it be the same? The drop rate here is too high. I'm afraid my inventory won't be able to hold it. Can't hold it? Shuing rolled her eyes playfully. So that's what my little master is worried about. What should we do now? Are you really going to leave? There are only 3 chances a day. How could I? Then let's hurry up and clear it. You transform first. Flying should be faster. Alright. With the cry of a phoenix, a gigantic phoenix rose from the flames. My little master, I'm ready. Come on up. Fong Fong paused for a second, feeling that the battle pet he contracted was a bit too cheeky. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. I mean, can you not be so flirty when you talk? Am I? Yes. Maybe I just like my little master. Do you have a girlfriend? Let's talk about serious matters. Fong Fong jumped onto Shu Ying's back and continued. There are a total of 9 mini-bosses in this dungeon. We'll first take down 4, 7, and 8, then 2, 3, 6, and 9. This way, we won't have to walk the same route, and we can clear it in just 3 battles. Got it, my little master, hold on tight, I'm about to fly. The flames illuminated The dim mine, and a group of goblins wielding various weapons followed behind, making a ruckus. Don't be fooled by their current excitement. Once we lure the 4 mini-bosses together, a single flame-feathered dance will send them all to the afterlife. Experience gained 55 points, experience gained 120 points. As the experience continued to roll in, the white light on Fong Fong and Shuing brightened, then brightened again, and this wave alone allowed them to level up twice. He opened his character panel to take a look. Name, Fong Fong, Class, Beast Tamer, Rare, Level, 7, 40.1%, Health 4400, Magic 6800, Strength 24 by 10, Agility 24 by 10, Mentality 68 by 10, Constitution 44 by 10, Free Attribute Points 70, Battle Pet Space 1/1, Skills, Contract Art, Level 1, Summoning Art, Level 1, Healing Art, Level 1, Beast Taming Art, Level 1, Phoenix. Seal, passive, cannot be upgraded. Talent skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, Covering Sky. The attribute distribution for beast tamers is similar to that of mages, with 1 point in strength, 1 in agility, 4 in mentality, and 4 in constitution. The allocation of free attribute points is crucial. Some focus solely on output, putting all their attribute points into mentality to learn more powerful skills and achieve stronger output, but the downside is that they can't equip gear and have low health, making them easy to take down. There is also a way to add 6 points to Spirit, which will also give 2 points each to Constitution and Strength, achieving a balance between defense and output. The above 2 methods are currently the more mainstream ways to allocate points. At the same time, Beast Tamers have 2 growth paths. One is to follow the path of a mage, combined with battle pets, resulting in an output capability far superior to that of a mage. The other is to take the path of a priest, forming a balance of offense and defense with battle pets, being both a damage dealer and a healer on the battlefield. However, Fong Fong did not want to choose either. After finally changing to a rare profession, why would he want to revert to an ordinary profession? Is it just to have one more battle pet than others? Moreover, whether as a mage or a priest, the inability to engage in close combat is a fatal flaw, no matter how points are allocated. Therefore, Fong Fong decided to pursue the path of a magic sword master, a rare profession that combines magic and martial arts, also known as a melee mage. The point allocation method is 2 strength, 3 agility, 3 spirit, and 2 constitution. The fixed distribution of points is 2 strength, 2 agility, 3 spirit, and 3 constitution, and with a 10-fold bonus, this path is completely viable. This way, when someone tries to bypass his battle pet and engage him in close combat, he can still give them a big surprise. Little Master, what are you daydreaming about? Don't you want these scraps? Little Master, you can pick them up slowly here. I'll go lure all the remaining small bosses over, so you won't have to run again later. After the second wave of small bosses was dealt with, Fong Fong leveled up to level 9, and his inventory was also full. Why aren't you picking up anymore? Full, can't hold anymore. Then just leave it. Let's hurry up and deal with the big boss and get ready for the next round. I hate wasting the most. You can't hold anymore. What do you want to do? Can still give it away. So Fong immediately opened the friend panel, which only had 2 friends, Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu. He packaged and sent all the bronze level equipment and materials to Lu Wulong, who is a blacksmith and can use these items for crafting. Fong Fong was also fair and sent all the potions and herbs to Zhu Fengchu. In Shijie, Yujing City, known as the Street of Professional Shops, it is currently graduation season and finding apprentice workers on this street is as common as crossing a river. Lu Wulong and Zhu Fengchu met in the crowd. Old Zhu, how's it going? Found a job? Zhu Fengchu shook his head. It was all set, but as soon as they heard my name, they kicked me out. Is that the case for you too? Are you in the same situation? Lu Wulong nodded. Old Zhu, do you think someone is deliberately targeting us? Zhu Fengchu pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, do you think it could be that scoundrel Tion Xiaoyang? We haven't offended him. Why would he do that? Is it because of that guy Fong Fong, and we're being held against him? I think the possibility is very high. Don't you remember he once said that Fong Feng's friends are his enemies, so no one in the school dares to associate with Fong Fong, except for us 2 who are stubborn. Looking back, we might have already been on his blacklist since then. Plus, this time, he was humiliated by Fong Fong again and declared that anyone who dares to sell in battle pets is opposing the Tion family. Do you think that scoundrel wouldn't casually mention us when he said that? Damn it, that scoundrel isn't even Fong Feng's match. What kind of skill is it to bully us? Who told us to be friends with Fong Fong? There are only 2 months left until the big exam. What are you planning to do? What else can I do? If it really doesn't work out, I can only try my luck in other cities. The Tion family's reach can't extend to Yujing City, right? Wait a minute. It seems that guy Fong Fong sent me a message. Mine too. I can't believe that kid sent me a bunch of magical materials. Me too. How much are all these worth? That guy must have struck it rich? Whatever. With these materials, my skill proficiency can at least level up by 1. I'm going to practice my skills. What about you? Of course. I'm going home to use these things to improve my proficiency. But when we get rich later, you better not forget your roots. Don't worry, whether I get rich or not, Fong Fong will always be my brother. Magic City Academy, one of the top higher education institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. In the campus, towering magical towers stand tall. On the highest tower, the academy's president, Jichobai, an old man with white hair and beard, sits elegantly on the balcony sipping tea. Opposite him sits a burly old man, also with white hair and beard, but his bushy beard stands out like steel needles. This man is the Qinglong Marshal, one of the 4 great marshals of the Dragon Kingdom, Yan Liqiu. I didn't expect the first kid to clear the level this year would come from Yujing City. As Yan Liqiu spoke, he skillfully poured out their tea and replaced it with his homemade wine. This is the red top heaven from Woyuan Mountain. Do you know how much it costs per pound on the market? Ji Qiubai said with a pained expression. It's too bland. How can you enjoy drinking? By the way, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Did you ask? Didn't you? You interrupted me and made me forget to ask. How can there be such an unreasonable old man like you in this world? What do you think of that kid? What do you mean? What do I think? He's not your disciple. Ha! You say that as if he's your student. That can't be ruled out. Yan Liqiu glanced at him. I think it can be ruled out. Are you ready to snatch it already? It's just a nightmare-level dungeon. You're too impatient. Old man. You old rascal, if you have the ability, don't compete with me this time. Of course, I'm not competing with you. It's just a mere nightmare-level dungeon. Such a kid isn't even worth my attention. Wait a minute, let me record this with the crystal. Please repeat what you just said, so you can't go back on your word later. Even if I say it 100 times, it's the same. Such a kid isn't. Before Ji Qiubai could finish, a female secretary in professional attire appeared before the 2 old men. Report, President, the latest news. The first student to clear the Hell-level dungeon this year and receive an SSS rating has appeared. Oh, really? Is it from Magic City, Yen City, or Zhenhai City? Ji Qiubai picked up his cup and took a gentle sip, looking quite confident. The female secretary shook her head. In response to the president, none of those. It's from Yujing City, the boy named Fong Fong. What? That kid again? Yan Liqiu suddenly stood up. I just remembered I have something to do. By the way, old man, you better keep your word. Don't compete with me. What am I competing with you for? Don't play dumb with me. Look at you getting all worked up. Ji Qiubai took a sip of wine and laughed. To be able to clear the Hell-level novice dungeon on the first day, indeed, it has been a long time since our Dragon Kingdom has seen such a kid. But have you carefully looked at that report? Yan Liqiu paused slightly. Are you talking about that burning sky swallow? The burning sky swallow is a 6th-tier fierce beast. Is it really that hard to clear a Hell-level novice dungeon with a 6th-tier fierce beast? Yan Liqiu immediately calmed down. The beast master profession is fundamentally different from others as it can leverage external forces. For other professions, this is practically cheating. The beast master is the greatest advantage of this profession, but also its biggest drawback, because the highest combat power of this profession largely depends on the battle pet. Battle pets can be bought with money or bestowed by elders at home, so the combat power of a beast master is, to some extent, dependent on family background. After all, high-quality battle pets are not cheap. So the question arises, among the prominent families in Yujing City, why have we never heard of the Fong family? How did that kid acquire a 6th-tier battle pet? At this thought, Yan Liqiu's eyes lit up, almost falling for that old trick. That makes sense. Since that kid with the surname Fong has taken the lead this time, our bet is hereby nullified. What are you going to do? None of your business, just enjoy your drink. I worked hard to brew this wine, so don't waste it, you old fool. With that, Yan Liqiu vanished from the magic tower. At this moment, the female secretary couldn't help but worry, saying, Director, as far as I know, there is no Fong family among the prominent families in Yujing City. Ji Qiubai shook his head. So what? The limits of a beast master are still finite. Ding! Congratulations to the professional Fong Fong for clearing the Hell-level dungeon with an SSS level evaluation of the clearing process. The moment Fong Fong stepped out of the dungeon, a massive blue light curtain opened up in the sky once again. Hell level! He really did it. Are we witnessing history? Finally, someone from Yujing City has cleared a Hell-level dungeon. Damn! Why couldn't I become a beast master? This is too insane. Clearing a Hell-level dungeon on the first day, it's truly enviable. I heard from my cousin in the 13th middle school that he was able to become a beast master because his ex-girlfriend tricked him out of all his talent points, which led him to use a rare job transfer card for one last gamble, and unexpectedly, he succeeded. No way! So his ex-girlfriend must have awakened an incredible talent this time? Why haven't we heard of any powerful talents emerging this year? This is no secret in the 13th middle school. After she tricked him out of his talent points, she didn't use them herself but gave them to Tion Xiaoyan from the Tion family, who is now said to be Tion Xiaoyan's girlfriend. Isn't that the guy who boasted about being the first to clear the nightmare-level dungeon this year? That's right, it's him. He took someone else's talent points and ended up being surpassed by others. You can imagine how useless such a person is. If I were his ex-girlfriend, I would definitely regret it to the core. I think this has little to do with his ex-girlfriend. The key is that he has the ability himself. If it were you all, how many could think of using a job transfer card for one last gamble under such circumstances? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that if I were hit like that, I would probably be thinking of dying. Who would even think of the loophole in the transfer card? Look, it seems like he's going in again. No way. Just came out and is going back in? If I remember correctly, he has already cleared it twice. I mean, doesn't it cost health to clear dungeons? Shouldn't he buy a few potions before going back in? The operations of a genius are beyond our comprehension. He can still think of the loophole in the transfer card after such a huge setback. Can you do that? I estimate that he should reach level 10 this time. How? Is that possible? Who reaches level 10 on the first day? That has never happened. He is soloing. What's impossible about that? Haven't you noticed that our detection technique has already failed on him? This means he is now at least 5 levels above us. Oh my. No way. Is he already level 8? He should be level 9. I'm already level 4. We are in this together. When did you reach level 4? How come we didn't know? Warriors have a 30% experience bonus. Damn, let's go. Today, no matter what, I have to reach level 5. Damn it, today's dungeon has hit the limit. Hurry. Let's go to Zombie City. I must level up to level 5 today, no matter what. Let's go together. We can't dare to think about level 10, but we can still strive for level 5. Joining the team for Zombie City. According to Fong Feng's original plan, after going out this time, he should directly head to West Street to clear out the loot. However, after killing the last boss, his experience bar had already reached 98% and he only needed to kill 3 more monsters to level up. After reaching level 10, Shuang would be able to unlock her inventory. Besides that, both she and he would be able to learn new skills after level 10, the difference being that she would comprehend them on her own, while he would need skill scrolls. Little master, I beg you for a favor. Just released from the battle pet space, Shuang looked at Fong Fong with a face full of resentment, her expression so pitiful that even the hardest of hearts would soften. Fong Fong, however, looked at her warily and said, "Speak up, let me hear it." Actually, for the little master, it's just a small matter. If you don't say it, then forget it. Don't. I just don't want to go back into the battle pet space. Why not? It's too dark in there, I don't like it. Are you afraid of the dark? Shuang shook her head. The main thing is that no one talks to me. Fong Fong nodded, and Shuang immediately cheered up. Master, did you agree? Don't get too happy yet. If you don't want me to put you back in the battle pet space, that's fine, but you have to agree to one thing. No problem, Master, just say it. As long as you don't make me go back into the battle pet space, I'll agree to anything. Fong Fong rolled his eyes. Tone it down. Don't cause me trouble. No problem. Is that the only request, Master? Why don't you think of something else? Thinking about it, I still feel it's better to put you back in the battle pet space. Don't. Master, how can you go back on your word? Let's see how you perform. With that, Fong Fong looked towards the distant goblins. Don't worry, Master, Shuang will definitely satisfy you. As a group of goblins fell, a glow of level up surrounded Fong Fong and Shuang. Congratulations, practitioner, your battle pet has comprehended the dark gold skill fire's psi. The battle pet storage space is now opening. Opening the battle pet panel. Undying Phoenix level 10, 0.22% potential, tier 10 health, 21,000 mana, 22,000 strength, 2,000 agility, 2,100 constitution, 2,100 spirit, 2,300 skills. Flame spear, level 2, fire psi, level 1, flame feather dance, level 1, fire scroll long sky, level 1, nirvana, passive, cannot be upgraded, although divine beasts gain 200 attribute points with each level up. Fong Feng's mindset didn't break this time because under the tenfold bonus, their attribute points were exactly equal. Moreover, starting from the second transfer, each time they leveled up, the attribute points gained would increase by 5. The only thing that made Fong Fong a bit dissatisfied was that after level 10, the battle pet could comprehend skills on its own, while he had to spend money to learn skills. Furthermore, skills, like equipment, were divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and diamond, with higher levels being more powerful and more expensive. For someone still carrying alone, this would be quite a significant expense. Master, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and come pick up the loot. My backpack is full, I'll leave it with you for now. No problem. By the way, Master, a flame bracer just dropped. If I remember correctly, you also have a flame robe and flame boots, right? This is a dark gold set. If we can gather a complete set, it would be quite valuable. Indeed, it would be quite valuable. If he could gather a complete set, he should be able to pay off his loan. That depends on luck. After saying that, Fong Fong cast a self-healing spell on her. Master, I'm not injured. Why waste magic? It can't be helped. Skills need to improve in proficiency to level up. That's true, Master is already level 10. Logically, initial skills should at least reach level 3 by then, so I can only practice more on you. Since it was their third time in the dungeon, they were already familiar with it, and with both of their levels having increased, they defeated the big boss in less than 15 minutes, dropping a pile of items. Looking at these things, Fong Fong felt a bit disappointed. Wasn't it said that the final boss would drop skill scrolls? This was his second run, yet he didn't get anything at all. Could it really be that his luck was just that bad? Just then, a fragrant breeze brushed against Feng Feng's ear. Master, your luck is incredible. The flame necklace, a complete dark gold set. And you gathered it all by yourself. Feng Feng felt that this woman was doing it on purpose. Why get so close? If he turned around, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. Trying to take advantage of me? No way. So, Feng Feng took a step aside and then turned back to say, do you like it? Beginner level equipment, I wouldn't even look at it. A woman who says one thing but means another. Although the flame set was dropped from a beginner dungeon, the equipment required 200 spirit. A level 10 professional could only have a total of 200 attribute points, including fixed allocations. Generally, to wear this set of equipment, one would need to add high spirit magic accessories, so it couldn't possibly be just an ordinary beginner's gear. Moreover, each piece of this set had magical enhancement buffs, and when combined, the total attributes increased by 100 points. Of course, for Shuang, whose total attributes were about to break 10,000, this little boost was certainly not appealing, but after completing the set, all buffs would increase by another 10%. Specifically, it would reduce magic cooldown time by 20%, increase fire damage by 170%, restore mana by 15%, and restore health by 13%. In addition, it would grant a teleportation skill with a range of 10 meters and a cooldown of 5 minutes. For a mage, especially a fire mage, this was practically a divine artifact. She might not care for the basic effects, but wouldn't she care for these buffs? From the moment the first flame battle boots dropped, her eyes began to shine. Not caring is fine, this entire flame set can sell for 3 to 400,000. Plus, with the items we picked up earlier, selling everything should net around 700,000. Master, are you really short on money? Feng Feng did not deny it, he was still in debt to the bank. After organizing the items, they exited the dungeon. They were once again met with a nationwide announcement. Although the scene was still as shocking for the people of Yujing City, it seemed to be expected, as he had already triggered the nationwide announcement for the third time. Now, who didn't know that Yujing City had produced a genius this year, not only being the first to clear the nightmare level dungeon but also breaking the record for the hell level dungeon that no one in the city had cleared before, making everyone feel a sense of pride. That kid cleared it so quickly again and received an SSS rating. Do you treat the hell level dungeon like your own backyard? Just out of the teleportation array, Yen Licho looked at the blue screen in the sky, feeling emotional while also a bit worried. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. The nationwide announcement network was called the Magic Network, linking all the countries on this planet. A nationwide announcement meant that the whole world knew that Longhua had produced a highly potential young man this year. If it were just a single nightmare level dungeon clearance, it wouldn't be a big deal, but clearing 2 hell level dungeons in a row, both with SSS ratings, made some countries uneasy. Sauerkraut country. Have you found out? Are you sure it's not someone from Longhua cheating? Mr. President, this is impossible. Long country does not have that technology yet. Great. This person must be a descendant of our great Sauerkraut Empire. Only the bloodline of our great Sauerkraut Empire could be so domineering. I command you, no matter the cost, to bring this young genius back to his homeland, the country of Gao Yao. Inoue-kun, what do you think about these 2 reports? 3 reports triggered in one day, all with an SSS rating. Such a genius hasn't appeared in 300 years, and now he shows up in Long Country, so he shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Oh, this matter is up to you, make sure it's done without anyone noticing. Hi. On the other side of the planet, the Northwestern Federation. St. John, have we made contact with our people in Yujing City? Sorry, sir, Yujing City is just a small city in Long Country. It wasn't on our radar before. God, how did the council end up with such a bunch of useless people? Don't worry, sir, our people will arrive in Yujing City by tomorrow morning at the latest. We must eliminate this person, this world is ours, and we cannot let Long Country have a chance to meddle. Magic City Academy. A female secretary in professional attire appeared again at the Magic Tower. Before she could speak, Ji Chiobai asked, have the mice come out of their holes? Yes, Dean, should we notify General Yen? Don't worry, he's not a rough man. But, Dean, according to reliable intelligence, the Northwestern Federation's whiskey is also on his way to Yujing City. I heard he changed his profession to Holy Sword Knight 2 years ago? Yes, all level 73. Golden Holy Sword Knight, currently the captain of the first team of the Northwestern Federation's Knights. Ji Chiobai stroked his beard and suddenly laughed. Then we must inform that old guy, we can't let this big fish slip away. But, President, won't this trigger a major diplomatic crisis? Bai Ling, how long have you been with me? Ji Qiubai's sudden change of topic made Bai Ling's heart skip a beat. This is the 11th year. 11 years, and teacher Yang still needs an assistant. Starting tomorrow, you will help him. Assistant. In an instant, Bai Ling's eyes widened. As the dean's secretary, she was one step below the dean and above everyone else in the academy. Suddenly being asked to be an assistant was equivalent to a complete demotion. What had she done wrong for the dean to punish her like this? Dean, I I don't quite understand. Don't understand? A vicious dog has entered our home and bitten our little cub, and you're worried about that. Dog. True, you should look at the owner when dealing with a dog, but it also depends on the timing. If it weren't for the fact that you've been with me for 11 years, you wouldn't even have a chance at this assistant position. Notify that bunch of little bastards in the demon capture department. If anyone lets that vicious dog leave Lone Country alive, they can forget about recognizing me as their teacher. Fong Fong had no idea about the turbulent international situation, nor did he know that he had already become a target for assassination by enemy spies. Because a dungeon could only be entered 3 times a day, by the afternoon, there weren't many people left in the Goblin Mine dungeon. Regardless of whether they had obtained equipment, everyone went to Zombie City to level up. This relieved Fong Fong. Fame brings trouble, and pigs fear being fattened. If it weren't for the mandatory network report, he really didn't want to be part of that ridiculous report. Taking advantage of no one noticing him, he quickly pulled Shuing into a taxi. Driver, to West Street. The driver instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, then suddenly turned around, as if he had discovered a new continent. What's wrong, driver? Is there a problem? That young man, is this beautiful lady next to you your sister? No. Could it be a girlfriend? Are couples half price? Sorry, I just wanted to ask for this beautiful lady's contact information on behalf of my son. Aren't you afraid she might be my girlfriend? Impossible, with a guy like you. How could you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Shuang chuckled. Well, I'll give you the contact information, but can I get a discount on this fare? If you can make her my daughter-in-law, it could be free. Miss, don't be in a hurry to refuse me. My son is a top student at the Swordgate Academy, and even before graduation, he was recruited by the Demon Capture Division. You could say my son has a bright future and good looks. Shouldn't you consider it? I can give you the contact information, but to become your daughter-in-law, I need to ask my master if he agrees. Just then, the car jolted violently twice, almost flipping over. The driver, barely holding the steering wheel, looked back with a face full of lingering fear and said, "Your master?" "Yes." Shu Aing leaned on Fong Fang's shoulder and pointed at him. "It's him." The driver was stunned for a while before he sighed. Today's young people really know how to have fun. "Master, you misunderstood. It's not what you think." Fong Fong pushed Shu Aing away to explain, but the driver didn't give him a chance. I know. Honestly, don't think I'm old. I've seen those films too. Master, it's really not what you think. I understand, but as the old saying goes, good fire needs good charcoal, and good women need good men. Kid, you're still young, don't ruin your body. Hearing this, Shuang laughed even more, making the driver almost flip the car again. Driver, you really worry too much. My master is just a thick-headed blockhead, not romantic at all. This kid looks like a novice. With some training, he has great potential. Shuang looked at Fong Fong and asked, Master, should we give it a try tonight? I think letting you out was a mistake. Don't. Master, I was just joking. Why are you getting angry? The driver shook his head and sighed. You really are a blockhead. After finally arriving at West Street, Fong Fong was paying the fare when Shuang snatched it away. Master, you get out first, I'll pay the fare. Fong Fong didn't think much and got out of the car. Not long after, Shuang also got out. The driver leaned out and said, Beautiful lady, next time you need a car, look for me. I'm always available. No problem, next time my master needs a car, I'll definitely find you. Watching the taxi drive away, Fong Fong wondered, do you have his number, or did you add him as a friend? No. Then how will you find him? Hey, I was just saying it casually. Did you take it seriously? I just thought it would be a waste not to take a free ride. Ah, master, you knew? Don't forget I'm your master. How could you escape my watchful eye? It's not just because of the highest contract, it's also because of this highest contract. Other battle pets get paid, but I don't. Can't I earn some pocket money? What do you need money for? As soon as the words left his mouth, Fong Fong felt he had asked a pointless question. In this world, if you want a battle pet to stick with you, you not only have to pay them but also provide food and lodging. Unless, like himself, you can sign the highest contract with a battle pet, then you don't have to worry about betrayal. At the same time, when fierce beasts become battle pets, they essentially obtain a residence permit in human cities, allowing them to walk freely in the city, which naturally involves spending. Of course, this excludes low-level fierce beasts that cannot transform and are still seen as livestock in the eyes of humans. Of course, to buy clothes. I don't even have clothes now, didn't you notice, master? What are you wearing? It's just an illusion. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Give me the gear from your backpack. What for? To sell. TCH. Stingy. Then Fong Fong handed the flame set to Shuing. How could Fong Fong possibly sell such a divine outfit? As a beast master, he had the privilege of enjoying the benefits of 2 sets of gear simultaneously, one for himself and one for his battle pet. So, the flame set would be equally effective no matter who wore it. What are you doing? Shuing asked, puzzled. Weren't you eyeing this flame set for a long time? Who said that? I didn't want it. Are you sure you don't want it? Well, if I sell it, I should be able to pay off my loan. As a result, Shuing snatched it away. So stingy. You even want to take back something you gave me. Is that how a master behaves? She was indeed a woman of contradictory words and feelings. You said you didn't want it, right? Even if I didn't want it, it's the first piece of gear my master gave me. It has special significance, how could I possibly refuse it? Then Fong Fong took out 200 yuan and handed it to her. Here, this is all I have. You gave me everything, what about the master? Shuing felt a little touched inside. It seemed her little master was quite reliable. If I sell these things, won't I have money? Shuing was dumbfounded. It turned out she had been moved for nothing. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. If you want to go shopping, go ahead. I'll call for you if I need anything. No way. The highest contract can actually be fake? Shuing feigned surprise. The reason I made you sign the highest contract is that I need my battle pet to keep secrets for me. So, I will try my best to meet the treatment that other battle pets receive. You said it yourself, no backing out. I won't. After saying that, Fong Fong turned and left. Hey, do you have something else? Nothing, you can go. Watching Fong Feng's back, she was genuinely moved this time. That stingy guy, giving away such precious gear, without even blinking, and trying to meet my battle pet's treatment? I'm a 10th tier divine beast. What kind of treatment could you possibly provide? Looking at the flame set in her hands, she decided to find a place to change first. Although there was an illusion, it still felt chilly on her body, which was quite uncomfortable. In the single stall of a public restroom, a flash of red magical light flickered and vanished. Shuing changed into the flame set and stood in front of the mirror, striking a pose. The tight red long dress accentuated her curves with magical lines made of mithril, giving a sense of restraint. Her long legs in black stockings, paired with metallic pointed high heels, clicked crisply against the tiles. Staring at her reflection, she tapped her red lips with her slender fingers. Will this make me look too mature? Forget it, I'll just make do for now. During rush hour, the streets were bustling with people. Shuing arrived at the bus stop, glanced at the sign, and turned to a little girl who had been staring at her. Little sister, do you know how to get to the library? The little girl, holding a brown teddy bear, had tears in her eyes. What's wrong, little sister? Mommy is gone. How did your mommy go missing? The little girl pointed at the bus that had just arrived. Mommy was taken away by the big bus. I see. Don't cry, it's okay. Mommy will come back to find you. How about I stay here with you to wait for mommy? Across the street at the potion shop, Luo Zijian bought a backpack full of recovery potions. Young Master Luo, look. Luo Zijian instinctively followed his companion's gaze, and when he saw Shuang at the bus stop, he was immediately stunned. How's it going, young Master Luo? On time. Didn't you always say that Tion Xiaoyangai flaunts his woman in front of you, making you feel embarrassed? You said if you could win over that beauty across the street, Li Meng from Tian Xiaoyan wouldn't be worth anything. Chase what? She already has a child, didn't you see? No way. That beauty doesn't look much older than us. How could she have a 4 or 5-year-old child? Luo Zijian thought about it and realized, right. If that little girl was her child, then she must have given birth at 14 or 15. Just then, the little girl's mother arrived and took her away. See? I told you that little girl isn't her child. Let's go take a look. At the bus stop, Shuang learned the location of the library from the little girl's mother. But by this time, the library had already closed. As she hesitated about where to go, a luxury car stopped in front of her. Hi, are you waiting for a bus, beautiful? Luo Zijian leaned out of the car window. Interesting. Shuang's lips curled slightly, causing Luo Zijian's heart to flutter. Yes, I've been waiting for a long time, and not a single bus has come. It's hard to get a taxi at. This time, how about I give you a ride? Then thank you, handsome. Luo Zijian felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly got out of the car, opened the door, and welcomed Shuang into the passenger seat. After closing the door, he asked, where to, beautiful? The first place that came to Shuang's mind was the Xingfu community, because Fong Fong lived there. But seeing that it was still early, and having finally come out, it seemed a bit unwise to just go back, so she smiled and said, this is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the area. How about you help me decide? Big brother? Ha, beautiful, you've asked the right person. There's no place in Yujing City that I don't know. How about we grab a bite to eat first, and then I'll take you around for a good stroll? Wouldn't that be a bother for you? Not at all. It's my honor to serve a beautiful lady. Soon, they arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in the city, Wangjiang Pavilion. Luo Zijian gallantly pulled out a chair for Shuang, and after she sat down, he quickly took a seat across from her. He handed the menu to her. Feel free to order whatever you want, beautiful. Shuang elegantly took the menu, casually flipped it open, and was immediately shocked by the prices. A moonlight steak costs 43,000? If her little master found out that she spent tens of thousands on a meal, wouldn't that little money slave be heartbroken? This one, and this one. She pointed to the most expensive dishes and then added, by the way, big brother, what do you drink? Whatever the beautiful lady drinks, I'll drink too. Shuang smiled slightly and then returned the menu to the waiter beside her. The waiter glanced at the menu in his hand, then looked at Luo Zijian, who was treating them today, and said with an unnatural expression, "Sir, are you sure you want to order this much?" At that moment, Luo Zijian wanted to show off in front of Shuang, and seeing the waiter's expression made him angry. What kind of expression is that? Am I someone who can't afford to eat? Luo Zijian replied unhappily, "Is there a problem?" "No problem, just..." Luo Zijian interrupted him, "No problem, so hurry up and serve the dishes." "Did I order too much?" Shuang asked. "Too much? Not at all. By the way, beautiful, I still don't know your name." Just then, an annoying voice rang in their ears. "Oh, isn't this young Master Luo?" Luo Zijian frowned slightly. That annoying guy, who else could it be but Tian Xiang? What surprised him was that Li Meng actually had the ability to get involved with him again. "Hey, is this your friend?" Shuang looked up and assessed Tian Xiaoyan, who instinctively glanced over, only to be taken aback. This woman was quite stunning. When did this bastard Luo Zijian start flirting with such a beautiful woman? Looking at Li Meng beside him, he suddenly felt she was no longer appealing. There was no way around it. In the face of sensuality, purity was worthless. "I guess so," Luo Zijian replied, slightly annoyed. Tian Xiaoyan casually grabbed a chair and sat between the two, his eyes sparkling. As he looked at Shuang, "Hello, beautiful, I'm Tian Xiaoyang, a longtime good friend of Luo Xiao, right?" "Luo Xiao?" Seeing Tian Xiaoyang acting like a sycophant, Li Meng immediately became displeased. She gently tugged at Tian Xiaoyang's sleeve. "Xiaoyang." Tian Xiaoyang pointed dismissively, "Go wait over there." "Hey, you're actually a paladin?" Tian Xiaoyang immediately puffed out his chest. "You have a good eye, beautiful. I'm a paladin who has awakened an S-level talent." Luo Zijian rolled his eyes. This kid was deliberately flaunting his S-level talent, just trying to make himself look good. "Humph. It's not like you awakened it on your own. What's there to be proud of?" "What do you mean by that, Luo Xiao?" "What do I mean?" Luo Zijian sneered coldly. "In the entire Yuzhou city, who doesn't know that your S-level talent was stolen from someone else?" Shuang looked at Luo Zijian in confusion. Luo Xiao is really joking. Can talents be stolen? What's so impossible about that? Before changing jobs, just have your woman trick a fool into giving up all his talent points. Really? Who is that fool? How could he give away something so important? That fool, if I don't say it, you'd never guess. He's the genius who triggered the nationwide alert 3 times today. Shuang's heart trembled. Triggered the nationwide alert 3 times? That's right, it's Fong Feng. You probably don't know yet. The woman who just passed by was Fong Feng's ex-girlfriend. Enough! Tian Xiaoyang suddenly interrupted Luo Zijian. "Why can't you just keep your own dirty laundry to yourself? Speaking of which, I actually admire Fong Feng. After being harmed by you so badly, he still managed to turn things around and become the rising star of our dragon country. Who else could do that?" Shuang never expected that her little master had such a story. Thinking of this, her gaze uncontrollably turned to Li Meng. She hadn't looked closely before, but now that she did, that woman was just like that. She really didn't know what kind of vision her little master had to have chosen such a woman. "I say, the Fong Feng you're talking about really has poor taste." Luo Zijian chuckled. "As expected, a beautiful woman's taste is the same as mine. I also think that kid Fong Feng must have been blind back then." Shuang frowned. "It should be that woman's skills are good. Plus, with her identity as a light priest, this kind of contrast is usually unbearable for guys. Right, young man?" Shuang winked at Tian Xiaoyang, making his heart skip a beat. He was instantly dumbfounded and instinctively said, "She is indeed quite good, but she's waiting for you over there. Aren't you going to go keep her company?" "What's there to keep her company for? She's just after my money. As long as I have money, she'd be willing to be my dog." Li Meng's body slightly stiffened. Clearly, she had heard that. "I really didn't expect that she has such deep feelings for you, and you actually treat her as a plaything. Aren't you afraid she'll find out and break up with you? How great would it be if she could just break up with me? But she's like a dog, you can't chase her away." "I didn't expect the handsome guy to be so heartless. I really misjudged him." "Beautiful lady, you've misunderstood me. It's not what you think. It's just a transaction." "Is that so?" "Of course, I never lie, especially not to a beauty like you." Shuang chuckled. "Mr. Luo, your friend is quite interesting." Just moments ago, Shuang and Tian Xiaoyan were exchanging words, and Luo Zijian was filled with jealousy, feeling as if his own woman was being stolen. "Don't mind him, he's always shameless." "Not at all. I think this handsome guy is quite fun." Tian Xiaoyang immediately said excitedly, "See, the lady has good taste." Shuang smiled slightly. "Alright, you two chat for now, I need to go to the restroom." As her figure disappeared from the restaurant, the jealous Luo Zijian suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "What the hell do you mean, Tian?" Tian Xiaoyang laughed. "What, are you jealous? Because the beauty is interested in me? I'm jealous of your mother. I warn you to stay away from her. Don't insult my mom. I just like her. So what? You have the guts to step outside and settle this. You think I'm afraid of you? Hey, what are you two doing?" Shuang, just back, feigned surprise. "I just left for a moment and you two are already arguing?" Tian Xiaoyan replied. "It's nothing, just Mr. Luo wanting to spar with me." "That won't do. Mr. Luo, your friend is a shining knight and has awakened an S-class talent. You'll be at a disadvantage sparring with him. Luo Zijian hated it when others said he was incapable, especially when it came from a beauty he liked. Who will be at a disadvantage is still uncertain. There are others in this world who have awakened S-class talents. After saying that, he stood up and angrily said to Tion Xiaoyang, if you're a man, come out with me. Tion Xiaoyang stood up confidently, beautiful lady, wait a moment. I'll be back soon. I don't like boys who are quick. Hearing this, Tion Xiaoyang felt elated, foolishly saying, don't worry, this time I guarantee it will be a long time. Both of them stormed out, filled with anger. It seemed that if they didn't settle this today, it would be hard to resolve. Shuing didn't care about that, she was only concerned about why the dishes hadn't arrived yet. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Li Meng appeared uninvited, sitting across from Shuing. Shuing crossed her long legs, leaned back, and smiled slightly. Doesn't it hurt your heart to deceive someone who loves you? My business is none of your concern. True. Then my business doesn't need your meddling either. How does it feel to realize you're just a plaything? You're asking for it. As Li Meng stood up to slap her, she was caught off guard by Shu Ying's swift counterslap. How could my foolish master fall for a cheap thing like you? Just looking at you ruins my appetite. By the time Li Meng reacted, Shu Ying had already left. Wanting to chase after her, she was stopped by a waiter bringing the dishes. Miss, you can't leave, the bill hasn't been settled yet. What bill? I don't even know them. Miss, you wouldn't be out of money, would you? Should I call your boyfriend? You think I have no money? Li Meng snatched the bill from the waiter's hand and froze upon seeing it. That woman spent 320,000 on a meal? Why should she spend that much on a meal when Tion Xiaoyang only had 200,000 for his monthly allowance? Shuing exited the restaurant, glancing around, wondering where those two fools had gone off to duel. What if those two really beat him to death? She didn't know that in the Dragon Kingdom, fighting is strictly regulated to protect the interests of vulnerable groups. If one wanted to resolve disputes through force, there were designated dueling arenas for professionals. After searching around and finding none, she had no choice but to hail a cab home. Of course, this ride was free of charge. Fong Fong sold all his loot and made 560,000. Just as he had estimated, since today was the first day, most people didn't have equipment, so the prices were a bit higher. By tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to sell at this price. Tomorrow, he would head to the secret realm outside the city, where the monsters could drop enhancement stones. Once everyone had equipment, the demand for enhancement stones to strengthen gear would be enormous. With that thought, Fong Fong boarded the bus and went straight to the vegetable market near his home, buying some ingredients. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. The elderly were taking walks downstairs, and children were wreaking havoc on the fitness equipment. Everything seemed just like usual, but if one looked up, they would see a figure standing on the roof of Fong Feng's building, one of the four marshals of the empire, Yan Li Chou. He watched as Fong Fong got off the bus, entered the vegetable market, haggled with the fishmonger, and bargained with the old man selling celery. It was hard to imagine that such a penny-pinching boy was actually a genius who had triggered nationwide alerts 3 times in one day, all receiving SSS ratings. How many people in the country received SSS ratings last year? It seemed like only 18. As for how many could trigger 3 nationwide alerts in succession, not a single one, not just last year, but not one in the past 300 years. Is the ceiling for beast tamers too low? I don't think so. Greetings, Marshal Yan. A young special agent from the Demon Suppression Department appeared behind Yan Li Chou. Yan Li Chou looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. You do bear some resemblance. The agent glanced at Fong Fong below. He never expected that the only time in his life he would meet Marshal Yan would be because of his face. Do you know what you need to do next? The agent swallowed hard. He was here to be bait, but just thinking about the big fish he was supposed to catch made his throat feel dry. Yan Li Chou walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. You won't die. It is my honor to be of use to the country. Good, go. Prepare. Fong Fong arrived at his front door with the groceries, and just as he took out his keys, he suddenly froze. Something felt off. Ever since he entered the community, he had sensed something was wrong. The closer he got to home, the stronger that feeling became. He looked up at the ceiling, feeling as if something was watching him from above. On the rooftop, Yan Li Chou smiled slightly. Good kid, your perception is quite impressive. That old fool Jichou Bai, not competing with me this time, is definitely the most foolish thing he has done in his life. With that, he vanished from the rooftop, and Fong Feng's feeling of being watched disappeared as well. Since this feeling was new to him, Fong Fong didn't think much of it and went home to prepare his grand meal. Pig trotters, kelp, carp, and a hen. The last time he bought so many ingredients was during the New Year's Eve when Uncle Chai was still around, and now it had been 2 years since Uncle Chai left. He stood in front of the photo, lit 3 incense sticks, and told Uncle Chai and his parents that he had earned his first pot of gold today. Not to show off, but to let them know he could definitely pay back the bank loan and that he could support himself, so they wouldn't have to worry. Then he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today he wanted to treat himself well. The pig trotters stewed with kelp were Uncle Chai's favorite. The hen stewed with mushrooms was reminiscent of the chicken soup his mother often made. As for my father, although I don't have his memories, he should be like me and enjoy sweet and sour pine nut fish. These dishes were made in my previous life and I've been making them for over 10 years in this life, so I'm quite skilled at it. Before long, the aroma filled the room, making one's mouth water. After dinner, I cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, then took out the 2 dark gold treasure chests as rewards from the dungeon. The golden chest yielded experience, but I wonder what the dark gold chests will produce. I hope for a skill book, whether it's martial arts or magic. It would save me a considerable amount of money. Rubbing my hands in anticipation, I glanced at the photos of my parents on the wall. Should I light some incense for them to add a bit of luck to my rolls? Just then, the doorbell rang, followed by Shuaing's voice. Master, I'm back. You're back so early? What kind of expression is that, Master? Don't you want me back? I just didn't expect you to return so soon. If it's boring, I might as well come back early. Shuang pushed the door open and flopped directly onto the sofa. Have you eaten? Not yet. Are you going to make me something delicious? The food is in the pot. On the stove, remember to turn off the heat. Shuang quickly jumped up and dashed into the kitchen. Opening the steamer on the stove, a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted out. In sight was a bowl of rice. The second layer held the pine nut fish and pig's trotters, and at the bottom was a pot of chicken soup. Don't underestimate this little master. Their cooking skills are quite impressive. The pine nut fish is sweet and sour, the pig's trotters are tender and flavorful, and the chicken soup is simply delicious. In the living room, Fong Fong was about to open the treasure chests when suddenly his phone rang again. Picking it up, he saw it was Lu Wulong. Hey, you little rascal, we've added each other as friends. If you have something to say, just message me. Why waste a call? That thing is useless. It's better to call. By the way, you're not planning to stop paying for your phone bill, are you? I have thought about it. I knew it. Only you could pull something like this. Alright, what do you want from me? Almost forgot the main point. Get on Douyin, there's a guy impersonating you in live streaming. Aren't you going to check it out? Fong Fong glanced at his old phone. If someone wants to impersonate me, what can I do? Report it. What if someone gives him a tip? You'd be losing out big time. Someone's tipping? Is it a lot of money? Not yet, but the popularity is high. The online viewer count is about to break 100,000. That's all money. Bro, don't you feel pain letting someone else earn from you? Too bad I can't check it on this phone. Why don't you report it for me? Fine. Who told you you're my brother? After hanging up, Fong Fong received a call from Zhu Fengshu, who mentioned the same issue. However, Fong Fong didn't really care about it. There's a saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind. He was previously worried that some idiots might come looking for trouble, but now it seems someone is helping him draw fire. As for the money the impersonator might earn from the livestream, he understood that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. He would just consider it the other party's hard-earned fee. Master, I really didn't see it coming. You actually cook so well. Shuang leaned against the kitchen door, burping while rubbing her chest, looking like she had eaten quite a bit. Did you wash the bowls? I did, and the kitchen is clean too. By the way, Master, what are you doing? Fong Fong pointed to the 2 treasure chests on the table and said, opening treasure chests. Fong Fong opened the first treasure chest. Sword of Fearlessness, 2-handed sword, diamond, physical attack power, 167-231 magical attack power, 135-278 luck plus 20% critical hit plus 30% mana consumption -19% required strength, 92 required agility, 192 pieces activated, weapon enchantment freeze effect 3 pieces activated. Movement speed plus 300% is expected from a dungeon treasure chest. The diamond grade equipment obtained has an attack power that exceeds ordinary dark gold weapons by 50%, and it comes with 3 additional attributes. Especially the luck attribute, which is quite rare. Even among diamond grade equipment, it seldom appears. Then there's the critical hit or critical rate. The equipment obtained before had some critical bonuses, but they were all single digits. The Sword of Fearlessness directly adds 30%. The only downside is the high equipment requirements. Most people, even if they obtained it, would likely be unable to use it, because they wouldn't have enough attribute points unless their armor and accessories were strong enough to add some attributes. But I'm different. All my attributes multiply by 10. Not to mention first turn class equipment, even second turn equipment, I can handle. The first treasure chest opened well, so Fong Fong quickly equipped the weapon, adding 20% luck to himself before opening the second treasure chest. This time, if I get a swordsman's skill book or a mage skill book, that would be perfect. Armor of Fearlessness, light armor. Diamond, physical defense, 80-175 magical defense, 98-187 agility plus 20 strength plus 13 constitution plus 30 spirit plus 21 health recovery plus 50% mana recovery plus 50% absolute defense 30% luck, plus 20% agility required, 88 spirit required, 132 2 pieces activated, weapon enchantment freeze effect 3 pieces activated, movement speed plus 300%. I hadn't looked closely before, but now that I do, this thing is actually a set. You didn't give me a skill book, and now with 2 treasure chests, you give me a 3-piece set. What does that mean? Moreover, the agility requirement Is 263, this can't be second turn equipment, can it? Fong Fong quickly opened his character panel to take a look. Name, Fong Fong class, Beast Tamer, Rare, Level, 10, 40.1%, Health, 7400. Mana, 10100 Strength, 41 x 10 Agility, 48 x 10 Spirit, 101 x 10 Constitution, 70 x 10 Free Attribute Points, 0 Battle Pet Space, 1-to-1 Skills, Contract, Level 1, Summoning, Level 1, Healing. Level 1, Beast Taming, Level 1, Phoenix Seal, Passive, cannot be upgraded, Talent Skills, Amaterasu, Enlightenment, Amplification, Covering Sky. Fortunately, my agility is 480, so wearing it is no problem at all. Master, with such a divine outfit, if others got it, they'd wake up laughing from their dreams. Why do you look a bit unhappy? Because I thought it would give me a skill. Book. If Master wants to learn magic, I can teach you. Right. How did I not think of that? In this world, to learn skills, besides using skill books, you can also apprentice. Although it's a bit slower than using skill books, the benefit is that it doesn't cost money. As for martial skills, I'll just make do with basic swordsmanship for now. I'll focus on learning magic first. It's a deal. Teaching you is no problem, but doesn't Master need to get a magic wand first? Do magic swordsmen use wands to cast magic? Not exactly. Wait a minute, does Master want to become a magic swordsman? Is that not allowed? But Master, you seem to be a beast master. Shouldn't you be following the path of a wizard or a shaman? I have a talent that amplifies all skills by 10 times. If I only knew magic, wouldn't that be a waste? All skills amplified by 10 times. Shu Ying's pupils constricted. Master, you're not joking, are you? Given our relationship, do I need to lie to you? Our relationship? Shu Ying's eyes lit up, and she suddenly leaned closer to ask, Master, what exactly is our relationship? Her glossy red lips were quite charming, but Fong Fong recoiled, leaning back against the chair and said, a highest contract relationship. Shu Ying's mouth immediately drooped, retreating back to her chair and said, humph, truly lacking in romance. By the way, you just said this is one of your talents. How many talents do you have? Didn't they say humans only have one talent? Why ask so many questions? Sleep. Alright, together? You have two choices, either sleep in the battle pet space or on the sofa. You actually want me, such a beautiful woman, to sleep on the sofa? What else? Sleep in the battle pet space? Why is my life so hard? To have such a stingy master like you, even if you don't want to sleep with me, isn't there another room? You actually want me to sleep on the sofa, facing those 3 photos on the wall. You're used to it, but can I sleep? There was indeed another room, but it belonged to Uncle Chai. Although Uncle Chai was no longer around, Fong Fong still wanted to keep it as it was, imagining he was still there, just not home. To put it nicely, he was nostalgic and sentimental. To put it bluntly, he was indecisive. But seeing the glimmer in Shu Ying's eyes, he softened. Forget it, I'll sleep next door. You sleep in my room. Really? Without waiting for Fong Fong to nod, she jumped up. Happily rushing in, she slammed the door shut with a bang and locked it, as if afraid Fong Fong would change his mind. Leaning against the door, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This silly boy, does he think I can't handle him? Not to mention this boy's room is actually quite tidy. Lying on the bed, she comfortably stretched and kicked off her high heels, rolling over to bury her head in the pillow. Taking a deep breath, there was a faint scent of sweat. Does this mean I'm cohabiting with that silly boy? Fong Fong was used to getting up early. As soon as dawn broke, he groggily stumbled into the bathroom. Mechanically picking up the toothbrush from the sink, he brushed a couple of times before realizing something felt off. Instinctively, he glanced towards the toilet. Good morning, Master. In a white shirt, with long legs and messy long hair, she shone in the morning light. Fong Fong swallowed the toothpaste in his mouth. Why didn't you close the door? I did, but it was pushed open by you again, wasn't it? I meant, how come? You didn't lock it properly? My stomach hurts. Who has time for that? By the way, Master, shouldn't you avoid looking when a girl is in the bathroom? Watching Fong Fong hurriedly escape and close the door, Shu Ying couldn't help but chuckle. This silly boy is really interesting. Not long after, Shu Ying appeared at the bathroom door, scratching her messy hair. Fong awkwardly said, sorry, I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter if it was on purpose. By the way, your shirt. It's yours, Master. Can't I wear it just once? Fong didn't mind her wearing his clothes, but the problem was she was only wearing a shirt, and the buttons weren't even done up properly. I mean the buttons, button them up a bit. Fong pointed at her chest. Buttoning them up is too tight and uncomfortable. By the way, Master, aren't you going to wash up? Aren't you going in? The two brushed past each other at the door, and Fong instinctively sniffed. What kind of perfume is so fragrant? Reheating last night's dinner became today's breakfast. What are your plans for today, Master? First, we'll clear the goblin mine 3 times, then head to the endless forest. But Master, you're already level 10. Refreshing the starter dungeon probably won't give much experience. Fong nodded. That place has a high drop rate, mainly for farming equipment. By the way, you can rest at home for a bit. I'll summon you once we're in the dungeon. Aren't we going together? Taking the bus together will cost an extra $2. Shoo. Ing let out a snort, spitting her chicken soup back into the bowl. You're saving $2? It's not saving, I just don't want to waste that money. Of course, the most important thing was that Fong Fong didn't want to waste time. It was only the second day since the dungeon opened and there were many people going in. If she went with her, it would surely cause trouble on the way. Xiaoyang, it's time to get up. Li Meng, dressed in a white silk nightgown, pulled back the curtains and sat in the sunlight, combing her hair. Looking at herself in the mirror, the smile she once had was long gone. She felt that her current life was a bit dull. It wasn't that Tian Xiaoyang was incapable, it was that she was starting to regret. That woman could have a meal, and Luo Xiao would spend 300,000 on her. Why did Tian Xiaoyang only give himself 200,000 a month? She was really blind back then. Had she known Luo Xiao was so generous, it would have been much better to be with him. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining on Tian Xiaoyang's face, completely waking him up. Yesterday, he had a duel with Luo Zijian and got beaten half to death. If that guy wasn't relying on his potions, would he have lost to him? Using potions in a duel was really shameless. Xiaoyang, are we still going to farm Zombie City today? Of course. Do you not want to level up? How about we farm the goblin mine first? Why? I watched a live stream yesterday and they dropped quite a few good items, including dark gold chests. If we can get those pieces of equipment, won't it be faster to tackle Zombie City? This way, you'll definitely win your bet with Luo Xiao. Hearing Li Meng say this, Tian Xiaoyang got angry. If he remembered correctly, the only person who had dark gold chests in their live stream yesterday was Fong Fong. This woman actually dared to watch her ex-boyfriend stream behind his back. What did she want? To rekindle their old flame and put a green hat on him? Wait a minute, a mysterious guest came to the house last night, and it seemed they were also inquiring about that guy. Because he knew that guy, his father even called him to his study to ask about it. Besides that, he was warned not to inquire about that mysterious person, let alone talk about it outside, or else the entire family would face disaster. But if he could make that mysterious person happy, the benefits would be enormous. For example, returning to the family in Magic City would be just a matter of a word for him. The Tion family in Magic City was one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, with a foundation in power beyond imagination. Returning to the family in Magic City was his father's lifelong dream and a wish he had since childhood. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaoyan looked at Li Meng, and the anger in his eyes had faded. Can you still contact that guy? Li Meng's movements froze. What did that guy want again? Did he want to kick her out? No way. Xiaoyang, who are you talking about? Who do you think? Are you talking about Fong Fong? Didn't Xiaoyang say we agreed not to mention him? Why are you bringing him up again? I'm talking about serious matters. He's just a poor kid. What serious matters could you have with him? I want his life. Does that count as a serious matter? Xiaoyang, are you crazy? This is the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know the consequences of murder? Tian Xiaoyang coldly smiled. Are there not enough people dying outside the city every day? You mean, you want me to lure him out? How can I say that he's my ex-boyfriend? I can't do something so heartless. 1 million. I've known him since childhood. We grew up together. Even if there's no love, isn't there still some affection? 2 million. 3 million. Deal. Li Meng was taken aback. She agreed so readily that it seemed she had underestimated her worth. All right, who told me I'm already yours? What do you want me to do? You won't leave any evidence, right? Although it was still morning, the area in front of the dungeon was already packed with people, all eager to gear up. After all, it was only the second day since the dungeon opened, and the highest level among them was no more than 5. Most of them were still wielding the beginner weapons gifted by the school. As for armor, aside from those from well-off families, most people were just wearing rags. Of course, those from wealthy backgrounds wouldn't come here. This dungeon, despite its high drop rate, offered no experience and the monsters were incredibly difficult to defeat. The top choice for leveling up was still Zombie City. Hey there, want to team up? We're just 1 warrior short. Bro, you must be level 5 by now. Join our team. We have 2 mages, I'm a berserker, and there's a cute priestess. We can clear it in under 2 hours. Fong Fong, carrying the fearless sword and dressed in fearless armor, looked every bit the warrior, and most importantly, his gear was diamond grade. Whether he could fight was another matter, but anyone who could wear this gear definitely wouldn't be competing with them for loot. But they had no idea that Fong Fong was here just to gear up, with the goal of selling the items to pay off debts. Sorry, I prefer to solo. The people around him looked disappointed. Indeed, some had already started soloing for experience today, but it was all on easy mode. Although it was slower, the experience from 1 run could equal 3, and most importantly, there was no need to share loot. After all, the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. In the entire Dragon Country, those who could reach level 10 on the first day, like Fong Fong, were rare. One could count them on one hand. Still in hell mode, he entered the dungeon alone. Then he summoned his battle pet. As a magic circle appeared in the air, a long leg clad in black silk stepped out. It landed lightly on the ground, the high heels making a crisp sound. Master, don't you feel accomplished? I saved you $2. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered to explain. He directly asked, how do you teach me magic? That's easy. Shuing cupped her hands in front of her chest, and beams of light began to draw a mysterious magic circle beneath her palms. In the center of her palm, a flicker of flame slowly materialized. Then she pinched the flame with 2 fingers and said, Master, come a little closer. Fong Fong took a step forward. Closer. Fong Fong, puzzled, took another step forward, and soon their toes were almost touching. The scent from each other made him uncomfortable. It wasn't that it smelled bad, he was just afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would wrap his arms around her slim waist. This distance should be fine, right? Shuing smiled slightly but leaned in closer. Startled, Fong quickly turned his head away. What are you doing? Shuing reached out and plucked a long hair from the back of his neck. Laughing, look at you getting scared. You didn't even notice something fell off you. It must have been from the bus. I accidentally brushed against something. Shuing chuckled. Why are you explaining to me? I didn't ask where it came from. To be honest, after spending these 2 days together, this little master was quite fun. Aren't you going to teach me magic? Oh. After saying that, Shuing pressed the flame onto Fong Feng's forehead. This time, Fong Feng didn't dodge. Under the highest contract, he didn't have to worry about Shuing harming him. The flames entered his forehead and immediately transformed into countless rays of light, weaving a red magic circle in his mind. Gold level fire skill, Flame Spear, level 1, magic damage, 130-212 magic cost. 37 cooldown, 5 seconds casting range, 10 meters damage radius, 5 meters. Did you learn it? Shuang looked at Fong Feng with eager anticipation. Fong Feng nodded. I should have. Then he opened his palm towards the distant goblins, and a red magic circle instantly appeared in his hand. Go! The spear engulfed in flames shot out from the magic circle. It landed right in the middle of the goblins. With a loud explosion, the fire wave swept out 20 meters, and the goblins at the center of the blast had already turned to ashes. Shuang's eyes widened. Is this the effect of a tenfold amplification? My master is too abnormal. Fong Feng was also very satisfied with this effect. Now he and Shuang could act separately, cutting the time at least in half. Let's go. Wait a minute, master, didn't you forget to chant the spell just now? Do I still need to chant? I didn't see you chant when you used it. After saying this, Fong Feng was stunned himself. It really didn't seem right. But then he thought again, that's not true. I don't even know what the spell is. All I have in my head is a magic circle. Where would the spell come from? It can't be the same. I'm a divine beast. This is my bloodline skill, so I can release it freely. But when you taught me magic just now, all I had in my head was a magic circle, no spell. Could this also be my bloodline skill? Can it be like that? Whatever, existence is reasonable. Don't you think thinking about this is just a waste of time? The two then split up to act. Looking back at the group of goblins and the small boss chasing him, Fong Feng shot a flame spear and sent them off to the afterlife. Then a stream of experience points began to flood the screen. Although he was level 10, fighting these level 8 or 9 monsters didn't yield much experience. But the visual impact of the screen flooding was exhilarating, perhaps due to a lucky bonus. Although the experience was less, the loot dropped was not only plentiful but of better quality than yesterday. After about a quarter of an hour, the final boss was blasted to bits by Fong Feng. The completion score was SS level. No full network announcement was triggered, but he received a dark gold treasure chest. Then he immediately started a second run, then a third run. After the third run, both Fong Feng and Shuang's backpacks were overflowing. As usual, they sorted out some junk and sent it all to Wulong Fengchu. Wow, boss, you've struck it rich again? Lu Wulong sent a message. Boss, I'll cover all the potions you'll need in the future, Zhu Fengchu messaged. Level up well, once we get to Magic City Academy, we can still be brothers, Fong Feng casually replied. That's a must. I never dared to think about it before, but now with the boss's support, even if I have to risk my life, I'll stick with you to the end. By the way, boss, do you have any equipment to enhance? I can enhance equipment now. Not right now, I'll look for you when I have enhancement stones. By the way, what's your success rate? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. At this moment, Zhu Fengchu suddenly sent a message. Speaking of enhancement stones, I remembered something. That guy who impersonated you said he was going to the Endless Forest today to hunt for enhancement stones. Boss, do you want to go take a look? Lu Wulong added, that kid got quite a bit of reward yesterday. You should definitely go find him to share the spoils. Let's see how it goes. The Endless Forest is so big, it's not easy to find someone. This is easy to handle. I'll give you something that will guarantee you can find him, Lu Wulong said. I just happen to have a gift for the boss too, Zhu Fengchu added. Then Fong Feng received 2 phones, both from the domestic brand Longwei and Dragon Country, and even the models were identical. A small token of appreciation from the boss. With this, you can watch the live stream and finding that kid won't be difficult. No way. Lu Wulong, you also gave a phone? Zhu Fengchu, you too? Of course. Boss, you can use mine. The data plan is monthly and I've already topped it up for you. Put. Zhu Fengchu, what do you mean? You know the boss's personality better than anyone. How could I trouble the boss with topping up? If the boss uses mine, that guy is so stingy he definitely wouldn't buy a good phone. Get lost. I bought the latest model. For the boss. Feng Feng interrupted the two. I'll use both phones, is that okay? Using both? Has the boss found a girlfriend? Who's the sister-in-law? When do you have time? Bring her out to meet us. Boss, are you trying to find us a sister-in-law again? Right, when you have time, bring her out so the brothers can check her out. Just don't end up with someone like Li Meng again. Zhu Fengchu, can you not bring up that topic? Talking to these two made Feng Feng's head hurt, so he took out his phone and directly closed the chat panel. Here, Feng Feng handed one of the phones to Shuang. This should be quite expensive for you. You sure it's for me? She had seen the entire chat between Feng Feng and the others, and when she thought of the sister-in-law they mentioned, she felt a little excited. It's better to give it to you than to anyone else. I thought about it and decided it was better to give it to you. Master, don't you think what you just said is quite hurtful? Are you afraid of hurting the brothers' feelings? That's why you gave it to me? You don't want it? Well, that's good. I can sell it and make a few $1,000. Who said I don't want it? Shuang snatched the phone and exchanged numbers with Feng Feng. Wait for me here. I know, you'll call me when you reach the endless forest so I can save you a few bucks on transportation, right? Feng Feng nodded. Actually, I'm not just trying to save money. I mainly want to practice my summoning skills. Shuang rolled her eyes, clearly not believing him. Master, I think you should hurry to West Street and sell your loot. Otherwise, by the afternoon, the prices might not be the same. Feng Feng thought about it and found it reasonable. As more people could clear dungeons, the equipment drops would definitely increase. And with more sellers, the prices would naturally drop. Watching Feng Feng hurriedly get into a car, Shuang couldn't help but smile. He really is a little money grubber. She then picked up her phone and dialed a number. The number was pre-saved by Lu Wulong, and when he saw the new number displayed on his phone, he was so excited that he immediately put down his work and picked up the phone, saying, "Hello, boss, I knew you would definitely use my phone." Shuang lightly coughed. "I'm not your boss." Lu Wulong on the other end was taken aback, wondering why it was a woman. Then, as if he thought of something, he excitedly said, "Are you the sister-in-law? You're quite sharp. You guessed my identity so quickly." Hearing Shuang's sweet laughter, Lu Wulong was mesmerized, and after coming to his senses, he patted his chest and said, "Of course. Sister-in-law, what made you think of calling me? Is it because I'm handsome?" "Yes, handsome guy. Can I ask you for a favor?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I've got this. By the way, what exactly do you need?" "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask you to help me find some old newspapers from 17 years ago. Old newspapers from 17 years ago? Sister-in-law, where can we find those now?" "Duh, aren't they in the library? Once you find them, just take a picture and send it to me." "Right, how did I not think of that?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise to get the job done. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news." After hanging up the phone, Shuang picked up her phone and started taking selfies in the square. While snapping pictures, she noticed an annoying guy had appeared in the frame. "Hi beautiful, I thought I would never see you again. I didn't expect we'd meet so soon." Luo Zijian was genuinely happy. Yesterday, he had a duel with Tion Xiaoyang, intending to take him down quickly, but thinking that the beautiful girl didn't like guys who were too fast, he ended up beating Tion Xiaoyang for a full 4 hours. When he returned, the beauty had already left. He thought he would never see her again, feeling a wave of disappointment. But unexpectedly, he ran into her here. Today. This must be fate. She is definitely the destined girl for me, Luo Zijian. "I didn't expect to see you here either, Luo Xiao. Are you here to farm gear?" "Of course not, I'm just here to run a dungeon." "I thought so. At first glance, you don't seem like someone who can't afford gear. But Luo Xiao, shouldn't you be farming in Zombie City to level up? This dungeon is not only hard but also doesn't give much experience. It's precisely because this dungeon is so difficult that I'm here. Otherwise, how could I make that guy from yesterday lose so convincingly? By the way, were you okay yesterday? I went out looking for you but couldn't find you." "Really? You were looking for me yesterday? Is she concerned about me?" Luo Zijian felt a surge of excitement. "How's Tion Xiaoyang doing?" Hearing Shuang mention Tion Xiaoyang made him angry again. "That waste could never be my opponent. I almost took him down yesterday." "Why almost?" Although we can duel, it's against the rules to cause death in the duel arena." As soon as she heard that Tion Xiaoyang wasn't dead, Shuang lost interest. "Aren't you going to run the dungeon, Luo Xiao? I won't disturb you any longer." "It's fine, dungeons are the same any day. Have you thought about your teammates? If I'm not mistaken, you should be their captain, right? As a captain, how can you be so irresponsible? I don't like irresponsible guys. Who said that? I'm taking them with me right now. But beautiful, can we exchange contact information? After finally encountering Shuang again, Luo Zijian didn't want to miss the chance. Next time, if we really have fate, we will definitely meet again. Does Luo Xiao also think we are fated but without a chance? With the conversation reaching this point, what else could Luo Zijian say? Reluctantly leaving, he was met with a round of flattery from his little brothers. Boss, as expected of the boss. If it were us in front of such a beauty, we wouldn't even be able to say a word, but the boss could ask for her phone number. Boss, you must make her our sister-in-law. Having such a sister-in-law would give us so much face. Luo Zijian smiled widely. Don't worry, that day will definitely come. In the Tion family's study, behind the imposing boss's desk sat not the family head Tion Quan, but a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. After hearing his son's plan, Tion Quan found it very feasible and reported the idea. Unexpectedly, that mysterious figure actually came in person. This made him both overjoyed and quite anxious, carefully afraid of saying something wrong. Mr. Tion, don't be so reserved. Isn't there a saying in your dragon country that goes? The foreigner thought for a long time but couldn't remember, waving his hand dismissively. Never mind, that's not important. What's important is that little girl. How much confidence do you have? Tian Xiaoyang felt this was an opportunity to show off, so he quickly replied, you can rest assured. That fool back then gave all his talent points to her. That alone shows how deeply he cared for her. Such feelings can't just be put down whenever one wants. The foreigner nodded and looked at Tian Quan. Is this your son? Yes, Mr. Joseph. He doesn't seem very well-mannered. Tian Quan was startled and quickly kicked Tian Xiaoyang behind the knee. Aren't you going to kneel and apologize to Mr. Joseph? Dad, I kneel. Seeing his father suddenly explode with such anger, even Tian Xiaoyang, who was not the brightest, realized he had messed up. He quickly knelt down and said, Mr. Joseph, I was wrong just now. I apologize. In truth, he didn't even know what he had done wrong. The foreigner nodded in satisfaction. Remember to be polite when speaking to others in the future, especially someone like you, who is a waste. You need to be even more polite. Tian Xiaoyang nodded, kneeling more properly, because from this moment on, he wanted to be a well-mannered child. The foreigner continued, I just love seeing people from your dragon country kneel. It is my honor to kneel before Mr. Joseph. The foreigner laughed heartily. Interesting. Given how lowly you are, I'll save you one more time. Remember, someone like you should never rashly judge anyone, especially that person we are looking for. Do you know what that fool you mentioned is in the eyes of Lord Whiskey? A genius that even our Northern Western Federation has to worry about. And you call him a fool, what does that make us? Upon hearing this, Tian Quan was immediately drenched in cold sweat. This wasteful son is going to get me killed. He slapped Tian Xiaoyan on the back of the head. Aren't you going to bow and apologize to Mr. Joseph? If it weren't for Mr. Joseph saving you, our entire Tian family would be doomed because of you. The foreigner laughed, a carefree laugh. Once he had laughed enough, he said, let's set the location. In the endless forest. There's a fake over there who can provide us cover. This was Tian Xiaoyan's first time acting as a traitor, and he was still a bit unaccustomed to it, so he was seething with anger. Returning to his room, Li Meng saw him and immediately came over. Xiaoyang, you're back. What did your father say? That was 3 million. How could she not be concerned? But instead of responding, Tian Xiaoyang slapped her hard, sending her directly onto the bed. Before she could react, Tian Xiaoyang had already pounced on her. Xiaoyang, what did I do wrong this time? Just because you didn't do anything wrong doesn't mean I can't hit you. You shameless thing, isn't this what you like? After saying that, he flipped her over and slapped her a few more times. Xiaoyang, be gentle, you're hurting me. Good, it should hurt. Do you like it? Is it exciting? After saying that, with a ripping sound, Li Meng's dress turned into 2 tattered pieces, fluttering to the ground. Xiaoyang, this is Xiang Lars, it's very expensive. Before she could finish her sentence, Tian Xiaoyang had one hand around her neck, and the last barrier between them was instantly torn apart by his other hand. Hey! The man in the oil mill struck the wooden block forcefully against the wedge. As the wedge was continuously struck, the oil in the trough began to be pressed out. It started as drops and gradually turned into a steady stream. Li Meng was a bit dazed. According to her, Tian Xiaoyang's body had long been empty, so why was he so fierce today? Slap! Tian Xiaoyang slapped her face. Say you're sorry. Li Meng was completely stunned. Why should I say I'm sorry? As a result, it was slow by half a beat, and Tian Xiaoyang slapped him again. Say you're sorry. Sorry. Because he was being choked. It was hard for her to speak. Louder. Another slap. What the hell is wrong with this guy today? I'm sorry, Li Meng said with effort. I can't hear you. Another slap came flying. Just like that, in less than 3 minutes, Li Meng was left with a bruised face. Tian Xiaoyang might have caught a cold. After shivering, he slumped down. Exhaustion extinguished his anger, and the pent-up breath in his heart finally eased. Don't use healing spells. Seeing Li Meng raise her hand, wanting to cast a healing spell on herself, Tion Xiaoyang reminded her. Why? The self-inflicted injury tactic can increase the chances of Fong Fong falling for it. Hasn't this guy always called Fong Fong an idiot? Is the sun rising from the west today? This bastard actually changed his tune. As the saying goes, a debt-free life is light. Fong Fong walked out of the Great River Bank, stretching lazily at the entrance. The loan was paid off, and he no longer had to worry about his mother's house being taken by the bank. Fong Fong didn't expect to explode with so many golden-grade equipment today. Of course, he had to thank Shuang. If she hadn't reminded him to come sell in time, he wouldn't have gotten such a high price. How about we skip the endless forest today, buy some good food, and celebrate with Shuang? After saying that, Fong Fong snapped his fingers. That's settled. He took out his phone and called Shuang. To be honest, this phone was indeed easier to use than the communication panel. Who is it? How did you get my number? It's me. Oh, it's the master. If you have something to say, just send a message. Calling is such a waste of money. Come back. I'm making a big meal for you today. Shuang was a bit confused. Was the sun rising from the west today? Master, have you changed your ways? No, you're not pretending, are you? Just tell me if you're coming back or not. Could it be that you paid off your loan? Fong smiled slightly. This woman was quite clever. Yes, I want to celebrate with you. Okay, I'll be back right away. Wait a minute, master, you should summon me. Taking a car will cost you $2. We're not short on that $2 now, just hurry back. No, I still want to be summoned by the master. Taking a car is too slow. It's fine, I'll go sell vegetables first. The timing will be just right when you get back. But I want to go to the vegetable market with the master. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried you don't know what I like to eat. This woman is really something. While other women like shopping in malls, she enjoys wandering around the vegetable market. Using the summoning spell, he summoned her over. The two went to the market together, buying quite a lot. But as soon as they got home, the old phone on the table rang. Fong Fong picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Li Meng. Shuang saw him staring blankly at the phone and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, master? Who's calling?" Li Meng. Fong Fong answered the call. "Hello?" But a burst of crying came from the other end. Fong Fong frowned. "Speak. Fong, I miss you. Can we meet?" "Where?" "Endless Forest. Can you come?" "Hold on." Fong Fong hung up the phone, but when Shuang heard the name Li Meng, her anger flared up. "Looks like today's big meal is off, right? There's something I want to tell you." Fong Fong recounted his situation with Li Meng to her. Since Shuang already knew, she couldn't be bothered to pretend to be surprised, and directly said irritably, "So you're still going to meet her? I need to have a resolution with her. Besides, isn't it strange that a woman who has changed her heart suddenly invites me to the endless forest?" Shu Ying's eyes lit up. This little guy wasn't as foolish as she thought, and she had misjudged him. "Stop calling me little guy, you're not that much older than me. You actually used a contract to eavesdrop on my thoughts?" Standing this close, it's hard not to hear. Shu Ying raised her hand to cover Fong Feng's mouth and said, "Enough talking, let's hurry to the endless forest." It's easy to control one's mouth, but controlling one's heart is not so simple. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Fong Fong again. "Wait a minute, that woman clearly has bad intentions this time, so we need to prepare." Under Shu Ying's puzzled gaze, Fong Fong pulled out 2 dark gold treasure chests. Since he leveled up to level 11 during the 3rd run, he didn't trigger any rewards. Was his idea of preparation to open the treasure chests? Opening the first treasure chest: Fearless Boots, Light Armor, Diamond, Physical Defense, 60-125. Magical Defense, 88-163 Agility plus 20 Strength plus 11 Constitution plus 22 Spirit plus 21 Health Recovery plus 50% Magic Recovery plus 50%. Movement Speed plus 50% Luck plus 20 Agility required, 98 Spirit required. 102 Activate 2 pieces, Weapon Enchantment Freeze Effect. Activate 3 pieces, Movement Speed increases by 300%. Master, your luck is incredible. You got a full diamond set from 3 treasure chests. Maybe it's thanks to the first 2 pieces of equipment. I think this shouldn't be called the Fearless set, it should be called the Lucky set. Fong Fong smiled slightly and continued to open the second treasure chest after equipping the Fearless Boots. With a 60% luck bonus now, getting a combat skill wouldn't be too much to ask. Diamond level combat skill, Blade. Draw Breaking Cloud / Life and Death are but a moment, with a single slash, the world changes. Draw your blade, young man. Congratulations, master, you finally achieved your wish. Fong Fong smiled slightly, holding the skill book, and silently murmured, "Use." As a magic circle opened beneath the skill book, the book transformed into a golden light and entered his forehead. Blade. Draw Breaking Cloud / Level 1, Attack Power, 100-1000 Release Distance, 1.5 meters Magic Power Consumption, 10-100. Magic Breaking Effect, 150% Defense Breaking Effect, 130%. Fong Fong and Shu Ying arrived at the light rail station. The Endless Forest was located 50 miles away in the mountains, where fierce beasts, ghosts, and undead creatures roamed. There were also magical ores for crafting equipment and herbs for brewing potions. Even the natives of another world could be found there. However, in the eyes of adventurers, this place was an inexhaustible gold mine. To facilitate adventurers' travel, the authorities specially built this light rail, linking Yujo City with the endless forest. The so-called secret realm was actually part of the game world. It was said to be comparable in size to the entire Jiangnan province, and the terminal station of this light rail was merely one of its many entrances. Besides the secret realm, this world also had the beast battlefield, which was essentially a larger secret realm. Similar to the difference between islands and continents, the beast battlefield had no entrances, only borders. After hundreds of years of struggle, human ancestors had completely cleared the beast battlefield located near human settlements. Now, what remained was isolated overseas, becoming the new continent of this world. Half an hour later, the light rail train arrived. At the terminal station, the adventurer camp. Here, Fong Fong felt as if he had entered another world. There were little wooden houses from Norse mythology as well as concrete buildings from the real world, with roads paved with bricks and asphalt interwoven. Here, what intrigued Fong Fong the most was seeing a group of knights riding fierce beasts, waiting at a traffic light. Master looks dumbfounded. Ha! Fong Fong instinctively nodded. The book said this used to be a small village in the game world, but now it's much larger than I imagined. That's because the laws of the Dragon Kingdom prohibit the indiscriminate hunting of natives. However, this law is only effective near the camp. After all, this is another world filled with dangers. Outside the camp, even if the officials want to manage it, they are powerless. This has led to a large number of natives migrating here. Today a group, tomorrow another, and over time, the original small village has turned into the current small town. I see. So outside the camp was a lawless land. Where are we going now, Master? I heard there's a teleportation array in the camp. Let's go buy some return scrolls, just in case. Are you saying Li Meng will meet you in the wild? I wasn't sure before, but after you mentioned that the area outside the camp is lawless, I became very certain. The teleportation array was located in the center of the camp, and the shop selling return scrolls was right next to it. Fong Fong had thought the teleportation scrolls would be expensive, but when he asked the price, they were only 100 each. Besides that, there were return books, an item that allowed 10 returns, which surprisingly sold for only 900. Later, after hearing Shuang explain, he learned that this was an official industry. The Dragon Kingdom always prioritized the safety of its citizens. Therefore, items like these, which could save lives at critical moments, were only charged a symbolic cost. In contrast, any teleportation scroll priced below 4 digits abroad was obviously fake. As a result, the small teleportation scroll could actually rank among the top 10 in cross-border smuggling. Fong Fong bought 2 teleportation scrolls and handed one to Shuang, which prompted her to tease, "Is this for me? $100. Aren't you being too extravagant? If there's real danger, can't you just put me in your battle pet space? Just take it. This time isn't a refresh of a hand copy, there's no protection mechanism. What if I don't react in time?" Shuang smiled slightly as she accepted the return scroll. "I didn't expect you to be stingy usually, but quite generous at critical moments." Just then, Fong Feng's old phone rang. It was Li Meng calling, and the meeting place was indeed outside the city. "Is the location set?" Fong Fong nodded. "Outside the city, in Qingtang Valley." "You don't look disappointed at all. Do you know what Qingtang Valley is?" "It's a place overgrown with poisonous vines, and the so-called Qingtang is also known as Ghost Cry Vine. Once entangled by it, even ghosts would cry. This is not a metaphor but a fact. She asked you to meet there, clearly wanting your life." "I know. Then are you still going?" "She's my childhood sweetheart. How can I let go without facing death once? Besides, with you around, what am I afraid of?" Qingtang Valley. As soon as Li Meng hung up, Tion Xiang eagerly asked, "So, is he coming?" "Of course. Do you doubt my charm? Will he really come?" Tion Xiang still found it hard to believe. Could Fong Fong really be that foolish? Not see the underlying issues? Li Meng smiled. "Xiang, just put your heart at ease. Haven't you heard that love can make people foolish? Just like me, in front of you, I'm a fool." Tion Xiang glanced at Li Meng, wondering what was so good about this woman. He had played for a while and got bored, yet he still couldn't forget her. Was it true that what one couldn't have was the best? However, he wouldn't have that opportunity, as today would be his burial ground. Besides the assassins lying in wait from Mr. Joseph, the people from the Mo family had also sent someone to join the fun after hearing the news. "It's still my cousin, acting all high and mighty. Just seeing him makes me angry." "What are you dazed about? Is he coming or not?" "Speak of the devil, and he appears. His real name is Tian Xiaojie, but he prefers others to call him Peter Tian. A level 20 warrior in his 20s, with blonde hair and a broad sword on his back." He looked down at Tian Xiaoyang with his nostrils flared. "Cousin, why are you here? Get lost. Who's your cousin? I'm asking you, is he coming to Qingtang Valley or not?" "Cousin, do you not trust me? He's already at the adventurers' camp." "Damn it, what good is it to be at the adventurers' camp? I'm asking you, is he coming to Qingtang Valley or not. Of course he's coming. Just got off the phone. If it weren't for the distance to Qingtang Valley, Fongfeng might have already arrived. He's a genius in the eyes of Lord Visky. Can't he see this is a trap? Tion Cheyenne laughed. As they say, love can make people foolish. Who told him to like my woman? Peter Tion glanced at the bruised and battered Li Meng. Damn, this woman looks as ugly as a ghost. No wonder a bunch of country bumpkins have such unique tastes. Damn, that ghostly woman is even posing for me. If it weren't for her still being useful, I really would want to stab her with my sword. Alright, you shouldn't just stand here, let's go set up an ambush. Fongfeng was still preparing potions, but when he asked about the prices, he realized he was really losing out this time. The potion prices here were actually 5 times that of the city. After paying off his loans, he had very little money left. Besides needing to buy recovery potions, he also had to prepare some antidotes, since there were poisonous vines everywhere. But the problem was, he didn't even have enough money to buy recovery potions. Master, should we go back again? Fongfeng shook his head. He was just nostalgic, not truly indecisive. Being overly cautious doesn't lead to great achievements, so he directly called Zhu Fengchu. Hello, boss, I knew you were definitely using my phone. Do you have any potions? Potions? Sure. Boss, you don't know, you've already leveled me up to level 4. I don't have any high-level potions, but I have plenty of mid-level potions. Mid-level life potions restore 500 health points at a time, with a recovery time of 5 seconds, and the effects can stack. The same goes for magic potions. Such potions would be a waste for a normal level 10 professional, but for him, it was a bit forced. However, he didn't have money for high-level potions. Fortunately, the effects of potions can stack, so as long as there's enough, it shouldn't be a problem. After thinking it over, Fongfeng said, first give me 50 bottles. So many? Boss, is the endless forest really that dangerous? Even you've become a potion jar? 30 bottles, if you don't have that, please help me buy some. The potions here are too expensive, not worth it. How can I let the boss spend so much? I have 70 life potions. And 60 magic potions here. If that's not enough, give me 10 minutes, I guarantee I'll deliver them to you. Just as Zhu Fengchu finished speaking, 2 delivery messages appeared on Fongfeng's friend panel. That's enough. By the way, do you have any antidotes? I have 30 bottles, is that enough? If not, I'll go buy more, I guarantee delivery in 10 minutes. Let's stick with these for now. If it's not enough, I'll find you again. Fongfeng gave most of the potions to Shuing. After all, she was the main force. So many? Where did they come from? A friend sent them. That Lu Wulong? Lu Wulong is a blacksmith. How could he have these? It's Zhu Fengchu, a blacksmith and an apothecary. Master, you really know how to make friends, and the best part is they're all so generous. This many potions must be worth several thousand. This is a favor that needs to be repaid. Then Fongfeng called Lu Wulong again to borrow a set of silver-level mage equipment. Shuing saw him donning the mage gear and instantly understood that this little master was definitely planning to trick someone. I didn't expect the master to be so cunning. Do you not know how to speak? This is called feigning weakness to confuse the enemy, a tactical maneuver. Alright, it's a tactic. Can we set off now? We're still missing a map. What map do we need? I'm a living map, just hop on. I'll take you there. After saying that, Shuing transformed into a burning sky swallow. This was merely a trick, but combined with Fongfeng's talent for concealment, even if a god appeared, she would still be a burning sky swallow. Shu Ying's speed was impressive. In the blink of an eye, the adventurer camp behind them vanished over the horizon. How far is it? Oh, so eager to see your ex-girlfriend. It's about 50 kilometers away, but it'll be over in a flash. Just then, a flock of birds suddenly took flight ahead. Wait a minute, it seems like there's something going on up ahead. Master, we can go around. No. Rush, let's go down and take a look. What's there to see? Such a good opportunity, it would be a shame not to broaden our horizons. That's true for a novice like the master. Watching the expert's duel will surely be beneficial. After landing in the woods, Shuing transformed back into human form and cautiously moved forward with Fongfeng. Why does that person look so familiar? In the woods ahead, a young man was live streaming as he killed monsters. Hearing Fongfeng's confusion, Shuing smiled slightly. Take out a mirror and look, and you'll know. Fongfeng was taken aback. No wonder he looked so familiar, it was because he resembled himself. Live streaming? Is that the imposter? Wulong Fengchu told him that the kid impersonating him was live streaming in the endless forest today. What a coincidence to run into him. Does the master want me to go over and teach him a lesson? Fongfeng held Shuing back and said, don't be impulsive, take a closer look. After Shuing cast a reconnaissance spell on the other party, she suddenly fell silent because she couldn't gather any information. This situation meant either the opponent's level was far above hers or they were using a powerful magical item. But either way, the other party's background was definitely not simple. Fongfeng chuckled, so, do you still want to teach him a lesson? I'm just afraid of dragging the master down. Are you implying that I'm a burden? I didn't say that. The other party is a level 31 second-tier professional. Are you sure you can handle it? How did you figure that out, master? Using reconnaissance. But I used it too. How come I didn't see anything? That's because you don't know how to amplify it tenfold. Shuing was instantly left speechless by this remark. Her master was such a freak, possessing such a perverse talent for tenfold amplification. If he reached level 100, wouldn't he be able to slay gods? Just then, the imposter in the distance suddenly turned off the live stream and called out to the woods, since you've all come, why not show yourselves? Hiding and seeking is no fun. Master, have we been discovered by him? Calm down, he might not be talking about us. How do you know? Didn't you hear him just say everyone? If everyone is here, then there must be quite a few people. Just as Fong Fong turned around to speak, more than a dozen figures had already landed around the imposter. The Sauerkraut Nation and the Plaster Nation are here, but where are the people from the Northwestern Federation? A young man from the Plaster Nation with dyed red hair and earrings stepped forward and said, according to your Dragon Nation saying, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? To kill you, our great Plaster Empire is enough. At the same time, a girl from the Sauerkraut Nation also stepped forward. Appa, don't worry, we will protect you. You protect me? Did I hear that right? Appa, you heard it right. In fact, you are a descendant of our great Sauerkraut Empire and we are here to take you home. The imposter suddenly felt a bit nauseous and gagged. Stop, don't say any more. If you do, I'm going to throw up. At this point, Appa, how can you still be so oblivious? If you were truly from the Dragon Country, after triggering 3 nationwide alerts, why haven't the Dragon Country people come to protect you? Don't they know how dangerous this is for a genius like you? For Fong Fong, he understood the principle that a tree standing out will be blown down, but he never dreamed that triggering 3 nationwide alerts would actually lead to an international assassination attempt. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a ridiculous thing could happen. But now, he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he felt quite warm inside, because that imposter was clearly sent by the authorities to protect him. Shuing expressed her feelings. You Dragon Country people are indeed different from others. No wonder. No wonder what? Shuing shook her head. It's nothing, don't eavesdrop on my thoughts. This damn sense of happiness, I didn't even know I was already under official protection. That's the characteristic of your Dragon Country. Always putting the safety of its citizens first and doing it quietly without ever saying a word. This is also your country. Shuing was taken aback. Really? Forgotten? You are my battle pet. Once we go back this time, I will get you a residence permit. Shuing shifted her body, leaning in front of Fong Fong, her red lips slightly curling up. Then we have a deal. At this moment, the girl from Sauerkraut Country seemed to have not reached an agreement with the imposter, and she said irritably, you better not be ungrateful. If you don't come with us today, your life is in danger. With you bunch of miscreants, you think you can stir up trouble in my Dragon Country? Do you really think there's no one in my Dragon Country? The voice came from afar. Before the person arrived, the wind had already come. The strong wind rustled the surrounding trees, creating a rustling sound. Baka, it's a trap. Shiba, run. Can we escape? The voice came again, and at the same time, a huge magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, binding them in place. Outside the magic circle, 3 Dragon Country mages appeared at some point, forming a triangular formation, each pressing one hand to the ground to summon this earth-type magic array. In the air, there was also a wind mage, standing in midair with a staff in hand. This person was the head of the Demon Capture Division and also a student of Jiqiubai, named Chen Jingyang. Chen Jingyang, do you dare to kill us? Do you know the consequences? The red-haired person from the Ointment Country said angrily. Consequences? You come to my Dragon Country and kill our citizens, do you know the consequences? We are envoys from the Ointment Country. According to your Dragon Country's laws, we should be subjected to treason trials, not directly exterminated by you. The girl from Sauerkraut Country shouted, right, you can't just exterminate us directly, you are violating your own Dragon Country's laws. Chen Jingyang sneered, our Dragon Country's laws are meant to protect people, not you bunch of beasts. Little dog Kun, stop wasting time with him. Quickly send a signal or we will all die here. The Sauerkraut Country people also quickly came to their senses and took out a magic scroll. Watching 2 small fireball spells explode in the air, the people from the Ointment Country and Sauerkraut Country finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, instead of reinforcements, they were met with a series of explosions from the surrounding woods. The people from the Ointment Country and Sauerkraut Country were dumbfounded that damn Chen Jingyang was actually using them as bait. They knew that the Dragon Country authorities would definitely not sit idly by, so these few people were just the advanced scouts to gather information. Once the Dragon Country's protective personnel appeared, they would send a signal for those lying in ambush around to encircle and kill. From this, it can be seen that their target is not just Fong Fong, but they also want to take down the Demon Suppression Department of the Dragon Kingdom, suffering a silent loss in the process. But now it's over, completely over. The spies lurking in the Dragon Kingdom from the 2 countries have at least been wiped out by half. Now it's your turn. When the explosion sounds ceased, Chen Jingyang looked down at the unfortunate soul below. No, you can't kill me, I'm the illegitimate son of the Prime Minister, I have diplomatic immunity. In our Dragon Kingdom, there's no such bullshit privilege. With that, Chen Jingyang waved his staff, and countless wind blades appeared out of thin air, instantly shredding the enemies trapped in the formation into pieces. Fong Fong stared wide-eyed. Is this the power of a third-tier mage? Killing second-tier professionals is like chopping vegetables. The most terrifying part is his control over magic. Under such a dense attack of wind blades, those spies were turned into fragments, yet the imposter standing in the formation didn't lose a single hair. The show is over. You two little ones should come out now. Ling Qingyang suddenly turned his head, looking towards the hiding place of Fong Fong and Shuing. Fong Fong and Shuing stepped out, and when Chen Jingyang saw him, he was taken aback. You are Fong Fong? How did you get here? We were just passing by, and thank you. Chen Jingyang smiled slightly. This is what we should do. You don't need to feel burdened. By the way, I just heard you say that the people from the Northwestern Federation have also come but haven't shown up. You don't need to worry. General Yan has his own arrangements. Now I'll have someone send you back. It's best not to leave the city during this time. What I mean is, I might know where they are. When Fong learned that foreign forces wanted his life, the first person he thought of was Li Meng. He knew that Li Meng's invitation this time was not out of goodwill, but at first he only thought it was Tion Xiaoyan who was plotting against him. Now that he thinks about it, the people who wanted to kill him must have investigated his relationship with Li Meng, thus setting up this trap for him. At this thought, Fong Fong broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was lucky. If he hadn't encountered the Demon Suppression Department agents on the way, he wouldn't even know how he would have died. In fact, there's no such coincidence in this world. All of this was meticulously planned by Joseph. He knew that the targets of the Sauerkraut Kingdom and the Plaster Kingdom were imposters. That's why he chose the location in the Qingtang Valley, which is behind this place. According to the speed of the burning sky swallow, Fong Fong would need at least half a day to reach Qingtang Valley. By that time, the Demon Suppression Department people would have long left, and having just wiped out the spies from the two countries, they wouldn't shift their attention in this direction for a short while, thus creating a blind spot in their thinking. But he could never have imagined that Fong Fong would have a talent for concealing information, even deceiving the magic network. So he didn't know that Shuing was not a 6th-tier fierce beast but a 10th-tier divine beast, far faster than he could imagine. This led to him arriving early, not only encountering the agents of the Demon Suppression Department but also understanding the truth of the matter. Fong Fong voiced his speculation. Chen Jingyang thought for a moment and felt that Fong Feng's guess was quite close to the truth. The Tion family, one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, had actually long been on the blacklist of the Demon Suppression Department. However, due to the Tion family's considerable power and their intricate relationships with both the underworld and the legitimate world, they couldn't act against them until they could uproot them completely, otherwise they would have been eliminated long ago. Your speculation is not without possibility, so what do you plan to do? Chen Jingyang's words carried a tone of examination. Fong Fong countered, what do you want me to do? What do you mean? If it were just Tion Xiaoyang's idea, I would definitely go, but now there's an additional group from the Northwestern Federation. People like that, before today, I've only seen in movies. How much do you think I know about them? So I want to know first how confident you are. If I have confidence, I'll go. If not, I'll head back now. Chen Jingyang smiled slightly. Fong Feng's performance surprised him a bit. He was too calm and quite clever, not at all like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. In just a few sentences, he pinpointed the crux of the problem and deftly tossed it back into his own hands. While Chen Jingyang admired Fong Fong, he also felt a bit of dislike. How to put it? This kid seemed to lack the youthful passion typical of his age. Over the years, he had been tasked with protecting many talented youths. Yet, whenever faced with such situations, they either went blank, unsure of what to do, or rushed in with reckless enthusiasm, eager to wipe out the foreign forces. Only Fong Fong remained unafraid and unexcited, throwing the problem back to him. Why hadn't he possessed such composure back in his own youth? You brat, what if I say we have complete confidence? Then let's not waste time. Hurry up and tell me your plan. We don't want to drag this out. Chen Jingyang was taken aback. You don't suspect I'm lying to you? Why are you being so fussy? If I can't trust you guys, who else can I trust? Chen Jingyang never expected to be schooled by this kid. But Fong Fong was right. The longer they waited, the more dreams they would have. So, they decided to use Fong Fong as bait while they protected him from the shadows, waiting to catch the enemy when they showed up. Fong Fong nodded and prepared to set off on Shu Ying's back. At that moment, Chen Jingyang suddenly thought of something and asked, how long did it take you to get from the camp to here? Fong Fong thought for a moment and replied, about an hour. Chen Jingyang punched his palm in realization, so that's where the problem lies. It seems your battle pet is no ordinary creature. It arrived nearly 4 hours earlier than expected. Thus, Fong Fong was kept back until afternoon before they set off. On Shu Ying's back, Fong held a dark gold-level staff, a gift from his mentor when he was admitted to the Magic City Academy, which held great sentimental value for him. In addition, he had a diamond-level ring that required very little magic power to activate a magical shield capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a second-tier professional once. Both items were forcefully given to Fong Fong. In Qingtang Valley, Li Meng squatted under a tree, drawing circles for 3 hours straight. Earlier, Tian Xiaoyang had come by once, doubting the reliability of her phone call. After being scolded by the people from the Baixiang Federation, he never returned. According to their commander Joseph's plan, with Fang Feng's speed, it would be noon at the earliest before he could arrive here. Thus, Tian Xiaoyang became the impatient fool in their eyes. Li Meng observed everything but couldn't understand. Wasn't Tian Xiaoyang on their side? Why did they look at him with such disdain, scolding him as if he were a grandson? Yet when they spoke of Fang Feng, their eyes and tone were filled with respect. Why did a poor kid, whom she looked down upon, earn their respect, while the person she was trying to curry favor with, Tian Xiaoyang, could only act like a dog in front of them? Was she blind, or were those people just foolish? With such doubts, Li Meng finally made it to noon. This was the time of day when the sun was at its highest and the shadows on the ground shrank into a small circle, hiding beneath her feet. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept past, and Li Meng looked up in shock. In the sky, a giant bird engulfed in flames soared by. Burning sky swallow. This was Li Meng's first time seeing a sixth-tier ferocious beast. Its enormous figure was breathtaking, leaving her momentarily blank. Suddenly, a small stone hit her forehead, jolting her back to reality. Burning sky swallow. Fong Fong. Fong Fong, I'm here, Fong Fong. Li Meng rushed out from under the big tree, desperately waving her hands towards the center. Seeing that Fong Fong seemed not to hear her, she quickly took out her phone. Just then, the burning sky swallow suddenly flew back in a sideways motion. On the burning sky swallow was a graceful young man dressed in a white robe holding a golden staff. Who else could it be but Fong Fong? They had only been apart for 4 days, but seeing him now felt like a reunion after a lifetime. His fair skin, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes made him look handsome and radiant, with sunlight casting a glow over him. This was the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls. Was this still the same poor boy she knew, with dark skin that made him seem dirty? At that moment, she finally understood why those foreigners looked at Tian Xiaoyang with disdain. Yet when they spoke of Fong Fong, their eyes and tone were filled with respect. Because Tian Xiaoyang was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Li Meng regretted it, truly regretted it. She felt that her head must have been muddled to choose to betray Fong Fong. If she could survive this time and return, she would definitely kill those two best friends. If it weren't for them constantly whispering in her ear that Fong Fong was not good enough for her, that she could find someone better with her conditions, and pushing her to get together with Tian Xiaoyang, would she have ever changed her heart about Fong Fong? But now it was all too late. Tian Xiaoyang had placed her parents under house arrest to ensure this operation went smoothly. As she watched Fong Fong draw closer, her hands tightened more and more, and when she finally let go, blood had already stained her nails. Master, something feels off here. We didn't notice her at all just now. It's strange if anything feels right here. I mean, there might be a barrier formation here that can block information. Don't go down yet. Shu Ying began to circle in the sky while Fong Fong took out his phone and dialed Chen Jingyang's number. What's wrong with you again? I found a barrier formation here and wanted to confirm if I'm still within your perception. Chen Jingyang smiled slightly. You're quite observant. You actually discovered the carefully arranged magic formation. There was indeed a moment when we lost contact with you, but now, I'm watching you with my own eyes. Don't keep circling, hurry down. Once the people from the Northwestern Federation appear, your mission will be complete. Shuang, let's go down. Okay, Master. By the way, did you notice that your ex-girlfriend seems to be covered in injuries? So what? Master, that's your ex-girlfriend. Why? Are you so indifferent? Fong Fong coldly smiled. If I remember correctly, she has reached the class of Light Priest and even awakened an A-level talent. Are you saying she did it on purpose? Fong Fong shook his head. I just regret not realizing how foolish she was back then. Shuang chuckled and brought Fong Fong down in front of Li Meng. The massive form of the burning sky swallow gave Li Meng a great sense of pressure. She had intended to run over according to the script but stood frozen in place, afraid to take a step forward. Fong Fong, can you put it away in the battle pet space first? She doesn't like staying in the battle pet space. What do you want from me? Aren't you her master? Can she really disobey your orders? If you have nothing else, I'm leaving. Wait, I'm just a bit scared of it. Since you don't want to put it in the battle pet space, can we go over there? I have something to say to you. The two moved to the other side of the big tree. Fong Fong said, alright, you can say what you need to. Tian Xiaoyang has been terrible to me. Ever since you triggered the all network connection, he has been hitting me every day. Look at the injuries on my face, they're all from him. If I remember correctly, I triggered the nationwide alert yesterday. What do you mean? It means he only hit you twice at most. He can't be said to be hitting you every day. You don't love me anymore? Do you have another woman? Have you changed your heart? Fong Fong looked at her in surprise and calmly said, yes, you are right. Li Meng had thought that Fong Fong liked her, but now his calm tone made her realize that he wasn't just saying this out of anger. He had completely stopped caring for her. How can you do this? You once told me that you would hold my hand and grow old together. Were you just lying to me? If you came to see me today just to say these things, I'm afraid I can't accompany you. He has changed his heart. He actually changed his heart towards me. You heartless man, since I can't have you, no one else should think they can have you either. Wait a minute. After making up her mind, Li Meng chased after him, deliberately tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground, saying, "Don't go yet, wait a moment." "What now? When I fell as a child, you would always come to help me. Now you won't even help me up?" Recalling the scenes from childhood, Fong Feng's heart was still touched. He walked over and helped Li Meng up. However, at the moment he lifted her, Li Meng's gaze suddenly turned cold and the dagger hidden in her sleeve stabbed towards Fong Feng's abdomen. But the next second, she froze, staring at Fong Feng in shock. "You, how did you know? How could I not know you were going to kill me?" A woman who has changed her heart is capable of anything. At the moment you struck, you must have thought that stabbing me to death would be too easy for me, right? After saying this, Fong Feng grabbed her wrist and pushed her away. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Li Meng was furious and said, "Fong Feng, what do you think you are? Do you think you can still live today? With you, you can't kill me. Arrogant." A cold shout suddenly came from the woods. "She can't kill you, but can we not kill you?" In the next moment, more than a dozen figures instantly surrounded him from all directions. Leading them was Tion, who had just spoken those arrogant words. In his eyes, no matter how extraordinary Fong Feng was, he was just a high school student who had just changed jobs 4 days ago. Killing him was almost a sure thing, like catching a turtle in a jar. Fong Feng glanced around. They were all from Manhwa. No foreigners. This was a bit troublesome. If Chen Jingyang and the others came to rescue him now, their plan to ambush the Northwestern Federation agents would be ruined. If he didn't come out, these people, aside from Tian Xiaoyan's level, were all above him, and among them were 2 second-tier professionals. Those people really thought highly of him. To kill a high school student who had just changed jobs 4 days ago, they even sent second-tier professionals. At this moment, Chen Jingyang, who was ambushed in the distance, also had a conflicted expression. "Captain Chen, what should we do now? The Northwestern Federation is really cunning." Chen Jingyang slapped the ground. "Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to rescue that kid first." "But Captain, the Northwestern Federation has killed so many of our brothers. Now that we finally have a chance to take revenge, are we just going to let it go? The brothers' revenge must be taken, but not now. Our top priority is to protect Fong Feng." That's what he said, but Chen Jingyang still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped Fong Feng could deal with these people and lure out the Northwestern Federation agents. But looking at the strength of those people, he felt it was just wishful thinking. And over there, Shuang had already made her move. The arrogant Tion was laughing heartily when suddenly a bodyguard grabbed him from behind. "Young master, be careful." At almost the same moment, Tian Xiaoyan's bodyguard tackled him to the ground. Before the two could react to what was happening, they felt a wave of heat sweeping over them. The flame gun from Shuang exploded right in front of Tion. Fortunately, his bodyguard was a second-tier mage and quickly raised a shield for him, otherwise, that blast would have sent him to the afterlife. "Shuang, how confident are you?" As Shuang released the flame gun, she had already reached Fong Feng's side. "We'll only know after we fight. What do you expect her to do?" Fong looked at Li Meng in front of him. "If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly." Fong had murderous intent, but at the last moment he remembered a bowl of steaming wontons. Uncle Chai was often not home when he was young, and whenever he waited for him in the hallway, Li Meng's mother would call him over to her house for wontons. "What do you mean? Do you think you can still live today?" Li Meng said, oblivious to the danger. "Idiot, get lost." Fong couldn't be bothered to waste words on this foolish woman and directly ordered Shuang to throw her out. Out of respect for her mother, he would let her off today, but whether she had the ability to walk out of the endless forest alone was none of his concern. At that moment, the surrounding assassins also closed in for the kill. "Shuang, fire rain dance." Shuang understood and immediately soared into the sky, spreading her wings above Fong. Countless red feathers fell, and in an instant the previously slow feathers transformed into numerous flames, shooting downwards. They launched an indiscriminate attack on the area within a 20-meter radius below. There was no other choice. Shuang's control over magic was not yet at the level of Chen Jingyang, but she knew Fong was immune to fire, so her fire rain dance wouldn't harm him. As for the others, half of them were turned to charcoal by this wave of flames, and those who managed to escape were now burnt and battered, unable to fight again in the short term. Tion was completely dumbfounded, staring at Shuang in the air. Was she really just a 6th-tier fierce beast? Looking for death. The bodyguard shielded him from behind, raising his staff and chanting a spell. "Shuang, interrupt him quickly." Shuang flapped her wings, and 3 flame guns appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing this, Tion's bodyguard cursed under his breath. Human mages needed to chant to release magic, but high-tier fierce beasts did not require that. The 6th tier had just crossed that threshold. The bodyguard decisively interrupted his spell, grabbed Tion and created an afterimage to send him outside the circle. He then quickly told the assassins, "Protect the young master." To him, Tion Bide was just a burden. Having him behind made it impossible to fight freely. After charging out and withstanding Shu Yang's 3 flame guns thanks to his shield, his magic was finally completed. Countless wind blades howled towards Shu Yang in the air, and in an instant the two were locked in battle. Watching the duel between Shu Yang and the opponent made Tian Xiaoyan very envious. He turned to his bodyguard and asked, "Can old Jin's bird be captured alive?" Old Jin glanced at Tian Xiaoyan. "Young master, you are not a beast." "Master, you can't sign a contract with it, so it would be useless." "Damn, I almost forgot about that." He then looked at Fong Fong, who was controlling the burning sky swallow. It was no exaggeration to say that this guy, who had just changed jobs 4 days ago, was already evenly matched with a second-tier mage thanks to his battle pet. The thought that this guy, who he had once toyed with, had in just 4 days made it impossible for him to catch up ignited the anger in his heart. Old Jin, while his battle pet is being held up, "Go kill him for me." "Young master, my task is to protect you, and since Fong Fong has appeared, our mission is considered complete." The implication in old Jin's words was clear: our achievements are already secured, and you shouldn't go and court disaster. Peter Tion, who was also outside the circle, noticed this and, with his remaining 7 subordinates, charged towards Fong Fong. The Beast Master relied solely on the strength of his battle pet, but now that his pet had been held up by Uncle Ma, this Beast Master was hardly stronger than a sheep. At that moment, Fong Fong was practicing his healing technique on Suing. This technique could stack like a life potion, and up to now, Suing hadn't lost any health. "If I do this 2 more times, my healing technique will reach level 3. Fong Fong waved his hand again, but heard Su Ying's warning from the air, "Master, be careful." Fong Fong turned around to see Peter Tion and his group sneaking up behind him. Preparing to release his healing staff, he immediately pointed it forward. A red magic circle appeared instantly in front of the staff. He could have released the flame spear right away, but he deliberately paused for a few seconds, waiting for those guys to get closer before making his move, which would allow him to take out more of them. That guy actually learned fire system magic. The archer interrupted his chant. Just as Peter Tion finished speaking, a green glowing arrow appeared in front of Fong Fong. Too slow. The speed of that arrow was simply too slow in Fong Feng's eyes. With a 10-fold increase in agility, it wasn't just a number, it also significantly boosted his speed. The speed of a level 21 archer was nothing in front of him. He merely tilted his head slightly, and the magic arrow exploded behind him. That kid's luck is unbelievable. How did he dodge that? Peter Xiaoyang, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. This was when Fong Fong waved his staff and a flame spear shot out. As for Peter Tion and his group, they surprisingly didn't dodge or evade, they merely raised a shield in front of themselves. This made Fong Fong feel that his strength was being insulted. A 10-fold amplified flame spear, and you guys didn't even try to dodge? However, the next moment, Peter Tion and his group regretted it. That kid, who was 10 levels lower than them, unleashed a flame spear with such immense power. Not only did it shatter all their shields, but it also sent them flying into the air. The most infuriating part was that the kid was a beast master. The magic skill he released was even more powerful than that of a mage. Peter Tion crashed to the ground, his chin plowing a long, blood-red trench in the dirt. Just as he rolled over and hadn't gotten up yet, he saw a rain of blood falling around him. Then, with a bang, a severed arm landed on his eye socket, making him see stars. Although he had charged forward with everyone just moments ago, as the young master, he was still somewhat protected by others, or else he would have been among the scattered limbs and severed arms. Young master, Uncle Ma, who was engaged in battle with Su Ying, looked anxiously at Peter Tion. At that moment, he was covered in blood, his jaw dislocated and unable to close, causing the blood to flow even more terrifyingly. Seeing that Peter Tion wasn't speaking, Uncle Ma had no idea how badly he was hurt, and since he couldn't free himself, he could only place his hopes on old Jean, who was watching the commotion from outside the circle. "Old Jean, if anything happens to my young master, you won't have it easy either." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame spear shot from Fong Feng's direction. Fong Feng had previously seen these guys, each over level 20, thinking they were quite formidable. But after just one exchange, he realized they were actually so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single flame spear from him. Since that was the case, why hesitate? Just go for it. Uncle Ma had just released a wind warglaive at Su Ying and quickly raised a shield for himself, placing it in front of Fong Feng's flame spear. With a loud explosion, flames erupted. Uncle Ma was directly knocked to the ground. Sigh of the fire shadow. Shu Ying tilted her head back and opened her mouth, a ball of red energy gathering in her mouth, then forcefully pointed downwards, unleashing a long fire dragon. Uncle Ma, who was knocked down, could only feel a buzzing in his ears. He wasn't injured, but the explosive sound nearly shattered his eardrums. That kid really just at level 10? And he's a beast master? This flame spear must be at least level 9. Otherwise, how could he take out 6 or 7 warriors who were 10 levels higher than him with a single strike, and even shatter the magic shield of this second transformation mage? But he had only just changed jobs 4 days ago. How did he practice this magic skill? Uncle Ma struggled to stand up and waved his staff again, this time targeting Fong Fong. This kid is too abnormal. No wonder he was specifically targeted for elimination by the Northwestern Federation. If someone like him grows up, he will definitely be a nightmare for the Northwestern Federation. Facing such a prodigy, following the conventional strategy of taking out the battle pet first and then the beast master, he had no chance of winning at all. The only way was to abandon his battle pet and perish together with him. So he had to act quickly, otherwise he wouldn't even have the chance to die together with him. But Shu Ying was even faster. Long before he got back on his feet, she had already begun to conjure the Sigh of the Fire. At that moment, as he just raised his staff, he found himself surrounded by a sea of flames. Dazed, Uncle Ma looked up, completely stunned. A high-level magic, Sigh of the Fire? It really was just a 6th-level ferocious beast? Flames cascaded down like a waterfall, and Uncle Ma didn't even have time to leave a last word before being turned to ash. Let's go, hurry up. As a second transformation professional, Lao Gan had previously thought little of Fong Fong, but now he just wanted to grab his young master and leave this place as quickly as possible. Tian Xiaoyang was still in a daze, wondering how things had suddenly turned out this way. Wasn't it supposed to be a sure win, like catching a turtle in a jar? You can't leave. Tion Peter suddenly called out to the two. Young Master Peter, our mission is complete, why can't we leave? Lao Gan, who was called out, was filled with anger. Now that he was stopped, he couldn't even leave if he wanted to. Tion Peter was momentarily speechless. For Tian Xiaoyang, it was indeed a great achievement as long as they could lure Fong Fong here. But for him, Tion Peter, if he couldn't kill Fong Fong, he would gain nothing, so wasn't this trip a waste? In my capacity as the head of the family, I command that no one is allowed to leave. The now awake Tian Xiaoyang was also filled with anger. He wanted to kill Fong Fong more than anyone, but the problem was that he couldn't win right now. If they really fought, who would kill whom was still uncertain. The credit was already in hand, wouldn't it be better to stay alive and go back to claim the reward? Why should he stay and risk his life for you? Tion Peter, stop trying to scare me. If you want to kill Fong Fong, go ahead, I won't accompany you. Do you think you can leave without asking me? Hearing Fong Feng's voice, Tian Xiaoyang couldn't help but shiver. Do you really want to kill me? Are you crazy? Do you know how powerful my Tian family is? You think you can kill me? Tian Xiaoyang said with a proud expression. Fong Fong shook his head. He really hadn't checked the calendar before going out today. Just running into some fools. The young master dares to kill even your own family members, so why would he fear you, a nobody? The next moment, when Tian Xiaoyang saw the red magic circle in front of Fong Feng's staff, he froze. He actually dared to attack him? A long spear engulfed in flames shot towards Tian Xiaoyang. With a loud explosion, a pit with a 1-meter radius was blasted into the ground. Tian Xiaoyang was yanked by Lao Gan by the collar, instantly moving 10 meters away, and at that moment he was already drenched in cold sweat. From fear, he actually dared to kill me. Leave that second transformation archer to you, no problem, right? I can only guarantee to hold him off for you, I can't promise to kill him. No problem, once I deal with those two idiots, I'll come help you. Shu Ying spread her wings, and a sigh of fire escaped her lips. Old Gon was so frightened that he quickly threw Tian Xiaoyang out. Facing such a high-level magical skill, having a burden would be tantamount to seeking death. Tian Xiaoyang rolled in front of Tian Bite, and before he could get up, he heard Tian Bite's sarcastic voice. Why aren't you leaving? Damn it, stop talking nonsense, if you keep blabbering, we'll all die. With that, he stood up, pulled out his golden giant shield, and activated his auxiliary skill, the defensive aura. Tian Bite looked at the glowing aura beneath his feet, astonished. You useless fool, you actually awakened an S-level talent? Stop talking and attack. I swear. Before Tian Bite could finish his sentence, Fong Feng's flame spear was already coming at him. Relying on his defensive aura, he swung his sword directly at the flame spear. Tian Xiaoyang curled up, hiding behind the giant shield. Having already secured his contribution, he didn't want to risk his life against Fong Fong. He would run at the first opportunity without hesitation. Tian Bite still underestimated Fong Fong. Although his sword cleaved through the flame spear, he was also blown to pieces. Flesh and blood rained down on the giant shield, and the subsequent shockwave sent Tian Xiaoyang flying. Xiaoyang, are you okay? Seeing Tian Xiaoyang crash in front of her, Li Meng quickly cast a healing spell on him. Damn it, where have you been? Enough. Hurry up and come with me. Tian Xiaoyang, being a knight, was tough and unscathed. Of course, the key was that Tian Bite's charge had pulled the explosion's distance far enough away, greatly reducing the blast's impact on him. Seeing the two quickly dive into the woods, Fong Fong wanted to chase after them but instinctively turned back to look at the battle between Shu Ying and Old Gon. The opponent, relying on agile movements and ranged attacks, had actually put Shu Ying at a disadvantage. She was doing her best to buy time with her thick blood. Without a second thought, Fong Fong raised his hand and shot a flame spear. Old Gon, caught off guard, was hit squarely. He hadn't activated his shield and was directly blown away by Fong Fong. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Ying unleashed another round of fire, finally causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. Taking this chance, she brewed a fire sigh and blasted him to death. Master, why did you let them escape? Shu Yang's tone carried a hint of resentment. They're not as important as you. Even if Tian Xiaoyang had the ability to cross the endless forest, that would at least be a day's journey. He had plenty of time to pursue them. Meanwhile, Shu Yang was risking her life to buy time for herself. If there was a chance to eliminate that second-tier job holder, he would naturally choose the latter. Shu Yang felt warmth in her heart. Really? Alright, quickly help me collect the loot. I can't gather all this by myself. Killing and looting was indeed the fastest way to get rich. Although this world had been invaded by the game world, when people died, there was no resurrection in town. Death was final, and everything in their inventory would drop. The equipment of second-tier job holders was worth a fortune to Fong Fong at this moment. Additionally, there were over a dozen level 20 job holders, and the equipment and magical items on them were worth at least tens of millions. The only thing Fong Fong regretted was that he had obtained a pile of mobile phones, which surely contained money but had no passwords. In the distance, Chen Jingyang and his group were all dumbfounded. It was unimaginable that 15 professionals above level 20, along with 2 second-tier professionals, could be completely defeated by a level 10 kid in less than half an hour. Boss, is that kid really only 4 days into his job change? Isn't it written in the data? But boss, we've protected quite a few prodigies over the years. Have you ever seen one as freakish as him? Each generation is stronger than the last. Isn't that a good thing? The subordinate was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with excitement. That's true. I'm actually looking forward to next year's Chanlu Island competition. With that kid from our dragon country, we might at least bring home a bronze medal. In the distance, Fong Fong was almost done cleaning up the battlefield, but the people from the Northwestern Federation had yet to appear. This made him wonder if he had guessed wrong. Perhaps this was just a murder plot by Tian Xiaoyang against him, unrelated to the Northwestern Federation. Just then, Shu Yang, who was picking up loot in the distance, suddenly warned, "Master, be careful." Fong Fong looked up, but it was already too late. A massive fireball had appeared above his head. Shu Yang pushed her speed to the limit, lunging towards Fong Fong to push him out of the way. But someone was faster than her. Fong Fong only felt a blur before the enormous fireball abruptly changed direction in midair and flew away. Still shaken, he focused his gaze and found an outsider standing in front of him. The man looked to be in his 50s, clad in shiny warrior armor, with a golden ponytail and a neatly trimmed beard. Standing there, he felt like a towering mountain. "Did I scare you just now?" Fong Fong shook his head. "Thank you." At that moment, Chen Jingyang arrived with his people but didn't dare to approach, his eyes filled with wariness towards the foreigner. The next moment, Joseph also appeared with his group, walking over to the old man and performing a noble salute. "Lord Visky, why did you come personally? Such a small matter doesn't require your intervention." Visky replied calmly, "If I hadn't come, this young friend would have been killed by you." Joseph looked puzzled. "Lord Visky, have you changed the plan again?" "Yes, I've changed my mind." Visky then turned to Fong Fong and said, "Young friend, you are the most talented genius I've ever seen. Now I invite you to join our Northwestern Federation. Are you happy about that? Is being a traitor something to be happy about?" This foreigner looked decent, but how could he leave the house without a brain? "I refuse," Fong Fong said firmly. This made Chen Jingyang, who had been worried about him, breathe a sigh of relief and muster the courage to step closer to Fong Fong. "Step back quickly." Visky, however, looked astonished and said, "Isn't it the dream of you Dragon Country people to have the nationality of our Northwestern Federation? Do you know that every year many Dragon Country people want to join us but are rejected? If you can join our Northwestern Federation, I, as the captain of the Holy Knights, guarantee you that your monthly leveling expenses will not be less than 30 million, and you will also have a manor of your own near the imperial capital." Fong Fong, who was turning to leave, stopped and said, "In a big forest there are all kinds of birds. It's normal for a few spineless ones to appear occasionally. But sorry, I've never lacked calcium since I was a child." "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm not cut out to be a traitor. You've got the wrong person." Visky, still unwilling to give up after being rejected a second time, said again, "You should know that with your potential, you have the chance to become one of the most powerful people on this planet. But in Dragon Country, they don't have the conditions to cultivate you. Come to our Northwestern Federation. Only we can help you reach the peak of your life. This is also your last chance. A son doesn't mind his mother's ugliness, a dog doesn't mind. Forget it, you wouldn't understand this. Even if the Dragon Country is poor, it is still my home. I may not become the kind of superior person you speak of, but what does that matter? What I want to do is, like my ancestors, strive to make this country better so that our descendants will not feel regret when faced with such temptations. Because in the Dragon Country of that time, they could still be nurtured into the strongest people on this planet." "Well said." Chen Jingyang suddenly exclaimed loudly, "I, Chen Jingyang, have not misjudged you. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." At that moment, the agents of the Demon Capture Division all came to Fong Feng's side, standing behind their leader to shield him. Visky frowned. Some people in the Dragon Country were quite lovable, like the Tion family. As long as you give them a little benefit, they will wag their tails desperately in front of you. but there are also some people who are very annoying, like the ones in front of him. These pests that could be squashed with a slap still want to disgust you before they die. Such people are the worst. Visky looked at Chen Jingyang and scoffed. Is it useful for you to struggle in front of me? What a big mouth. When did it become your turn to be arrogant in the dragon country? Before he even arrived, a sword aura had already slashed towards Visky, who quickly raised his sword to block. But under the immense force, his feet, clad in battle boots, still plowed a trench several dozen meters long into the ground. A burly old man appeared where Visky had been, and who else could it be but Yen Licho? Visky wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily said, "Despicable dragon country people. Do you only know how to sneak attack?" Yen Licho turned to Chen Jingyang and said, "Can you handle these little pests?" "Of course, please rest assured, Commander Yen." Yen Licho nodded, then with a burst of speed, he instantly appeared several dozen meters away in front of Visky, dragging his sword and delivering a sky-splitting slash. Visky was immediately terrified. As a fourth-turn Holy Sword Master, he was no match for a fifth-turn Sword Saint. If he had truly wanted to kill him just now, that sword would have already finished him off. But it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill him. Visky quickly activated the magical item on him, and at the moment the sword light approached, he teleported himself several kilometers away. But he didn't think that made him safe, so he immediately pulled out a return city token. Although the adventurers' camp was the territory of the dragon country, there were countless eyes watching. As long as Yen Licho didn't want to provoke a diplomatic crisis for the dragon country, he wouldn't dare to attack him there. Just then, Yen Licho also arrived, but Visky looked at him and coldly smiled. "Sorry, you're too late." The teleportation portal had already lit up, and in the next moment, Visky's figure disappeared into the woods. Yen Licho, however, calmly slashed at the air with his sword, directly cutting through space. The smug Visky, who had just been so pleased with himself, fell out from the spatial rift. This damn dragon country return city token is really useless. Visky thought he had returned to the city, but before he could get up, he saw a pair of battle boots appear in front of him. Looking up, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. How is this possible? Using a civilian-grade return city token in front of me, who the hell do you think you're looking down on? What do you mean? Visky truly didn't know. He only knew that the return city tokens of the dragon country were cost-effective, far better than those of their Northern Western Federation. He had never seen something like this happen halfway through before. Go down and ask your god. No, you can't kill me, I have diplomatic immunity. Go to hell, we in the dragon country have never had such a thing. Yen Licho swung his sword, cleaving Visky and his 9th-tier equipment in half. The first captain of the Northern Western Federation Knights fell just like that. But in the next moment, as he looked at the 9th-tier gear worth trillions, now turned to scrap, he regretted it. If I had known, I would have just cut off his head. With this gear worth trillions, if I had given it to that kid, would he have refused to be my disciple? Thinking of Fong Fong, Yen Licho felt increasingly satisfied. When he first saw Visky trying to recruit him, offering 30 million in a manor, he truly felt a bit anxious for that kid. To know that at the current exchange rate 30 million Federation coins equated to 200 million Dragon Kingdom coins. But unexpectedly, although the kid was greedy, he had a sense of righteousness and refused without hesitation. However, this undoubtedly increased the cost of taking him as a disciple. After all, the other party had already quoted 200 million, and if he couldn't come up with a decent gift, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Qingting Valley. Joseph brought a total of 54 people this time, half of whom were rare nature mages. Such a lineup and location clearly indicated they weren't just here for Fong Fong. Chen Jingyang shoved a return scroll into Fong Feng's hand. When the fight starts, you take this and get out quickly. Is it that bad? Fong Fong asked. Protecting you is definitely not a problem, but our goal is to leave these scum behind. You're so weak, staying here is just a burden. Fine. Being looked down upon, Fong Fong put away the return scroll. Although it was cheap, it still cost $100 each. Moreover, the return scroll produced by the Dragon Kingdom was universal for all secret realms, so there was no waste. Call all your people out. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. Joseph, as a mage, stood arrogantly behind a row of warriors. We don't need to deal with you scum, Chen Jingyang said disdainfully. Don't need to? They must be lying in ambush around. Fong Fong remembered that when they killed the Sauerkraut Kingdom and the Ointment Kingdom, Chen Jingyang had far more people around him. Joseph surveyed the surroundings. He knew there were definitely Dragon Kingdom agents lying in wait nearby. And with the Dragon Kingdom's style, if they didn't act, they wouldn't, but once they did, it would be a thorough sweep. However, he couldn't afford to wait. Lord Visky was simply no match for Yen Licho. If they waited for Yen Licho to return, they wouldn't even have a chance to surrender. Attack! With Joseph's command, more than 20 nature mages simultaneously released their magic, casting a massive spell over everyone's heads. The ghost cry vine in Qingting Valley began to grow wildly, erupting from the ground like a fountain, shooting up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the open valley transformed into a dense forest that blocked out the sun. Well, now we're all bait. What do you mean? Shuang looked at Fong Fong with confusion. Can't you see? Old Chen has some people lying in wait outside to prevent the other side from escaping. Now this foreigner is putting on a show of wanting to perish together. What do you think the people outside will think? Rush in to save them? Exactly, once the people outside come in, they'll have a chance to escape. The Magic Capture Division people can't be that stupid. Weren't you just not thinking of that? I know you're smart, alright? So what do we do now, oh wise master? Fire magic in this environment can easily hurt our own people. Let's observe first. Chen Jingyang's approach was simple and brutal. He ordered the wind mages to release wind blades, clearing out a space. Taking advantage of the old vines being cut down and the new ones not yet grown, everyone charged collectively, entangling with the Northern Western Federation's people. The more than 20 nature mages they had meticulously prepared immediately lost their effectiveness. Hurry up and follow. A cry of the phoenix rang out, and Shuang transformed into flames, blazing a trail ahead, with Fong Fong closely following. Why did you come along? Didn't I tell you to go back to the city? This kind of battle is very beneficial for a rookie like me. It's good to observe and broaden my horizons, Fong Fong replied, and he wasn't wrong. Watching skilled fighters in action is indeed helpful for newcomers. Chen Jingyang hesitated for a moment before saying, just stand here and don't move forward. After saying that, he joined the fray. Of course, as a mage, he wouldn't foolishly rush in to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he used his strength to create a protective barrier of wind blades for the others amidst the dense poisonous vines, and he could also take advantage of the situation to take down a couple of unfortunate souls. The people sent by the Northwestern Federation were no pushovers. Although they were outnumbered, they were well equipped. A sword strike from you might not matter, but a strike from them could very well cost you your life. And those nature mages, upon seeing Chen Jingyang and the others charging in, immediately fled far away. At this moment, although they couldn't launch a large-scale attack, their precise ambushes made it hard to defend against. As soon as the battle broke out, it fell into a stalemate. Master, are we just going to watch like this? Of course not. Did you see the nature mage who just made a move? He ran away very quickly. Do you think they can outrun our flame guns? Understood. In this world, to cast magic, a magic circle would appear, which was like a bullseye for snipers. Seeing a magic circle appear among the ghost cry vines, Fong Fong and Shuang would not hesitate to unleash a volley of flame guns at them. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least interrupt their spells. Unfortunately, there were too many mages on the other side. Even though Fong Fong and Shuang's flame guns could be cast instantly, some members of the Magic Capture Division still got hit. At this moment, the antidote Fong Fong had prepared earlier came in handy. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, Chen Jingyang said, receiving the antidote and generously praising Fong Fong. If I hadn't prepared well, would I dare to go alone into the fray? Chen Jingyang rolled his eyes. He complimented him, and he was already puffing up. Though he said that, in his heart, Chen Jingyang still recognized Fong Fong. Smart and calm, despite just graduating high school, he felt like a battle-hardened veteran, and most importantly, this kid had incredible potential. He was simply a prodigy. Next, Chen Jingyang changed his strategy. Whenever he saw Fong Fong make a move, he would take charge of the rear, ensuring his subordinates were safe from the poisonous vines while coordinating with Fong Fong. Fong Fong, on the other hand, had Shuang switch to fire sai, allowing for precise strikes against the enemy. As the enemy mages fell one after another, Joseph quickly felt overwhelmed. At this rate, their defeat was only a matter of time, but if they could kill Fong Fong, even if they couldn't turn the tide, it would still be a significant achievement. Moreover, wasn't the purpose of this trip to Long Country to kill that kid? As for taking down Long Country's agents, that was just icing on the cake. Once the target was confirmed, the Northwestern Federation's people no longer entangled themselves with the Magic Capture Division and began to focus all their efforts on hunting down Fong Fong. The Magic Capture Division also built a solid defense in front of Fong Fong. Joseph saw this scene and coldly smiled, saying to the shadow behind him, Nakas, it's up to you now. I'll have someone hold back his battle pet. We must ensure a one-hit kill on that kid. Several ghost cry vines suddenly appeared around Fong Fong simultaneously. Shuang, fire rain dance. Shuang flew into the air and the fire rain poured down, instantly turning all the ghost cry vines to ash. However, at that moment, countless ghost cry vines suddenly appeared in the air, binding Shuang like a noose. Chen Jingyang saw this and thought to himself that it was bad news. Sure enough, under his mental domain, he immediately discovered an enemy assassin stealthily approaching. Old 7, hurry and protect Fong Fong. A mental mark was then placed on the assassin, indicating the target to the agent known as Old 7. Old 7 leaped into the air, executing a ground-splitting slash, like a long rainbow piercing the sun. The moment he landed, sparks flew in the air. Although Fong Fong couldn't see the mental mark, he knew that an Old 6 was coming for him. Without hesitation, he fired his flame gun at the spot where the sparks had just appeared. This startled Old 7, who thought, does that kid have a machine gun? Can magic be used like this? Truly a prodigy. Complaints aside, the explosion at that distance caused him to lose track of the enemy assassin's position. When the assassin reappeared, it was already behind Fong Fong. Old Seven was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, shouting at Fong. Fong, be careful. The assassin was injured, with his entire right arm missing. But for a second transformation assassin, even with just a left hand facing the beast master right in front of him, killing was still as easy as flipping a hand. The assassin smiled, a cruel smile. As long as he killed this kid in front of him, the mission would be a complete success. The combination of teleportation and thrust was executed seamlessly. At that moment, Chen Jingyang and Old Seven both felt their hearts in their throats, but due to the distance, they could only watch helplessly. Just as they lowered their heads, unable to bear to see Fong Feng's demise, a flash of swordlight suddenly blinded their eyes. Blade draw, cloud break slash. Fong Feng didn't know how much attack power this slash would yield. If it didn't kill him, he would be the one to die, so he could only exert all his strength. The assassin's speed was fast, but Fong Feng's blade draw, cloud break slash was even faster. The combination of teleportation and thrust existed only in his mind, reflecting the speed of his right hand. But the reality was that, in that instant, his left hand holding the dagger was 0.001 seconds slower. It was this 0.001 seconds that allowed Fong Feng's fearless sword to pierce through his body from below. The first level blade draw, cloud break slash had an attack range of 1 meter. However, under a tenfold amplification, this crescent-shaped sword light didn't disappear until 10 meters away. Therefore, this sword felt incredibly smooth to Fong Feng. The entire process encountered no resistance, as if cutting through tofu. He's dead. When Old Seven reached Fong Feng's side, the assassin was still standing. But with a poke of his finger, the assassin exploded into 2 pieces like a firecracker. You little brat, you're actually a warrior? This is my low card, don't go spreading it around. Damn, forget it, I didn't see anything just now. You're a prodigy. As a beast master, using fire magic is one thing, but to be able to kill a second transformation assassin with a single sword strike? No one would believe it if I told them. Excuse me, help me put down my battle pet. Old Seven glanced at the air, where the tangled shuang resembled a rice dumpling. With 2 swift sword strikes, he shattered all the ghost cry vines. Seeing that Fong Feng was fine, Old Seven no longer lingered and rejoined the battle ahead. On the opposite side, Joseph was dumbfounded. The intelligence was severely flawed. Who the hell gathered this information? They didn't even realize the opponent was a warrior. That assassin was his trump card, but due to the erroneous intelligence, his trump card hadn't even touched the opponent's clothing before being sliced in half. Killing Fong Feng now seemed impossible. According to the traditions of their Northwestern Federation, only fools would attempt the impossible. Retreat. The overwhelming ghost cry vines began to disappear, and the people of the Northwestern Federation scattered in flight. Fong Feng didn't care about them because he knew Qin Jingyang had ambushed a group of old sixes nearby. Today, none of them would escape. Looking back at the figure in my arms, I asked, "This is already the second bottle of antidote, does it still hurt?" She covered her forehead and replied, "The pain is gone, but my head is still a bit dizzy. Should I get you another bottle?" "No more, this stuff tastes like expired juice, it's disgusting. Just let me lie in your arms for a while, I'll be fine after resting a bit." Not long after, her stomach let out a loud gurgle and she suddenly sat up straight. "What's wrong, Fong?" Fong asked, puzzled. Her face turned red as she pointed at the empty bottle on the ground, saying, "This stuff must be expired." She glanced around and then, blushing, dashed into the woods. The same thing happened to Chen Jingyang and the others. They were chasing down their target when suddenly someone had an upset stomach. They say birds can relieve themselves while flying. But as Chen Jingyang looked at the pile of mess that had almost hit him, he was sure it wasn't from a bird. Watching the droppings fall from the sky, he quickly thought of Fong Feng. All those droppings came from those who had taken Fong Feng's antidote, and knowing that guy's stingy nature, it was definitely expired. "You guys, those flying things, stay put. Leave one priest behind, and the rest follow me to continue the chase. We must catch them all today." Meanwhile, Shu Ying, holding her stomach, walked out of the woods. Her face was flushed. This was quite embarrassing. If she had known it would come to this, she would have rather endured the pain than drink the damned antidote. "How are you feeling now? Any better?" Fong Feng asked with concern. Shu Ying nodded, then immediately shook her head and started to hurry back. Seeing this, Fong Feng shook his head as well. This wouldn't do. He still needed to chase after that scoundrel Tion Xiaoyang, and if he got too far away, it would be hard to find him. So, Fong Feng called Zhu Fengchu. "Hello, boss, what can I do for you? I want to know what's going on with the antidote you gave me. The poison is gone, but now I have diarrhea." "That can't be. Boss, what poison did you use it on?" "Ghost Cry Vine." "Ghost Cry Vine?" Zhu Fengchu thought for a moment and said, "That makes sense. Boss, this is a normal phenomenon. My antidote is too low level to completely clear the Ghost Cry Vine poison, so the residual toxins can only be expelled through detoxification." "Are you having a severe case?" "I'm fine, but Shu Ying, is there any way to alleviate this detoxification?" Yes. Boss, you should know healing magic, right? You can use healing magic to resolve it. By the way, boss, who is Shu Ying? Sounds like a girl. Is she your sister-in-law?" Fong Fong hung up the phone, too lazy to deal with this guy's chatter. Facing Shuang, Fong Fong cast a healing spell. Soon, Shuang emerged from the woods, and seeing that she wasn't holding her stomach anymore, Fong Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Ju Fengchu finally came through this time. I say, little master, couldn't you wait for me to come out before casting healing magic? Doing it this way makes it awkward for me, do you know that? What awkwardness? When we bumped into each other in the restroom before, were you embarrassed? I'll be more careful next time. You still want a next time? Let's clean up the battlefield. We need to hurry and chase after Tion Xiaoyang or he'll get too far away. In fact, there wasn't much to clean up on the battlefield. Although some agents from the Northwestern Federation had died, the Demon Capture Division was quicker at collecting spoils than they were. They had a backpack sprite, a magical item that could pick up loot with a single click. The only assassin's gear left behind, a 4th-tier light armor, had already been destroyed by Lao Chi during their fight. Looking back, if it weren't for that sword from Lao Chi, whether he could have killed him with a single strike was still up for debate. He sent the scrapped light armor to Lu Wulong, letting him practice his skills. Among the remaining spoils, besides some potions, there were over 100 enhancement stones and a mobile phone. Successfully unlocking the phone with the other party's fingerprint, he opened it to take a look. Goodness, the mobile payment inside had a balance of over 50 million. The people of the Northwestern Federation were indeed rolling in wealth. Fong Fong really wanted to transfer all that balance to his own phone, but after hesitating for a long time, he ultimately crushed the phone underfoot. Master, that's over 50 million. You're just going to throw it away like that? Transferring would leave a record. I can't take that risk. Alright, let's set off. Master, you need to be mentally prepared. Trying to find someone in the endless forest is like searching for a needle in a haystack. He has been running for so long, we might not be able to find him. If we can't find him, we'll wait in Huangyang Valley. As long as he's not dead, he will definitely pass through Huangyang Valley. In the endless forest, an unknown location. Tion Xiaoyang, who had just killed a magic wolf, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in wounds. Li Meng sat nearby meditating. She had exhausted all her magical power to cast healing spells for Tion Xiaoyang after killing that magic wolf. After a moment, another healing spell fell upon Tion Xiaoyang. This finally gave him the strength to get up from the ground. Previously, when Old Gon brought him into the endless forest, it felt like a spring outing, but now relying on his own 2 legs to walk out of the endless forest made him realize what it meant to struggle. If he had known it would be like this, he would have insisted on bringing a return city ticket. But who could have imagined that Fong Fong was so strong? 2 second-tier professionals plus a dozen or so level 20 fighters were no match for him at all. Xiaoyang, are you alright? Seeing Tion Xiaoyang in a daze, Li Meng asked with concern. Useless. You can't even use a simple healing spell properly. What good are you to me? Tion Xiaoyang replied irritably. Li Meng felt very wronged. If it weren't for her healing spells, this guy would have died long ago. Now he was even blaming her for not casting enough. Why didn't he say he was too pathetic to handle even a level 10 magic wolf? If it were Fong Fong, a mere magic wolf wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. She didn't even know if he was dead now. He should be dead, right? She had seen those from the Northwestern Federation. They were all second-tier professionals. No matter how strong Fong Fong was, he couldn't possibly survive. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to spend the night here? Tion Xiaoyang cursed as he walked away, and Li Meng hurriedly followed. She felt really lowly at that moment. But what could she do? Not to mention her parents were in his hands. She couldn't even walk out of the endless forest alone. Just then, Tion Xiaoyang, who was walking ahead, spotted a 5-person adventure team. He immediately felt like he had seen a savior and quickened his pace to catch up. Hey, wait a minute. The 5 members of the adventure team were all men, and the leader, called Wang Bazi, was a level 25 berserker with a scar running from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, looking quite fierce. Hearing Tion Xiaoyang's voice, Wang Bazi turned to look. Seeing a pretty boy, he replied impatiently, "What do you want?" Tion Xiaoyang was startled by the scar on Wang Bazi's face, swallowed hard, and said, "Big brother, could you take us to the adventurers' camp? The price is negotiable." At that moment, Li Meng also caught up from behind. Wang Bazi's eyes lit up when he saw Li Meng, who had recovered from her bruises and had a pure aura about her. She was indeed a beauty. A rough man like Wang Bazi had never seen such a young girl before. Taking you out is not impossible, but the price, how about this? A flat rate of 2 million. You know that the distance from here to the adventurers' camp is not short. The key point is, sending you back will disrupt our previous plans. No problem, 2 million is fine. I'll give it to you as soon as we reach the adventurers' camp. Kid, 2 million is not a small amount. You're agreeing so readily. Are you trying to fool us? If you're worried, I can give you a written note. I am the young master of the Tion family. 2 million is nothing but a drop in the bucket for me. Are you really the young master of the Tion family? My name is Tion Xiaoyang. You can check online. Wang Bazi was taken aback. Damn it, the money was going to be less. He should have asked for 5 million. I have another condition. Wang Bazi pointed at Li Meng and said, "Your little girlfriend looks pretty good. How about letting us have some fun with her?" Li Meng was startled and quickly hid behind Tian Xiaoyang. Tian Xiaoyang said, "Brother, that's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? If you don't want to, then let's raise the price." "How much?" 5 million. The young master of the Tion family has a noble status. 5 million is quite reasonable, right? Tian Xiaoyang stepped aside and said, "Brothers, feel free." "Xiaoyang!" Li Meng exclaimed in shock. "Do you know what you're saying?" Tian Xiaoyang replied irritably, "You useless thing, letting a few brothers have some fun can save me 3 million, what more do you want?" Wang Batzi and the others were dumbfounded. He originally said that just to negotiate for more money, 5 million was nothing to the Tion family. But this kid actually agreed. "What do we do now, boss?" Wang Batzi felt very annoyed at his subordinate's question. "Damn it, such a pretty girl, it would be a shame to let her go. Let's have our fun first." "Boss is wise. Everyone line up. Boss goes first, I'll go second." "Why do you get to go second?" "Because of this sword in my hand." "What's wrong with that?" Everyone immediately lost their temper, but Li Meng was already pale with fear. "Xiaoyang, save me." "Get lost, you useless thing." "Tian Xiaoyang, may you die a horrible death." "You better not say that again, or I swear I'll leave you here." Li Meng was dragged into the bushes, while Wang Batzi took the lead, with 4 big men grabbing her hands and feet, pressing her down into a big character. Master Wang, who was operating the pile driver, was very happy. He usually drove piles in dry land, but today he unexpectedly encountered a piece of wetland, making it very easy to drive piles. About an hour later, Li Meng returned disheveled, her clothes in tatters, her body covered in bruises, and her throat hoarse from screaming. Her messy hair, face, and legs were all covered in disgusting snot. As the wind blew, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. Tian Xiaoyang pinched his nose, looking disgusted as he moved aside. Li Meng said nothing, not even glancing at him, just mechanically following behind the others. She wanted to survive and take revenge, not on Tian Xiaoyang or Fong Fong, but on her 2 good friends. Without the encouragement of those 2 women, she wouldn't have lost Fong Fong, nor would she have suffered such humiliation. Killing those 2 women would be too merciful. She wanted them to experience this humiliation, to make them feel it 10 times over. In Huanyang Valley, Fong Fong and Shuang were roasting rabbits by the campfire. They only had breakfast today. They had originally planned to make a big meal at home, but ended up with this mess. Looking at the fiery clouds in the sky, Shuang's stomach embarrassingly growled again. "Is your stomach hurting again?" Shuang's little face turned red. "It's because I'm hungry, okay? You'll be able to eat soon, make sure to eat a bit more later." "I won't eat more. A roasted rabbit without any salt, what's there to enjoy? I want to save room in my stomach for a big meal when we get back." Fong Fong slapped his forehead. "The things I bought this morning, I seem to have forgotten to put them in the fridge. They won't spoil in this hot summer, will they?" "They won't spoil that easily. You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "Don't talk, someone is coming." Shuang turned around and saw a group of adventurers approaching from the valley entrance. Her eyes lit up. "Finally, that kid has arrived. By the way, what about that woman who betrayed you, master? Should we deal with her too? It's annoying to look at her." Wang Batzi, carrying a battle axe and munching on grass roots, walked at the front of the group. Suddenly, he stopped, because in the middle of the road ahead stood a person. Someone who looked utterly unserious. Who stands in the middle of the road if they're serious? Fong Fong. Fong Fong. Upon seeing Fong Fong in the middle of the road, Tian Xiaoyang looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could this guy be here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? "Do you know him?" Wang Batzi glanced sideways at Tian Xiaoyang, who was trembling like a leaf. He wants to kill me. You have to protect me." "Is that so? Then it'll cost extra. Didn't we already agree? You're escorting me back to the camp, and now you want to charge more?" Wang Batzi scoffed. "Killing is illegal in Manhwa. You think I'll kill someone for 2 million? You must be dreaming. Then how much do you want?" 10 million, no. Bargaining. Is that kid's life worth 10 million? Are you crazy? I don't know if that kid's life is worth anything, but my brother's life is worth something. Each of us only gets 2 million for settling down. Do you think that's too much? Fine. Can that woman be worth 3 million? Less? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even Wang Batzi couldn't stand it anymore. How could there be such shameless people in this world? And he was the young master of the Tion family. Are all rich people this shameless? Alright, 10 million it is. You help me deal with him. I don't want to die. After settling the price, Wang Batzi glanced at Fong Fong and casually cast a detection spell on him. 2A Wang Batzi spat out the grass root and said irritably, "You're just a level 10 little chicken, and you dare to rob here? You heard it, this kid is offering 10 million for your life. You might as well kill yourself. Save us the trouble." Fong Fong calmly replied, "This is between me and Tian Xiaoyang. It has nothing to do with you. He's our employer now. How does it not relate? Actually, I'm quite powerful. I advise you not to meddle in this, or I'll beat you all to death one by one." Wang Batzi was amused by Fong Feng's words. "Haha, interesting. You're just a level 10 little chicken, pretending to be a big bad wolf here? Wait a minute, is that beauty next to you your woman?" Fong Fong glanced at Shuang, knowing what those scoundrels were up to, and he couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. If you let her spend the night with us brothers, I'll let you live a few more days, how about that? Shuang, kill them. Understood, master. After saying that, Shuang transformed into a blazing phoenix, soaring into the sky, and with the appearance of a red magic circle, 5 fiery spears shot down instantly. That kid is actually a beast master. Tion Motzi, what are you waiting for? Shoot him down. After Wang Batzi finished speaking, he raised his battle axe and swung it at Fong Fong. The best way to deal with a beast master is to take out the beast master first. With powerful legs, he dashed forward in a burst, arriving right in front of Fong Fong. However, Fong Fong merely smiled coldly at him. This guy's speed was simply too slow. No wonder he was level 29, and still hadn't advanced to the second tier. Then, he raised his hand and executed a blade draw slash, not even using his full strength, and the sword light passed through Wang Batzi's body from bottom to top. I told you I'm very powerful, but you didn't listen. Are you satisfied now? Whether Wang Batzi heard him or not, Fong Fong didn't know. Wang Batzi's set of second-tier equipment suddenly exploded, which made him feel quite regretful. Thinking back to the assassin's equipment from before, Fong Fong decided that next time he would definitely aim for the opponent's neck. On the other side, Shuang also finished her battle quickly. They were just a bunch of useless people. Now that she thought about it, giving them 5 flame guns was simply a waste. At this moment, Tian Xiaoyan was completely stunned. He had spent 10 million hiring an assassin, and in less than a minute he was completely slaughtered by Fong Fong. Watching Fong Fong walk towards him, he instinctively took a step back and said, You can't kill me. It's illegal to kill in Longwa. Don't you know this is the Endless Forest? It's a lawless land? Impossible. Who do you think you are to say such things? You think you're someone? A poor kid, and you think you can dominate Yujing City? Only I, the Tion family, have that kind of power. If you dare to kill me, my dad won't let you go. Is that so? That's right. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of killing me. Forget it, I can't be bothered to think, you should just die. With that, Fong Fong drew his sword and slashed a beam of sword light flashing past Tian Xiaoyan from 5 meters away. His hand was still pointing at Fong Fong, his eyes showing an expression of disbelief. It was only now that he realized Fong Fong really dared to kill him, but it was all too late. As the first drop of blood burst from his forehead, the next moment he was split in two with unstoppable force. Fong Fong twirled his sword and sheathed it, his movements incredibly graceful. What a poor wretch, he doesn't even have a bottle of potion in his backpack. How does such a fool dare to enter the Endless Forest? Shuang smiled slightly. Isn't it because you're just too powerful, master? Who would have thought that so many people tried to kill you and couldn't? It's normal for this kid to come lightly equipped. Fong Fong shook his head and then picked up Tian Xiaoyan's phone, only to find that it had over 3 million in balance. Master, are you going to transfer all this money to your phone? Aren't you afraid of leaving a transfer record? Don't be silly. Even without this transfer record, Tian Quan will know that I killed his son. What about that woman of yours, master? Should we? Shuang made a gesture across her neck. Li Meng looked over, wanting to know what Fong Fong would do to her. But Fong Fong didn't even glance at her and simply walked away with Shuang. Looking at Fong Feng's back, there was no sense of relief in Li Meng's eyes, only disappointment, and for the first time, she felt a sense of self-loathing. That's right, someone like me dying at your hands would only dirty your hands. At this moment, on the mountaintop north of Huangyang Valley, Yan Liqiu was also watching Fong Feng's figure, and he found himself liking Fong Fong more and more. He knew that Fong Fong killed Tian Xiaoyan for revenge and spared Li Meng out of gratitude. He is loyal and righteous, with clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. The key is this kid's potential, it's ridiculously huge. I've really struck gold this time. But the next moment, his brows furrowed again. That kid being born in Longwa was a blessing for Longwa, but for him personally, it was unfortunate. According to past practices, since the foreign forces couldn't kill him this time, they wouldn't attempt another assassination in the short term. But this kid was different. His potential was too great. He had just changed jobs 4 days ago and could already slay those who had changed jobs twice. Since the game world descended upon Blue Star, there had never been a prodigy like him. If someone like him were born in the Northwestern Federation, a dominant country, naturally, no one would dare to touch him. But he was born in Longwa, a rising nation. The rise of Longwa over the years had already made many people envious, and now a prodigy like him had emerged. The upcoming attempts on his life would undoubtedly be frenzied. No, whether for the revival of the Dragon Kingdom or for this kid's own life, he must grow up quickly. With that thought, he disappeared from the mountaintop, reappearing in the happy community. Sauerkraut Country, Presidential Residence. Shiba, President Park. Bucheng slammed his Wanwali wood desk, shattering it into pieces. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? None of our heroes lurking in the Dragon Kingdom survived? I'm sorry, Your Excellency. After Miss Jean Meicheng and the others failed, the Dragon Kingdom conducted a major purge of our people. This is indeed bad news. Initiate the beauty plan. That kid may be a descendant of my great sauerkraut empire, but he recognizes a thief as his father. He cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Now, next month is the college entrance examination in the Dragon Kingdom. Understood. Medicinal Patch's country, Prime Minister's office. What? Inoue-kun, are you sure that Section Chief Aso and the others are all dead? Yes, Prime Minister, this is our shame. The emergency department will never forget this day. We have already recognized the North Western Ocean Federation as our father. We cannot recognize the Dragon Kingdom as our father again. The college entrance examination in the Dragon Kingdom is about to start next month. Initiate the national service plan, send some kids in, and make sure to kill him. If we fail again, you can commit seppuku. Yes. Northwestern Ocean Alliance Presidential Office. The Dragon Kingdom is becoming increasingly outrageous, even daring to kill our people. We must show them some color. St. John, do you have any plans? Mr. President, I believe this time we should select candidates from Gran, Gaul, and the other 5 states. Are you sure, St. John? This recent defeat in the Dragon Kingdom has caused us great embarrassment. Your Excellency is worried that if they succeed in assassination, it will strike another blow to our prestige and strengthen their resolve for independence? Exactly. It took us a long time to incorporate the land across the ocean into our territory. We cannot allow them to gain independence, even if they continue to be our dogs in the future. Forgive my boldness, Mr. President, but even if we remain the overlords of this world forever, we cannot erase their determination for independence. A glance at the history of that continent shows that all talk of independence and freedom is nonsense. They only want to create divisions, which is ingrained in their bones and cannot be changed. But a group that does not know how to unite wants to split from our Northwestern Ocean Federation. They simply do not have that strength. The only real threat to us is still the Dragon Kingdom. If they gain the support of the Dragon Kingdom, independence will no longer be a fantasy. I understand. If they succeed this time, it will completely sever their possibility of uniting with the Dragon Kingdom, and we will also reduce the threat from the Dragon Kingdom. Exactly, Mr. President. Even if they fail, it will also worsen their relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, while letting them know that this failure is not due to our inability, but because the idea was too tough. Indeed, St. John is indeed St. John. You handle this matter. Yujing City. Fong Fong, coming out of West Street, had 16 million in his pocket, a sum he had never seen before. They say money is a person's courage. He now walked with a newfound confidence. Master, are we going home now? Shuang was a bit hungry. Thinking of the feast prepared at home made her even hungrier. No, we need to buy some clothes first. Buy clothes? Shuang's eyes lit up. Oh heavens, has this kid finally come to his senses? Fong Fong nodded. Although he had given Shuang a golden mage outfit, it was still battle attire. He couldn't expect her to wear that 24 hours a day. Thinking of how she used her shirt as pajamas this morning, Fong Fong found it very necessary. Master, let's go to the Haotian International Shopping Center. I heard the clothes there are beautiful. Fong Fong shook his head. The clothes there are too expensive, not worth it. What's not worth it? I see you're just stingy and unwilling to spend money. Well, the master can't go to the wholesale market, right? The clothes there may be cheap, but the quality is too poor. The cost-performance ratio is too low. Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the stinginess wasn't too hopeless. So where does the master want to go? Fong Fong pointed to a comprehensive supermarket ahead and said, the supermarket. The prices are acceptable and the quality is guaranteed. But there are no brand names. Brand names are just a trap set by capitalists to exploit people's vanity. We won't fall into that pit. Clothes. What matters is that they look good and are durable. Shuang was really impressed by this little master. He saw things quite clearly. But thinking about it, he was just a poor kid, not knowing the merits of luxury goods, so it wasn't surprising. When they arrived at the clothing section of the supermarket, Shuang quickly picked out a red V-neck dress. Master, what do you think of this one? I don't really understand. If you like it, that's good. Shuang looked at the dress and shook her head. The neckline is too high. Pick one with a lower cut. I think this one is great. Just choose this one. You still think the neckline is high? With your towering stature, if it were any lower, would it even fit? Shuang smiled slightly and then picked out a few more dresses. To Fong Fong, they looked like a black silk nightgown and a jumpsuit. That's how it seemed to him. Then they bought a few pairs of stockings. Master, what color do you like? I'm fine with anything. Wait, it's you wearing them, not me. Why are you asking me? Shuang laughed. Then I'll just grab a pair of the same. I'll change them every day for you to see. Finally, they bought 3 pairs of high heels and a pair of slippers. Although the clothes in the supermarket were cheap, when they checked out, Fong Fong was shocked to find they had spent nearly 70,000. This made him reflect. He wondered if all the clothes he had owned from childhood to now even added up to 10,000. With big bags in Shu Ying's hands, she asked, Master, aren't you going to buy a few for yourself? No need, I have enough. What do you have? I looked in your wardrobe yesterday, there are only 6 outfits, 2 for summer, 2 for winter, and 2 for spring and autumn. That's just 2 sets of clothes. Isn't that good? It saves me from having to think about what to wear every time I change. Shuing rolled her eyes. She was really exasperated with this master. Such a reason was something only he could come up with. Anyway, Shuing couldn't stand having only 2 sets of clothes in her wardrobe. As they passed the cosmetics section, Shuing glanced inside. Do you want to buy a few makeup items? Sure. Wait, master, why are you suddenly so generous today? If it weren't for the contract, I'd think you were possessed. I've never been stingy with things that need to be bought. Really? And makeup is something you apply to your face. Don't worry too much about the price. You said it. Then, Shuing handed the shopping bag to Fong Fong. Then she went in and picked out a whole bunch of cosmetics, but aside from lipstick, Fong Fong didn't recognize any of the other items. Then she glanced at the receipt. 30,000? Why are women's things so expensive? Master, you said not to worry about money. Are you regretting it so soon? Fong Fong shook his head. What am I regretting? Anyway, it's your salary being spent. No way. Master, you earned over 10 million this month and you only give me 100,000? You spend money so extravagantly. I'll save the rest for you. How much is left? 590,000. Shuing calculated in her heart. That's about 40% commission. Normally, a battle pet would be lucky to get a 20% increase. Of course, excluding those masters and battle pets with vastly different potentials. If it's the highest contract, then the battle pet is essentially a slave. It would be a miracle if the master didn't mistreat the pet, let alone think about a salary. And here I am, this little master, actually giving myself a 40% commission. Calling him stingy was truly a misunderstanding. So, can I take another 100,000, master? No, Fong Fong rejected without a second thought. If you want pocket money, I can give you a maximum of 1,000. Why? Afraid you'll misuse it. Unless what you want to buy is genuinely useful, otherwise, your monthly allowance is just 1,000. 1,000 for a month? Shuing was once again dumbfounded. If my salary isn't in my pocket, is it still my salary? What change of heart? I was just happy for nothing. He really is stingy, the kind that's miserly to the bone. Coming out of the supermarket, it was rush hour. At this time, don't even think about squeezing onto a bus. You can't even get a taxi. Just as Fong Fong stood at the bus stop, sighing to the sky, he suddenly saw something flying between the buildings. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a griffin. In this world, transportation isn't just about wheeled vehicles. There are also those with wings and legs. So he turned back to look at Shu-ing. Master, you don't want me to transform and fly you back, do you? The burning sky swallow shouldn't scare people. Are you sure? Let's just squeeze onto the light rail. This is a city, not an endless forest. With so many people watching, having a beautiful woman transform into a mount is indeed a bit inappropriate. Shuing smiled slightly, catching up to Fong Fong and whispering in his ear, it's not impossible for me to be your mount, but I have a condition. What condition? I'm afraid of the dark when I sleep alone. Can you stay with me tonight? What kind of nonsense is this woman thinking? I'm talking about the sky, and she's talking about the bed. Let's just take the light rail. Stingy. I just want you to keep me company, not asking you to do anything else. What are you afraid of? Finally back home, Fong Fong took out his keys and was about to open the door when he froze. What's wrong, master? Something feels off. Seeing Fong Feng's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, Shu-ing immediately prepared for battle. Just then, a voice from inside the house laughed. Come in. Kid, if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now. Why does this voice sound so familiar? If Fong Fong guessed correctly, the speaker should be the Yen Shui mentioned by Qin Jingyang. Opening the door, sure enough, an old man with a full beard was sitting in his living room, sipping on some liquor. I've met Yen Shui, one of the 4 great marshals of the Dragon Kingdom. Having him as a guest at home is definitely an honor. Moreover, this old man had saved his life. You recognize me? Yen Lichou glanced at Fong Fong. I've heard Captain Chen mention you. I've also heard that kid mention you, saying you're quite clever. So tell me, why am I here at your house today? You're not here to see if I'm dead, are you? Yen Lichou spat out a mouthful of old liquor. You kid. You really are something else. I won't hide it from you, there are indeed many people who want to kill you right now. With Yen Shui here, what do I have to fear? The Dragon Kingdom has the duty to protect you, but why should a dignified marshal like me come to protect you? Kid, you really think too highly of yourself. Yen Lichou stared intently at Fong Fong, but unfortunately, he didn't see any embarrassment on the other's face. This kid is really something special. If it were someone else, even if they didn't cry for help, they would at least look embarrassed. But this kid, however, had a calm expression, as if he was fully prepared. Fong Fong nodded slightly. Indeed, it is somewhat delusional, but if I were to say that General Yen came to my house as a guest today, wouldn't others say I'm just daydreaming? You kid are interesting, so I'll be straightforward. If you want me to protect you, it's not impossible, but you need a title. Otherwise, it's too absurd for a dignified marshal like me to protect a nameless nobody like you. General Yen, feel free to give orders. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. This is what you said yourself. How about this? You become my disciple. A master protects his disciple. Who would dare to say anything? Become your disciple? Fong Fong could hardly believe his ears. One of the 4 great marshals of the Dragon Kingdom actually wants to take me as a disciple? Does that mean I won't have to spend money to learn any skills in the future? Seeing his astonished expression, General Yen felt even more pleased. He thought this kid only had one expression on his face. He didn't expect him to be surprised as well. You didn't hear wrong. If you're willing to become my disciple, then I have a legitimate reason to protect you. As the saying goes, having someone above you makes things easier. If I don't cling to such a big thigh, then I must have a screw loose. Fong Fong didn't hesitate at all and immediately bowed. Master, please accept my bow. General Yen smiled proudly. Good, good, good. Get up, my obedient disciple. He originally thought it would take some effort, but the result was so easy. This kid is always so different. Since I've already become your disciple, what about the meeting gift from my master? Meeting gift? Yes. How can a master take in a disciple without giving a meeting gift? What do you want, you brat? Master, do you have any items that can change appearances? What do you want that for? As the saying goes, people fear becoming famous and pigs fear becoming fat. Now that so many people want my life, isn't it because I triggered the all-network report 3 times in a row? Indeed, it's good that you can see this point clearly. After saying that, General Yen took out a badge and handed it to Fong Fong. Can this badge allow me to change my appearance? No. The reason people have their eyes on you isn't because you've been too flashy, but because you're too outstanding. Even without the all-network report from the novice dungeon, other reports would still appear about you, so it wouldn't matter if you disguise yourself as Zhang San or Li Si. Then does that mean I can only hide for the rest of my life? Don't I care about my face? How could I let my disciple live like a rat? With the badge I just gave you, as long as you don't do anything heinous within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, this badge will allow you to walk freely. Also, when your life is in danger, I can come to your rescue at any time using this badge. Fong Fong looked at the badge in his hand. This master was worth it, giving him a protective charm right at the start. So, are you satisfied with this meeting gift? As long as it's from my master, I like it. If my master could also give me some martial skills or magic skills, that would be even better. What are you thinking? You're too greedy. Even if I give it to you, can you practice it? Let's talk about this after your second job change. After saying that, he tossed a scroll to Fong Fong. Opening it, Fong Fong exclaimed, a second job change certificate? In this world, a second job change isn't something you can just do when you reach a certain level. You need a job change certificate like the one in your hand. And this item can't be produced with the current technology of Blue Star. It can only be obtained in large secret realms or beast battlefields. Therefore, this item has become an important strategic resource for various countries on Blue Star. After all, only high-level job changers symbolize a country's strength. Therefore, this thing cannot be bought with money. It can only be exchanged for contribution points. The authorities will issue tasks in the Adventurers Guild for adventurers to earn contribution points. However, a second transfer certificate requires 10,000 contribution points, which is something an average person cannot exchange for. On the other hand, the transfer certificates from the Northern Western Federation are somewhat cheaper. Because their national strength is stronger, obtaining transfer certificates in the secret realms and beast battlefields is much easier. This has almost formed a cycle where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. Yet, under such circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom can still rise. One can only imagine the immense cost paid by the ancestors for this. Whether you can successfully transfer depends on your own abilities, said Commander Yen, turning his gaze to Shuang. At this moment, Shuang's innate charm had completely vanished before Commander Yen. She looked like a well-behaved girl, standing obediently with her hands folded in front of her, not daring to breathe too loudly. This obedient appearance left Fong Fong utterly astonished. Although she was a divine beast, she was still an immature one, and before a fifth transfer professional like Commander Yen, she was nothing more than an ant that could be easily crushed. Fortunately, Commander Yen merely glanced at her before turning to Fong Fong and saying, "Not bad, the highest contract. This saves me a lot of trouble." From Commander Yan's words, it seemed that if Shuang had not signed the highest contract, he would have asked her to change it right then. Master, why not stay for a meal and taste your disciple's cooking? Now that Commander Yen had successfully taken on a disciple, he was eager to show off to Jichobai, and he had no intention of wasting time here. What good things can you make? When you get to Magic City another day, I'll let you taste the skills of a fourth transfer. Chef, Master, are you leaving? Of course. There's an old man waiting for me to drink. Just thinking about that old man makes me impatient. Forget it, I won't waste time with you. As Commander Yen reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, "Almost forgot, I have a task for you." He then tossed a scroll to Fong Fong, and before Fong Fong could open it, he continued, "And when you're doing the transfer task, don't come looking for me. I can't afford to lose face." After Saying that, he really left, in such a hurry. It must be to drink with the old man, not his wife? Shuang plopped down on the sofa, pressing her chest and saying, finally gone. If he hadn't left, I would have been scared to death. Is he really that terrifying? It can't be that bad, Fong Fong said, feeling nothing at all. You didn't feel the pressure from him? Well, it makes sense, you're his favored disciple, so how could he possibly release pressure on you? Fong Fong shook his head and turned to enter the kitchen. After sitting for a while, Shuang saw the clothes she had just bought today and rushed into her room with the bag. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish, originally meant to celebrate paying off her loan. Who would have thought so many things would happen in just one day? First, Li Meng set her up, then foreign forces attempted to assassinate her, and later she killed Tion Xiang, and finally, she became a disciple of Commander Yan, one of the 4 great marshals. With Commander Yan's badge, she would no longer be a rootless floating weed, no longer someone who could be bullied. No wonder so many protagonists in novels like to cling to powerful figures. That feeling of being able to stand tall after grabbing onto a strong leg is truly exhilarating. Now, this celebratory feast was indeed well-deserved, but the atmosphere in the living room seemed a bit off. Shuang was still changing clothes in her room, so Fong Fong opened a beer and poured himself a glass, which tasted rather bitter and not very good. Why didn't the master wait for me and started drinking alone? Fong Fong looked up and was immediately met with a pair of red-pointed high heels, long black stockings, and long legs, eagerly glancing up. With a splutter, a mouthful of red wine was spat onto the floor. What she was wearing wasn't stockings at all, but a plaid-patterned sleeveless jumpsuit with a spectacular cleavage on either side, and black peach-shaped pasties subtly visible beneath the jumpsuit. Shuang walked to the table, casually putting on a pair of cat ear headbands, tossing her fiery red waves of hair onto her chest, and perched herself on the edge of the table with her arms crossed and her hips tilted. Master, do you like it? Fong quickly shook his head to clear his mind and said, what's a phoenix doing dressed as a cat girl? Shuang stared at him with her bright starry eyes and laughed. Don't you boys all like this? Have you watched too many spy movies? Shuang finally understood why her little master was so clueless about romance. It was because he was just a poor kid who had never seen the world, who still watches DVDs these days. Everyone has switched to external hard drives, okay? But there's a silver lining to being inexperienced. It makes it much easier for me to train him. What do you mean watching DVDs? I just want to make my master happy, so he doesn't stay gloomy all the time. After saying that, she took a sip from the wine glass in Fong Feng's hand, leaving a red lip print before handing it back to him. Fong Feng looked at the lip print on the glass and decisively swapped it with her cup. Master, do you eat shrimp? I'll peel it for you. Open your mouth. Ah, you haven't deveined the shrimp. Deveined shrimp? You don't look at my cleavage, but you look at shrimp? Fong Feng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles during the meal. He wasn't some virtuous man. Why pretend to be a gentleman and not take advantage of what was offered? But wait. They had only known each other for a few days. If anything, their relationship was that of a master and a battle pet, not a couple in a long-term romance. Why was she throwing herself at him? There had to be something fishy going on. Was she trying to get close to him so he would give her a raise? That seemed unlikely. A woman like her would never offer herself up for just a little extra pay. Suddenly, Fong Feng's eyes widened as he realized something. This woman must be trying to become his wife and take control of the finances. Yes, it had to be that way. The moment he thought of the last life, where he had gone to great lengths to hide his savings, Fong Feng instantly sobered up. That had been a time of both pain and joy, but unfortunately, it could never be relived. Had she been doing well all these years? Had she found the hidden stash of money? With that thought, Fong Feng vowed that if he were to find a housekeeper, he absolutely could not be hasty. If there was a real need, wouldn't it be better to find someone for pure friendship? Someone like Shuang, who he spent every day with, was definitely off limits. Fong Feng suddenly stood up. Abruptly, I'm going to take a shower. Great. I'll help you. No need. But I'm worried about your physique. Your arms are definitely going to be sore later. What on earth was this woman thinking? It's not what you think. I really just want to take a shower. Oh, so, does the master want to try a bubble bath? The thought of a bubble bath made Fong Feng a bit lost again, because that woman was truly a fantastic loofah. But he couldn't. That woman wanted to seize power. A small lack of restraint could ruin a grand plan. Thinking of this, Fong Feng's mind finally cleared up again, and he walked into the bathroom with a light heart. Seeing this scene, Shuang immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, leaning on the table and complaining, sigh. The cooked duck has flown away again. Unwilling to give up, she even leaned closer to the bathroom door to listen. Was he really taking a shower? Tonight was completely hopeless. Who was he really thinking about? Was he still pining for that woman, Li Meng? What a romantic fool. The next day, Fong Feng went to the bathroom to wash up. As he reached the door, he pointed at it and said, "Hey, this door is the one you forgot to close today." With that, he slammed the door shut. Shuang was startled and then looked down at her black silk nightgown. Is the master blind? He doesn't even look at my great figure and he goes to look at the door instead? If you say there's something wrong with his preferences, But his behavior yesterday didn't seem like it. Could it be that I'm really that unappealing? Back in the living room, Fong Fong hurriedly poured himself a glass of ice water to calm his nerves. What was that woman up to, trying to catch me off guard so early in the morning? Not to mention her figure, it was even better than I imagined. What a pity, her intentions aren't pure. Fong Fong shook his head again, thinking too much would only make him anxious. He took out the task scroll given by his master to distract himself. Task objective, eliminate Hua Qiangu. Task level, unknown. Task reward, 1 battle pet space expansion card, 3,000 contribution points. Finally, there was an introduction to this task, which mentioned that eliminate actually meant to kill bees and the location was a secret realm, complete with a map. It seemed to be near Yujing City. How come I had never heard of it before? Besides the endless forest, there was a secret realm around Yujing City, and the rewards for this task looked tailor-made for me. What are you looking at, my little master? Before she arrived, the fragrant breeze had already brushed against Fong Feng's face. Shu Ying leaned over to take a look. Is this the task your master gave you yesterday? Fong Fong nodded but didn't look up, as that angle would allow him to see the towering curves, and if he raised his head a bit more, he might even fall victim to her sneak attack. The task reward is a battle pet space expansion card. This task must be quite difficult. Shu Ying immediately sat down beside Fong Fong. Fong Fong said, the task level is unknown, but can you please change your clothes first? Dressing like this is quite inappropriate. What's there to be afraid of? There are no outsiders. But do we really have to do this task? You should know that the Battle Pet Space Expansion card is a rare item, usually only appearing as a reward after a Beast Master reaches the 3rd transition. Moreover, the chance of it dropping from a Lord-level boss in the Beast battlefield is only 2%. I think such a thing, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, is probably scarce. So, this can't be an ordinary task. Your analysis makes sense, but your attack power is sufficient, yet your defense is lacking. I need a second battle pet to enhance our defense. Besides, that old man, since he took me as a disciple, can't possibly assign me a task that is certain to end in death. That's true. So, does that mean the old man is testing you? Fong Fong nodded and then took out the certificate for his 2nd transition. After the 2nd transition, not only could he gain 5 additional attribute points with each level up, but the conversion rate between attributes and combat power would also increase significantly. For example, now 1 point of mental attribute represents 1 point of magical attack power, but after the 2nd transition, it would be 2 points, or even 3. Of course, the main advantage is that after the 2nd transition, skill levels no longer require proficiency and can be directly improved with experience. The transition task requires eliminating 100,000 level 10 or above ferocious beasts within a month, plus 6 world bosses. We could handle the 6 world bosses in at most 6 days, but where are we going to find 100,000 level 10 or above ferocious beasts? When did the requirements for the 2nd transition become so outrageous? It's not outrageous, it's that we don't have money. If we had money, we could hire a lot of people to help us catch ferocious beasts. Not to mention 100,000, even a million wouldn't be a problem. Since that old man has arranged everything for you, when are we setting off? No rush, let's prepare some things first. After finishing speaking, Fong Fong dialed Lu Wulong's phone. Hello, boss, you heard about that thing so quickly? What thing? No way. You still don't know? I thought you called me this early because you already knew. What exactly is it? Actually, it's not a big deal. Just check your phone. It's trending, you can see it online. By the way, boss, why did you look for me so early? What level is your transformation skill at now? Level 3, how about that? Impressive, right? Speaking of which, I have to thank you, boss, for all the generous feeding. Fong Fong nodded. Can you help me transform a sword? As long as it's equipment below level 3, I guarantee it won't be a problem. Don't forget I have an A-level talent that increases the success rate by 30%. You can modify it however you want, boss. I want to turn it into a knife. I'll send you a design shortly. After hanging up, Fong Fong opened the browser on his phone, wanting to find a picture of the Tang Hong knife. The blade-breaking cloud slash needs a matching knife to unleash its maximum power. However, as soon as he opened the browser, a news alert popped up. A high school girl in Yujing City cruelly murdered her best friend. Clicking to read more, the images showed the crime scene, a hotel room covered in blood, with 2 female corpses lying on the bed and floor, their bodies pixelated and looking horrific. Another image showed the outside of the hotel, where 1 female corpse had fallen in a disfigured state. Although her head was pixelated, Fong Fong recognized her at a glance. It was Li Meng. After murdering her 2 best friends, she jumped off a building to commit suicide. Upon seeing this, Fong Fong recalled the 2 missed calls on his phone from Li Meng at 5:30 in the morning. He thought it must have been her calling before she died. He hadn't answered, but it didn't seem to be a regret. Sitting nearby, Shu Ying was also scrolling through Douyin and came across a similar video. The comments were more detailed than the news. Oh my god, isn't that Li Meng? Pay attention to the bottles on the ground at 15 seconds, sulfuric acid. As far as I know, they were the best of friends throughout high school. Could there be a mistake? How could Li Meng be the murderer? I was staying next door to them yesterday and I heard screams all night. I thought they were just playing around, but it turned out to be a murder. Notice the official report. The deceased actually died from a mental breakdown. In the future, don't mess with the priest. He's too ruthless. He can kill you and then heal you, and then kill you, until you mentally collapse and explode. Shuing saw this and instinctively looked up at Fong Fong, only to find his expression unchanged, as if he didn't know about the news. Should I tell him or not? Fong Fong sent the selected image to Lu Wulong and looked up to see Shu Ying hurriedly turning her head away. What are you doing? Acting all sneaky. Nothing. By the way, did you see any news on your phone just now? About Li Meng? I saw it, she died. Why do you have that expression? What else can I do? People die every day in this world. I can't cry for everyone who dies, can I? But she was your first love, right? You're not sad at all that she died? Thinking about the things she did to me, I'm just not happy. Do you think I can still be sad? Besides, who told you she was my first love? You actually had other women besides her? Of course, but unfortunately, she's not in this world anymore. She died too? You're the one who's dead. Right now, she's at most just an old aunt. Shu Ying thought for a moment, could she have been his kindergarten teacher? Considering the time, isn't she just an old aunt now? In the past, when I saw the little kids in kindergarten sharing short videos with their teachers, I thought those kids were so cute, but I never expected one to be standing right in front of me. At that moment, Fong Fong picked up his old phone, and besides the 2 missed calls from Li Meng, there seemed to be a text message from her as well. The message expressed her deep regret and her hope that he could help her once more to save her parents. Fong Fong wasn't sure if this was a trap, but thinking of Aunt Ju, who used to make dumplings for him when he was little, he felt a bit uneasy. The food is in the fridge, just heat it up yourself. I have to go out for a bit. No way. Eating leftovers for breakfast again? Are you that stingy? What do you want to eat then? At least some buns and fried dough sticks. Isn't that reasonable? By the way, you said you would give me my pocket money yesterday, but you haven't yet. Fong Fong transferred 1,000 yuan to her via his phone, reminding her, this is for a month, so don't spend it recklessly. Shu Ying, what can you do with 1,000 yuan a month? Fong Fong, just be content. Back in my day, my monthly allowance was only 300. By the way, where are you going? Aren't you having breakfast with me? I'll eat when I get back. With that, Fong Fong left. Fong Fong first went to Li Meng's house, and after confirming that her parents were not home, he took a taxi straight to the demon capture department. Going alone to the Tion family to demand someone was something only a fool would do. What if it was a trap aimed at him? Even if it wasn't a trap, he had just killed their son yesterday. What if they saw him and, in a fit of rage, killed Aunt Ju? The demon capture department is actually just a general term. It includes the Jingyan Guard, which is equivalent to the FBI, the Lingniao Guard, which is akin to the National Security Agency, and the Shunlong Guard, which is similar to the Intelligence Bureau, among others. Chen Gingyang belonged to the Jingyan Guard, and very few people knew that there was also a Jingyan Guard in Yujing City, located right behind the police station. Fong Fong didn't know this before. Wasn't he just chatting with Chen Jingyang for half a day yesterday, while waiting for time to pass? Chen Jingyang thought that this kid would eventually join the demon capture department, so he had told him some things in advance. In the office, Chen Jingyang brewed himself a cup of goji berry tea, sitting at his desk with a cigarette in one hand and scrolling through his phone with the other. He was on a business trip and couldn't get involved in matters in Yujing City, so as long as Fong Fong was fine, he was the most relaxed person in the entire Jingyan Guard, even more so than the old man at the gate. Just as he was watching a hot dance video and zooming in on the screen with 2 fingers, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Uncle Chen, you seem pretty relaxed. Ha? Chen Jingyang quickly put his phone away and looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him, smiling. Miao Miao, what brings you here? The beauty before him was named Su Miao Miao, in her 20s, with a long ponytail. She wore a short-sleeved white shirt, unbuttoned, tied at her slim waist, and underneath, she had on a white sports bra that looked quite ample. It was estimated to be a 32D. Below, she wore a pair of fitted blue jeans which, due to her slim waist and prominent hips, didn't fall down even without a belt. On her feet were a pair of white sneakers, radiating youthful energy. Uncle Chen, did you get any results from what we talked about last time? What matter, Miao Miao? Su Miao Miao gave him a look. Keep pretending, go on. Chen Jingyang then realized, oh, you mean your formal employment status? That will take a bit longer. Why? Is it because my performance isn't good enough? Not at all. Among this generation, you are outstanding. Then why has everyone else been promoted and I haven't? Is it just because my mother is a fierce beast? Just as Chen Jingyang was about to sip his goji berry tea, he put the cup down and said seriously, who told you that? Isn't it true? Everyone else has been promoted and I'm the only one who hasn't. Chen Jingyang thought for a moment and decided to tell her some things to prevent this promising seedling from getting stuck in a dead end. Actually, it's not your mother's problem, it's the issue with your mother's master. Once your mother's contract expires, I promise to be the first to help you get a permanent position. Are you talking about the Tion family? How is that possible? Su Miao Miao's father was human, and after learning that her mother was pregnant, he decisively abandoned the two of them. She was raised solely by her mother, hence taking her mother's surname. To ensure she had a legal identity, her mother signed a 10-year intermediate contract with the Tion family in Magic City, becoming Tion Bangda's battle pet. She herself was quite capable, and with the advantage of being mixed blood, she was always the other people's child in the eyes of her classmates' parents. The year of the college entrance examination, she even became the top scorer in the central province. Do you know why you weren't allowed to go on yesterday's mission? Because among those people yesterday, there were members of the Tion family. Do you think I would betray because of my mother? No, I have never doubted your loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom. What I worry about is, if Tion Bangda is present, it would put you and your mother in a difficult position. Chun. Jingyang's concern was that as your mother was Tion Bangda's battle pet, under the constraints of the contract, she would inevitably turn against you. What would we do then? Just watch as you two harm each other? Seeing Su Miao silent, Chen Jingyang sighed and comforted her. If I remember correctly, your mother's contract expires in a month. A month isn't long. At that moment, a woman in professional attire knocked on the door. Since Su Miao hadn't closed the door earlier, Chen Jingyang directly asked, "What is it?" "Captain Chen, there's a boy named Fong Fong outside who wants to see you." "How did that kid get here?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "Bring him in. Since you have business, Uncle Chen, I won't disturb you." Chen Jingyang nodded. "Don't feel burdened, a month will pass quickly." I understand." As Su Miao went out, Fong Fong happened to come in. "Are there really this many beauties in the demon capture division?" Just as he entered, he saw one and thought she was a pretty lady placed at the front desk to make a good impression. He didn't expect the one he saw now to be even more beautiful. As they brushed past each other, Fong Fong instinctively sniffed, which made Su Miao think he was teasing her, and she turned back to glare at him fiercely. Fragrant, really fragrant, her glare looked even better. If he could develop a pure friendship with this lady, that would be even better. "Hey, what are you looking at, kid? Aren't you satisfied with having one at home?" The one at home was indeed pleasing to the eye, but she was just for looking, not for eating. The beauty just now was different. It could definitely develop into a pure friendship. "I was just curious, why are there so many beauties in your demon capture division?" Chen Jingyang was about to warn Fong Fong not to think too much, but the words changed at the tip of his tongue, just realizing that now. "So, after graduation, are you interested in joining our demon capture division?" "I haven't even enrolled yet." "Isn't it too early to talk about graduation?" "Then what are you here for today?" Fong Fong took out an old phone and showed him the text message Li Meng sent before she died. Chen Jingyang's face gradually became serious, and Fong Fong knew he had indeed come to the right place this time. "When did this happen?" Fong Fong shook his head. "I don't know, but it should have been in the last day or two." A day or two shouldn't be enough to tear up the ticket. Although Li Meng's parents were ordinary people, they were still citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. As members of the Dragon Kingdom's demon capture division, they had the obligation to rescue them alive. Moreover, the one behind the kidnapping was still the Tion family. "You don't need to worry about this, I have my own arrangements. I hope you can act quickly. After all, their daughter committed suicide this morning." "I know, you go back and wait for news, I promise it won't be long." Fong Fong nodded, left the demon capture division, and then hailed a cab to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is connected nationwide, whether it's an official or a private task, it can be found there. However, after searching the guild's computer, Fong Fong couldn't find the task his master had given him. It seemed to be truly customized. At home, Shu Wing was also ready. Today she wore a white bodycon dress with a diamond-studded neckline, accentuating her spectacular curves, destined to dazzle many eyes today. As she slipped on her high heels and prepared to head out, she felt like something was missing. Right, she still needed a bag. What kind of beauty goes out without a bag? So she called Fong Fong. "Master, can I take a little more salary?" "How long has it been? You spent 1,000 already?" "No, I want to buy a bag." "Buying a bag is fine, but will you behave?" "Of course, master, I will behave. If I don't listen to you, who else can I listen to?" "Then if you behave, we won't buy it." Shu Wing was taken aback. Her little master actually dared to trick her, making her stomp her high heel in frustration. Then she picked up the phone and called Lu Wulong. "Hello, sister-in-law, what made you think of calling me today? How can you say that? What happened to the matter I asked you to handle last time?" "Ah, sorry. I've been a bit busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to go. Do you have time today to accompany me to the library?" Lu Wulong thought for a moment. He had just taken on a job to modify equipment for the boss, but it shouldn't be urgent today. Well, meaning his sister-in-law was more important. Just from her voice, she sounded like a great beauty. "No problem, sister-in-law, I'll drive over to pick you up right away." After hanging up, Shu Wing thought of her little master again. If it weren't for her master being so stingy and deducting her salary, she could afford a car by now. No, she had to find a way to get her salary back. While waiting for Lu Wulong outside the community, she saw a small supermarket at the entrance and went in to buy a pack of women's cigarettes. Just as she lit one, a lighter suddenly sparked to life in front of her. Shu Wing naturally borrowed a flame. "Thank you. How much is this lighter?" "The supermarket Owner was a teacher from a nearby elementary school, a decent man who was helping his wife run the store today because it was the weekend. 2 yuan, it's windproof, so it's a bit more expensive. The owner hurriedly explained, fearing Shuing might misunderstand, but he should have been more worried about himself, as his wife had just returned from outside and was glaring at him with jealousy. Shuing paid, took her cigarettes and lighter, and left the small supermarket under the owner's watchful eyes. Just as she stepped out, the owner received a shoe sole from his wife. "Why did you hit me?" The owner felt wronged. "Why do you think I hit you? You were so skilled at lighting a cigarette for her. Didn't you say you don't smoke? You're a big liar. That's unfair. Wife, you know whether I smoke or not. Lighting a cigarette for her is just because she's a customer." "Customer? Your eyes are practically glued to her. What does that mean?" Shuing had no idea that her purchase of a pack of cigarettes had sparked a bloody battle between a couple. After smoking half of it, she extinguished it, flicked her fingers, and it landed in a trash can across the street. Seeing Lu Wulong hadn't arrived yet, she lit another one, blew out a smoke ring, and picked up her phone. "Hey, how far is your place? Why aren't you here yet?" "I'm almost there, just about to reach your building." "Wait a minute, is that you on the red electric scooter?" Seeing the little scooter just arriving at the community suddenly stop, Shuing continued, "Look to your left rear." Seeing him look over, Shuing waved at him. The next moment, Lu Wulong was completely stunned. This beauty is my new sister-in-law? She's just too beautiful. She has the figure and the face, and most importantly, she has such grace. The boss really lives up to his title. He actually managed to win over such a stunning woman. You really are my sister-in-law?" Shuing nodded. "Is this the car you mentioned?" Lu Wulong disdainfully tossed the little electric scooter aside. "How can I use this to pick up my sister-in-law? I'll call Zhu Fengshu right now. We partnered to buy a car, he drives it on odd days, I drive it on even days, and today is Sunday, so the car is with him." He stepped aside and dialed Zhu Fengshu's number. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and come pick up my sister-in-law." "Don't scare me, Li Meng just died this morning." "What are you thinking? I'm talking about our new sister-in-law. That woman Li Meng isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes." "Is that for real?" "Of course it's real. Hurry up, don't keep my sister-in-law waiting." After saying that, he secretly took a picture of Shuing and sent it over. Soon, Zhu Fengshu called back. "Are you sure this beauty is our new sister-in-law? You didn't just find a pretty picture online to trick me, did you? Are you blind? The road in front of the boss's neighborhood, you still don't recognize it? Alright, I'm on my way, wait for me." After hanging up, Lu Wulong hurriedly ran back to Shuing. "Sister-in-law, just wait a moment, that guy's house isn't far, he'll be here soon." "You just said you guys use the car based on a week?" "Yeah, he drives on odd days, I drive on even days. So tomorrow it's his turn again?" Lu Wulong slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, "I thought something was off. That guy is too shameless. No, I need to negotiate with him on a monthly basis. That depends on whether the month is long or short." "Why?" "Because a long month has 31 days. What do we do then?" "I don't know, you can think about it." Slowly. Soon, Zhu Fengshu arrived, driving a second-hand brown SUV. A new one would probably cost around 200,000. This one could be had for 1 or 2,000. "Hello, sister-in-law. Is this the car you two bought together?" Sister-in-law, we just got our licenses, so we wanted to buy a second-hand car to practice first, and then we'll get a new one once we're used to driving." "That's not what I meant, forget it, let's go." "Where to?" "Stop dawdling, let's go." "To the library." Lu Wulong quickly opened the back door, and after Shuing got in, he immediately climbed in as well. Zhu Fengshu looked at the empty passenger seat. Something felt off. Shouldn't the beauty be in the passenger seat? "Hey, Lao. Lu, I thought about it, you should drive today." "Cut that out, just drive. My sister-in-law is waiting to go to the library." Seeing Lu Wulong not switch, Zhu Fengshu had no choice but to release the handbrake and said, "Buckle up, we're off. It's just a seat, right?" Shuing didn't mind, but she was a bit worried about Lu Wulong's little electric scooter. "What about your little electric scooter?" "It's fine, I'll call the boss later and ask him to help me take care of it. By the way, is the boss home? He said he would be back for breakfast, so he should be back soon." At the most luxurious hotel in Yujing City, a group of tourists from Modu had just completed their check-in. In the elevator, Tion had a side part, his hair slick and shiny, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looking quite refined. Coupled with his black stand-collar Zhongshan suit, he resembled a master of the style. "Why don't you call your daughter? You have some free time these days, you can go spend time with her." "My daughter is also in Yujing City?" The speaker was Su Miao Miao's mother, Su Jia. Although she already had a 20-year-old daughter, she herself looked very young, at most only in her 30s. Her long hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, and her white, graceful neck was fully visible. There was a saying that a beautiful neck exudes fragrance, which was tailor-made for her. Unfortunately, she was missing a necklace, otherwise, she would have been even more perfect. There was also a beautiful beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and she wore a khaki-colored dress that, combined with her graceful demeanor, turned heads all along the way. Tian Bangda nodded. "It should have arrived a few days ago." Su Jia quickly dialed the phone. "Hello, Miao Miao, it's Mom. Is something wrong, Mom?" No, Mom is fine, just missing you. I just arrived in Yujing City and wanted to see you. On the other end of the line, Su Miao Miao was taken aback. How did Mom know she was in Yujing City? The next moment, she seemed to understand something and thought to herself, the old thief's heart is still unyielding. The Tion family actually sent someone again. Mom, why didn't you say so earlier? I just arrived in the Magic City. You're back already? Yeah, the mission is complete, so I came back. By the way, Mom, when are you coming back? I miss you too. Su Jia was about to speak when Tion Banda suddenly pressed the phone. Tomorrow. I just received news that the contact person is not coming, so we'll go back tomorrow. Su Jia didn't think much and immediately said, Mom will be back tomorrow. So soon? Didn't you just arrive in Yujing City? Yes, but the master said there was a bit of a problem, so we'll go back tomorrow. Damn it, it turns out that Tion Bangda came this time. Su Miao Miao frowned and then said, great, I'll go to the teleportation station to pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Su Miao Miao thought for a moment and then picked up her phone to call Qin Jingyang. Hello, Captain? Tion Bangda has arrived in Yujing City. In the hotel room on the other side, Tion Bangda stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at Yujing City. Have you found out? A man in a suit behind him said, Young master, we've found out. The 8th young master is indeed dead, and the murderer is the target from last time, Fong Fong. Where is he now? 10 minutes ago, he just came out of the Adventurers Guild and is on his way home. Keep a close watch on him. As soon as he leaves the city, report to me immediately. After the man in the suit left, Su Jia walked in. Master, are you looking for me? Tion Banda smiled slightly. Come sit. The two sat down at the small table by the window. Tion Banda poured a glass of foreign wine for Su Jia and said, We've been together for almost 10 years, right? Yes, master, our contract will expire next month. In another month, she would be free, and from then on, she could accompany Miao Miao every day. But I want to renew the contract with you. Su Jia was taken aback and then said, Master, we agreed at the beginning to only sign for 10 years. But I regret it now. Having such a beautiful mature woman by his side for 10 years, yet she hadn't even let him touch her finger. It could be said that he was young and didn't understand before, but now he understood, yet the contract was about to expire, which made him feel very unwilling. Sorry, I refuse. What if I order you to renew the contract with me? Master, have you forgotten? We only signed a mid-level contract. I can refuse you 3 requests, and this is the last one. Haven't I treated you well these past few years? So I didn't terminate our contract early. Master, do you have anything else? If not, I'll go back to my room. Wait a minute, give me your phone. I bought that for you, and I have the right to take it back. Su Jia didn't hesitate, took out the SIM card, restored the phone to factory settings, and then returned it to Tion Bangda. Fong Fong had just arrived at the entrance of the community when Lu Wulong called. Hey, boss, I left the little electric scooter at the entrance of your community. Can you help me tidy it up? I'll come pick it up later. Fong Fong looked around, and sure enough, under the utility pole lay a red electric scooter. Who else could it belong to if not Lu Wulong? Why did you park the scooter here? I came to pick up my sister-in-law. With her elegance, I can't let her ride the little scooter with me, can I? Why are you picking her up? Wait, who is your sister-in-law? Alright, I get it. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd want the whole world to know, but only you, boss, like to keep it hidden. You still haven't told me why you're picking her up. Upon hearing this, Shuing quickly snatched Lu Wulong's phone and laughed. Why are you asking so loudly? Are you worried about me or your little brother? Have fun, Fong Fong said before hanging up. Shuing glanced at the phone and said irritably, what a clueless fool. Lu Wulong picked up the phone from the chair and laughed. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood him. The boss is actually a bit shy. Shy? Yeah. You haven't spent much time with him yet, but over time, you'll see that even though the boss doesn't talk much, he can tell you the most serious jokes in the most earnest tone, and you'll be left dumbfounded. Is it really that interesting? Absolutely. If you want to win over our boss, you need to be a bit more open. Shuing frowned at this, thinking, in front of him, wasn't she already open enough? Are you sure? Of course. We grew up playing in the mud together. We know all his little tricks. It would be best to have some physical contact. It would definitely yield better results. Shu Ying's eyes lit up. At that moment, Zhu Fengshu said, you're mistaken. What yields better results is for you, sister-in-law, to show that you're not interested in financial control. Lu Wulong immediately chimed in, right, how could I forget that? Don't think the boss is stingy, but when it comes to spending money, he doesn't hold back at all. Shuing nodded, I can see that, otherwise, I wouldn't like him. Hearing this, Zhu Fengshu continued, actually, the boss has been poor since he was little. His parents passed away early, and Uncle Chai only did manual labor, raising him with a shoulder pole. Luckily, there was a Li Meng living downstairs, otherwise, who knows how many times the boss would have gone hungry as a child. Lu Wulong, hearing Zhu Feng's words, kicked the back of his chair. Can't you choose your words better? Sorry, sister-in-law, you wouldn't hold a grudge against a dead man, would you? Shuing smiled slightly, of course not. By the way, what other interesting stories does he have from his childhood? Hiding money, he hid money everywhere. Why's that? Was it because he was poor? Maybe. When you ask him, he says it's a habit formed over the years. If he doesn't hide some pocket money, he doesn't feel secure. Shu laughed. I can vouch for that, it's true. You have to know he was only 6 years old then. At 6, we didn't even know what pocket money was, but he was already hiding it. So the boss is clearly someone who fears his wife, sister-in-law. You must seize this opportunity. The three of them chatted about Fong Feng's amusing stories until they reached the library. Meanwhile, Fong Feng had also arrived home on his little scooter. Just after noon, Chen Jingyang called. Are you getting anxious, kid? Not anxious, I have faith in you guys. Hearing that sounds like a compliment, but why am I not happy at all? They're okay, right? Don't worry, they've all been rescued. They're locked in a hotel. Aside from not being able to go out, they have people taking care of their food and drink. Fong Feng nodded. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Don't waste your phone bill. Why do I feel like I'm being used up and then discarded? When you asked me to do something for you in the morning, it wasn't like this. Aren't I just worried about wasting your phone bill? Bullshit, I see you're just ungrateful. I really am not. Alright, enough of this. Let me tell you one last thing. Tion Banda has arrived in Yujing City. You better be careful. Tion Banda, who is that? You just killed his brother. Who do you think he is? Tion Banda stood by the window, swirling his wine glass. Before long, Tion Quan was brought behind him. I heard your son is dead. Isn't your brother dead too? Crash. The wine glass in Tion Banda's hand shattered in response. Tion Quan, however, sat down in front of him without any reservations. Tion Banda wiped the wine stains off his hands. Do you want to go back to your family? If you want to cooperate, just say so. You don't have the qualifications to make me go back to my family. You really are annoying, but I like your straightforwardness. In the afternoon, after Shuang got the answer she wanted in the library, she returned home. As soon as she entered, she kicked off her high heels and limped to the sofa to sit down. Fong Feng, who was preparing dinner, saw her strange appearance and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? These high heels are really not meant for people to wear. Walking all day has exhausted me. If they're uncomfortable, then don't wear them anymore." Shuang's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Are you going to buy me new ones? Maybe the new shoes are just a bit tight. They'll be fine after a few more wears." Shuang pouted in disappointment and said, "But my feet really hurt right now. I can't reach to rub them. Master, why don't you come over and help me rub them?" Fong Feng peeked out from the kitchen and took a look. It did seem quite troublesome, especially since she was asking him to rub her feet while she was pregnant. Would that even work? The stockings were shiny, her legs long, neither too thin nor too thick. With legs like that, anyone would be eager to rub them. But Fong Feng hesitated, thinking this woman was probably trying to set him up again. "Forget it, I can't be bothered. I'll just go downstairs and buy some ointment." Watching Shuang limp away, Fong Feng finally softened. After all, she was his battle pet. Even though they had signed the highest contract, the necessary feelings still had to be cultivated, or else they wouldn't be able to unleash their maximum battle power. Finding an excuse, Fong Feng waved at Shuang. "Sit down. I'll rub your feet." "Really? If you don't want it, then forget it." I want it. Carrot. Carrot." Shuang happily sat down on the sandflower, thinking that the legendary talents really didn't deceive her. This guy was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. If she had known, she would have set up her plan much earlier. When she saw Fong Feng come out of the kitchen, she quickly suppressed her thoughts to avoid him hearing. As soon as Fong Feng sat down on the sofa, Shuang eagerly stretched her feet over. "Does it hurt here?" Fong Feng pointed to her ankle. My toes hurt too, and my calves hurt, just need them all." Fong Feng began to knead earnestly. The black stockings were delicate, with a silky touch, and bouncy. "Did you forget to wash your feet? I was in so much pain just now, I forgot. Is it smelly? Should I go wash them now?" After wearing high heels all day, the smell on her little feet was quite special. But looking at the smile at the corner of her mouth, it was clear she was doing it on purpose. "Forget it. The smell isn't that bad. Once I finish rubbing, I still have to make dinner." Shuang smiled slightly, confirming a bit more that her master was indeed a bit reserved. Oh. About 10 minutes later, Fong Feng stopped. "All done. So fast? Why so fast? I mean, it hurts here too." Shuang pointed to her thigh, not sure if it was because she was lying down and her hands weren't long enough or if she was just getting carried away. In any case, the spot she pointed to was a bit off. Fong Feng took one look and tossed her leg back onto the sofa. "You can rub that spot yourself." Although Fong Feng looked down on her, Shuang was still very happy. She finally found a breakthrough this time. After dinner, Shuang went to wash the dishes while Fong Feng stood by the window digesting his food, inadvertently catching sight of the little electric scooter downstairs. Why hasn't that kid come to pick up the bike yet? Could he have forgotten? Just as he thought of this, the phone rang. "Hey, boss, can you bring my little electric scooter over? Weren't you supposed to come pick it up yourself?" "Boss, I'm busy modifying your equipment right now. I know you're anxious for it, so I'm working overtime for you. I'll bring it over in a bit." No rush, you can bring it over tonight. Shu Ying finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Who called you, an old lover? Lu Wulong asked me to bring him his little electric scooter. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. No need, I'll be back soon. If there's any danger, I can summon you. What kind of danger could there be in this city? Besides, am I worried about you being in danger? I just want to sit in the back and hug you, to increase some physical contact. Oh, but I'm home alone, it's so boring. If I scroll through my phone, you'll definitely say I'm wasting my data, and if I want to watch TV, you won't buy it for me. What do you want me to do sitting at home alone? Fong Fong was taken aback. Am I really that stingy? But, seeing Shu Ying's aggrieved expression, he agreed. Alright, but on the way back we might have to walk. That's fine, as long as I'm with the master. Don't say just a few steps, even if we have to walk to the ends of the earth, I'm willing. Shu Ying happily changed into high heels. Weren't you saying those shoes are uncomfortable? But master, you also said that new shoes need to be worn a few times to not hurt the feet. Fine, I did say that. Fong Fong hopped on the electric scooter, and Shu Ying sat on the back naturally, wrapping her arms around his waist. Although it felt a bit ticklish at first, she got used to it over time, and the fragrant breeze wafting from behind was refreshing. Clearly, she hadn't bought any perfume, yet the scent was so captivating. Suddenly, Fong Fong slammed on the brakes, and the feeling of being pushed back was exhilarating. What's wrong, master? Fong Fong pointed to a dog by the roadside. I almost hit it just now. It's fine, if we hit it, we can just go home and stew some dog meat. Have some decency. Besides, dog meat isn't even tasty. When they arrived at Lu Wulong's house, it was his dad who opened the door. Fong Fong, what brings you here? As usual, the first thing he said was either, what are you doing here, or why are you here again? He had a good relationship with Wulong and Fengchu, but adults, well, life strips away innocence, and there's always a bit of snobbery. However, today, his dad's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Look at me asking that, come in, sit down. Then he shouted to his wife, honey, cut some fruit, Fong Fong is here. Lu Wulong's mom peeked out to take a look. Oh, Fong Fong is here, why are you standing at the door? Come in and sit, auntie will go cut some fruit for you. The sudden warmth made Fong Fong feel a bit unaccustomed. Fortunately, Lu Wulong, hearing the commotion, came out. Hey, Dad, Mom, you don't need to fuss, Fong Fong just came to bring me the bike. His mom poked him in the chest, exasperated. What are you talking about? Without Fong Fong helping you, you wouldn't even know where to sell your labor. Lu Wulong felt wronged. Am I really that ungrateful? I'm just worried about Dad. When he sees his girlfriend later, you two will end up fighting. To prevent his dad from kneeling on the washboard and to ensure he doesn't sleep on the couch today, Lu Wulong single-handedly managed to get Fong Fong downstairs. Boss, I'm sorry. It's not that I, Lu Wulong, don't want to be human, it's just that my sister-in-law is too beautiful. If my dad sees her, he'll definitely end up at the hospital tomorrow just to leech off the Wi-Fi. Fong Fong didn't pay much attention to this, on the contrary, he was unsure how to handle his parents suddenly becoming so enthusiastic. After chatting with him for a few minutes downstairs, they gave him over 100 enhancement stones, urging him to enhance both his and Shu Ying's equipment. At this point, he could say he had completely offended the Tion family. Staying in the city might not pose any problems, but going out of the city would definitely be an issue. Although Chen Jingyang was secretly protecting him, there's always a chance for something to slip through the cracks. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Being self-reliant is the only true form of reliability. On the way back along the shaded path, Shu Ying tried to link her arm with his. Seeing that he didn't object, she leaned her head on his shoulder. Fong Fong was lost in thought and didn't notice this, but it didn't stop Shu Ying from feeling happy on her own. Oh, carrot, oh. 3 days later, Lu Wulong delivered the equipment, and it was time for Fong Fong and Shu Ying to set off. The blacksmith's modification skill could change the appearance of the equipment without damaging its original attributes. Fong Fong was very satisfied with the tang knife that Lu Wulong had modified. Not only were the attributes intact, but it also perfectly replicated the shape of the knife in the photo, with the center of gravity perfectly balanced. In addition, both of their equipment had been enhanced to +5. According to Fong Feng's earlier expectations, it would have been impressive if that guy could enhance these pieces to +3. In this world, the rules of enhancement state that as the enhancement level increases, while the equipment's attributes improve by 20% each time, the required enhancement stones increase exponentially. Excluding the failure rate, it was indeed quite impressive that he could use over 100 enhancement stones to get each piece of equipment to +5. Fong Fong and Shu Ying arrived at the light rail station, took the light rail to the Yenzhui bridge station outside the city, and then walked a kilometer to the Huiqiangu secret realm. The light rail had just reached the old city gate station, which was the third to last stop before leaving the city. Chen Jingyang and Tian Bangda received the news that he was about to leave the city. Report, Captain, just received news that Fong Fong will arrive at the old city gate station in 3 minutes. It looks like he's planning to leave the city. Notify Team Tutu. Set off with me. Yes. Just as Chen Jingyang reached the door, he ran into Su Miaomiao. Uncle Chen, do you have a mission? Chen. Jingyang nodded. It's nothing major, you don't need to follow. Although Su Miaomiao felt a bit disappointed, it was all because of her mother. She didn't resent her mother, on the contrary, she loved her very much because everything she had now was earned through her mother's sacrifice of 10 years of freedom. The ones she hated were the Tion family. She had already verified with her colleagues that the last operation indeed involved members of the Tion family, and it was none other than the 8th young master, Tion Bide. The Tion family's betrayal was beyond doubt. In a month, her mother would be free, and everything would get better. At the top floor of the Haoheng Hotel, Tian Bangda stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Yuzhou City. That kid is finally leaving the city? Is the information accurate? He should have arrived at the old city gate station by now. The possibility of him leaving the city is very high. Tian Bangda nodded. Notify Tian Quan. We'll set off immediately. Master, what are we going to do? We're going to kill someone. Fong Fong? You know quite a bit, but do you have the right to refuse me now? Of course, you could trade something for it, like renewing your contract with me or becoming my woman. Let's set off. Looking at Su Jie's back, Tian Bangda was furious, his eyes practically spitting fire. Unappreciative. Young master, if you want her to become your woman, there are ways. Speak. Since she can sign a 10-year contract for her daughter, signing another 10 years doesn't seem like a big deal, right? This sentence suddenly enlightened Tian Bangda. The greatest weakness of this woman is her daughter. As long as her daughter is in my hands, why would I fear she wouldn't obediently submit? You clever little brat. Once the matter is accomplished, the secret silver mine in the falling Star River will be handed over to you. Thank you for your cultivation, young master. The light rail arrived at Lujiaba Station, the second to last stop out of the city. It was a small station, and logically, there shouldn't be many people getting on. But now, a group of people boarded, and Fong Fong knew at a glance that the people from the Demon Capture Division had gotten on. He had seen these people before, although most were just acquaintances. He had a knack for remembering faces, so he had them all stored in his mind. The light rail set off again, and Chen Jingyang quietly sat down beside him. What are you doing out of the city? With less than a month until the college entrance examination, I can't just stay in the city all the time, can I? That's true. So where do you want to go this time? The endless forest? Fong Fong shook his head. Huaqian Valley. What are you going there for? Wait, how do you know about that place? My master told me and even assigned me a task. After saying that, he handed the task scroll to him. Master? When did this kid get a master? Why wasn't it in the information? With confusion, Chen Jingyang opened the scroll and immediately widened his eyes. Task objective, eliminate Hua Qiangu. Task reward, Battle Pet Space Expansion Card, 3,000 contribution points. Sigma, Surprised Face, Hua. Qian Valley is rich in demon honey, an important material for making high-level potions and a national strategic resource. However, the demon bees in the honey-producing areas erupt every so often, during which the bees stop making honey and instead launch attacks on the secret realm entrances. It's just like keeping bees. When there are too many bees, you have to split the hives. But there are only a few places that can produce demon honey, so the excess demon bees must be cleared out. He had just seen the report about the outbreak in Huaqian Valley a few days ago, and he didn't expect that the person sent to clean it up this time would actually be this kid. But isn't this reward a bit too high? Not only has the contribution points increased tenfold, but there's also a Battle Pet Space Expansion Card. Especially the Battle Pet Space Expansion Card. Even a first-level military merit might not be enough to exchange for one. Yet this kid has such a reward for a simple cleanup task. How strong must his background be to receive such treatment? Who exactly is your master? Fong Fong glanced at him. Why are you so excited? Chen Jingyang shook the scroll in his hand. Do you know how outrageous the task rewards on this are? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, it's hard for me to believe in the legitimacy of this task. With no choice, Fong Fong had to pull out the badge. I don't know if you recognize this. If you don't know what this is, I might have to question that old man's legitimacy. The badge was casually pulled out of Fong Feng's pocket, and at first, Chen Jingyang didn't pay much attention to it. But when he took it in his hands and looked closely, he suddenly stood up. Holding the badge with both hands, he exclaimed excitedly, where did you get this badge? Fong Fong looked at him. An old man with the surname Yen, you seem to call him Yen Shui. This was indeed Yen Shui's badge, and Fong Fong wasn't lying. So Chen Jingyang continued. How could he give you this? At that time, he didn't have any decent gifts to present, so he used this as a substitute. Are you really his disciple? If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. By the way, that task was also given to me by him. We can ask him together then. No need. Chen Jingyang quickly returned the badge to Fong Fong. Did he dare to ask about this? When others say, I'll skin you alive, it might just be a threat. But if it was Commander Yin who said this, then he was stating a fact. Chun. Jingyang quickly made another call. Gather everyone at Parrotbeak Bridge Station, hurry. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Do you know how many people from the Tion family came this time? How many? Chen Jingyang thought for a moment but still didn't reveal the number, fearing it would scare the kid to death. The light rail arrived at the next station, and Chen Jingyang gave a few instructions to his subordinates before getting off, looking like he was going to personally set up defenses for the last kilometer. As for why he was sure Tion Bangda wouldn't act on the train, it was because all light rails leaving the city had defensive arrays installed by the authorities, and in this carriage, apart from himself and Shuang, everyone else was from the Demon Capture Division. As long as Tion Bangda wasn't completely out of his mind, he would never choose to act on the train. 20 minutes later, the light rail arrived at Parrotbeak Bridge Station. Fong Fong followed the map's guidance and walked towards the entrance of Flower Thousand Valley, which was a kilometer away. Old Chen had described this last kilometer as a hellish battlefield. But when he actually got here, Fong Fong found the way to be calm and peaceful, not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Fong Fong glanced at Shuang, who shook her head, indicating she hadn't noticed anything unusual either. It was impossible for the Tion family to have relaxed their assassination attempts on him. Now, with not even a ghostly shadow in sight, it could only mean that the Demon Capture Division's operational capabilities were too strong, keeping those petty criminals at bay. Military restricted area, no entry for tourists. Just as they reached the entrance, a soldier stopped them 10 meters away. Fong Fong took out the mission scroll. We're here on a mission, not as tourists. The soldier cast a reconnaissance spell and sized them up. It turned out he was a beast master with his battle pet, but he was only an 11th level beast master. What mission could he be on? Clearing out the excess demon bees in the valley? Are you sure the mission you received is here? Absolutely, it clearly states on the mission to clear out all the demon bees in the valley. The soldier took the scroll, glanced at it, and then returned it to Fong Fong. Go back. Your level is too low. Going in is just asking for death. Is it that dangerous? Extremely dangerous. My comrades and I are over level 20, and even we can't come out unscathed. What about you, an 11th level beast master? If I'm not mistaken, you should still be a student, right? I am still a student, but I have to complete this mission. After saying that, Fong Fong took out the badge. Do you recognize this badge? The soldier took a look and immediately stood at attention. Commander Yin sent you? Fong Fong nodded. Can we go in now? Of course, but you really need to be careful. After saying that, he handed Fong Fong a teleportation voucher. If you encounter danger, be sure to use this voucher. It can send you out of the secret realm. Thank you. Upon entering the secret realm, they were greeted by a sea of flowers, along with the roaring sound of what seemed like thousands of motorcycles revving up around them. Everywhere they looked, there were demon bees, some as big as dogs, others as large as water buffaloes. Their levels weren't high, ranging from 10 to 20, but they had the advantage of sheer numbers. Flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, it was a dark mass everywhere. Shuang, can you teach me the fire feather dance? I could, but what's in it for me? What do you want? I want a bag, not a practical one, but a pretty one, and it can't be some cheap knockoff. I'll give you a maximum of 10,000. Stingy, fine. 10,000 it is, but it can't be deducted from my salary. Now it was Fong Feng's turn to be surprised. He had been thinking of a price around 50,000, just to prevent Shuang from asking for an outrageous amount. He didn't expect this silly woman to agree so readily. What's wrong? Are you going to learn? Yes. Fire Feather Dance is a dark gold level magic, and its power and attack range are incomparable to the golden level flame gun. With Fong Feng's tenfold amplification talent, these magic bees are no match for him. Burning them is incredibly satisfying. Moreover, most of these magic bees are at a higher level than Fong Fong, so in less than a quarter of an hour, both Fong Fong and Shuing lit up with the glow of leveling up. According to the leveling rules of this world, creatures with greater potential require the most experience to level up. Additionally, fierce beasts require 10% more experience than humans to level up. However, as a 10th tier divine beast, Shuing can level up in sync with Fong Fong thanks to the highest contract between them. Under this supreme contract, as a battle pet, Shuing has lost all her rights but can enjoy some benefits brought by Fong Fong. For instance, her leveling experience becomes consistent with Fong Feng's, significantly reducing the experience she needs to level up. While fierce beasts do not have a class change, she can also share the benefits Fong Fong receives each time he changes classes. It can be said that this supreme contract has completely bound the two of them together. They can forget about breaking the contract in this lifetime. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Fong began to feel overwhelmed. There's no way around it. The more powerful the magic, the greater the consumption of magic power. If it weren't for Fong Feng's tenfold amplification, with a magic power level 10 times that of an average person, he wouldn't even be able to use a magic like Fire Feather Dance, even if he learned it. Shuing, you take over for a bit. Okay, Master. Fong Feng drank the last bottle of magic potion and immediately called Zhu Fengchu. Hey, Lao Zhu, give me another 100 bottles of magic potions. No way. Boss, the 50 bottles I gave you before ran out in less than half an hour? Can this be blamed on Feng? The potions he received were all intermediate level, and such potions only restore enough magic power for 2 fire feather dances with 5 bottles. If it weren't for the fact that every time he leveled up, he could restore his state to its peak, along with a 15% recovery speed boost from his equipment and Feng Feng's substantial base magic power, those potions would be insufficient. If that were the case, Feng would have long since chosen to exit the secret realm, because without the ability to continuously unleash flames, he would be buried alive by the swarm. In such a situation, Feng could only retreat outside to recover his magic power, wait until he was ready, then go back in and come out again once he ran out. It was troublesome, and if he faltered at a critical moment, it could cost him his life. Stop wasting time, hurry up, I'm waiting. Alright, I'll just give you all the stock I have, a total of 200 bottles. While accepting the potions, Feng also sent some of the equipment and materials he had obtained to Zhu Fengchu and Lu Wulong. With such intense consumption, waiting for Zhu Fengchu to make potions on the spot would definitely not work. So Feng simply asked the two of them to buy potions for him directly, with the costs deducted from the equipment. The more monsters he killed, the more loot he obtained. Previously, he only sent some worthless items to Wulong and Fengchu, but today he also sent many valuable pieces of equipment. There was no way to fit everything in his backpack, so Feng vowed that this time when he returned, he would definitely expand his backpack space, otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Wulong opened Feng Feng's package at home, and at that moment he was completely stunned. His 20 square meter living room was filled to the brim with loot, and the door was almost blown off its hinges. Fortunately, he had just arrived home and was standing at the entrance. If he had been in the living room, he would have been crushed to death by the loot. Boss, which warehouse did you rob? If I sell this, I won't become an accomplice, will I? The same thing happened to Zhu Fengchu. However, he was worse off, as he was directly pinned under the spoils. Fortunately, most of the herbs Feng sent him were there, which saved him from being crushed. Boss, you can't do illegal things. Ha? What's this? Zhu Fengchu pulled out a test tube filled with yellow liquid from the mountain of spoils and took a closer look. Bee venom. Looking again at the spoils, there was actually quite a lot of this bee venom. So much bee venom? He wouldn't really have gone to rob someone's warehouse, would he? And it's the official warehouse at that. Bee venom isn't hard to find on the market, but it's impossible to have this much. As far as he knew, the only place in Yujing City that could yield this much bee venom was the official forbidden area. Hua Qiangu terrified, Zhu Fengchu quickly dialed Feng Feng's number. Hello, boss, where are you? Hua Qiangu, what's up? You really went to Hua Qiangu? Do you know what kind of place that is? Are you trying to get yourself killed? There are indeed a lot of fierce beasts, but it's not life-threatening. Is that about the fierce beasts? Do you even know what that place is? Alright, stop nagging, hurry up and help me buy potions. I urgently need a large quantity of high-level potions. Boss, do you even realize how serious the trouble you're in is? Hua Qiangu is an official forbidden area. Those things you gave me, not to mention anything else, just the bee venom, can I dare to sell it? What's there to be afraid of? Just use my name, and you'll be fine. By the way, is that bee venom valuable? It's not about whether it's valuable or not. The problem is that as soon as you sell it, people will know you stole it from Hua Qiangu. If you can prove your source is legitimate, each vial should sell for 20 to 30,000. So valuable? You keep those bee venoms for me first. I'll sell them when I get back. This is bad. The boss has completely fallen into the money trap, daring to rob even official goods for the sake of money. After hanging up, Feng thought to himself that his cheap master was indeed the right choice. One task not only solved his pet shortage and the issue of his second transfer certificate, but also helped him with his money problems. You should know that the most common drop here is bee venom, and every single one drops it. Higher level ones can even drop 5 or 6 vials at once. 100,000 magic bees, how much would that be worth? Moreover, are there only 100,000 magic bees in Hua Qiangu? By the end of the day, Feng had no idea how many magic bees he had killed, but he remembered clearly how much bee venom he had collected. A total of 300,252 vials, which conservatively estimated to be worth 900,656. And this was just the first day, mostly killing low-level magic bees. The further he went in, the higher the level of the magic bees he encountered, and the more bee venom he would obtain. At this rate, the billionaire he dreamed of in his past life would be within reach in this life. When he came out of the secret realm, Feng was exhausted. The sentry was startled when he saw him. This kid hadn't come out all day. They thought he had died in there. Who would have thought he was still alive? This kid is not simple. He actually managed to stay in there for a whole day, the sentry remarked, watching Feng Feng's back. Another sentry said, to stay in there for a day and still walk out, he really has some skills. But To expect a level 11 student to clear Huaqiangu, how long would that take? What 11? Take a closer look, he's already level 14. If he didn't use experience orbs to level up 3 times in a day, how many magic bees would he have to kill? As it turned out, someone calculated how much experience was needed to reach level 14. They all knew the drill. After considering various factors, they came up with an astonishing number: 5,000. There are at least 5,000 of them. After all, as the level increases, the experience gain decreases. Just how much will it decrease? They are currently killing demon bees and not gaining any experience, so they can't make an accurate calculation, only a rough estimate. But even so, 5,000 is an outrageous number. Absurd to the core. It's important to know that every time they come to do such tasks, they are at least second-tier professionals, and they must form a team to succeed. Even then, those who did the tasks before only managed to kill 5 to 6,000 in a day. Half a month later, Tion reappeared at the Haohong Hotel. I don't plan to wait any longer. Then what do you want to do? This wait lasted half a month. If it weren't for Su Jie agreeing to renew the contract with him, he might have been even more anxious than Tion. As for why Su Jie agreed, it was naturally because of Su Miao Miao. As long as Tian Bangde no longer sought Miao Miao, she would even be willing to sign a lifelong contract with him. I want to blow up a train, Tian Quan said in a deep voice. In this past month, I've reviewed the entire route countless times and found that only the section from Xinglong Station to the city gate has the weakest defenses. So you want to blow up the light rail there? Exactly. Do you know that on the light rail out of the city, there are not just civilians but even more adventurers? How many people will die if you blow it up? Or how many will you offend? I am now a man without a future. What do I have to fear? Then I wish you success. Aren't you going to take action? This burden is too great. I can't bear it. Don't forget, just a few days ago, that kid was already level 22. At his growth rate, how much longer do you think you can wait? Seeing Tian Bangde hesitate, Tian Quan continued, don't worry, I'll take care of blowing up the light rail. If anything happens, I'll handle it. You just need to confirm whether that kid is dead or not. As long as you can draw all the aggro to yourself, I can take action to kill him, but if you can't do that, then don't blame me for standing by. Then it's settled. Huaqian Valley. Now at level 22, Fong Fong has long since run out of experience here. But the bee venom. He has now collected tens of millions of vials of bee venom, which would be worth at least 200 million if converted to money. So Fong Fong decided that the money he initially spent on buying a bag for Shuing would increase from 10,000 to 100,000, to avoid being called too stingy. Master, is this pressure okay? On a hillside full of blooming flowers, Shuing knelt behind Fong Fong, diligently massaging his shoulders. This was a trick Lu Wulong taught her to have more physical contact with Fong Fong, and it really worked. After her relentless efforts over the past half-month, although they still hadn't confirmed their relationship, she no longer needed to find excuses to do some intimate things with her master. Fong Fong nodded. Shu Ying's massage was indeed quite comfortable, and, of course, the 2 large, bouncy pillows behind his head were even more comfortable. This woman not only knows how to provide benefits, but is also very capable. She can keep the house spotless and cook a delicious meal. Such household chores, coming from a charming, mature woman like her, are hard to imagine. Besides that, she can increase the selling price of every piece of loot by half to double. Ever since he learned about her ability, he suddenly felt that he had lost a lot selling those previous loot. Looking at the cave on the opposite hillside, that was the last beehive in the entire Huaqian Valley. Now the whole Huaqian Valley was quiet, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine, and flowers blooming everywhere. It was truly a great place for a vacation and relaxation. Shu Ying patted Fong Feng's shoulder. Master, my waist is a bit sore. Why don't you rest your head on my lap? I'll give you a head massage. Fong Feng's head slid down, and Shu Ying let out a soft hum as her hair brushed against the grapes. What's wrong? Looking past those 2 bouncy headlights, Shu Ying's face was flushed. And no, it's nothing. Is this strength suitable for you, master? Your technique is so good. Where did you learn it? At the bathhouse before? What? Before I met you, I was just a bird. Where could I have learned? At that moment, Fong Feng's phone rang, and upon picking it up, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. After answering, Yan Liqiu's voice came through. Hey, my good disciple, it's been half a month already. How's the task going? If it's not going well, just let me know. Don't force yourself. How did you get my phone number? Don't worry about how I got it. Just tell me if you want to release the bees. Fong Fong glanced at the mountain peak across from him. With his and Shu Ying's strength, they could finish it in at most 10 minutes. This old man always wanted him to release the bees. He couldn't possibly be reluctant to part with that expansion card, could he? There's just one last hive. I can help you finish it in no time. Trying to back out? No way. Really? Wait a minute, what did you just say? The last hive? What does that mean? It means exactly what it says. Stop immediately. What now? The demon bees in Huiqiangu have all been killed by you. How can they produce honey now? To clear Huiqiangu, you only need to kill half, at most, 2/3 of the demon bees, but Fong Fong, this thick-headed kid, was doing this kind of task for the first time. He had no idea he thought clearing meant killing them all. Yen Licho said irritably, "You killed all the demon bees. Who will make honey in the future? Are you going to do it? Isn't there still one nest left? Alright, let me see your task scroll. I want to see if you're just bragging." So the two added each other as friends, and Fong Fong sent over the task scroll. The task scroll is proof of task handover, capable of recording the entire process of the task. Whether the task is completed can be known just by looking at the task scroll. Yen Licho opened the scroll and was completely stunned. That kid actually almost wiped out the demon bees, and he used the dark gold level skill Fire Feather Dance. Although he was constantly taking potions, being able to release a skill like Fire Feather Dance at level 11 meant that this kid's magic power base was at least over 1,000. But wait, when he first saw this kid, his magic power base was the same as a normal person. He could barely release a Fire Feather Dance. But the records on the scroll showed that as long as the potions were sufficient, he could keep burning until the end of time, and the power of the Fire Feather Dance he released was absurdly large. In his understanding, it was at least magnified tenfold. The task scroll couldn't be wrong, so the problem must lie with that kid. He was hiding his true abilities. Moreover, he not only concealed his own information but also altered that of his battle pet. Based on the skill release frequency of his battle pet and the frequency of potion consumption, this was definitely not something a 6th tier fierce beast, like the burning sky swallow, could achieve. Not a 6th tier fierce beast. Yen Licho's body suddenly shook, and a possibility flashed in his mind: a divine beast? At least it had to be a 9th tier divine beast to reach this level. Thinking of this, Yen Licho decisively destroyed the task scroll. Damn, if the Northern Western Federation found out that such a monstrous talent had emerged from the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't they directly go to war with the Dragon Kingdom? I hit the jackpot. I've finally struck it rich after a lifetime of hard work, never expecting to get such a treasure in my old age. Jichiobai, you old scoundrel, just wait. My disciple will surely knock your old teeth out. By the way, that old scoundrel seemed to look down on him before, saying his ceiling was too low? Fine. When you see this kid, if you don't smash your broken tower's ceiling, I'll change my surname to yours. Fong Fong naturally had no idea how excited his cheap master was right now. After waiting for half an hour without any response from the old man, he was just about to make a call to ask if that old geezer was playing hard to get when a message suddenly popped up on his friend panel. Opening it, he saw two cards. One was a Battle Pet Space Expansion card, and the other was a Contribution Point Record card. Good. Kid, not bad. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. So does that mean my task is complete? Of course, the task rewards have already been sent to you, right? I wanted to ask, during the task I got some loot, you see. The loot is of course yours to manage. But don't take too much of that magic honey. It's an important strategic resource, useful to the country. Fong Fong was initially thinking that the magic honey was something that was already there, not something that dropped, so taking it out didn't seem right. But now, hearing the old man say this, Fong Fong decided not to take too much, just a bowl, the kind of large sea bowl used for noodles in the north. Master, is the task complete? And the task rewards have been received? After saying this, he noticed that Shuaing's expression seemed a bit off, so he asked, what's wrong? Will the master not want me anymore after getting a second battle pet? Fong Fong reached out and scratched her cheek, smiling. How could that be? We signed the highest contract, we're tied together for life, we can't be separated. Shuaing thought about it and agreed. She could never be separated from her master in this lifetime. But what if the master's second battle pet is also a beauty? What about a beauty? Then will I still be able to have you pat my head? Like now? Of course. Will you still rub my feet? Yes. Will you still? Before she could finish her sentence, Fong Fong raised his head and blocked her mouth. Fong Feng's sudden attack left Shuaing a bit flustered, her eyes wide as she looked at her master, who was so close. Degree. Oh no, this is someone's first kiss. How could you just steal it without giving anyone a chance to prepare? Soon, Shuaing wrapped her arms around Fong Feng's neck, and after a long while, they finally separated. She shyly lowered her head, wiping the moisture from the corner of her mouth, unsure if it was hers or her master's. It should be her master's, because it was very sweet. Is there still a problem now? Shuaing shyly shook her head. Then let's go home. What's wrong? Why aren't you getting up? My leg is being used as a pillow by the master. I want the master to carry me. Fong Fong smiled slightly. You're a 10th tier divine beast, and you're already tired from just lying down? But the next moment, Fong Fong still offered his back to her. Come on, oh, carrot. Oh, Shuaing jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Master, for your second battle pet, you should find a female one. Okay. Make her do the dishes. No problem. And make her mop the floor. She'll handle all the housework. Let her take care of everything. The two of them walked out of the secret realm. Why are you two out so quickly today? Is she injured? The sentinel at the door, named Wang Jun, had become familiar with everyone over the past half month. Seeing Fong Fong carrying Shuaing, he thought she was hurt. We won't be coming tomorrow. Not coming? Why? Because the task is already completed. Shuang answered quickly while lying on Fong Feng's back. So fast? Completed in half a month? If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourselves. By the way, my master is still inside. He collected a few corpses, which he said should be your comrades, and has already helped bury them under that big peach tree 10 miles away. Wang Jun knew that big peach tree. It was a very beautiful place. Thank you. After saying all that, the sentinels saluted Fong Fong together. You're welcome. Fong Fong carried Shuing all the way to the light rail station. A 17 or 18-year-old student carrying a stunning beauty with both a great figure and a pretty face instantly made the spirited young men at the station wish they could take his place. Why is it that the beautiful women I see are always taken? Go take a piss and look at yourself. Even if that beauty is single, it has nothing to do with you. I'm full. This dog food has stuffed me. That kid really is something. Having a beautiful wife is one thing, but to show her off like this, isn't he afraid someone will steal her away? You? Steal her away? If that beauty could look at you for even a second, I'd eat this floor, and I mean it. Women felt the same way. That woman's figure must have been enhanced, otherwise, it wouldn't be so good. Where did she get it done? I want to get some work done too. But no way. Look at those guys, their eyes are all glazed over. If I could have that body, how great would that be? Fong Fong felt the unusual gazes around him and couldn't help but ask Shuing on his back, are your legs still numb? Not numb anymore. Then why not get down? Carry me a little longer. If I carry you any longer, I'll be stuffed with dog food too. Be good, get down quickly. Fong Fong loosened his grip, but Shuing clung to him like a sloth, hanging on for a while longer before reluctantly releasing her hold around his neck. The train arrived, and Shuing linked her arm with his as they boarded. Next stop Xinglong. The train had just reached the bridge over Erliang Gorge. Shuing was still snuggling in Fong Feng's arms when suddenly a loud explosion rang out. In the carriage where Fong Fong was, everyone felt weightless, as if they were flying. Then they quickly slammed against the ceiling, and a torrent of flames burst through the door. Before Shuing could react, Fong Fong immediately pulled her into the battle pet space, and then he fell with the carriage. Flames instantly filled the entire carriage, and many people were burned to charcoal in an instant. Suddenly, a series of window-breaking sounds erupted. The bridge was blown apart, and the train was plummeting rapidly. Adventurers who had regained their senses began to break windows and escape. Fong Fong was no exception. Everyone in the carriage was dead, but he had fire immunity and narrowly escaped disaster. He jumped out of the window, ran a few steps upward on the falling carriage, and then used the momentum to leap onto another carriage, moving with agility that surpassed that of an assassin. After a few jumps, he landed safely. The train crashed to the bottom of the valley, resulting in a second explosion, with mushroom-shaped flames shooting into the sky. This train had at least several thousand passengers, but now only a tenth had survived. Was it a terrorist attack or an accident? Everyone was in shock. Fong Fong, return my son's life. Who would have thought that? The seemingly frail Tion was actually a warrior. At this moment, he unleashed a whirlwind slash that shot into the sky, resembling a giant spinning top. If Fong Fong guessed correctly, his next move would either be a ground-splitting slash, or a sky-lifting slash, possibly a straight-line attack like a long rainbow. Before Tion could change his move, Fong Fong raised his hand and fired a flame gun. The shockwave from the explosion instantly sent him, this spinning top, flying. Tion, are you crazy? To avenge your son, you dare to blow up a train, dragging so many people down with you? Are you out of your mind? Fong Fong usually didn't say much, but now he spoke so much in one breath to let those around him know who had blown up the train. Since Tion dared to blow up the train, he must have made ample preparations and definitely wouldn't come alone. Sure enough, as Fong Feng's words fell, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards Tion. Why does the name Tion sound so familiar? Chairman of the Tion group. Did he really blow up this train? At this moment, a group of people dressed in black suits arrived behind Tion. Among them were those wielding great swords, some with rifles, and others with staves. There were all kinds of professions represented. Among the three with rifles, surprisingly, two were second-tier sharpshooters. Tion stood in front of them, and at that moment, he was all in, pointing at everyone and shouting, "You lowly peasants, it is your honor to sacrifice your lives to accompany my son in death." The crowd was already furious, and with Tion being so arrogant, wasn't he just asking for death? Damn it, I can't take it anymore, let's kill him. So what if he has money? Don't forget this is Dragon Country, take him down. Return my brother's life. On this train, although most people had been blown to bits, there were still several hundred survivors. At this moment, the crowd was incensed and surged forward. Tion had no choice but to back down, immediately turning to flee with his people. However, Fong Fong sensed something was off. In his impression, Tion was not the kind of idiot who would foolishly provoke hatred in public. He just couldn't determine for a moment whether he had a backup plan or if he was trying to mislead them. Chen Jingyang had mentioned that it wasn't just Tion who had come, but also a Tian Bangda. Yet that guy had yet to show up. Whatever, let's gather people first. In the face of absolute power, any schemes are useless. Fong Fong dialed Chen Jingyun's number. Hello, Captain Chen, where are you now? What's up, kid? It's nothing major, just that the bridge at Earlion Gorge was blown up and quite a few people died. Are you okay? I'm fine for now. Wait for me, I'm at Parrot Beak Bridge, I'll be there soon. After hanging out, Fong Fong released Shuang. A fierce battle was definitely coming. Master, are you okay? Shuang grasped Fong Feng's hands, looking at him with concern. I'm fine. Really fine? Shuang scrutinized him closely and found that he wasn't even scratched. She then pushed Fong Fong away, angry. You jerk. What now? Why did you just put me into the battle pet space? Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't see you? Aren't I? Fine now. What about me? Did you think about my feelings? Alright, stop making a fuss. Fong Fong pulled her into his embrace. Shuang continued to hit him stubbornly. Stop it, listen to me. In that situation, putting you into the battle pet space was the best choice. I won't listen. Have you thought about it? What if you didn't escape, but I did? What would I do? Shuang was taken aback and looked at Fong Fong, asking, what would you do? I would be heartbroken. So would I. Just then, a round of applause suddenly broke out. What a life and death sentiment. This dog food is so sweet. I almost feel bad interrupting you. There were quite a few people, all in black suits, standing in a row like a gang. The one at the front, with just one glance, reminded Fong Fong of someone, Master Shuelu. With a slick-back hairstyle, black-rimmed glasses, and a black standing collar Zhongshan suit, his expression was spot-on, clearly a refined scoundrel. There couldn't be such a character in the Demon Capture Division, so this person's identity was obvious. Tion Bonda? You know me? But I don't recall when we met. You look a lot like your dead brother. The cold smile on Tion Bonda's face vanished and he looked at Fong Fong with icy eyes. Fong Fong took the opportunity to release his reconnaissance skill. Level 32, second tier profession wizard, battle pet Thorned Deer, water type, level 43, strongest bloodline, life dragon, nature type, tier 10. Fong Feng's eyes lit up. What luck he had. Just as he was thinking of capturing a divine beast, one came knocking at his door. Although he had initially wanted a defensive type divine beast, hearing the name Life Dragon, it was definitely thick-blooded and resilient. Moreover, defense is divided into physical and magical. A single battle pet might not be able to cover both, but this Life Dragon, a walking blood bank, could achieve both. This battle pet, I must have it. What's wrong, master? Shuang noticed Fong Feng's unusual demeanor and asked curiously, how many tiers does the Thorned Deer have? Although its level is higher than mine, it's only tier 5, so you don't need to worry about it, master. I meant to say that the Thorned Deer following him is a waste. Don't kill it, just beat it half to death. The two's conversation fell squarely into Tion Bonda's ears. He thought he was arrogant enough, but unexpectedly, someone was even more arrogant, thinking about their battle pet even when death was imminent. Young master, that kid seems to be stalling for time. We can't fall for his tricks. Do I need you to remind me? Su Jia, Thorn Strike. Su Jia instantly transformed into a white deer, raising her front hooves high and stomping the ground. Countless thorny vines burst forth from the earth like a flood, rushing towards Fong Fong. At the same time, Tion Bonda unleashed his wizard skill, Plague. A cloud of countless mosquitoes appeared above Fong Feng's head in an instant. Shuang, here, go all out. Okay, master. Shuang raised her hand, spreading her fingers, and a flame spear shot out instantly. The flame spear was now at level 5, which was the highest level achievable through proficiency, as it required 100,000 proficiency points to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Each time a skill was released, it increased proficiency a little, as long as one's mind was intact, no one would choose such a method of upgrading. This is where the advantage of second-tier professionals became evident. They could use experience to enhance their skill levels. Tion Bonda was a second-tier professional, but his plague skill was not very high in level. As soon as Shuang's flame spear was released, the fiery blade on it burned away his plague completely. Then, the flame spear plunged into the thorns, and with immense magical power backing it, it swept through, turning all the thorns to ash. Don't blow her up. Don't worry, master, I know what I'm doing. At that moment, Tion Bonda was completely stunned. Sigma. LLL, what kind of divine operation was this? When did the tier 6 burning sky swallow become this ridiculously strong? Bang! Flames erupted in the enemy's camp. Fortunately, they had many people, and a mage summoned a magical shield at a critical moment. This prevented Shuang from taking their young master away in one fell swoop. What are you all standing around for? Go, everyone, take that kid in turn him into meat paste for this young master. Hearing Tion Bonda's roar, Fong Fong found it amusing. So what if there were many of them? So what if they were second tier? A soldier's worth is seen in 3 days. Do you really think I'm the same Wu Xiaoming from level 11? As the black-clad figures charged out, a 20-meter-wide fire tornado shot up into the sky, enveloping almost everyone. At the same time, it formed a barrier that blocked all the attacks from the enemy's mages. Whether it was ice spikes, fireballs, or thorny vines, Once they entered the flames, they all turned to nothing. Shu Ying's fire feather dance was also at level 5. In the half-month at Xin Valley, although there was no experience to gain after the 5th day, all skills had risen to level 5 and Shu Ying was no exception. Nor was Fong Fong. Was this really the Tier 6 Burning Sky Swallow? But no matter how Tion Banda used his reconnaissance skills, it was undoubtedly the Tier 6 Burning Sky Swallow. So the question arose, as a beast master, how did Fong Fong cultivate it? It's incredible that a 6th tier Burning Sky Swallow can become so terrifying. At this moment, a figure in black crept around the edge of Huayu. Wu. Shu Ying was about to switch skills when Fong Fong stopped her, saying, "Leave these people to me." He extended his thumb and index finger to form an 8, pointing at one of the black-clad figures, while mimicking a sound effect. Bang! A level 5 flame spear shot out, instantly exploding that person into fiery fragments in mid-air. As more and more people rushed in, Fong Fong downed a bottle of magic potion, raised his left hand to form another 8 and positioned it in front of his right hand. Then came the sound of di-di-di. A flame spear nearly 3 meters long, countless flame spears flew out one after another, even a Gatling gun would shed tears at the sight, only a Katyusha could compare. At this moment, the black-clad figures that had just rushed in were still relatively close together, and with Fong Feng's flame spears having a wide area of effect, this one shot took at least 3 or 4 lives. Tion Banda, behind the shield, watched with bloodshot eyes. That kid was actually a fire-type mage. Beast tamers could use magic, and Tion Banda could too, but the problem was that beast tamers had limited magic power, so they could only choose lower-cost auxiliary magic, resulting in relatively lower skill tiers. High-tier magic, like Flame Spear, was out of the question. Yet Fong Fong used it, and it looked even fiercer than a real fire-type mage. Scatter, everyone scatter! Tion Banda roared again. Although he had brought 300 to 400 people this time, if Fong Fong kept harvesting like this, it wouldn't be long before they were completely wiped out. Su Jia, use Thorn Cage to trap them for me. Mages, spread out and provide fire support. Warriors, use Gale Charge to ensure you chop him into meat paste. Fong Fong originally wanted to take advantage of the enemy's underestimation and defeat them in one fell swoop, but he underestimated Tion Banda. He didn't expect that guy to react so quickly, immediately organizing the scattered black-clad figures. This made Fong Fong feel an instant increase in pressure. Shu Ying, capture the leader first. Understood, but master, can you handle it? No problem, just go for it, but remember not to kill that deer. Got it. Shu Ying felt a bit unhappy, thinking her master must have taken a liking to that woman's beauty rather than her potential. Although that woman looked a bit older, she still had charm, and her 2 slimes were even bigger than her own. If she was the fruit of summer, then that woman was the autumn field, exuding a mature allure. Shu Ying unleashed the Phoenix Divine Flame, transforming into a massive firebird, carving a bloody path through the crowd. The Phoenix Divine Flame was a diamond-tier new skill she comprehended at level 20, increasing fire damage by 1700% and reducing all damage taken by 80%, lasting for 10 seconds. It was powerful, but also costly if she weren't a phoenix herself, which reduced the skill's consumption by 85%. She would be done after using it once. As for Fong Fong, with his current magic power base, he wouldn't be able to use it even if he learned it. With Shu Ying's speed, it took less than 3 seconds for a whole field of mages to lie defeated before her, and she also killed in front of Tion Banda. The magical shields in front of her looked like paper to Shu Ying. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Dare to touch my master, and you'll die without mercy. Looking at Shu Ying, who was engulfed in flames, Tion Banda was genuinely afraid. He grabbed Su Jia and pulled her in front of him. I command you to risk your life to block her, quickly. You have no right to refuse me now. After saying that, he pushed Su Jia towards Shu Ying. For Su Jia, signing a lifelong contract with someone like Tion Banda might be the best release from death. As for his most cherished daughter, Meow Meow, without her mother, who served as a battle pet, and without this burden, she could live better as a human. A green flame ignited on Su Jia. Shu Ying, however, coldly smiled. If you want to self-destruct, have you asked my master? Before Su Jia could react, Shu Ying had already grabbed her by the neck, releasing the pressure of the phoenix, forcibly interrupting her magic gathering. This didn't take long. In such a situation, just a moment of stagnation could render Su Jia completely useless. But Shu Ying believed that this little injury would surely not defeat her master, just like she had been healed by her master back then, and even awakened her hidden bloodline, evolving into a 10th tier divine beast. As Shu Ying tossed Su Jia aside with her right hand, her left hand immediately seized Tion Banda. Tion Banda felt a warmth in his pants, having been so scared that he wet himself. Why you can't kill me? I can give you anything you want. Please don't kill me. Shu Ying replied domineeringly. I already said, those who offend my master will be killed without mercy. With that, the flames in her hand surged, instantly incinerating him. On Fong Feng's side, as more and more men in black appeared around him, he also stopped using the flame gun, looking as if he had given up. However, just when everyone thought he felt despair and had surrendered, suddenly a burst of flames erupted from beneath his feet, instantly forming a sea of fire with a diameter of 100 meters. Fire Feather Dance. The men in black exclaimed, "Damn it, that kid actually wants to perish with us." Fong Fong retorted, "Sorry, but I'm immune to fire." The flames shooting into the sky could be seen from over 100 miles away. Chen Jingyang, rushing over, saw the flames rising from the direction of Erliang Gorge and turned pale with fright. "Fong Fong, you better not die. If you die, I'm finished." Though he said this, he felt no confidence at all. This time, Tion Banda had brought nearly 200 people, and Tion Quan had brought 300 assassins. Once they started fighting, Fong Fong had no chance of survival. He just hoped he could hold on a little longer, not die too quickly, and give himself 1 minute, just 1 minute, and he could definitely reach Erliang Gorge. "Hurry up, all of you, move faster." Chen Jingyang urged his men to rush over, but the battle on Fong Feng's side had already ended. All 300 men were dead, and even Tian Bangda had been turned to ashes by Xu Ying. The only one still alive was Su Jia, but she seemed to be hanging by a thread. "Are you sure you didn't kill her?" "Don't worry, Master, she definitely still has a breath left." "How did you manage that?" "She wanted to self-destruct in front of me, so I interrupted her magic gathering." "Don't worry, I know my limits, just one hit wouldn't kill her." Fong Fong pressed his hand against Su Jia's neck, feeling the pulse of her artery. She indeed had left herself a breath. Time to contract quickly, otherwise, she would really die in the next second. With the highest contract completed, the three of them shared life, and Su Jia began to breathe, but Fong Fong and Xu Ying's faces lost their color. At that moment, Xu Ying realized just how severe Su Jia's injuries were. Fong Fong originally wanted to cast a few healing spells on Su Jia to heal her, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Since there was no one around, he might as well directly enlighten her, and after evolution, any injury could be healed. However, just then, Chen Jingyang finally arrived. Looking at the charred ground, with bodies lying in disarray, his heart sank to the bottom. This was clearly a large-scale magic scene, and the devastation was evident. One could imagine how fierce the battle had been. How could a kid like Fong Fong, who hadn't even undergone a second transformation, survive? Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, feeling that it was all over. If Fong Fong was dead, would Yin Shui not skin him alive? When he left, he had patted his chest and promised that with him around, nothing would happen to Fong Fong. But now, "Captain, look over there." Just as Chen Jingyang was feeling desperate, one of his subordinates suddenly pointed into the distance. He instinctively looked forward and instantly jumped up from the ground. Taking 3 steps at once, he rushed towards Fong Fong. "Fong Fong, you little rascal, you scared me to death. You're still alive?" "Captain Chen, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't I be alive?" Of course, you absolutely should be. But how on earth did you survive?" Looking at the pale Fong Fong and Xu Ying, "This battle must have been quite perilous." "What kind of question is that? I don't even know how to answer." Forget it, as long as you're alive, that's good enough." Then Chen Jingyang noticed Su Jia on the ground. He was all too familiar with this woman because she was the mother of one of his subordinates. This subordinate was Su Miao, who, although just a newcomer, had immense potential and strong skills. He had high hopes for her. "What are you looking at?" "This is my newly acquired battle pet. You don't want to capture her, do you?" "What did you say? Your new battle pet?" "You heard me right. If you don't believe me, you can check if I've established a contract with her." Chen Jingyang was dumbfounded. "What are you up to? She's the mother of my subordinate. How did you sign her?" He couldn't believe it was true, so he took out a magical item to check, and there really was a contract, and it was the highest level contract. This was a complete disaster. He couldn't even break the contract if he wanted to. Originally, Su Jia would regain her freedom in a month, and Su Miao had been waiting eagerly for that, but now this kid had signed her, and it was the highest contract. Su Jia would never regain her freedom in this lifetime. How am I supposed to explain this to Su Miao? Wait a minute, why do I need to explain? Fong Fong isn't that bastard Tian Bangda, he's a disciple of Yen Shui. 4. Su Jia to follow him is a stroke of luck she could only dream of. Previously, Su Miao couldn't pass the political review because Su Jia's master was Tian Bangda. Now that her master is changed to Fong Fong, Su Miao instantly became a model youth with a solid background. It seems that after Su Jia acknowledged Fong Fong as her master, she wouldn't become a burden to Su Miao. Instead, she would become a significant support in her career. Fong Fong noticed that Chen Jingyang's gaze towards his battle pet was becoming increasingly inappropriate. This guy was probably planning to capture her. "I'm not even pursuing this matter, and you're still not done?" So Fong Fong quickly stored Su Jia in the battle pet space. "What are you doing? This is my battle pet. I don't need to ask for your permission to store her in the battle pet space, do I?" Well, you don't need to, but what? A terrorist attack just happened over there, and instead of rushing to rescue, you're hanging around here with me? Doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Chen Jingyang just wanted to ask Fong Fong if he knew that the battle pet he just acquired was the mother of his subordinate. But when he saw the crashed light rail train, he had no time to ask such things. Saving people was the priority. "Master, where are we going now?" "I remember that the goblin mine should be nearby. Let's go to a dungeon." With Fong Feng's current level, he had no experience in the novice dungeon, but since there was no one there, it was just right to enlighten Su Jia. It had been almost a month since high school graduation and everyone had gone to the endless forest. Now, the novice dungeon was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. Entering the dungeon and releasing Su Jia, he found that she had woken up at some point. Where is this place? Goblin mine. What did you bring me here for? I want to give you a chance for transformation. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Su Jia instinctively tightened the collar of her dress. Clearly, she seemed to have some misgivings about what Fong Feng referred to as fate. The key was that the light here was dim, no one else could come in, and she was being looked down upon by a man, making it hard not to indulge in wild thoughts. Fong Feng continued, do you know? With your potential, following that scoundrel Tion Banda is simply a waste of talent. Only by following me can you truly shine. I don't need it. No, you do need it, because right now you are my battle pet. I refuse. Sorry, but when you were on the brink of death, we signed the highest contract. You have no power to refuse me. Despicable, shameless. Fong Feng shook his head. Don't speak too confidently. I believe you will thank me. After saying this, Fong Feng used the power of the contract to bind her, then pointed a finger at her forehead. Awakening. In the next moment, a green light erupted from Su Jia like flames, blooming in the air and transforming into a giant white dragon over 10 meters long. With a long neck, a pair of pink dragon horns, and pink wings, a green gem was embedded in its forehead, and its snow-white scales shimmered brilliantly in the firelight, as if divine light had descended. Life Dragon level, 1 potential, tier 10 health points, 26,000 magic points, 17,000 strength, 1200 agility, 1200 constitution, 2600 spirit, 1500 skills. Song of the Forest, level 1, Dragon Breath, level 1, Thornbind, level 1, Life's Praise, level 1. Fong Feng immediately opened his attribute panel to check the benefits. He had received Blessing of the Life Goddess, life and magic recovery increased by 9%, negative effect reduction by 10%, life increased by 20%, adding his tenfold amplification. Wasn't his current recovery speed reaching 90%? What does this mean? The recovery speed of potions is only 80%, and the upper limit of high-level potions is 580 points. The recovery speed after tenfold amplification is more powerful than taking potions, and there is no upper limit. Negative effects are directly immune, and as for the life increase calculation, it should be based on Su Jia's health points, only increasing by 52,000 points. And just at level 1, the health points she provided would continue to grow as her level increased. With such support, as long as he didn't encounter those particularly abnormal opponents, under the same level, even if he just stood there and let others attack, he could exhaust them to death. How could this happen? How did I become a tier 10 giant dragon? Su Jia fell from the air, transforming back into human form, looking at Fong Feng in shock. She knew that all these changes were due to Fong Feng's earlier gesture. Shuing couldn't help but say, what's there to be proud of? I'm still a phoenix. Phoenix? Tier 10 divine beast phoenix? Didn't expect that, did you? Our master is quite capable. But how did you also become the master's battle pet? That's because before meeting the master, I was just a tier 2 little fire sparrow. It was the master who helped me awaken my hidden bloodline, allowing me to become a phoenix. At this point, Shuing looked at Fong Feng with a proud expression, then began to assert her claim. Now, besides being my master, he is also my man, right, little master? Such matters are best kept to ourselves. Why flaunt them everywhere? Shuing wrapped her arms around Fong Feng's, saying, I'm just happy. I want everyone to know that you, Fong Feng, are my Shu Ying's man. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Fong Feng sighed. As long as you're happy. Then you don't oppose it? I don't oppose it. Hee hee, I knew little master treats me the best. Carrot. Carrot. Then he looked at Su Jia and said, I advise you to accept your master quickly. You know the highest contract, unwavering until death. You can never be separated from your master in this lifetime. I know. That's good. But I made an agreement with the master that from now on, all the housework will be done by you, right? Little master? Fong Feng could only helplessly say, from now on, I'll trouble you with the housework. Besides that, you can do whatever you want. If you have another place to stay, you don't have to live with us. When it's time to fight, I will summon you. Really? Then why do you still want to sign the highest contract with me? That's because I need you to keep my secrets. You just saw my talent. Once it's exposed, there will definitely be more people wanting to kill me than there are now. Su Jia nodded, I understand. Shuing smiled and said, don't be too happy too soon. Although this master doesn't restrict your freedom, he is quite stingy and likes to deduct wages. Even though I'm his girlfriend, he only gives me 1,000 a month. That's because I'm afraid you'll spend it recklessly. Besides, we split it 40-60 and I've saved up the extra wages for you. Yeah, it's all saved with you. Then how about saving it all with you from now on? Sure. Maybe not. I really do like to spend money recklessly, so it's better to save it with you. When I want to use the money, do you dare not give it to me now? Shoo. Ing almost forgot the reminder from the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick. Financial power is Fong Feng's lifeline. This made Fong Feng feel quite pleased. Shoo. Ing actually didn't like managing money. You have to know, whether in the previous life in Yushur or now in Yujing, which family's financial power isn't in the hands of women. Now that he has a girlfriend, yet no one is managing his money, it made him feel a bit unaccustomed. MD, I really am a cheap bone. What did you say, master? Nothing. By the way, speaking of money, we still have a lot of bee venom unsold, which can bring in a large income. Is that so? Then hurry up. Anyway, there's nothing good to grind in this instance. Let's hurry home and cash in on that bee venom. By the way, do you need my help? No need, this time the buyer. It's inconvenient for you to go. Su Jia looked at the two figures walking away together and couldn't help but feel curious about Fong Fong. What kind of master is he, that he can get along so harmoniously with his battle pet? Hey, what are you still standing there for? Let's go home. Shuing turned back and said. Su Jia smiled slightly and hurried to catch up. This day felt like a dream for Su Jia. No, it was a dream she wouldn't even dare to dream. First, she was forced to self-destruct with her current master, but now her master not only didn't blame her but also saved her. Not only did he save her, but he also allowed her to evolve into a life giant dragon. That is a 10th tier divine beast, something she wouldn't even dare to think about before, yet it suddenly became a reality. Although she signed the highest contract, this master seemed very easy to get along with, without any airs, and he could generously admit to the special relationship he had with his battle pet. Compared to the man she knew before, just based on this point, that man wasn't even worthy of carrying the master's shoes. Now the only thing she was worried about was Meow Meow. Now that she had become someone else's battle pet, would this affect her future? She heard that just because she was Tion Banda's battle pet, it had caused her not to be officially employed until now. However, even if her current master didn't show up, Tion Banda would still force her to sign a lifelong contract. And at that time, she would still be a burden to her daughter. Thinking of this, Su Jia was very grateful to have met her current master. Because of him, she had her evolution. A 10th tier divine beast, life giant dragon, with her own strength. Even if her daughter left the demon capture division, she was confident she could give her daughter happiness. The three of them got out of the car in front of the happy community. Sister, do you have a place to stay in Yujing City? After a long conversation, the three confirmed their titles for each other. Since Su Jia was the oldest, both Fong Fong and Shu Ying called her sister. She referred to Shu Ying as her younger sister, while Fong Fong, due to their contract, still called her master. Su Jia shook her head. No, I might have to trouble the master. Shu Ying spoke for Fong Fong. It's not a trouble. Although the master's house isn't big, it has 2 rooms, so we can stay together. After saying that, she looked at Fong Fong and said, Master, you already have several tens of millions in assets. When will you consider getting a bigger house? We won't be staying in Yujing City. For long, buying a house would be a waste. See, I told you our master is a miser. Now do you believe me? She then spread her hands towards Fong Fong. What are you doing? Give me money. Can't you see my sister's clothes are torn? I want to take her to buy a few new outfits. You wouldn't be stingy again, would you? In the demon capture department, Chen Jingyan's office. After the rescue team arrived at Erliang Gorge, Chen Jingyang took his people away from the scene. What he needed to do now was arrange for personnel to capture the escaped Tian Quan. This time, no matter how much power he had behind him, it wouldn't save him from the crime he committed. After assigning tasks to his subordinates, not long after, Su Miao Miao burst into his office. Uncle Chen, why am I not part of such an important operation to capture Tian Quan? Chen Jingyang slapped his forehead and awkwardly smiled. Look at my memory. I forgot. He then took a badge from his drawer and handed it to Su Miao Miao. What is this, Uncle Chen? This was the badge of a formal member of the Dingen Guard, something Su Miao Miao had long desired. How could she not recognize it? Now that it was finally in her hands, she felt a bit caught off guard. It was too sudden. According to her previous expectations, she thought she would have to wait until next month after her mother terminated the contract with Tian Banda to officially join. Could it be that Tian Banda was already dead? Then what about her mother, who was a battle pet? Su Miao Miao dared not think further and quickly asked, what about my mother? Your mother has changed masters now, so congratulations, you are now officially a member of our Jingen Guard. Hearing that her mother was safe, Su Miao Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon she reacted, what does it mean that my mother has changed masters? I'm not very clear on that either. When we arrived, Tian Banda was already dead, and your mother was in a coma. At the same time, we detected her contract with Fong Fong. Su Miao Miao suddenly seemed to realize something, slamming her palm on the desk in anger. Are you saying that guy forced my mother to sign a contract while she was unconscious? Did I say that? Chen Jingyang was a bit dumbfounded, feeling like he had misspoken. Isn't that the case? My mother was in a coma. Wasn't it him who forced the contract? This is actually a good thing for your mother. Yes, it's a good thing. Chen Jingyang tried to remedy the situation. With such a big case at Erliang Gorge, where over 1,000 people died, your mother, as Tian Bangda's battle pet, must have been involved. If she hadn't contracted with Fong Fong, do you think she could have survived? I don't care. My mother has sacrificed enough for me. Now that she finally has a chance for a new life, she can't be forced into a contract. As her daughter, I can't just stand by. What are you going to do? I want that guy to terminate the contract with my mother. Shu Ying was quite assertive in asking for money, and this time Fong Fong was generous, taking out his phone and directly transferring 1 million to Shu Ying's card. After all, he still hadn't bought the package he promised her last time. Then he took a taxi to the home of Wulong Fengchu, where all the bee venom collected in Huiqiangu was stored. Now, after a count, there were over 80 million vials, and it took a semi-trailer to load them all. Boss, are you sure they will pay, and not just offer you peanuts? The semi-trailer stopped in the backyard of the police station, and as Wulong Fengchu got out of the car, he looked completely dazed. You can still leave now, Fong Fong said casually. Leave? Are you kidding? You promised us 10 million, you're not trying to back out, are you? That's right, 10 million. Shu Fengchu, have you ever seen so much money? No, but I will see it soon. Aren't you afraid? Fong Fong asked. If the main culprit isn't afraid, what do we have to fear? Exactly, at worst, we'll just eat peanuts together, we'll have each other on the way. But what if this guy gets executed first? What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you heard about waiting 3 years on the Naiha Bridge? If he dies first, he can wait for us there. In the next life, we can still be brothers. Lu Wulong nodded and looked at Fong Fong. We're good to go. Do you have any problems? No problems. Then let's start unloading. Wait, not here, but over there. After Fong Fong finished speaking, he turned to the driver. Master, please back the truck up to the front of that building. Hey, can I ask what exactly I'm transporting? The driver wasn't stupid. Seeing Wulong Fengchu's demeanor, he guessed that this cargo was definitely not simple. Nothing much, just a truckload of bee venom. Oh, bee venom? As in the venom from bees? Yes. The driver looked at his trailer and then at the calm Fong Fong. MD, why didn't you say so earlier? That's controlled material, didn't you know? We knew. If you knew, then, forget it, I'm going to turn myself in, you all do as you please. Wulong Fengchu watched the driver's hurried retreat, puzzled. Do you think he's stupid? Aren't we here at the police station to turn ourselves in? Why is he running away? You're the one being stupid. The police station is on the left, look where he's running. Right. How did I not think of that? Boss, should we catch that guy back? Let him go. After saying that, Fong Fong turned and walked towards the demon capture division. Bee venom is controlled material, a few vials wouldn't matter, but now he had 80 million vials in hand. If this got out to the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he could only sell it to the demon capture division. First, they had the money, and second, he had acquaintances there. Boss, you sure you're not going the wrong way? No, this is the right way. Let me tell you a secret, this is the headquarters of the demon capture division in Yujing City. Is that true? Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'll go in and have someone check the goods, you wait here. Walking into the demon capture division building, it was still the same receptionist from before. Fong Fong, back to see Captain Chen again? Yes, has he returned? Just got back. By the way, how did you know he wasn't here before? The receptionist was quite alert. Because I saw him at Erliang Gorge earlier. You were actually at Erliang Gorge? Then is this ever going to end? Why is this receptionist so chatty? If you have questions, ask Captain Chen later. I need to see him for something. After saying that, he walked inside. He had been to old Chen's office before, so he didn't need the receptionist to guide him. What brings you here? How's it going over at Erliang Gorge? Old Chen sighed. The losses are quite significant. The firefighters have already gone there and are conducting a search and rescue. So you just came back? We can't really help with the search and rescue. Besides, they're the professionals. You know our identities. Staying there would only be counterproductive. You don't think the murderer has already been taken care of by me, do you? Don't worry, Tion Quan won't escape this time, including his Tion group. This will all fall within our scope of handling. So, do you have something to do now? I just finished arranging some matters, and here you are. By the way, what brings you here? I wanted to ask how much bee venom costs per vial. Bee venom? It ranges from 30 to 40,000. Are you interested? If it's for you, I can sell it to you for 31,000 each, but the quantity can't be too much. I can only sell you 5 vials at most. Fong Fong nodded. I want to make a big deal with you. What big deal? You'll know when you come out and see. Fong Fong led old Chen to the trailer, letting Wulong Fengchu open the container, casually pulling out a vial of bee venom and handing it to old Chen. Here it is. A total of 83,392 vials. Do you think this is a big deal? You mean this whole truck is filled with this? If it were someone else, I would definitely sell it for 41,000 each, but considering your face, old Chen, 31,000 each is quite generous, right? Where did you get so much bee venom? Did you forget the tasks I've been doing for the past half month? Hua Qiangu? That's state property. Do you dare to sell it? Alright, old Chen, I've asked my master about it. This bee venom isn't magic honey, it's a trophy obtained from the mission, and I can dispose of it personally. Did he really say that? Why don't you call to verify? Fong Fong took out his phone, dialed Yen Shuai's number, and handed it to old Chen. This was indeed Yen Shuai's number, but the question was, would he dare to ask? Make it cheaper. I can't consume this much bee venom. Who sold it to you? I'm selling it to the demon capture division. Don't you have money? Does the demon capture division not have money? You selling it for 31,000 each. Amounts to 240 million. This isn't the headquarters of the demon capture division. How can they pull out that much money at once? As soon as he opened his mouth, he wiped out the small change, but Fong Fong didn't care about that little bit in this over 100 million deal. Sigh. I'm just too straightforward. Offering such a low price leaves no room for negotiation. Old Chen earnestly said 31,000 each is indeed a bit expensive. The 31,000 I mentioned is our selling price. How about this? Considering your master's face, I'll make a decision. 15,000 each, and I'll take them all. Fong Fong looked at Old Chen. I'm just straightforward, not stupid. If you cut the price in half like that, if I still sell to you, wouldn't I be a fool? Wulong Feng Chu, get the truck ready. We're going to Shijia. I don't believe no one wants bee venom at 31,000 each in Shijia. Wait a minute, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? What's there to fear? If something goes wrong, that old man will take the blame for me. What if he doesn't? Admitted later? Fong Fong smiled slightly and opened the call recording on his phone. This Longwei phone is really good. Listen to this call recording. It's crystal clear. You really are cunning, not even letting your own master off the hook. So, do you want it or not? I do, but I can't come up with that much money at once. The fastest I can get it all in is a month. 3 days. Impossible. 3 days is absolutely not feasible. 2 days. Fine, you're ruthless. 3 days it is. Old Chen first paid him 100 million, with the rest to be settled within 3 days. With his master around, Fong Fong wasn't afraid of him defaulting, so he immediately gave Wulong Fengchu 20 million each. This made the two of them extremely happy. One was a blacksmith and the other a pharmacist. To make big money in these professions, they would need to reach at least the third job transfer. Moreover, lifestyle professions were different from combat professions as they couldn't level up through experience. They could only rely on proficiency, which meant a significant initial investment. As a result, many low-talented or financially struggling lifestyle professionals would choose to return to ordinary life after graduating from the original disciplines of this world. So, these two were just poor folks, not to mention millions. Even 100,000 was rare for them. Boss, did you give us too much? You both performed well today, so the extra is a reward. Really? Thank you, boss. I'll stick with you for life. Me too. In this life, you're my big brother, and in the next life, and the one after that, still my big brother. With the money earned from selling equipment over the past half month, Fong Feng's account balance had already surpassed 200 million. Just half a month ago, he was still burdened with a bank loan. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious back then. After all, he had never carried such a heavy debt in 2 lifetimes. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he had become a wealthy individual with assets over 100 million. At that moment, Fong Feng's phone rang. It was Shu Ying calling. Master, did you transfer the wrong amount? Why has my card suddenly increased by 1 million? From Shu Ying's perspective, the last time she sold clothes, it cost nearly 100,000, so she thought if the young master could transfer another 100,000, that would be fine. But she didn't expect that upon checking the account information, there was actually an extra zero after that 100,000. She checked it twice, and indeed, there was an extra zero, and it was before the decimal point. Now she was no longer calm. How could the usually frugal master suddenly transfer 1 million to her? Did he accidentally add a zero? Did you forget? I promised to buy you a bag last time, but I never did. This time, I'm making it up to you. But a bag doesn't cost 1 million. The rest is your pocket money. If it's not enough, I'll transfer you more. By the way, don't spend it recklessly. I promise not to spend it recklessly. But young master, why have you suddenly become so generous? Do you know how much the bee venom sold for today? Do I even need to say? Definitely over 100 million. But that's all your money, master. You should keep it for yourself and also save my future salary. This statement struck a chord with Fong Fong. I take back what I just said. What? Just don't spend recklessly. I just thought about it. If 1 million isn't spent recklessly, how long will it last? This resonated with Shu Ying as well. The master had finally let go of his burdens. After spending this time together, she realized that the master lived half in reality and half in memories. Although she didn't know why it was this way, the fact that the master had come out of it was a good thing. But master, we still need to save money to buy equipment. Equipment needs to be bought, and money needs to be spent. I figured it out. You can't rely solely on saving money. The key is to increase income. Thinking back to half a month ago when he was a debt-ridden man mortgaging his house, he had now suddenly acquired 300 million. Was this money saved? No, it was earned. With his current abilities, as long as he worked a bit harder, he wouldn't have to worry about not having money to use. Of course, the most important thing was that he had now accepted Shu Ying. She was his only family in this world. When there were no conditions, having her live frugally with him was unavoidable. Now that he had the means, it would be too inhumane to make her suffer alongside him. So, after hanging up the phone, Fong Fong casually transferred her 5 million. As for the equipment, who would sell good equipment? Just like myself, after selling so much equipment, it's all garbage. The only things worth keeping are the ones I've held on to. In the early stages, to get good equipment, I still have to rely on farming boss gear. As for later on, I can either farm boss gear or buy it. After the third job change, the blacksmiths are called master craftsmen, and the equipment they make is barely acceptable. As for the later grandmasters and divine craftsmen, those levels of blacksmiths won't lower themselves to make low-tier equipment. Moreover, high-tier divine gear, which is equivalent to national treasures, cannot be bought with money, it must be exchanged for contribution points. In short, good equipment cannot be bought with money. There are only 12 days left until the National College Entrance Examination. To get into Magic City Academy and investigate Uncle Chai's death, a second job change is essential. It's just right to take advantage of the job change task to farm a few sets of boss gear. It shouldn't be a problem. Boss, are you going to get a foot massage? It's on me, Lu Wulong said proudly, patting his chest. How old are you, and you want to get a foot massage? Shu Fengchu replied, Boss, we're already 18, not kids anymore. We've wanted to go for a long time, but we didn't have the money. Now that you've given us a huge sum, it's just right to try it out. Have your job levels all reached level 10? Not yet. I'm only level 6. I'm a bit better than Lu Wulong. I'm level 7. Have you used up all the materials I gave you? Not yet. In the past half month, the food you've provided has been too generous. My dad even set up a big warehouse for me. Me too. Then why aren't you rushing back to level up? If I remember correctly, for life profession players to enter Magic City Academy, having basic skills maxed out is the baseline, right? What do you mean? I'm going to Magic City. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Don't. Boss, didn't we agree? We three brothers are going to advance and retreat together. That's right, we're with you for life, boss, you can't abandon me. Then why aren't you going back to level up? Foot massage? What foot massage? Boss, don't just talk about us. Are you confident about getting into Magic City Academy? I'm level 22, and I'm about to change jobs, you all can figure it out. At this moment, at home, Shuang was holding a set of female supplementary gear produced by LSP and entered the room. She decided that today she must reward her little master well. In the happy community, Shuang, dressed in a maid outfit, was cooking in the kitchen when she heard the sound of keys opening the door and quickly ran out. Master, you're back. She wore black stockings and a short skirt made of smooth fabric, with her fiery red long hair adorned with a white maid headpiece. Which LSP designed this maid outfit? The heart-shaped neckline had two slimes inside, which were protesting at the door, claiming that this home was just too cramped. And the short skirt below was also a facade. Turning around revealed the truth. What are you playing at this time? Isn't Sister Su home? Sister Su isn't home, she went to see her daughter. Master, please change your shoes first. Shuang knelt in front of Fong Feng, took out a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet by the door, and then began to take off Fong Feng's shoes. Master, your shoes are too old. I bought you a few new pairs today, try them tomorrow. Master, the meal will be ready soon, please wait a moment. Sister Su has a daughter, and she's still in our Yujing City? Yes. Sister Su said her daughter is a top student at Magic City Academy and is currently interning at the Demon Capture Department. Isn't her daughter a fierce beast? Her husband is human, so she has half human blood. According to Dragon Country's laws, as long as such a mixed-blood individual has Dragon Country blood and a solid background, they can obtain a Dragon Country household registration. After the world was invaded by the game world, humanity initially faced a tremendous shock, and of course, this crisis has not been completely resolved. However, after the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, based on the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, they tried to coexist peacefully with the indigenous people of the game world. The encounter of the two civilizations was a coincidence, not a subjective will of anyone. It was a disaster for humanity, and it was the same for them. Of course, in Fong Feng's view, the most critical issue was that the Dragon Kingdom was weak at its inception. To carve out a path in the world of nations, they could only seek change. However, obtaining a household registration in the Dragon Kingdom was not as easy as Shuing had said. First, one must be a foreigner within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Second, one must serve in the Dragon Kingdom for more than 10 years, or become a battle pet like Shuing, with a contract period exceeding 10 years. Those who can accept this condition are welcome in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who cannot accept it will only be eliminated by the Dragon Kingdom. Why didn't I hear Sister Su mention this before? She just met you. How could she tell you everything? Does Sister Su have any opinions about the contract? You only just thought about considering her feelings? The contract has already been completed, even if she has opinions now. It's useless. Is what I did a bit unethical? Shuing poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled. Don't worry. She was indeed very resistant before, but after thinking it through, she is quite grateful to you now. Really? Of course. She was initially resistant because she was afraid that becoming your battle pet would affect her daughter's future. After all, this highest contract is a lifelong matter. If it really affects her daughter, then her daughter's life would be ruined. However, later on, when I told her you were the disciple of General Yen, she realized that not only would she not be a burden to her daughter, but instead, she would become a great support for her son, and she understood. So, she is entirely considering my master's reputation? Not entirely. Didn't you also help her evolve into a life dragon? That's a 10th tier divine beast. It's something she could only dream of. Even without General Yan's connection, she could use her divine beast status to ensure her daughter lives better. Alright. Turn off the lights for dinner. Turn off the lights. For dinner? What does that mean? Candlelight dinner. Shuing lit a red candle, poured red wine into a goblet, and then directly sat on Fong Feng's lap. Open your mouth. Shuing cut a piece of steak and brought it to Fong Feng's mouth. Is it good, little master? Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? I learned this for a long time following the tutorial. Mainly, I don't really like raw food. Raw? No way. Shuing took a bite and said, no problem. It's really delicious. Maybe I'm just not used to it. After all, I couldn't afford these high-end goods before. Shuing wrapped her arms around Fong Feng's neck and smiled, then. What does the master like to eat? I'll make it next time. Weren't you the one who said that all the housework would be handled by Sister Sue in the future? Housework is housework. How can it be mixed up with making delicious food for the master? Alright then. Pine nut fish. Okay, I'll make it for the master tomorrow. Let's have a drink. Fong Feng just picked up the wine glass when Shuing pressed his hand down, then she took a sip herself and leaned towards Fong Feng. Seeing that Fong Feng didn't react, she puffed her cheeks and pouted, making a couple of sounds. Is this what you mean by sharing a drink? Fong Feng looked around to confirm that no one was home before sealing her lips with his gulp, gulp. A mouthful of wine went down, and this fiery red wine was even more potent than white wine. After finishing a bottle of red wine, both of their foreheads were covered in a fine sweat. There was no helping it. July evenings were indeed a bit hot, and sitting together felt like being in a furnace. Shuing brushed aside the strands of hair stuck to her lips, blushing as she said, Master, let's have another drink. Glug, glug. The fiery clouds outside the window were particularly enchanting today, and it was still early for the lights to be turned on, yet Fong Feng had already begun to polish his grand chandelier. Shuing was fidgeting like she had hemorrhoids, unable to sit still or stand up comfortably. She let out a soft whimper and noticed someone sneaking her cherries. Little master, you're really naughty. Naughty? I just wanted to give you a little reward today, but you wanted to set me on fire. Now that the fire has started, what do you think we should do? I remember there should be a fire extinguisher in my room. Dream on. First call me sister and let me hear it. Sister. So obedient, my little master. Do you know why I like you so much? From the first time I saw you, I liked you. Did you know that? Back then, you seemed to be a bird, right? You guessed wrong. Although I had some awareness before, I was too low in rank and was always muddled. It was only at the moment you enlightened me that I fully awakened. Watching you in the flames, I thought to myself, how could there be such a handsome little boy in this world? You're lying. They say that when a little bird hatches, it takes the first creature it sees as its parent. Little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of your sister? Alright, let's go find the fire extinguisher. Otherwise, if the fire gets out of control, it won't be good. Sorry, little master, but I can't today. Why not? Shuing gently pulled his hand, reaching towards the depths of the universe. Wearing cotton pants in this hot weather? No, wait, does the divine beast also have its period? Shuing smiled slightly. I'm really sorry. Little master, you won't hold it against me, will you? It's fine, there's plenty of time ahead. But little master, don't be too discouraged. I still have a little trick up my sleeve. With that, Shuing knelt on the ground in a V shape, her hands pressing on Fong Feng's legs, giving him a slight smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I just don't want to see my little master in pain. I meant that this is the living room. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hashtag, who is it? So annoying. Maybe it's Sister Sue coming back. You quickly change clothes, I'll go open the door. As Shuing entered the room, Fong Feng opened the door to find that the visitor was not Sister Sue, but a beautiful young lady he had met before during a demon-catching mission. Finally found you. Where's my mom? Fong Feng, already annoyed at being interrupted, was even more displeased when the woman asked for his mother as soon as he opened the door. He couldn't stand women who thought they had privileges just because they were pretty. So what if you're beautiful? Sorry, I don't sell moms here. You can ask elsewhere. Su Miao Miao pressed against the door that Fong Feng was trying to close. Stop pretending, hand over my mom, or I won't let this go. Are you out of your mind? Your mom is missing. What does that have to do with me? At that moment, Shuing, who had changed her clothes, came out. Master, who is it? I don't know, a lunatic. Just as Fong Feng turned to speak to Shuing, Su Miao Miao pushed the door open and rushed in. She surveyed the living room and demanded, where have you hidden my mom? Is she in the battle pet space? Hurry up and let her out. Shuing then said, are you Miao Miao? Is that what you call me? This woman's temper was really big, not at all like her mother. However, upon hearing that she was Sister Sue's daughter, Fong Feng's anger subsided significantly. Your mom went to find you. Didn't you run into each other? My mom went to find me? Shuing nodded, yes. After I parted ways with Sister Sue in the mall, she said she was going to the Demon Capture Division to find you, but you ended up at our house. You must have taken a wrong turn. On the way, Su Miao sized up Shu Ying and asked, "Are you also his battle pet?" "Yes. What's wrong with that?" "LSP, how could Commander Yen take someone like you as a disciple?" Fong, degree, Shu Ying chuckled. Miao, you misunderstood. My master is not what you think. Alright, I can't interfere with your matters, but you must return my mother to me. Didn't I say? You took a wrong turn on the way, your mother is not with me. I mean, I want you to terminate the contract with my mother, otherwise, I won't let this go. That might be a bit difficult. It doesn't matter how difficult it is, you must do it for me, or I will never let you go. I signed the highest contract with her, it can't be terminated. You actually made my mother sign the highest contract? I'm going to fight you. With that, she lunged at Fong, but fortunately, at that moment, Su Jia returned. Miao, stop. What are you doing? Mom! Su Miao was momentarily stunned, then she threw herself into Su Jia's arms and started crying. What's wrong, Miao? It's nothing, I just miss you, Mom. When she heard that Tion Bangda had planned the major case at Erlion Gorge, it truly scared her. Because at that time, her mother, as Tion Bangda's battle pet, would definitely have to fight for him, but this time the team leader was Captain Chen. How could they possibly be a match for old Chen? Plus, it was such a major case, even if Captain Chen knew she was his mother, he wouldn't hold back in that situation. Later, although she heard that her mother was fine, she remained skeptical. It wasn't until she saw her mother was okay with her own eyes that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Su Jia rubbed her daughter's back and comforted her. Alright, you're such a big girl now, still crying. The master is watching. Aren't you embarrassed? I won't allow you to call him master. I want him to terminate the contract with you. Mom, I'm officially a battle pet now. I can take care of you in the future. Really? When did this happen? That's not the point, Mom. The point is I want him to terminate the contract with you. With that, she turned to Fong and said, did you hear that? Terminate the contract with my mother. How do I terminate it? Kill me? Then your mother would die too. You. Seeing her daughter about to make a move again, Su Jia quickly held her back and said to Fong, Master, can I talk to my daughter alone? I've said it before, except during battle time, you are free at any other time. Thank you, Master. Under great reluctance, Su Mia is. It just because he is Yen Shuai's disciple? Yen Shuai is merely an embellishment. Then why is that? Sorry, daughter, I can't tell you without the master's permission, and you shouldn't ask. Did he threaten you? With the power of the contract? No, the master is not that kind of person. He is actually a very interesting young man. You'll understand if you spend more time with him. I don't want to spend time with him. And didn't I say not to call him master? Why did you do it again? Silly daughter, that's the highest contract. Even divine beasts can't resist it. Su Miao knew this too, but hearing her mother call someone else master felt awkward. In the living room of the Fong family, Shuing sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hands, trying to act cute towards Fong. Oh degree omega degree oh, little master, do you think Sister Su will come back tonight? I don't know, she probably won't. Really? It's not easy for them to reunite as mother and daughter, they must have a lot to talk about. One night isn't enough. That makes sense. So, master, should we continue? Omega. After Su Miao's commotion, Fong had lost all interest. He glanced out the window and said, it's still early, how about we go watch a movie? Shuing, no way, I just want to cuddle with the master. Saying that, she placed one of her long, black-stockinged legs on Fang's lap and rubbed it. Useless. What are you thinking? I just want the master to massage my legs. Like this? Yeah, help me take off my high heels. I've been wearing them all day, my feet are killing me. Have you not washed your feet in days? How often does the master think I should wash them? After saying that, she placed her other foot up. Master, help me massage this one too. You're playing with fire. Then let's go find a fire extinguisher in the room. Did you forget your aunt locked the door? Aunt is guarding the front door, but master, don't you remember we have a back door? That works? How would we know if we don't try? Besides, even if the back doesn't work, we still have the skylight, right? Just then, Feng's phone rang. Who is it? Boss, it's me, Lu Wulong. What's up? Boss, that kid Zhu Fengchu is in trouble. Feng placed Xu Ying's leg back on the sofa and said seriously to Lu Wulong, what happened to that kid? That kid ordered a technician at a bathhouse and I don't know what he did in there, but he got caught by the boyfriend. Now they want 5 million to release him, or they'll break his third leg. You guys can come up with 5 million. Boss, it's not about the money, the key is that they have evidence now. I'm worried they might turn this into a long-term scheme. So your call means what? Boss, don't you have connections with the Demon Capture Division? See if you can settle this completely. Where are you? At the Bihai Lantian bathhouse. After hanging up, Feng decided to take a look. If it were just about the money, Feng would be happy for those two kids to learn a lesson by spending some cash. But now it seemed those two had fallen into someone else's trap, a group caught them in the act and left evidence. This was clearly premeditated. Moreover, this was related to him. If he hadn't given those two so much money, they wouldn't have encountered this situation. Master, are you going? Yeah, that kid. Shu Fengshu got into a bit of trouble. I need to check it out. Then I'll go with you. Forget it, it's not a good place. You stay home and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Fong Fong stepped out and took a cab. As he arrived at the entrance of the bathhouse, he saw Lu Wulong squatting on the curb. What are you doing squatting there? Lu Wulong, upon seeing Fong Fong, immediately ran over excitedly. Boss, why did you come alone? What do you want me to do? There are quite a few people with the boss. I'm afraid you can't handle the situation alone. Enough, where's Shu Fengshu? On the 7th floor. Boss, is it really okay for just the two of us to go up? Stop talking nonsense. Lead the way. The two arrived at the 7th floor and Lu Wulong stepped forward to knock on the door. A young man with a Korean-style fringe opened the door. He peeked out, looking left and right, and when he saw it was just Fong Fong and Lu Wulong, he opened the door wider. As the door opened, 5 people were sitting inside the room, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman, wrapped in a bath towel, was sitting on the windowsill smoking. 2 of the men were guarding the entrance, 1 stood beside Shu Fengshu, and the last one, presumably the leader of the group, had a Korean-style side fringe and was lounging in a chair. Boss. Shu Fengshu called out pitifully, wanting to stand up but was pushed back down onto the bed by the guy next to him. Only then did Fong Fong have the time to examine him. The left side of his face was swollen like a bun and there was blood dripping from under his nose. Fortunately, it was just superficial injuries and Fong Fong felt a bit relieved. Are you this kid's boss? Fong Fong completely ignored him, pulled a chair for himself and then looked at the pitiful Shu Fengshu and asked what was the agreed price with this woman? This. Speak. 3,000. This isn't a high-end club. 3,000 is clearly a scam. The woman on the windowsill, hearing this, became displeased. Bullshit, who said I'm a technician? Here? Oh, so you're a streetwalker? That makes it even less worth that price. But since you agreed on 3,000, I won't deny it. Saying this, he took out 3,000 and handed it to the guy with the side fringe. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to bribe me? You heard it, your girlfriend agreed on this price with my brother. You think you can just settle it with 3,000 after sleeping with my girlfriend? I think you're crazy. Since she's your girlfriend, why did you let her sell herself? It's a clear price. Why should I give you 500,000? You son of a... The guy with the side fringe suddenly stood up and slapped Fong Fong across the face. Fong Fong sat there, stunned, as if he had been scared silly. After all, the other party was a level 30 warrior, while Fong Fong was just a beast master. Close combat wasn't his strong suit. However, in the next moment, Fong Fong executed a swift kick. With a loud smack, everyone seemed to hear the sound of despair. The guy with the side fringe covered his groin and unwillingly knelt in front of Fong Fong. At that moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, instinctively covering their own groins. Even the woman on the windowsill was startled. The guy with the side fringe, sweating from the pain, furiously shouted, "Kill him!" The 2 henchmen at the door launched a sneak attack at the same time. The woman who had been smoking on the windowsill quickly flicked her cigarette but at Fong Feng's eyes before standing up. As for the henchman watching Shu Fengshu, he didn't move, so he was lucky. In a flash, Fong Fong grabbed the guy with the side fringe by the hair, lifting him up and using him to block the cigarette but aimed at his eyes. Then, he tilted his head slightly to dodge the punch coming from behind, and while letting go of the guy with the side fringe, he yanked the hair of the person behind him forward, using his face to block another punch. With one punch, he sent both of them crashing into the wall. At that moment, the woman conjured a green magic circle with her hands. Fong Fong, adjusting his side-swept bangs, looked at her and said, "Are you sure you want to use magic in the city?" The woman hesitated, but then the side-swept bangs angrily shouted, "Kill him for me. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences." The woman no longer hesitated, completing the incantation, and a wooden spear shot out from the magic circle. However, Fong Fong sidestepped and caught it, thrusting it back into the side-swept bang's calf, pinning her leg to the floor and forcing her into a kneeling position. Even the legendary duo of Zhu Long and Feng Chu were dumbfounded. Wasn't Fong Fong a beast master? Why did he seem even fiercer then? A warrior? The side-swept bangs clutched her hands in pain, but with her calf pinned to the floor, she could only kneel and couldn't stand up. Fong Fong glanced at Zhu Fengchu. "What are you still dawdling for? Let's go." We're leaving just like this? I know it's better to silence witnesses than to create enemies, but this is the city, with surveillance magic circles everywhere. Are you trying to get me killed? Silence witnesses? That's not what I meant. Shut up. One of the 2 guys who had been punched away by Fong Fong suddenly lunged at Lu Wulong, grabbing him by the neck and using him as a shield. "No one is leading today." Fong Chung frowned. "From sauerkraut country? What does it matter where I'm from? If you don't want your friend to die, then kneel." Fong smiled coldly and turned around, slapping their leader and knocking out a row of his back teeth. "Let him go, or I'll kill him." The lackey was taken aback, looking at his leader's bloodied mouth, unable to close it. Was this kid really a student? How could he be more ruthless than us street thugs? Meanwhile, the sideswept bangs murmured, "Wake up, if you have the Ability, kill me today or you're dead. Do you know me? The sideswept Bangs leaned against the wooden spear, grinning coldly at Fong Fong. Fong Fong reached for the wooden spear behind him and leaned down with a slight smile. Just as everyone stretched their necks to see what he would say, he suddenly pulled out the spear and swung it back, piercing the lackey behind Lu Wulong. Ah, my eyes. The lackey released Lu Wulong, rolling on the ground while covering his eyes. After all, being in the city, Fong Fong had to hold back, otherwise, that spear wouldn't just blind him but would have pierced straight through his skull. At that moment, the remaining man and woman in the room were completely stunned by Fong Feng's brutality. Let's go. We're leaving just like this? Lu Wulong looked astonished at the three guys on the ground. One had his calf pierced, another had his eyes blinded, and the last one lay in the corner, unconscious. As they exited the room, Wulong Fengchu still felt like they were dreaming. Boss, are we really just leaving like this? You reminded me, I almost forgot to call the police. Today's events were a bit strange, and it was better to inform old Chen. Upon hearing that Fong Fong was going to call the police, Wulong Fengchu froze. Call the police? Boss, are you out of your mind? Even if we're the victims, what you just did could be considered excessive self-defense, right? Exactly. Boss, even if the police don't hold us responsible, it doesn't look good for us as students to be in a place like this. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered with these two cowards and directly dialed Chen Jingyan's number. Hello, old Chen, it's me, Fong Fong. I know it's you, don't worry, the final payment will be with you tomorrow. If I didn't know better, I'd think I owed you high-interest loans. I just ran into some people from Sauerkraut Country. Chen Jingyang paused for a moment before asking seriously, are you okay? I'm fine. They're at the Blue Sea and Sky Bathhouse. Do you want to come take a look? Okay, I'll be there right away. After Fong Fong hung up, Lu Wulong looked at him in shock. Boss, you really called the police? Those guys might be spies from Sauerkraut Country, better be cautious. Spies? Come on, boss, don't joke around, how could that be? If it were in the past, Fong Fong wouldn't have thought this way. After all, for most people, spies only existed in movies and dramas. Who has seen one in real life? But after experiencing 2 assassination attempts, Fong Fong knew that such things weren't that rare, they could be right beside everyone. Seeing the Demon Capture Division personnel appear at the street corner, Fong Fong, along with the 2 others, got into a taxi. Are we still going to wash our feet? No, washing feet is too dangerous. From today on, we won't wash our feet anymore. Fong Fong smiled slightly. Although today's incident was likely aimed at him, it wouldn't hurt to teach these 2 a lesson, preventing them from getting too carried away with their newfound wealth. Unworthy of one's position is a major taboo in life. Early the next morning, old Chen called. Hey, have you gotten up yet? What's up? Just wanted to let you know about those guys from yesterday. They're all from our dragon country, not from Sauerkraut Country. Fong Fong was taken aback. Could he have overthought it? Then old Chen changed his tone, saying, but they did come for you, so you could say they're half spies. What do you mean by half? Sauerkraut Country has a beauty plan, targeting our dragon country, using some of their popular stars and cultural products to brainwash our youth. They control it through the complex structure of fan circles. Those guys from yesterday were peripheral members of the RJ support group. After their idol said a few derogatory things about you, they got heated and wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. A bunch of brainless idiots. By the way, what is RJ? A star from Sauerkraut Country, real name Park Sunjing. You don't even know him? I'm not interested in those things. Doesn't the government do anything about this? Sigh. Currently, fan circles are still legal in Dragon Country. Plus, you're not exactly an important figure. It's impossible to ban them just because of what happened last night. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Wait, don't hang up yet. Is there more? I think what happened yesterday was just a prelude. They definitely have more tricks up their sleeves. In 11 days, the college entrance exam will be here. If they use this incident to stir things up, there will be many brainless people in the exam hall wanting your life. Got it. By the way, my 2 classmates won't get involved, right? You don't need to worry about that. The so-called evidence they had has already been destroyed by us. Besides, they are mainly targeting you, they don't even know your classmates' names. Even if they do get mentioned, it will be fabricated names. After hanging up, old Chen leaned back in his chair and rubbed his nose. He then picked up the cup on the table, intending to take a sip of goji berry tea, only to find it was just a jar of goji berries. The water had long been drunk. Knock, 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 the office door was knocked on. Come in. Su Miao Miao, with her long ponytail, pushed the door open. Uncle Chen, you called for me? I have a task for you. Really? I promise to complete it. What is it? Chen Jingyang took a bunch of keys from the drawer and tossed them onto the desk. This is the key to room 302, Unit 1, Building B of the Happiness Community. Your task is to protect your neighbor from now until the start of the new school year. Su Miao Miao frowned. The address sounded familiar. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Uncle Chen, are you saying Fong Fong? You want me to protect him? That's right. Can I refuse? This is your first task after your promotion. Are you sure you want to refuse? But why me? There are so many people in the team, can't we switch to someone else? Who told you that you look the most like a student? It's only half a month, it'll pass in the blink of an eye. Looking at Su Miaomiao's extremely reluctant expression, Old Shin sighed. This silly girl really didn't know how to appreciate her fortune. Others would be fighting to get a chance to appear in front of Yen Shui, yet she was unwilling. Fong Fong bought 2 baskets of soup dumplings, along with 4 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk. When he returned home, he saw Shuang, dressed in a golden spaghetti strap nightgown, yawning as she came out of her room. You're up? Shuang rubbed her messy long hair and sleepily said, Why are you back so early, master? I went to buy breakfast. Hurry up and brush your teeth so we can eat. By the time Shuang finished washing up and came out, Fong Fong had already finished his breakfast and was sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Sure enough, the topic about yesterday's incident had already been posted online. Late night rescue of girlfriend. What's their fault? Shocking. Senior high school students actually did that in a bathhouse. Fong Fong was worried that Wulong and Fengchu would be implicated, so he clicked in to take a look, only to find that the news had already been deleted. It seemed that the Demon Capture Department was also paying attention to this matter, and their actions were even faster than he had imagined. While eating, Shuang's charming gaze suddenly turned cold, her aura so chilling that even the soy milk on the table seemed to emit a chill. But the next moment, she burst into laughter. Isn't this asking for death? Seeing Fong Fong look over in confusion, she showed him the short video she had found. The background of the video was the Yujing City police station, and the main characters were a group of stylish young people, both male and female, shouting for the police to release someone, even holding up banners. A bunch of brainwashed idiots. Fong expressed his opinion. Shuang nodded while looking at her phone. These young people are so obsessed with their idols that they don't even understand the situation, and they go demanding. People, do they really think the police station is their school? What situation? Didn't the officials say? The few guys caught from the bathhouse last night were involved in extortion, which is a criminal offense. How can these brainless people just shout a few times and expect them to be released? If this escalates, all those who are causing a ruckus will be arrested, and they won't escape the charge of creating a disturbance. Not long after, Shuang suddenly picked up her phone, stood up, and said, Master, we might have to move. What happened? You've been doxxed. Then she sat down next to Fong Fong, pointing at her phone. Look, isn't this our house? Huh, why is it gone? Shuang shook her phone and realized it wasn't her phone's signal that was bad, but that the original video had been deleted. Master, what on earth is going on? A few punks in a bathhouse. How did this involve you? Because the one who got set up was Zhu Fengchu. Are you saying you went out yesterday for this matter? Yeah, it involves a beauty plan from sauerkraut country. They really are relentless. So what do we do now? Look, a lot of idiots are posting videos online denouncing you, saying you are the real culprit and those few RJs are the victims. What do you mean, what do we do? Fong Fong casually replied. Shuang pointed outside. Those brainless people are already at the entrance of our community. To be honest, I really want to teach those guys' parents how to raise their children. But then I thought, if I really did that, I might fall into someone's trap, so I plan to do nothing. If we do nothing, won't they become even more arrogant? They have millions of fans combined, and even the official announcements are useless, let alone just our 2 mouths. But I'm worried, if this escalates, will it affect your exams, master? Don't worry, the officials of Manhwa aren't stupid, they know who the victim is. Besides, I have a cheap master backing me up. Do they dare not let me take the exam? That's true, but looking at those idiots online still makes me a bit angry. Can you contact Sister Su? What for? To leave the city. Leave at this time? Yeah, on one hand, the second transfer mission isn't completed yet, and on the other hand, Sister Su just evolved and her level dropped to 1. She needs to level up, and also, taking action outside the city can eliminate witnesses. That makes sense. I'll call Sister Su right now. In Magic City, inside a high-end office building, Park Qingjing sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, one hand pressed against his temple, the other scrolling through his phone. A faint cold smile played on his lips, and his chin was as big as a shoehorn. Who knows how much hyaluronic acid he had injected. Hearing the sound of a door opening behind him, he turned to glance. It was his manager, Park Taiwan. Dressed in a black suit, Park Taiwan, like Park Qingjing, sported the airbangs typical of sauerkraut country, and his chin was filled out like a pig's knuckle, looking worse when he smiled than when he cried. Officially, he was Park Qingjing's manager, but in reality, he was his superior. The beauty enhancement program of sauerkraut country had many groups like theirs. They were just one of them. Did you post a video earlier? Park Taiwan leaned against the desk, arms crossed, watching Park Qingjing by the window. Didn't you delete it all? Park Qingjing replied without turning around. Are you stupid? This kind of thing should be left to those idiots in Manhwa. Why? Are you joining in? Come on, I'm their idol too. Isn't it bad not to show my stance? That's nonsense. You're leaving evidence for the Demon Capture Department of Manhwa. Do you know that? I've seen you getting a bit carried away these years. From now on, don't talk nonsense outside without my permission, got it? Okay, I just wanted those idiots to work a bit harder. How could you be so harsh on me? Enough with the disgusting talk. If your brainless fans find out their idol is a sissy, your value to our great sauerkraut empire will plummet. There are no outsiders here, what's there to be afraid of? Alright, let's get to business. I just received orders from above. This time, the assassination targeting the genius of Manhwa is assigned to our group. Get ready. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I was originally an agent. Isn't it good to just be an idol? Not only do I earn a lot of money, but I also have a bunch of brainless fans in Manhwa. You don't know how it feels when I come out of the teleport station, surrounded by people. Even our president might not have such treatment. Park Shingjing, please mind your words. Got it. I was just saying it casually. By the way, what did you just say I should prepare for? Park Taiwan threw a folder from the desk at Park Shingjing. This is a selection of several capable fans I picked from the Southwest province. They have agreed to help us assassinate Fong Fong during the exam, but the condition is that you have to meet with them. I can't do that, you know. Besides, there are a few guys in this group. What does that mean? It's not that I can't accept it, but if this gets out, won't my positive and sunny image collapse? It's just a few days of hanging out with them in Shuanglia City. If any female fans want to get close to you, I'm here, right? I heard that Guy Fong Fong is quite strong. Even the Tion family has suffered losses at his hands. Can these brainless fans you gave me handle it? They're just the main attackers. I also prepared a batch of cannon fodder to let them fight among themselves. How confident are you? There are many ways to ruin a person. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill them. Of course, if they can kill him, that would be best. Even if they can't kill him, don't forget they are all from the Dragon Country. After such a spectacular self-inflicted massacre, do you think that kid will still have a foothold in the Dragon Country? Park Shingjing gave Park Buching a thumbs up, looking quite pleased as he said, I think your method is very semi-dot. Park Buching coldly smiled, alright, I still need to meet with the people from the Plaster Country and the North Atlantic Federation. Don't send out that kind of video again. Why do we still need to cooperate with the Plaster Country? I hate them. I hate them too, but if it can stop the rise of the Dragon Country, cooperating with the Plaster Country isn't such a bad thing. In Jinling City, the Tion family built a street themed around the Plaster Country. When this street was first constructed, it caused quite a stir, and even now, every day, there are still many people being blocked outside by security, holding signs to protest. However, with the Tion family's powerful strength and connections in both the underworld and the upper echelons, they managed to build this street. Moreover, after it was completed, there were still quite a few brainless individuals coming here to experience the culture of the Plaster Country. White paper umbrellas, small lanterns, cherry blossoms, cobblestone paths, wooden bridges with flowing water, and on the streets, young men and women dressed in the attire of the Plaster Country. If one didn't know better, they might think Jinling had fallen. On a building with an exterior styled after the Plaster Country, a young man named Inu Matsutaro, dressed in Plaster Country attire, stood on the balcony with his hands on his hips, looking down at the long street. If the entire Dragon Country could be like this, how wonderful it would be. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door sliding open behind him. Inu Matsutaro turned his head and glanced back, noticing it was his subordinate, Mayakai Jiro, and he didn't think much of it. Inu-sama. Recent intelligence indicates that the higher-ups want us to fully cooperate with the actions of the Sauerkraut Country this time. Mayakai Jiro respectfully handed a black folder to Inu Matsutaro. Upon hearing that they were to cooperate with the Sauerkraut Country's actions, he felt very displeased. The small Sauerkraut Country would eventually become part of our Great Plaster Empire. Why should we cooperate with their actions? However, after reading the orders from the higher-ups, he still agreed without any anger. The plan from the Sauerkraut Country is indeed quite vicious. They actually thought of letting the Dragon Country people fight among themselves. Even if that boy named Fong Fong survives this time, there will be no place for him in the entire Dragon Country. Inu-sama, what is our next task? Inu Matsutaro casually tossed the folder into his hands and smiled. There are still quite a few people in the Dragon Country who yearn for our culture. Let's find a group of eager pioneers among them to cooperate with the Sauerkraut Country's actions. Yes. By the way, I came across a very interesting video earlier. After saying that, he handed his phone to Mayakai Jiro, who took it and looked surprised. Park Shingjing, isn't it interesting? Once this operation is over, we won't have any more cooperative relationship with the Sauerkraut Country. At that time, you can send this video to the Demon Capture Division of the Dragon Country. Yes. In Yujing City, a group of brainless individuals gathered at the entrance of the Happy Community. They were there to seek revenge on Fong Fong for their family members, specifically those few idiots who had been beaten up by Fong Fong. They were all from the HJ family. Park Shingjing said, family members, we are one family, we must unite and help each other. So this group of brainless individuals didn't care what those few had done. They only knew that Fong Fong had beaten their family members, and that meant Fong Fong was in the wrong. As soon as the police car arrived, this group of family members immediately shrank back. Not long after, the police car left, but two people remained, Su Jia and Su Miao Miao. Why did Sister Su bring that girl along? Upon seeing Su Miao Miao, Fong Fong couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He truly hadn't expected that Sister Su would have such a big daughter, and the key was that her personality was like a little firecracker, completely not giving anyone a chance to explain. However, if Fong Fong had to choose again, he would still sign a contract with Su, because a life dragon like her is a rare find, and if he wasn't thinking of making her a battle pet, he would have had Shuang kill her back then. Fong, open the door. Fong Fong gestured to Shuang, who smiled slightly and opened the door. Sister Su, what brings you here? Who's your sister? Su Miao Miao replied irritably. Shuang laughed. Why are you so rude, little girl? Call me aunt. Why? Should I? Because I'm sisters with your mom. Not a chance. This child is really impolite. Su Jia laughed. Alright, Shuang, stop teasing her. Is the master here? Yes. I was just about to head out when I saw you all coming. By the way, Sister Su, why did you bring your little niece along? He has a mission. A mission? Yes, he was sent to protect the master. Oh, and we'll be living right across from you. Su Miao Miao replied sulkily. Don't get too happy. I didn't want to come, the captain insisted I do. I had no choice. Is that so? Can you send someone else? Do you think I want to be here? Alright, let's keep it down. Su Jia gently nudged her daughter and then turned to Shuang. Can we come in? Sorry, please, come in. At that moment, Fong Fong walked out. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's head out. What do you mean, Fong? My mom is here and you won't even let us in? Call me uncle. Shuang chuckled. Given the master's age, calling her sister was more appropriate, yet she was learning to have her call him uncle. Previously, she thought that the legendary talents were just fooling her, but it turned out the master could really joke around seriously. Rest. Sister Su, this little niece needs some proper education. Su Jia was taken aback and quickly said, I'm sorry, master. I will definitely educate her well in the future. Shuang took Su Jia's hand and laughed. The master is just joking with you. Did you take it seriously? You just like to bully my mom. If you keep making noise, I'll put your mom into the battle pet space. You dare. What's there to be afraid of? Want to try? You. By the way, what does old Chen mean by sending you to protect me? How would I know? Go ask the captain. You're just making things difficult for me. Hey, what do you mean? The literal meaning. Wait a minute. Master, you haven't changed your shoes yet. The four of them arrived at the light rail station, instantly becoming a beautiful sight. Su Jia's elegance, Shuang's charm, and Su Miao Miao's youthful beauty made the male onlookers stare, while Fong Fong immediately became the object of envy for all the men who wished they could take his place. However, jealousy is a common human emotion, especially for some single guys. Fong Feng's actions were indeed a bit excessive. Others didn't even have a girlfriend, yet he suddenly had 3 beautiful women around him. Was that something a person should do? But jealousy aside, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble for Fong Fong. After all, this was Dragon Country, and aside from the law, most people still had a moral bottom line. The 4 of them boarded the light rail to the Endless Forest. Master, are we going to the Endless Forest this time to level up? Su Miao Miao heard her mother call Fong Fong master again, and although she still felt a bit uncomfortable, she said nothing this time. This was the constraint of the contract's power, which couldn't be changed by personal will. She could be willful once or twice, but if she kept being so, wouldn't she be a fool? The main purpose is to complete the job transfer task and, by the way, to level you up a bit. Su Miao Miao felt she had caught an opportunity and replied irritably, my mom is already over level 30. Does she really need your help to level up? Take a closer look. Su Miao Miao was taken aback, then immediately used her detection skill to glance at her mother. She exclaimed in surprise, Mom, what's going on? Why have you become level 1? Did that guy do this? Su Jia looked at Fong Fong with difficulty. Can you tell my daughter, master? Say what needs to be said, and don't say what shouldn't be said. What do you mean? Su Miao Miao asked. Alright, Miao Miao, your mother felt like a dead person back then. If it weren't for the master willing to sign the highest contract with me and complete the life sharing, I would have died long ago. How could I be talking to you like this now? Then what about your level? That's a good thing. How can losing over 30 levels be a good thing? All I can tell you is that your mother will become stronger in the future. Don't ask anything else. Why? Because I still can't trust you, Fong Fong replied. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the adventurers' camp. Fong Fong took out a map of the Endless Forest which Lu Wulong had given him, marking the locations of 19 world bosses. Fong Fong was confident about fighting world bosses. The world bosses in the Endless Forest were at most level 34, and with his current strength, he didn't need to team up with anyone, he could solo them. The most crucial thing now was whether this map given by Lu Wulong was reliable. Su Miao Miao glanced at the map in Fong Feng's hand. Are you really here to do a job change mission? What else would I be here for? What kind of attitude is that? I was going to give you a suggestion, but given your attitude, I won't say anything. What suggestion? If I'm not mistaken, your job change mission should be to kill 6 world bosses, right? So there's a problem with your map. This thing has a problem? Fong Fong thought to himself, I knew that guy's stuff was unreliable. Of course, but why should I tell you? How about I let your mom ask you? You? Su Miaomia glared at Fong Fong, her cheeks puffed up like a bun, but in the end, she swallowed her anger. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head, especially since her mother was this guy's battle pet, the kind bound by the highest contract, leaving her with no right to refuse him at all. The locations of the bosses marked on this map are correct, but it's a general map, meaning many people farming bosses have it. Look at how many people are in this camp now. Do you think those places will be unguarded? With only a few days left until the college entrance examination, leveling grounds had long shifted from beginner dungeons to here. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were already many adventurer teams living off boss farming here. Fong Fong wasn't afraid of competing with them, but if he could avoid it, that would be even better. Do you have a way? Su Miaomia pulled out a scroll. This is an internal map. Although there aren't many bosses marked on it, it's enough for you to complete your mission. Old Chen gave this to you, right? How did you know? I just guessed. You don't get too happy too soon. The reason there are no bosses being farmed on this map is that these places are restricted zones. To reduce unnecessary casualties, they have been controlled by the authorities. If you want to farm bosses inside, you should at least see the bosses first. But you're here, right? A level 29 second tier warrior with you around, not to mention seeing the bosses, soloing them shouldn't be a problem. How can you be so shameless? You only know how to rely on others for everything? Who told me I'm a beast master? If I have a battle pet, why would I go up and fight myself? That would be brainless. How can there be such a shameless profession in this world? Wait, how did you figure out my profession and level? Use your eyes to see. That's impossible, you're only level 22, your reconnaissance skills can't be useful against me. It was Captain Chen who told you, right? Yeah, very clever. After studying the map, Fong Fong led the group onward, heading for the Red Stone Canyon. In the sky, the shadow transformed into a burning sky swallow, racing through the air. Is she really a burning sky swallow? Why do I feel like she's much faster than the other burning sky swallows? I'm your aunt, what do you mean by her? That's really rude. Dream on. After Su Miaomia finished speaking, she turned back to Su Jie. Mom, you share the same master as her. You should know what she really is, right? Your shadow aunt is indeed a burning sky swallow. Impossible, a burning sky swallow can't be this fast, and she's not my aunt. Silly girl. Your shadow aunt and I are sisters, how can she not be your aunt? Shuaing laughed. Did you hear that? Your mom said so. Hurry up and call her aunt. I won't call. What can you do about it? I can't do anything to you, but my master can. If you continue to be this rude, you'll have to ask the master to let your mom serve him. Upon hearing this, Su Miaomia immediately exploded with anger. You dare? If you really do that, do you believe I'll break the rules and fight you? Su Jie's face turned red and she instinctively glanced at Fong Fong. He wouldn't really make me serve him, would he? He shouldn't. Shuaing is younger and prettier than me, with a great figure. How could he possibly be interested in me? But men are all lecherous. What if that day really comes? At this moment, Fong Fong awkwardly cleared his throat. Don't think too much. Su Jie's face turned even redder. Master, you heard that? Within 3 meters. Whether I can hear intense thoughts is not up to me. You actually dared to eavesdrop on my mom's thoughts? Su Miaomia said. If I really activated the mind function, I wouldn't let your shadow aunt call your mom. As long as it's a contract, it possesses mind functions to enhance the understanding between the master and the battle pet. This includes, but is not limited to, mind communication, mind monitoring, mind confinement, and memory alteration. Fong Fong signed the highest contract with them, so naturally, all mind functions are available, and as the master, he has the highest authority. However, since mind functions involve personal privacy, Fong Fong turned off this function during non-combat times. Thus, their team, like other ordinary teams, relied on phone calls for communication, only activating mind sensing during battles for mutual understanding. Flying over the dense forest, a red valley appeared before everyone. It was desolate, as nothing grew here. But for those who were full and had nothing to do, it was a magnificent sight of 3,000 miles of red clouds, a breathtaking painting. In simple terms, it was Danxia landform. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the boss here is the level 31 fire scorpion. Are you sure you can handle it? Fong Fong nodded. That makes sense. Shuaing, let's land here. Let's practice on a few small monsters first. Okay, master. The empty valley showed no signs of human activity, not even a blade of grass, just the wind. It seems like there really is no one here. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Su Miaomia scoffed. Duh, who would come here to seek death? So you mean, old Chen wants me to come here to die? I didn't say that. But I have to admit, the captain's actions are indeed a bit risky. Take good care of your mom. What did you just say? Su Miaomia looked at Fong Fong in surprise. Just then, a giant red scorpion the size of a water buffalo suddenly burst out from the red earth ahead. Perhaps it was the scent of prey that drew them in. After the first one appeared, the second and third quickly followed, and in the blink of an eye there was a swarm dense enough to give anyone watching goosebumps. Fire scorpion level 28 attack. Skills, Charge, Level 3, Flame Ray, Level 2, no wonder this place was designated as a forbidden zone. Not to mention the Fire Scorpions level, which already surpassed that of most adventurers. Just the sheer number of them could scare anyone to death. It's not too late for you to run, Fong. Before Su Miao could finish her sentence, a flame ray struck Fong. Master, Fong, are you okay? Seeing Fong hit by the flame ray, everyone was taken aback, including Su Miao, who had always been at odds with him. The flame ray from the fire Scorpion could take away at least a third of Fang's health, even for a second transformation knight, if caught off guard like this. Moreover, the ray also carried a toxic effect. If he couldn't detoxify immediately, even a second transformation class would be in trouble. If it were a first transformation mage or archer with weaker defenses, they could be killed in one hit without any warning. However, Fang had immunity to fire from Shuang and immunity to all negative effects from Su Jia, and with these two buffs, the flame ray hitting him only caused him to sway slightly, having no real effect. I'm fine, take care of your mother. Su Jia, activate the life aura. Shuang, attack freely. Fang, don't try to put on a brave face. Su Miao looked at Fang in shock. Unlike Lao Chen and the others who had already witnessed Fang's abnormality, she still thought he was just putting on a show. Go cool off somewhere. As Fang and Shuang unleashed Fire Feather Dance, harvesting the fire scorpions in the valley, Su Miao was completely stunned. Isn't Fang a beast master? As a beast master in battle, one either hides behind their battle pet to provide real-time healing or uses dark magic to weaken the opponent for support attacks. In short, a normal beast master couldn't be the main attacker. They could only assist because their magical power was limited. Powerful spells were beyond their reach, and they could only use low-cost healing or curse and poison spells. But the Fang before her was surely a figment of her imagination. He was actually casting Fire Feather Dance. This was a dark gold level skill among fire magic, and such a skill would be extremely taxing even for a level 31st transformation mage, let alone a beastmaster. They would either need to wear equipment that boosts spirit or wait until the second transformation for a significant increase in magical power, otherwise casting it would leave them exhausted. In contrast, Fang released this skill as if he didn't need any magical power at all, casting it one after another without needing to chant, and its power was surprisingly on par with that of the fire-type ferocious beast Burning Sky Swallow. This completely shattered her worldview. When did beastmasters become like mages? Well, the reason Fang seemed to have endless magical power to squander was that her mother had contributed quite a bit. The blessing of the goddess of life increased health and magical power recovery by 9% per second, and with Fang's own tenfold amplification, that was 90% plus Fang's own substantial base magical power. Now, the magical power he recovered per second was almost equivalent to that of a mage of the same level. I told you to protect your mother. What are you doing? Fang suddenly flashed to Su Jia's side and slashed down a fire scorpion that had slipped through. The dazed Su Miao was startled awake. Is this how you take care of your mother? Faced with Fang's question, the proud Su Miao found herself speechless. She had indeed been startled just now. Master, I'm fine. Miao didn't mean it. Just now it was my fault. What are you looking at my mom for? If you keep this up, I'll put your mom into the battle pet space, so she won't be dragged down by you. Who do you think you're looking down on, Fang? After saying this, Su Miao's body flashed with light, and she donned a set of golden warrior armor, reaching out to grasp a golden spear. The breeze swayed her ponytail, and she looked valiant, like a version of Mu Guiying from another world. My mom has me to protect her, no need for you to worry. You really don't make it easy. Fang returned to Shuang's side, harvesting the fire scorpions in the valley together. Behind them, Su Miao glanced at his back and couldn't help but ask Su Jia beside her, Mom, did I just see wrong? Didn't he use a knife to kill that fire scorpion? Su Jia nodded. You didn't see wrong. Besides being a beast master, the master is also a magic swordsman. A magic swordsman. It's good that you know this, but you mustn't tell anyone. Why? Su Jia smiled slightly. Look at the master now. Hasn't he changed into mage gear again? He is your master, not mine. Alright, he is your uncle. Mom, am I really your biological child? Silly child, of course you are my biological child. But do you understand now? Mom recognizes him as the master, and she hasn't lost out at all. This time, Su Miao surprisingly did not refute. A beast master needs powerful battle pets, and battle pets also need a strong master. Only then can they both become stronger. 20 minutes later, the entire valley was filled with the aroma of roasted meat, and everywhere you looked, there were charred remains of fire scorpions. In just 20 minutes, Su Jia had leveled up from level 1 to level 20. However, Fang and Shuang, despite gaining a lot of experience, were still a bit short of leveling up. After clearing the small monsters, only the boss remained. The terrain here resembled a gourd. As everyone arrived at the waist of the gourd, they saw a column of air shooting up into the sky from the ground in the distance. Then, a tremor shook the earth, and a giant fire scorpion burst forth from the ground. Before it had fully emerged, Shuang unleashed a fire sigh, smashing its head and causing a spray of blood like lava. But for the level 31 Fire Lizard Lord, such damage was not fatal, instead, it ignited its ferocity. Sister Su, bind it with thorns. Yes, master. Su Jia spread out a green magic circle, and countless purple thorns shot up from around the Fire Scorpion Lord, instantly wrapping it up like a zongzi. Fong Fang's flame spear activated Gatling mode. Continuous flames erupted on the Fire Scorpion's body, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The enraged Fire Scorpion tried to rise, breaking one thorn after another, but more thorns pulled it back to the ground. Then, Shu Ying's second fire sigh arrived as expected. This time, it blew off half of its body. The Fire Scorpion Lord crashed to the ground, exploding a pile of equipment. It's done. According to the rules of this world, as long as equipment appeared, it meant the opponent was completely dead. It doesn't seem that difficult, does it? Su Miao Miao instinctively glanced at Shu Ying. Not difficult? You guys are just too strong, okay? You don't see that it's a level 31 5th tier ferocious beast with a boss aura to boot. As far as she knew, the last team that killed the Fire Scorpion Lord had been wiped out 3 times before succeeding, and among them were 3 highly paid professionals, all of whom were second transformation. Shu Ying was already drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted of magic power. If the Fire Scorpion Lord didn't die, Fong Fong would have to draw his sword and confront it head on. Su Jia lightly raised her hand, and a green magic circle instantly appeared beneath everyone's feet, with countless green lights rising up, accompanied by the shadows of vines. The Song of the Forest. This was the only auxiliary skill known to pre-humanity that could simultaneously restore vitality and magical power. With a moment of disdain, the weariness on everyone's faces was swept away. Master, look, I got a divine piece, Shu Ying said, holding up a pair of gauntlets. Fire Elemental Wrist Guards, Fire Type, Diamond Level Equipment Level 21. Physical Defense, 160-225 Magical Defense, 188-263 Agility plus 50 Strength plus 41 Constitution plus 52 Spirit plus 51 Fire Damage plus 30% Magic Recovery plus 20% 2 pieces activated, Weapon. Enchantment Burns Effect 3 pieces activated, Movement Speed increased by 200% 4 pieces activated, converts 30% of attack damage into self-regenerating health. It suits you well. Keep it, Fong Fong said. Thank you, Master. You're just giving it away like that? Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Fong in surprise. Do you have a problem with that? Fong Fong retorted. Do you know that this Fire Elemental set is a divine piece that can't be bought with money outside? Anything that can be bought is trash. How can my woman wear trash equipment? This wasn't the first time Fong Fong openly acknowledged his relationship with Shu Ying in front of others. Every time Shu Ying heard it, her heart felt warm. Winky face. She's just your battle pet. Have you ever heard of dressing battle pets in divine gear? Haven't you just heard it and seen it? Sister Su, could you please pick up the loot? Okay, master. What do you mean, Fong? Why do you want my mom to pick it up? Don't you have hands? If you keep nagging, do you believe I'll call your mom to give me a shoulder massage? You dare. Sister Su. What does the master command? Mom, don't listen to him. Su Miao Miao panicked and quickly hugged Su Jia. She knew that under the highest contract, her mother had no rights in front of Fong. I think I just saw an experience orb. You should use it. If I use it, the master won't gain any experience, so I should save it for the master. That's an order. After saying that, he took Shu Ying to a shady spot, waiting for the Fire Scorpion Lord to respawn again. Shu Ying looked at Fong Fong in confusion. Little master, are you silly? If you use the experience orb, we both gain experience, but if it goes to Sister Su, we won't get any. Are you feeling the pain? No, I just think it's not worth it. If all goes well, I should complete my second job change today. What does that have to do with the second job change? Of course it matters. After the second job change, besides using experience to enhance skills, every level up will grant double attribute points. At the same time, the 4-dimensional attributes for attack power, defense power, health, and magic will increase by 200% from the moment of job change. And Sister Su, as my battle pet, will also receive corresponding benefits, but based on my level at the time of job change. So naturally, the earlier the job change, the better. And Sister Su needs to level up quickly. I forgot about that, but it seems like we're about to level up, right? So I plan to stay here and wait. After all, the Fire Scorpion Lord will respawn in an hour, and besides, this guy can drop the Fire Elemental set, right? Yeah. Little master, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. Little master, from now on, you can leave these shoulder and leg massage tasks to me. Don't trouble Sister Su. Fong Fong turned to look at Shu Ying. You're not getting jealous, are you? Where? I just don't want to trouble Sister Su. Besides, she already has a daughter. How can you still be so shameless? Stop with the useless talk. I can see you're just jealous. Shu Ying slapped Fong Fong on the shoulder, annoyed, and said, I am jealous, so what? Ouch, that hurts. Be gentler. Did I really hurt you? You should think about it. You're a divine beast. How can I withstand a few slaps from you? Shu Ying leaned down, getting closer to him, and said, how about tonight? Sister lets you hit back. Are you sure? Yeah. Sister has plenty of meat on her backside, so it's fine to hit hard. Just thinking about Shu Ying's seriously protruding backside, it was like two slimes, extremely bouncy. One slap down would definitely create 1,000 ripples. Unfortunately, now isn't the time, otherwise, I'd want to try it right away. Soon, Su Jie and Su Miao Miao, who had finished collecting the loot, walked over. Master, we've picked up all the loot. Do you want to count it? Just put it over there, we'll talk about it when we get home. Hey Fong, aren't you supposed to be doing your job change quest? I know a place with a wood-type lord, do you want to give it a try? Aren't you just trying to help your mom get a full set of divine gear too? Don't worry, I won't forget Sister Sue. That's not what I meant. Time passed quickly and the second Fire Scorpion Lord broke through the ground. With the previous experience, this Fire Scorpion Lord was taken down in just 10 minutes. Moreover, it dropped a Fire Spirit robe. Fong Fong used to think that the luck bonus from the Fearless set didn't seem to do much, but today, it felt like he could sense its presence. World bosses drop divine gear, but not every time. Most of the time, they drop gold and dark gold items. Otherwise, this complete set of divine gear wouldn't become rare equipment that can't be bought even with money. Continuous drops of divine gear like this are not only related to the difficulty of the boss but also rely on luck. The third one dropped a dark gold level staff, the fourth dropped a Fire Spirit wristband, the fifth a Fire Spirit leggings, and the sixth a Fire Spirit shoes. With 6 bosses, a complete set of divine gear was gathered. Such luck was simply unbelievable. Unfortunately, the attributes of the equipment couldn't be transferred, and he couldn't always wear the Fearless set, which was truly regrettable. Next, Fong Fong also welcomed his second job change in life. Task completed, he opened the job change certificate, and a beam of white light shot up into the sky, enveloping him. Achieving his second job change at level 22, he really is a prodigy. Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Fong in the white light, feeling a bit sour. Su Jie smiled slightly, patting her daughter's head. Miao Miao is also great. Didn't you also succeed in your job change at level 24? Mom, don't say that. If that guy hears it, who knows how he will mock me. Before Master, level 24 was originally the limit for a second job change. Why belittle yourself? Su Jie's words weren't wrong. Before Fong Fong, those who succeeded in a second job change at level 24 were all geniuses. Because generally, people would only succeed in a job change at level 30, and many would only succeed at level 40 or even 50. But just as Fong Fong said, the later the job change, the less obvious the advantages of the job change become. Level 24 second job changers can easily defeat level 30 second job changers. It's also common for level 32 defeat level 40. Therefore, those who still can't succeed in a job change at level 40 usually choose to give up their career and return to a normal life of marriage and children. During his job change, Fong Fong once again entered that mysterious space. Under the large tree with a huge crown, he saw his mother again. My child, congratulations. Now I am already a second-tier professional. As a reward, Mom has a small gift for you. Although Fong Fong knew that this was just a recording left by his mother, like many others, he felt a surge of emotions when looking at old photos. He was no different. Even though his mother had passed away when he was 3, a normal 3-year-old might not have any impression of their mother. However, for Fong Fong, a transmigrator, he remembered every smile and frown of his mother, her gentleness, and even her catchphrases clearly. He could feel his mother's deep love for him. There must have been a special reason for her sudden departure. Uncle Chai surely knew the reason for her leaving, but he was dead. The official report stated that his death was an accident. But Fong Fong did not believe it, so he planned to go to the Magic City to uncover the truth himself. His mother extended her finger and gently tapped his chest. The pendant on his chest transformed once again into the Imperial Seal. Commanded by heaven, may you live long and prosper. As a beam of light entered Fong Feng's brow, he unexpectedly awakened his talent once more. National Fortune Level, SSS. The professional will gain the blessing of the national fortune of their country. The stronger the national fortune, the better the professional's luck, and vice versa. Alright, my child, do you like Mom's little gift? If you do, then work hard to complete the third transition. At that time, Mom will have another gift for you. Carrot_. As the white light dissipated, Fong Fong remained in a stargazing posture, standing there in a daze. In Fong Feng's memory, his mother in this life was named Lin Xiaowan, a very powerful mage. By his current estimation, she was at least above the fourth transition. However, he was no longer sure. He had never heard of a second transition awakening a talent. Moreover, it was the national fortune. In his understanding, although talents in this world were diverse, there was definitely no talent like national fortune. Furthermore, being able to manipulate the Imperial Seal was something from the world of his previous life, and he had never heard of such an impressive use for the Imperial Seal. All of this made him doubt that his mother in this life was very likely the legendary cultivator. After all, even the absurdity of transmigration had happened to him. What was so strange about having a mother who was a cultivator? Why did he appear in this world, and why did his mother come to this world? Was there a connection between the two? Fong Fong couldn't figure it out. The only paths he could think of to unravel this mystery were two. One was to go to the Magic City and find clues from the murderer who killed Uncle Chai. The other was to work Hard to improve his strength. Didn't his mother's message say that there would be a small gift at the third transition? What about the fourth? The fifth? As long as his strength reached a certain height, wouldn't she be able to tell him the truth herself? Hey, what are you thinking? About, little master? Shuang gently tapped Fong Fong. I was thinking, did I forget that besides fighting monsters, I can also do quests to level up? Although Shuang didn't know what had just happened to the little master, she could tell from his eyes that he had just lied. But what did it matter? He didn't want to tell her. It definitely wasn't the right time. When the time came, he would surely tell her. At that moment, Su Miaomio said, don't joke around, you're already at the second transition, and you're still doing beginner quests? That little experience isn't worth it compared to you killing a few more bosses. Little niece, is that how you talk to your uncle? Shuang glared fiercely at Su Miaomio. You, don't say that, who is your niece? Su Miaomio gritted her teeth. Shuang smiled slightly and looked at Su. Jia, Sister Su, aren't we good sisters? Alright, little Ing, don't tease Miaomio anymore. Did you hear that? Your mom calls me sister. So you should hurry up and call me aunt. I won't call you, what can you do about it? How about we have a little contest? Let's see who really is the aunt. I don't like to bully children. I think you're just scared. Enough of the nonsense. Fong Fong said, you little girl, I won't forget your mother. We'll continue hunting the boss tomorrow, but we have to complete the tasks too. How dare you call me little girl, are you looking for death? If you keep nagging me, I'll have Sister Su spank you. Fine, you're tough. You better not fall into my hands that day. Sister Su, spank her. Ha, master, are you really going to spank her? Of course. Su Jia had no choice but to lightly slap Su Miaomio's big butt. Mom, I'm your daughter. How could you help an outsider hit me? I can't disobey the master's orders. Who told you to make your uncle angry? Fong, you better break the contract with my mom right now, or I'll kill you. Fong Fong stroked his chin and said, looks like Sister Su didn't use enough strength just now. How about another round? Forget it, good girls don't fight with boys. Mom, let's go back. Su Miaomio knew she couldn't provoke Fong Fong right now and wanted to quickly pull Su Jia away from this place. But Fong used a summoning spell and Su Jia was back by his side. Fong, I'm going to fight you. Just as Su Miaomio was about to pounce over. In frustration, Fong Fong pulled out a return scroll, almost shoving it in her face. What are you doing? Su Miaomio asked, confused. Are you really planning to walk back that far? There's something in this world called a return scroll, do you know that? I don't want your stuff. Anyway, I'll take your mom and leave first, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Su Jia and Shu Ying were taken into the battle pet space by Fong Fong. Then he used the return scroll and disappeared right in front of Su Miaomio. Looking at the empty valley, with the night wind howling, she was completely stunned. The adventurer camp was over 70 kilometers away. Was she really going to have to walk back alone at this late hour? The worst part was that this was the deepest part of the Red Stone Canyon, and without the ability to fly, no matter which direction she walked, she would encounter a lot of fire scorpions. Bastard, Fong, you bastard. Su Miaomio cursed a couple of times, then quickly covered her mouth, fearing she would alert the fire scorpions in the valley. She felt wronged. She had never felt this way in her life. That guy not only took her mom away but also left her here alone. Didn't he know this was the Red Stone Canyon? She couldn't possibly get out by herself. Her mom would definitely be very worried about her, and she didn't dare to go against that guy's will. She didn't know how painful it would be in her heart. After a round of self-pity, tears began to fall from her eyes like beads on a string. Just then, it seemed something rolled to her feet. Looking down, it was actually the return scroll from earlier. Without thinking, Su Miaomio quickly picked up the return scroll and activated the spatial transfer. At the adventurer camp, Fong Fong walked out of the teleportation array, and soon after, Shu Ying and Su Jia appeared beside him. Where's Miaomio? Su Jia looked around but didn't see her daughter. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. You didn't really leave her there alone, did you? Shu Ying leaned closer to Fong Fong and whispered. Worried about her daughter, Su Jia also looked over. That was the deep part of the Red Stone Canyon. Although Miaomio was a second transformation warrior and not weak, it wasn't easy for her to get out alone. The reason the forbidden area was called a forbidden area was that those who entered had a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Am I that kind of person? Fong Fong shot a glare at Shu Ying. Aren't you worried that girl has made you angry? Although Master Miao Miao can be a bit willful, she is a good child. The reason she keeps pushing you is mainly because of me. If Miao Miao has upset you, I apologize on her behalf. Sister Su, I'm not that petty, and I admit that my situation with you was indeed thoughtless. Master, please don't say that. I don't feel any grievance being with you. Don't worry, I left her a ticket back to the city. I'm sure you'll see her soon. Really? Fong Fong nodded. Also, I'm not like your previous master, so don't overthink. It's... Su Jia felt her face flush, unsure of what she had just thought. Shu Ying glanced at her curiously, although she couldn't hear her thoughts. Like Fong Fong, her curiosity was piqued. Seeing Su Jia looking at her too, she suddenly understood. You don't think the little master and I are like that, do you? You think he's that kind of person? Sister Xiaoying, don't say such things. I never thought that. You say you didn't, but your face is all red. Sister Xiaoying, you misunderstood. Forget it, I'll confess. To save you from daydreaming, in that kind of situation, the master is actually the victim? Su Jia looked at Shuing in confusion, then at Fong Fong. Fong Fong awkwardly cleared his throat. What victim? I just didn't want you to feel embarrassed. Shuing playfully punched Fong Feng's shoulder. Alright, it's fine if I have to cling to you, right? Don't say that, cling. We are mutually affectionate. This made Shu Ying's heart feel as sweet as honey. She linked arms with Su Jia and smiled. See, I didn't lie to you. Our master is nothing like Tion Bangda. He isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. That contract, you don't need to worry about it at all. From now on, you can live with Meow Meow and ignore him. If anything comes up, I'll call you, and if you agree, I'll let him use the summoning technique. For Shuing, she had finally secured Fong, and their blissful life as a couple had just begun. Suddenly having Su Jia as a third wheel was quite bothersome, so she wouldn't miss the chance to send Su Jia away. Is that really okay? Su Jia looked at Fong, hoping for his agreement. What are you looking at him for? I can make decisions about his matters. Fong nodded. You've spent so little time with your daughter over the years, now you can have plenty of time to accompany her. Thank you, master. Su Jia's eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly grateful from the bottom of her heart. Before long, the poor child Su Miao Miao came out. She quickly found her nemesis Fong in the bustling crowd. Fong, meow, meow. Before Su Miao Miao could confront Fong, Su Jia immediately interrupted her. Mom, this guy didn't bully you, did he? The master treats me very well. You shouldn't be willful anymore. Mom, why are you speaking up for him? Did this guy order you to say that? Fong was too lazy to listen to Su Miao Miao's complaints, so he said to Su Jia, Sister Su, we should leave now. Aren't you coming with us, master? No, I have things to do with Shuing. Then see you tomorrow, master. Fong nodded and took Shuing to the nearby light rail station. This left Su Miao Miao a bit confused. Why did he leave by himself? As a beast master, shouldn't he always bring his battle pet with him? No, Mom wasn't his battle pet. He not bringing her was actually what she wanted. Alright, Meow Meow, let's go. Where to? Home. My master said to only summon me during battles. At other times, I can always be by your side. Really? Yeah. Do you still think Mom, this master, is unreliable? Who knows what he's really thinking? Maybe it's just a ploy. I think the truly unreliable one is you, little brat. What ploy? What nonsense are you always thinking about? That's just how it is. Mom, you're so beautiful. Which man wouldn't be moved by you, unless he's blind? Even if Mom is beautiful, can she be more beautiful than Aunt Ing? She's just a fiery fox. How can she compare to the dignified and virtuous Mom? In my heart, Mom will always be the most beautiful in the world. You always saying nice things to make Mom happy. But you should also be careful. Don't always clash with others. The master and Aunt Ing haven't done anything wrong to Mom. On the contrary, they treat Mom very well. I don't want you to make things difficult for the master in the future. Alright, I got it. Let's go home. Su Miao Miao linked arms with her mother, but her eyes were looking at Fong and Shuing in the distance. In the end, her gaze fell entirely on Fong. In fact, over the past 2 days, she had also noticed that Mom spoke well of that guy, and it had nothing to do with their identities. This indicated that the guy's character was indeed good and he had great potential, plus a renowned master. It seemed that being with him wasn't so bad for Mom, but just thinking about how Mom referred to him as master made her feel a bit uncomfortable. After finishing dinner with Shuing, they returned home around 9 o'clock. After counting today's spoils, she kept some equipment above gold level and rare magical materials, while the rest of the junk was packed up for Wulong and Fengchu. In addition, there were 8 second-tier experience orbs, which were a specialty of world bosses. Of course, similar rewards could also be obtained from quests. As levels increased, the experience required for leveling up would also greatly increase. For example, Fong needed 110,000 experience to level up from 22 to 23, which was even more than the experience needed to go from level 1 to 20. Without items like experience orbs, relying solely on monster hunting to level up, there would be very few people in this world who could break through level 40. After using them, Fong gained a total of 100,000 experience points, allowing him to level up by 1.2 levels. However, Fong chose not to level up but instead raised the level of his Blade Break Cloud Slash to level 5 in one go. This combat skill was powerful, but he used it infrequently. He didn't know how long it would take to improve its proficiency, so he simply used experience to boost it. As for how Shuing and Su Jia would use the shared experience, Fong had the right to intervene, but he didn't want to. Why didn't you choose to level up? Fong turned to look at Shuing on the sofa. After returning home, Shuing had changed into a black stepmother dress. The V-shaped neckline was very low, and her 36D figure seemed like it would pop out at any moment. With her legs crossed and leaning forward, one delicate hand supported her chin while the other casually rested on her knee. This pose made the back of her dress cling tightly to her ample backside, making one worry that the fabric might tear apart at any moment. Paired with black stockings and red-soled high heels, Fong Fong couldn't help but feel a bit heated. Didn't the master also not level up? Shu Ying's lips curled slightly, her eyes like autumn waters, one crescent-shaped and the other hidden in red waves, also secretly smiling. Let me guess, you must have used the experience to enhance the fire's Sai, right? The master is quite the clever one, you guessed it. The Sai of fire is the most powerful skill you currently possess, but it also consumes a lot of magic. With your current magic value, even with Sister Sue's recovery aura, you can only use it 4 times at most before needing to rest. So leveling up through experience is undoubtedly the best choice. Shu Ying smiled slightly. Alright, master, just the two of us at home, isn't it a bit boring to talk about this? What kind of nonsense are you thinking now? What? A fool, but being a bit foolish is good. If he were this excellent and could also flirt, who knows how many women would come to compete with me in the future. Shu Ying patted the sofa beside her and said with a smile, come sit over here. Wearing high heels at home, don't your feet hurt? They do. But don't you like it, master? When did I say that? Shu Ying smiled slightly, leaning against Fong Feng's shoulder, and whispered hot breath into his ear. Alright, master didn't say it. It's just that sister is tired and wants master to give her a foot massage. By the way, sister didn't wash her feet today. I warn you, don't provoke my bottom line. Shu Ying simply placed her legs up, proving with her actions that she was indeed provoking him. What could he do about it? With such silky long legs and black stockings, Fong didn't hold back. Our Fong transformed once again into a foot massage master. His technique was very professional, it was clear. He had often given foot massages. After taking off her high heels, Shu Ying's curled toes seemed to give him a thumbs up through the black stockings, proving that Master Fong's skills were indeed remarkable, making the client feel very satisfied. It smells a bit strong. I need to wash my feet next time. Then how about we stop here today? I'll give you a foot massage, master. If it was just a bit sweaty, that was amusing. If it really stank, Shu Ying would want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. So she quickly sat up, leaned over in front of Fong. Fong placed his feet on her knees, took off his slippers, and began to massage seriously. How's the pressure, master? Professional. Do you want to wash your feet? Fong thought his feet smelled and was about to stand up to wash them, but Shu Ying pressed him back down on the sofa. No need, sister learned a new style of foot bath today. Just sit tight and leave the rest to me. Fong looked at her in confusion, only to see her mischievous smile as she took off her socks. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a punishment called the laughing punishment. It involved applying salt to the soles of a criminal's feet and letting a goat lick it, ultimately causing the criminal to die from laughter. Fong was now enduring this cruel punishment, but the one administering it was clearly unprofessional. Who did you learn this from? While attending to his feet, Shu Ying shook her phone. Why learn this of all things? You actually learned to watch action movies? Looks like I need to punish you properly today. Saying this, she grabbed Shu Ying from the ground just as she was about to punish her by restricting her breathing, but she blocked him with her hand. Wait a moment, master, I need to rinse my mouth. I don't mind, but I care. Fong smiled slightly and slapped her on her severely tilted pelvis. Go on. Moments later, Shu Ying came out. Master, let's continue. Forget it. Your relatives haven't left yet. It wouldn't be good if a fire broke out. It's too late. The fire has already started. Regardless of the consequences, Shu Ying pushed Fong down onto the sofa, and to prevent him from escaping, she directly came in front of him and locked him down, kissing him. I didn't expect it. Master is actually quite skilled. Honestly, who did you learn this from? I taught myself. Humph. Don't get too proud. Sister has one more trick up her sleeve that will definitely leave you disarmed. Shu Ying was seen kneeling on the ground in a figure-8 position, gently pulling open the door of Fong. Awaken, my little master. Sigh. This move was indeed ruthless, although it was still a bit clumsy in technique. Aside from the physical impact, her long hair visually added a magical attack effect. The only downside was that her disheveled hair was hard to grab. Next time, remember to have her tie it in a ponytail. Half an hour later, looking up at Shu Ying, who was grinning foolishly at him, Fong was stunned. You don't think I was just trying to compete with you, do you? Is it good? Shu Ying shook her head. Then why are you still eating? I was scared by you just now, and accidentally. What a silly sister, so adorably foolish. The next day, before Fong and Shu Ying had woken up, they heard someone knocking on the door. Fong opened his eyes, glanced at the sun outside, and realized he had actually overslept today. Turning back to look at the sleeping Shu Ying in his arms, he thought this sister was really too much. She had kept him from sleeping well all night. This was still with her relatives around. Who knows what tricks she would play when they were gone. Just then, the Knocking sounded again, and Fong Fong had no choice but to get up, cover Shuing with a thin blanket, and go out to open the door. Sister Su, so early? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Jie standing at the entrance with some buns and fried dough sticks. Today, she was wearing an open khaki coat paired with a white shirt tucked into a gray knee-length pencil skirt, showcasing her feminine charm while highlighting her graceful demeanor. Fong Fong estimated she was at least a 36E. She wore flesh-colored stockings with black high heels. This outfit was mature yet concealed danger, a perfect example of a hidden knife in a smile, or rather, a hidden lamp. This made Fong Fong think of his high school teacher from his previous life. Every time she appeared, she would become the most beautiful scenery on campus. Seeing Su Jie today made him realize what it meant that there were always stronger people out there, one mountain higher than another. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I just went downstairs with Meow Meow for breakfast and brought a little something for you. Sister Su, you really are too polite. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Su Jie peeked inside. Little Ling hasn't woken up yet, has she? Fong Fong turned back to take a look. It seems she's still asleep. Pervert. Su Meow Meow spat lightly from the doorway across. Fong Fong was a bit confused. How could it be considered perverted when he and Shuing were mutually affectionate? Meow Meow, don't say that. Humph. Su Jie quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Meow Meow is just too willful. I'll definitely teach her a good lesson later. It's okay, she's just a kid. Just don't hit her too hard, a little noise is enough. You dare. Meow Meow. Although Su Meow Meow was unwilling in her heart, seeing her mother a bit angry, she obediently closed her mouth. Then we won't disturb the master any longer. I'll call you when we're about to leave. Once Fong Fong closed the door, Su Meow Meow was also pushed inside by Su Jie. Meow Meow, didn't I tell you those things yesterday for nothing? Mom, I don't want to either. But I don't know why, every time I see him, I just get angry. Alright, you're not a child anymore. If it really comes to a fight, you won't have any face left. Mom, you wouldn't really hit me for him, would you? What do you think? Then, I'll try to hold back a bit in the future. By the way, Mom, did you see that guy's lipstick mark on his face just now? I saw it. What about it? It looked like a painted cat. Don't you think it looks silly? A little fun between couples is normal, but suddenly hearing you say that, it does seem a bit funny now. What the heck, you wanted to laugh from the start, but you held it in. Don't think I didn't see your hand, all clenched into a little fist. So how did you hold it in? Me? At first, I didn't see clearly and thought he had just slept on it and made it red, but then I realized it didn't make sense. One side was red, the other side was red. Even if he had slept on it, both sides couldn't be red. Then I thought, it must be that he didn't wipe off the lipstick properly. And then I got so mad that I couldn't laugh. Su Jie looked at Su Meow Meow. If she remembered correctly, her daughter later referred to him as a lecher. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something dirty on my face? No, but you seem to have a problem. What problem? I can't be sure yet, but it shouldn't be anything bad. When Fong Fong and Shuing went out, it was already 8 o'clock. Today, Shuing changed into a white fitted dress with a slit, paired with flesh-colored stockings and red high heels. Before leaving, she checked herself in the mirror and adjusted a brooch at her collar. Are you afraid it will fall out? Shuing blushed and punched Fong Fong lightly. What? You just like to tease me, but the dress really is a bit small. It's okay, when we come back, let Su Jie accompany you to buy a few more pieces. I don't want to. This dress was specially bought for the owner. Seeing that Fong Fong hadn't reacted yet, she turned around and pulled the brooch. Then Fong Fong seemed to hear a duong duong sound. That's right. It was the sound made by the two slimes that had fallen halfway and suddenly bounced back up. Scared me to death. I thought it would fall out. Hee hee, do you like it? Carrot. Carrot. After calling Su Jie and Su Meow Meow, the four of them took the light rail back to the endless forest. Today's destination was the Blackwater Marsh, where Su Meow Meow said the demon tree was located. They had originally planned to pick up some quests from the Adventurers Guild to casually grind for experience or contribution points. However, as Su Meow Meow had said, the quests in the Endless Forest had little value for him at this stage. Not only were the quest processes tedious and time-consuming, but the experience orbs given were also only first tier, each worth just 7,000 experience. The contribution tasks were mostly gathering and exploration tasks, which were even more troublesome. It was better to directly farm the Forbidden Zone boss. For the journey, they naturally relied on Shuing, otherwise, traveling over 100 kilometers would waste a whole day just on the road. After safely landing, they found the Blackwater Marsh shrouded in mist, but with Su Jie around, they weren't afraid of any toxins in the fog. It was just that things occasionally sprang out of the water. Su Meow Meow's gun was like a dragon. Before anyone could react, the monster attacking them was already impaled on her gun's tip. It was a fish with a mouth full of fangs, its body rotting, with many places still showing black fish bones. This is a corpse fish. The mist around here is toxic, so everyone be careful. Su Meow Meow shook off the corpse fish from her gun and returned to Su Jie's side. Su Jie activated the Life Aura, level 1, for everyone, increasing all negative resistances by 50% and healing 6% per second. Although it couldn't make everyone immune to toxins, in this situation, even if they were poisoned, it wouldn't be a big deal. Of course, with the blessing of the goddess of life, Fong Fong could completely achieve toxin immunity here. Have you been here before? Fong Fong asked Su Miao Miao. No, when I was at your stage. I was leveling up in the Dark Elf Forest, not here. But the coordinates on the map are very accurate. The demon tree should be nearby, within 30 meters. 30 meters? That's easy. Fong Fong immediately fired several flame guns around, and finally, on the 6th shot, the firelight illuminated a tall black shadow in the mist. It should be over. There. Su Miao Miao estimated the distance and thought to herself that it was not good. Oh no, we're now within its attack range, and that flash of fire just now. Before she could finish her sentence, several black tree roots suddenly burst forth from the damp soil, like black swords stabbing towards them at lightning speed. Fong Fong decisively swapped out his staff, pulling Shuang behind him while drawing his sword. The 5th level blade break cloud slash shattered all the tree roots in one strike, the blade light not dissipating, resembling a giant shark's dorsal fin sweeping through the mist with a flurry of sand and stones. Su Miao Miao was dumbfounded. Was this the blade break cloud slash? It looked like it, but the blade break cloud slash she knew, even as a dark gold level skill, could never have such power. What kind of combat skill is this? Blade break cloud slash. Impossible, blade break cloud slash isn't that powerful. At this moment, let's not get hung up on that. Just then, several more vines shot towards them like agile snakes. Su Miao Miao snorted coldly and charged forward with her spear. After cutting through several vines with her gun, she jumped onto the thickest vine, her hair flying as she moved, embodying the spirit of a woman who would not be outdone by men. However, this action terrified Su Jia behind her. Miao Miao. Sometimes, having too much pride can be a bad thing. Everyone, hurry up. Fortunately, Fong Fong and the others arrived just in time, and Su Miao Miao wasn't completely out of her mind. Her impulsiveness just now was entirely due to Fong Fang's show-off demeanor. Realizing she was outmatched, she performed a backflip, using the branch to gain leverage, and safely retreated to the group. Su Jia was furious at her daughter's recklessness, but it wasn't the right time to scold her, so she could only glare at her fiercely. Shuang unleashed the fire feather dance, creating a fiery tornado that turned the vines into fire serpents. Fong Fang's flame gun bombardment was also ineffective against the massive demon tree. This creature's ability to regenerate was incredibly strong. Even after blowing off a section of branches, new ones would quickly sprout. When Shuang's fire feather dance became ineffective, countless vines surged forth, dense as a rain of arrows. Su Jia immediately used Thornbind to pin most of the vines to the ground. Shuang, cover me. Su Miao Miao, keep an eye on them. After cutting through a patch of vines, Su Miao Miao turned back to see Fong Fong dragging his sword towards the boss. What are you up to? The scorching flames shot up again as Fong Fong reached the base of the tree, sheathing his sword, then immediately drawing the blade break cloud slash. The blade light flashed like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, passing through the roots. At that moment, the attacking vines halted abruptly, and the giant tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. Not good. Su Miao Miao realized that Fong Fong was standing still, knowing this was his first time killing this creature and that it might self-destruct before dying. Just as Shuang and Su Jia looked at her in surprise, she leaped into the air. At that moment, the sunlight illuminated her, making her in golden armor shine brilliantly. Fong Fong glanced back, and beneath the gleaming leather of her armor, the delicate seam that barely covered her figure was enough to spark the imagination. There was no denying that in this world, equipment could change with gender. A man's heavy armor might be a metal can, but a woman's armor was definitely lacking. If it weren't for the metal gloves and high-heeled combat boots, it would be almost like wearing a bikini instead of a tight black bodysuit. Plus, with Su Miao Miao's already great figure, enhanced by those few metal pieces, Fong Fong couldn't help but steal a few more glances. However, the next moment, Su Miao Miao threw the spear in her hand, transforming it into a fierce golden crow that charged towards Fong Fong. Fong Fong was startled. He thought, I just looked at you for a moment. Did you really need to be so ruthless? But Su Miao Miao didn't even glance at him, diving down from the air, wrapping her arms around his waist, and with a powerful push, she instantly took him away from the area. After landing, Su Miao Miao pushed him away and said irritably, Are you looking for death? The demon tree will self-destruct. Don't you know? Fong Fong glanced at the demon tree, only to see that treasures had already exploded around it. Are you sure? To slay the demon tree, you need to destroy its heart. If I hadn't acted in time just now, you would have been dead for sure. After saying this, Su Miao Miao raised her hand, and the spear that had just destroyed the heart of the tree flew back from a distance. Thank you. The sudden gratitude left Su Miao Miao somewhat at a loss, as she hadn't expected Fong Fong to thank her at all. I didn't save you for your sake, I was just worried you'd get my mom involved. She thought this way didn't seem wrong. They had the highest contract, establishing a shared life between them. If Fong Fong had truly sustained a fatal injury, although he wouldn't die with 2 large blood banks, Shuang and Su Jia would definitely not be fine. It was hard to say if it was due to the national fortune, but after the demon tree fell, it actually exploded with a diamond level set, and there were 2 pieces. This once again refreshed Su Miao Miao's Perception of Fong Fong. What kind of monster are you? This luck is just too outrageous. A divine outfit can actually explode 2 pieces at once? In Fong Feng's view, although Su Miaomio was willful, she still had abilities. If she hadn't acted in time just now, he would have really suffered a great loss. However, she also had her responsibilities. It was her dazzling presence that made him momentarily careless, almost leading to a big mistake. Overall, Su Miaomio had now gained Fong Feng's recognition. Who can say for sure? About luck? Maybe next time nothing will explode, who knows? Not bad, at least you know how to be modest, so you're not completely hopeless. Oh, carrot, oh, Su Miaomio huffed, raised her proud chin, and turned to walk towards her mother. As a result, she got a slap on her backside from her mom. Ouch, that hurts. Mom, why did you hit me again? Who told you to be so reckless just now? What if something happened to you? What would you have me do? Wasn't I trying to save that kid? I'm talking about before. Who told you to charge ahead? Alone? Do you know how dangerous that is? Alright, I'll be more careful next time. You dare to have a next time? I don't even know what reckless things you've done all these years while I wasn't around. Don't hit me, I'm grown up now. Don't I have any dignity? Shuing picked up a vine and handed it over, saying, Sister Su, use this. Don't hurt your hand. You little sparrow, who asked you to meddle? Little sparrow? Shu Ying's temples throbbed. Sister Su, I'll help you. I'll pull down your pants and give you a good spanking. Fong Fong chuckled, Little sparrow? That girl really had a poetic way of giving nicknames. Ignoring the chaos among the 3 women, he walked over to the demon tree to collect the spoils. Green demon bracelet equipment level, 22 magic attack, plus 132 magic value, plus 562 piece activation, life plus 10% 3-piece activation, plus 300 poison damage per second, duration 7 seconds with elf robe equipment level, 22 physical defense, 140-193 magic defense, 168-283 agility plus 40 strength plus 35. Constitution plus 72 spirit plus 57 magic recovery plus 20% 2-piece activation, 40% of damage converted to personal magic. 3-piece activation, 70% increase in immunity to all negative effects. In addition, there is a 3rd-tier experience orb which grants 40,000 experience points upon use. Then, a light of upgrade shone from Fong Fong, reaching level 23. Soon, the light also illuminated Shuing, followed by Su Jia, and now all 3 of them had reached level 23. The sudden upgrade finally freed Su Miao Miao's bottom from the rattan. She pitifully ran to the side, rubbing her bottom while glancing at Fong Fong, a blush rising on her face. Fong Fong also looked at her, wondering what was going on. It didn't even hurt. Although he wasn't the one involved, seeing Su Miao Miao in that set of 3rd-tier golden armor, a regular rattan whip on her bottom felt like a mere tap. Just as he was about to hit, Fong Fong suggested using Shu Ying's proposal to pull down her pants and hit her. That would actually hurt. The two walked over and cleaned up the loot with Fong Fong. Equipment worth over 50,000 was kept for themselves to sell, while the remaining junk was packed for Wulong Fengchu. Although it was junk, it was measured by Fong Feng's standards, and among it were some rare materials. After all, they were all dropped by bosses, so it couldn't just be a pile of trash. In Magic City, inside a high-end office building, a secret meeting was underway. As if to showcase the prestige of this meeting, all the windows and doors were tightly shut. The entire conference room was dark, with only one light above the chairperson's seat, and the person sitting under the light was completely unrecognizable. At the oval conference table, on the left sat the representative from Sauerkraut Country, Park Taiwan. On the right sat the representative from Ointment Country, Little Dog Mataro. In the main seat, hidden in the shadow under the light, was Magni Thatcher from the Northwestern Federation, an old Mediterranean man, a 4th-turn archmage. Thick eye bags pulled down his lower eyelids, with visible blood vessels inside, resembling red eyeshadow. Coupled with his pale complexion, it was clear he was an elderly man who had worked hard through the night. He sat there in silence, and no one dared to speak at the table. Suddenly, he smacked his lips twice, and Little Dog Mataro and Park Taiwan quickly sat up straight, thinking the old man had something to say and were ready to listen attentively. However, the old man was reminiscing about the 2 female liaison officers sent by them last night. They were restrained yet obedient, with skills that were only limited by one's imagination. There was nothing they couldn't do. After decades of accumulated experience, in just one night, those 2 girls nearly rendered him useless. As he pondered, he noticed the atmosphere in the room was a bit off. Magni then cleared his throat. Who wants to speak first? Park Taiwan and Little Dog Mataro exchanged glances, then both stood up and said, I'll go first. All right. Magni waved his hand impatiently, pointing at Little Dog. Mataro, you, Little Dog, go ahead. That Magni, sir. My name is Little Dog. All right, in the words of Dragon Country, isn't it just a little dog? I've been studying the culture of Dragon Country for years. Do you think I don't know? Little Dog Mataro's face was quite awkward, but in front of their father, he didn't dare to explode. Park Taiwan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, but then he saw Magni say that. Park Taiwan, did your father have you when he was old? Park Taiwan looked completely confused. Magni explained, if he didn't have you when he was old, then is it because he named you late to prowl? Park Taiwan's expression immediately turned sour. But still, it was the same old story. He was the father. What could he do? People are like that. They don't worry about scarcity but about inequality. When little dog Matero was suffering alone, his mood was like having eaten something foul and being constipated. But seeing Park Taiwan also suffer, his mood instantly brightened. That Lord Magni, let me report on our situation here. This time we have prepared 15 second-tier professionals, each one a trained killer. Wait a minute. Magni suddenly interrupted him. I heard you guys have a so-called national server plan? Yes, Lord Magni, but that is just to confuse the enemy as cannon fodder. Besides that, we have secretly dispatched 15 professional killers to ensure the success of this mission. Not bad. Magni nodded. This is what we should do. Little dog Matero immediately stood at attention and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. So what is your plan, Park Taiwan? Park Taiwan awkwardly cleared his throat, stood up, and said, our sauerkraut nation suffered huge losses in the last mission and currently cannot dispatch professional killers. However, our beauty plan has been very successful. We have recruited many young people from Dragon Country to let them fight among themselves. Even if little dog's plan fails, and Fong Fong kills so many of his own people, it will still tarnish his reputation. As the saying goes, to ruin a person, you don't necessarily have to kill them. Before Park Taiwan could finish, he was interrupted by little dog Matero, who found the way he referred to him as little dog very annoying. TCH. Naive, do you really think the Demon Capture Division of Dragon Country is a bunch of pushovers? To ruin a person without killing them, such a naive reasoning could only come from your Sauerkraut Nation. Although both Sauerkraut Nation and Ointment Nation were under the same father figure, due to some historical reasons and the arrogance of both countries, they had long been at odds, each wishing to eliminate the other. Naturally, Park Taiwan was furious upon hearing this. You said the Demon Capture Division of Dragon Country is not a bunch of pushovers. I want to know how you plan to send those 15 trained killers into the examination room? You don't need to worry about that, we have our own methods. Don't look at me with your narrow-minded perspective. Such techniques are top secrets in our great Ointment Empire, and I wouldn't tell you even if you asked. Seeing that the two were about to clash again, Magni couldn't help but think, this is really a headache. If they didn't still hold some value in restraining Dragon Country, he would have flushed these two idiots down the toilet long ago. Alright, let's call it a day. Your plans are quite good, just proceed as discussed. After the mission is completed, you won't miss out on the benefits. After sending off little dog Matero and Park Taiwan, Magni turned around and went to the lounge behind the conference room. There was only a one-way glass separating it from the conference room, so he could not only see but also hear what had just happened in the meeting room. At this moment, there was an old woman sitting here, dressed flamboyantly, but her wrinkled skin made her look like an old witch. Her name was Granley, belonging to the Lancy province of the Northwestern Federation, a fourth-tier holy priest. When Magni entered, he leaned back on the sofa. Did you hear everything that was just said? Glanray nodded, then disdainfully said, what a bunch of childish fools. Do they really think they can kill someone right under the eyes of the Demon Capture Division? To be fair, their plan is quite feasible. The key is that they lack this. After saying that, Magni took out a palm-sized crystal and continued, spatial technology. The people from the Patch Country should have grasped some basics, but they still can't perform spatial sealing, or achieve large-scale spatial sealing. Are you saying to seal the entire examination room? There's a saying in Dragon Country, close the door and beat the dog. How about we call this plan the beat the dog plan? Beat the dog plan? Just lock them together and let them kill each other. This time, the Demon Capture Division of Dragon Country can only watch helplessly, thinking about how excited my wife would be. Then, Glanray also took out a potion and smiled. I prepared a little something this time. Who do you think I should give it to? Rage potion? Anyway, none of them will survive this time. It doesn't matter who gets it. In the endless forest, thanks to the luck of the country, Fong Fong defeated 10 bosses and obtained 2 sets of second-tier diamond level gear, along with 6 third-tier experience orbs. After using one previously, he had 5 left, which contained 200,000 experience. It looked like a lot, but for level 24, the experience bar was still not even half full. In order to maximize his strength before the college entrance examination, Fong Fong decisively used this experience on his skills. Shu Ying and Su Jie did the same, especially Su Jie. After equipping a set of green demon jewelry, her thorn entanglement now had poison attacks and could also restore mana. She directly upgraded the skill to level 6 in one go. In addition, today he also obtained a dark gold level martial skill, Void Gun Shadow. This skill allows the user to project a phantom, enabling the main body to teleport between the phantoms, with higher levels allowing for more projections. Su Miaomio had heard of such a skill long ago. She had spent a month grinding dungeons for it, and just on potions alone, she had spent over 1 million. Unfortunately, she returned empty-handed. But today, Fong Fong casually defeated a boss and got it, which left her astonished at Fong Feng's luck and envious at the same time. So now, wherever she looked at Fong Fong, everything seemed pleasing to the eye. Fong Fong, are you tired? I have stamina potions here, I'll give you one. Even if Su Miao Miao didn't fawn over him, Fong was already planning to give the void gun shadow to her. First, this martial skill was related to marksmanship, which he couldn't use. Second, she was Su Jie's daughter, and out of respect for Su Jie, he had to give her this skill. After all, the higher the loyalty of a battle pet, the stronger the beast master would be. Also, she was still the bodyguard assigned to him by old Chen. Although she was a bit reckless in her work, her professional abilities were commendable. Downstairs in the apartment where Fong lived, the four of them were slightly tipsy. Su Miao had taken the initiative to invite Fong to dinner today to obtain the martial skill. At the dinner table, Fong discovered that this woman was actually a heavy drinker. 1 beer plus 2 bottles of white liquor, according to her plan. She was supposed to get Fong drunk to ask for the martial skill. In the end, almost all the alcohol ended up in her own stomach. But, thinking about her profession as a warrior, being able to drink was indeed a major characteristic of the warrior class. Little Fong, I didn't expect you to like pine nut fish. Next time, I'll have my mom make it for you. My mom's cooking is really delicious. Su Miao leaned on Fong, her eyes slightly dazed, not sure if she was really drunk or just pretending. Really? Of course it's true. Then she made her slime bounce with a duang sound. When I, Su Miao, say something, it's as good as an ale. Tomorrow, I'll have my mom make it for you. How about that? Am I generous enough? Fong smiled and nodded. He knew very well why this woman had changed her temperament today. It was just that he found it quite amusing to see her like this, so he kept playing along. So, that skill book? Fong had already reached the door, so he took out the skill book. Here you go. Anyway, this skill isn't suitable for me. Really? You better not regret it. This was meant for you from the start. What would I regret? Su Miao snatched the skill book with her left hand and pushed Fong aside with her right. Hey, shouldn't you say thank you? Dream on. After drinking so much of my alcohol today, you have to treat me next time, got it? Otherwise, I'll hit you. With that, she skipped up the stairs. After thanking Fong, Su Jie also chased after her. Shuang leaned over to take a look. Is this good now? The book was stolen, and that skill book must be worth several million at least. What does money matter? I just want to know how Sister Su will deal with her next. Today, Sister Su must be furious with her, especially during the boss fight. The boss had just spawned and was in a dazed state for about a second. Taking advantage of its confusion, Fong struck it down with one blow. Su Miao, feeling envious and not wanting to see Fong show off, also wanted to give it a try by pushing Fong aside. As a result, she was a beat too slow and almost got killed by the demon tree. Yet this girl was still unconvinced and stubbornly confronted the demon tree until Su Jie could no longer watch and pulled her away. Then at dinner, she drank like a fish. According to Su Jie, she looked nothing like a proper lady. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate to teach her a lesson in front of others, she would have spanked her backside into 8 pieces right then and there. On the way home, Su Jie was silent, and both Fong and Shuang knew that Sister Su's anger had probably reached its peak, and if she spoke, she would breathe fire. Should we go take a look? Shuang was the typical person who loved to watch the excitement. Forget it. What's so interesting about someone getting punished? Once home and after changing shoes, Shuang sniffed herself, reeking of alcohol. Master, I'm going to take a shower. Are you coming? Our bathroom is so small, you can't do anything in there. Shuang had initially wanted to give Fong a bubble bath, but after hearing his words, she had to admit that the bathroom was indeed too small. Once they got to the Magic City, they had to buy a bigger house to give the master a bubble bath. With a pained expression, she said, "True, then I'll go wash up first." As soon as Shuang left, Fong went to the front door, pressing his ear against it to listen to the commotion outside. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me again?" Su Jie shouted angrily. "No reason, just hurry up and bend over." "I won't. I think you've really gone too far." Su Miao, relying on her warrior agility, was impossible for Su Jie to catch, and all that could be heard was a flurry of chaos on the other side. "If you want to hit me, you better catch me first." "Su Miao, don't let me catch you. If I don't spank your backside into 8 pieces today, I'm not your mom. Anyone can talk tough, catch me first." Su Miao, emboldened by her drunkenness, showed no fear. Fong listened to the noise outside while hiding behind the door, secretly laughing. He truly hoped Sister Su would catch her soon to hear Su Miao's screams when her backside was spanked into 8 pieces. "Sister Su, oh Sister Su, aren't you good at entangling with vines? As long as you take off the green demon accessory, it's a control skill, you could just trap her, right?" Listening to your breathless voice, I feel anxious for you. Su Jie had thought about using a skill, but she was afraid of hurting her daughter. As for taking off the green demon accessory, she was so furious with her daughter that she hadn't thought of that move at all. At that moment, Shuang came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a white bath towel, her tall figure kicking white slippers as she walked, wiping her damp long hair. Seeing Fong Fong squatting at the door, she couldn't help but feel curious. Master, what are you doing squatting here? Listen. They're beating a child over there. Shuang tilted her head to listen for a moment. Why haven't they caught her yet? Use the thorny vines to wrap her up. The space in the house is so small, wouldn't they catch her in no time? Fong Fong replied, maybe they're too flustered. Finally, a scream came from that direction. Ah! Let go of me, let go of me. Su Jia, you're cheating. Can't you handle this? Hearing this, both Fong Fong and Shuang were taken aback. That girl must have drunk too much today. How could she call her mom Su Jia? I think they must have caught her now. I really want to go over and see for myself how that little girl looks when she's getting beaten. By the way, Master, can't you project your mind? Just project the scene that Sister Su is seeing? It's a matter of personal privacy, isn't it, eh? Bit inappropriate? Just this once, what's wrong with that? Besides, don't you want to see how that girl looks when she's getting beaten? Fong Fong thought it over and agreed. After all, beating a child isn't exactly private. Of course, he was also curious to see how fiercely that girl would cry later. So, under Fong Feng's operation, an image was projected in front of the two. They watched like they were at the movies, snuggling at the door. In the image, Su Miaomia was tangled in thorny vines, lying on the ground, her blue-fitted jeans pulled down to her ankles. So they really are pulling down her pants to hit her? Isn't that right? Today, Sister Su was really furious. Then a vine struck her T-shaped underwear, leaving red marks on both sides. If he wasn't mistaken, that vine must have come from the Blackwater Marsh, indicating that Su Jia had wanted to hit her back then. Su Jia said, why can't you be more considerate? You're always so reckless. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Crack. Another hit. On her plump, bouncy backside, a cross was drawn. Do you understand your mistake now? Su Miaomia remained silent, which made Su Jia hit her again in anger. Shuang remarked, that girl is really stubborn, isn't she just asking for it? She's a warrior, tough-skinned, and thick-fleshed. With Sister Su's strength, it won't hurt. It doesn't hurt, yet there are marks. Just looking at it makes it painful. Don't forget, Sister Su is currently a giant dragon. It was unclear if Shuang truly felt it, but she instinctively touched her own backside. Not long after, a shocking scene unfolded. That girl actually had a complete breakdown, a puddle of water spreading from her knees across the floor. Mom, I know I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Just as Fong Fong and Shuang were astonished, Su Miaomia finally begged for mercy. From Su Jia's perspective, Su Miaomia's face was flushed and sweaty, with a strand of hair caught between her lips. Her dazed eyes, after the breakdown, seemed to have drained all her strength, and her arms propped on the ground trembled incessantly. Is she in pain or? Shuang was somewhat uncertain. Meanwhile, Fong seemed to have discovered a new secret. Fong Fong turned off the projected image and was about to stand up when Shuang pulled him back down to sit again. What's wrong? Shuang hugged Fong Feng's arm, her face flushed as she said, Master, I want to try too. Fong Fong scratched her chin, feigning ignorance as he smiled and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I am also a bad woman, wanting Master to punish me like Sister Su. How bad? Very bad, very bad. Then show me how bad. Wait a moment. Shuang crawled over and picked a pair of black high heels with red soles from the shoe cabinet, walking into the bedroom with her toes hooked on the heels, throwing a flirtatious glance at Fong Fong before closing the door. Fong Fong smiled slightly, brushed off the dust from his pants, and sat down on the sofa. After a while, Shuang emerged, leaning against the doorframe in a seductive pose. Fong Fong looked up and felt as if the night was hazy, with the sound of a saxophone playing tropical tunes in his ears. It was the same outfit as last time, the black cat-eared girl costume. Her long, fiery red hair was tied up in a bun at the back, meant to let Fong Fong see the black collar around her neck, adorned with a metallic nameplate. Little Master, do you think your sister is bad? Fong Fong was momentarily taken aback. Did she subscribe to a membership on her phone? Well, if she did, so be it. But why did she have to learn these kinds of things? Yet, he had to admit he didn't dislike her outfit. You can still regret it now. Fong Fong quickly adjusted his demeanor, looking coldly at Shu Ing. Shuang smiled charmingly. Whoever regrets is a little dog. If you don't regret, you're still a little dog. Shuang was stunned. If such humiliating words came from someone else, she was sure that person would regret coming into this world. But hearing it from Fong made her feel both nervous and a bit excited. So she cleared her throat and said, woof woof woof. Come here. Shuang approached, but Fong found himself in a bit of a dilemma. What should he do next? Should he pull out his phone and check the guide? What's wrong, Master? Who told you to look up? Lower your head. Oh, you should say it. Seeing Shuang lower her head, he really went to find his phone. There was no choice. After all, he had never played this before, and the most crucial part was that if he embarrassed himself later, he didn't want Shuang to laugh at him. With her head down, Shuang couldn't see Fong, only hearing him pacing back and forth, not knowing what he was doing. Master, are you ready? Where's your phone? Fong usually played with his phone so little that he hadn't even thought about subscribing to a membership. Phone? Could it be that the master wanted to take a picture of me at this moment? Shu Ying's heart tightened, but thinking about it, it seemed a bit exciting. Besides, wasn't the master looking for his phone? At worst, she could just hide it well later. Master, are you going to take a picture of your little dog? Take a picture? Fong Fong was taken aback. Could it be played this way? Don't think I won't praise you for being smart. Honestly, tell me where you hid your phone? On the dressing table in the room. Finding the phone, he decisively flipped through the guide. He had no idea what kind of strange things Shu Ying usually looked at. However, Fong Fong had no clue how much effort Shu Ying had put in to find these materials just to please him, as she couldn't ask anyone about such things and had to search secretly by herself. Hiding in her room, she hurriedly flipped through the guide. A few times, after all, Shu Ying was still waiting outside. But as soon as he came out, he bumped into Shu Ying. It was quite awkward. But thankfully Fong Fang's mind reacted quickly. He cleared his throat and asserted, "Who told you to come over?" I was just worried about the master." Still dare to argue? No, what was I here for? Right, I wanted to grab a mask. But before Shu Ying could speak, Fong Fong took the leash and tied her to the leg of the coffee table in the living room. "Stay down, without my command, you are not allowed to get up. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." Fong Fong nodded in satisfaction, finally managing to get through that, then opened the door and headed straight to the small supermarket outside the community. First, he bought a pack of sanitary pads for Shu Ying, and while checking out, he casually grabbed a small umbrella from the counter to prepare for an alternative route. The cashier brother held the scanner gun, looking at the two packages in front of him, then glanced at Fong Fong and said earnestly, "Little brother, don't blame your big brother for being talkative. These two things can't be used together." "Spare? Oh, spare, then it's fine. But little brother, some things still need to be moderated. Although it's said that if the young don't work hard, the old will only feel regret. In this case, it's the young working too hard and the old feeling empty sorrow. I didn't expect this cashier brother to be someone with a story." After settling the bill, Fong Fong picked up the plastic bag with one hand in his pocket and walked home. Since Fong Fong left, the quiet environment at home made Shu Ying feel lonely, while also stirring a different kind of heart flutter within her. When will the master come back? What if Sister Sue and the others come over? Wouldn't they be embarrassed to see me like this? Oh no, my stomach hurts a bit. I need to use the bathroom, but when I tugged on the leash, I found it too short and could only look at the bathroom with a sigh. Just then, the sound of a key opening the door came from outside. This made Shu Ying's heart suddenly race. She knew it was definitely Fong Fong opening the door, but what if it wasn't? Fortunately, Fong Feng's figure appeared in the crack of the door, which made her breathe a long sigh of relief. Fong Fong casually tossed the key into the glass dish on the shoe cabinet, changed into slippers, and turned to look at Shu Ying, who was kneeling on the floor. "Did you behave while I was out?" "Don't say that, you scared me to death just now. Why did you come back so late?" "Kneel properly. Who told you to get up?" "My legs are numb." Shu Ying sat on the floor, swinging her little fists. Fong Fong squatted in front of Shu Ying and raised his hand to give her a slap. "Master?" Shu Ying covered her face, a bit dazed. Fong Fong was taken aback. "Did it hurt?" "Forget it, let's not play the bad guy anymore." "Don't, master, it's just that you've been gone for so long, I forgot." "Let's continue." "Then why don't you kneel properly?" "Master, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you help me untie it?" "Carrot, really, a lazy donkey makes a lot of noise." Fong Fong casually pulled off the leash from the table leg and let her go to the bathroom. Tonight is definitely a sleepless night. Shu Ying has watched too many strategies, and although she has never experienced it, she is already a master. The next day, the four of them went to the forbidden area to fight the boss again, but when they met in the morning, Su Jia, who had been through it, seemed to see something in the two of them and pulled Shu Ying aside, whispering something. However, during dinner that night, Shu Ying brought over 2 plates of food from across the table, 1 plate of stir-fried kidney and 1 plate of chives and eggs. When the two were alone, they were more obedient than before. But for the two who had tasted the sweetness, this obedience was also relative. Days passed, and suddenly one day, Shu Ying held her phone and said, "This is outrageous, master. Look, these guys are getting more and more excessive. How about we don't go fight the boss today and give them a good beating instead, not to death. Just half dead." Fong Fong took the phone and glanced at it. It turned out to be a male streamer with airbangs, live streaming in the Endless Forest. "Family, it's still me, Park Donching, here at the entrance of the Endless Forest. Today marks the 7th day of my challenge to that scoundrel Fong Fong, and I still haven't found any trace of that scoundrel. Actually, his last name isn't Park. But in Sauerkraut Country, there are many star chasers, and he heard that Park is a big surname in Sauerkraut Country, which sounds very imposing. To show his loyalty to his idol, he changed his surname to Park. Brother Park is mighty. Brother Park, that dog is a beast, master. You need to be careful. Brother Park, need help? We have a lot of people here who want to take him down. Park Donching smiled slightly at the barrage. "Don't worry, family, I know that scoundrel has recently acquired a battle pet. If I fight him, Alone, I will definitely suffer, but today we have quite a few brothers with us. As he said this, Park Dongching shook his head, revealing a group of various men and women behind him. The women all had oval faces, as if they were carved from the same mold. The men all had swollen chins and air bangs. There were all kinds of professions, and judging by the badges on their chests, there were even a few second-tier professionals. Among them, Brother Park. With so many people fighting that scoundrel, won't others say we are using unfair means? That scoundrel Fong Fong deserves to be punished by everyone. Brother Park will definitely be able to beat him this time. Family, don't misunderstand. The people behind me are just here to witness and to prevent that scoundrel from playing dirty. I guarantee that this challenge will be fair and just. Fong returned the phone to Shuang. Boring stuff. There are many people like him, you see. Shuang raised her hand and swiped through several segments in front of Fong. How many exits are there in the adventurers' camp? 8. These guys are really determined. They actually blocked all the exits. So what should we do, master? Fong thought that under the operations of the Demon Capture Division, the last incident had already passed. He didn't expect that just a few days without playing on his phone he had already become a scoundrel. It was clear that someone was stirring the pot. That group from Sauerkraut country really had no intention of giving up. Everything remains the same. Fong said. Everything remains the same? Master, aren't you even a little angry? If I get angry, then I've fallen into someone else's trap. You just saw it. Those guys have been blocking us outside the camp for 7 days. Have we seen them at all these past few days? Shuang gently shook her head. It seems we haven't seen them. But if we don't teach them a lesson, I really can't hold back my anger. Fong smiled slightly. When heaven wants to destroy someone, it first makes them arrogant. If I'm not mistaken, this should be old Chin over. They're preparing to play a big game. Shuang was taken aback for a moment, but soon her eyes cleared. Now that you mention it, I thought of that little niece on the other side. She must have seen this kind of video long ago, but she hasn't mentioned it in front of us, which is really inconsistent with her desire to see you in trouble. Then why do you think that is? It must be that someone above has given her instructions. They definitely look down on these small fries. They must be fishing for big ones. I think so too. Where there is dung, there will be flies. Just driving away the flies is useless. We need to get rid of the dung, and then the flies won't come back. Master, your metaphor is really disgusting. Is it disgusting? Then why don't you clean up a bit more at night? Oh dear master, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Hashtag, after a while, Shuang shyly leaned over again, blushing. Clean? Why don't you check on your phone? That makes sense. Let me check. Let's check when we get home. We should get going. In the following days, the four of them continued to grind bosses in the restricted area as usual. First, the experience was high. Compared to killing monsters and completing tasks, the experience gained was significantly more. Second, there were equipment drops and they were all rare items. Under Su Miao's recommendation, these rare items could actually be exchanged for contribution points with the Demon Capture Division. Although the contribution points for second-tier rare equipment weren't much, it was definitely more cost-effective than exchanging for money directly. More importantly, Fong didn't want the equipment he fought for to fall into the hands of those idiots, allowing them to use his own gear against him. Although the four of them had gained quite a bit of experience over these days. But aside from Su Miao, who leveled up to level 30, Fong and the other two remained at level 23, and none of them chose to upgrade. Instead, they used all their experience to enhance their skill levels. Although after the second job change, the attribute points gained from leveling up increased by 20 points and the conversion of attribute points to strength improved by 50%. The change in strength from 1 or 2 levels was not significant. In contrast, every time a skill leveled up, its power increased by 30% to 45%. Therefore, the three chose to focus on upgrading their skills. In other words, this was about solidifying their foundation. No matter how high the level, if the skills were lacking, it would just be a paper tiger. Currently, all three of their skills had reached around level 6, while Fong, having fewer skills, upgraded all of his to level 8. As for Su Miao, it was because her last upgrade was 3 months ago. According to her, she was almost forgetting the feeling of leveling up, so she chose to upgrade again to experience it, fearing she might forget. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day of July, which also marked the first day of the National College Entrance Examination in this world. In the morning, Shuang had specially dressed up. She wore a silky white one-shoulder dress, with layers of white lace resembling lotus flowers blooming at her chest, supported by 2 slime lays. The elegant skirt had a slit above the knee, and her exquisite long legs were paired with sheer stockings, topped off with a pair of beige high-heeled sandals. Her fiery red waves cascaded casually over her shoulders. Although it looked like an ordinary outfit, it was worth 120,000. Just a month ago, Fong wouldn't have dared to even think about it. However, looking at Shuang, who was both sexy and charismatic, Fong felt that the money spent was very worthwhile. Just before stepping out, Shuang touched up her lipstick in front of the mirror. Only then did she link arms with Fong Fong and head out. Just as Fong Fong closed the door, Su Jia and Su Miao Miao came out from the opposite side. Today, Su Miao Miao wore a beige JK outfit, with over-the-knee white stockings and purple sneakers, her high ponytail tied with a bow, looking like a vibrant high school student in her prime. Her mother, Su Jia, wore a long-sleeved coffee-colored suit dress with sheer stockings on her long legs, a delicate green magic necklace around her smooth neck, and khaki-pointed high heels on her feet. Her soft long hair was casually draped over her right chest. She looked nothing like a woman who had given birth. She was completely a young woman just entering the workforce. The three women walking together were like three eye-catching flowers. Master looks good today, Su Jia said, looking at Fong Fong with a smile in her eyes. With the exam coming up, it's time to focus, Su Miao Miao chimed in, still as melodious as ever. Fong Fong looked Su Miao Miao up and down. Why are you dressed like this today? This is clearly not your style, but what? But you look much better than before. A girl should have a girl's appearance. Humph. You think I want to dress like this? It's just because old Chen asked me to go take the exam with you. Although Su Miao Miao brushed it off, she felt delighted inside because Fong Fong finally spoke some human words today. Master, it's getting late. Let's set off. Okay, let's go. The once quiet number 13 middle school became lively again today. The graduating seniors from the third year were returning to collect their admission tickets and examination venue teleportation vouchers. The examination venue was a transformed secret realm divided into two levels. The spacious lower level was divided into 8 areas according to the 8 provinces of Manhwa, where the provincial champions would compete. The second level was smaller, but those who could come here were all talented youths from various provinces competing for the national champion. At this moment, in a secret room on the Fengqing street of the Gaoyao country, little dog Matero, after cursing all night, today is the day of the college entrance examination in Longwa, but his group of useless subordinates still hasn't deciphered the spatial coordinates of the examination venue. Report, Little Dog Sama, the spatial coordinates have been deciphered. A decoder dressed in black respectfully handed an open folder to Little Dog Matero. Little Dog Matero glanced at the black folder. Is it accurate? We haven't had time for a second verification. Should we verify it again? Enough. How confident do you feel? At least 80%. Little Dog Matero slapped the folder against the other person's chest. There's no time to wait for your verification. Just make the teleportation voucher based on this. Hurry up. Hi. In a high-end office building in Magic City, Park Xingjing sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, elegantly tracing circles on his wine glass. I say, Park Taiwan, looking at your distracted appearance, is there something wrong with this plan? Park Taiwan sat down in front of him with a wine glass in hand. This plan has gone through countless simulations, and the Northwestern Federation has also highly praised our plan. There's no way there could be any flaws. Then what are you worried about? Park Taiwan sighed. I'm worried that human calculations can't compare to heaven's calculations. Park Xingjing chuckled. My lord Park Taiwan, if I remember correctly, this should be a saying from Longwa. When did you, as an official of our great sauerkraut empire, start believing in this? Don't you think Longwa's luck is exceptionally good right now? Every time we execute a task flawlessly, but because of Longwa's damn luck, we end up failing. Every time. Only incompetent people blame everything on luck. What did you say? Alright, just joking. I think you're taking the success or failure of this too seriously. Longwa has another saying, I wonder if you've heard it? It goes, worry leads to chaos. Maybe. Actually, you don't need to care about this. The people executing the task for us this time are all from Longwa. If they all die, what does it have to do with us? They are all your fans. What will you do if they all die? Hee, I'll just find more. Anyway, Longwa has plenty of people. The sealing array of Majini is ready. As soon as everyone enters the examination venue, he will immediately begin sealing the entire secret realm, trapping everyone inside forever. This means that in their plan, the talent cultivation of Longwei will experience a break in this generation. Compared to the petty squabbles between Sauerkraut Country and Ointment Country, the Northwestern Federation's move this time is not small. Either do nothing or go all out. While the Federation is calculating the 5 kingdoms of Gran, the people of those 5 kingdoms are also calculating them. Using this major college entrance examination incident to incite Longwa's hatred towards the Federation, they aim to instigate a war between Longwei and the Federation. At that time, the original Western European countries like Gran, Gaul, Fran, and Austria can take advantage of this momentum to strive for their own democratic independence and freedom. At Yujing City No. 13 Middle School, classmates reunited after a month apart, sharing the hardships of leveling up over the past month and their aspirations for the future. The atmosphere should have been lively and enthusiastic, but when Fong Fong appeared on campus, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. This guy is really brave. If I were him, I would wait for this storm to pass before coming out. It's best to stay away from him. Haven't you seen online? There are quite a few people wanting to get him to a disgrace. He's simply the shame of our No. 13 middle school. What a waste of his good looks. When I heard that Li Meng dumped him, I felt sorry for him. I didn't expect he was actually scum. I'm sorry, can that gentleman tell me what exactly is going on? I say, brother, haven't you been watching the trending videos these days? I've been too busy with tasks. Where would I find the time? No wonder. That guy went to a bathhouse for a project recently, and you know what kind of project it was. He ended up running into the other party's boyfriend. No way. There's such a scandal? I heard he even got taken in by the police afterward. Wow, this guy's life experiences are quite rich. And that's not all. Do you know why so many people want to mess with him now? Why? I also heard that after this incident went to the police, that guy accused the other of setting him up, and the other party hasn't been released yet, while he was let go the same day. That can't be. The people in the police station aren't fools, they can't just take his word for it. You're so naive. A student and a thug, who would you believe? Then why don't you believe it? Everyone is saying it now, I can't not believe it. Su Miao had already anticipated that Feng's arrival at school today would have this effect. So, to avoid being implicated, she deliberately kept Shuang and her mother at a distance just to see how he would react. Who told this guy to keep threatening her with her mother these days? He deserves it. I'm so mad, how can they be so indiscriminate? I want to tear their mouths apart. Seeing Shuang about to rush out, Su Miao quickly grabbed her and said, "What are you doing? This is school, do you want that guy to be expelled?" But they're talking nonsense, that's not how it happened at all. If the officials don't care, can you? Besides, look, that guy isn't even angry. Su Jie said, whether the master is angry or not is one thing, but what they're doing is indeed excessive. I think it's necessary to talk to the school leaders. Hey, Mom, don't make things worse. Alright, I'll tell you straight. Actually, all of this is Uncle Chen's plan, so just don't complicate things. Really? Shuang and Su Jie said, in unison. I swear I'm not lying to you. Since the master has gone in, what are you still doing here? I already have my exam admission ticket and teleportation voucher. What do I need to go in for? Besides, I'm not even a student here. Then why are you here today? To see that guy get humiliated. I think you want to get beaten up again. Don't. Mom, it really hurts. How about this? I'll take you around the school so you can see where that guy studies. Su Jie and Shuang exchanged glances, thinking this proposal was not bad. Feng, the focus of the entire school, walked toward Class 3's classroom under everyone's gaze. Those who had been watching him from the balcony rushed into the classroom as soon as they saw him approach. He had his hands in his pockets, his face devoid of any expression, clearly not taking those idle rumors to heart. He wasn't a saint, but would a lion care about the opinions of ants? Of course, he remembered all those streamers who had been blocking him outside the adventurer camp. If the classmates at school were just a group of clueless onlookers, then these few people were the real troublemakers. Feng had never been soft on bad people. Just then, a soft and sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Feng, you're back. Feng looked up and saw it was Yi Qianxue, the teacher here for an internship. A top student from Magic City Normal University, 21 years old, a professional archer. She had shoulder-length hair, wore black-framed glasses, and was dressed in a fitted white short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her figure. Below is a gray bodycon skirt paired with black stockings, and on her feet are a pair of cream-colored pointed high-heel leather shoes, outlining a perfect and tight silhouette. Holding a roll call sheet in her hands, she adjusted her glasses and smiled slightly at Feng. As long as a woman is fair-skinned, she looks good in anything, not to mention she has a tall figure. Not only is she beautiful, but her gentle voice makes the LSPs in the school howl for her in the bathroom and the toilet for countless nights. Hello, Teacher Yi. Hello, classmate Feng. I didn't expect that in just a month you've reached level 23. Truly a genius among us at number 13 middle school. Feng smiled slightly, just lucky, that's all. Don't be modest, I've heard all about you. Feng was slightly taken aback. Oh really? Yes, I didn't expect you to complete the task of clearing Huaiqian Valley when you were only at level 11. That's really impressive. Is that all? What else is there? Oh, are you talking about someone challenging you? Yi Qianxue suddenly leaned closer to Feng's ear, letting him catch a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. She placed her palm by her mouth and whispered in his ear, "Let me tell you a secret. The teacher has connections in the demon capture department, so she knows all about you." After saying that, she straightened up and smiled at Feng. Feng rubbed his ear and reminded her, "Teacher, shouldn't we go in now?" "Oh dear, I forgot while talking to you. You should hurry inside." Feng's original seat was at the front of the classroom, but after the incident with Li Meng, the homeroom teacher thought he was a lost cause and moved him to the last row to sit with the duo of Wulong and Feng Chu. Just as he sat down, Lu Wulong leaned over. "Boss, your charm is impressive. I just saw our school beauty, Yi, pulling you outside and whispering for a long time. What were you two talking about? Share a bit with your brother." She praised me for being capable and said I should keep my distance from you two losers, or I might get led astray. Wulong and Feng Chu, who had been looking forward to it, suddenly showed disdain upon hearing this. "You just keep bragging. Alright, roll call is done." After Yi Qianxue finished taking attendance at the podium, she began distributing the admission tickets and teleportation vouchers. Initially, these were two separate items, but with the rise of magical abilities and technology in Manhwa, they have now become one. A sci-fi styled metallic wristband, which records the candidate's information, can project this information when touched on the fingerprint array. It also has a teleportation function responsible for sending everyone to the examination site miles away, and if any accidents occur during the exam, it can instantly teleport candidates back to a safe zone. However, for lifestyle professionals like Wu Long and Feng Chu, the wristband does not have the teleportation function. Their examination site is in the city, with the first day testing theoretical knowledge, the second day for talent testing, and the last 3 days for vocational skills. The talent test only accounts for 20% of the total score, so as long as these two don't fail in theoretical knowledge, with their skills, going to the Magic Capital is a sure thing. Of course, whether they can enter the legendary Magic Capital Academy is another matter, as there is more than one university in the Magic Capital, and the Beast Academy has the strictest admissions criteria. The entrance exam starts at 10 in the morning, and they only received their admission tickets at 9, leaving an hour in between, so everyone still needs to gather on the playground to listen to the principal's final lecture. The trio from the school tour, after wandering around the school, arrived at a small grove outside the playground. The sun at 8 or 9 in the morning shone through the leaves, creating a beautiful dappled light effect in the grove. Su Miaomia took out her phone and snapped a photo of the shadow smoking in the light. Soft, curly hair, a fragrant neck like jade, delicate collarbones, and from red lips, a wisp of blue smoke curls out. Under the play of light and shadow, even if it were just a head, it could leave one parched with desire. What are you doing, little niece? I'm about to graduate, just taking a photo for memory. Shuang blew out the smoke from her mouth, flicked the cigarette butt from her hand, and waved to Su Miaomiao, saying, "Let me see it. I want to show your Aunt Ing. Here, how about it? My shooting skills aren't bad, right? Can't tell you have some skills. Take a picture of me and your mom." Shuang pushed Su Jia to the front, resting her head on her shoulder. Su Jia wore a long-sleeved coffee-colored suit dress, her hands clasped in front of her, standing gracefully with a smile. Click. A pair of sisters in the morning light, frozen in the camera. The elder sister is gentle and virtuous, while the younger sister is beautiful and generous. Let's take a picture together. Sure. Come over quickly. The two hugged Su Miaomio in the middle and shouted cheese at the camera. Looking at the three smiling like flowers in the phone, Shuang sighed. It's a pity the master isn't here, it doesn't look good. It's okay, we'll take another one together when he comes out. Quick, look if the master is coming out. Students streamed out of the teaching building, merging into the playground. The school's loudspeaker blared with harsh noise, then the director tapped the microphone and began to test the sound. Watching the students who showed no enthusiasm for gathering, this director, known for his strictness, miraculously did not urge anyone this time. Instead, he stood on the podium with a smile, patiently waiting for his students. This was not a lecture but a farewell to the students during the gap before departure. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly relaxed. After 3 years, the classmates discovered for the first time that this notorious glasses guy would actually tell jokes over the loudspeaker in front of all the students. He was called Glasses Guy because he always wore his metal-framed glasses, appearing unexpectedly outside your window and giving you a fright. At the same time, those glasses that only glowed at night were also a nightmare for the school's young couples, casting shadows in many little groves. Glasses Guy raised his hand to check the time and said, "All right, students, I wish you a bright future. May you sail through countless trials and return as youth." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Next, we have a little time left for our old principal to say a few words to the students. Hello, students, we meet again to say goodbye, returning sails and departing shores, marking the end of past joys and the beginning of future happiness. First, I wish you all good results in the upcoming major exams. At the same time, I also wish you achieve even better results in your future lives. Lastly, I want to share something about our classmate Fong Fong. As soon as this was said, everyone began to whisper. Those far from Fong Fong looked around, while those close to him all turned to look at him. I didn't expect that kids' good deeds would even be known by the old principal. Now there's a good show to watch. This unforgettable farewell party is really going to make him remember it for a lifetime. The old principal is also being unreasonable. Why say this on such a day? Looks like the old principal wants to set an example. It's all self-inflicted. Who can he blame? I just want to ask him, in front of so many people, does he feel embarrassed? Don't gloat too much. After all, we've been classmates for 3 years. No need for that. What do you mean no need? You don't know that ever since his incident, I don't even dare to say I'm from number 13 middle school outside. Who says otherwise? Our number 13 middle school's reputation has been ruined by that kid. However, the next words from the old principal left everyone in shock. I hope all of you can learn from classmate Fong Fong. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. Upon hearing the principal's words, everyone was stunned. Did I hear that right? The old principal actually wants us to learn from him? Learn what? Learn to be shameless like him? Did Glasses Guy just joke with us? The old principal can't be joking too, right? Seeing the chaotic playground, the old principal tapped the microphone and said, "Students, please be quiet. I know there have been many rumors about classmate Fong Fong recently, but these are all rumors, the hype of those with ulterior motives. Some people just can't stand to see us do well, can't bear to see our dragon country produce geniuses, and are even more afraid of our rise. So they slander, intimidate, and even resort to assassination, using every means possible to hinder our dragon country's ascent." The old principal spoke passionately on stage, but few students believed him. What he said isn't wrong, but is that kid Fong Fong really a genius? Just say if there's any evidence. With how much he's being defended, Fong Fong can't be a relative of the old principal, right? Fong Fong has changed to a rare profession, but to say he's a genius, that's a stretch. A spirited young man going to such places isn't that unusual, right? The key is if you have the ability to go, you should also have the ability not to get caught. Exactly, I think the old principal probably took that kid's money. I heard that kid got quite a bit of good gear from dungeons before. But just relying on the advantage of battle pets, and the ceiling for beast tamers is quite low. Look at how much he stood out before, but after level 10, didn't he just disappear? As the noise grew louder, the old principal had to tap the microphone again. I just heard some students asking for evidence. I actually have some evidence to present. No way. The old principal can provide evidence? Who knows, maybe the old principal has the surveillance footage from that night. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, the old principal waved to someone outside the playground and said, "Miss Shuang, could you please come out to testify for your boyfriend?" Just a moment ago, Shuang was still defending Fong Fong, and the next moment, she was stunned by the principal's words. How did the principal know I'm the master's girlfriend? And to say it in front of so many people, won't this cause trouble for the master? After all, I'm just a fierce beast. Seeing Shuang still in a daze, Su Meow Meow pushed her. "The principal is calling you. What are you still dawdling for?" Don't you want to clear that kid's name?" "Of course I do. Then why aren't you going over?" Everyone saw the principal waving outside the playground, and they all turned to look in unison. That glance would be unforgettable for everyone for a lifetime. Many years later, when recalling that moment, many would sigh, "That was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. It's a pity that such a good cabbage was pushed by a pig." Others would say, "Do you know why I've been single my whole life? Because once you've seen the most beautiful woman, everything else just pales in comparison." Some would often sit on the curb with a bottle in hand late at night, sighing, "That woman ruined my life." And then a tear of sorrow would roll down the corner of their eye. Shuang walked gracefully to the front of the podium and said to the old principal, "Principal, thank you for standing up for my master, but how should I testify for him?" "Master? Did I hear that right? That beauty actually calls that kid Fong Fong master? That kid sure knows how to play. How could he handle such a beauty? I've made up my mind, I need to save my goddess. I can't just watch her endure the torment from that beast Fong Fong." At this moment, the old principal spoke again. "This is easy, you just need to say, 'Is Fong Fong your lover?'" Shuang nodded, "Yes." The old principal smiled slightly and looked at everyone, saying, "Students, do you think Shuang is beautiful?" Needless to say, she is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How could my goddess not be beautiful? But the old principal's next words once again caught everyone off guard. "Since everyone agrees on Shu Ying's beauty, then let me ask you, since Fong Fong has such a beautiful girlfriend, do you think he would still go to those kinds of places?" "Ha! The old principal is wrong. Isn't he just hitting me where it hurts? Oh no! My heart feels like it's been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Words are not proof, who knows if they are just acting. Anyway, with that kid Fong Fong, I don't believe he could find such a beautiful girlfriend. I don't believe it either." This must be the old principal making excuses for that kid Fong Fong, deliberately finding a beauty to act as a decoy. With this argument, everyone suddenly found hope. They all clamored that the old principal was being unfair, deliberately finding a beautiful woman to vindicate Fong Fong. Although this argument had many flaws, no one wanted Shu Ying to be Fong Feng's woman, because if that were the case, they would have no hope left. Quiet down, quiet down." Once the noise subsided, the old principal continued, "Shu Ying, can you prove it?" Shu Ying answered crisply, "Yes." After saying that, she turned and walked into the crowd. Everyone made way for her, paying their respects. When Shu Ying reached Fong Fong, all eyes were momentarily focused on them. Shu Ying smiled slightly at Fong Fong, then cupped his face with both hands, slightly tiptoed, and gave Fong Fong a blissful kiss. "Master, oh Fong." Fong smiled brightly, his fingers running through her hair, and said, "In this life, having you is all I could ask for. Anyone who says I go to those places for fun must have a hole in their head." Shu Ying smiled slightly, wrapped her arms around Fong Fong, resting her head on his chest, and said to the people around, "He is my man, now do you believe it?" "But my heart has been stabbed. It really breaks the heart. Good cabbage has indeed been pushed by pigs. Damn, are those show-offs sick? I almost choked on this wave of dog food." The old principal's move was entirely out of his own selfishness. Although the teaching results at the 13th middle school were not at the bottom every year, they hadn't produced any good results in recent years. It was not easy to have a prodigy like Fong Fong, who could lead this year's students to soar, yet he was being undermined by foreign forces, making all the students avoid him like a plague, which was very detrimental to the upcoming major exam. So he put aside his old face and staged what seemed like a child's play today. First, to resolve everyone's misunderstanding of Fong Fong, and then to use Fong Feng's strength to impress everyone and establish authority. This way, in the upcoming major exam, that kid could better lead everyone to achieve unprecedented good results in the school's history. Looking at the crowd still consuming dog food below, the old principal sighed slightly. For you all, I have put my old face on the line. From now on, you must not let this old man down. Then, the glasses guy leaned over and pointed to his wristwatch. Old principal, it's almost time. So soon? Does the old principal have anything else to say? That kid hasn't proven his strength yet. How will he command later? There's no time left. Sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. I believe that with that kid here this year, even if our 13th middle school is not great, we won't be too far off. As the beeping alert sounded from the wrist device, the exam venue entered a 3-second countdown. In the next moment, a massive magic circle slowly appeared above the playground. As the alert sound ceased, everyone transformed into beams of light shooting skyward. Fong Fong felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a picturesque landscape. This was a campsite nestled within a forest, spanning an area as large as 6 or 7 of the 13th middle school. The bright sunlight filtered through the dome-shaped protective shield, warming his face pleasantly. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices as classmates whispered to each other, expressing their excitement or nervousness. The sudden change in environment made everyone temporarily forget about the wave of dog food from earlier. Meanwhile, outside, the scene of Fong Fong and Shuing spreading dog food on the playground had already been turned into a short video by Lao Chen's people, going viral online. In less than 10 minutes, the number of likes had surpassed 100,000. This wave of dog food caught me off guard. I wish I had such a beautiful girlfriend. It's definitely a publicity stunt. I want to report it. Please bring such a beautiful fake to promote. It broke my heart. Damn, even good cabbage gets pushed by pigs. But to be fair, if I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would never go to that kind of place. It can't be a fake, right? How could such a beauty like that guy? Now I don't even know who to believe. I look forward to the truth. If this video is real, were we deceived before? In a high-end office building in Magic City, Park Xingjing also came across this video. Only now do you think of fighting back? Don't you think it's too late? I didn't expect this guy to be quite handsome. It's a pity he died like this. Just then, Park Taiwan walked in, and upon seeing Park Xingjing's beaming face, he immediately frowned. What nonsense are you watching? Again? I told you to focus on the official live broadcast of Manhwa. What are you doing? I just got up. Can't you let me catch my breath? Park Taiwan couldn't be bothered with him, picked up the remote control from the table, turned on the smart TV on the wall, and found the official live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Such broadcasts happen every year. They serve to supervise the candidates and prevent cheating. Additionally, they showcase the fairness and justice of the college entrance examination to the public, preventing corruption in the examination system. Soon, Park Taiwan found the southwest region, Yujing City campsite. However, with thousands of people densely packed together in the campsite, finding Fong Fong in the middle was no easy task. Park Cheng-jing noticed the sudden silence behind him, turned around, and saw Park Taiwan's eyes almost glued to the TV. Knowing he was looking for Fong Fong, one might think he was still drooling over some beauty. No matter how good your eyesight is, if the image resolution isn't enough, it's all in vain. Park Taiwan shot him a glare, but Park Xingjing smiled and said, staring at me won't help. With so many people, how could you possibly find that guy in there? Just wait a bit longer. With that guy's strength, he will definitely stand out. By then, the Manhwa officials will have a live follow-up on these youths, and it won't be so hard to find him. Just then, the live broadcast screen suddenly flickered. What's going on? It must be a signal issue. Don't make such a fuss. In Jinling, at the Guofengqing Street, in the office of Inohara Mataro. After a long night, Inohara Mataro had his short legs propped up on the desk, curled up in the boss's chair, half asleep while staring at the live broadcast on the wall. His live broadcast screen also flickered, but he thought it was a signal problem and didn't pay it much mind. However, not long after, the door to his office was suddenly pushed open. Inohara-sama, it's bad. Just now, our teleportation coordinates experienced a serious deviation. Little dog Mataro originally wanted to scold this disrespectful subordinate, but upon hearing his words, the reprimand that was on the tip of his tongue was quickly swallowed back. He stood up abruptly. What did you just say? Just now, the examination space of the Dragon Kingdom was attacked by a mysterious force coinciding with our personnel transfer, causing a serious deviation in the transfer coordinates. Are they all dead? It's still uncertain, but based on the coordinates, they should appear at the ruins of stones. The transfer is akin to parachuting. The quality of the terrain is linked to the success rate. However, in parachuting, if one encounters branches or high-voltage wires, there is still time for the parachutists to save themselves before danger strikes. Transfer is different if the transfer location happens to have a rock and one is transferred into the rock that person is done for. And at the ruins of stones there are countless massive boulders. Immediately contact them. I want to know their casualty situation as soon as possible. Yes. In a manner on the outskirts of the demon city, the crystal that Magni used to seal the space gradually vanished in the magic circle. Did it succeed? Glen Ray asked. Magni nodded. This time, we owe it to Tion for providing the spatial parameters. All the parameters we obtained before were incorrect. After saying this, he reached out and wiped away the magic circle on the ground, completely erasing all traces, so that even if the Dragon Kingdom's demon capture division found this place, they would have no way to use the existing magic circle to break the seal. As long as it succeeded, now we just need to wait quietly. When the Dragon Kingdom goes to war with the Federation, we can take the opportunity to implement our independence plan. Long live independence and freedom. Let's go. Find another place to celebrate. I believe it won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom's demon capture division finds this place. At the headquarters of the demon capture division, Commander Yi Longcheng had a gloomy expression. Just now, he received news that the examination site was suspected to be sealed. Report. Come in. What is the current situation at the examination site? Is it a misjudgment? The person who came to report had a serious expression and opened the folder in his hand. Report, sir, the transfer between the examination site and the outside world has been cut off. According to the technical department's analysis, the entire secret realm has been completely sealed. Hearing this result, Yi Longcheng slumped into his chair. He frowned and asked, is there no good news at all? Well, currently, spatial communication has not been affected. We have already contacted the people inside the examination site. The point-to-point transfer channel inside the examination site is still functioning normally, and the transfer wristband's return transfer is only affected by distance. Anything else? The candidate's emotions are temporarily stable. To avoid causing social panic, this matter should be kept confidential for now. Limited to our internal knowledge. Understood. By the way, the reconnaissance personnel just detected abnormal magical fluctuations in the outskirts of the demon city, which may be related to the terrorists who attacked the examination site. Don't bother me with such trivial matters as capturing people. Prepare the Marshal's video conference room for me immediately. I must report this matter right away. It's obvious who did this. Only the Northwestern Federation possesses such means on the entire Blue Star. Even if they go to capture people, what they catch now would only be a small fry. Moreover, based on past experience, these scoundrels usually destroy the magic circle after doing such things, leaving no possibility for rescue. So what Yi Longcheng needs to do now is not how to bring those scoundrels to justice, but to find a way to rescue the students in the examination site. There are tens of millions of students. If they are sealed like this, he would not only be unable to account to his country but also to the parents of those tens of millions of students. Moreover, he had two nieces in the examination hall as well. If he were sealed away like this, the old man would surely flay him alive upon his return. In the examination hall, everyone, like Feng, was unaware that this venue had turned into a cage. Unless something unexpected happened, their generation would be trapped here for a lifetime. Everything in the camp appeared normal. Alright, everyone quiet down, stand in line according to your class, and we will begin the headcount now. Ye Qianxue, in a white shirt, stepped out from the crowd holding a roll call sheet. Feng truly did not expect that this in turn would be the leading teacher for this trip. Feng, we meet again. Hello, teacher Ye. Don't be too nervous. With your strength, you will definitely achieve good results this time. By the way, where's your battle pet? You can summon it now. They're outside, I'll summon them later. Oh, I see. Then hurry up and see if you can summon them in. Is something wrong, teacher Ye? No, I'm just curious. I heard your battle pets are the burning sky swallow and the thorny deer, and you completed the task in Huaqin Valley with just one burning sky swallow. Do you know how incredible that is? Just luck. Seeing that Feng was reluctant to summon, Ye Qianxue stopped pressing him, fearing it would raise his suspicions. She then began taking attendance, confirming that no one had experienced a teleportation accident, and reiterated the examination rules and her personal insights on the test. Finally, she activated the examination map on everyone's wristbands, announcing the official start of the major exam. The exam question was simple: collect magic crystals. In the examination hall, for every monster defeated, one could obtain between 1 to 10 magic crystals. To foster a sense of collective honor among the candidates, there were also hidden boss monsters in the examination hall. For every sea-level hidden boss defeated, the killer would not only receive a large number of magic crystals and treasure chests but could also grant their classmates a random reward of 5 to 10 magic crystals. The rewards for B-level hidden bosses were doubled, with the reward range being one school. The rewards for A-level hidden bosses were then doubled again, based on the B-level, with the reward range being one city district. However, based on past candidates' performances, teams capable of defeating B-level hidden bosses were rare, and since the establishment of A-level bosses, no individual or team had ever succeeded. As the camp gates opened, many people rushed out. These individuals had formed teams. After all, one person's strength was limited, and working together not only improved efficiency but also ensured greater safety. This was something they had deeply experienced during a month of outdoor leveling. Thus, most were old teams that had already developed a tacit understanding among themselves. The remaining individuals either lacked teammates and wanted to recruit more, or their strength was too weak, making them undesirable to others. As for those who chose to go solo, apart from Fong Fong, there was no one else in the entire camp. It should be noted that in this place, much like the endless forest, if one died, it was truly the end. Everything here was close to real combat, with no protective mechanisms like those in novice dungeons. However, for the safety of the candidates, the officials had still set up a return function in each wristband, but each time one used the wristband to return, it would deduct 10% from their total score. It seemed like a significant deduction, but it was actually very humane. In addition, the officials had established many outposts in the examination hall. If one was sure they could reach an outpost before being killed by monsters, they could avoid using the return function and thus prevent score deductions. Fong Fong did not follow the crowd to rush out immediately, nor did he stand on the playground looking for a team. Instead, he went to the camp cafeteria. Once he stepped out, he did not know when he would return, perhaps not until the exam was over, and he might never come back here again. The exam lasts for 7 days, so figuring out how to fill his stomach during this time became the problem Fong Fong needed to solve. Fong Fong, why aren't you going out with everyone? It was quite a coincidence. Just as he arrived at the cafeteria, he ran into Yi Qianxue, the nearsighted archer. Teacher Yi? Weren't you just on the playground? Look, Yi Qianxue showed Fong Fong the folder in her hand. Inside was a duty report, so she was there to check on hygiene. Isn't it unfortunate? I drew the short straw on the first day. But Fong Fong, the cafeteria doesn't open until noon. Isn't it a bit early for you to be here? I wanted to find some seasoning to make it easier to cook things in the wild later. I see. Then follow me. By the way, where's your battle pet? It's outside. I'll summon it once we go out. Alright, Fong Fong, we've arrived at the kitchen. The seasonings you need should be in those cabinets. Don't take too much to avoid waste. Fong Fong nodded. He had originally planned to find the kitchen staff and buy some with money. He didn't expect to run into Teacher Yi halfway, and he certainly didn't expect her to be so generous and give it away for free. However, her pained expression made Fong Fong feel a bit awkward. Teacher Yi, did I take too much? But let's just forget about it. As long as you don't waste it, it's fine. Is it too much? He only took half a kilogram of salt for 4 people over 7 days. That shouldn't be too much. After saying goodbye to Yi Qianxue, as he left the cafeteria, Fong Fong felt like he had forgotten something. But whatever it was, it didn't seem important. Just as he reached the entrance of the camp, he suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. You finally came out. I've been waiting for you half the day. At the entrance stood a woman with a long spear, her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a tight deep blue leather suit adorned with metal armor. The metallic omen in front of her was shiny and gleaming. Her long, toned legs were accentuated by shiny metal high heels, making her look very sexy. This striking beauty could only be Su Miao Miao. Where were you just now? I didn't see you. I used a teleportation voucher from the first high school, on the other side of the camp. Of course, you couldn't see me. Honestly, did you forget about me? It's a pity she didn't become a detective. She guessed it right. Not at all. I just couldn't find you in the camp, and I thought with your intelligence, you'd definitely be waiting for me at the entrance, so I hurried out to check. Really? Of course it's true, otherwise, why would I have just come out now? Su Miao Miao looked Fong Fong up and down before nodding. Alright, call my mom and your woman out. Or just call Shuang out. Your mom can stay in. Why? Think about it. If your mom isn't around, you can do whatever you want without anyone stopping you. If she is, won't she scold you if you misbehave? We heard the last beating from across the street. It was quite a scene. Su Miao Miao instinctively touched her backside, then planted her spear on the ground, blushing as she said, "Nonsense. When did my mom ever hit me? Hurry up and let my mom out, or you'll be sorry." Are you sure? Of course. She's not stupid, although she feels restricted under her mother's watchful eye. If her mom can't see her, who knows what suspicions she might have? If she can't explain herself when she gets back, she might end up getting beaten again. Alright then. Fong Fong cast a summoning spell, and a huge magic circle appeared before them. Soon, Shuang and Su Jie walked out from inside. At that moment, Yi Qianxue, who had been secretly watching Fong Fong, also happened to witness the scene. The summoning spell can penetrate the seal. This was an important discovery. She needed to report it immediately. Master. Carrot. Carrot. Seeing Fong's eye, Shuang immediately rushed over, kissed him on the cheek, and then hung around his neck like a sloth, her eyes filled with infatuation as she looked into Fong Feng's eyes. Alright, let's change into our gear and set off. The wild monsters around the camp were of a lower level and had all been cleared out by those who had come out earlier. Fong Fong and the others were now walking in the sunny woods, feeling as if they were on a spring outing. Shuing, dressed in LSP-certified rose-colored mage robes, rested her head on Fangfang's shoulder, one arm linked with his, while the other played with the fallen leaves, feeling that as long as she was with her master, it didn't matter where they went. Su Jia was also wearing LSP-certified dark green mage robes. At this moment, she was beside her daughter, but her eyes would occasionally glance at the young couple ahead, ultimately landing unknowingly on the back of Fangfang's head. This young couple had previously been feeding dog food at school, which not only stuffed the classmates present but also made her feel a bit envious. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, which left her somewhat confused. "Hey, let's go this way." Su Miao Miao, who had been studying the map behind them, pointed to her right. "Sure, I'll follow you." "So straightforward?" Su Miao Miao looked at Fangfang suspiciously. "Haven't you been here before? You know this place better than we do, so of course I'll follow you." "Well, you're mistaken. I wasn't in this area back then, this is my first time here too." "Then why do you want us to go this way?" "Because I looked at the map and there's a place called Fire Crow Gorge over there. Based on my previous experience, there might be a hidden boss there." "Are you sure?" "It's a matter of luck, whether we go or not is up to you." Fangfang glanced ahead. According to the map, most people were heading in this direction, and following them wouldn't yield any wild monsters. In contrast, the direction Su Miao Miao pointed to had very few people going there, and even if there wasn't a hidden boss, there would still be monsters to fight, so it was better to follow this girl and take a chance. Sure enough, they didn't walk long before encountering an 11th level green horned snake that attempted a sneak attack, but Shuing blew it to bits in one breath. Fangfang and Su Miao Miao successfully harvested a magic crystal. The further they walked, the more wild monsters they encountered. By the time they exited the woods, Fangfang and Su Miao Miao had already collected 37 magic crystals. "Fang, at this speed, by the time we reach Fire Crow Gorge, it will be dark. Can't you walk a bit faster?" "So what if it gets dark? We'll just camp out in the wild today." "In that case, we should speed up even more." "Why?" "Because the further we are from the camp, the higher the level of the wild monsters and the more magic crystals we can collect." There was no upper limit to magic crystals, the more, the better for the examinees. After the exam, they would fill out their college applications, and then the universities would set the cutoff scores based on the examinees' performance. By the way, can these things be traded? If these could be snatched from others, Feng might as well guard the entrance to the second floor and take whatever he could. That would be much easier than fighting wild monsters. "I know what you're thinking, but let me tell you, that idea is ridiculous. You can't snatch these? This is an exam, you are still a bunch of students. If you all start snatching now, what will happen later?" That made sense. This was the Dragon Kingdom, and robbery was illegal. It would be one thing if no one saw it in the wild, but the problem was that this was still an examination site, with surveillance arrays everywhere. Robbing here would be like asking for death, right? Just then, a group of 6 examinees appeared ahead, all of them looking ragged. "Hey, are you from the 13th middle school?" The one who approached to speak was likely their team leader, with a patch of scorched yellow hair on the left and a bruise at the corner of his mouth. Fangfang nodded slightly. "I say, classmates, don't you have a priest in your team?" "We do, but our magic is all used up, and since it's getting late, we might as well head back to the camp and recover slowly." "So what are you doing here?" "Since we're all from Yujing City, let me remind you, don't go any further. The fire crows ahead are not something your class 13 can handle." "Oh." Hearing that Fangfang was being dismissive, he replied irritably, "I'm just looking out for you, believe it or not." After saying that, he led his group away. "Old dang, I think those guys don't have any faith at all. What you just said was in vain. Whether they believe it or not is their business. I just can't let my conscience rest." Old Deng's name was Deng Tao, a candidate from Class 2, a berserker by profession. Because he was usually loyal and righteous, whenever he teamed up with others, he would generally be pushed to be the captain by his teammates. People from Class 13 are always like this, unable to assess their own abilities, yet they look down on others. If they die later, it won't be our concern. They probably won't die. Don't forget our wristbands can take us back to the city directly. We can go back, but that will cost us points. Class 13's scores are already not great. If there are more self-righteous guys like him, I estimate Class 13 will definitely come in last this time. Not necessarily. I heard there's a genius from Class 13 this time. Are you talking about that Fang? Come on. We don't even know how many people are after him. He can't even protect himself, and he wants to boost Class 13's score. Do you think that's possible? Did you guys just say that kid was Fang? Everyone shook their heads. We haven't seen him. How would I know? I estimate it is him because those 2 girls next to him clearly aren't candidates, yet they can enter the exam room. They are probably his battle pets. No way. Such beautiful girls are actually his battle pets? Did that kid save the entire universe in his last life? Let's not worry about his past life, just tell me if my analysis makes sense. Hearing your analysis, I think that kid must be Fang because Class 13 only has one beast master, and that's Fang. At this moment, Deng Tao spoke up. Alright, let's all say less and hurry up. If we're late, we won't make it for dinner. In the Fire Crow Gorge, perhaps due to the previous battle of Deng Tao and his group, the sky was now filled with fire crows. At A glance, there were densely packed, at least 1,000 of them. Why is there such a place in the exam room? Fong Fong asked, puzzled. Su Miao smiled and said, don't be fooled by the numbers, it's because everyone hasn't come this way yet. Once the main group arrives, these fire crows won't even be enough to fill a gap. So you deduced that there's a hidden boss here based on that? Exactly, places with dense wild monsters often have hidden bosses. Fong Fong nodded, it's getting dark, let's just set up camp. Here tonight. Sister Su, could you catch a few fire crows for us to make dinner? Sure, master. Wait a minute, why do you want my mom to go? Do you think I can call you? You, fine, you're ruthless. Mom, you don't need to go, I'll go instead. Su Miao pulled Su Jia back. Alright then, Mom, why didn't you tell me to go with you? Just a few fire crows, quick in and out. You really are my biological mom. Fong Fong laughed, little niece, remember to catch a few more. We only roasted a snake for lunch and didn't fill up. Go eat shit. Su Miao, carrying a long spear, huffed away. Shuang then took out a box of cookies. Master, you didn't eat enough, why didn't you say so earlier? I brought some food. Master, do you want water or a drink? Su Jia also took out a bottle of water and a bottle of iced red tea. Ha, you all actually brought food? Shuang laughed and said, I heard we have to stay in the exam room for 7 days, so I prepared some dry rations with Sister Su. When Su Miao returned carrying 2 fire crows and saw Fong Fong lying on Shu Ying's lap eating cookies with her mother serving him on the side, this unfortunate girl finally exploded. With a bang, 2 fire crows, larger than turkeys, were angrily slammed down in front of Fong Fong by Su Miao. Get away from me. Su Miao kicked Fong Fong hard. Why should I? I'm not leaning on your mother's leg. You shameless. Sitting nearby, Su Jia instinctively glanced at her own long legs, which were no less impressive than Shu Ying's, and for some reason, her face turned red. She quickly stood up and pulled Su Miao away. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Su Miao glanced at the cream cake in her mother's hand and instinctively swallowed. I won't eat, I'm on a diet. Then you must be thirsty. I haven't seen you drink water all afternoon. After saying that, she took out a bottle of happy water from her backpack. Seeing her daughter take the happy water, Su Jia smiled gently. She knew her daughter well, being overweight was her nightmare, yet she had a penchant for sweets, like this happy water. For her, there was nothing that a sweet treat couldn't solve. If there was, just add another bottle of happy water. After drinking half a bottle of happy water, Su Miao's expression finally brightened. Mom, why didn't you say you brought food earlier? Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have made me go catch fire crows. At this point, Su Miao looked at Fong Fong. Fong, I caught the fire crows you wanted, the rest is up to you, don't expect me to help again. Fong sat up, glanced at the stream not far away, and said to Su Jia, Sister Su. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Miao, who had just calmed down, exploded again. Fong, I'm going to fight you. Seeing Su Miao pounce over Fong quickly stuffed the last bite of cookie into his mouth, freeing his hands, and at the last moment, successfully grabbed Su Miao's wrist. But Su Miao's powerful momentum still pinned him to the ground. Is it really necessary to fight me? Do you even know what I was going to say? What else could you say? You just want my mom to help you deal with the fire crows, right? If I don't beat you until your face is covered in peach blossoms today, I won't carry the surname Su. After saying that, she exerted her strength trying to break free from Fong Feng's grip and then aimed a punch at his face. However, she found that Fong Fong, as a beast master, was surprisingly stronger than her as a warrior. After several attempts to break free, she was instead seated on the ground by Fong Fong. You think you can compare strength with me? You're still far off. Feeling the warmth radiating from Fong, Su Miao's face suddenly flushed to her neck. Let go of me, quickly let go of me. The two wrestled for a while, but both of Su Miao's hands were pinned to the ground by Fong Fong. At this moment, they were so close that they could feel each other's breath directly on their faces. This girl really smells good. Fong Fong deliberately leaned in closer, and Su Miao thought he was going to do something inappropriate, quickly turning her head to the side. From Fong Feng's angle, he could clearly see the taut muscle in her neck from turning her head, and her ears were so red they looked like they could bleed. The fine sweat made her neck and cheeks appear exceptionally rosy, almost making Fong Fong unable to resist leaning in for a taste. He managed to keep his mouth shut, but it seemed his lower body was somewhat out of control, putting Fong Fong in a difficult position. Seeing that Fong Fong was slow to make a move, Su Miao shot him a sideways glance. What do you want to do? I'm just asking if you submit. I'll take you down a notch. Su Miao suddenly exerted herself, lifting her leg to kick Fong Fong in the butt with her knee, and, surprisingly, she actually managed to topple him, the mountain of a man pressing down on her. But before she could feel pleased, as soon as she rolled over and prepared to get up, Fong Fong twisted her and pinned her back to the ground. She tried to grab him with her left hand, but he locked it behind her back. She attempted to grab him with her right hand, only to have it pinned behind her as well, followed by a sharp slap on her backside. Su Miao let out a soft whimper. The feeling of being controlled stirred something unusual within her. Are you convinced now? You're shameless. Slap, another hit landed. Su Miao let out another soft whimper, her resistance noticeably weakening. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Your mom told me all about it. Since you're not convinced, I'll keep hitting you until you are. Fong Fong knew that the other party was wearing a third-tier battle armor, and this level of force wouldn't hurt her at all, but those two cheeks hidden beneath the leather, squeezed by the steel armor, were quite bouncy and felt great to slap. Su Miao was on the verge of flying up to the clouds, but upon seeing her mother and Shu lying on the ground, she shook her head hard at the last moment to bring herself back to reality. Then, shyly, she said, okay, I give in, I really give in. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look how tired I am. Su Miao quickly scrambled to her feet and hid behind Su Jia, peeking out with just her head, saying, don't get cocky, Fong. Today I'm just too hungry to have any strength. Next time, if I don't turn your butt into 8 pieces, I won't share your surname. Alright, everyone stop messing around. If this goes on, it'll be dark soon. Shu Ying stepped forward to conclude the matter. Then she picked up the fire crow on the ground and said, Master, you rest here for a bit. I'll go take care of this fire crow and we'll roast it to eat later. I'll help, Fong Fong said, walking over to take the fire crow from her hands. The two of them prepared the fire crow by the creek, plucking its feathers and cleaning it, and when they returned, they found an extra tent set up in the temporary camp. I didn't expect you, Su Jia, to have even prepared a tent. The idea of combining the exam with camping is pretty good. Su Jia smiled slightly at Fong Fong. This was all Shu Ying's idea. Give me the fire crow. Then Su Jia took out a set of cooking utensils from her backpack. Placed the fire crow on the cutting board and made some cuts to help it absorb flavor later. Shu Ying and Fong Fong set up their own tent nearby. When the camping lamp was hung in front of the tent, the aroma of grilled meat wafted over from the campfire. Deng Tao and his group returned to the camp before sunset. They saw a crowd gathered in front of the office building in the center of the camp. What's going on? Maybe they're looking at the leaderboard. Let's go take a look too. Aren't we eating? There's food until 8 o'clock anyway, no rush. The group squeezed to the front of the leaderboard, but since their positions were in the latter half of the rankings, they could only see the lower scores. Hey, old Deng, isn't that the Fong Fong you mentioned? He only got 39 magic crystals this afternoon, ranking 375,620. That's quite the genius. With tens of millions of people competing, being in the 300,000s is already impressive. What are you talking about? Take a good look, this is just the ranking for our Southwest province. The overall ranking won't be available until the second tier opens. Deng Tao scratched his nose, unsure how to explain. With only 3 to 4 million candidates in a province, for him to rank outside the 300,000 mark was indeed hard to justify. Let's go check our ranking. They had each collected over 100 magic crystals today, placing them at 13,020. Wow! Over 100 magic crystals, and we're still ranked after 10,000. How many does the first place have? The group, unwilling to give up, leaned in to look further. The first place is Ma Jia from Class 1, Senior Year, Number 1 High School in Nanyang City, Profession, Magic Swordsman. Level, 24, Number of Magic Crystals, 378. The second place is Gu Lily from Class 1, Senior Year, Number 1 High School in Baocheng City, Profession, Lightning Mage, Level, 24, Number of Magic Crystals, 377. It feels like we're not that far behind them, so why are we ranked so low? Not even half of their score, and you think we're not far behind? Plus, since it's all team combat with the same number of magic crystals, the ranking is based on combat power. Look at the first place team, Ma Jia's team, with 100 people, they scored 378 points and took all 100 spots. Among the 100, they're ranked from 1 to 100 based on combat power. So it's not surprising we're ranked behind them. After hearing Deng Tao's words, the others nodded in agreement. That's true, but in a team of 100, how come they only got this little magic crystals in one afternoon? If we calculate the average, we could easily outscore them by several streets. Exactly, if we take the average, we'd completely crush them. You guys don't get it, even though there are many people, the density of wild monsters isn't enough. Plus, with thousands of people in one camp, when there are too many people, it leads to monster stealing. Why do we go to Fire Crow Gorge? Isn't it to avoid competing for monsters? But why don't they go to Fire Crow Gorge? With so many people, they could definitely handle it there. The number 32 outpost, though called an outpost, is actually a safety zone with a protective shield. There are no sentries or guards, just an open space for camping. At this moment, many tents have been set up here, but most are small tents resembling grave wraps, very rudimentary. Only the central area has a relatively luxurious large tent, but it's similar to a disaster relief tent, just a different color. It can't compare to the luxurious ridge-style travel tent worth 170,000 that Fong Fong and the others have. At this time, Ma Jia, ranked first in the southwest region, is the owner of this tent. He sits at the innermost front, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of pickled cabbage, and his chin looks like it's been injected with so much hyaluronic acid that it's swollen like a shoehorn. In fact, he was originally quite handsome, as can be seen from his brows and eyes. After all this, he thinks he looks even more handsome. The saying, "money can't buy my willingness," might just apply here. He's dressed in a black gentleman's outfit with a white lace scarf around his neck, reclining on a plastic sheet, enjoying the feeding from the beautiful girl behind him. The leaderboard should be out by now, right? Ma Jie said, taking a bite of the roasted meat. The girl feeding him is named Lu Chuanxiang, and she's not from the same school, but they share a common idol, Park Qingjing. They met at a fan meeting, where they hit it off, and since they have similar tastes, they formed a support group for Park Qingjing, which now has over 100 members, those guys outside. Under the constant brainwashing of pickled cabbage culture, they have now become die-hard fans of Park Qingjing, commonly known as brain-dead fans. It should be out. Should I go ask? Lu Chuanxiang leaned on his shoulder and asked. Ma Jie nodded slightly. Go ahead. He carried himself with such an air that one might really think he was a prince from some country. However, the plastic sheet beneath him and the white stockings peeking out from his pant legs ruthlessly betrayed him, revealing that he was just a poor kid who squandered his parents' hard-earned money. Before long, a group of family members from the chat group lifted the plastic sheet and walked in. Boss, you didn't need to have your sister-in-law ask. I've been waiting outside. I saw you dining with her, so I didn't dare to come in and disturb you. Ma Jie looked at him coldly. Get to the point. Boss, you're amazing. We're now first in the Southwest region, and this year's provincial champion must be you. This was all within my expectations, no need to be so excited. Boss is indeed the boss, no wonder he's so steady. Turns out he had already guessed it. It's not a guess, I believe in my strength. That guy lightly slapped himself on the face. Look at my foul mouth. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, Boss is definitely the one for our Southwest province. No, for the entire Dragon Country. Alright, let's move on. Sure, by the way, boss, some of the family haven't eaten yet. What do you think? Figure it out yourself. Lu Chuanxiang interjected. Did we not kill so many fierce beasts today? One person can roast one. How could there still be people without food? Sister-in-law, didn't we think we would return to the camp? So many fierce beasts were left behind? How about this? Everyone share first, endure for one night, and tomorrow morning I'll have Appa hunt a few more fierce beasts for you. Alright then. After the kid left, Ma Jie shot an unhappy glance at Lu Chuanxiang. Lu Chuanxiang smiled knowingly. Alright, Appa, we are all one family. As the head of the family, if you act too selfishly, wouldn't that be disheartening? A bunch of useless people can't even solve something as simple as eating. How can they mix with me? Who told Appa to be so outstanding? That just makes them look incompetent. By the way, where does that woman Ma Lily rank? I knew you would ask about her. I just helped you inquire. Although she ranks 101, she's actually second, just one magic crystal less than us. Our first place this time relied heavily on luck. Don't worry, tomorrow this gap will widen, and it won't be luck anymore. Is Appa going to Mago Mountain tomorrow? There are many wild monsters there. With our strength, it's not a problem to farm 2,000 to 3,000 magic crystals in a day, and I also heard that such places usually have hidden bosses. I don't oppose Appa going to Mago Mountain, but let's skip the hidden boss. Why? Because I don't want Appa to give others an advantage. That's true, sharing the spoils with others is indeed annoying. By the way, Appa, when are we going to deal with Fong Fong? We should wait until after we pass Pingding Mountain. Are you that anxious? Has Appa forgotten the idol's promise? Whoever can take down Fong Fong not only gets his signed photo but can also go to Jizhou Island and spend a pleasant holiday with him. Mentioning the idol, Ma Jie immediately perked up. Lu Chuanxiang seized the moment and said, I heard that Ma Lily also boasted that this spot is hers this time. Just her? Does she even qualify? Appa, we can't be careless. In that case, we won't go to Mago Mountain. Tomorrow we continue towards Pingding Mountain. I believe everyone will not oppose this decision. By the way, Appa, are you tired after killing so many fierce beasts today? Lu Chuanxiang was sending him signals again. Every time she wanted to initiate a bedtime activity, she would ask if he was tired. Ma Jie smiled knowingly, pulling her over, and a game on the plastic sheet began. Ma Jie looked at Lu Chuanxiang writing. Aside from the curves being a bit stiff, the shape was still perfect. He really hoped to share it with the idol one day. Lu Chuanxiang leaned down to look at Ma Jie. Don't say this kid, with this whole demeanor, does resemble the idol a bit, just that he smells too bad. The idol would never smell like this. She really hoped one day she could also spend a whole night with the idol. Outside, the little brothers heard the singing coming from the tent and knew the boss and sister-in-law were fighting again. Although a bit jealous, they were glad to have the shadow on the tent to relieve their boredom. Watching that slender shadow, long hair flying wildly up and down, they couldn't tell if it was the big brother beating the sister-in-law or the big sister killing the big brother. However, this pair of young lovers, each with their own hidden agendas, did not expect that the Jingengard would prioritize identifying the beauty plan of the Sauerkraut Nation by focusing their live broadcasts on the top-ranked individuals based on intelligence. Someone like Ma Jie, who was in first place, was even more of a focal point. At first, when Yi Longqing saw Ma Jie and Lu Chuanxiang with their almost deformed faces, he couldn't help but reflect on himself. He had previously paid far too little attention to the cultural input from the sauerkraut nation. Just look at what had become of these two, once flower-like youths. Then, when he heard that they had killed Fong Fong and the reward offered was merely a signed photo and a ticket to Chicken Island, he was so furious that he nearly smashed his own desk with a slap. He had to investigate thoroughly. This was an opportunity to completely eradicate the unhealthy trends that the sauerkraut nation had stirred up in Long Nation. Otherwise, if this continued, the youth of Long Nation would be doomed. However, the next moment he ordered someone to immediately shut down the live broadcast. The upcoming scenes were simply too brutal and would scare the children. At the same time, he commanded the immediate capture of Park Xingjing and his group, regardless of whether there was evidence or not. They would be caught first and dealt with later. In the Yujing City camp, after checking the leaderboard, students went to the cafeteria in small groups. Ma Xiaoli, have you seen classmate Fong Fong? At the cafeteria entrance, as soon as Yi Qianxue saw students from her class, she would stop them to inquire about Fong Feng's whereabouts. The three girls with Ma Xiaoli shook their heads. No, we haven't seen him all afternoon. Yi Qianxue patted Ma Xiaoli on the shoulder and said, forget it, you all go eat. Is something wrong with teacher Yi? I'm just worried that he might be in danger spending the night outside alone. That shouldn't be the case. I heard his battle pet is very powerful. He was the first in all of Long Nation to break through the novice dungeon. Twice, actually, another girl, Park Chom, added. Yi Qianxue smiled and said, alright, go eat quickly. Otherwise, all the good food will be gone. The three girls linked arms and continued the conversation as they walked, saying, I also think Fong Fong is amazing, but why isn't he on the leaderboard this time? Ma Xiaoli and the other two girls were taken aback and then said, now that you mention it, could something really have happened? At that moment, two boys walked over. Hey, what are the three beauties chatting about? Ma Xiaoli relayed their speculations to them. No way. His name isn't on the leaderboard? We definitely didn't see it. Did you see it? Could something really have happened? What? A pity. It seems my goddess is going to be a widow. Pa, how vulgar. After the three girls got their meals, they brought their trays to the table and continued discussing the matter with their classmates. This incident quickly spread, one telling 10, 10 telling 100, and soon all the examinees at the 13th middle school knew about it. At this time, a boy named Du Xiaozuan suddenly said, what? How could his name not be on the leaderboard? If he's ranked after 3 million, you definitely wouldn't see it. No way. Fong Feng's strength can't be that poor. Are you sure you didn't misread? I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I misread it when we're on the same board? What rank are you? Come on, that's not the point. If you're on the same board as Fong Fong, he must be over 2 million. Pa, how much better can you be? Are you ranked within a million? Everyone instantly lowered their heads. But if Fong Fong really is ranked over 3 million, then our 13th middle school is going to be at the bottom again this time, right? Don't listen to that guy, he must have misread it. Fong Fong is a rare profession. How could he be that bad? That's right, Fong Fong is the first person in our Yujing city to clear the hell level novice dungeon. We can rank over 1 million and he must be in the top 100,000 at least. Definitely, 100,000 is too far from us, that's why we haven't seen it. Du Xiaozuan was unhappy. It wasn't that he didn't hope Fong Fong could rank in the top 100,000, but rather that he was being questioned despite speaking the truth. He tossed his chopsticks aside. If you don't believe me, let's go see for ourselves and check if I'm lying. Damn it, let's go then, I'm not afraid of you. With someone taking the lead, others naturally followed suit. Most importantly, everyone found it hard to believe that Fong Fong would rank behind 3 million, at the very bottom. He managed to turn the tables despite Li Meng's schemes. He could break the curse of Yujing City, where no one had cleared the hell level dungeon. How could such a person be at the bottom? The most important thing was that he was a fellow student. If such a talented young man truly became a waste as others said, it would reflect poorly on them as well. Hey, Xiaozuan, where are you going? Ma Xiaoli asked Du Xiaozuan. They don't believe Fong Fong is ranked over 3 million, so I'm taking them to see for themselves. Ma Xiaoli was taken aback. Over 3 million? That's impossible. Why don't we go take a look too? Let's go. Fong Feng's campsite. Su Jie, having raised children, truly had exceptional cooking skills. Fong Fong thought his skills were already quite good among ordinary people, but he didn't expect Su Jie's to be even better. Look at this roasted fire crow, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, golden in color, and incredibly flavorful. Sister Su, honestly, if you didn't change your profession to a chef, it would be a huge loss for the entire culinary world. Su Jie smiled slightly, cutting a piece of fire crow leg and placing it on his plate. Master is joking. You forgot I'm just a fierce beast, not one of you humans. I can't change professions even if I wanted to. Sister Su, saying that is no fun. In my heart, I've always regarded you as my sister. Shuing wrapped her arm around Fong Feng's and laughed. If you see Sister Su as your sister, then what about me? You're my housekeeper. Su Jie chuckled, but Shuing persisted. No way, I want to hear you call me sister too. It was unclear when it started, but Shuing Asking Fong Fong to call her sister had become a little secret between them. Whenever she was about to soar to the clouds, she would tightly hug him and make him call her sister. At that moment, Fong Fong leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Calling you sister now doesn't seem appropriate." Shuing leaned in as well, whispering with a laugh, "You really think I didn't see you hitting that girl Meow Meow so hard today? Is it too much to ask you to call me sister?" I was forced at that time. "I don't care, if you don't call me sister now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. This tent isn't soundproof, you'll end up disturbing Su Jia and the others." Shu Ying's face turned red and she playfully punched Fong Feng's shoulder. "Are you looking for death? Hey, what are you guys doing? Is there something you can't say out loud?" Su Meow Meow asked, her face full of curiosity. "Little kids shouldn't butt in." Su Jia nudged her with her arm. "Mom, I bet they're talking bad about you. I'm just helping you, you really don't appreciate a good heart. Hashtag, you little ancestor, just be thankful if you don't get your mom into trouble. You'd better not worry too much about the matters between your mom and the master." Shuing smiled, "Sister Su, why don't you come sleep with us tonight?" Just as Su Jia was brushing sauce on the fire crow, her brush suddenly fell to the ground. "Little Eng, don't joke around." She instinctively glanced at Fong Fong. If the master really made this request, how could I refuse? No, it seems I don't have the right to refuse at all. "Alright, sister, stop joking about Sister Su." Upon hearing Fong Fong finally relent, Shuing happily wrapped her arms around his neck. "Finally willing to call me sister, say it again, I didn't hear clearly just now." "No way. Then in that case." Shuing leaned closer to his ear and mischievously said, "I'll tell Meow Meow about the last time we were peeking." Sure enough, this bad deed couldn't be done. It was clearly this woman who had urged him to do it, yet it had turned into a handle for her to hold over him. "Sister, I was wrong." Fong Fong immediately admitted defeat. Shuing then patted Fong Feng's head and smiled. "Good, from now on, little master must obediently listen to sister, Carrot." "Carrot?" When Su Meow Meow saw Fong Fong concede, her eyes lit up as if she had suddenly discovered a great secret. Imitating the couple, she leaned towards Su Jia and whispered, "Mom, I found out that guy seems to have some leverage in Ing Ai's hands." Su Jia felt a bit complicated inside. When she first heard Shu Ying's suggestion, she was very nervous, but after realizing it was a joke, she felt a strange sense of loss, and finally, she was confused. "Stop prying. Mom, I'm helping you." Halfway through her sentence, a sudden gust of wind rushed by her ear. Instinctively, she summoned her spear and turned to stab forward. "Fire Crow?" Seeing the Fire Crow at the tip of her spear, Su Meow Meow froze for a moment, then looked up towards Fire Crow Gorge. Under the moonlight, fire crows were flying towards them one after another. Could it be that Sister Su's barbecue smells too good? Fong Fong teased. To his surprise, Su Meow Meow immediately denied it. "No, it's fire. Fire crows are attracted to fire. Our bonfire lured them here." As she spoke, she flicked her spear in the air, and 7 or 8 fire crows fell to the ground. "I was hoping to let them live another night." Fong Fong crossed his fingers and stretched his arms, continuing, "Since that's the case, let's have a grand bonfire party tonight." After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and a huge red magic circle appeared in front of Fire Crow Gorge, followed by a fiery tornado shooting up into the sky. It almost blocked the entire exit of Fire Crow Gorge. "Are you using skills so casually now?" Su Meow Meow turned to look at Fong Fong. "Don't be infatuated with Uncle, you can't learn his skills. What's there to be proud of? It's just instant magic." Su Meow Meow flicked her spear back, and 2 poor fire crows were instantly turned into feathers. "You better be careful, if this large-scale magic goes out of control, we'll all be in trouble. Because of you." "Little niece, look at how you say that. Uncle is a serious person. Such a thing as losing control could never happen to me." Su Meow Meow always felt that his words weren't exactly reassuring, but she had no evidence. "Alright, I didn't pay attention to you before because I didn't want to argue with a little brat like you. If you dare to call me uncle again, just watch how I won't spare you." "Okay, little niece. You." Su Meow Meow shook the spear in her hand, bit her lip, and finally turned to run off to find those fire crows to vent her anger. Sigh. A group of poor crows. "Little master, take a break, let me handle it." The power of fire feather dance is great, and so is the consumption of magic. Shuing could only maintain the fire feather dance for a maximum of 2 minutes. On the other hand, Fong Feng's fire feather dance had lasted at least 5 minutes, which made Shuing a bit worried. Fong Fong smiled slightly. "It's fine, your man is not one of those hollow, embroidered pillows. Today, I'll let you see if my strong endurance is just talk. You talk too much. If you can't stand up later, don't blame me." In the camp, a group of people crowded in front of the leaderboard. Du Xiaozuan pointed at Fong Feng's name and said, "So, did I speak nonsense?" Yujing City, number 13 Middle School, Class 3 of Senior Year. Fong Fong, profession, Beast Tamer, level, 23, points. What does the question mark mean? Du Xiaozuan turned around and looked closely, also confused. He had clearly seen over 30 points before. How did it suddenly turn into a question mark? However, the next moment Fong Feng's name disappeared entirely. What's going on? It must have refreshed. Everyone hurry up and look for it. So everyone rushed forward, and finally found it when they reached 30,000. Found it, it's here. But why are the points still a question mark? The next moment, the name disappeared again in front of everyone. I get it. He must be fighting monsters right now, so the points are fluctuating and the ranking is constantly changing. That makes sense, but it shouldn't be a question mark. Could it be that the leaderboard can't refresh? That doesn't make sense either. Even if you kill a monster quickly, it should take a minute or two. The leaderboard is responsible for ranking millions of candidates and has such powerful computing power. How could it not refresh in time? Forget it, let's go directly to the first place and check. At his speed, he must be first by now. Sure enough, Fong Feng's name was at the top, but the points were still a question mark. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, a 1 finally appeared among the question marks. What does 1 mean? Maybe it's over 100. Over 100? Don't joke around, look at that. Guy in second place, Ma Jia, with 378 points and he's only second. You're telling me Fong Feng only has over 100 points? Come on, brother. It can't be 1,000, right? Hearing this, everyone froze. If he remembered correctly, he had previously ranked over 3 million, and his points should be around 30. How could he suddenly jump to 1,000 in just 10 minutes? Finally, the second digit appeared, which was 5. Soon after, the third digit showed up, which was 7. Is it 157 or 1,570? Or is the points board malfunctioning? Just as everyone held their breath, another 8 appeared after the 7, and then the last question mark disappeared. 1,578? Hiss! The sound of gasping filled the crowd instantly. In just over 10 minutes, he jumped from over 30 points to 1,578 points. How did he do that? The leaderboard must be broken, right? I think so. Otherwise, how could he jump over 1,500 points in just over 10 minutes? Even if he cheated, that's impossible. A voice came from outside the crowd. Classmate Fong Feng did not cheat, and the leaderboard is not broken. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. They saw a beautiful teacher with black-rimmed glasses standing outside the crowd. Teacher Yi? The crowd parted in the middle, revealing Yi Qianxue. Teacher Yi, what's going on? Yi Qianxue adjusted her glasses and said, if I'm not mistaken, he should be fighting a hidden boss right now. Can a hidden boss have that many rewards? Yi Qianxue explained, the reward for a C-level hidden boss is 100, for a B-level it's 1000, and as for A-level. At this point, Yi Qianxue paused, as if recalling or pondering. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, Yi Qianxue continued, sorry, but since the establishment of A-level hidden boss, no one has ever defeated one, so the teacher doesn't know how many rewards there are. As for why classmate Fong Feng's points suddenly increased to 1578, it's because the places where hidden boss are set often have very dense small monsters nearby. Yi Qianxue finally clarified the issue, but then she thought it through and realized something was off. Killing over 1,500 small monsters in just over 10 minutes? Is he playing? Is he cheating? Teacher Yi, are you sure that classmate Fong isn't cheating? Yi Qianxue smiled and said, everyone seems to have forgotten that classmate Fong is a beast master, and he has 2 battle pets, 1 fire type and 1 wood type. Both are above level 5 and possess area attack skills. Plus, classmate Fong himself is now a second-tier professional. Dealing with mere level 10 beasts is like child's play for him, isn't it? He's already second tier? Yes, just a few days ago. That's amazing. He became second tier before even entering university. Truly, geniuses are beyond our ordinary understanding. I heard that the graduation requirement for university is to be second tier. So doesn't that mean he can graduate now? I can't even imagine being second tier right now, and he has already accomplished it. Is there any justice in this world? It's confirmed now. Fong is just that incredible, unimaginably so. If I had known, I should have followed his example and gambled with my talent points. Even if I couldn't become a beast master, turning into another rare profession would be great. Yi Qianxue smiled and said, classmates, don't be discouraged. There are only a few like classmate Fong. Most people are just like you. As long as you work hard, you can also get into the university of your dreams. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly rose from the students of Class 3 in their senior year. What's going on? Quick, look at the leaderboard. Congratulations to classmate Fong from the Southwest Province for achieving the first kill on the boss. You will receive double rewards as encouragement. At that moment, everyone was stunned. He succeeded, so what I got 15 magic crystals. Me too, but I only got 8. Fong, I love you. In an instant, voices declaring love for Fong rose and fell in the crowd. Stop it, he already has a girlfriend. I don't care, I just love him. Fong, you will always be my brother. No, you will always be my big brother. If anyone dares to slander you again, I'll fight them to the death. Count me in. Me too. Meanwhile, Fong at Firecrow Gorge was staring blankly at the 2 treasure chests in front of him. Didn't they say there was only 1 treasure chest? Did the teacher make a mistake? The reward for killing the hidden boss is actually 2 treasure chests. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Su Miao couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, dream on. You must have triggered the first kill reward, which led to the double reward. First kill reward? Fong Fong instinctively glanced at the personal points in his wristband. Sure enough, it was now 1778, 200 more than before. Forget it, let's open the treasure chests and see what other rewards there are. Wait a minute. Su Miao suddenly grabbed him and said, "Are you just going to open it like that? What else should I do?" Fong Fong looked puzzled. What trick was this woman trying to pull? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain a treasure chest in the exam? Even if you don't bathe and burn incense, you should at least pray for some good luck. Fong Fong shrugged her hand off his shoulder. You're overthinking it. It's just a mere sea-level treasure chest. You want to burn incense and bathe? I think you're just dreaming. After saying that, Fong Fong clicked to open one of the treasure chests. Congratulations, you have unlocked the boss radar function. Is that it? Shouldn't it be some martial skills or equipment? Oh my god, you actually have such good luck to unlock such a rare function. Su Miao looked at Fong Fong in astonishment. Fong Fong was also looking at her, confirming that her surprise was genuine, and then said, "Is this function really that amazing?" Su Miao thought for a moment and said, "Do you know why hidden bosses are called hidden bosses? Because they are hidden and do not actively attack people, so even if you stand right on top of them, you won't be able to find them. Let me put it this way. Do you know how much a guide for hidden boss outside sells for? Is there really a guide for this stuff? Aren't you supposed to be more concerned about the money? Okay, how much is it? 1 million Dragon Country coins, or 1,000 contribution points, and it's still a seller's market. So expensive?" Su Miao rolled her eyes. Of course, killing a B-grade boss is equivalent to killing 1,000 wild monsters. It's a major weapon for winning exams. Who wouldn't rush to buy it? But the accuracy of the guide is still less than 70%, and the radar can show all hidden boss within a 10-kilometer radius. Just think about how many you have to kill in these 7 days. Fong Fong, however, was unconvinced. What good is it if there are no substantial rewards? Once we leave the exam room, we won't have a single coin. After saying that, he clicked open the first treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received a delicious cake. Is that it? You dare to use this as a reward? Can't you be a little more generous? It looks like it might be really tasty, Su Miao said, swallowing. If you like it, it's yours. Really? Then I won't be polite. Su Miao poked a bit of cream with her finger, put it in her mouth, and instantly squinted her eyes into crescent shapes. It's really delicious. Don't you want a bit? I'm afraid of gaining weight. Su Miao shot him an annoyed glare. Did this guy not know that? Girls are most afraid of gaining weight when eating cream cakes? Then she picked up a small knife next to the cake and cut a piece, handing it to Su Jia. Mom, you should try this. It should be made by a third-tier chef. You can't necessarily buy it even if you have money outside. Then she cut a piece for Shu Ying. And Ying, you should try it too. The cake made by a third-tier chef is delicious and won't make you gain weight. Shu Ying took a bite with some skepticism, and the taste was indeed good. Just from that one bite, she could clearly feel her magic recovery speed increasing significantly. Is it really that good? Fong Fong asked in confusion. Shu Ying picked up a small fork and fed Fong Fong a bite. Master, you'll know if you try it. Indeed, the texture was good, not greasy, sweet but just right, not too sweet, not too bland. At the same time, Fong Feng's magic had already recovered, but he felt his experience points slowly increasing. Looking at the size of the cake, finishing it would at least increase his experience by 10,000. It seemed that the rewards from this treasure chest weren't entirely useless. Just as Fong Fong and the others were happily eating cake and singing by the campfire, Ma Jian, the 32nd outpost, had an extremely ugly expression. It wasn't that Lu Chuanxiang said he was no good, but through the communication stone in the outpost, he learned that Fong Fong had actually gained 1,778 points in one go, crushing him beneath his feet and ranking first in the province. Lu Chuanxiang played with a strand of hair, drawing circles on Ma Jia's open chest, and said in a low voice, "Alright, Appa, why are you getting worked up over a dead man? Once we pass Pingding Mountain, it will be his death date." Ma Jia's eyes burst with fierce light. That kid just gained over 1,700 points. So what? He must have had a stroke of luck running into a hidden boss, plus the first kill reward doubled. Besides, he's a beastmaster. Isn't he relying on his battle pet strength? At that time, I'll be responsible for drawing his battle pet away, and you can personally chop off his head. That should be fine, right? Ma Jia glanced at Lu Chuanxiang and said coldly, "I want to chop off his feet first." "Why?" "Because I want him to kneel and die." Lu Chuanxiang chuckled. "Appa, do you know what I like most about you?" Seeing Ma Jia, this poor loser, looking completely bewildered, Lu Chuanxiang flicked her hair and pointed at his swollen chin. "What I like most is this kind of domineering aura that looks down on the world from my Appa." At Outpost 94, Ma Lily was enjoying her boyfriend's foot massage. She had a high nose bridge, artificial, a perfect oval face, also artificial, and a domineering chest, all artificial. Suddenly, she kicked her boyfriend over, stood up, and angrily asked the messenger, "What did you just say?" "Be big, sister, I just said." "Say it again." The person swallowed hard and said, and now the top of the province is Fong Fong. People in the camp say that he might even be the top in the country right now because his score has reached 1778 points. How is that possible? Isn't it just the first day? I don't know. Oh, Lily, why are you throwing a tantrum again? The tent flap was lifted and 3 people walked in. They were Tier 24 Mage Tion, Tier 23 Warrior Luo Wan, and Tier 23 Warrior Lu Biao. Lu Biao glanced at Ma Lily's boyfriend and disdainfully said, useless thing, why don't you hurry up and get lost? As a result, he really did clutch his chest where he was kicked and scurried away like a little minion. The 3 then sat down in the tent. Indeed, Ma Lily's tent had a stool, the kind with a backrest, a high-end product, unlike Ma Jia, who had set up a big tent but only laid a plastic sheet inside. Ma Lily's father was a mine owner in Shihai City and they had plenty of money. This tent cost nearly 80,000, if not 100,000. Moreover, the surgeries she had undergone were done by renowned experts. Even professionals couldn't tell that her proud figure was entirely artificial. Ma Lily sat on the stool, fuming. I just received news that Fong Feng's score suddenly shot up to 1778 points. Lu Biao said he must have encountered a hidden boss. Surprisingly, he didn't die. He really has a big fate, Luo Wan sneered. It's a good thing he didn't die, otherwise, our idol signed photos would be ruined. Tion laughed. Lu Biao continued, are you upset about this? Of course I'm upset. Not only did he anger Appa, but now he's stepping on us. Are you guys happy about that? Tion said, how about we go find a hidden boss to play with tomorrow? Luo Wan looked at him with disdain and said, are you sick? Those trash don't deserve our benefits. That's true, Tion nodded. Whenever I see them, I get angry. Letting them share my magic crystals would be disgusting. I really don't know what the officials of Long Country are thinking to come up with such a disgusting thing. Tion said, well, they're bound to die anyway. Lily, you don't need to get angry with him. Ma Lily said, although that guy makes me very unhappy. We have to admit that we seriously underestimated his strength before. So what? Lu Biao said dismissively. Beast tamers are just relying on their battle pets. Take the pets away, and he's nothing. Ma Lily nodded. I've decided to change our plan. Let's not collect magic crystals for now. Tomorrow, we'll cross Pingding Mountain. The 3 of Lu Biao nodded. I have no problem. Magic crystals can be collected anytime. But if that kid keeps being so arrogant, I definitely can't stand it. If you can't stand it, just take him down. Beat him until he begs for mercy and see how arrogant he can still be. In the end, when he thinks we will let him go, we'll stab him. I bet his expression at that moment will be quite spectacular. At Huayan Gorge, the chirping of birds outside the tent woke Fong Fong up. The sun had not yet risen, and the sky looked gloomy, with white clouds appearing so lonely at the horizon. Inside the tent, Fong Fong wanted to turn over but found his waist a bit sore. He hadn't overexerted himself these past few days, so how could he have developed a muscle strain? Looking down, he found the culprit. How could he not be in pain after having his waist pressed by Shuang's long, fair leg all night? Fong Fong gently moved her leg aside and carefully got off the camp bed, stepping outside the tent to stretch. Good morning, master. Su Jia, you're making breakfast this early? While busy with her tasks, Su Jia smiled and said, your exam is a big deal. It can't be delayed. Fong Fong sat down on a small stool nearby and said, the mealtime in the camp is only at 8 o'clock. It's only 6 now. You're making breakfast way too early. Did I disturb you, master? Not really. But with you up this early, it makes me a bit nervous, as if this big exam is something monumental. Isn't it a big deal? When Miao Miao was taking her college entrance exam, she was extremely anxious. That's because she wanted you to have a good life, and I will definitely make sure you have a good life. Su Jie's hands paused slightly as she looked up at Fong Fong, noticing he was gazing at the distant dawn, lost in thought. Su Jia. Startled, Su Jia dropped the soup spoon she was holding onto the ground. What's wrong, Su Jia? Didn't you sleep well last night? Not too bad. By the way, hasn't Shuang gotten up yet? She ate too much cream last night and only fell asleep in the early hours. Let her sleep a bit longer. It seems the cake made by a third-tier chef isn't reliable, but with Shuang's constitution, she shouldn't have an upset stomach. What third-tier chef? It was made by me, a second-tier beast master. What about my niece? That little lazy pig. Speaking of waking up early being bad for the skin, I can't do anything about her. Let her sleep a bit longer. After all, it's only 6 o'clock. Who wakes up this early? Once these few days pass and she returns to the Demon Capture Division, she won't have time for lazy mornings. Hearing Fong Fong mention the Demon Capture Division, Su Jie glanced back at the tent behind her, her gaze filled with affection. It was indeed a source of pride for her that her daughter could enter the Demon Capture Division through her own efforts. However, the next moment, they heard a thud from inside the tent as a pig fell off the bed. Hey, who put a rock here? Hearing her daughter's complaints, Su Jie shook her head and smiled wryly. This daughter has grown up but still sleeps like a child. Fong Fong smiled slightly, and then went to the water tank to wash up, eager for Su Jie's delicious meal. Before long, Su Miao Miao came out, rubbing her forehead. Mom, what are you making? It smells so good that I can't sleep. Fong Fong, who had just finished washing up, returned, wiping his mouth with a towel and teasing, "Is that the smell keeping you awake? Because I heard you seem to be in pain and can't sleep at all?" Su Miao shot him a glare. "Mind your own business. Hurry up and wake up, Aunt Ing. Breakfast will be ready soon." Saying that, she reached for the fried buns her mother had made. But Su Jie swatted her hand away and said sternly, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth." With no choice, Su Miao took her toiletries to the water tank. At that moment, Shuang, hearing the commotion, yawned and came out of the tent. "It smells so good. What is Sister Su making?" "Lamb soup with fried buns. I'll wash up first. Save me a bowl." By the water tank, Su Miao, who was brushing her teeth, glanced back at Shuang and then suddenly turned back to look again, this time for a longer duration. "What's wrong, Miao?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Her face flushed as she focused on brushing her teeth. "What's this girl up to?" Shuang shook her head, not paying it any mind. Then he noticed something strange at the corner of his mouth. Reaching out to touch it, he caught a strand of black hair, curled like a little worm. He couldn't help but smile, flicking his fingers to continue washing his face. Su Jie's lamb soup was already stewed, clear as water, looking like a bowl of plain boiled water, but it smelled incredibly fragrant and tasted exceptionally delicious, making one feel completely at ease. After washing up, Shuang jumped like a lively and adorable rabbit to Su Jie's back, giving her a light tap and saying, "Sister Su, give me a bowl too. Here, be careful, it's a bit hot." Shuang held the bowl and naturally sat down beside Fong Fong. Su Miao sat across from them, sipping the soup, her eyes glancing over the rim of the bowl to Fong Feng's face. "LSP. Little niece, what have I done to offend you so early in the morning?" "Humph, you're just a lecher." Miao. Su Jie elbowed her. "How can you talk to the master like that? He's your master, not mine. You're afraid of him, but I'm not." At this moment, knowing the truth, Shuang looked at the blush on Su Miao's face and laughed until her stomach hurt. This little girl was so amusing. "What's going on with you two?" Seeing Fong Fong looking over, Shuang waved her hands repeatedly. "I just thought of something funny." After breakfast, they packed up the tent, and Fong Fong opened the map on his wristband. "Is that boss radar broken? Why isn't there anything on this map?" Su Miao leaned over to take a look and said, "Are you stupid? If it's not showing on the map, it means there are no hidden bosses within 10 kilometers of here. Are you saying you don't want to eat cake anymore?" Thinking of the cream cake from last night, Su Miao instinctively licked her lips. For the sake of that delicious cake, she patiently explained, "This is near the camp, and the officials want to take care of those weaker candidates, so they don't end up with nothing. Therefore, the wild monsters around the camp are relatively weak, so there can't be many hidden bosses. Having one is already quite good. We can go check out Flat Top Mountain today. That's where the real strong people are, a paradise." "Flat Top Mountain?" Su Miao pointed to the mountain range that looked like a high wall at the edge of their view. "That's it. The passage to the second layer is over there too. It's too far to fight our way through, and it's a waste of time. Can Shuang help out?" Fong Fong had no interest in the low-level wild monsters, which only dropped a piece of magic crystal. Shuang smiled slightly. She never refused Fong Feng's requests. She immediately transformed into a blazing sky swallow with a wingspan of 16 meters. "Get on. Actually, I can help too," Su Jie hesitated and said. Seeing everyone looking over, especially her daughter's strange gaze, Su Jie's face involuntarily flushed with a hint of pink. Then she turned around and transformed into a Qingming deer with 4 wings and green flames at its feet. Its body was snow white, and its majestic antlers were impressive, adorned with a green diamond-shaped gem on its forehead. "Mom, aren't you a thorn deer? How did you turn into a 6th-tier Qingming deer? Did you forget that Mom's master is an excellent beast master? Helping Mom enhance her bloodline potential is nothing. Is this what you were talking about before, about fortune? Silly daughter, the fortune Mom received is much greater than this." "What is it? By the way, what kind of fortune did you give my mom?" "Without your permission, my mom can't tell me." "I already said I can't tell you. Why are you still asking?" You better not let me catch you with something on you." After saying that, she glanced at Shuang, knowing that this guy had something on her. At this moment, Fong Fong looked at the antlers on Su Jie's head, puzzled. "Isn't it said that only male deer have antlers?" Su Miao said irritably, "You little brat, you're supposed to be a beast master. Is this a deer antler? This is a branch of the tree of life. Why are there no leaves? You'll get them when you reach the 7th rank. By the way, are you really a beast master? Didn't my mom's bloodline come from your own enhancement? How do you not even know this? I just don't believe you knew all this back in high school." "Of course," Su Miao said proudly. "What's so good about it? It's not like it's because your mom is a thorn deer. You don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't look down on you. On the contrary, I actually admire you." That's a heartfelt truth. Despite Su Miao's sunny demeanor, she had always felt insecure inside because her mother was a fierce beast and her father abandoned them out of shame. Fong Feng's earlier words undoubtedly struck a nerve. Fortunately, Fong Fong realized in time that this joke might not mean much to others, but for a girl who appeared proud yet was insecure inside, it was a bit too much. He quickly explained that he didn't disdain their identity. Shuang was the best proof of that, and he genuinely admired her. After all, considering her background, the effort she had put in to get to where she was today was undoubtedly several times more than others. Take the matter of her official status, for instance. Everyone who entered the Jingengard at the same time as her had already been confirmed, while she had been held back due to her mother's reasons. In the end, it was because she met Fong Fong that, through a twist of fate, her mother became a battle pet. Otherwise, who knows how many more twists and turns she would have faced in her quest for official status. Seeing Fong Feng's sincere tone and clear eyes, Su Miao couldn't help but feel a strange emotion arise within her. It was like a girl desperately trying to prove herself suddenly receiving validation from someone else. There was joy, curiosity, and a sense of being touched. Instinctively, she placed her hand behind her, appearing awkward, but in reality it was quietly resting on her backside. After all, just yesterday, this guy had slapped her there, and she had almost lost face. Why? Because you're very strong, never bowing to the unfairness of fate. Fate played a little joke on you, but you lived your life the way you wanted. Just for that, I have to give you a thumbs up. After saying this, Fong Fong raised his thumb straight up, generously giving her a thumbs up, then unexpectedly slapped her backside. Hee, I'm leaving. You look so fussy, not attractive at all. I still prefer your usual proud self. Pa! Shameless. Fong Fong flipped onto the back of the Qingming deer and reached out to pull Shuang up. Looking back at Su Miao, who was still standing there in a daze, he laughed. If you don't get up here soon, we won't wait for you. Today, the Dragon Kingdom felt a bit different. On this sunny morning, although many people were still cramming onto buses, the subway stations were packed with people rushing to work, and the roads were congested with cars forming long lines. But as soon as they stopped, people would pull out their phones and share the big news they saw last night on social media apps. Did you watch the live stream of the college entrance exam yesterday? Today's youth are way more savvy than we were back in the day. What are you looking at? The official broadcast was cut off at a critical moment. Are you talking about that Ma Jie? The moment I saw that kid, I knew he was trouble. I didn't expect that kid to act like a ghost and play so flamboyantly. Today's young people are all poisoned by those pickled dramas. Honestly, it's about time the authorities took action against those pickled stars. Exactly, we adults are fine, but for those still developing kids, it's practically poison. To go as far as to kill for an idol's signed photo, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Adults? Brother, I just don't believe your company has no artificial beauties. Do you all remember that bathing incident from half a month ago? I said back then that there must be something fishy about it, but you didn't believe me. Now, I don't need to say much more, right? Speaking of Fong Fong, I think that kid is a genius. He was silent until he suddenly made a stunning leap from over 3 million to the top of the leaderboard in less than 10 minutes. Is that true? If you don't believe it, go check the leaderboard. That kid is definitely the most monstrous talent our dragon country has seen in nearly 300 years. No way. I just saw that video of him burning the Fire Crow Valley last night. Is he really only level 23? I feel like he's even stronger than my friend who's level 80. Come on. If your friend really was level 80, you wouldn't need to squeeze onto the bus every day. Isn't that just a metaphor? But that kid is really impressive. I estimate he must have advanced to the second class, otherwise, he couldn't unleash such a fire feather dance. Fire feather dance? Isn't that a fire mage's skill? How can a beast master use it? That's why I said that kid is a monster. I think the reason Sauerkraut Country is moving against him this time is probably because they're scared. MD, just mentioning Sauerkraut Country makes me angry. They earn our money and still want to poison our youth. The authorities should ban these scoundrels. I wholeheartedly agree. Examination site, Yujing City Camp. Because phones are not allowed in the exam hall, the students inside are completely unaware of what's happening outside. One by one, they line up outside the cafeteria, waiting for it to open. It used to be that you could eat whenever you arrived at school, and no one knew exactly when the cafeteria opened. Now, with the exam stating that meals start at 8, it feels quite uncomfortable. Just then, many people in the crowd suddenly had white light columns shining from their bodies. First, there was shock, followed by a wave of ecstasy. No way! No way! Did Fong Fong take down another hidden boss so early? We have it too, this is a B-level boss. This time, not only the students from class 3 of the third year had magical light columns appearing, but students from the entire 13 middle school also had light columns. Some were in front of the cafeteria, some on the playground, and some even in their dorms. This boss isn't a cabbage. Did the boss not sleep at all last night? The boss is so outstanding and works so hard, while we are so useless and still sleeping. It's really unacceptable. I got 32 magic crystals this time. You only got 32? I got 54. We're going to get rich this time. With such a hateful boss leading us, it would be hard not to get good results. Do you feel comfortable being fed by the boss like this? What's wrong? I just don't want to eat for free. I want to take care of a few people. Are you guys Coming with me? Who? Those scoundrels who blocked the camp entrance and were live streaming. Those guys look unfamiliar. They clearly aren't from our city. Where do we go to find them? Coincidentally, I happen to know one from Lin City. It shouldn't be far from our camp. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, grab your weapons, let's go. A group of people rushed out of the dormitory, drawing the attention of everyone on the playground. Hey, Xiao Kunzi, what are you guys up to? Do Xiaozuan relayed their intentions to Ma Xioli? Those guys really deserve a beating. Count me in. We're going to fight. What are you a girl going to do? What's wrong with being a girl? Don't forget I'm also Fong Feng's classmate. I have a share of his boss rewards. I can't just pretend I didn't see him being bullied. Just like that, more and more people joined along the way, and by the time the group walked out of the camp gate, they had already gathered a mighty force. This is the power of a leader. Without realizing it, everyone has already taken Fong Feng as their spiritual leader. Of course, Feng is still unaware of this. At this moment, he looks at the densely packed red dots on the map and he feels completely numb. On the top of Pingding Mountain, Fong Feng opens his wristband to project an exam map. Counting the red dots on it, there are a total of 12. Because these red dots are so large and the map is so small, it looks like the entire map is red. Moreover, each of these red dots has a B written on it, indicating that they are all B-level hidden bosses. You can zoom in on the map a bit, Su Miao reminds him from the side. Only then does Fong Feng notice that the map's scale is set to 10 kilometers, which was used for testing the boss radar earlier. He reduces the scale and enlarges the map. As the red dots spread out, he finally gets a clear view of the map. I didn't expect there to be one right at the foot of this mountain. If it weren't for this radar, I would have really missed it. By the way, who took the experience? Roasted chicken that just dropped? Shuing raises her hand and says, the master has it with me. Nyamyo said that if you eat this chicken, your experience can double within 24 hours. Eating it now would be a waste, so I stored it. The B-level hidden boss they encountered on the way dropped 2 treasure chests. One unlocked the danger perception function, but for him, this function is just a useless gimmick because, with his strength, there is no existence in this exam that could threaten him. The other chest contained the experience roasted chicken produced by a 4th-turn chef. Based on Fong Feng's 2 kills of hidden bosses, the boss rewards have 3 components. 1 is a large amount of exam points, another is gaining more privileges in the exam, like the previous boss radar and the current danger perception. The last one is experience points, like the previous cream egg beast and the current experience roasted chicken, which not only tastes good but also grants experience. Especially the roasted chicken made by a 4th-turn chef, which doubles experience within 24 hours after eating. If he encounters a leveling place like Huiqiangu, the experience gained would be at least in the millions. This undoubtedly gives a significant boost to future leveling. For this second benefit alone, Fong Feng decides to clear out all the hidden bosses. In the exam, the 4 of them follow the radar's guidance and arrive at the entrance of a valley. As soon as they arrive, they are hit by a foul odor. What is that smell? Why is it so stinky? Shuing says, covering her nose with the back of her hand, her voice buzzing. Su Jie stands up from the ground, transforming back into a beautiful woman in mage attire. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a corpse sunflower. The black stream inside should be full of corpse oil. It's too stinky. Shuing raises her hand and throws a flame gun into the valley, igniting the black stream. Sure enough, it was corpse oil. As they see the fire blaze up, the 4 of them wait outside for a while. They don't know if the smell has dissipated over time or if the corpse oil is burned away, but in any case, the foul odor is no longer detectable. Su Miao lowers her hand and sniffs. It seems to not smell anymore. Should we go in and take a look? Fong Feng nods, and the 4 of them walk into the valley. The ground is covered with charred giant flowers, their stalks as long as bamboo, and the flower cores as big as bathtubs, covered in layers of sharp thorns, resembling the mouth of a sea anemone. Just as Fong Feng curiously examines these charred remains, suddenly a corpse sunflower leaps up from the scorched earth. Be careful! Su Miao behind him pulls Fong Feng away, then thrusts her spear into the descending flower head. The dark green pus bursts out, like a water balloon being popped. The stench is indescribable. Su Miao instinctively covers her head with both hands, and Fong Feng can't help but laugh at the sight. This silly girl, when splashed with golden juice, what good is it to just protect your face? So I wrapped my arms around her slim waist and pulled her away from the danger zone. I must say, her waist is indeed quite slender. While it might be a bit exaggerated to say I could pinch it, I felt it was no problem to tuck her under my arm and strike a pose. Hey, you should let go now. A blush rose on Su Miao's face as she found herself tucked under my arm, feeling quite embarrassed. However, the scent on him was delightful, smelling like freshly washed clothes that had been sun-dried all day, filled with sunshine and a faint hint of rose fragrance. Did you get scared just now? Didn't even know to dodge. Mind your own business, by the way. Thank you. Huh, you actually said thank you to me? Where did the sun come out from today? Hearing my words, Su Miao's gratitude vanished instantly. I knew this guy couldn't say anything nice. Why did I even bother thanking him? With a click of her high heel, she stomped on my shoe and walked away in a huff. I shook my foot and said, "Hey, I'm telling you. Those heels are metal. Aren't you afraid of piercing my foot? If you get pierced, you deserve it. Who told you to be so ungrateful? You. Girl, if it weren't for me just now, you would have fallen into the pit. How can you repay kindness with malice? Didn't I just thank you? What more do you want? Sister Sue, are you even a man? Always complaining to my mom? My mom has really had the worst luck in her life being with you. Hey, clarify what you mean by being with me. You." Sue Meow Meow realized the ambiguity in her words and was momentarily speechless with embarrassment and anger. This also caused a blush to appear on Sujia's face, who pulled her daughter close and scolded, "You girl, how can you be so reckless? What if you hurt the master?" "I didn't hit him, I kicked him." "Who told him to be so oblivious?" Sujia shook her head, suffering from her daughter's stubbornness. "Master, please sit down, let me take a look." Sujia came over, squatted in front of me, and took off my shoes and socks. Fortunately, there was just a red mark. It seemed that girl had held back a bit when she stomped down. Then she performed a healing technique on me, and seeing the swelling subside, she put my shoes and socks back on. Jia is really nice, gentle, and kind. When I said this, Sujia's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, saying, "You are my master, this is what I should do." After a little commotion, the four of us continued on our way. This time, Su Meow Meow bravely took the lead, seemingly not wanting to stay with me. Sujia, worried about her daughter, followed closely behind, not wanting me to see her blushing face. At that moment, Shu Ying leaned close to my ear and said, "Little master, you're not trying to have both mother and daughter, are you?" I was taken aback and turned to look at her, but she seized the opportunity to give me a quick kiss and then smiled triumphantly. "Don't say nonsense, you're ruining the unity among the people, you know?" Shu Ying laughed. "Actually, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Sister Sue will never marry again in her life, so what I said is all true." Looking at Shu Ying's cunning crescent smile, this woman was trying to trap me again. The more I explained, the more she felt she was right. So I decided not to explain anymore, but I couldn't remain silent either, as silence would mean acquiescence. Smack! I gave her a playful slap on her ample backside, saying, "I just want to remind you not to think too much." Shu Ying let out a soft squeak. "Why are you hitting me again?" "Hitting you is to stop you from overthinking. People say it's true, why don't you believe me? Is there not even this basic trust between us?" Fong Fong glanced at her, thinking to himself, "I know exactly what you're thinking. Trusting you would be like seeing a ghost." Seeing that Fong Fong didn't respond, Shu Ying continued, "Master, don't say I didn't give you a chance in the future. It's you who didn't cherish it. If you dare, I'll take care of your brother." Shu Ying made a scissor gesture and shot a fierce glare at Fong Fong. "You can make a fuss these days. After the exam is over, just wait and see how I deal with you. Who's afraid of whom? If you dare to come, I dare to take it on." At this moment, Du Xiaozuan and his group finally arrived at the camp in Lin City. It wasn't just students from number 13 middle school, many others from Yujing City had also come. The woods outside the camp were densely packed with people. "Hey, have you seen In Xiaojun?" As He Bian and his group entered the small woods, they were immediately stopped by others. To be honest, He Bian was not weak, and being from the RJ family, if someone blocked him in the middle of the road, he would definitely teach them a lesson. However, seeing so many people on the other side, he immediately backed down. "No, haven't seen him." "Which school are you from?" "What does it matter which school I'm from? Get lost." "Wait a minute." Dang Tao suddenly stepped out from the crowd. "Look at this guy's hair, that airbangs from sauerkraut country, looking like a girl." Even if he hasn't seen In Xiaojun, he can definitely get in touch. "You don't seem to be from our number 13 middle school." "Dang Tao from number 2 middle school. You guys are here too?" "Although we are not from number 13 middle school, we are also part of Yujing City. These guys are disgusting and slandering Fong Fong, which is slandering us from Yujing City. We can't just let this go." "Well said." At this moment, someone else stepped forward from the crowd. It was Luo Zijian, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. "I've seen that guy Fong Fong before. Although I don't have a good impression of him in this matter, I definitely stand by his side." After saying that, he grabbed He Bian and said, "Stop looking around aimlessly. I know you can contact In Xiaojun. Go tell him that we from Yujing City are waiting for him here. If he's still a man, he should come over and face the music." "Sure, no problem, I'll definitely pass on the message. Get lost." He Bian walked away, looking dejected. Not far from there, he turned back and shot a cold glance at the crowd, clearly unable to swallow this anger. "I say, when did the people from Yujing City become so united? Who knows? What did In Xiaojun do to offend them, to provoke the whole city to come looking for him? I think it's probably because of that live broadcast they did before. Didn't you hear them just mention someone? Who? Fong Fong. Him?" After saying that, several teammates looked at He Bian together. "What are you all looking at me for? Why don't you go inform In Xiaojun first, and we'll head out? Are you trying to kick me out? Don't forget I'm the captain, only I have the right to kick people. In that case, we quit the team." You better not regret it. He Bien spat out a hateful remark and hurried off to find Yin Xiaojun. The few people behind him watched his back and spat. Pa, what a piece of work. A traitor, that's what. What do you mean? You saw the leaderboard last night, right? In less than 10 minutes, Fong Fong went from over 3 million to the top. That's simply a monstrous existence. What does that have to do with being a traitor? Although I haven't seen Fong Fong, seeing so many people standing up for him, I believe his usual character must be good. Such a person, even if he can't become the backbone of our dragon country in the future, will definitely be a pillar. Look at the things that Yin Xiaojun and the others have done. For a performer from a pickled cabbage country, they actually went around smearing Fong Feng's name. The official announcement from the bathing city has already clarified the matter. Can a performer from a pickled cabbage country be more authoritative than our dragon country's officials? Damn, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have realized. But now that you mention it, I'm getting angrier the more I think about it. That bunch of dogs, have they all lost their minds? As He Bien contacted Yin Xiaojun, this matter began to spread slowly in the examination hall. He Bien opened his friend panel and sent a message to Yin Xiaojun. Old Yin, where are you? Something's happened, something big. After a while, Yin Xiaojun replied. You brat, stop making a fuss. What big deal is it? Speak. This is best said in person. I don't have time. Someone wants to mess with you. Which bastard has the guts to come after me? Where are they? I'll take people to wipe them out right now. Old Yin, how many people can you bring? Are there many of them? Yeah, several hundred. Are you trying to scare me? Several hundred? Where did so many come from? From Yujing City. Last time we messed with Fong Fong, they are here for revenge this time. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Where are they now? Let me avoid them. Just outside the camp in a small grove. Yin Xiaojun was now completely stunned. When did that scoundrel Fong Feng's connections become so good? Because of the last incident, he actually gathered several hundred people to come after him. Boss, what happened? Dozens of people from their RJ family gathered around Yin Xiaojun. He then relayed the message from He Bien to everyone, and they all gasped in shock. Boss, what should we do now? We definitely can't go back to the camp today, but we weren't the only ones causing trouble back then. Tion Xiaoji and the others had a part in it too. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaojun suddenly realized that there seemed to be quite a few people on his side as well, so he sent a message to He Bien. You go tell those guys that I'm waiting for them at Pingding Mountain. Whoever doesn't show up is a damn coward. In the valley, Shuaing burned the corpse King Kuei to death with a fire. Fong Fong unlocked a new privilege again, high-definition map. Compared to the previous map that only had place names, this time, the map included the distribution of wild monsters, their levels, and the visibility of surrounding candidates. To Fong Fong, this seemed like another useless feature, but this time he was also rewarded with an experience roasted chicken, so it wasn't a total loss. Meanwhile, Fong Feng's magic crystal count had also accumulated to 3889, firmly holding the top spot in the national rankings. Where are we going now, master? Fong Fong looked at the map, Rocky Fortress. Su Miao glanced at the map. It's about 7 or 8 miles away, not too far. Why don't we just walk over? When Shuaing was carrying everyone before, this girl didn't feel anything, but now that it was her own mother being used as a mount, she felt a bit strange. Fong Fong nodded. That's fine, but if we do that, we might not be able to defeat many bosses in a day. What Su Miao was thinking, how could Fong Fong not know? But why is it that when you sit on Shuaing's back, you're all smiles, but when you sit on your mother's back, you're not happy? What does that make Shuaing think, right? So Fong Fong felt he had. To be fair, they were all his battle pets and he couldn't favor one over the other. Let me carry everyone over. Su Jia stepped forward and said. Fong Fong smiled. Sister Su is sensible, unlike some little girl who's being petty. Su Jia smiled slightly and transformed into a Qingning deer, carrying everyone as they walked through the air. Su Miao sat at the front, hugging her mother's neck, feeling wronged for her mother. Shuing leaned against Fong Fong, looking at the aggrieved girl, and couldn't help but feel amused. This girl, your mother, doesn't feel wronged, so why do you feel so upset? But thinking about it, Sister Su is indeed her mother. If it were her, she might feel the same way. What are you thinking about? Fong Fong asked softly when he noticed Shuing lost in thought in his arms. I miss my mom. After the exam, I'll accompany you to see her. By the way, where is she now? Shuing turned to look at Fong Fong, brushing aside the hair that covered her eyes. I don't know. She disappeared when I was very young, and at that time, because of my low status, I don't even remember what she looks like. You must remember her scent. Shuing nodded. Of course I remember that. I will never forget it in my life. Then it's settled. I'll go with you to find her in the future. Shuing cupped Fong Feng's face with one hand, looking at him. Seriously, really? When have I ever lied to you? Just then, Su Jie turned around and said to Fong Fong, Master, we've arrived at the ruins of Shattered Stones. The ruins of Shattered Stones is indeed an ancient castle, located in a basin with a radius of about 3 miles. The entire basin looks like a meteorite crater, or as if the ground has subsided and collapsed, with tons of rubble scattered everywhere. In the middle of the basin stands a small hill about 10 meters high, and at the top of the hill is the ancient castle. In Nordic style, built from giant stones, weathered by the elements, it has now become a scene of white ruins and broken walls. The people sent by the little dog, Mataro, are currently on standby in this ancient castle. Fujiwara Yoshiko is the leader of these people. Dressed in a tight black leather suit, shiny as if coated in grease, combined with her tall stature, neither fat nor thin, she gives off a very tight and alluring impression. She has shoulder-length straight hair, glossy and black, unlike her subordinates who have dyed their hair in a rainbow of colors. She also has a pair of sparkling charming eyes, a high nose bridge, and her small mouth is hidden behind a shiny black mask, but it's clear she has an oval face. The sound of her high heels clicking on the stone floor echoed as Fujiwara Yoshiko approached her subordinates. Captain. Seeing Fujiwara Yoshiko come over, everyone stood up. When will the people arrive? They should be here soon. Give me a definite time. At most 5 minutes. Have the lost teammates been dug out? Fujiwara Yoshiko turned to look at another blonde. I'm really sorry, Captain. Those companions who were teleported into the stones have already fused with the rocks, making it impossible to distinguish them. Since their fate is sealed, let this matter rest. Fujiwara Yoshiko had just lowered her head when she suddenly looked up at the outside of the castle. Seeing this, the others immediately stood beside her, protecting her in the middle. Then, from beyond the broken stone door, laughter could be heard, and a group of youths dressed in the national attire of the plaster country appeared in their sight. Report, Captain, it's them. These youths, both male and female, numbered about 50 or 60. They are the cannon fodder that the little dog, Mataro, found for Yoshiko. Is this all there is? Report, Captain, these dragon country traders were carefully selected by Little Dog Sama. Although their numbers are few, they are among the best in terms of strength among students. Is this it? The quality of the youths from Dragon Country is this poor now? In response to Yoshiko's questioning, the red-haired subordinate dared not reply, as not all youths from Dragon Country are interested in the culture of the Plaster Country. Even among those who are interested, some are merely curious and would not betray their own country for it. Therefore, in this way, the true traders are actually quite scarce. So this group of geniuses is actually just a selection of tall individuals among a bunch of short ones. It's only natural that their strength wouldn't impress you. Wow, that woman is really something. Someone in the crowd spotted Fujiwara Yoshiko. Everyone turned to look, and one by one, they swallowed hard. There was no helping it. Fujiwara Yoshiko's outfit was just too visually striking for these sheltered young men. Look at her figure, I bet she's a real beauty. No kidding, do you even need to say that? Although there's not much skin visible, just based on her long face, which girl here can compare? Pfft, a bunch of perverts. Tion Lily, don't flatter yourself. With that face full of pimples, you look like you have acne. Can you even compare to her? No matter how pretty she is, Chao Huang, you can only look from afar. With your looks, she'd probably think your hands are dirty if you offered to hold her shoes. Really? I'll show you later. You just keep talking. If you even get to touch her once, I'll take your last name. Come on. With that face of yours, if I had a daughter like you, I would have plastered you on the wall long ago. You wouldn't have had the chance to embarrass me. MD, are you looking for trouble? Everyone, shut up. Look at you all, what a disgrace. She's from the Great Plaster Empire, so stop embarrassing yourselves here. As soon as Yang spoke, everyone obediently fell silent. Yoshiko walked out of the ancient castle with her entourage, standing on the crumbling stone steps, looking down at everyone with disdain in her eyes. She admired the strong, but in front of her was a bunch of useless people. To her, even having such useless individuals as cannon fodder was a disgrace. However, bound by orders from above, she had no choice but to accept this group of useless people. Hello, I am Yang, their leader. May I ask if you are Miss Yoshiko? Fujiwara Yoshiko nodded. Is it just you guys? No, there are more people coming, but they are a bit far away. They should be here soon. How many? About 100 or 200, I guess. Yoshiko didn't even nod this time, turning directly back into the castle, then asking the red-haired one beside her, when will the rest arrive? The red-haired one didn't know and hurried to ask Yang. Baka, why are you only just arriving? When will the rest get here? Are you Zwa-Musan? I'm asking you. I'll ask right away. Moments later, Yang spoke again. Zwa-Musan, they are on their way. I just asked. They should arrive in about half an hour. Half an hour, are you sure? Should be, maybe, possibly can be confirmed. Zwa-Musan frowned. Alright, stop lingering outside. Come in with me. Everyone entered the ancient castle, and at this point, Yoshiko was already seated in a high-backed stone chair, crossing her legs, her left hand resting on the armrest, propping up her cheek. Sunlight streamed in through the window behind her, casting a glow on her, making her look like an untouchable dark queen. Didn't you say you were going to hold her shoes? Why aren't you going? Ma Lily poked Chao Huang. You think I wouldn't dare? If you dare, go ahead. Why are you being tough with me here? If you don't go, I can't even look at you. Xiao Huang glanced at Yoshiko, swallowed hard. Fine, I'll go. What if I actually do it? If you do, that real-life figure you wanted, I'll give it to you for free. You said it. After saying that, Xiao stepped out of the crowd and approached Yoshiko. She glanced at him sideways, her expression devoid of any emotion. What is it? Miss Yoshiko, I noticed your shoes are dirty. Can I help you clean them? You want to clean my shoes? Xiao Huang nodded vigorously. Fujiwara Yoshiko said, You are not worthy, but you can be a footstool. After saying that, she pointed to the ground beside her foot and said, Come here, lie down properly. With such a beautiful woman, it was good enough to touch her back even if she couldn't reach her shoes. So, Xiao Huang hurriedly ran over and lay down properly. Then Yoshiko looked at Ouyang Shou in the crowd. Do you want to polish my shoes? Ouyang Shou was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in surprise. It would be an honor. Yoshiko beckoned him with her finger. Ouyang Shou ran over eagerly, glancing at the footstool Xiao Huang, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, before he could start, Yoshiko kicked him away and said with disgust, Get your dirty hands away, use your tongue instead. Yoshiko enjoyed the service from both of them, but her eyes were fixed on the distance, as if all of this was just a trivial matter to her. The group of onlookers was left dumbfounded, feeling as if they had swallowed half a gene of erguotu, their throats dry and bitter, their stomachs burning. After Su Jie landed, Fong Fong opened the map again. Su Miaomio leaned over to look at the map and asked, Is it in the ancient castle? No, it's to the southeast. Then why is there a red dot in the ancient castle? Fong Fong glanced at it and indeed saw a red dot, but there were no letters above it. Who knows, maybe it's broken. Can you speak properly? How could this thing be broken? Come on, I'm not an expert. Asking me these questions is pointless. I can only say that this red dot is definitely not a boss because there are no letters on it. Su Miaomio nodded, then let's go fight the boss first and later we'll check out what this red dot is about. In the ancient castle, Fujiwara, Yoshiko was already lost in thought. According to the orders she received, she was to wait here for Ouyang Shou and the other useless ones, then meet up with the people arranged by the Sauerkraut Nation and together wait for the right moment to take down Fong Fong. The meaning of the little dog Mataro was that this time they must eliminate Fong Fong without any accidents. Although the assassination mission from the Sauerkraut Nation seemed like a child's play, there was one thing he had to admit: what Park Taiwan said was not wrong. Eliminating a person does not necessarily mean killing him. Destroying his living space can also achieve the same effect. If Fong Fong personally killed a large number of Dragon Country students in the examination room, there would be no space for him to survive once he went out. At that point, he would either give up on himself and become a useless person or, in retaliation for the world's injustices, completely turn to darkness and betray his country. Regardless, he would no longer be of use to the Dragon Country, thus achieving everyone's goal. Of course, directly making Fong Fong disappear from this world would be even safer. Therefore, this assassination mission was referred to as an insurance plan by Little Dog Mataro. If the people from the Sauerkraut Nation could eliminate Fong Fong, that would be the best. If not, Fong would definitely be severely weakened, greatly increasing Fujiwara Yoshiko's chances of success. However, Fujiwara Yoshiko was very resistant to this plan because of the education she received since childhood, which taught her that the Sauerkraut Nation was a bunch of useless fools, and a group that wouldn't even admit they were fools. Thus, they became a group of prideful thieves, crazily stealing the history and culture of the Dragon Country to enrich their own heritage. How could a country that dares not face its own shortcomings become strong? Therefore, they were a group of pitiful creatures in Fujiwara Yoshiko's eyes, a group of disgusting, pitiful creatures. Collaborating with such pitiful creatures was a lifelong shame. Even if they were tools used by her, she would still despise getting her hands dirty. But she could not go against the orders from above, so she had been very conflicted. But now it's fine, communication has broken down, and our group has completely lost contact with headquarters, which gives her a lot of operational space. Kimura-kun, has there been any contact from headquarters? Fujihara Yoshiko asked without any emotion. A subordinate with a crew cut and dressed in a white agent uniform stood at attention and replied, Report, Captain, there has been no contact. We can't just wait for headquarters. Who still has the list provided by Sauerkraut Country? Sorry, Captain, Miss Motsi, who had the list, has gone missing. She may have fallen into eternal slumber within the boulder, and she was the only one who had seen that list. So, that means none of us knows who we should contact now? Yes, Captain. Hearing this, the small mouth hidden beneath Fujihara Yoshiko's mask revealed a charming smile. In that case, I've decided to change the plan and directly eliminate Fong Fong. Captain, doesn't this contradict the original plan? Will Lord Inu blame you when he finds out? Then what do you suggest we do? Kimura Jiro thought for a moment and said, Captain, I think we should wait until the people from Sauerkraut Country start to act before we make our move. Although the plan has changed, it essentially remains the same as the original. Fujihara Yoshiko frowned. When did this pig-headed Kimura become so insightful? His suggestion left her speechless. Just then, it seemed, Fujihara Yoshiko suddenly sensed something, and her subordinates felt it too. Everyone instinctively looked towards the outside of the castle. Fujihara Yoshiko kicked the sycophant Ouyang Sho aside and quickly walked out of the castle. In the southwest direction, a column of air surged upward, swirling with dust, and amidst the sand, flashes of fire flickered, followed by a dull explosion. No way! Is someone fighting a boss over there? Fujihara Yoshiko turned to Ouyang Sho. What did you just say? Ouyang Sho, still a bit numb from licking his tongue, replied after clearing his throat. There's a hidden boss in the exam hall. I heard it can yield a lot of magic crystals, and there's also a treasure chest reward. If Fujihara Yoshiko wasn't mistaken, that was definitely a fourth-tier ferocious beast. With the boss aura, could a group of students handle it? Or have we been underestimating the potential of the youth from Dragon Country? Are there many people from Dragon Country who successfully kill such bosses every year? Yes, because it's a team battle, so there are a lot of people. Fujihara Yoshiko rolled her eyes. This fool was completely missing the point. Besides team battles, has anyone succeeded solo? Or a small team? Ouyang Sho thought for a moment and said, hidden bosses are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. There should be some C-level ones. B levels are probably very difficult, and as for the strongest A level, I haven't heard of anyone succeeding. Very good. It seems the intelligence department's information is reliable. Thank you. Ouyang Sho happily expressed his gratitude. Baka, do you think I was just praising you? Now Ouyang Sho was at a loss. Xiao Huang immediately jumped in. You should feel honored to relieve the queen's worries. How can you expect the queen to thank you? Little Sho, I really misjudged you. MD, if you dare to call me Little Sho again, I'll kill you. Fujihara Yoshiko blared angrily. Shut up. Then she turned to the red-haired one and said, Saki-kun, go take a look. Hi. The red-haired ones quickly vanished into the rubble and returned shortly, drenched in sweat, reporting to Fujihara. Yoshiko, Captain, it's Fong Fong and his battle pet. After hearing this, Fujihara Yoshiko couldn't help but look again at the distant battlefield, and then as if she thought of something, she couldn't help but smile. Interesting. Then he turned back to Ouyang Sho and sneered. Fong Fong has already appeared. You all know what to do next, right? Yes, Miss Fonzie. Before Ouyang Sho could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fujihara Fonzie. Baka, you lowly slave, is the master's name something you can call? Your mouth is only fit for cleaning the master's shoes. Ouyang Sho was completely stunned, but looking at Fujihara Fonzie with her incredibly sexy and hot figure. The humiliation of having knelt and licked her shoe heels before made him swallow hard. So he steeled his heart and said, please rest assured, master, we will not coexist with that surname Fong. Today, either he dies or I do. Very well, I look forward to your performance. Later. After saying that, Fujihara Fonzie left with her people, leaving Ouyang Sho and this group of traitors behind. Captain, I think those useless fools might not even withstand a single move from Fong Fong. They are just cannon fodder. Why is Kimura-kun feeling pity for them? Captain misunderstood. I meant we don't need to stay this far away. I don't want to either, but Lord Inu instructed that besides killing Fong Fong, we also need to record a video of him killing his compatriots. This task is up to you. Hi. Kimura Jiro left the team and circled behind a boulder, taking out his phone to wait for Fong Fong, ready to unleash a massacre on this group of useless fools. Fong Fong finally understood why these bosses were called hidden bosses, because they were all hiding and wouldn't attack people proactively. Take this giant rock monster in front of him. If it weren't for the precise positioning of the radar, who would think this big rock would be a boss? Of course, the rewards given by the officials were also generous. A leveling artifact, a 4-turn chef's braised pig knuckle, which would double the experience for 24 hours after consumption. According to Su Miao Miao, this was something that couldn't be bought even with money outside. Shuang and Su Jia went to clean the battlefield while Su Miao Miao approached Fong Fong. What function did you unlock this time? Teleportation function. Teleport to the nearest outpost. You don't seem very happy? It's a useless function. What's there to be happy about? That's true, for you, with your strength, it's impossible to encounter a temporary emergency situation. But I've always been curious, didn't you just turn 2? Yet your displayed strength is stronger than my old 2-turn, and not by a little. Now you know. Having you protect me is unnecessary, right? Do you even know how to talk? Is that how you speak? Although Su Miao Miao was unwilling to admit it verbally, she had to acknowledge that Uncle Chen's arrangement for her to protect him was indeed somewhat excessive. Aren't you always curious about what the red dot in the castle is? Now let's go take a look. Actually, I'm more curious about what talent you obtained to be so ridiculously strong. In this world, talent is indeed more important than level for professionals. If Shuang and the others' potential is measured by rank, then the potential of professionals is measured by talent. Often, under the same level, an S-class talent professional can easily crush an A-class talent professional. This is also why Fong Fong, despite having a 10-fold bonus, lived like a lowly 6. The first time in a dungeon, clearly having the strength To push through the entire dungeon, he chose to take the easier route to test the waters. The first time fighting a boss, clearly able to perform a soul entrapping move, he first took on small monsters to gauge the boss's combat power. The first time facing someone, he was even more cautious, not knowing the opponent's strength. If Old Chin didn't agree to let him take the lead, he could just turn and leave. Because what he had, others also had, and some even had it better. He didn't want to pay for lessons with his own blood and broken head. He had many things to do and certainly didn't want to die young. How did Uncle Chai die? Why did Mom go missing? And what about that father he had never met, as well as why Mom left him a national jade seal, which clearly didn't belong to this world? All of this required him to seek answers. If he died young, he would never know. So he constantly reminded himself that survival was the way to go, and caution was the secret to living. Only by staying alive could he uncover the truth. Hey, you still haven't told me why you're so strong, Su Miao Miao urged. Fong Fong smiled slightly. It's simple, I have good talent. By the way, what's your talent? SSS level talent, War God Enhancement, Combat Power Enhancement 750%, Experience required for leveling reduced by 37%, Healing effects increased by 55%. Wow, that's impressive. Of course, Su Miao Miao said with a proud smile. Then she asked, you don't have SSS level talent, do you? You guessed it right. Are you really SSS level talent? Of course, Combat Power bonus 800%, so I look stronger than you. Who are you trying to fool? With that, you must have increased by 8 times. I see it being more than 10 times. After saying that, Su Miao Miao seemed to think of something and said, you didn't get a divine level talent, did you? Combat power increase 1000%, recovery speed of magic or life value increased by 1000%, mastery of all attributes and magic consumption reduced by 50%. Is there really such a talent? Fong Fong was shocked. It seemed that he wasn't the only one with an impressive talent. That's right, and among SSS level talents, the maximum combat power increase is 7.5 times, so when you say your SSS level talent can increase combat power by 8 times, it's obviously a lie. Now, if you don't come clean, what exactly is your talent? I said I have SSS level talent, but you don't believe me. What can I do? Fong Fong spread his hands. Fong Fong was also feeling anxious. When he received his talent, the prompt indeed said it was SSS level, but just now hearing Su Miao Miao's words, there was a divine level talent above SSS level, but the combat power increase was 10 times. Was what he obtained truly a talent of this world? Or was it something randomly created by the National Jade Seal? By the way, are there dual talents in this world? Fong asked. What are you thinking? How could there be dual talents? There are multiple attributes, but the attributes of a single talent won't exceed 4 at most. That's the power of the laws, and no one can change it. Just then, Fong suddenly stopped, and Su Miao Miao, who was behind him, bumped into his back without noticing. She patted Fong and said, "What are you doing?" suddenly stopping. But she found Fong silent, while her mother and Shuang were looking ahead, especially Shuang. In that moment, her gaze seemed to change completely. However, after rubbing her eyes and looking again, it seemed she had just been seeing things. Her eyes were still the same, filled with flirtatious charm. "Little master, you need to be careful, those little guys seem to have bad intentions." Shuang leaned on Fong Feng's shoulder and smiled slightly. Fong casually said, "Standing in the middle of the road, blocking people's way, is that something a good person would do? Should I help the little master turn them all into roast chickens? If you turn them all into roast chickens, will we even have an appetite for that dish in the future?" Su Miao Miao nodded. "That's right, this guy has 2 roast chickens in his pocket, we can't waste them." "What do you know, little girl?" Su Miao Miao knew that if this woman really burned those people to death, then Fong would also be in trouble. She also knew about the live broadcast in the exam hall. With Fong Feng's current performance, he was definitely getting a close-up shot. Her intuition was indeed accurate. Outside, everyone was seeing Fong Feng's handsome face. A barrage of comments swept across the screen. "This shot is wrong. Pull back a bit. I don't want to see a handsome guy. I want to see a beautiful girl. The young man is so handsome. Why did they stop? Wait, isn't this our Dragon Country's college entrance exam? How did people from the Plaster Country get in? A bunch of idiots, dressing up like plaster. Ghosts to take the college entrance exam. Don't the teachers care anymore? If I were his dad, I should have stuck him to the wall back then to save me from embarrassment. These idiots seem to be up to something." Yangshuo stared at Shuang, swallowing hard. This woman was even more stunning than the queen. Tion Lily kicked Yangshuo from behind. "Are you staring again? Haven't you licked enough shoes?" Awakened, Yangshuo shot a glare at Tion Lily. "You don't know anything." He then cleared his throat and looked at Fong. "Are you Fong?" "No, you have the wrong person." Fong replied so decisively that the 3 women beside him were taken aback. Su Miao Miao said, "I didn't expect you to have a cowardly side. Do you want me to go over and fight them? If we can avoid a fight, that would be best. We don't know how many people are watching you outside. We can't fall for the Plaster Country's tricks. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." However, Yangshuo was actually clueless. They had known what Fong looked like for a long time. The reason they asked was simply because they were used to doing so before capturing someone. Seeing Fong Fong not daring to admit it, they thought he was being cowardly. So, he sneered, "Stop pretending. Here, I know you are Fong Fong. Now someone is paying to have you killed, so what do you say? Who wants to kill me? Why ask so much? Now I give you two options, either kneel down and die obediently, or..." Yang Shou glanced at Shuang, "or hand over your woman, and I can make your death quick." Fong Fong frowned. If this were in the endless forest, these bastards would already be dead. "Alright, here you go." Fong Fong pushed Su Jie out. Yang Shou and his group were stunned, because Shuang's fiery red hair was quite eye-catching. Combined with her high looks, everyone had just been looking at her and had forgotten about Su Jie beside Fong Fong. Now, upon seeing her, they realized there was actually another beauty, and her looks were on par with the previous one. Most importantly, they gave off two different vibes. How did this kid manage to have so many beauties around him? Yang Shou wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said, "You really don't know how to handle things? I want them all, got it? I want them all." Fong Fong glanced at Shuang and turned back to smile. "You might as well forget it. I'm afraid you can't handle her. She's a bit more delicate and can entertain you." His words were so ambiguous that Su Miao was stomping her feet in anger. "What do you mean by that?" Fong Fong couldn't be bothered to explain and said to Su Jie, "Don't kill them." "Understood, master." Su Jie nodded at Fong Fong, then stepped forward and a green magic circle appeared at her fingertips. Vines entwined. Vines as thick as a water barrel shot up from the ground in an instant. Before this group of fools could react, they were all wrapped up like zongzi. Normally, the vine entanglement was just a control skill without any attack effect. But with the addition of the green magic bracelet, the effect was different. Bloodlight flashed. With a loud crack, all the health bars of the traitors hit rock bottom. This was still under Su Jie's restraint. Otherwise, with just that one hit, everyone would have been done for. Because Fong Fong had said not to kill these traitors, Su Jie then initiated a group chat for them. Buzz as the colorful healing light surged up. The health bars of these traitors were instantly filled again. But the next moment, accompanied by a chorus of wails, everyone's health bars quickly hit bottom once more. And so it went, back and forth. Those watching the live stream outside were left dumbfounded. Indeed, don't mess with Wood Mage. They can make you suffer and enjoy it for a lifetime. With the wail of that group of traitors, those watching the live stream couldn't help but shudder. The mutated thorns, sharp as spikes, pierced the traitors all over, leaving them riddled with holes and drenched in blood. And it wasn't just a single stab, it was a jab, then a release, then another jab, then a release again. Those thorns seemed to spasm like muscles, repeating the torment, making life feel worse than death. I think this group of fools deserves it. They clearly have been brainwashed by the Patch Country. Damn, the Patch Country's entertainment district has even reached Jinling. Why isn't the government doing anything about it? It shouldn't lead to any fatalities, right? They won't die. Haven't you seen they're still being healed? I always thought this sister was just a bystander, but it turns out she's Fong Feng's trump card. So brutal. Can't it be a bit more brutal? They're just kids. Don't you have any conscience? Where did these wild dogs come from? Get lost. How did the government let dogs in? Did this dog just eat something foul before coming in? Otherwise, why does its mouth smell so bad? Damn, why doesn't the patch dog just die? The pot is ready. Let's treat everyone to dog meat tonight. Just as the voice of the saint appeared, it was instantly drowned out by the voice of justice. Little dog. Matero, seeing these comments, was so furious he wanted to smash his phone. Previously, he thought that although Pu Taiwan was a bit useless, his ideas were still commendable. But now, seeing Fong Fong, that kid was not only not stupid but actually very clever. With his operations, he not only vented his anger but also left others speechless. Most importantly, he shifted the online sentiment against the Patch Country severely. He must be killed, he must be killed. Has Fujihara Yoshiko not made contact yet? Sorry, little dog-sama. Due to interference in the space, traditional communication methods cannot establish contact. Unless we can access the Dragon Country's spatial communication channel, otherwise. Since a method has already been thought of, why can't we make contact? Sorry, little dog-sama, such secrets are beyond our reach. If we can't reach them, can Tion Jibwa not reach them either? Since the Tion family can build an entertainment district for us in Jinling, they must have a way to access the Dragon Country's communication channel. Little dog-sama, contact has been made, we just haven't received a reply yet. Tion Jibwa's daughter seems to be teaching at Magic City University, right? Yes, but little dog-sama, Tion Mabi is just a lecturer at Magic City University. She doesn't hold much influence. No, she does have influence. That examination site was originally constructed by Magic City, so there are communication points for the examination site at Magic City University, and as a lecturer, she is just qualified enough to use them. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. At Stone Fortress. 10 minutes later, when the thorns disappeared, those traitors had all turned into a pile of mush, no longer the arrogant figures they once were. Although it didn't hurt as much as before, due to the presence of toxins, these guys still couldn't stop bleeding, and the blood holes on their bodies wouldn't stop gushing. So brutal. Fong Fong stood before these traitors, shaking his head, and said to Sujia, "These guys won't die, right? They shouldn't. Good, can we play with them one more time? Everyone." Sujia, "Are you sure, master? I can guarantee they won't die, but I can't promise they won't go crazy. That would be a pity." At that moment, the one responsible for filming, Kimura Jiro, seemed to be stunned by Fong Feng's earlier actions. By the time he reacted and picked up his phone to record, he didn't even realize he was in photo mode. He also didn't notice that the photo mode had forced flash on. Click. Kimura Jiro was stunned. Again. Hey, it seems like there's still someone hiding over there. Before Fong could act, Kimura Jiro took off running. Shuing, wait a minute. Shuing, who was about to unleash the flame gun, turned back to Fong and asked, "What's wrong, little master? That guy doesn't seem to be from our dragon country." "Right. So I'm planning to shoot him dead. It looks like there's more than one. Let's go check it out. If there are many, it would be perfect for Sister Su to play again." The four quickly followed. Su Miao caught up. "What do you mean by that? The more I hear, the more wrong it sounds. What do you mean by my mom playing with them? Again? Why don't you go play with them yourself? Just looking at you, it's clear your mind isn't clean. Hey, I'm 3 years older than you. Is that how you show respect? No choice, it's because my generation is higher than yours. Where did you get your generation from? I don't know about it." Fong turned and called out to Sister Su. "What's up, master?" "Nothing, just suddenly wanted to call you." A faint blush appeared on Su Jie's face, knowing he was teasing his daughter, but still felt that Fong Feng's words were quite ambiguous. Then Fong said to Su Miao, "Now you know my generation is higher than yours, right? You're shameless." Before Su Miao could finish her sentence, a group of people emerged from behind a giant rock. The four of them also stopped. As Fujihara Yoshiko and the others approached, the people outside finally saw who was coming through the lens, and instantly, chaos erupted. "Damn it, these bastards from the plaster country really haven't given up on our dragon country. Damn, these are really people from the plaster country. How did they get into the exam hall? Is the official not going to do anything? So arrogant, I'm going to the exam hall right now. Let's see if I don't take care of these dogars. Damn, do they really think our dragon country has no one? They actually sent a group of assassins to openly come to our dragon country to kill a child. TMD, this is too much. I can't take it anymore. I'm going in right now to take care of these dogars." Inu Mataro never expected that the people he sent would encounter Fong in such a situation. This was definitely the most serious diplomatic crisis in the history of the plaster country. Hiding in the Tion family, Majini and Glenray were overjoyed at this scene. "I always thought these bastards from the plaster country were more likely to mess things up than to succeed. I didn't expect that today they would actually do something good." Glenray laughed. "If the dragon country really loses over 30 million students at once, even if there's no evidence to start a war with the Federation, the plaster country won't escape. It's not an if, it's a certainty. With the current means of the dragon country, it's impossible to break our seal. When the time comes, a war with the plaster country is inevitable. By then, due to the alliance, the Federation will naturally be dragged into it. Once international affairs become chaotic, our chance to gain independence will come. I heard that several states in the Federation also want to be independent. Should we share this good news with them? Is there such a thing?" Blair laughed. "Everyone has a flame of freedom in their heart, don't they?" At Stone Fortress, Fujiwara Yoshiko was sizing up Fong. "Your battle pet is quite impressive." Fong smiled slightly. "Your dragon language is not bad either, though a bit rough around the edges. It's much more fluent than what I've heard from the little ones I've met." "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm more curious about how strong you are without your battle pet." "Don't worry, I guarantee I won't disappoint you. If you don't believe me, we can try it out right now." For the strong Fujiwara Yoshiko, she was never stingy with her smiles, usually as cold as ice. At this moment, facing Fong, her eyes curved into charming crescents, and beneath her long eyelashes, it seemed like a pool of spring water was hidden. Words are not enough. Real combat is the only standard to test the truth. But if you want to spar with me, it depends on whether you have that capability, otherwise, you'll just have to be my slave. Beside them, Shu Ying's eyes were slightly cold, looking at Fujiwara Yoshiko as if she were staring at a corpse. "I thought you islanders were simple folk, wanting to have a lie show with me." Fujiwara Yoshiko laughed. "Don't worry, there will be a chance, but for now, you need to find a way to survive in my hands. As long as you can live, sister will grant you anything." After saying this, Fujiwara Yoshiko stepped back, and her subordinates scattered around her. Looking again, she had already disappeared from everyone's sight. "She's an assassin, master, be careful." With that, Shu Ying took the lead in launching an attack. 3 fiery spears exploded among the scattered crowd, instantly taking down 4 people. Su Miao held a spear, guarding behind Fong to prevent Fujiwara Yoshiko from launching a sneak attack from behind. Name, Fujiwara Yoshiko. Age, 23. Profession, Second Transition Shadow Assassin. Level, 33. Talent, SSS level, Light and Shadow absolute kill, battle power enhancement of 700%, damage reduction of 30%, health recovery increased by 50% per second. Introduction, her parents died in a fire when she was 3, later adopted by the Fujiwara family, awakened her SSS level talent at 18, went missing for 4 years after being discovered by the special department of the Gaoyao country, currently the captain of the assassination team, group 3 of the 7th Division. This was all the information Su Miaomio saw in the demon capture department. When she saw Fujiwara Yoshiko, she knew Fong Fong had run into a tough opponent this time. However, Fong Fong clearly had not realized this yet. He was directing Su Jie to shrink the battlefield. The guys from Gaoyao country were too scattered, which severely affected Shu Ying's killing efficiency. Su Jie's thorny vines had already reached level 8, and when fully unleashed, they could cover an area with a diameter of 100 meters, perfectly encircling all of the opponents in the middle. Then, layer by layer, they would compress the opponent's movement space. The people like Kimura Jiro, who were trapped in the encirclement, were now wishing for death because the intelligence department's information about Fong Fong had serious errors. Fong Fong, an 18-year-old second transition beast master, talent, resembling SSS level demon god's radiance, capable of fire magic, with a 6th level burning sky swallow and a 5th level thorny deer as battle pets. But now, could this thorny vine encirclement covering 100 meters be released by a 5th level thorny deer? And that seemingly unstoppable fiery spear, which could be released without interruption, was something a 6th level burning sky swallow could achieve? Just moments ago, Left Mu Jun had already died, his body blown to pieces, with his ribs piercing into himself. Long live our emperor! With a desperate roar, the fire mage and the assassination team blew himself up. The intense flames instantly engulfed the surroundings. Now's the time. Kimura Jiro seemed to hear the captain's urging. Without any hesitation, under the self-detonation of the fire mage Nagaki Maoto, the tightening thorny cage was blown open, creating a gap. Kimura Jiro held dual blades, his arms stretched back, and with a sudden burst of power from his feet, he ran like a shadow, dashing towards the gate of hell. Yes, it was the gate of hell, not some gate of hope. The intelligence had severely faltered. Under the onslaught of the enemy's 2 battle pets, they would be completely annihilated in no more than 3 minutes. Now, the only thing the surviving members could do was to fight for an opportunity for their captain, Fujiwara Yoshiko, a chance to kill Fong Fong. Kimura Jiro took the lead, flanked by 2 or 3 others on either side, forming a defensive angle. At the moment they reached the exit, the 5 behind him suddenly surged forward, using self-detonation to widen the exit that was about to close. Amidst the flames, Kimura Jiro leaped high, wielding his dual blades, and unleashed a dazzling cross-slash towards Fong Fong. Bang! Fong Fong looked up and fired a shot, instantly launching an 8 Extremes flame gun that shattered the opponent's cross-slash. But after the flash of fire, Kimura Jiro protected himself with both hands, curling his body into a ball, and bizarrely used the air to propel himself, then executed a swift thrust, piercing through the flames once more towards Fong Fong. A golden spear shot out from Fong Feng's right shoulder, resembling a streak of golden lightning. The counterattack arrived first, and a single thrust exploded Kimura Jiro's head. Fong Fong suddenly felt that, at the moment the blood rain fell, something was coming. Watch out! Fong Fong pushed Su Miaomio away while using her body to propel himself from his original position. Just then, he had seen a drop of blood rain actually shifting sideways. This defied the laws of physics, but at that moment Fong Fong had no time to ponder. He instinctively sensed danger. Su Miaomio was taken aback, unsure why Fong had just pushed her. However, in that instant, a fiery figure suddenly appeared where they had just stood. It was Shuang, who had unleashed the Phoenix Flame skill. She reached out and seemed to clash with some weapon in the void, sparks flying from her arm. Then, her right hand continuously reached into the void, pulling out a figure and swinging it down hard onto the ground. As dust flew, Su Miaomio saw that it was none other than the previously vanished Fujiwara Yoshiko. However, what shocked her even more was Shuang's power and speed. Wasn't she the burning sky swallow? This power and speed were terrifying. Perhaps even a 3rd transformation warrior wouldn't possess such strength and speed. Little did she know that Shuang's true form was a tier 10 divine beast, the Phoenix, with an initial attribute of 6,400 points, which had now risen to level 23. Combined with Fong Feng's 2nd transformation bonus, her total attributes had long surpassed 10,000. Yet, Shuang always presented herself with fire magic, making people forget her formidable physical strength as a divine beast. Is she dead? Su Miaomio looked in shock at the motionless Fujiwara Yoshiko on the ground. Dead, Shuang replied. Su Jie glanced at her, but Su Miaomio exclaimed, her talent is supposed to reduce damage by 30%. How could you have killed her with just that? Fong Fong walked over to take a look. It seems she really is dead. Doesn't that make it too easy for her? Although Fong Fong said this, he felt something was off. Just as he was about to examine her closely, Shuang leaned in from behind. What's wrong, little master? Do you really want to spar with her? Don't forget, there are countless people outside watching you. Fong Fong Smiled awkwardly. You know there are people watching outside, yet you don't pay attention to your own image? If anyone dares to gossip in front of the master, I'll just burn them to ashes. With that, she exploded a ball of flame in her hand. The male viewers watching the live broadcast outside couldn't help but collectively gasp. This woman is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. How could a goddess be something mere mortals can control? I never expected my goddess to be such a ruthless character. My goddess is just too cool. Well done. I wonder if those little days will dare to be arrogant in my dragon country again. Honestly, I was really sweating for that kid just now. Dragon country students, counter-killing. The killer group from the Band-Aid country. I've already thought of the marketing copy for tomorrow. What exactly are the true forms of those two beautiful sisters? They seem so powerful. My old classmate's Burning Sky Swallow was simply not even in the same league compared to her. What kind of talent does that Fong Fong kid have to be able to raise a 6th-tier Burning Sky Swallow to such a terrifying level? Warning, that couple is about to show off their love again. Single dogs, scatter, smack. This time, the phone of Inuzuka Taro was finally smashed to smithereens. Baka. There were many people in the room, but each one was like a snow-covered grouse, shrinking their necks, afraid to make a sound, because they had all just watched the live broadcast. This mission had failed again, and counting the last time, 80% of the elite assassination team members from the Band-Aid country had died on the territory of Dragon Country because of this kid, including the recently fallen Fujihara Yoshiko. The number of SSS level awakened individuals from their country killed in Fong Fang's assassination mission had reached 127. Are we still going to kill? The personnel from the Band-Aid country present all had a large exclamation mark hovering above their heads. At the same time, it was a decision that the high-ranking officials of the Band-Aid country had to face. Was it worth sacrificing so many talents from their country to stop the rise of a genius from Dragon Country? Report. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, startling everyone. Inuzuka Mataro said irritably, "What is it?" Report, Inuzuka-sama, we have been exposed. The Dragon Country's Demon Capture Division is on their way to us. Inuzuka Mataro stood up angrily, declaring, I swear, I will come back. You won't be able to come back. The next moment, the floor-to-ceiling window behind Inuzuka Mataro exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the flying shards, a person dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit slammed him to the ground, crashing through 14 floors and embedding him directly into the first floor. Before he could get up, the opponent stepped on his head, pushing him back into the ground. What happened on the charming street of the Band-Aid country was known to very few, even those outside the examination room. At this moment, Fong Fong, nestled in the embrace of Suing, stepped into a new battlefield once again. Following the radar's indication, 5 kilometers away, another hidden boss was discovered by 4 people. In the sunset plain located within the Pingding mountain range, the sunset was particularly poetic. Brother Ma, I finally found you. At the 87th outpost of the sunset plain, a disheveled Yin Xiaojun collapsed in front of Ma Jia. Ma Jia decisively spread his legs, causing Yin Xiaojun to crash into the stool beneath him. Looking down at him, he said, "What brings you here? According to our agreement, weren't you supposed to wait for us at the east peak of Pingding Mountain? Brother Ma, it's bad, something big has happened." Ma Jia frowned. What happened? Speak. Yin Xiaojun pointed into the distance. Brother Ma, that Fong Fong kid, I don't know what means he used, but he actually gathered all the people from Yujing City to deal with us. Ma Jia was first taken aback, then suddenly stood up. Are you sure? Yin Xiaojun nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes. They've blocked our camp's entrance. If I hadn't been clever and used a delaying tactic, I would have been killed by them by now. How arrogant. I haven't even gone to find him, and he actually came looking for me. Where are they now? I don't know. I was so scared at the time that I just blurted out to let them die. Behind Pingding Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be near the eastern peak of Pingding Mountain now. Damn it, you useless fool. Why didn't you point them to a place back then? Now you're asking me where to find them. Brother Ma, you can't be serious about going to find them, right? They are from the entire city, that's several thousand people. Can we take them on? Did you grow up eating shit? Let's not even talk about those losers. Do they have that much charm? Even if they did, the authorities wouldn't allow a legion of thousands to show up and fight. Yin Xiaojun was taken aback. Right, boss, that's something He Bian said. He grew up eating shit, and I also think this is impossible. Where's He Bian? That coward didn't come because he's afraid of dying. Only I traveled thousands of miles to deliver a message to Brother Ma. At that moment, Lu Chu and Xian, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up. Appa, although this kid is exaggerating, I think the other side must have hundreds of people, but definitely not over 1,000. How do you know? Ma Jia asked Lu Chu and Xian. Lu Chu and Xian chuckled and pointed at Yin Xiaojun. If the other side didn't have hundreds of people, how could this kid be scared out of his wits like this? Then Lu Chu and Xian continued. We need to think this through carefully. We mustn't act recklessly. Just say what you're thinking. Appa, have you heard of the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Isn't that a text from elementary school? Oh, Appa, how do you still not understand? Fong Fong is the cicada, and the ones who want to eat him, besides us, are Ma Lily and her group. We can let Ma Lily and her group be the mantis. And we can be the oriole. I've already thought of the location, it's right in Yanba Valley. Yanba Valley? Seeing that Ma Jie didn't know the place, In Xiaojun quickly opened his map and eagerly leaned in front of him. Pointing at Yanba Valley on the map, he said, "Brother Ma, it's here. If that kid Fong Fong arrives at the eastern peak of Pingding Mountain today, he will reach Yanba Valley at the latest by the day after tomorrow, because this is the only way from the eastern peak to the second level entrance." Ma Jie looked at Yin Xiaojun, then at Lu Chuanxiang. These two seemed to know everything, while he felt like he knew nothing, suddenly feeling like a fool. The key was that as he thought about it, this really was a good plan. So he cleared his throat and said, "But what if Ma Lily, that cicada, no, I mean Fong Fong, is too weak and really gets swallowed by Ma Lily and her group?" Lu Chuanshan laughed. "Appa, do you know why I chose Yanba Valley? Because there grows a type of black oil tree that can ignite a raging fire with just a spark. At that time, whether Ma Lily catches the cicada or not, we just need a few fire mages to set a fire from the top of the mountain, and it will definitely burn them to ashes. Are you saying we should take out Ma Lily and her group too? Why not? Appa, don't you think that Ma Lily has been quite a nuisance these years? At the last meeting with RJ Appa, I finally found a chance to take a photo with RJ Appa, but that woman stole the spotlight. Do you know why RJ Appa didn't invite us to his hotel last time? It was also that woman's doing." Yin Xiaojun was drenched in sweat, realizing that indeed the most poisonous thing in the world is a woman's heart. For the sake of a photo opportunity, she actually wanted to burn the other party alive. Ma Jie suddenly shouted angrily, "Are you saying that the idol invited them to the hotel?" "Yes, it was them. If Appa doesn't believe me, I still have photos of them taken that night at the hotel on my phone. How can this be? How can this be?" Seeing that Ma Jie had been swayed, Lu Chuanxiang turned to Yin Xiaojun and said, "Brother Xiaojun, could you please make another trip?" The way she called him Brother Xiaojun made Yin Xiaojun shiver. "Sister-in-law, just tell me what you need. You're fast, so could you go to Songhua Valley again? And repeat what you just told Appa to Ma Lily? But you need to say that the meeting place you agreed upon is in Yanba Valley and the time is tomorrow." "But sister-in-law, will they believe me if I say that? As long as you pretend to have been captured by them, won't they believe it?" At Fong Feng's campsite that night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Shuing suddenly opened her eyes in Fong Feng's arms and waved her hand in front of his face. Confirming that he was truly asleep, she quietly exited the tent. Just as she turned around, she saw Su Jie standing in front of the opposite tent, quietly watching her. Startled, she quickly put her finger to her lips, signaling her to be silent. Then, under Su Jie's gaze, she transformed into a large bird after leaving the campsite and disappeared into the night sky. The night at the Wancher fortress was eerily quiet when suddenly the wind picked up and a burning sky swallow descended. It was Xu Ying who had quietly come out carrying Fong Fong. She arrived at the battlefield from earlier, where the students had long been taken away by the teachers, leaving behind a large patch of bloodstains that looked chilling under the moonlight. Those Erwu boys were definitely not dead. After all, their master had given instructions. But this time's college entrance examination was surely ruined for them. Xu Ying arrived at the place where the killers from the Gaoyao country had been slaughtered, finding only charred bits of flesh, with nothing much to collect. However, when she reached the spot where she had smashed Fujihara Yoshiko, the body was gone. "Could it be that I came too late? Has someone from the Dragon Country official taken her away?" Xu Ying tugged at her eyebrows, but at that moment she suddenly heard a faint scraping sound coming from the boulders in the distance. Her lips curled slightly. Fujihara Yoshiko was not dead. Xu Ying's strike had merely dislocated all her joints. Due to a spinal injury, she had fallen into deep shock, looking no different from a corpse. At this moment, she had already used her powerful self-healing ability to repair her spine, but the dislocated joints in her limbs could not be fixed by self-healing. So now she could only slither on the ground like a snake. She needed to leave this place quickly today because it was too late. The proctor had not searched this area thoroughly. By tomorrow morning, they would definitely return and search even more carefully. Therefore, she had to find a safe place to hide and heal before dawn. She was grateful that she had managed to survive in such a situation while also mocking that red-haired woman for being an idiot. Possessing such great power yet being so foolish, she didn't even know if she was alive or dead. If she had kicked her again back then, she would have truly been finished. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a shock in her heart as she noticed a pair of exquisite high heels had appeared in front of her without her realizing it. Looking up along the beautiful black-stockinged legs, she felt her heart sink. It was that red-haired woman who had nearly beaten her to death during the day. How could she appear here? Xu Ying crossed her arms and coldly looked down at her. "What do you want?" Fujihara Yoshiko's eyes were filled with fear, because this woman now was completely different from the one during the day. In the daylight, she had been so charming and alluring beside that man. But now, she resembled a towering iceberg, radiating a chilling aura that made Fujihara shiver uncontrollably. Crawl! Why aren't you climbing anymore? Shuang squatted down, looking at the injured Fujihara Yoshiko, her voice devoid of any emotion, like a dog dealer on the street who has spotted a wounded puppy. The more Shuang withheld her intentions, the more fear Fujihara Yoshiko felt in the unknown. What do you want? My master almost died because of you. I was just following orders, it wasn't personal. However, in the next moment, Shuang grabbed her hair and tilted her head back as far as it could go. Seeing the fear in her eyes, a cruel smile appeared on Shuang's lips. She pulled down her black leather mask, scrutinized her for a moment, and then sneered, "Not bad looking, no wonder you could entice my master." At that moment, Fujihara Yoshiko's neck was bent almost 90 degrees backward, and all that could be heard was a gurgling sound from her throat, but no words could escape her lips. It wasn't until Fujihara Yoshiko felt she was about to die that Shuang finally released her. Then, in the evening breeze, she lit a feminine cigarette, and when Fujihara Yoshiko finally caught her breath, she spoke, "I'll give you a chance." "What chance?" "A chance to be a toy for my master." Fujihara Yoshiko was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "You wish. Even if you kill me, I could never be his toy. You will agree." After saying this, Shuang put her mask back on, then kicked her over and placed her foot on her face. No matter how Fujihara Yoshiko struggled, Shuang simply continued to smoke quietly. Her mask was made of a fierce beast's leather, not breathable, with only 2 small holes for her nose to breathe through. Shuang's foot perfectly covered these 2 air holes. The sudden feeling of suffocation left Fujihara Yoshiko's mind blank, followed by the pain of asphyxiation, filling her with both fear and discomfort. She wanted the woman's foot to move, but with her joints dislocated, her hands wouldn't obey her commands. No matter how hard she tried to breathe, it was futile. She looked at the woman, whose face showed no expression, calmly smoking, her eyes gazing peacefully into the distant night, as if she were stepping on not a person, but merely a trivial object. Finally, after finishing a cigarette, she flicked the butt away, watching it turn to ash in the air. Fujihara Yoshiko on the ground had gone silent. A normal person would have suffocated by now, but for her, it was merely unconsciousness. Shuang kicked Fujihara Yoshiko's face, and seeing no response, she stepped forcefully on a small button on her leather jacket. The Fujihara Yoshiko on the ground suddenly jolted, gasping for air, her eyes wide open, beads of sweat visibly forming on her brow. "Do you think this will make me submit? Dream on." Shuang laughed. "I never expected you to submit like this, but today I don't have time to play with you, because I'm afraid if I go back late, my master will find out." "Are you finally going to kill me?" Fujihara Yoshiko laughed. Shuang, however, coldly smiled. "You're thinking too much, our game has just begun." With that, she took a ring from her backpack space, a low-grade silver ring, but inside it contained a space capable of holding living beings. With a thought directed at Fujihara Yoshiko, a stunning flower bloomed from the ring, swallowing Fujihara Yoshiko whole and dragging her into the ring. Shuang looked at the ring in her hand, gently caressed it, and then transformed into a blazing phoenix, flying back to the camp. The next day, when Fong Feng woke up, Shuang was curled up in his arms as usual. Slap! Fong Feng's hand came down, and her plump, bouncy backside immediately rippled with waves. "Get up, sister! Su has even made breakfast, yet you still won't get up." "Master, just let me sleep a little longer." "What were you doing last night?" Shuang suddenly woke up. Could it be that the master found out? "If you hadn't stayed up too late last night, how could you be lazy this morning?" Shuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, almost giving herself away, but thankfully she held it together. Shuang sat up, wrapped her arms around Fong Feng's neck, and acted coyly. "Isn't it because the master is too handsome? I just want to steal a few more glances while lying next to you." "Stop the nonsense, get up quickly. Otherwise, that girl Su Miao Miao will scold me for being a lecher again. That girl can be quite annoying sometimes. Why don't you just take her in, master? Then the 2 of us can educate her together." "Sure, as long as you don't get jealous. When the master gives an order, how could I dare to be jealous? It's all written on your face, and you still say you're not jealous. Alright, get up now." With that, Fong Feng stepped out of the tent. "Sister Su, what delicious food are you making today? It smells so good." Su Jie smiled and said, "Meat, porridge and bread. I wonder if it suits the master's taste." "How could it not suit my taste? I love everything Sister Su makes. I'm going to wash my face first." After Fong Feng left, Shuang Yanden came out, walking over to Su Jie to take a look. "What are we having for breakfast today? It smells amazing. What did you do to that woman?" "Nothing much, just wanted to make her a toy." "For the master? A toy?" "Yes. You have no idea how amazing the master's brother is. He's like a hard-working little bull, and a little bull that never gets tired." At this point, Shuang felt a twinge of pain in her rear. "Although it's very comfortable, who can stand it for long? So I thought of getting a toy for the master to help share the burden." "Does the master know?" "Let's not tell him for now. Once she's trained well, we'll give him a surprise." "I'm just afraid the surprise will turn into a scare." "Then how about sister helps little sister share the burden?" Su Jia was taken aback, then said with a hint of annoyance, "Little Ling, don't say such nonsense." She was originally a gentle person, and even when angry, she seemed to be acting cute. Shu Ying smiled slightly. "Are you worried that I might get jealous?" Su Jie shot her a glare, thinking, "You're not even jealous? Someone just flirted with the master and you want to turn her into a toy? If I had something with the master, wouldn't you burn the house down? Besides, we are all the master's battle pets. If we can't unite, in the end, it will be the master who suffers. I'm too far apart in age from the master. Little sister, don't make such jokes in the future. I told you before, my true form is the undying phoenix, right? And your true form is the life dragon. The master has signed the highest contract with us. Barring any accidents, the three of us will live together for thousands of years. Compared to thousands of years, what does this little age difference matter? I have to say." Su Jie was somewhat moved, but thinking of Shu Ying, the vinegar jar, she shook her head. "Forget it, I'm not suitable for the master. I know you're afraid I'll get jealous, but if it's you, sister, I promise I won't be jealous. Although as a woman, who would want to share their other half with someone else? But we are different, we will live together for thousands of years. I can't let my selfishness disregard your feelings. Yes, we all have to live together for thousands of years. Even if I don't like the master, I can never marry again in this lifetime, not to mention I don't have no feelings for the master at all." Seeing Su Jie silent, her face tinged with a rosy hue, Shu Ying knew she was moved. But to think that just a few of her words could persuade her to help share the master's burden was clearly impossible. However, there is plenty of time in the future, there's no need to rush this moment. Shu Ying elbowed Su Jie. "Hurry up and wash your face, the master is back." "Ha, your face looks just like this tomato." Su Jie instinctively covered her face, no wonder it felt a bit hot, it had already turned bright red. Watching Su Jie run to wash her face, Shu Ying couldn't help but smile. She had said she wasn't moved by the master, but now she had been exposed. Fong Fong came to her side, looking curiously at Su Jie's retreating figure. "What are you guys doing? Why did Sister Su run away?" "It's nothing, just accidentally got a bit of dust on her face, afraid you'd see it, so she went to wash it." "What's the big deal? Are you afraid I'll see it?" The thoughts of women, how can you men understand? "Alright, little master, sit down quickly, and I'll serve you a bowl of meat porridge to replenish your energy." After having breakfast, the four set off again. Fong Fong had successfully killed a level 26 B-grade hidden boss. The food obtained was all like experienced chicken. After eating it, one could double their experience within 24 hours. This shows that the rewards given by the official were half in the examination room and half outside. Take these foods crafted by a 4th-tier chef, for instance. After the exam, one could quickly pull ahead of others in levels. Once such a distance was created, the chances of others catching up would be slim. After all, the skills of a 4th-tier chef are not something that money can easily buy. Fong Fong opened the map and Su Miaomio leaned over. "There's only one last area left to harvest. If nothing goes wrong, we should be the first to reach the second level by noon today." Fong Fong asked. "The passage to the second level opens at noon?" "Yeah, at 12 o'clock. I heard the first team to enter gets a reward." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Hey, why don't you ask what the reward is?" Fong Fong laughed. "Who cares what it is? Anything called a reward must be good stuff. As long as it's good stuff, I want it all." In the Manhwa River Valley, in a dilapidated village. Here, there are traces left by generations of candidates as well as the living imprints left by the indigenous people many years ago. Now, In Xiaojun had been captured here. Trembling, he looked at the small room next door, where Ma Lily, after hearing his words, was discussing something with Lu Biao and the others inside. "Do you think that guy's words are reliable?" Lu Biao asked Ma Lily. "What do you all think?" Tion thought for a moment and said, "I think it's probably true." Luo Ruan also nodded. With In Xiaojun's cowardly demeanor, he wouldn't dare to lie in front of us. Since everyone has no objections, let's set off immediately. We must reach Yanba Valley before Ma Jia and ambush Fong Fong. Lu Biao and the others nodded. "That makes sense, let's go." Ma Lily added, "But for safety's sake, let's split into 2 groups. You all take people to rush to Yanba Valley and I'll take In Xiaojun to Ma Jia to investigate further." "No problem, big sister, be careful on the way." "You all be careful too, there might be tricks." Deng Tao, Du Xiaozuan, and Luo Zijian each led a team in front of Yanba Valley and successfully met up. They had originally agreed with In Xiaojun to have a big fight outside Pingding Mountain, so they could make them pay a painful price for slandering Fong Fong. To avoid getting lost, Deng Tao and the others split into 3 groups, but after searching all day, they didn't see a single ghost. However, as the saying goes, a loss may turn into a gain. Although none of the 3 groups found In Xiaojun, the division of forces increased their coverage of the examination area, so they encountered more wild monsters along the way. Plus, with a large team fighting, they almost pushed through everything in their path. Everyone harvested thousands of magic crystals, especially the students of Class 13, who, under Fong Feng's feeding, all ranked within the top 10,000. This was an unprecedented achievement in the history of Class 13. Fong Fong himself was even more remarkable, with the number of magic crystals nearing 30,000, placing him at the top. In addition, the second-place team member, Ma Lily, had a staggering difference of 21,000 compared to him. This made all the teachers of class 13 extremely happy, especially the old principal who, every time he watched Fong Fang's livestream, had a face that bloomed like a chrysanthemum. During this time, he often told others, from the job transfer ceremony, I could tell this kid was capable, he's definitely a rare gem. At the same time, he felt that the kid hadn't let him down, and it was worth it for him to show off in front of so many people. However, he still felt something was missing. So, he picked up a pen and wrote a heartfelt recommendation letter to his old classmate Ji Choubai, who was far away at the Magic City Academy. In the letter, besides praising Fong Fong to the skies, he also threatened his old classmate to make sure to teach this kid well, or he would expose the incident from years ago when they peeped into the girls' bathhouse together. Have you seen that dog thing, Yin Xiaojun? In front of the Yanba Valley, Du Xiaozuan asked Luo, Zijian and Deng Tao. Seeing the two shake their heads, he continued, where did that dog thing run off to? Did he run away? This is the exam site. Where could he run to? Could it be that kid hid on the second floor? Impossible. As far as I know, the passage to the second floor won't open until noon. Today, he can't get in right now. Forget it, stop guessing. We can just wait for him at the entrance to the second floor. That makes sense. Let's head to the second floor entrance and wait for that dog thing. After some discussion, the group marched into Yanba Valley. He's here, Lu Gu, the person is here. Slap. Lu Biao slapped the informant who came to report, sending him spinning. What the hell? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others don't know we're here? Who exactly is here? Ma Jia, that dog thing Jia is here, just behind us. What the hell? How many people came? Did you see the big sister? About 100 or so. Didn't see the big sister. Go check again. The big sister said we should be on guard for tricks. Okay, Ma. Gu. Before long, another informant came to report. Lu Gu, the person is here. Who else is here? The informant ran out of breath, quickly swallowing some saliva to clear his throat. Yeah, Yujian city people. How many came? Is it like Yin Xiaojun said, that several hundred came? No. I told you, how could there be several hundred in such a large group? Not just that, it's a sea of black, at least several thousand. Lu Biao was stunned. Turning to look at Tian Zhou and Luo Ruan, Tian Zhou said irritably, are you seeing things? How could there be several thousand people? Really? I saw it from the hillside, although I didn't count them. There are at least over 2,000, already at the front entrance. They'll be here in no time. If you don't believe me, just count later. Now Tian Zhou and the others were shocked. They only had a few dozen people, while there were several thousand. On the other side, wasn't this asking for trouble? At this moment, Luo Ruan said, is it possible they are just passing by? After all, if they want to go to the second floor, they can only take this route. Right. It's possible they are just passing by. How could there be several thousand people? Tian Zhou immediately asked the informant, did you see the dog thing Fong Fong? I didn't see them. There were too many people. Maybe they were inside. But I didn't look carefully because I wanted to get back quickly to report. Tian Zhou was so angry with this kid that he really wanted to slap him to death. He went to scout the enemy and saw nothing. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have gone himself. Just as he raised his hand, ready to give this kid a slap, his hand froze in midair. Just then, Deng Tao and his group walked out from the front intersection. First, there were a few, then a whole bunch. If there had been a BGM from the Triad movies at that moment, it would have felt like the ending of one, with brother Haonan and Shan Ji walking down the street with a group of little brothers, a classic scene. What should we do? If I tell them we were just passing by, do you think they'll believe it? I just checked the map. There are a few outposts nearby. We should find one to hide for now. Good idea, let's go. Chun, Haonan and Shanji. No, it was Deng Tao and Luo Zijian. As Lu Biao spotted them, they also saw Lu Biao and his group. Why did those guys run when they saw us? Do they have a guilty conscience? Who cares if they have a guilty conscience? Let's catch them and give them a beating first. Isn't that a bit much? It makes us look like gangsters. Look at their clothes and hairstyles. They look like a support team for a celebrity from sauerkraut country. There's a good chance they're the helpers Yin Xiaojun brought. That makes sense. After saying that, Deng Tao turned to the back and said, you and your few wood mages, go stop them. Du Xiaozuan and Luo Zijian understood and pointed to a few people behind them. You guys go help. Lu Biao and the others hadn't run far when they saw countless thorn vines breaking through the soil in front of them, intertwining with the surrounding trees, forming a wall of thorns, blocking their way. MD, they've spotted us. This way, there's an outpost over here too. However, just as they turned around, ice spikes suddenly appeared, blocking their path again. At that moment, Deng Tao also rushed over with the leading group. Then the three of them laughed. Sure enough, these guys all had the airbangs of sauerkraut country, wearing earrings or eyeliner, and some even had clothes printed with their idol, Park Xingjing. The key point was that Du Xiaozuan had also spotted two guys among them who had previously been live streaming in the endless forest. No doubt about it, these people were the helpers Yin Xiaojun had brought. Dengue, that one and that one, these two guys were also live streaming and blocking Fong Fong in the endless forest before. Luo Wan and Tian Zhou were stunned upon hearing Du Xiaozuan's words. Could it be that these people were really all helpers brought by Fong Fong? That's right, they were the two streamers who had blocked them outside the camp before. Where's Yin Xiaojun? We called him here, where did he go? Lu Biao swallowed hard and said, this big brother, that kid Yin Xiaojun ran away and we're looking for him too. Speaking of which, we're still on the same side. Who the hell is on your side? It doesn't matter if Yin Xiaojun isn't here, taking care of you bunch of trash is the same. Come on, big brother, wasn't there some misunderstanding before? No misunderstanding. Back when you were shouting happily in the endless forest, now I'm going to make you shout even louder. Saying that, he took the battle axe from his back and slammed it down on the ground with a bang. This big brother, this has nothing to do with me. Those two were the ones live streaming. Lu Biao didn't hesitate to sell out Luo Wan and Tian Zhou. What do you mean, Lu? It means whoever's, but it is. They wipe it. If you want me to wipe your butts, there's no way in hell. Brothers, do you agree? Yeah, Lu Go is right, this has nothing to do with us. At that moment, Lu Biao secretly gave the two a look. Catch the leader first, go. I knew these guys wouldn't be honest. Dang Tao pulled the weakest. Du Xiaozuan behind him and raised his battle axe to confront the enemy. Luo Zijian and several other soldiers reacted quickly, almost simultaneously moving to join Deng Tao as he pulled Du Xiaozuan. With a loud bang, the battle axe clashed with a two-handed greatsword, and Deng Tao was immediately overwhelmed. There was no way around it. Lu Biao had an SS level talent, while Deng Tao's talent was only S level, and with a higher level than Deng Tao, the gap in their strength was significant. Fortunately, Deng Tao was a berserker with thick blood and strong explosive power. Although he was overwhelmed, he didn't suffer too much loss. On the other side, Luo Zijian and the others saw one of their comrades get knocked down by Luo Wan, while another was sent flying by. A charge. These three were all SS level talents, with levels above 24. Although they hadn't undergone their second-class change compared to Luo Zijian and his group, who had the highest talent of only S level and a maximum level of 20, they were still formidable. Even in a 3-on-8 situation, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But the problem was that it wasn't 3 against 8, it was 3 against 2003. Du Xiaozuan, while applying healing auras to the others, shouted to those behind him, hold them down, archers, shoot the hell out of them. After countless battles against wild monsters, everyone had developed a certain level of teamwork. As soon as Du Xiaozuan's voice fell, Lu Biao was ensnared by a vine, followed by ice spikes and vines appearing in the crowd, causing a large number of people to fall due to inertia as they prepared to counterattack. Then came the rain of magical arrows falling like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a series of explosions in the crowd. Realizing the situation was turning against them, Lu Biao and the others attempted to flee, but they were met with wave after wave of vines and ice spikes coming at them relentlessly. In less than half a minute, Lu Biao's group was either bound up like Zongzi, frozen into ice blocks, or lying on the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. At that moment, Du Xiaozuan emerged from behind, standing in front of the bound Tian Zhou, and slapped him across the face. MD, a bunch of losers, have you all forgotten your own surnames? A group of sycophants who treat the Koreans as their fathers. Tian Zhou, trapped in the vines, shouted angrily, TMD, why not fight me? One-on-one? What's the point of bullying someone outnumbered? Smack! Du Xiaozuan slapped him again. You think I'm stupid? You want to come out, huh? Just shout Park Qingjing and say you have no connection to his family, and I'll let you go. And you all, if anyone shouts Park Qingjing, I'll release them immediately. After saying that, he turned to Deng Tao and Luo Zijian. Brothers, is this how we handle it? You both have no objections, right? Luo Zijian nodded. I have no objections. After all, we can't really do anything to them. Deng Tao instinctively looked around and said, the live broadcast cameras are probably aimed right at us. Letting these sycophants curse a bit at the Koreans isn't a bad idea. Du Xiaozuan nodded and turned to Lu Biao and the others. You all saw it. Both brothers agreed. So why aren't you cursing? I'll do it. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their hand and said, Park Qingjing is just a sissy, has no connection to his family, and his whole family deserves a bad end. Alright, let him go. But after waiting for a while, the ice block on that guy's feet remained, which made Du Xiaozuan feel a bit awkward. He turned back and asked, what's going on? One of the mages stepped forward. It's not that we don't want to let him go, we'll do, but the problem is that so many people attacked at once, and we don't even know who cast the spell on that guy. Du Xiaozuan nodded and turned to that guy. Alright, you can take a break. Wait, big brother, I just cursed the whole Park family. You can't just ignore that. MD, you just heard it too. That freezing spell you were hit with, we don't even know whose it is. How can we let you go? How about this? You all curse a few times, and after that, we'll let it out together. However, just then, a cloud of black smoke suddenly floated in front of everyone. Du Xiaozuan sniffed. What's going on? Why does it feel like there's a fire over there? Fire? Dang Tao was startled. Not good, run. What's wrong? There are black oil trees everywhere here. They catch fire at the slightest spark. If we run slowly, we'll all burn to death here. Black oil trees. Everyone was shocked and looking around. Weren't they all black oil trees? While they were talking, flames had already appeared in the distance, coming from all directions. Where do we run now? Can we even get out? Luo Zijian suddenly said, the outpost, follow me, quickly. Under Luo Zijian's lead, everyone rushed out in a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, they had all fled. The remaining group, led by Lu Biao, was left stunned. You guys are running, at least. Let us go first. Hey! At this moment, everyone was scrambling for their lives. Who could still hear his shouts? Even if someone did hear, in the crowd mentality, they had no time to pay him any mind. Because this place was quite dangerous, the official outpost built here was several times larger than those in other areas. Everyone quickly found the outpost, and not just one, then they all surged inside. Hey, is everyone in? Everyone's in. At this moment, the fire was closing in. Oh no! What's the fuss about? What's going on? Those guys outside are still out there. It seems we forgot about them. Everyone was startled. They had indeed run too hastily and forgotten those few traitors who had sold out their country for personal gain. But now that the fire was approaching, it was too late to run out and save anyone. Meanwhile, outside, those watching the live broadcast of the college entrance examination had expressions that were quite something. At first, they were filled with excitement watching the students come out, each thinking, back in our day, how come we didn't have this group of kids so impressive? Then they were shocked by their group tactics. With just a bit more training, TMD, they could go to the battlefield. These kids are way more impressive than we were back in the day. The students from Yujing City have really opened our eyes. Exactly, with so many people, whether it's killing monsters or beating people, sweeping the entire exam hall isn't a dream. Why didn't we know how to unite like these kids back then? That's because we didn't have a leader like Fong Fong. As soon as this comment came out, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if it weren't for that kid Fong Fong, desperately harvesting bosses and triggering collective rewards, this group of little brats wouldn't be so united. They then frequently nodded at Du Xiaozuan scolding, agreeing that Du Xiaozuan was right. Lu Biao and those second-rate guys really needed a lesson. A mere actor from the Sauerkraut Nation had them all confused, unable to tell right from wrong. If that were my son, I'd want to slap him to death. Some things that Du Xiaozuan and the others didn't know in the exam hall, those watching the live broadcast were fully aware of. The Sauerkraut Nation and the Plaster Nation were doing everything they could to prevent the Dragon Nation from rising. And for the people of the nation, who wouldn't want their homeland to prosper? They had heard before that these two countries had attempted assassinations on the talented youths of the Dragon Nation. But that was just hearsay. Seeing it with their own eyes this time felt completely different. However, soon everyone began to feel angry. Because if there was a fire in the Misty Valley, it was definitely the Plaster Nation and the Sauerkraut Nation behind it, those scoundrels. Fortunately, the officials have established enough outposts in such places, so the students from Yujing City faced no real danger and all made it into the safe zone. As for those trapped in the fire, like Lu Biao and his group, they were selectively forgotten by everyone. Fong Fong, along with Shu Ying and the others, had now arrived at the entrance of the second floor. The B-level hidden boss in this area had already been completely looted. Exactly 30 of them, no more, no less, and it was unclear whether it was Fong Fong who had exhausted all the examination privileges, but the rewards given afterward, aside from 1,000 magic crystals, were all the skills of a 4th-tier chef. 40 plates of roasted chicken and braised pork knuckles, enough for Fong Fong to indulge for a month. As for the remaining C-level hidden boss, Fong Fong decided to leave them behind. The area was simply too vast, and according to the distribution pattern of hidden boss, the C-level hidden boss were scattered around the camps of various cities. It would take at least 3 days to run this circuit. With 3 days to spare, it would be better to head directly to the second floor and continue tackling B-level boss, or even the legendary A-level boss. The entrance to the second floor was a stone door 3 stories high, about 6 or 7 meters wide, standing like a monument on the grassland. Fong Fong raised his hand and glanced around. It's only 11 o'clock. It seems we arrived too early. Su Miaomio said, not too early. At this time, there must be a lot of people from other districts waiting in front of the stone door. Many? Fong Fong noticed that it seemed like only a few of them were present. Of course. Speaking of which, the Southwest Province is the weakest among the 8 major provinces, with an average of only 7 students every 5 years able to enter the Magic Capital Academy. Then which province is the strongest? There are 3 strongest provinces: the Southeast Province, the Northern Province, and the Northwest Province. The top overall scores each year always alternate among these 3 provinces. Last year, it was the Northwest Province that had the highest overall score. Is there a chance it could be our Southwest Province this year? Su Miaomio smiled slightly. I know what you're thinking. Even though you've killed all the B-level hidden boss in this district for the 3 provinces I mentioned earlier, that's just basic operation. Besides, how strong can you be alone? At most, you could be the national college entrance examination champion, but if the others lag behind, it would still lower the overall score, right? If our province gets first place nationally, is there any reward? No, the so-called national first place is just an honor. For someone like you, who is only interested in money, it probably won't matter. Fong Fong smiled. Why do I feel like you're hinting at something, girl? Don't call me girl, I'm older than you. Call me sister. Hashtag, then I have to ask if your aunting agrees. Shuing smiled slightly. I have no problem. Why don't you just be her little brother? Angle, degree. Innocent Su Miao Miao felt that the two were definitely alluding to something, but she had no evidence. Fortunately, Su Jia was experienced and immediately caught on to the underlying meaning. Little Ling, Miao Miao is still young, don't joke with her. Like that. Shuing leaned on Fong Feng's shoulder, looking lazy as she said, look at what my sister said, Miao Miao is my niece. What can I really do to her? By the way, little girl, it seems like you haven't finished what you were saying just now? Su Miao Miao felt a bit confused but still said, if this guy can really lead the entire district to first place, not only will the school history record his name, but they might even build a statue for him. At the same time, his name will definitely appear in the city and provincial records, and there might even be a considerable bonus. Sounds pretty good, huh? Little master, should we give it a try? Fong Fong said, how do we try? This isn't just a matter of one or two people. Beep beep beep. Fong Fong looked at the suddenly alarming wristband, bewildered. Is this reminding me that the passage is about to open? Su Miao Miao shot him a glance and said, what passage is about to open? Someone is looking for you, quickly see who it is. Fong Fong was also a bit puzzled. In his friend panel, there were only 4 friends, his chief master, the duo of Wulong and Fengchu, plus Su Miao Miao. Wulong and Fengchu were not in the exam hall and Su Miao Miao was right in front of him. Could it be the master? He opened the wristband, and a holographic projection burst forth, revealing teacher Yi Qianxue. Fong Fong, some students have encountered an accident. Can you go save them? What happened? Fong Feng's expression immediately turned serious. The students are trapped in a fire in the Yanbo Valley, and you are the closest to them. Moreover, you have a battle pet, the burning sky swallow, so we need you to go check it out first. If you can rescue them, that would be best. If not, please do your utmost to stop the fire from spreading to the outpost. We will arrive shortly. No problem. Just as he ended the call, he heard Su Miao Miao say, over there. Fong Fong looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, at the end of the grassland, a cloud of black smoke was rising. No time to lose, let's set off immediately. The shadow transformed into the burning sky swallow. Get on. Then it spread its wings and soared high, covering the 5 to 6 kilometers distance in the blink of an eye. The fire spread throughout the valley, with thick black smoke blotting out the sun. Finding a group of people in such a sea of flames was not difficult for Fong Fong, because besides having a boss radar, he also had a personnel radar, which could search not only by camp but also pinpoint individuals. However, Fong Fong had always been a lone wolf, so he hadn't used this feature since he got it. Now, when he opened it, the map quickly displayed many small dots, among which, in the direction of Yanbo Valley, there was a cluster of dense blue dots, which should be the students from the Yuzhou city camp. But just then, several magical attacks and arrows shot up from the ground. The shadow dodged to the side. It's that bastard Fong Fong. Kill him. Just moments ago, Ma Jia and others were guarding the entrance of Yanbo Valley, watching the raging fire in the valley, thinking that if it burned them to death, it would be too easy on that bastard Fong Fong. Ma Lily and the team was also watching the towering flames. Although her gaze was somewhat dazed, she didn't seem too heartbroken. Lu Biao and the others were completely finished, and she had now become a mere figurehead. Fortunately, she was not with them at this time. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was that it wasn't her who killed Fong Fong, but that disgusting Ma Jia. Just thinking about how her chance to go on vacation to Jizhou Island with Park Appa and get his signed photo would be ruined by this disgusting guy made her inexplicably angry. Ma Jia, I think you've gone mad. Do you know how many people will die because of this? Ma Jia sneered, don't slander me. Do you see this fire as mine? You, even if you didn't set it yourself, you can't escape responsibility. And do you know how many people this fire will kill? The Demon Capture Division of Long Country will not let you go. Ma Jia leaned against his forehead and chuckled, his expression utterly deranged. The Demon Capture Division of Long Country can't manage me right now. I forgot to tell you, Park Appa has already gotten me the nationality of Sauerkraut Country. As soon as the exam is over, I'll take his private jet to Jizhou Island. Seeing Ma Jia's smug look, Ma Lily was filled with anger. She also had the nationality of Sauerkraut Country, which was handed to her by Park Appa's agent just before the exam. In addition, she also had a frenzy potion that Park Appa had given her, along with a small note he had personally written wishing her success this time. That day, she buried the note deep in her heart, as if she could feel Park Appa far away in the demon city, smiling at her with a sunlit face, extending an inviting arm. For this reason, that day, she hid in her room, lying on Appa's poster, using up 5 boxes of batteries, until the note was soaked and crumpled. wishing she could bury it deep within her body for a lifetime. But now, because of this nauseating Manhwa, she had disappointed Appa. Just as he hesitated about whether to take down Manhwa and take his place, a shadow fell over them. Looking up, they were surprised to see a burning sky swallow with a wingspan of 16 meters. Wasn't that Fong Feng's battle pet? Ma Lily and Manhwa exchanged glances simultaneously. Then Manhwa immediately ordered his mages and archers to attack. Regardless of whether it was Fong Feng or not, they would deal with it first. Just as Shuang sidestepped to avoid, Manhwa saw it and Ma Lily also saw it. Sitting on the back of the burning sky swallow was none other than Fong Feng. The two exchanged glances again, and then Manhwa drew his longsword and lunged at Fong Feng in the sky. He was a demon swordmaster, capable not only of warrior skills but also of wind magic. Wind magic not only allowed him to move faster but also to jump higher, even enabling brief spatial gliding. With one leap, he soared over 20 meters, still a bit short of the height of the burning sky swallow, but it didn't matter. He had one more move, the sky slash. With his SSS talent as a sword demon, his combat power was enhanced by 710%, damage taken was reduced by 30%, and his mana recovery was increased by 30%. Armed with this talent, and being a rare-class demon sword master, he had been invincible among the new generation in Nanyun City since his job change. Now, facing just a beast master like Fong Feng, he was confident that this slash would take his life. However, just as his sword cut through the air, forming a crescent-shaped blade of light, a golden spear came crashing down. The spear shattered his blade of light and struck his face. Then with a bang, it slammed into the ground like a cannonball. A red mark stretched from his right eye to the left corner of his mouth, glaringly obvious and comically absurd. As Manhwa jumped into the air, Ma Lily was also preparing her magic, a magic circle interwoven with electric sparks suddenly appearing above Fong Feng's head. However, Fong Feng didn't even look. He directly fired a flame gun into the crowd below, brushing past the leaping Manhwa. It exploded above the crowd, interrupting Ma Lily's magic. Even so, the tremendous impact made everyone feel as if they had been struck in the chest with a hammer, and those with weaker foundations collapsed to the ground on the spot. After all, this was an examination venue, monitored by magical surveillance arrays, and Fong Feng didn't want some scoundrels making a fuss. He intended to give a small lesson. Don't let that scoundrel escape, stop him. Countless magical arrows shot into the sky, forcing Fong Feng, who was determined to rush into the fire scene to save people, to change direction again. Are you all crazy? I'm going in to save people, if you dare to. Stop me again, don't blame me for being rude, Fong Feng shouted angrily. Manhwa sneered, dream on about saving anyone. If this fire doesn't kill you, consider yourself lucky. Now that you've come to my door, you think you can leave? Not a chance. Did you just say this fire was set by you? Fong Feng's killing intent surged. Manhwa couldn't be bothered to respond to Fong Feng. In his eyes, Fong Feng was already a dead man, and he didn't even want to waste breath on him. The next moment, Manhwa took out a frenzy potion and downed it in one gulp. As the potion went down, arcs of electricity began to flicker around him, his bangs flying. His eyes blood red, and he seemed to become more spirited, even more insane. At that moment, he turned to Ma Lily and sneered, the one destined to go to Jizhou Island with Appa is me, not you, you stinky hag. Ma Lily was initially taken aback. How could Manhwa have the explosive potion? Wasn't it specifically given to her by Park Appa? But when she heard Manhwa's provocation, she instantly realized, you have the explosive potion, but don't I? How could someone as disgusting as you be the one to go with Park Appa to Jizhou Island? So she also downed the explosive potion. As soon as the potion entered her system, she realized how potent it was. Definitely stronger than 2 bottles of ergwotu, and in an instant, she felt as if she were drunk. A sense of confidence, I'm the best, you're second, suddenly occupied her consciousness. All her inner desires, at that moment, were like wild horses running free. With a poor loser like you, how could you possibly share a world with my Park Appa? I'll be the first to kill you. Under the influence of the explosive potion, Ma Lily's lightning magic almost reached instantaneous casting. A crackling bolt of lightning suddenly appeared above Manhwa's head. Manhwa wasn't intimidated. He directly slashed with his sword, then executed a whirlwind slash, sweeping through the crowd and directly killing his way to Ma Lily. In the sky, Fong Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why are our people fighting each other? Fong Feng, should we go down and intervene? If these 2 lunatics keep this up, the people below will be killed sooner or later. Hearing Su Miao Miao's words, Fong Feng frowned. What does it have to do with me? Right now, saving people is the priority. If you want to go, I won't stop you. As a demon hunting officer, Su Miao Miao had the duty to prevent such incidents, but she felt the same as Fong Feng. She didn't want to get involved. Otherwise, it shouldn't be called intervening, but rather stopping. Forget it, saving people is more important. Let's go in and save them first. In the Yanba Valley, the black oil trees, under the scorching heat, were oozing black oil from their trunks and roots, turning the entire valley into a true sea of flames. We won't die here, will we? Looking at the flames flowing in, Du Xiaozuan swallowed hard, moistening his dry throat. We shouldn't, the outpost's protective shield can block the flames. Luo Zijian's words were meant to comfort others, but they were also self-comforting. Only when one is in the midst of a fire does one realize that the flames, which usually look dazzling, are actually black. The ground was steaming with flames, thick smoke obscured the sky, making it feel as if they were in hell. However, Deng Tao suddenly sighed, this protective shield can block the flames, but it may not be able to isolate the high temperatures. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It wasn't that it might not be able to, it definitely couldn't. Didn't they see how everyone was sweating like dogs? The flames were still relatively far away. If they reached the shield, wouldn't they all be roasted alive? How about we dig a tunnel and try to hide underground? I think this method is feasible. The soil can provide good insulation. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and get the earth mages to start digging. However, they had barely dug down 2 meters when flames shot up from below. Fortunately, there was a water mage nearby who quickly sealed it with ice spikes, otherwise, if it spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. How could this happen? The roots, it's the roots of the black oil tree. We can't dig this tunnel anymore. Quickly fill the pit back up, or if the flames start burning underneath, we're all done for. So what do we do now? Are we really going to die here? Everyone fell silent, waiting for the teacher to come and save them, but this place is almost at the center of the exam site. No matter which camp the teachers set out from, it would take at least a day to reach here. After a day, they would have long turned into roasted chickens. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast outside had their hearts in their throats for these students. Why hasn't Fong Fong arrived yet? What good will it do if he comes? With so many people, he can't possibly save them all by himself. That damn Ma Jia, he better not die a good death. The more agitated ones were the parents of these students. They watched helplessly as their children were consumed by the merciless flames, while they could only stay in front of their phones, unable to do anything. In such a situation, some mothers fainted on the spot. Others, after fainting, immediately woke up and cried out loud while holding their phones. The fathers sat quietly behind their wives, though. They said nothing and just watched silently. The veins bulging on their arms and the bloodshot eyes revealed their inner turmoil, which was just as painful and anxious as the mothers. However, as the pillar of the family, they forced themselves not to break down, knowing their wives needed someone to care for them after the blow. Just then, a loud bang echoed from above, as if something had fallen onto the protective shield. Everyone looked up and saw a figure sliding down the shield. It's Fong Fong. Fong Fong has come to save us. Despite the raging fire, he actually came to save them. It seemed this leader was worth following. Fong slid down the edge of the shield to the ground and turned back to look at everyone. Are you all okay? Although Luo Zijian didn't particularly like this guy, seeing Fong Fong in such a situation still moved him. We're fine, but if you were any later, we might have been roasted alive. Fong Fong then surveyed the scene, realizing that just having Shuang take them out one by one was clearly not enough. Soon, it seemed Fong Fong had made some kind of decision, turning to everyone and saying, "Everyone, stay close to me." What is this kid planning to do? The viewers outside the live broadcast looked confused. What does he mean by that? He can't possibly think he can take everyone out by himself, right? That's impossible. If that's the case, everyone will die, including him. What the hell does that mean? If we can't get out, won't we all die anyway? Seeing that everyone was silent, Fong Fong shouted loudly, "Did you all understand?" The first to react was Deng Tao, who said, "I understand. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well take a gamble with you." Exactly, today we're all taking a gamble with you. I'd rather turn to ash than let anyone see me turn into a roasted chicken. Fong Fong nodded. Good, when I say run, everyone runs with me. Don't hesitate, keep an eye on the people around you, and try not to let anyone fall behind. He then put away his staff and took out his battle knife, a Tang Hung knife, modified from a diamond-set demon blade. At that moment, the comments from the outside world exploded. What is that kid planning to do? Isn't he a beast master? Could he also be a warrior? This beast master, although he can use fire magic, he shouldn't be able to handle martial skills, right? Even if he is a magic swordsman, so what? With such a big fire, he can't possibly get out, let alone take so many people with him. It's simply impossible. However, all voices fell silent. The moment Fong Fong placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, everyone focused intently, waiting for Fong Fong to create a moment that he would never forget. When he drew his sword, draw the sword. Level 8 sword draw, cloud-breaking slash. In a flash, it was out of the sheath. Under the tenfold amplification, the massive crescent-shaped blade of light blew away the flames, cutting through the thick smoke, with earth and stones flying everywhere. A passage 30 meters wide and 100 meters long was suddenly formed. Run! Fong Fong took the lead, and behind him, Deng Tao and others surged out like a tide. Fong Fong reached the end, drew his sword again, and cleared the 100-meter-long passage once more. After 30 draws of the sword, sunlight finally fell on everyone's faces. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, they were out, finally out. In the city, thunderous cheers erupted, with people either holding their phones or crying tears of joy in front of the large screen in the square. The survivors, still in shock, lay exhausted on the ground, too overwhelmed to celebrate. Su Jia, who had been waiting here, immediately released the song of the forest to treat everyone. Once they caught their breath and looked back at the sea of flames behind them, they couldn't help but marvel that this was definitely the fastest they had ever run in their lives. The students of the mage profession were even more astonished that they could run 3,000 meters in one go. By the way, where's Fong Fong? Only then did everyone suddenly realize and start searching for Fong Fong. However, at this moment Fong Fong couldn't afford to rest and charged back into the sea of fire again because only part of the people had been rescued, and there were still others inside. In fact, he was also tired. After drawing his sword 30 times in a row, even with the enhancement of the life dragon, he was feeling the strain. Never abandon, never give up. At first glance, this phrase seems trivial, and some might even think you're just showing off. But when Fong Fong truly put this phrase into practice, he was amazed to discover that it seemed to possess some magical power that continuously stimulated his potential. At the same time, unbeknownst to him, the people he saved today deeply remembered this phrase because of his actions. An hour later, Fong Fong finally successfully brought out the last batch of people. At this point, he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. If it weren't for his powerful recovery ability akin to the life dragon, not only would he not have managed to save everyone, but he might have lost them all in the first attempt. Let's go. Where to? To find a river to wash up. Look at me, all sweaty and dirty. What if you end up disliking me? Shuing walked over and directly hugged Fong Fong. I would never dislike my master, even if the whole world disliked you. I would never dislike my master. Fong Fong smiled and playfully scratched her nose. Alright then, you can help me wash later. Whoever doesn't let me wash is a little dog. You are my little dog. A blush rose on Shu Ying's face, as if recalling a little secret between them. She playfully punched Fong Fang's shoulder, half angry and half shy, saying, "You're the little dog, always bullying my little dog. Hee hee, let's go." Master, I know. There's a small river nearby. I saw it from the sky just now. Then lead the way. At that moment, Su Miao Miao caught up and said, "Aren't you going to the second level?" Fong Fong laughed. At this time, going there wouldn't make me first anyway, so it doesn't matter. Su Miao Miao nodded. That's true, then let's go. Wash up. Look at how dirty you are. We're going to wash up. What about you? I'm going to keep watch for you. After saying that, Su Miao Miao was taken aback, wondering how she ended up saying she would keep watch for the LSP. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Today, this guy's performance was just too cool. Just for the sake of how cool he is, keeping watch for him is no big deal. She then ran back to grab Su Jie's hand. Mom, let's go keep watch for that pervert. Su Jie was staring blankly at Fong Fang's back, her thoughts mirroring those of her daughter. Today, although the master seemed a bit disheveled, he exuded a captivating charm that made one inadvertently gaze at him in fascination. At that moment, he was startled awake by his daughter, and only then did he react, poking Su Miao Miao on the head with annoyance. Look at you, you don't even resemble a girl, with your mouth full of foul language. I was just a bit too happy, okay? Mom left. Just then, Luo Zijian suddenly called out to Fong Fong from behind. Fong Fong, wait a moment. What's up? Luo Zijian first glanced at Suing, never having dreamed that the goddess he had been thinking about was actually this kid's battle pet. Fong Fong, although I find you quite unpleasant, you did a great job today. Luo Zijian, will remember this, I owe you a life today. Fong Fong smiled slightly. To be honest, he didn't really value that life. Then, Deng Tao and Du Xiaozuan, along with a few others, gathered around. Fong Fong, your great kindness needs no thanks. If you ever need me, Deng Tao, just ask. If I frown even once, let me die a terrible death. What was supposed to be a powerful statement ended up sounding a bit uncomplimentary in the end. But then again, they were students, not real heroes from Liangshan. It was normal for such grandiose words to falter halfway. And me, us too. Fong Fong scanned their faces and smiled. It's not easy to save you all, you should just live well. If you really want to help me, then study hard for the exams. Because I'm definitely going to enter the Magic City Academy, and if you can't get in, how can you help me? This time, Fong Fong really left. Shuang nestled against his shoulder, looking like a couple of heroes who had decided to retreat to the mountains, with beauty in tow. Although Shuang's beauty made all the boys envious, today they could confidently tell themselves that such a beauty could only be grasped by someone like Fong Fong. For them, it was like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Beauty matches hero. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Stop being so sour. Didn't Fong Fong just say the second floor has opened? Since we've dragged him down and missed the chance to be the first to enter, let's go to the second floor and scout the way for him. That's a good idea. Count me in. What do you mean count you in? Let's all go together. No problem. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. The 1,000-strong team surged towards the entrance of the second floor, and their survival from disaster was destined to become everyone's nightmare. Meanwhile, girls in the crowd occasionally turned back to look. I feel like I haven't even said thank you to him. How did he just leave? I really want to be his battle pet, just like that beautiful sister, snuggling on his shoulder. That must be the happiest thing in the world. Fong Fong, let's meet again at the Magic City Academy. The river flowed gently, crystal clear. Shuang rummaged through her backpack for a long time before finally pulling out a set of bubble bath equipment. What are you doing? Fong Fong looked at her in confusion. Giving the master a bubble bath. Fong Fong smiled slightly. She really was a naive, silly woman. He wasn't like those foreign beasts. After just surviving a life and death situation, the couple wouldn't just rush to have a bath and then naturally proceed to do some indescribable things. He wasn't in the mood for that right now. So he pointed around and said, "There are surveillance arrays everywhere. Do you want to give us a live broadcast?" Did the master forget? I have a barrier that isolates. Your barrier can only isolate magic. Can it also block others' sight? Why didn't I think of that? What should we do? What do you think? I can't go back on my word after promising the master, so I've decided to go all out. Fong Fong quickly pressed her hand down and said, "Silly sister, you can go all out, but I can't." Shuang smiled gently. I didn't expect the little master to be shy. Fong Fong rolled his eyes and leaned closer to her ear, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "Are you trying to put a green hat on me?" Actually, it wasn't entirely Shu Ying's fault. She had been looking forward to giving the master a bubble bath for a long time, and today, having finally caught the opportunity, she momentarily forgot about it in her excitement. Hearing Fong Feng's words, she wasn't sure if he was angry, but her heart tightened nonetheless. Blushing, she said to Fong Fong, "Master, I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry, okay? If you do this again next time, I might really get angry." Hearing that Fong Fong wasn't mad, she finally relaxed. Shuing belongs to the master. If anyone else sees my body, I'll gouge out their eyes and make them regret coming to this world. You don't have to be that harsh. I don't care. I just know that I am the master's private property. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards me, I will definitely make them regret coming back to this world. You're not an object, you're my little dog, have you forgotten? Woof. Woof. Fong Fong chuckled and took her hand. Alright, enough playing around, come help me wash my back. Although her idea of giving Fong Fong a bubble bath fell through, the next moment, a flash of light surrounded her, and she changed into a sky blue backless swimsuit, demonstrating what it means to have a captivating presence. With a waist that could be grasped and a plump, bouncy figure, paired with an ethereal grace, just the act of tiptoeing into the river was enough to disarm anyone. Shuing knelt behind Fong Fong, pouring shower gel over the bubbles and gently rubbing his back, quickly creating a lot of foam. Fong Fong washed his face in the river, suddenly looking up and asking, "Did we forget something?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered those guys who had ambushed him outside the Misty Valley. How could he have forgotten those scoundrels? With that thought, Fong Fong wanted to immediately launch a counterattack. Such scum didn't deserve to live in this world. It wasn't just because they ambushed him, but because this group of heartless bastards was willing to burn down the Misty Valley, sacrificing thousands of people just to kill him. Sensing the hostility radiating from Fong Shuing, who was rubbing his back, was first startled, then hugged him from behind and softly asked in his ear, "What's wrong, master?" "I want to kill a few people." "Leave such trivial matters to me. There's no need to make the master angry." Shuing gently rested her head on his shoulder, trying to use her tenderness to soothe Fong Feng's anger. Feeling Shu Ying's gentleness, Fong Feng's hostility indeed dissipated quite a bit. He gently patted Shu Ying's hand and asked, "Did I scare you just now?" Shu Ying climbed onto his shoulder and smiled at him. "No, I was just a bit worried that the master would get upset over such a small matter." "Forget it, let's not wash anymore, let's go." "Wait a minute, the master's head hasn't been washed yet." Saying this, she pulled a piece of grass from his head. "Look, so dirty, lie down quickly, let me wash your hair." Before Fong Fong could refuse, she pressed the back of his head against her abdomen, turned around to grab shampoo from the shore, dripped it into her palm, and began to massage and wash his hair at the same time. The river water gently rocked their bodies, and with Shu Ying's massage, Fong Fong gradually relaxed. Anyway, those guys can't escape. The key is that Fong Fong is indeed tired now, and with Shu Ying's Thai-style head massage being so comfortable, under the soothing sounds of bubbles, he quickly lost the desire to move. Shu Ying's fingers gently glided through Fong Feng's hair, a smile playing on her lips, but a hint of malice flashed in her eyes. Although the master hadn't said who to kill, it was obvious that it must be those arsonists from before. It would be too easy on them to just kill them for making the master so angry. Watching her master slowly fall asleep in her arms, Shu Ying's eyes softened, even becoming infatuated. From the moment she first saw Fong Fong, she knew that her master was a person with burdens. This made him seem mature compared to his peers, lacking the youthful vigor that others his age had, being quiet and introverted. While this might not mean much to others, it pained her heart. So, she boldly devised a training plan for her master, aiming to transform Haixing Su Jie silent. "I knew I had guessed right again. This woman is just too gentle." Gentle people tend to have many worries, especially when it comes to matters of love between men and women, where concerns multiply. She worries about being gossiped about, fears that the other person might look down on her, and is even concerned about whether her daughter will accept the fact that her mother is finding a partner younger than herself. With so many knots in her heart, untangling them one by one is quite troublesome, but I can take advantage of her greed. Everyone has desires, even divine beasts of her caliber are no exception. As long as there is desire, there will be weaknesses in her mental defenses. If she has feelings for the master, then what she truly wants is the master's love for her. This is her greed and her mental weakness. So, I targeted her weakness and softly said, "Do you know how I made the master fall in love with me?" As soon as I said this, Sujie's eyes indeed brightened. I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "For words, physical contact." Sujie looked at me with a gaze that seemed to say, "I haven't read much, don't you dare trick me. Whether I'm tricking you or not, you'll know if you try it, right? This is a great opportunity. Once this village passes, there won't be this shop anymore." Sujie hesitated for a moment but finally made up her mind, stepping into the river, kneeling beside me, and gently cradling Fangfeng's head in her arms. Looking at Sujie, her face flushed and her eyes fixed on Fangfeng without blinking. It would be a lie to say I wasn't feeling a bit jealous. The master used to be mine alone and now I have to share him. If it were someone else, I would definitely make that person regret coming into this world. Just like Fujihara Yoshiko, who was only allowed out for a breath of fresh air every night, spending the rest of her time locked in the ring, enduring darkness and silence. Unable to speak, hear, or see, if this continues. At most in 3 days, even if she is a killing machine trained by someone, she would be rendered useless. But I didn't want her to collapse like that because the master's toy cannot be a mere shell of a person, that would be too boring. So, before Fujihara Yoshiko breaks down, I need to give her a glimmer of hope, allowing her to hold on until the exam is over. By then, I would have time to deal with her. However, that's a matter for later. Right now, I have to force myself to accept sharing the master with others. Since this person is Sujie, I can only endure. It's not that I can't handle Sujie, but her identity is the same as mine. She is also the master's battle pet. Since she is the master's battle pet, her heart can only hold the master, not anyone else, not even her daughter. But I also know that, given the master's character, he would never allow me to harm Su Miao Miao, so the only solution is to win over that little girl too. This way, the master I gain will become 1/3. But compared to the master's happiness, what does that even count for? You still say you don't like the master. Look at how infatuated you are. I quickly pressed my finger to Sujie's lips. Alright, no talking. If you wake the master, this opportunity will be lost. After saying that, I patted Sujie's shoulder, stood up, changed my clothes, and walked over to Su Miao Miao. Before I could say anything, Su Miao Miao shot back, "Why did you call my mom over?" I chuckled and pointed at the two in the river. "Can't you see for yourself, little girl? What are they doing?" Su Miao Miao suddenly felt a bit nervous. If that guy really did something indescribable with my mom, what should I do? Alright, no need to be so nervous. The master is already asleep. Your mom is just being a pillow for him. A pillow? I leaned closer to Su Miao Miao, pointing at Sujie in the river. "Look, your mom is so happy right now." "Stop it, how could my mom possibly like that guy? Why do I feel like you're jealous?" "Nonsense, what am I jealous of?" "Then you must be scared." "Scared of what? If the master accepts your mom, won't you have no chance?" Do you even know what you're talking about?" Shu Ing came up behind Su Miao Miao, resting her head on her shoulder, while using one hand to press down on her head, making her look at Sujie in the river. Then she whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, Aunt won't mind. And if you like the master, I'll help you out with your mom." Su Miao Miao pushed Shuing away. "Nonsense, I never thought that. It's just your own imagination." Shuing smiled. Normally, at this point, the girl would be scolding herself for being crazy to say such things, but she hadn't said it that way just now. Although she refused to admit it, anyone could tell her confidence was lacking. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore, little girl. Aunt has things to do, so keep watch over your mom and the master." "What are you going to do?" "Going to take care of a few blind fools." "Are you crazy? Do you know where this place is? If you kill someone here, it will implicate Fong Fong. Why are you starting to worry about the master?" Just then, a thunderclap sounded 10 meters away. Fong Fong was suddenly jolted awake, and as he opened his eyes, he froze. The pale red hue was different. This majestic curve was hard to reach. It wasn't Shuing. "Sister Su, why are you here?" Su Jie was wearing a white long-sleeve shirt, the sleeves rolled up high. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The key was the transparency of her white shirt after it got wet. The home she found for the slime was actually pink. Who would have thought that beneath Sister Su's mature appearance lay a youthful heart? Little Ling had something to do, afraid of waking the master, so she asked me to take over for a while. "Does the master still want to sleep a bit longer?" "Not sleeping anymore, it seems someone is coming." After saying that, she stood up, turned around to go ashore, and instinctively looked back at Su Jie's shirt clinging to her body. Who would have thought Sister Su's figure was also so good, not at all like a woman who had given birth. However, when he saw the newcomers, Fong Fong smiled, his smile like a warm sun in the cold of winter. Because the newcomers were Ma Jia and Ma Lily. These two were covered in blood, but not a drop was their own. That meant that during their rampage, the original group had already been wiped out by them. Ma Jia saw Fong Fong and immediately shouted, "Fong Fong, come here to die. Do you think you can run away?" "Even dying, I'll die here, so get lost." Ma Lily glared at Ma Jia. "What, do you want to fight me again? You think I'm afraid of you? You crazy woman, I don't have time for you right now." Fong Fong is right there. Whoever kills him first gets the credit. Seeing the two rush over, Shuing immediately wanted to take action and eliminate These two useless fools, but Fong Fong stopped her with a mental communication. Then Fong Fong said to the back, Sister Su, tie up these damn things. Yes, master. Hearing Su Jie's voice ringing in his ear, Fong Fong suddenly thought of something and quickly turned around to look. Fortunately, Su Jie had switched to the wood elf set at some point, which relieved Fong Fong. Countless thorny vines shot up from the ground, and in an instant, lightning and sword light wreaked havoc among the vines. Although countless vines were severed by the two, even more vines surged forward, pouncing on them. The 7th level thorny vine entanglement unleashed by the life dragon was not so easy to break. In just a short moment, the two were tied up in a way that resembled the character 4 big, or perhaps one of them was tied like the character 4 too. In any case, it definitely wasn't like the character 4 would. Fong Fong, call your battle pet. What kind of skill is it? To sneak attack me? If you have the ability, face me in a one-on-one duel, he said coldly. Fong Fong replied, you should believe me, I'm not making a move for your own good. Why doesn't the master just kill them? Shuing asked. Su Miao Miao was startled by the killing intent in Fong Feng's eyes and quickly pulled him back, saying, Fong Fong, don't act recklessly, Long Country abides by the law, especially in an examination room. Fong Fong wanted to say, to hell with the law, these two scoundrels almost got me killed. And now you're talking to me about the law? If the law were truly effective, how could these two scoundrels still be alive? So what do you suggest we do? Fong Fong replied irritably. Leave it to me, I'm an investigator from the Demon Capture Department, and I have the authority to enforce the law. In any case, you can't be the villain here, otherwise you'll fall into the trap set by those bastards, she said. Fong Fong glanced at her, understanding that she wanted to take the blame for him. Letting a woman take the fall for him would only make him look worse, right? But at the same time, her words finally calmed Fong Fong down. Long Country does abide by the law, and it's not just a slogan. People definitely need to be killed, but to sacrifice himself just to eliminate these two scoundrels would be foolish, especially to be schemed against by those bastards from Sauerkraut Country. Master, it seems they have taken some kind of frenzy-inducing potion, Su Jie said, looking at the two who were struggling incessantly. Frenzy potion? Thinking back to how these two had rampaged through their own team earlier, Fong Fong quickly asked, the kind that drives people insane and makes them lose their reason? Su Jie replied, ordinary potions do have that effect, but the potion they took is of high quality. It not only lasts longer but also allows them to retain some rationality. Some? So not much? Yes, master. Fong Fong nodded. Sister Su, please tie them together, facing each other. Although Su Jie was a bit confused, she complied. Cross their legs and tie them together. Yes, just like that. Now pull their legs out a bit and change their sitting position. This won't do. Separate their hands and tie them behind each other's backs. Yes, just like that. Soon, Ma Jia and Ma Lily were in a very awkward sitting position, hugging each other. They had no idea what Fong Fong was trying to do, and of course, they didn't have time to think about it, because Ma Lily realized that she was now hugging Ma Jia, who was also not giving her a pleasant expression. You useless piece of trash, get your dirty hands off me. You fiery wench, do you think I want to hug you? If you don't want me to hug you, then get lost. Wasn't it you who splashed and stuck to me? Say that again. I could say it 100 times, you're just a piece of trash. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Ah, you splashed me and now you're biting me, I'll bite back. Pa, how long has it been since you bathed? You almost suffocated me. Get your stinky mouth away from me, or I'll crash into you. You crash into me, and I'll crash into you. Soon, the two were rolling on the ground, bloodied and entangled, seemingly trying their best to kill each other. Fong Fong saw that the timing was right and said to Su Jie, so who do you think has the upper hand? Forget it, regardless of who has the advantage, this way of tying them up is indeed a bit undignified. Su Miao Miao said, you know it looks bad? Hurry up and let them go. Let them go? What if they go set fire to people again? Are you going to catch them? I meant to let them go, separate the two, not to release them. Alright then, Sister Su, please make a cage to lock them up. Okay, master. With a wave of her delicate hand, Gong Jia summoned a large cage woven from thorny vines, trapping the two inside. Sister Su, let them go. As soon as they were released, the two immediately went at each other, ready to fight to the death. Ma Jia was at a disadvantage because he had no weapon, while Ma Lily could cast her magic even without a staff. Moreover, this woman could instantaneously unleash black iron-level electric magic. For a moment, she had the upper hand, forcing Ma Jia to cower in the cage. But soon, Ma Jia braved a jolt of electricity, rushed over, and wrapped his arms around her waist, flipping her onto the ground, then pressing down on her while throwing punches at her head. The beating was so brutal that Fong Fong, watching from outside, couldn't bear to look. Aren't you a secret agent from the Demon Capture Division? Hurry up and call someone to take them away. If this keeps up, Ma Lily's head will be smashed open. I've already contacted them, they should be here soon. In that case, let them fight a little longer. After saying this, Fong Fong looked up at the sky, feeling that something was off about this examination site. When the assassins from the Ointment Kingdom appeared, the Demon Capture Division had not shown up, and they were also absent during the fiery clash between Ma Jia and Ma Lily. It was known that the entire examination was covered in surveillance magic arrays, and Fong Fong didn't believe they hadn't received news in advance. Master, be careful. Before Fong Fong could react, Shu Ying tackled him to the ground, while Su Miaomio was also knocked down by Su Jia. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, and a fierce wind arose. The cage woven by Su Jia shattered into pieces, whistling past their ears like bullets. Ma Lily self-destructed. If she hadn't, Ma Jia would have beaten her to death. After that storm passed, the four stood up to see a large pit about 2 meters in diameter, with Ma Jia and Ma Lily sprawled everywhere, unable to distinguish between them. Are you satisfied now? What do you mean by satisfied? It's your demon capture division that arrived too late, okay? Why are you angry? I didn't mean to blame you. I'm not angry, I just think dying like this is too easy for them. Is being reduced to ashes still considered easy for them? Fong Fong dug at his ear. In any case, not getting my hands dirty leaves me with some regrets. Isn't my mom your battle pet? What's the difference between her fighting and you fighting? At this moment, Shu Ying stepped forward and said, Alright, now that the people are gone, shouldn't we head to the second level? I heard the second level is filled with the nation's elites. We've already delayed for several hours. If we don't go soon, we might not even get a sip of soup. Meanwhile, outside, Park Taiwan saw this scene and angrily smashed his phone to pieces. This plan was orchestrated entirely by him. It seemed like a joke, thinking these worthless people could kill Fong Fong. However, his true goal was not to kill Fong Fong but to have these people killed by Fong Fong, the more the better, so that Fong Fong would have no way back. But in the end, while he did kill people, it seemed like it wasn't him who did it. Based on his understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, Fong Fong would definitely come out of this unscathed. What's wrong now? Park Xingjing said irritably, didn't we even use the federal daddy's berserk potion this time? Could we possibly fail? Don't mention that damned potion to me. If it weren't for that cursed potion, we wouldn't have lost so thoroughly this time. He originally wanted Fong Fong to kill a few hundred students, but because of those 2 potions, not only did those 2 useless ones kill everyone, but in the end, Fong Fong used it against them and ended up playing himself to death. Just then, Park Xingjing suddenly stood up with his phone and said, Let's go, we've been exposed again. Exposed again? Do they have evidence? Park Xingjing knew he was angry and didn't argue with him, simply saying, Anyway, the person is already downstairs. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. It's already too late. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit walked in, followed by several agents from the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, in Yujing City, many people were crying. These were the parents of the students who had been rescued by Fong Fong. Not only had Fong Fong saved their children, but he had also ensured that the culprit's body was completely obliterated. Their tears were not of sorrow but of joy and concern. Honey, do you think that kid Fong Fong will be okay when he comes out? Don't worry, dear, if the authorities really want to pursue this matter, we will write a petition together to support him. On the second floor of the examination hall, although it was supposed to be smaller, it was much larger than everyone had imagined. So when everyone arrived on the second floor, the first thing they did was stare in shock. Moreover, the wild monsters on the second floor were of a higher level and stronger in combat power, but for Deng Tao and the others, no matter where they went, it was like locusts passing through. I said we can't just keep moving forward. We're here to scout for the boss, not to create chaos for him. If we kill all these wild monsters, what will Fong Fong do when he comes down? I just looked at the map. There are 8 entrances on this second floor, which should correspond to the 8 provinces. How about we go to another area? That makes sense, let's go. In fact, there was no need to worry like this, because for Fong Fong, fighting small monsters was simply a waste of time. So the first thing Fong Fong did when he arrived on the second floor was to open the boss radar. Master, look quickly, an A-level hidden boss is not far ahead. Fong Fong took a glance and indeed, it was an A-level hidden boss. Wasn't it said that such bosses were only heard of but never seen? Why did he encounter one as soon as he arrived? This time, not only did Fong Fong encounter it, but Yi Xiaoshuang and the others did too. The 4 great families of Longwei, Qin, Yi, Shui, and Tion. Yi Xiaoshuang was the 7th miss from the Yi family, and Yi Qianxue was her biological second sister. She had twin ponytails, bangs that brushed her eyebrows, delicate features, and a sweet appearance, like a porcelain doll in everyone's eyes. Dressed in a tight-fitting leather diamond-grade warrior suit, she exuded a pure and alluring vibe. Xiaoshuang, you all go ahead, I'll cover the rear. The mage brother in the team, Shui Linhao, said with a serious expression. No way, I'm a warrior, I should cover the rear. Brother Shui, you all go first. What time is it and you're still arguing here? You girls go first, I'll stay back with Brother Shui. That's settled, hurry up. The assassin brother in the team, Qinxiu, pushed all 3 women out. The A-level hidden boss, the tumbling pig, was already within reach. Almost at the moment Qinxiu pushed the 3 of them away, a cluster of stone spikes shot up from under their feet. Shui Linhao was grabbed by Qinxiu and thrown aside, while he himself swiftly moved to the back of the tumbling pig, landing a strike with a blade crackling with electric arcs, but it was futile. The skin of the mountain pig was too thick, and being a soil-type ferocious beast, its golden-grade stone armor provided defense that a newly promoted second transformation assassin couldn't penetrate. Stop dawdling, quickly use the wristband to teleport to the nearest outpost, Yi Xiaoshuang urged. The healer in the team, He Chanshan, hesitated, teleporting back from the second floor will double the penalty, making it even harder for us to catch up with that guy Fong Fong. What time is it, and you're still thinking about that? Hurry up, as long as we leave, Brother Shui and the others will have a chance to escape. The three no longer hesitated, raising their arms, ready to activate the return function when a voice suddenly reached their ears. It seems we arrived a bit late, this boss is already being fought by someone. Su Miao looked at the two people desperately battling the boss, her face filled with regret. A level 26 second transformation assassin and a level 26 second transformation water mage. It seems the second floor is indeed full of elites. In the entire Yuzhou city, or rather, the entire Northwest province, it seemed like she was the only one who had reached the second transformation at this time. But as soon as she arrived here, she immediately encountered two second transformation professionals. It appeared that what Su Miao had said earlier was not just to fool herself. The strength of the Southwest province truly didn't rank high nationally. At that moment, Yi Xiaoshuan looked at Fong Fong and said, "You can have this, boss. We don't want it." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure. If you can't handle it, then forget it." Men hate it when women say they can't do something, especially when the one saying it is a beauty. Fong Fong immediately unleashed a fire lance, pulling the aggro towards him. It wasn't that he had any particular thoughts about her, he just wanted to prove himself and show her what he was capable of. The fire lance, originally meant to draw the boss's aggro, astonished Yi Xiaoshuang and the other two girls. The fire lance was a golden level fire magic, even a fire mage couldn't cast it instantaneously, let alone he was just a beast master. Don't ask how they could tell at a glance that Fong Fong was a beast master. After all, the mature aura and charm of Shu Ying and Su Jie beside him were not something that Yi Xiaoshuang and her youthful friends could possess. The only explanation for their presence in the exam hall was their battle pets. But the astonishment was fleeting. After all, the magical power required to release a golden level magic skill was something a level 23 beast master could hardly bear. To them, guys like Fong Fong, who drooled over their beauty and wanted to show off in front of them, were common sights at school. Just wait. The next moment, this guy would collapse to the ground like a puddle of mud due to exhausted magical power. The fire lance exploded on the back of the flipping hill pig, causing it to stagger. Then the second fire lance followed closely. Just as the flipping hill pig turned its head, it exploded on its neck. At that moment, the flipping hill pig was already off the ground, and this blast sent it crashing down. The flipping hill pig's aggression was successfully drawn away by Fong Feng's two fire lances, and Qin Xiu and Shui Lin immediately took the opportunity to disengage from the battle and came to Yi Xiaoshuang's side. They saw Yi Xiaoshuang and the other two girls staring wide-eyed at Fong. "Fong, didn't they say that one fire lance would turn this guy into a puddle of mud? How did he still have enough magical power to release a second fire lance, and it was instantaneous too?" Fong Fong didn't care whether the mouths of these three women had turned into O shapes or whether they were about to swallow an egg. His attention was entirely focused on the flipping hill pig. This A-level hidden boss doesn't seem that tough. It went down with just two fire lances. Yi Xiaoshuang looked at Fong Fong in astonishment. Is this something a person would say? Just now, we were chased by this pig to the point of having nowhere to run, and you actually say it's not that impressive? The mysterious Luo Jing beside her immediately became displeased. They had always been the only ones here. When would it be someone else's turn to show off in front of them? The flipping hill pig has thick blood and high defense, so what if you knocked it down? It hasn't even lost a sliver of health. Wait until you kill it before you boast like that. Fong Fong turned to look at everyone, surprised, and said, "Oh, you guys haven't left yet?" Luo Jing replied irritably, "What does it matter to you whether we leave or not? This road isn't yours." Yi Xiaoshuang quickly tugged at Luo Jing, signaling her not to be so aggressive. After all, he had just saved them. Luo Jing said, "I just can't stand that kid being so arrogant." Fong Fong laughed, "If you can't stand it, just look at it more and you'll get used to it." After saying that, he turned to Su Jie and said, "Sister Su, bind it up. I want to handle this boss myself today." "Okay, master." After that, Su Jie extended her hands, fingers spread wide, and two green magic circles instantly appeared in front of her palms. In the next moment, countless thorny vines burst from the ground beneath the flipping hill pig, instantly wrapping it up like a zongzi. Luo Jing couldn't help but laugh, trying to use vines to entangle it. "Is just a dream." The reason she was so confident was that their little maid Zhang Lanlan had tried it before, and within 3 seconds, she was completely crushed by the flipping hill pig. However, in the next moment, Su Jie's vines managed to bind the flipping hill pig without any resistance. How could this happen? Seeing Luo Jing's face as if she had seen a ghost, Fong Fong laughed and said, "My sister Su is not comparable to those little mages, you know." "What do you mean by that?" "I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to show you all whether I can do it or not." After saying that, Fong Fong spread his palms to create a red magic circle and made a motion as if loading a Gatling gun, followed by a jaw-dropping scene. In the fire magic circle, fiery guns shot out in succession, forming a red line of fire between him and the flipping hill pig in the blink of an eye. In less than half a minute, that flipping hill pig, known for its thick blood and high defense, was cut in half by this line of fire. How could this happen? Now everyone was dumbfounded, including Qin Xiu and Shui Lin. They were all gifted individuals with SSS-level talents and had killed quite a few B-level hidden bosses along the way. But against this flipping hill pig, their attacks had all failed, and yet this guy had been dealt with in less than half a minute. Indeed, there are always greater talents and people beyond the horizon. The ancients did not deceive me. Meanwhile, in the examination room, Du Xiaozuan and the others were going crazy, with over 2,000 people erupting in white light. What's going on? Wow, the boss has reached the second level. I just got over 700 magic crystals in one go. Did the boss take down an A-level hidden boss? Wasn't it said that this thing is just a legend? Legend? Have you forgotten? Our boss is the one who creates legends. The other prodigies from different provinces who were also in the same area competing for monsters were stunned when they saw these guys suddenly stop. In their eyes, Du Xiaozuan and his group were a bunch of beasts that didn't act like humans. While others formed teams for the exam, this group directly formed a raid, with 1,000 or 2,000 people rushing over at once. How could you grab even a hair? Not even a hair. Everyone knew that the more people there were, the higher the efficiency and safety, but unfortunately, they lacked such cohesion. It was already impressive to form a team of 100 people, let alone a battalion of 1,000 or 2,000. At first, everyone was puzzled about how they could have such strong cohesion and who had such great charm to unite 1,000 or 2,000 people. Until this moment, when they saw the white light soaring from that guy, they finally realized the truth. There was indeed an extraordinary person among them who brought everyone together. Just now, that person had taken down a legendary A-level hidden boss. Perhaps only those prodigies from the Southeast Province, Northern Province, and Northwest Province could achieve that. But those with such strength were all proud and arrogant. Who would mingle with them? For a moment, everyone was very curious about the leader. Who had appeared in the Southwest Province? What kind of person was he? Being powerful is one thing, but to not have even a hint of arrogance of a chosen one is quite another. Brothers, let's take them down. Deng Tao's loud shout sent a howl through the crowd, causing the nearby candidates from the provinces to retreat one by one. I'm out, those guys are crazy, they won't come after us, will they? Damn it, let's go somewhere else, we can't stay here. With that, some people were already running away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Zijian looked at these once admired prodigies, now reduced to the state of lost dogs, and a strange emotion surged in his heart, filling him with a sense of pride. If before, their unity was due to the benefits brought by Fong Fong, later, after experiencing the advantages of solidarity, their respect for Fong Fong came entirely from the heart. Without Fong Fong, they might never have realized that their once weak selves could instill fear in those prodigies. Meanwhile, on Fong Feng's side, in addition to receiving 10,000 magic crystals, he also obtained a skill scroll, mirror clone, and 3 high-quality roast geese from a 4th-tier chef, which would double his experience for 72 hours after consumption. I didn't expect this A-level boss to drop a skill book. With this haul, will we ever worry about skills again? Just as Fong Fong envisioned the future, Su Miao Miao doused him with cold water. Dream on, as far as I know, there won't be more than 5 A-level hidden bosses. How do you know? Go find out if you don't believe me. Fine, I'll go find out. Just as Fong Fong and the others were about to leave, Qin Xiu suddenly called out to him, wait a moment, classmate. I'm not selling the skill scroll. Fong Fong immediately replied. Qin Xiu was taken aback. Do I look like someone who can't afford a skill scroll? You misunderstood. I'm not looking to buy the skill scroll. I'm not selling the roast geese either. Qin Xiu was even more speechless. I have a 4th-tier chef at home. Why would I want your roast geese? I'm not looking for roast geese either. Fong Fong sighed in relief. These guys all looked either rich or noble. If he really beat them up, it might bring him trouble later. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to provoke it either. Then I'm relieved. What do you want? Qin Xiu organized his thoughts and said, I want to ask you a question, if that's okay? Sure, but I can't guarantee I'll answer. Qin Xiu nodded, indicating he understood. Just now, out of curiosity, I rudely used a reconnaissance spell on you and found out that you are actually just a level 23. 2nd-tier beast master. To be honest, we are also 2nd-tier professionals and our levels are above yours. Logically, we should be on the same level in terms of talent, so why were you able to kill the Flip Hill Pig so easily while we couldn't? Fong Fong smiled slightly. This guy is interesting. He wasn't angry about being shown up and was humbly seeking advice. Such a person is either a deeply scheming villain or a truly graceful gentleman. Do you want to know? If possible, I would appreciate your guidance. Fong Fong nodded, but I charge a high fee. Charge? Qin Xiu was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Luo Jing said irritably, Qin Xiu asking you for advice is a sign of respect. Even in school, when a teacher can guide him, it's considered an honor. What gives you the right to charge? None of your business. If you don't want to learn, you can get lost. Fong Fong never indulged the temper of a young lady. You actually dare to tell me to get lost? Do you know who I am? Sister Miao Miao, help me scold her. Ha? Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Fong in confusion. Why is it me who has to scold her? Fang Feng said seriously, because you are the best at cursing among us. Look at you, you left me speechless before, but what's the point of just arguing with me? Now that the opportunity for you to show your skills has come, why aren't you seizing it? At first, Su Miao Miao felt a little happy when he called her Sister Miao Miao. But upon hearing his intention, she was instantly furious. So I'm just a shrew in your eyes, huh? Glancing at Su Miao Miao's tightly clenched fists, Fang Feng quickly corrected himself. No, isn't this our traditional way in Yujing City? What tradition? When it comes to fighting, the husband goes first. When it comes to arguing, the wife takes the lead. You've been in Yujing City for a while now. Have you ever seen a man argue? Su Miao Miao's face flushed with embarrassment. What husband and wife? Don't talk nonsense. Besides, you already have Shuang. Now it was Fang Feng's turn to be surprised. What did she mean by that? Could it be that she also wanted to be my wife? Su Jia looked at her daughter, feeling a mix of emotions. If she liked the master, wouldn't that be a mess? Shu Ying's eyes lit up. So there was such a tradition in Yujing City. It seemed she needed to learn more on her phone so that in the future, when arguing with others, she would never embarrass the master. On the opposite side, Luo Jing saw Fang Feng and the others talking among themselves, completely ignoring her, and she was so furious that her silver teeth were grinding together. She had never been so disregarded in her life. Enough! You all have had enough. You. Luo Jing pointed at Fang Feng, unable to get a word out, clearly very upset. Yi Xiaoshuang quickly pulled Luo Jing aside and said, Jingjing, calm down a bit, don't get yourself worked up. How can I stay calm when they are like this? What can we do? Can you beat them? Luo Jing was momentarily speechless. Xin Shou shook her head and sighed. Forget it, let's go. If we don't leave now, Luo Jing might really get sick from anger. Seeing that they were about to leave, Fang Feng said, Hey, aren't you going to ask? Xin Shou hesitated. He really wanted to know why his level was higher than Fang Feng's, why they were both second transformation professionals with the same level of talent, yet he could do things that Xin Shou couldn't. But looking at Luo Jing's current situation, he didn't know what would happen if he stayed any longer. So he said, next time, with your abilities, we will definitely meet again at Magic City Academy, and then I can ask you for advice. At that moment, Yi Xiaoshuang said, Wait, I want to know. Luo Jing quickly pulled her back and whispered, He's already angered me like this, and you still want to ask him questions? Are you trying to irritate me on purpose? Yi Xiaoshuang softly replied, Don't you want to know why? Even though our situations are the same, his combat power is stronger than ours? Luo Jing was taken aback and then heard Yi Xiaoshuang say, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If we understand why he is so strong, and then learn his skills using his own methods against him, don't you think that would be quite satisfying? Luo Jing's eyes brightened. That makes sense, so hurry up and ask him. Hearing Yi Xiaoshuang say, I wonder how much you want before you can tell us. Fang Feng was surprised that this silly girl was actually considering paying. But from the very beginning, he only wanted to fool them. How could he possibly reveal the secret of the Imperial Seal? So, as a first-time scammer, he felt a bit guilty. As for the amount of the scam, Fang Feng simply held up one finger, letting them guess. If they guessed too low, he wouldn't be happy, and he would add more. If they guessed too high, that was their problem, not his scam. Seeing him hold up a finger, Yi Xiaoshuang nodded. All right, 10 million it is. Just give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Fang Feng was taken aback. He never expected this silly girl to be a little rich lady, offering him 10 million without even blinking. It's important to know that in this world, the value of currency is quite similar to that of his previous world. It's not like the cultivation novels that say once you cultivate, you can treat worldly gold and silver as dirt. Although there are contribution points similar to spirit stones, these cannot be used for transactions, so it's quite difficult for professionals in this world to make money. In the exam room, you can't bring your phone in. How are you going to transfer the money to me? I can contact my family to transfer the money to you. If that doesn't work, I can write an IOU. That should work, right? Alright, go ahead and write an IOU then. Yi Xiaoshuang immediately took out paper and a pen from her backpack space and wrote an IOU for Fang Feng. Fang Feng looked at the IOU. So your name is Yi Xiaoshuang? Yeah, what's your name? Creditor. Creditor? What a strange name. Fang Feng was momentarily stunned, seeing that this girl's eyes were clear and she didn't seem to be joking. He sighed and said, Since you're so adorably silly, I'll tell you, my name is Feng. Feng. So you are Fang Feng. You know me? Is that strange? You're first on the national contribution leaderboard with 30,037 points. We're second, but you're over 2,000 points ahead of us. No, it should be over 12,000 now. You guys are not bad either, managing to get over 20,000 points. That's pretty good. If it were before, the first place would definitely be ours, but now with you around, we just want to hold on to second place. As Yi Xiaoshuang and Fang Feng were getting along well, Luo Jing cleared her throat. You silly girl, you said you were going to ask someone for advice. How did you end up chatting? Yi Xiaoshuang then realized and quickly said, Right, I almost forgot. Can you tell me your secret now? Fang Feng smiled slightly. This girl, although she seemed a bit dim-witted, was adorably silly. Actually, it's not much of a secret. If you had observed closely just now, you would have noticed that although our levels aren't high, my skill level has already reached level 8. In other words, the difference between you and me is that I've used all my experience to level up my skills while you've all focused on leveling up. So that's how it is. Yi Xiaoshuan looked enlightened. The others felt the same, especially Qin Xiu and Shui Lin, who seemed to have an epiphany. The difference of 3 or 4 levels doesn't significantly reflect the difference in combat power. But when it comes to skills, the disparity in combat power is like heaven and earth. These rich second-generation kids, although they can learn many advanced skills, their skill levels are at most level 3. The reason for this is that they all have professional chefs at home. In cases of double experience or directly supplementing experience, they naturally don't use their skills as much as ordinary people, leading to insufficient proficiency in the early stages, and thus their skill levels don't rise. Later on, they used all their experience to level up. Fortunately, these guys come from wealthy families, learning skills that are at least golden level, so their combat power isn't too lacking. Upon hearing this secret, Luo Jing was overjoyed. Although her family didn't have a professional chef, her grandfather was a fifth-turn medicine god, and they had plenty of experience orbs at home. For her, leveling up skills wouldn't take long at all. Just like Qin Xiu said, this guy will definitely enter the Magic City Academy, and if I don't beat you to the point where you can't find your teeth, I won't be surnamed Luo. Yi Xiaoshuan also exchanged contact information with Fang Feng, saying it was for the convenience of repaying him later. After they parted ways, Fang Feng continued to use his radar to hunt for bosses. From the recent chat with Yi Xiaoshuan, I realized that poverty really limits one's imagination. While I was still feeling pleased about getting roast goose, others had already hired chefs at home. Whatever kind of roast goose they wanted, they could have it. For them, fighting boss was purely for fun and the sense of achievement from staying at the top. As for the mirror clone I obtained, it was quite similar to Su Miaomia's Void Gun Shadow. Both create clones, but Void Gun Shadow creates a clone after the attack, while Mirror Clone creates a clone first and then attacks, making it more flexible and varied compared to Void Gun Shadow. At the same time, the clones from Mirror Clone last longer but will automatically disappear after a maximum of 1 hour. Time flew by, and by evening, the 4 of them found a small stream to set up camp. On the first day, they spent an entire afternoon searching 1/6 of the second floor, only to find an A-level hidden boss. It seemed that Su Miaomia might be right, all the A-level hidden bosses combined might not exceed 5. However, that afternoon, although they only defeated one A-level boss, they managed to kill 16 B-level hidden bosses, and the number of magic crystals instantly surged to 200,000. According to Su Miaomiao, the highest record for the college entrance examination was 250,000, and I was still far from breaking that record. Moreover, the further they went, the harder the bosses became to kill. It wasn't that the bosses' combat power had increased, but rather that their numbers decreased. In their area on the first floor, he was probably the only one capable of killing B-level bosses, but on the second floor, elites and prodigies from all over the country gathered together. Many people could kill B-level hidden bosses, and it was impossible for him to loot all the bosses alone. The only thing he could do now was to be faster than them and grab more bosses. At night, the group gathered around the campfire, enjoying the pine nut fish and stir-fried bacon with mushrooms cooked by Su Jia. Although these dishes couldn't earn experience or double the experience gained, they tasted quite good. Sister Su, whoever marries you in the future will definitely be lucky, Fang Feng said, monopolizing a pine nut fish. As the saying goes, one good turn deserves another, and Fang Feng generously praised Su Jia. Su Jia blushed. Marry? In this world, could one really find a man like the master to rely on? Master, please don't make fun of me. It's just a few home-cooked dishes, who else would appreciate them? Besides you? Looking at Su Jia's flushed face, Fang Feng suddenly thought of something. Would Su Jia ever be able to marry? Who would want their wife to be someone else's battle pet? And a top-tier contract one at that. The only person she could rely on now was herself, yet he had always treated her like an older sister. Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? What's wrong, little master? Shuaying sensed Fang Feng's emotional fluctuations. It's nothing, just worried that Sister Su's cooking is so good. What if I can't eat it in the future? Su Jia quickly replied, that won't happen. As long as the master wants to eat, I can cook for you anytime. Fang Feng smiled. Now I finally understand why my little niece is so beautiful. It turns out it's because Sister Su takes good care of her. Su Miaomiao glanced at Fang Feng, wondering whether this guy was speaking the truth or just flattering. What are you looking at? If I say you look good, you won't be happy? You, humph. Just when she had a bit of a good impression of him, it vanished instantly. After dinner, the 4 of them chatted around the campfire for a while before returning to their tents. Shuaying changed into a loose white shirt. How to put it, she only had that one white shirt on. As usual, after casting a privacy barrier in the tent, she lay down beside Fang Feng, her long legs exposed, resting her head on her hand while looking at him. Master, do you have something on your mind? Can you tell me? I want to ask you a question, but I'm afraid you'll get angry. Shuing smiled and said, is it about Sister Su? Not entirely. Then what is it? Seeing Fang Feng hesitate, she added, I promise I won't get angry. Whoever gets angry is a little dog. Fong Fong slowly said, if you hadn't signed the highest contract with me, would you still like me? Shuing was taken aback. She thought Fong Fong was infatuated with Su Jia and would ask if she would feel jealous if he got along well with Sister Su. She never expected that what he cared about was her feelings for him. Why is the master still so insecure? Hasn't all the time spent with her been worth it? Do you want to know how I came to like you? Isn't it because of the highest contract? Of course not. I believe that even without the highest contract, if I met you, I would still fall in love with you. Why? Shuing thought for a moment but then shook her head. I don't know why. Maybe it's because your talent amazed me, or perhaps it's because you seem a bit silly and dazed, which I find amusing. Or maybe it's because you're handsome, or perhaps it's your approachability, never putting on airs, or, I really don't know why. In short, I just like you. And it has nothing to do with the contract. Really? Can you be a bit more confident? After all, you are a genius beast master with a phoenix and a giant dragon. How can you lack even this little confidence? But I just heard you say I'm silly and dazed, isn't that true? Shuing was stunned, then blushed and leaned close to Fong Feng's ear, saying, then how does the master want to punish the little dog? You tell me. How about punishing me tonight by offering my most precious thing to you? Fong Fong was taken aback, only then realizing that her relatives had left several days ago and he had been going off on a tangent. But then again, sometimes a roundabout way is better than a straight path. The scenery along the way is indeed captivating. Fong Fong picked Shuing up in a princess carry and placed her on the carpet. The military bed, although large, was too noisy. Making a racket at night would be spine-chilling. Flames ignited in the tranquil night, high-speed trains raced through the valley, and the slopes of the tunnel were filled with red daisy grass, reminding one of Shu Ying's fiery red hair. As evening or night fell, the ground or objects cooled due to radiation, causing the air layer close to the surface to cool as well. When the humidity in the air became oversaturated, on the fiery red daisy grass, a soft, soul-stirring sigh in the night wind awakened Su Jia and Su Miao Miao, and also allowed Shu Ying to undergo a transformation in her life. Shu Ying's naturally flowing long hair, in the cool evening breeze like willows swaying, and under the watery moonlight, she was so enchanting. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the world. Looking at Fong Feng's infatuated gaze, Shu Ying smiled knowingly. The pain in her heart had long been filled with happiness. My little master, everything of my sister's is now yours. You must not let me down, or my sister will die. The night was like water. Fong Fong lay with his head resting on his hand, with Shu Ying lying on him, her fair and delicate fingers playfully poking his chest. Little master, can you promise me one thing? Fong Fong looked down, but Shu Ying didn't raise her head, focused on poking her fingers. If she hadn't just spoken to him, he would have thought she was in a daze. Sister, can you be a bit more generous? Can't you just say one thing? Give me 100 things to look at first. Shu Ying chuckled and looked at Fong Fong, saying, no need for that, just one is enough. Don't worry, I promise you anything. Little master, you are so outstanding. In the future, many girls will definitely like you. Can you promise me that no matter how many girls like you will never forget me? For some reason, seeing Shu Ying's current expression made Fong Feng's heart ache a little. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, tightening his embrace around her, and said seriously, life and death are bound together, and we make a vow. Holding your hand, we will grow old together. In this lifetime, don't even think about getting rid of me. At that moment, Shu Ying's heart melted completely. Anything else would be superfluous. She held him tightly, giving him no chance to backtrack. The next day, after they got up, Shu Ying knelt on the ground, carefully folding the khaki-colored sheet beneath them. The delicate plum blossoms. Unexpectedly, the seemingly masterful Shu Ying had such a conservative side. Fong Fong smiled slightly and squatted down to help. What do you plan to do with this sheet? Of course, I'll hide it. I can't just throw it away, can I? What if it gets moldy when you hide it? Moldy? Yes. Organic materials can get contaminated with mold if not stored properly and grow green fuzz. The thought of her fallen petals growing green fuzz made Shu Ying shiver, and she hurriedly asked, what should I do then? Fong Fong smiled slightly. How about we cut them out from here, then add a few strokes to turn it into a tree of cold plum blossoms? After sterilizing it, we can frame it and hang it in the living room. How about that? Shu Ying's face instantly turned bright red. She snatched the sheet from Fong Feng's hands and said with annoyance, hanging it in the living room? You really can think of anything. This private item certainly couldn't be hung in the living room. Fong Fong was just teasing her. Hanging it in the living room is definitely out of the question, but hanging it in the bedroom should be fine, right? That way, you can see it every day and won't have to worry about it growing green fuzz. Shu Ying couldn't help but feel her heart race and said, alright, I'll handle it myself, you don't need to worry. Why do I feel like you're just trying to avoid responsibility, like pulling up your pants and denying it, and now you find me annoying? Shu Ying chuckled and leaned over to kiss Fong Fong on the lips. Is this okay? After Fong Fong exited the tent, Shu Ying picked up the sheet and looked at it. To be honest, the pattern on it did resemble flowers, but I don't like plum blossoms. I prefer roses and peach blossoms, so let's paint a peach blossom. This morning's breakfast was a bit strange. Su Miao Miao actually got up early and didn't let Su Jia pull her ears, just got up on her own. After getting up, she wasn't as chattering as before. She picked up her bowl and ate quietly without making a sound. Sister Sue was the same, seeming to have something on her mind. Although she usually didn't talk much, today she spoke even less. What's wrong with you two? Did my niece make your mom angry again? Su Miao Miao shot Fong Fong a glare. Just eat your food. No amount of delicious food can shut your mouth. At that moment, Shu Ying came out of the tent. What's going on with you two? Fong Fong laughed. My niece made her mom angry again. They're in a tiff. Shu Ying chuckled. She deserves a beating. Su Miao Miao really wanted to curse Fong Fong for being such a lecher. He had kept her up all night last night. But thinking about how it might embarrass her mom, she decided to hold her tongue. Wow, it smells really good. At that moment, a group of people walked in from outside the camp, led by a guy named Tion Xiang. The head of the Tion family, Tion Heba, was his great-grandfather, and he was the president of the student council at the 28th middle school in Magic City, which meant that at a young age, he already had laugh lines on his face. He was also a level 28 second-tier knight, clad in armor that looked like a tin can, with a huge shield propped up on the ground, lazily leaning on it while eyeing the three beauties in the camp with interest. So when he said it smelled good, he wasn't referring to the breakfast Fong Fong and the others were having today. Behind him were 2 warriors, 2 mages, a sharpshooter, and a priest, a total of 7 people, all of whom looked like trouble. I was wondering why the boss took us this way so early in the morning. Turns out he caught a whiff of the flowers. Another lackey leaned in and whispered, those 2 beauties with the boss seem to be the battle pets of that kid in the middle. This could be tricky. Tion Xiang ignored the lackey, leaning on the giant shield as he looked at Fong Fong and said, Kid, how much for those 2 battle pets? I'll buy them. Not for sale. You're quite arrogant. Ha? Do you know what happened to the last person who spoke to me like that? The lackeys immediately chimed in, the boss is being generous. You better watch it. If you really anger our boss, killing you will be as easy as killing a chicken. Exactly, ungrateful brat. Our boss has never spent money on women. This time, he's offering you money out of respect. At that moment, Su Miao Miao, who had been seething with anger, suddenly stood up. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this little girl has quite the temper. What if I don't leave today? Su Miao Miao gripped her spear tightly, veins bulging on her back. In the next moment, she lunged forward with her spear. Her speed sent chills down Hu Xiang and the others' spines. They quickly ducked under the giant shield and braced it tightly. Then a tremendous force hit them, and Tion Xiang, along with the shield, slid back several meters before landing on the ground. Seeing their boss take a hit, the lackeys rushed towards Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao executed a phantom spear strike, passing through the 2 warriors in front of her and knocked the opposing priest to the ground with a single blow. She then turned and thrust her spear at the mage, preparing a spell. The mage, seeing this, quickly cast a spell and unleashed his shield. The spear tip struck the magical shield, which shattered instantly. Fortunately, at that moment, Tion Xiang reacted, charging at Su Miao Miao with the giant shield. Su Miao Miao performed a backflip over Hu Xiang's head, using the momentum to swing her spear down onto another mage's shoulder, causing it to collapse. Hu Xiang was completely stunned. Who was this woman? In just one exchange, 2 of his side had lost their combat ability, and 1 was left dumbfounded. Fong Fong, Shu Ying, and Su Jie sat nearby with their bowls of food, watching with great interest. These guys, although not low in level and including a second-tier knight, clearly had weak attacks, indicating they had been coddled. They were no match for someone like Su Miao Miao, who had grown through her own abilities. So, Sister Miao Miao is this strong. I really underestimated her before. Shu Ying smiled slightly. You should consider who Miao Miao's mother is. Su Jie sighed. I haven't been a competent mother these years. Miao Miao's achievements are all her own efforts. Sister Su, don't be sad. I promise you'll have plenty of time to make up for your past regrets, Su Jie said, looking deeply at Fong Fong. Master, why didn't I meet you sooner? It's not too late to meet now. Stop. Just then, another group of people rushed over. Fong Fong turned to see familiar faces. Xin Xiu and his group came running from the hillside. Lan Lan, quickly separate them. Yang Lan Lan completed her spell, and countless vines surged from the ground, forming a wall between everyone, trapping Su Miao Miao in the middle. Seeing this, Tion Xiang and the others felt an opportunity had come. They lifted their giant shields and charged at Su Miao Miao again. Just as they took a couple of steps, her hair was suddenly yanked. He tilted his head back in pain and then saw a beautiful face. It was the red-haired beauty who had been sitting next to that kid earlier. Although her face was now frosty, in Tion Xiang's heart, she remained the most beautiful woman in the world. On the other side, the 2 warriors were also bound in midair by Su Jie's vines, forming 2 large characters. Moreover, they were worse off than Tion Xiang. Su Jie's vines were poisonous, and blood mist was continuously exploding from their bodies. At this moment, Xin Xiu and the others had also run to Fong Feng's side. Fong Fong, this must be a misunderstanding. Can you please let those 2 go first? Blood mist kept bursting from the 2 guys, making them look quite terrifying. Do you know them? Fong Fong asked casually. Xin Xiu nodded. Tion Xiang's family has considerable power in Magic City. If you really do something to him, it won't be good for you. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just stating a fact. Fong Fong smiled coldly and said to Shuing, Shuing, throw that guy over here and let Sister Su tie him up too. Shuing nodded. Her foot in metallic high heels kicked the guy in the butt, sending him flying into the air. Before Tion Xiang, who was bleeding from his backside, could land, he was bound in midair by the rising vines. Qin Xiu and the others were instantly dumbfounded, especially Qin Xiu, who looked at Fong Fong, wondering how this guy could be so reckless. Do you know what you're doing? Shut up. Fong Fong had no good expression for this guy. The vine technique they had just released appeared to be a mediation, but it had clearly trapped Su Miaomio in the middle, which was obviously biased. If it weren't for the sake of the little beauty Yi Xiaoshuan, Fong Fong would have acted directly instead of wasting time talking to him here. That vine technique just now was released by you, right? I just wanted to separate them. Do you think I'm blind? If we hadn't acted in time, would my people still be alive? At this moment, Yang Lanlan raised her hand and timidly said, regarding Qin Ji's matter, that vine technique just now was released by me. I really just wanted to separate them, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. I'm sorry. Yang Lanlan didn't look like she was lying, so Fong Fong changed the subject. How did you end up here? Yang Lanlan pointed ahead in the valley and said, yesterday we were over there, camping after defeating the boss. Then she pointed at Tion Xiang, who was still exploding with blood in the sky. He said he discovered a hidden boss last night and wanted to team up with us to fight it, so we agreed to meet here. There indeed was a hidden boss over there. Yesterday, Fong Fong and the others had come for that boss, but when they arrived here, the red dot for the boss had disappeared from the map. It seemed it had already been killed, so the four simply set up camp here. It really was a coincidence. Seeing Fong Fong silent, Qin Xiu said, since it's a misunderstanding, can we let them go now? Misunderstanding? When did I say this was a misunderstanding? Isn't it? That can at most clear your suspicions. As for them, let's talk after we finish breakfast. Luo Jing stood up irritably and said, what's wrong with you? It's been said it's a misunderstanding. Why are you still holding on to it? You know nothing. Do you know what they did before you arrived? You don't know anything and are just blabbering here. I'm doing this for your own good. If you really offend him, you won't have a good time in Magic City in the future. Right. How did I not think of that? Luo Jing said triumphantly, then why don't you hurry up and let them go? Are you out of your mind? As the saying goes, it's better to eliminate the source of enmity than to leave it be. Since we've already offended them, wouldn't it be better to kill them all and eliminate future troubles? Luo Jing's heart trembled violently and she quickly leaned closer to Xuelin beside her. Are you serious? Yan Lanlan reacted similarly, hastily hiding behind Qin Xiu, peeking at Fong Fong with her small eyes as if looking at a demon. At that moment, Yi Xiaoshuan chuckled, you believe him even when he's lying? This is an examination hall and there are surveillance arrays everywhere. The exam footage is broadcast live. He's not stupid enough to kill someone in front of everyone. Luo Jing finally realized that although she wasn't afraid anymore, looking at Fong Feng's cold eyes made her swallow back the words she wanted to say. She then turned to Xuelin, who sighed and said, you know what kind of person Tion Xiang usually is. This time, he's hit a wall. It's good for them to suffer a bit. Of course I know, so in the end, who's going to suffer? Isn't it that guy? Forget it, he's angry right now, it's useless to say anything. By the time Fong Fong and the others finished breakfast and packed up the tent, if it weren't for Qin Lin's team, the little priest continuously healing them, those three guys would have been dead long ago. With three loud thuds, the three of them fell from the sky. Fong Fong and the others walked away without looking back. If they guessed correctly, the hidden boss that Tion Xiang found was just over the mountain, about 5 miles from here. At this time, they should run over first, deal with that boss, and avoid being robbed later. As for Tion Xiang and his gang, who looked like they were made of mush, Qin Xiu also noticed that the three of them were poisoned. Even if they each got a bottle of high-level antidote, it wouldn't help them for a while. Seeing the resentment in Tion Xiang's eyes, Qin Xiu sighed, you brought this on yourself, who can you blame? Shut up with your sarcastic remarks, it's not you who got beaten. Qin Xiu shook her head and said to Yi Xiaoshuang and the others, forget it, let's go. Noticing Yi Xiaoshuang was mesmerized by Fong Feng's back, she finally reacted and asked, aren't we going to fight the boss? We'll find the boss ourselves, we don't need that Tion Xiang's boss. Wait a minute. Tion Xiang suddenly called out to them. Yi Xiaoshuang replied irritably, what else do you want? Given your aunt's sake, saving you just now was already generous enough. Tion Xiang pointed in the direction they were leaving. From what I just heard, that kid is going to Magic City? I don't know. Tion Xiang sneered, then that's it, I'll wait for him in Magic City. I absolutely cannot let this beating go to waste. I think you're crazy. Yi Xiaoshuang huffed, throwing down a sentence before pulling Luo Jing and Yan Lanlan to turn and leave. Qin Xiu and Xuelin shook their heads at Tion Xiang as well. The four great families of Long Country, Qin, Yi, Shui, and Tion. They have existed for several hundred years, and due to various reasons, the four families have intermarried for hundreds of years, becoming deeply intertwined. Yet how did the Tion family end up with someone like Tion Xiang? If something really happened to him, would they help or not? Fong Fong quickly dealt with the B-level hidden boss in front of him and was about to head to the next area when he heard his wristband beep again. Boss, it seems we've discovered an A-level boss. If we can't handle it, do you want to come take a look? After hearing Du Xiaozuan's words, Fong Fong was a bit confused. Although A-level bosses are tough, they are meant for individuals or small teams. With so many of them, they couldn't take down an A-level boss? Where are you now? Near Chingyue Mountain. Okay, I'll be there right away. Although Chingyue Mountain is more than 20 miles away from here. With Su Jie's speed, the group arrived at the scene in just a few minutes. From above, the forest was a flurry of movement, giving Fong Fong the impression of chaos. It was a complete mess, lacking any semblance of order. Their opponent was a level 37, 5-star Earth Giant Bear. Standing upright, it was as tall as a 3-story building, and when it bent down, just its sheer strength could shake the surrounding trees with a single swipe of its paws. This ferocious beast also possessed the stone armor technique. Its originally black fur now appeared grayish-white, resembling a piece of Qinggang stone. Whether it was magical or physical attacks hitting it felt like mere tickling. Occasionally, there were damaged spots on its body, but the gaps quickly healed as if they had never existed. The key issue was that Du Xiaozuan and the others' accuracy was still somewhat lacking. When the Earth Giant Bear swiped down, the shockwave sent a dozen knights wielding giant shields flying. Luo Zijian, are you okay? Du Xiaozuan hurried over and cast a healing spell on him. Pa! Luo Zijian spat out the dirt in his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine. What about Deng, Tao and the others? They've already been dragged to the back. This thing is not something humans can deal with at all. How did that guy Fong Fong manage it? I just told the boss, I believe he'll be here soon. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Alright, you better get out of the way, don't get hurt. After saying that, Luo Zijian unleashed a defensive aura, illuminating a dozen of his comrades around him, and then they all circled around to the back of the Earth Giant Bear, planning to launch a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow. However, the Earth Giant Bear noticed the crowd approaching and stomped its foot. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground, rippling out like a wave. Before Luo Zijian and the others could get close, they were forced to retreat quickly. Another wave of various magical attacks struck the Earth Giant Bear's head, knocking off a piece of its stone armor and exposing the black bear skin underneath. The archers couldn't help but cheer, quickly aiming their bows and arrows at that exposed area. However, a miraculous scene occurred. The rain of arrows shot from all directions collided in mid-air, exploding into a sea of flames. It was unclear whether any arrows fell, but the Earth Giant Bear was startled, retracting its neck. There was no way around it. The explosion of over 100 magical arrows created such a commotion that even the Earth Giant Bear was frightened. At that moment, the Earth Giant Bear was thoroughly annoyed by this group of insignificant humans. If they could just give it a quick death, it would be fine. But every time they broke through its defenses, the result was just scaring themselves. It felt like these humans were a swarm of flies buzzing around it. Though they had no attacking power, they were bothersome, and the most frustrating part was that it couldn't swat them away with a single paw. What it craved most at that moment was for someone to hand it a flyswatter. It would be eternally grateful to that person's ancestors. The Earth Giant Bear began its charge, running swiftly on all fours, knocking down countless trees. The crowd scattered in all directions. But soon everyone realized something was wrong. As the trees continued to fall, the area for movement began to shrink. In this situation, the warriors and archers fared a bit better since the fallen trees weren't too high, allowing them to leap over easily. However, the mages and priests, with their frail bodies, were in trouble. With a loud crash, Luo Zijian smashed through the obstructing trees. Du Xiaozuan, where are you? Right here, right here. We can't stay here any longer. If we don't leave now, we're all done for. Du Xiaozuan glanced around the battlefield and realized that staying any longer would only put them at a greater disadvantage. Although it was frustrating, if they didn't leave now, they would all be finished. Dang, Tao and the others are still over there in the valley. Let's take them with us. Luo Zijian nodded. Alright, we'll hold this bear back. You all move quickly. The ones most heavily injured in the team were the berserkers like Deng Shou. They were already reckless, and after using their low-level frenzy skills, they couldn't even recognize their own mothers, charging out of the knight's defense circle to attack directly. As a result, they were swatted down like chicks by the Earth Giant Bear, one slap taking out a whole group, with the subsequent healing from the priests lagging behind. If it weren't for their numbers holding the Earth Giant Bear back, they would have been trampled to death long ago. In the air, Fong Fong looked at the crowd and began to retreat towards the valley, shaking his head. That valley was a dead end surrounded by mountains on three sides. Once the bear charged in, who knew how many would die? Let's go down. Shuang released a flame sigh, smashing into the charging Earth Giant Bear, flipping at 360 degrees in the air. At that moment, the people on the ground saw a shadow sweep across the ground, and looking up, their hearts filled with joy. The boss finally arrived. If he hadn't come, they would have suffocated in frustration. Just think, over 2,000 people couldn't handle a 5th-tier Earth Giant. If that got out, they'd be laughed to death. Su Jie landed with the others, immediately Transforming into human form, her hands opening a magic circle and countless thick vines shot up from the ground, instantly binding the earth. Giant bear like a zonzi. Although some vines were quickly torn apart, new ones would immediately sprout up. Then, a fiery tornado rose from the ground as Shuang unleashed the fire feather dance. Fong Fong released a barrage of flame spears, relentlessly targeting the bear's belly, the area with the thinnest stone armor and weakest defense. In just a few seconds, a line of fire pierced through the earth giant's belly. Shuang retracted the fire feather dance and unleashed another flame sigh, striking deep into the bear's belly. Even with the bear's boss aura, this blow could take its life. With a loud bang, the once mighty earth giant was instantly blown apart, showering the sky with blood. The next moment, countless beams of reward light shot up from the forest, creating a spectacular scene. Since everyone participated in the battle, aside from Fong, who enjoyed 10,000 magic crystals alone, the rest of the randomly awarded magic crystals were all over 700. Additionally, they received 2 roasted geese and a skill scroll for Thorn Aura. Thorn Aura, effect radius 15 meters, reflects damage 17%-22%. Fong looked at it and thought it suited Su Jia well, so he handed the scroll to her. From now on, as long as Su Jia activated the Thorn Aura, both he and Shuang could enjoy the damage reflection buff. Are you all alright? Boss, you're too amazing. Something we couldn't handle, you resolved in no time. Fong Fong recognized the lewd priest, named Du Xiaozuan. It's not that you all can't do it, but you didn't coordinate. Well, if you had, taking down this bear would have been a matter of minutes. Du Xiaozuan nodded in agreement. I think so too. We just formed the team, and everyone lacks synergy. At that moment, Luo Zijian walked over from behind, first sizing up Shuang, then said to Du Xiaozuan with annoyance, do you think fighting in a troop is the same as your usual monster hunting teams? This kind of thing needs to be learned in school. With your talent, just focus on being a priest from now on. Don't meddle in command and combat. After saying that, he awkwardly looked at Fong. Fong, thanks for today. We're all classmates, there's no need to be so formal. Luo Zijian nodded and continued, can I ask what her name is? Shuang smiled slightly. Luo Zijian naturally remembered using this kid as a pawn against Tion Xiaoyang. She didn't expect this kid to still be thinking about her. She walked over and linked her arm with Fong Feng's, saying, call me sister-in-law. Luo Zijian was instantly stunned. Next, Fong Fong had Su Jia heal everyone with a forest song, and hundreds of colorful healing lights shot up into the sky. The dazzling scene left everyone in awe once again. The previous fire feather dance and now the forest song were both dark gold level skills. For many of their classmates, still using initial skills, they had never seen such magnificent magic before. This wasn't to say that Yujing City was a remote place where no one could perform such high-level magic. Rather, those who could perform it were on a completely different level and were rarely seen. If Fong weren't their classmate, many of them might never witness such high-level magic in their lifetime. Time quickly passed to the last day of the exam. The candidates began to return to the camp to wait for the teleportation, while the higher-ups at the magic capture headquarters were like ants on a hot pan. Has it not succeeded yet? Yi Longcheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, looking out at the rain curtain. His gaze seemed to pierce through the heavy rain, fixated on the Dragon Kingdom space laboratory located thousands of miles away in the ocean. Not far behind him stood a beautiful secretary with black-rimmed glasses and a cool demeanor. Her name was Jiang Ling. To outsiders, she always wore a bun and a dark blue OL uniform, paired with flesh-colored stockings and shiny black high heels, occasionally switching to black stockings. She rarely smiled, yet was incredibly charming, leaving countless people lost in her silhouette. As for her face, it was hard to say. Her strong aura made it so that only a handful of people in the entire Jing'an Guard headquarters dared to look her in the eye. At that moment, Jiang Ling took off her Bluetooth headset and said to Yi Longcheng, we have successfully teleported 3/5 of the way. What good is 3/5? I want 100%. Yi Longcheng turned around, and Jiang Ling quickly lowered her head, saying, just now, 2 beast masters have already died from the extreme overload of summoning. Just as Yi Longcheng was about to explode with anger, he sighed, how many beast masters are still inside? Excluding the students, there are 5 left. Are you saying I should recruit beast masters from the students and send them to their deaths? My lord, I do not mean to oppose you, it's just that paper cannot contain fire. There are only 3 hours left. If the students cannot come out of the exam room, it will undoubtedly be a nationwide disaster for our Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Ling's meaning was clear. She wanted to sacrifice a few to save many. If this were a battlefield, Yi Longcheng would have agreed without a second thought. But the problem was, he was now facing a group of students, and the Dragon Kingdom had no precedent for sacrificing students to overcome a crisis. Prepare the teleportation array. I want to go to the testing site. Yes. Jiang Ling closed the office door and sighed at the entrance. Although Yi Longcheng did not verbally agree, he had already internally accepted her proposal. If possible, she didn't want to do this either, but the issue was that the seal imposed by the Western Federation on the exam room could not be broken from the outside. The 4 marshals of the Dragon Kingdom, along with the deans of the 5 academies, had all tried and failed. The only way now was to use the space bomb technology developed by the Dragon Kingdom to blast from the inside. The Dragon Kingdom's space bomb technology was still in its infancy and far from the maturity of the Western Federation. First, the Dragon Kingdom's space bombs could not be miniaturized and could not be sent into the exam room through the Friends Systems mailing method. Second, the massive space bombs could not be divided, so the only way to get them into the exam room was through summoning. But now, the Beastmasters left in the examination room are completely unable to summon a spatial bomb weighing over 10 tons. Even using a combined force array would be impossible. The only solution that comes to mind is to draw Beastmasters from among the students, allowing more people to summon together, seeking a qualitative change through quantitative change. However, if that happens, their chances of escaping from the second floor are extremely slim, and in the end, they would all perish in the spatial rupture. But for the sake of millions, sacrificing a few students, Jiang Ling believes, is worth it, and she trusts that those students' parents would understand. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, transforming back into the aloof goddess, and walked towards the teleportation room. The Dragon Kingdom Space Laboratory is located on a small island in the southern part of the Great Wilderness Sea, 37,800 nautical miles away from the Dragon Kingdom's mainland. This distance is primarily for confidentiality and safety reasons. After all, this laboratory is specifically designed for researching spatial bombs, and being a bit farther from the mainland is crucial. A spatial accident could result in the deaths of millions. The laboratory is very close to the beast battlefield, belonging to the Elven Kingdom's Witheredwood Island, which can be seen with the naked eye from the lookout tower here. The entire island looks like a chunk of iron, barren and desolate. On the surface, it is a place of exile for the Elven Kingdom. But in reality, this island is very important to them. Beneath the Witheredwood Island lies a significant strategic resource for the Elven Kingdom, a type of magic crystal mine known as the Source of Life. Therefore, the criminals exiled to this island are essentially a group of miners. At this moment, a fantastical sailing ship from the Elven Kingdom is slowly approaching the shore. The main difference between this ship and the usual ones that transport prisoners is its luxury. The luxurious sailing ship also signifies the identity of its passengers. Before the ship even docks, an elven army has already surrounded the entire dock like a fortress. As the grand sailing ship docks and the gangplank is lowered, a beautiful female elf descends from it. With pointed ears, long silver hair, delicate features, and a tall figure, she wears a light green fitted long dress, and a white silk cloak billows in the gentle breeze. Her curves are full and upright, her waist soft like a willow, and her long legs clad in white silk appear tight and elongated. Walking on the stone slabs of the dock, her crystal high heels make a crisp sound. I have met the High Priestess. The elven general on the island, dressed in exquisite light armor and carrying a slender sword, respectfully salutes the High Priestess. High Priestess Doran slightly nods her head. Let's not waste time, we should head to the scene immediately. While the Elven High Priestess Doran inspects the Witheredwood Island, Yi Longcheng has also arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's space laboratory through teleportation. Looking at the object before him, which is more like a massive circular device than a bomb, he asks, "Are you sure this thing can explode the seal from the inside?" A researcher in a white coat replies, "This is our latest development, the Tion No. 2 spatial bomb, whose power surpasses that of the 5th turn sword god's Void Slash. According to our calculations, the success rate of an internal explosion is as high as 91.93%. How many people are needed to send this thing into the examination room? Based on our calculations, at least 10 second turn Beastmasters are required. If they are first turn, at least 47 are needed. How much time do they have to evacuate? At most half an hour. Half an hour? That's too short. It would take at least a day for the candidates to run from the second floor back to the first. This, Lord Yi, once the spatial crystal is installed, if it is not detonated in time, it will lose 0.3% of its energy every minute. After 30 minutes, the remaining energy will be insufficient to complete this explosion. Why don't those foreign devil's devices have this flaw? This. Seeing the researchers at a loss for words, Yi Longcheng also realized that he had just asked a pointless question. The Dragon Kingdom truly possessed the technology of the Northwestern Federation. At this moment, how could they be troubled by such trivial matters as how to deliver the bomb? Forget it, you can go down now. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Ling behind him and said, "You go prepare, I need to discuss this matter with the 4 marshals." In a manor belonging to the Tion family, Magni and Granley were celebrating with champagne, for in less than 3 hours, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom would know that their examination hall had been sealed. Inside, over 30 million students would be forever sealed in the secret realm. This would undoubtedly be a major earthquake for the Dragon Kingdom if they could still endure and not go to war with the Northwestern Federation. Magni and Granley vowed that from then on, they would write their names in reverse. Dear Granley, do you think we should release a new statement now to inform the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom that their children have been permanently sealed? Granley took a sip of champagne and said, "Absolutely. Then I'll go call the Tion family to take action. Wait a moment, dear Magni. I think it would be more effective if we recorded a video of us telling the story ourselves. Oh dear Granley, I think you must have had too much champagne, otherwise, you wouldn't suggest such a foolish idea. Dear Magni, do you still want to be a green-haired turtle, hiding your head forever in your shell? Oh dear Granley, what nonsense are you talking? Dear Magni, for the freedom and independence of Granland, I can give up everything, including my life, but you just want to hide in your shell. Am I wrong? Dear Granley, I feel we don't need to do this. In any case, this matter will be slowly known in 3 hours. No, dear Magni, this is our glory. We should let everyone know what sacrifices we have made for freedom and independence. We shouldn't be like the people of the Dragon Kingdom, who make sacrifices but hide in the corners. Dear Granley, can't you reconsider? For example, we could live as long as turtles. No, dear Magni, my life is already short. I want to bloom the most beautiful fireworks in this world in my last moments, the fireworks of freedom. Oh dear Granley, are you talking nonsense again? Sorry. Dear Magni, I didn't tell you that I was diagnosed with breast cancer a long time ago. Although both have been removed, the damn cancer cells have still spread. Magni stared wide-eyed at Granley. Damn those cancer cells, this woman has gone mad. Sorry, dear Granley, I think I've had too much to drink. I need to rest a bit. Alright, dear Magni, but shouldn't you say goodbye to our family before leaving? Nah, and I. Granley pointed to the phone behind him and laughed. Sorry, dear Magni, I forgot to tell you that I started a live stream. You were actually live streaming just now? Why didn't I know? Sorry, I forgot to tell you when you went to get the champagne. Magni slumped down in his chair. Now that it was on camera, how could he escape from the Dragon Kingdom? It's all over, completely over. This damn woman has ruined him. Although the audience in Granley's livestream wasn't large, such shocking news quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. 1 telling 10, 10 telling 100. Do you know that the college entrance examination secret realm of our dragon country has been sealed by the Northwestern Federation? No way, there are at least 20 to 30 million people participating in the exam this time. If it's sealed, what are we going to do? I have a recording here. If you don't believe it, take a look. What does the officials say? The officials haven't released any news yet, but this matter is definitely true. In an instant, the official account was flooded with people seeking the truth. Zhang Ling handed her phone to Yi Long Chang. He had been hesitating, but at that moment he made a decision. The dragon country cannot be in chaos if there is a need for accountability. Later, he would bear it alone. Zhang Ling. Understood, my lord. I will arrange for someone to quell the public opinion right away, but it's easy to quell public opinion, but you can't hide a fire with paper. Moreover, such a significant matter cannot simply be forgotten. As long as the candidates do not come out, everyone will be concerned. If the public opinion rebounds after a long time, the situation will be worse than it is now. The only way now is to do everything possible to get the candidates out quickly. The sooner, the better for the officials. Yi Longqing naturally understood this and nodded to Zhang Ling. Just proceed with your previous suggestion. After saying this, he seemed to age several decades in an instant. Of course, he was not young. He was already over 170 years old, but because of his immense strength, he looked only in his 40s or 50s. Alright, my lord. I will notify the relevant personnel right away. Just as Zhang Ling opened the office door and prepared to leave, Yi Longqing suddenly called her back. Forget it, I will handle this myself. My lord. The person giving this order would inevitably be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the dragon country. Zhang Ling felt indifferent. She was just a woman. But Lord Yu was different. He had sacrificed too much for the dragon country and should not bear this stigma. This is an order, go ahead. After sending Zhang Ling away, Yi Longqing slumped in his chair and slowly dialed the phone of the examination venue's person in charge. In the first layer of the college entrance examination secret realm, by a small river near the Yujing city camp. 2 days ago, Fong Fong had cleared all the bosses on the second layer and returned here with 3 beautiful women to enjoy a vacation. Now his score was 380,000, significantly higher than the historical record of 250,000. This meant that the total number of hidden bosses on the second layer that fell into others' hands would not exceed 2 digits. He had almost monopolized them. This score was a full 100,000 points higher than the second-ranked team led by Qinlin. Thanks to the powerful magic crystals given by those 6A grade hidden bosses, it was impossible to create such a large gap otherwise. At the same time, those 6A grade hidden bosses also provided 6 skill books: Thorn Aura, Mirror Clone, Teleportation, Flame Totem, Flame Blade, and Sweep the Army. Among them, Flame Totem and Mirror Clone were diamond level skills, Sweep the Army and Thorn Aura were dark gold level skills, while the remaining 2 were gold level skills. The wood-type magic Thorn Aura was given to Su Jia, as she was a wood-type divine beast, making her use of wood-type skills twice as effective, with a 50% boost. Fong Fong kept Mirror Clone and Teleportation for himself. The former allowed him to have double combat power for an hour. The latter could instantly move 10 meters, and with each level increase, the maximum distance would increase by 10 meters, serving as a life-saving or ambush skill. Initially, Fong Fong intended to give this skill to Su Jia. She was the team's healer, and her safety determined the safety of the entire team. Learning teleportation would give her a certain level of self-protection even if ambushed by an enemy assassin. But unfortunately, this is a space-type magic, and for Su Jia, who specializes in wood magic, his level is too low to learn it. So, Fong Fong had to try it himself, and unexpectedly, it worked, which further confirmed to Su Miaomia that this kid must have a divine-level talent capable of mastering all systems. The Flame Totem and Flame Blade. These two fire-type spells were naturally given to Xu Ying. The former, the Flame Totem, once used, can increase the fire resistance of the entire team by up to 70%, with all attacks carrying 70% fire damage. At the same time, the user's own fire damage is increased by 500%. No wonder it's a diamond-level skill, it's just that powerful. As for sweeping across the army, this is originally a spear combat skill, so it was given to Su Miaomia. This made her extremely happy, finally giving her a group attack skill that she could show off. Once used, it can deal 385% physical damage to a fan-shaped area up to 50 meters in front with a cooldown time of 1.5 seconds. However, the mana cost is a bit high for her. After all, she is not a mage, and each use requires 300 mana points. With her current mana bar, she can use it at most 6 times before needing to replenish her mana. In addition, Fong Fong also obtained over 600 roasted ducks, roasted geese, and braised porkhawks, enough for him to splurge for 2 years after going out. According to Su Miaomia, these experience-boosting foods can stack but require a stacking potion. This potion can only be refined by potion masters after the 5th transition, making it even more valuable and rare than food from 4th transition chefs. Moreover, even with the stacking potion, it can only stack a maximum of 5 times at once. Unfortunately, the Chu Fengshu is not even at the 2nd transition yet. To get such a potion, he can only wait until they reach Magic City and find his cheap master to negotiate. If he doesn't give it, then he is not worthy of being a teacher. The fishing hooks in the river, without bait, hadn't moved at all for a long time. Enjoying the gentle breeze and the fragrance from Xu Ying, which was mixed with a hint of smoke, she was smoking again. She blew a smoke ring towards Fong Feng's face, brushed her long hair back with her left hand, threw him a flirtatious glance, and gently bit her rosy lips, revealing a captivating smile. Damn, this is outrageous. Who can resist such provocation? If it weren't for Su Jia and her daughter being here, Fong Fong would really want to take this woman back to her nest and have his way with her, to see if she would still dare to be so brazen in front of him. Su Miaomia was lying on Su Jia's lap, having her ears cleaned by Su Jia, as the two seemed to reminisce about their happy childhood, creating a very warm scene. Xu Ying flicked away her cigarette butt, which landed in the river with a sizzling sound. Little master, it's about time, shouldn't we head over? Just then, a message suddenly popped up on Fong Feng's friend panel, and upon opening it, he found it was from his cheap master. At the same time, Fong Fong received the message from Yan Shuai. Other students in the national examination from different beast master professions also received messages, but the one sending them was Yi Longchang. Moreover, prior to this, their teachers at the camp had taken them to the office and explained the sealing of the examination venue, so when these candidates received Yi Longchang's message, they were not too surprised. Instead, they were terrified. What's going on? We were actually sealed? This is impossible. This must be a joke. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. This must be a joke. How could the examination venue be sealed? Meanwhile, the children of the 4 major families, who could enjoy independent dormitories, also received the news immediately. Qin Xiu, Xuelin, Luo Jing, and Yang Lan all came to Yi Xiaoshuang's dormitory. It seems that everyone has received similar news. If we really can't get out, we must be prepared to live here forever. After hearing Qin Xiu's words, Xuelin nodded and said, currently, the friend system is still functioning normally and we don't need to worry about material aspects. As long as it's not something too large, transporting it in shouldn't be a problem. What I'm worried about now is that once this news spreads, it could very likely trigger a riot. The urgent task at hand is to prepare for this potential chaos. Luo Jing said, isn't it said that the officials are already organizing beast tamers to bring in spatial bombs? As long as we blow up the 2nd floor of the exam hall and break the seal, we can leave. Xin Shou replied, that's true in theory, but the actual situation is not that simple. As far as I know, the summoning power of artificial contracts is less than 70% of that of rule contracts. Even using a combined summoning array with dozens of people summoning together, the success rate for bringing in a 10-ton spatial bomb is still less than 60%. That low? No way. Yang Lanlan said timidly. Xin Shou explained the success rate was already close to 60%, but unfortunately, 2 second-tier beast tamers died suddenly early this morning, and now the substitute personnel can only be found among the students, which undoubtedly greatly reduces the success rate of the summoning. Now that you mention it, I think of someone. I know you're talking about Fong Fong. He does have great strength, but the success rate I just mentioned already includes him, otherwise, it might be less than 50%. Xue Lin held Yang Lanlan's hand and comforted her. Lanlan, you don't need to worry. We just can't get out for now. After all, the plan proposed by the officials is feasible. What we lack now is someone who can summon the spatial bomb. As time goes on, the skills for spatial bombs will improve, and maybe one day they can be miniaturized and sent directly through the friend system. At the same time, the strength of the beast tamers in the exam hall will also improve. Although the current success rate is less than 60% in a maximum of 10 years, as the beast tamers grow, the success rate will increase accordingly. Hearing this, Shin Shou sighed and said nothing. The Dragon Kingdom's ambition to miniaturize spatial bombs faced obstruction from the Federation, and 10 years might not be enough. Relying on the beast tamers in the exam hall to grow was even more impossible. The highest level monsters in the exam hall were only level 24, and as for the level 30 or 40 bosses, those were brought in by people before the exam and wouldn't respawn. Without resources, how could they grow? Shin Shou sighed and habitually looked at Yi Xiaoshuan, only to find that she had been silent, staring blankly out the window. Xiaoshuan, what's wrong? Seeing everyone looking at her, Yi Xiaoshuan's face turned a shade of pink. She didn't know why, but when she learned that the exam hall was sealed, the first thing that came to her mind wasn't fear or how to face the impending chaos. Instead, it was a boy whose face was always full of confidence and had a slightly mischievous smile. His name was Fong Fong, and he was an exceptionally outstanding boy. She heard that he was just a commoner from a remote mountain town, yet his strength far surpassed that of the elite students around her. How did he manage that? Also, he seemed a bit flirtatious. Just look at his battle pets, each one more beautiful than the last. It was said that as long as beast tamers had enough battle pet expansion cards, theoretically, their battle pets could be limitless. If this continued, how many beautiful girls would surround him in the future? As she thought about this, the fear brought on by the ceiling faded, and she felt that staying here in this secret realm with him might not be such a bad thing after all. Seeing Yi Xiaoshuan lost in thought again, Luo Jing quickly took her hand and said, Xiaoshuan, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Everyone, don't worry, I'm fine. Are you really okay? By the way, where were you guys just now? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the dormitory. The news spread much faster than they had imagined, and the entire camp was in an uproar. They thought the news would only get out after the scheduled transmission failed or by tomorrow. But little did they know, a live broadcast by Glen Ray had already made this matter known to the world. Please, everyone, calm down. Everyone, please calm down. The teacher tried to soothe the crowd through the loudspeaker, but under the immense fear, his voice was practically useless. I don't want to be trapped here. I want to go home. Some people were crying helplessly on the playground. Others had already started to loot supplies. Come with me to the cafeteria. Since we can't get out, we need to stock up on food. Then these people ran into the teacher at the cafeteria entrance and were suppressed. But one or two could be managed. When the crowd grew, the teacher couldn't control them anymore. At this moment, after Qin Shou instructed everyone to close the doors, he went alone to the camp's broadcasting room, took the microphone, and said, Everyone, don't panic. Although we are currently sealed in the secret realm, the friend system is still usable. Qin Shou recited the comforting words he had heard from Shui Lin to Yan Lanlan, and it indeed had a good effect. Coupled with the teacher's reassurances, the chaotic scene was finally brought under control, but soon cries erupted again. Although they no longer had to worry about starving, the fear of being imprisoned and the injustice of their fate quickly spread throughout the camp. Would the world still be the one they were familiar with after 10 or 20 years? Some, bearing their families' hopes, just wanted to get into a better university this time to bring glory to their family, but now it was all over. Some had elderly relatives at home. After 10 or 20 years, would their grandparents still be alive? And for those from poor families, relying on their younger siblings, waiting to earn money to support the family, what would happen to them if they were trapped here? Outside the Yujing city camp by the river, Yan Liqiu recounted the sealing of the exam venue to Fong Fong. However, Fong Fong did not seem surprised from the very beginning. He felt something was off about this exam venue. He just didn't expect it to be sealed by the Northwestern Federation. The only way to resolve the seal now was to use the Beastmaster's summoning skill to bring in his space bomb weighing over 10 tons, at the cost of blowing up the second layer of the secret realm, to break the seal from the inside. Did you know this all along? Fong Fong looked at Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao nodded, I knew the next day. You seem quite composed. I was afraid it would affect your exam. If we really can't get out, what good is it to do well on the exam? It's okay, I'll stay with you. Fong Fong was taken aback. Could this girl be confessing to me? He instinctively glanced at the jealous Shuang, but he saw Shuang take his hand, lean her head on his shoulder, and softly say, and I will always be with you. Su Jia was initially a bit at a loss. She and her daughter had fallen for the same person, but in this situation, she had no mood to think about that. She walked over to Fong Fong and said, and I too, I will always be with my master. For the first time, Fong Fong embraced Su Jia, while Su Miao Miao, despite her feelings, found it hard to act on them, especially with her mother right there in his arms. What did that mean? But then, she leaned in closer herself. Then Fong Fong comforted the three women, saying, Alright, don't look so glum. It's not like we can't get out. I'll call that old man and have him bring me the artificial contract to try. Who knows, it might just work. Fong Fong released Shuang in Su Jie's hands and immediately sent a message to Yan Liqiu. Master, can you bring me the artificial contract you mentioned to try? Sure, I'll send the contract to you right away. Fong Fong thought the contract would be a piece of paper, but what was delivered was a crystal. After looking at the crystal for a while, he sent another message to Yan Liqiu. Old man, this thing won't make me blow up with the spatial bomb or anything ridiculous like life sharing, right? Otherwise, if that thing explodes, won't I be done for too? What are you thinking? It's just a simple binding contract. However, once the spatial bomb is installed, you only have half an hour to leave the second layer. No problem, I'll just summon that thing at the entrance of the second layer. Do you think I would specifically remind you? Because there's only one chance, the spatial bomb must be detonated at the spatial node, which is at the center of the second layer. That place used to be a passage connecting the secret realm to the outside world, and the sealer is the weakest, greatly increasing the success rate of the explosion. The center of the second layer is over 200 kilometers away from the 8 entrances. To cross over 200 kilometers in half an hour is indeed quite tight. At this moment, Shuang said, if I fly at full speed, it shouldn't be a problem, but I might need to trouble Sister Su to stay in the battle pet space for a while. Fong Fong nodded, it's fine, they can wait for us on the first layer. Then Fong Fong sent another message, how do I use this thing? You just need to drop a drop of blood on it. Blood recognition? Although Fong Fong felt that this method of contract seemed somewhat familiar, he didn't have time to think too much. With his keen hearing, he could already hear signs of an explosion in the camp. He quickly dropped a drop of blood on it, and then in his spiritual perception, besides Shuang and Su Jie, there were 2 more iron lumps. Total mass of 20 tons? Old man, are you kidding me? Can I really summon something that weighs 20 tons? Don't rush, the red one is just a test product used to test the summoning success rate. The second white one is the spatial bomb, and there will be 27 beast masters to assist you in summoning it. Isn't it said that beast masters are rare professions? Can the official Fong Ran really mobilize 20 beast masters at once? With so many beast masters, do you still need me? There are only 5 official beast masters, the others are all drawn from students like you. What's the success rate? About 50%. You're really taking a big gamble. We don't expect you to succeed in one go. This is just to let you practice with a piece of iron first. However, the emotions of the other beast masters are still quite unstable, so you can practice alone for now. One last question, what's the reward from the official after completing this task? You're really not one to lose out. 30 million contribution points. 5. Official second turn beast masters with a 40% share, and the rest will be split among you 23. Are you kidding? How many points does one person get? Their official beast masters are second turn. Am I not second turn too? Their second turns are already at level 30 or 40. And how many levels are you at? But I can try to get you more. You can ask for an extra layer from the remaining contribution points. Wait a minute, the place you mentioned is at least over 200 kilometers from each first layer exit. Are you sure they can make it out in half an hour? Yan Liqiu was silent for a long time before replying. Don't worry, the Dragon Kingdom will never mistreat anyone who has contributed to the country. Their families will enjoy the benefits of being a martyr's family, and the contribution points they deserve will be credited to their family accounts. In fact, even without Yan Liqiu saying it, Fong Fong had already thought of this outcome. Among those who went in to break the seal, apart from himself, no one could cover a distance of 200 kilometers in just half an hour. Old man, if I can complete this task alone, will the officials go back on their word? What? You want to complete this task by yourself? Are you out of your mind? A spatial bomb weighing 10 tons is something you can summon alone? The key is I don't want to give you this old guy a free ride. I'm an orphan, if I achieve glory, won't all my contribution points go to you? Yan Liqiu fell silent again because he had overlooked the fact that Fong Fong was an orphan from the very beginning. When others die, their families can receive a considerable amount of contribution points and enjoy high social welfare benefits. But if this kid Fong Fong dies, he would truly have nothing left. Forget it, you shouldn't participate in this mission. Then as my master, won't you be ridiculed by others? MD, I don't care. Fong Fong smiled slightly. You still haven't told me, if I can independently complete this task, will the officials go back on their word regarding the 30 million contribution points? I don't lack that little bit of contribution points. You shouldn't do something foolish? Alright, just having you say that is enough. The conversation between Fong Fong and Yan Liqiu was clearly observed by Suing and the others. Young master, you really don't want to try it alone, do you? Fong Fong laughed. Why not? That's 30 million contribution points. Su Miao Miao, standing nearby, said irritably, I think you're crazy. A spatial bomb weighing at least 10 tons is something 7 second-tier beast masters can't handle. How can you manage it alone? Little brat, do you look down on me? Your uncle's skills have a tenfold increase, and summoning is no exception. I'm not looking down on you, I'm worried. You'll drop dead, and then my mom and aunting will be dragged into it. Drop dead? I'll summon it right now to show you whether I can drop dead. With that, Fong Fong began to demonstrate his summoning technique first, practicing with that red iron lump. In the Dragon Kingdom's space laboratory, Yen Licho stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, side by side with Jichobai, the dean of Magic City Academy, looking down at the large circular ring that was 3 stories high, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. You should have stopped that kid. Yen Licho sighed. That kid is just a stubborn mule. I can see you really admire that kid. To be honest, if you, old man, look down on him, it will be the most foolish thing you've done in your life. Ji Chi-ching glanced at him, knowing he was in a bad mood and didn't want to argue with him. However, he couldn't agree with what he had just said. That kid Fong Fong might indeed have some exceptional qualities, but relying on battle pets is ultimately relying on external forces, and the most powerful battle pets in this world are divine beasts. But no matter how strong divine beasts are, aren't there precedents of them being killed? Moreover, divine beasts are all proud and could never become battle pets for beast masters. Therefore, that kid's ceiling will ultimately be capped at level 8 ferocious beasts, meaning all his brilliance will fade after the 4th transition. Because after the 4th transition, there are many who can kill level 8 ferocious beasts. Unless it's a level 8 ferocious beast that was born as such and has risen from level 1, that would be a different existence altogether. But that kid clearly didn't have that possibility. His battle pet's initial rank was 6, and it could only evolve step by step. Even if it eventually evolved to rank 8, its strength would be comparable to most rank 8 beasts. As for crossing rank 8 to enter the realm of divine beasts, that was out of the question, as there was no precedent for such a thing in this world. However, at that moment, a massive magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky above the small island, and the descending light instantly enveloped the iron lump that was being used as a test subject. At the same time, the elven high priest Doran, who was inspecting Witheredwood Island, suddenly felt a shock in his heart and quickly flew out of the mine, then gazed far at the small island in the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, it's the aura of the goddess of life. How could the goddess's aura appear on human territory? By the small river outside the camp in Yujing City. Fong Fong had exhausted all his magic power and sat down heavily on the ground. Previously, when summoning Shuang and Su Jia, he didn't feel that the summoning was particularly strenuous. Even when summoning both at the same time, it was effortless. But this time, when the summoning reached 20%, the magic consumption suddenly accelerated. Even with the tenfold enhancement from the blessing of the goddess of life, his mana recovery couldn't keep up with the consumption. However, relying on his massive base of magic power, he managed to complete 90% of the summoning this time. Just a little more, and he would have succeeded. Look at you. Showing off. Are you okay? Seeing Fong Fong drenched in sweat, Su Miao handed him a wet towel. Fong Fong took it and wiped his sweat. Give me 3 minutes, and I guarantee I can succeed next time. Su Miao shot him an annoyed glance. 3 minutes? You can stand up and say that, boastful as ever, stubborn as a dead duck. Fong Fong immediately stood up from the ground and slapped the towel into her hands. You little brat, should I say you look down on others? You, how is this possible? How could you recover so quickly? Want to know? Call me uncle and I'll tell you how I did it. Say it if you want. However, seeing that Fong Fong was fine, she felt much more at ease. Then Fong Fong said to Su Jia, Sister Su, I want to ask you for a favor later. No problem, master, please go ahead. When my magic power is about to drop to half, please cast a life tribute for me. Life Tribute can instantly restore 30% of health and magic power, while also enhancing the recovery speed of health and magic power for 10 seconds. It also has a resurrection function, but it only works in secret realms. Alright, let's get started. Hey, aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Su Miao said irritably. Not necessary. In the spatial laboratory, Ji Chiobai's eyes widened. Just now, that large iron lump below had almost disappeared by 90%, just a little more and it would have succeeded. But in the end, it fell short and the vanished part reappeared before everyone. Who was summoning just now? Ji Chiobai looked at Yen Licho. Although he was asking, he already had an answer in his heart. The only person who could have done that summoning was Fong Fong. After all, he had just said he wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that this attempt would actually complete 90% so quickly. It should be noted that the 7 official second transformation Beastmasters had only managed to complete 60% together. That kid's magic power alone was actually more than the total of 7 second transformation Beastmasters at levels 30 or 40. Is this still human? Of course, who else could it be but my disciple? It seems we need to revise our plan. Indeed, this plan needed to be changed. This kid had the ability to complete the summoning alone, so there was no need to sacrifice others. Yen Licho suddenly extended his hand to Ji Chiobai and said, hand it over. What? The rank 7 evolution potion, I know you old man have it. In their eyes, Fong Feng's current battle pet is the 6th tier Burning Sky Swallow. If it can evolve to the 7th tier, its speed will definitely increase significantly. But even if his Burning Sky Swallow evolves to the 7th tier, it would still be impossible to cover over 200 kilometers in just 30 minutes. Yet, Ji Chiobai still took out the evolution potion and asked, are you really planning to send that kid? What, are you regretting it now, old man? Want to take him as your disciple? Sorry, you don't have that chance anymore. If that kid can come back alive this time, you won't be able to stop him. that kid will definitely come back alive. The spatial collapse started from the center and will take at least 15 minutes to spread to the edges, which means he has at least 40 minutes to escape. The second layer. With the speed of a 7th-tier burning sky swallow plus that kid's teleportation skill, 40 minutes is enough for him to run back to the first layer. You say that kid knows spatial magic? But he's not a spatial mage, and his level is only in the 20s. How could he possibly have a teleportation skill? Yen Liqiu smiled slightly. I told you, you old fool, looking down on that kid is the most foolish thing you've done in your life. After saying that, he snatched the evolution potion from Ji Qiubai's hand. Just then, the summoning array that had just disappeared for less than 5 minutes reappeared. In less than 10 seconds, the large iron block used for the experiment completely vanished from everyone's sight. At that moment, everyone on site was stunned, including the 4 marshals, the deans of the 5 academies, the commander of the Jing'an Guard, Yi Longcheng, and his secretary, the cold goddess Jiangling, all quietly watching the empty space where the test subject had been placed. Did it succeed? That kid actually accomplished something that required 10 people, and those 10 had to be above level 30, second-tier beast tamers. Meanwhile, on Kumo Island, Duolan also realized that it was indeed the breath of the goddess of life. Who could possibly receive the blessing of the goddess of life? Thinking of the withering tree of life in the Elven Kingdom, could it be that we have truly been abandoned by the goddess? With that thought, she immediately turned to the general on the island and said, "Load all the life magic crystals onto the ship quickly. Great priest, aren't you being too hasty? You just arrived. There's no time. I have something very important to report to the queen in person." In the spatial laboratory, Yen Liqiu looked at the dumbfounded Ji Qiubai and laughed heartily. How about my disciple? Now, old man, are you regretting it? But unfortunately, he is my disciple, not yours. Ji Qiubai shot him a glare. You can talk after he comes back alive. Don't worry, that kid will definitely come back alive, I guarantee it. He glanced at the hall below, where Yi Longcheng had already recovered from his shock and had started a video call with the examination room. What happened, Commander? The one who answered the video was a squad leader of the Jing'an Guard named Zhou Youfu, who looked completely bewildered as he stared at Yi Longcheng on the other end of the video call. He couldn't understand what had happened, why the commander would personally make a video call. Stop pretending, you brat. Yi Longcheng was in a good mood. Didn't you just successfully summon the test subject? Come on, let me see our little heroes. I want to commend them in person. Zhou Youfu was even more confused. The test subject had been successfully summoned. How could he, the person in charge, not know? He immediately turned around to look at the area where the test subject was stored, only to find it completely empty, not even a hair left. Gee, great. Sir, is there a mistake? At this moment, Yi Longcheng also noticed that the expression on the other side was off and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Youfu also remained silent, directly giving him a camera shot. Such an outrageous matter could not be explained clearly with just his words. Now Yi Longcheng was also dumbfounded, his fists pounding on the table. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to think of something. The opposite side was completely empty, indeed not even a hair was present, but there wasn't a single person either. So, could it be possible that among the students just summoned, there was a genius who unintentionally summoned it during practice? Go investigate. For me, we must find that guy. Before Yi Longcheng could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from behind, almost pinning him, the commander of the Jing'an Guard, down onto the table. What do you mean by that guy? That is my disciple Fong Fong. He is currently at the Yujing city camp. You should send someone to contact him. By the river outside the Yujing city camp. Looking at the 13-meter diameter, 10-ton iron ring that had just crashed to the ground with a bang, Fong Fong was startled. It worked. With Su Jie's help, the 10-ton spatial bomb sample was successfully summoned. At that moment, Miao Miao's wristband also rang, and upon opening it, it was his squad leader Huang Wufeng. The fastest way to find Fong Fong was to contact Su Miao Miao, because she was part of the Jing'an Guard, assigned as Fong Feng's bodyguard. The two didn't know what they chatted about, but after a few sentences, Su Miao Miao quickly ended the communication and came to Fong Fong. What's the matter? Fong Fong asked. The people in the team found out that you just successfully summoned this big iron lump, and now they want me to take you to the explosion point. So fast? There's no other way. People outside already know that the examination site has been sealed. To quickly quell this incident, it's naturally best to send people out as soon as possible. Fong Fong nodded in understanding, then asked the doubt in his heart, isn't there still a few hours until the teleportation? How could the people outside know in advance? I heard it was the Northwestern Federation who accidentally streamed a live broadcast. Accidentally streamed a live broadcast? A video could be explained, but a live broadcast could also be said to be accidental? In Fong Feng's view, this was clearly a deliberate provocation from the other side. He never expected that the Northwestern Federation in this world had become so arrogant. In the previous world, if something was blown up, they would say it was an accidental bombing, but in this world, they didn't even bother to cover it up. Unfortunately, he was now in a position of little influence. Apart from feeling indignant, it seemed there was nothing he could do. What does the official say? Su Miao Miao replied, the official message is that there is a malfunction in the examination site barrier and they are working hard to repair it. In that case, let's set off. The sooner we can fix the barrier, the sooner we can silence those people. The key point was that Fong Fong wanted to fight back. Since the Northwestern Federation dared to openly state this matter, it definitely wasn't their intention, because this was clearly heading towards war. But those big-nosed, yellow-haired creatures knew in their hearts that Long Country was not one of those small countries they could easily bully. Going to war with Long Country would surely lead to mutual destruction. For profit-driven capitalists, how could they do something that harms others without benefiting themselves? The only possibility was that there were definitely problems within their ranks. The person who leaked this matter must want Long Country to go to war with the Federation to achieve some ulterior motive and gain related benefits. Therefore, the next thing the Federation would do was to destroy the evidence and then extort Long Country. This was their usual tactic, something he had seen plenty of in his past life, nothing surprising. Although Fong Fong could not influence the overall situation, he could still prevent them from having the opportunity to extort. As for whether Long Country could seize the evidence and counter-extort the Federation, that was beyond Fong Feng's control. At the Magic City camp in Yi Xiaoshuang's single dormitory. Look, isn't that Wang Ziheng? Wasn't he called to summon the spatial bomb? How did he come back? The crowd followed Luo Jing's finger and indeed saw a disheveled young man downstairs. Who else could it be but Wang Ziheng from Magic City? Number 28? Xin Xiu and the others, as descendants of the four great families, naturally knew many insider details that others could not. This included the rescue plan that the authorities had implemented this time. In this plan, Wang Ziheng, as a beast master, was also one of the members, but now he had returned. While everyone was puzzled, Xin Xiu was the first to contact his family to ask what was going on, mainly to determine whether this was a good or bad thing. I'll ask my uncle 69. Xuelin immediately stood up and left the dormitory. Their biggest worry was whether the official rescue plan had failed before it could even be implemented. After all, who would want to be trapped here if they could get out? As time ticked by, Xin Xiu still hadn't received any news, and Xuelin returned, drenched in sweat. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they looked at him, praying he wouldn't bring bad news. Xuelin swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and said, "It's good news." Yi Xiaoshuang poured him a glass of water and asked, "What exactly happened?" Xuelin gulped down the water and wiped his mouth, saying, "It was successful. Someone successfully summoned a sample of the spatial bomb into the exam room, so people like Wang Ziheng won't be needed." Everyone was taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "Who has such great ability? Speaking of which, we know this person too, it's Fong Fong." Him? Yi Xiaoshuang's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, and then sensing the unusual looks from those around her, she quickly lowered her voice. "Are you sure it's him? I pestered my uncle 69 for a long time, and he told me himself. He also warned me not to leak this news to prevent any accidents." At this moment, Yi Xiaoshuang seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Qin Xiu. "Did you really say that everyone participating in this plan wouldn't survive?" Qin Xiu shared what he knew. "Not everyone, but at least one person has to die. As far as I know, the official spatial bomb technology is not yet mature. Once the spatial magic crystal is placed into the device, its magic power will lose 0.3% per minute. Therefore, the participants have at most half an hour to return to the first layer. With such a distance, unless one is a third-tier professional or an eighth-tier flying beast, otherwise, he couldn't bring himself to say the rest. But everyone present knew what the outcome would be. The dormitory fell silent, and Yi Xiaoshuang sat back in her chair, lost in thought about that person. His smile was a bit mischievous, but he chose to sacrifice himself for everyone. What kind of brave and noble person would make such a choice? In the second realm of the secret realm, Gong Miao Miao brought Fong Fong to the explosion point. This was the ruins of an ancient city, with moss-covered stone walls, broken stone pillars entwined with vines, and streets overgrown with weeds. The four of them walked along the street until they reached the city gate, where the safety officer for this exam, Zhou Youfu, stood alone. He was dressed in a brand new gray Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, and his leather shoes shone brightly, clearly having dressed up carefully before coming. When Su Miao Miao saw him, she was visibly taken aback. "Team leader Zhou, what's with you today?" In her impression, Zhou Youfu was a disheveled, middle-aged, greasy uncle. His appearance today was quite unusual. "What, can't you stand to see your uncle looking handsome for once? This little brother is Fong Fong, right? Hello, team leader Zhou. Don't listen to this little girl calling me that, just call me old Zhou." Then Zhou Youfu added, "Go take a break first. Once you're rested, we can get back to business." Fong Fong shook his head. "No need, I can summon right away. I'm telling you, little brother, you can't be reckless. What you're about to summon isn't like the previous samples. If you fail, you'll have to start over. So theoretically, we only have one chance." "I understand. If you knew that my last two summons were only 3 minutes apart, I think you wouldn't be advising me to rest." Old Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then scrutinized Fong Fong a few times before nodding. In that case, you can give it a try. After old Joe explained some precautions to Fong Fong, he began the summoning. In less than 10 seconds, a massive crystal ring was firmly secured on the prepared base on the ground. Old Joe looked at the space bomb towering over 10 meters high and then glanced at Fong Fong. It was hard to imagine that something that 7 beast masters in their 30s and 40s couldn't accomplish together was effortlessly completed by this young man before him. Fong Fong was actually not at ease at all. At the moment the summoning was completed, his magical power had already been exhausted. The reason he looked fine was due to his terrifying self-recovery ability. Very good, old Joe murmured as he gazed at the space bomb. Leave the next part to me. Hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. Old Joe meant he was going to stay behind to activate the space bomb? Su Miao also looked at old Joe in surprise, then her eyes revealed a flicker of realization. No wonder old Joe had dressed so handsomely today. It turned out he was prepared for sacrifice. Fong Fong cleared his throat and said, Old Joe, are you trying to die? Old Joe turned to him and smiled. You're still young, with infinite possibilities ahead. I've muddled through most of my life without achieving anything. Now that I've finally encountered something so impressive, why can't I, old Joe, have a moment of glory? I just think it's unnecessary. What do you mean unnecessary? Do you know how many years it has been since our dragon country has seen a genius like you? Kid, you absolutely cannot die here. Also, work hard and don't go down the wrong path, otherwise, I won't rest in peace. Honestly, I really don't want to ruin this tragic atmosphere. But I still want to say, you really don't need to do something so foolish, because 30 minutes might not be enough for you to escape, but it is for me. What do you mean? I mean it literally. 30 minutes to fly from here to the exit is more than enough for me. If you don't believe me, do you want me to take you for a test flight? Can you really do it? Shuang, take him for a test flight. Okay, master. Although Shuang didn't like having such a greasy man on her, she couldn't disobey her little master's orders. After saying that, she transformed into a burning sky swallow with a wingspan of 16 meters and said to old Joe, hurry up and get on, don't waste my master's time. Old Joe looked at the burning sky swallow, then at Fong Fong. Can you really do it? Fong Fong replied impatiently, of course. Do you really want to die here? It's not that I want to, I just don't want you to die here. Hearing this, Fong Fong immediately lost his anger. Alright, old Joe. Hand over the magic crystal and you all should retreat quickly. The sooner it explodes, the sooner it will be over. You know how many people outside are waiting to see our dragon country's joke. In the end, Fong Fong finally stirred old Joe's will to survive by mentioning his wife and children, which made him agree. He handed the magic crystal to Fong Fong and demonstrated it on the spot. After confirming that Fong Fong had no issues, he left. Fong Fong then looked at Su Miao and Su Jia. Aren't you two leaving? If Shuang carries you both, she won't be able to fly that fast. Su Jia said. I'm not leaving. At worst, I'll wait for the master to put me into the battle pet space. Su Miao glanced at her mother and then at Fong Fong. She really had no excuse to stay, so she said, I've entrusted my mom to you, so you must come back alive, or I won't let you off. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me go back on my word? I hope you won't this time either. Is one day enough for you? Fong Fong asked. Su Miao shook her head. No need, half a day is enough. Don't push yourself too hard. Can I outdo you in pushing myself? Clearly, there's someone who can take your place, yet you insist on being stubborn. Is this how you treat your comrades? Mind your own business, just make sure to come back alive. After saying that, Su Miao turned and left, disappearing from the sight of the three after a few leaps. It was only after running far away that the tears she could no longer hold back flowed down like pearls from a broken string. Wiping her tears, she looked back in the direction of the ancient city. Fong Fong, I'll be waiting for you at the exit. You must not go back on your word. In the ancient city, Fong Fong interlocked his fingers and stretched lazily. Sister Su, do you have any food left? Yes. What does the master want to eat? Anything. I'm just bored. Consider it a way to pass the time. How about cola and bread? Isn't there any Chinese food? Chinese food? It's the food from our dragon country. Hearing about bread in such a situation annoys me. How about I stir fry some egg rice for the master? Oh, let's just hunt some wild game and have a barbecue instead. In the space laboratory, when the personnel on site saw the huge space bomb disappear before their eyes, it was like a successful rocket launch and the whole place erupted in cheers. That kid really didn't let me down, Yan Liqiu said with a satisfied expression. You old fool, this time you really got lucky. Why are you still standing there? Come over and have a cup of tea with me. Freshly brewed Wui red robe. Ji Choubai had already prepared the tea on a small table and poured one cup in front of Yan Liqiu. Yan Liqiu took a sip. This really is your specialty tea, so tell me, treating me to such good tea, are you plotting against my disciple? Let me tell you, not a chance. Look at what you're saying. Can't I invite you for tea without any ulterior motives? Just then, Yi Longqing rushed in. The two old men shot him an annoyed glance. Ji Choubai even put down his cup and said irritably, you brat, how many years has it been and you're still so reckless? Spit it out, what's the matter? Teacher, Commander Yan, I just received news that Fong Fong wants to stay behind to detonate the bomb himself. With a clatter, the teacup in Yan Lichio's hand fell onto the tea table. What did you say? Fong Fong wants to stay behind and detonate the bomb himself. That troublesome kid, why is he so stubborn? Fine. I got it, you can go now. After sending Yi Longcheng away, Yan Lichio immediately messaged Fong Fong. Who told you to be so reckless? Hurry up and get out of here. On Fong Feng's side, he was really preparing to hunt for wild game when he received Yan Lichio's message in his friend panel. Glancing at it, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile slightly. He knew that old Zhou was most likely behind this. I say, old man, why are you so worked up? If you were in front of me right now, I'd want to slap you to death. Hurry up and get out. You want someone to take my place? I can't bear it. You, just go ahead. I finally took on a disciple, and how did I end up? With someone like you? Don't worry, I won't die. Just over 200 kilometers, that's nothing for me. Yan Lichio saw that he couldn't persuade this stubborn one, so he gave the evolution potion he extorted from Ji Xiaobai to Fong Fong. Speaking of which, this old man was quite clever. The evolution potion was originally meant to be a gift for Fong Fong when they met in Magic City. Although he was a marshal, there were really not many things he could take out, so he saved what he could. Wow, old man, good stuff. 7-level evolution potion? Fong Fong thought to himself, too bad it's useless to me. I can't just watch you die there, can I? Cut the crap. I see this thing is probably something you extorted from somewhere, just a favor for you, right? Fong Feng's words were meant as a joke, but unexpectedly hit the nail on the head. Ji Qiubai, who was watching from the side, felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Over the years, how many things had that cheap master of yours extorted from me? He wanted to tease Yan Lichio a bit, saying, looks like your kid has met his match this time, but seeing him in a fit of anger, he swallowed the words back down. Where did you get so much nonsense? Just use it if I give it to you. Yan Lichio said, his face reddening, unable to hide the embarrassment of being poked at by his disciple. By the way, master, I want to ask about something. Have you ever heard of a thing called stacking potion? What do you want that for? Didn't I get a lot of roast goose and roast duck in the exam hall? Enough for me to eat for 2 or 3 years. If I really have to eat one a day, it would be a waste of time. Can you give me some stacking potions? No. You don't have to answer so decisively, do you? At worst, I'll trade you this 7-level evolution potion for it. This made Yan Lichio so angry that he kicked over the coffee table in front of him and pointed at the chat window, saying to Ji Qiubai, look at what this kid is saying. At this time, instead of thinking about quickly leveling up his battle pet to save his life, he actually has time to think about stacking potions. However, Ji Qiubai was startled when he heard Fong Fong say that the things he got in the exam hall could last him 2 or 3 years. The hidden boss system in the exam hall was something he personally designed back in the day. He knew better than anyone how many bosses and how much loot there was inside. If Fong Fong said the loot was enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 years, didn't that mean he had almost cleared all the bosses by himself? This kid is impressive. I really misjudged him back then. Otherwise, how could I have let this killer in front of me take advantage? I don't even know how many good things he will extort from me in the future if I want him to share half of his spoils. Hey, old man, can you say something? Fong Fong urged when he saw the other party not responding for a long time. Yan Lichio took a deep breath, sat back down, and typed, fine, as long as you come back alive, I'll make sure you get all the potions you want. You said it yourself, I can take screenshots as evidence, right? Sure, you can keep it as evidence. Just make sure to come back alive. Fong Fong smiled slightly. Previously, Su Miaomio said that even with money, stacking potions were hard to come by, and he was planning to trade a 7-level evolution potion for it, since 7-level evolution potions were also things that couldn't be bought with money. Trading this for it seemed reasonable, right? But unexpectedly, that cheap master was really generous. As long as he could come back alive, the potions would be plentiful. Does that mean that in the future, whatever potions he needs, he can just ask him for? No matter whether Yan Lichio meant this or not, Fong Fong understood it this way. With screenshots as evidence, he wasn't afraid of any future regrets. The three of them then hunted a steel-horned sheep, which Su Jie seasoned after expressing her displeasure, and they roasted it over the fire. After finishing the roasted sheep, it was already evening. Fong Fong and Shu Ying cuddled against a collapsed stone pillar, with her playing with his fingers, while Su Jie sat beside them, gazing at the moonlight on the horizon. You guys have been talking for so long, has Sister Meow Meow come back? I don't know, Shu Ying shook her head. Su Jie said, at her speed, she could return to the first layer in half a day at most, and since the master gave her a day, she must have gone out by now. Should we start now? Shu Ying leaned against Fong Feng's chest and looked up at his face. Let's wait another night. What if old Zhou hasn't come out yet and we blow him up? That would be too unfair. Okay, I'll listen to you. The next morning, when Fong Fong woke up, he felt as if 2 mountains were pressing down on him. Opening his eyes, he saw Shu Ying lying on his right and Su Jie on his left. He glanced at the stone stool by the campfire. Wasn't Su Jie sitting there yesterday? How did she end up here? When did she crawl over? Just then, Su Jie's eyelashes fluttered slightly, clearly awake but too shy to move. Oh no, last night I just wanted to sit next to the master for a while. How did I end up sleeping on him? What's even more embarrassing is that the master woke up before I did. What should I do? If the master asks about it later, how will I explain? Fang Feng was momentarily stunned because he could hear clearly what Su Jie had just thought at such a close distance. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Sister Su also had some feelings for him. Ever since he discovered that their highest contract would ruin her life, Fang Feng had been thinking about how to remedy the situation. Now he finally realized that the best remedy would be to marry her, just like Shuing. But this was just Fang Feng's unilateral thought. He still didn't know what Su Jie was thinking. Hearing her thoughts just now made Fang Feng immediately firm in his decision. However, to avoid making this big sister feel awkward, Fang Feng pretended not to know she was awake, gently moved her off him, and stretched lazily, saying, "It's dawn, time to get up and get to work." Shuing was startled awake, groggily looking around before snuggling back into Fang Feng's arms, wanting to stay in bed a little longer. Su Jie pretended to just wake up, sitting up and covering her mouth as she yawned. "Master, you're awake? Seeing you all looking like you haven't woken up, how about we sleep a little longer? We've waited all night, so what's another hour or two? No need, I'll go prepare breakfast for the master." If Fang Feng hadn't heard Su Jie's thoughts, he would have thought it was Shuing causing trouble again, but that didn't matter now. He had made his decision, and her mischief wouldn't change that. At worst, he would discipline her, and she would definitely accept it willingly. An hour later, Shuing transformed into a blazing phoenix, ready for action. Su Jie was stored in the battle pet space. Fang Feng took out the spatial magic crystal and approached the spatial bomb, opening the hidden compartment to place the magic crystal inside. As the huge crystal ring emitted the detonation signal, Fang Feng jumped onto Shu Ying's back, shouting, "Let's go!" The giant phoenix soared into the sky like a brilliant flame, drawing a long rainbow before disappearing into the horizon. In 15 minutes, they covered 100 kilometers, which was within Fang Feng's plan, but he suddenly realized he had forgotten something. That was Shu Ying's endurance. 30 minutes to fly 200 kilometers was enough for her. However, they had only flown short distances before. This long-distance flight at full speed was something they had never tried. At the 20-minute mark, the concerns that Fang Feng had were indeed realized. Shuaing's speed began to drop significantly, taking 3 minutes to cover a mere 40 miles. Shuaing was also anxious. At this rate, they would definitely not be able to escape. If this was to summon Su Jie and restore her stamina, with both their weights combined, they still wouldn't be able to fly out. Using stamina potions was out of the question. Not only did the potions have a time to take effect, but crucially, he didn't have any on him. At 30 minutes, a sudden flash of light erupted behind them, filling their vision with a blinding white glow that made it impossible to see, even with their backs turned. The spatial bomb had detonated, but there were still over 30 kilometers to the exit, and at Shuaing's current speed, they simply couldn't escape. "Master, The explosion's light made Shuaing even more anxious, and her speed plummeted further due to her emotional state. "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here." After saying this, Fang Feng pulled Shuaing into the battle pet space. In a moment of desperation, Fang Feng decided to take a gamble and use the skill teleport in midair. He simultaneously drew on all his experience to rapidly increase the level of teleport. Starting from 100 meters at a time, he quickly reached 200, 300, 400, 500. Fang Feng was tireless because he had the blessing of the goddess of life. Under a tenfold amplification, the mana consumed by level 5 teleport was negligible compared to his powerful recovery ability. However, at that moment, the space behind him was collapsing like a shattered mirror. "We did it!" In the spatial laboratory, Yi Longcheng slammed the table. "Quick, arrange for the candidates to be teleported immediately." In the examination hall, students from various camps were ecstatic, finally able to go home. "Everyone, stand in line by class and prepare for teleportation." Yi Xiaoshuang stood among the crowd, watching the jubilant people around her, but she couldn't feel any happiness. She thought that even if she stayed here for 10 or 20 years, it wouldn't matter because that guy was still here. Yan Liqiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes fixed on the exit on the second floor. Since the space on the second floor had already collapsed, the images inside could no longer be transmitted. All he could do now was stare intently at the exit while tightly clenching his fists. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Feng had run the last 30 kilometers in one breath. If it weren't for the 1-second cooldown time required for the teleport skill, he would have been even faster. Standing at the exit, he glanced back. At this moment, Fang Feng had a completely new understanding of the technology and magic of this world. Looking at the chaotic void less than 30 miles away, a single spatial bomb could obliterate around 120,000 square kilometers of land, along with the sky into nothingness. A mushroom bomb was nothing compared to it. No wonder the officials put so much effort into developing this thing. With it, who would dare to underestimate the Dragon Kingdom? This item was the sword that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to stand tall among the nations of the world. But at that moment, Fang Feng couldn't imagine that many years later, the destructive power of a casual swing of his sword would be even more terrifying than what he saw now. At the entrance of the second floor of the examination hall, Su Miaomiao received the news that the seal had broken, but looking at the teleportation passage before her, why hadn't that guy come out yet? just as she was foolishly considering going down to take a look. Fong Fong walked out of the passage. Seeing Fong Fong, Su Miao Miao couldn't help but rush over, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding him tightly. Just as he emerged, Fong Fong felt a sudden darkness before a wave of fragrance hit him. Soft? No, his chest was painfully assaulted by two metallic objects. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. An embrace without removing armor was like an assault. Fortunately, he had a good physique, or this would have at least broken 2 ribs. Su Miao Miao didn't hear Fong Feng's gasping sound from being hurt. By the time she reacted, her cheeks were already flushed with a peachy pink, feeling a bit embarrassed. Where was her composure? How did she end up running over to hug him? Just as Su Miao Miao was feeling awkward and didn't know what to do, a pair of mischievous hands suddenly landed on her beautiful backside, the leather smooth and bouncy, and when squeezed, it made her whole rear tremble. Su Miao Miao suddenly looked up at Fong Fong. Have you had enough? Isn't it a misunderstanding? I saw some dust there and wanted to pat it off for you. Feeling the unusual sensation from her backside, Su Miao Miao instinctively bit her lip and then pushed away the well-meaning Fong Fong. Pa! Shameless! Su Miao Miao touched her burning face and spat at Fong Fong. Fong Fong rubbed his chest and said, next time you come running over, remember to take off your armor. With my physique, if someone else were to treat you, the medical fees would bankrupt you. Su Miao Miao instinctively looked down at her battle armor. Although force is mutual, the same force applied over a smaller area results in greater pressure. Even though she felt fine, that was because her area was large and pressure small, while he. Are you okay? As soon as she asked this, Su Miao Miao regretted it. If he really got hurt from her bumping into him, would he still have time to be hands-on with her? I'm fine. Who told me to be your uncle? Even if I get injured by my little niece, I have to endure it. Why do I feel like you're getting more slick-tongued? I say, little niece, is this what you're concerned about right now? Shouldn't you be more worried about where your mom and aunt have gone? Where else could they go? They must have been locked up in your battle pet space. Why haven't you let them out? Fong Fong raised his hand and summoned them. As soon as Shu Ying appeared, she ran up to Fong Fong with red eyes, carefully examining him, then asked, with guilt, Master, am I too useless? Fong Fong smiled slightly. It's not your fault. The effect time of the Phoenix Flame is only 10 minutes. It's my own oversight, not your fault. Through this experience, Fong Fong also concluded a problem. Shu Ying had plenty of explosive power but lacked endurance. It seemed he needed to prepare some endurance potions for future outings. On the other hand, Su Jia was just the opposite, having plenty of endurance but lacking explosive power. Should he prepare some explosive potions for her? After thinking about it, he decided against it. As a support character, she didn't need to fight desperately, so what would she need explosive potions for? However, he definitely needed to prepare some recovery potions for her. But both of their strengths had been inherited by him. Whether it was the ability to teleport hundreds of times in one breath or the previous rescue in the fire, without her powerful recovery ability and Shu Ying's explosive power, he would have been done for long ago. But Master, I was really scared just now, Shu Ying said, tightly hugging Fong Fong, unable to hold back her tears, which dripped onto his shoulder. Fong Fong gently rubbed her back and comforted her. Alright, if you keep crying, it won't look good. Besides, I'm fine, right? Next time we go out, let's bring more potions. I'll listen to the Master. Then stop crying. If you keep crying, your makeup will run. I didn't put on makeup. No way, you look this good without makeup? You must be lying to me. Let me take a good look. Shu Ying chuckled and let Fong Fong bring her face close to his. See, look to your heart's content. You really didn't put on makeup. Then the makeup products I bought for you were a waste, right? This fair and tender face deserved to be squeezed a bit to match its smooth feel. So, Shu Ying's lips were pinched into a pout by a pair of mischievous hands. Shu Ying knew he was being playful but didn't mind at all. Instead, she used her pouted lips to give Fong Fong a long, French kiss. It wasn't until Su Miao Miao cleared her throat with annoyance that the two finally separated. A waterline, like a chain between two mountain peaks, was gently severed by Shu Ying. Alright, we should go home now. Shu Ying nodded and leaned her head against his shoulder. Fong Fong glanced at Su Jia, who was blushing beside him, and took her hand. Let's go home. Su Jia, who had been envying Shu Ying, suddenly felt her mind go blank, like a puppet, following Fong Fong forward in a daze. Hey, you brat, who told you to hold my mom's hand? I'm her master. If I want to hold it, I will. Do I need to ask you for permission? You, let go of me. If you keep making a fuss, I'll have Sister Su beat you up tonight until you're a mess. The four returned to the camp, which had once been lively but was now deserted, a desolate sight stretching before them. At that moment, Fong Fong suddenly remembered something important. Right, how do we teleport back? Just then, Yi Qianxue walked out of the house. Fong Fong, you're back? Teacher Yi, you haven't left? Yi Qianxue adjusted her glasses and smiled. If I had left, who would take you out? Aren't you going out, Teacher Yi? Together. After saying that, Yi Qianxue revealed her hand ring and operated it, opening a teleportation array above their heads that could cover 5 people. Because Fong Fong had delayed for a day from the exit to the camp, when the 5 appeared on the school playground, It was completely silent, with not a single person in sight. However, the next moment, a hearty laugh reached their ears. Fong Fong, you brat, why did you take so long to come back? I've been waiting for you here all day. The speaker was the old principal, his smile as bright as a September chrysanthemum. Old principal, did you need something from me? Look at what you're saying. Can't I be here if there's nothing going on? Just waiting for our little hero? Old principal, I'm just a kid, not a little hero. That's right, having done such a great deed, yet still able to keep a humble heart, I truly didn't misjudge you back then. Here. The old principal handed an A4-sized envelope to Fong Fong. Old principal, what's this? Property deed. Property deed? This is a rule we set 30 years ago in Yujing City. Whoever can win the National College Entrance Exam top score for Yujing City will receive a generous scholarship. However, I know you won't be staying in the school dormitory after your trip to the Magic City. So, I took the liberty of converting the scholarship into this property deed. The house is right next to the academy, so it's convenient for your studies. Old principal, I haven't even filled out my application yet, and you already know I can get into that university? The old principal chuckled. It can only be the Magic City Academy. If you don't go there, an old fellow will be so mad he might just die. If he gets angry, no university would dare to take you. Who? Why ask so much now? You'll know when you get to the Magic City Academy. At that moment, Yi Qianxue said, Fong Fong, I'm leaving first. See you in the Magic City. Teacher Yi, are you going to the Magic City? Yi Qianxue smiled. You'll find out when the time comes. Again with the when the time comes. After parting ways, Fong Fong glanced at the property deed on the way. Although he didn't know how much the scholarship was, he was still very grateful to the old principal for converting it into a house. Buying a house in the Magic City had been his plan all along, but he intended to look for one after arriving there. Not to mention the hassle, he might not even find a suitable place. However, the next moment, Fong Fong was stunned. 1,500 square meters? Am I seeing things? Fong Fong rubbed his eyes and looked again. No, it was indeed 1,500 square meters. In the land of gold in the Magic City, to buy such a large house, especially near the academy, would probably require at least a couple of 100 million. Fong Fong couldn't believe the scholarship from Yujing City could have one or two small goals. The only explanation was that our old principal wasn't as simple as he seemed. In a nameless forest on the outskirts of the Magic City, Magni and Glenray, who had gone hungry for 2 days and nights, had lost their former elegance. Their clothes were tattered, resembling beggars, as they huddled in a cave guarding a pile of firewood. Why? Haven't the Tion family arrived yet? Magni grumbled, poking the fire with a stick. Glenray retorted, do you think they'll come? They can betray their own country, let alone us two stray dogs. Aren't you the old witch who always wanted to die? Why are you still alive? Why are you taking your anger out on me, you madman? With that energy, you should be thinking about how to escape from the Dragon Kingdom's pursuers. Now you're scared? If it weren't for that livestream you did earlier, would we have ended up in this situation? I was just fighting for freedom. To hell with your freedom. You're an idiot. If Glen Bang could gain independence under your leadership, I'd be your son. I don't have a son as old as you. After Glenray finished speaking, she noticed Magni suddenly seemed dazed, with no reaction at all, and couldn't help but ask, why aren't you talking? Something seems off about this cave. What's off about it? In the next moment, Magni suddenly dropped the stick and ran towards the cave entrance. Glenray was about to get up and chase after him when she saw Magni running out from the other side of the cave. Now Glenray realized something was wrong and quickly asked, what are you doing? Isn't it because of you? We're trapped in a spatial confinement. Yilongcheng quietly watched the two in the cave through a kitchen window for a moment, then turned to the person behind him and said, drop food for them once a week. Not too much, but enough so they don't starve. Understood. Do we know when the Honglu Temple will come to pick them up? We need to prepare in advance. No rush, let's keep them locked up for a few years first. By the way, don't keep them together all the time. Separate them once a week, one at a time for a month. If it's too long, they might go crazy. After instructing his subordinate, Yilongcheng returned to his office and called for Jiangling. Have the Tion family been caught? Due to some irresistible factors, we've only captured a few small fry so far. Not a single big fish? There is one, Tion Jirwan, the third in command of the Tion family. Yilongcheng slammed his fist on the desk. To do something like this and only push out Tion Jirwan to take the blame? It's not that easy. After saying this, Yilongcheng seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, any recent reactions from the Xuanwu Legion? It seems they are cutting ties with the Tion family. Offering up Tion Jirwan to take the blame was the last thing Commander Wei promised them. Are you sure? Commander Wei said it himself. Good. What about the other three families? Jiang Ling instinctively glanced at Yilongcheng and said, everything is still the same for the other two families, except for the Yi family. Yilongcheng leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Just thinking about his two brothers-in-law and his brother-in-law made him feel a headache. The four families were too intertwined. Trying to separate them all at once was simply impossible. However, it was fortunate that the Tion family had now lost the military support, which was a rare piece of good news. At that moment, Jiangling spoke again. By the way, my lord, your teacher Ji Qiubai has made it clear that apart from the Magic City Academy, if any other academy dares to recruit Fong Fong, he will make that academy disappear. What do you think about this? Let's not get involved in his matters with Commander Yen. 3 days later, the scorelines for various universities were released. Fong Fong didn't bother to check because apart from the Magic City Academy, he couldn't go anywhere else, so he could only fill in his application with the Magic City Academy. However, I heard from Wulong Fengchu that this time, in Yujing City, the results were unprecedentedly good. In the past, it was already impressive for even one person from the entire city to get into the Magic City Academy. This year, over 100 people were admitted at once, accounting for 1/10 of the new students at the Magic City Academy, with 58 of them coming from the 13th middle school, which made the old principal extremely happy. Although Wulong Fengchu did not get into the Magic City Academy, one of them was admitted to the Magic City Pharmacist Academy and the other to the Magic City Craftsman Academy. They could be considered to have entered the same city as Fong Fong. However, all good things must come to an end. Although the time spent with classmate Su Miao Miao was less than a month, it felt to Fong Fong as if they had been friends for many years. With Fong Fong getting into the Magic City Academy, her mission was also complete and she would return to Jingengard for reporting tomorrow. As for when they would meet again, no one could say for sure. At the same time today, Fong Fong received the admission notice from the Magic City Academy, so she set up a family banquet at home, both as a celebration and a farewell for Su Miao Miao. Congratulations, kid, you've successfully gotten into the Magic City Academy as you wished. Fong Fong raised her glass and smiled at Su Miao Miao. And congratulations to you, you no longer have to be my bodyguard, you're free from the sea of suffering in your future. Looks bright. Su Miao Miao smiled slightly and downed a bowl of erguotu, choking and tearing up. Fong Fong, will we see each other again? Fong Fong smiled slightly. Aren't you coming back to see your mom? Who said that? I will definitely come back to see my mom. After saying that, Su Miao Miao had already pulled Su Jia into the cup like a spoiled little girl. Then she looked at Fong Fong and said, "Kid, I warn you, if you dare to bully my mom while I'm away, I will definitely give you a good beating when I come back." After saying that, Su Miao Miao filled her wine bowl again. "Come on, Fong Fong, let's have another one." "Another one? Can you even walk home today?" Since the mission was completed, the apartment across from Fong Fong had also been vacated by the Jingengard, and Su Miao Miao could only stay in the temporary dormitory of the Jingengard. The reason it was a temporary dormitory was that she and Old Chen were also temporarily reassigned, and after completing the mission, they had to leave early tomorrow morning. As for where they were going, Su Miao Miao said it was a secret and couldn't say, so Fong Fong didn't know. Fong Fong didn't know how long this meal lasted, but he knew one thing, that was, he couldn't drink. As well as that girl Su Miao Miao. He watched as she got tipsy, yet he was the one who ended up sprawled on the table first. At night, after Su Jia sent Su Miao Miao back, she saw Shu Wang wrapped in a white bath towel, mopping the floor in the living room. Sister Su is back? Miao Miao didn't throw up on the way, did she? Su Jia shook her head. That girl has always had a good tolerance for alcohol. Did the host throw up again? Yes, even the sheets are soiled, so I put the host in your room first. Once I clean that bed, I'll help her over. How about I just sleep here tonight to avoid the trouble? That works too. If I really have to help her up and she throws up again, I'll have to clean it up. After tidying up the room, Shu Wang went back to sleep. As a result, in the middle of the night, Fong Fong got up to relieve himself, but in his daze, he walked into the wrong room. He collapsed onto the familiar big bed, turned over, and hugged the familiar person, only to find that the familiar person had been swapped out. From the moment Fong Fong stepped out to relieve himself, Su Jia had already woken up. The vigilance of a 10-tier divine beast was no joke. Then she saw the dazed Fong Fong push open her bedroom door, which made Su Jia's heart tighten. She wanted to remind Fong Fong, but hesitated as the words reached her lips. In that moment, Fong Fong collapsed onto the bed behind her, and a masculine aura surged from behind, pressing down on her. At that moment, Su Jia was so tense that even her toes were stiff, not daring to move. Would the host? Before she could think further, Fong Fong behind her held her tighter. In his sleep, Fong Fong noticed that Xu Ying's body was trembling and thought it was because of the low temperature. At night, too lazy to get the blanket from the foot of the bed, he offered his warm embrace instead. Xu Ying, in the next room, heard this and glanced over, a slight smile appearing on her lips before she turned back to sleep. However, after lying in bed for a while and not hearing any strange noises from that side, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. The little master in front of her was like a little bull. Why was there no movement at all in front of Sister Su today? Meanwhile, in the room next door, Su Jia was in a battle of her own. Since Xu Ying hadn't come in by this time, it seemed she had tacitly agreed, but with the master being so drunk, would it be considered taking advantage if she took the initiative? Ugh, what am I thinking? What? Initiative? Su Jia, how can you be so shameless? Has the master ever said he likes you? What if the master doesn't have those thoughts about her, but she feels that way about him? Would she still have the face to see anyone tomorrow? She was his battle. pet bound by the highest contract, destined to be with the master for a lifetime. If they couldn't get along harmoniously, it would affect the master's strength. In that case, could she repay the master's grace of enlightenment? Without the master, she would still be an inconspicuous fifth-tier thorn deer. Was it he who allowed her to become a life dragon at the top of the food chain? But did she have any other choices in this life? Moreover, Little Ling had also said that the master's feelings for her were written all over his face. As long as she could be a bit more proactive, it would naturally lead to something between her and the master. Lost in thought, Su Jie gathered her courage, extending her warm jade hand to reach behind her. Then, her jade hands suddenly trembled. How could it be so big? No wonder Little Ling said she couldn't handle it, and every morning when she got up, she walked a bit awkwardly. Meow Meow asked her what was wrong, and she said it was her, but that hurt. What did that have to do with her but hurting? Su Jie's jade hand slowly moved, as this giant dragon still needed some hot blood to soar. What she was doing now was giving this dragon a blood infusion. Just as Su Jie felt her face flush and her heart race, a large hand suddenly squeezed hard on Meow Meow's grain storage from back in the day. Sleep, little puppy. If you don't behave, be careful, I'll make you bark like a dog tomorrow. Su Jie was startled, and while it might have been painful, she finally understood what the master meant when he referred to Little Ling as a little dog. She reluctantly withdrew her jade hand, obediently going to sleep, feeling a bit relieved but more so disappointed. The next morning, as dawn broke, Fong Fong opened his eyes and stared blankly at a head of black long hair in front of him. Did Shu Ying dye her hair yesterday? That was impossible. Fong Fong gently propped himself up a bit and looked forward. Sure enough, he had hugged the wrong person. How did Sister Su end up in my bed? He glanced down at his younger brother, relieved that his shorts were still on, so nothing unspeakable had happened last night. Oh, not to mention, Sister Su looked quite cute while sleeping, hugging her arms as a pillow, looking just like a little girl who couldn't bear to part with her doll. Fong Fong couldn't help but brush aside the hair by her ear, wanting to take another look, but accidentally woke Su Jie up. Master, Fong Fong felt incredibly awkward at that moment. Shouldn't he just carefully pull his hand back while she was still asleep? Why did he have to take another look? Now what would he do? Wait, what she just said seemed to be about me, not you. Does this mean she knows what happened last night? The first person Fong Fong thought of was Shu Ying. Clearing his throat, he asked, was it that little girl Shu Ying who did it? Su Jie shook her head and recounted what happened last night to Fong Fong. It was one thing not to mention it, but once she did, Fong Fong felt even more awkward. His original plan was to blame Shu Ying for this, using it as an excuse to resolve the current awkwardness. Now, it turns out the villain is actually me. Should I apologize to her? Apologizing now, Fong Fong felt like a complete fool. First, aside from her initial panic, she has been sleeping in his arms ever since. Second, if she didn't want to be here, she could have left at any time yesterday, but she didn't. Third, having signed the highest contract with himself, who else would want her in this lifetime besides him? Even if someone did, he wouldn't let her go. A beautiful and gentle big sister like her, only a fool would give her away. As for whether Shu Ying would feel jealous, that was a mess of his own making. If she felt jealous, it was his just desserts. At worst, he would have to work a little harder in the future, making sure to feed her well so she wouldn't have time to feel jealous. Sister Su, there's something I've been wanting to tell you, but I never had the chance. Now that Meow Meow is not here, I want to say it to you in person. At this point, Fong Fong nervously glanced at the door, feeling that in the next moment, Su Meow Meow would burst in and angrily point at him, saying, "How dare you bully my mom?" Su Jie's heart was pounding like a drum. The master was about to lay his cards on the table. Would he not want her anymore? He must look down on her. She was older than him and had a daughter 3 years older than him. Meanwhile, the master was young and handsome, with incredible talent and limitless potential. Plus, he already had Shu Ying, such a young and beautiful girlfriend. In every aspect, she would lose completely. How could such an outstanding master possibly be interested in an old woman like her? This was like an old cow eating tender grass, a foolish fantasy, even shameless. However, the more Su Jie thought this way, the more afraid she felt. Afraid that when Fong Fong spoke, he would ruthlessly reject her. It was at this moment that Su Jie realized, amidst her anxiety, that she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love with this young master. Even if people would say she was shameless, she didn't want to deceive herself. She truly loved this big boy. Instinctively, she covered her face, like an ostrich trying to hide. Wouldn't today's events just disappear as if they had never happened? Yet, as time passed, she suddenly felt something was off. Why wasn't the master speaking? Why was he just staring at the door? Master? Su Jie called out to Fong Fong, almost as if compelled by some force. Perhaps her inner desire was far greater than her urge to escape, though she herself didn't realize it. Hearing Su Jie's voice, Fong Fong immediately snapped back to reality. What was he thinking? That girl Su Miao Miao had already left Yujing City. How could she possibly come back and kick down his door? Besides, she didn't have her own key. Shouldn't she knock first if she wanted to come in? Exactly, she couldn't possibly come back. He was just scaring himself. So, Fong Fong looked back at Su Jie, noticing her rapidly rising and falling chest. She seemed even more nervous than he was. Gently moving her arm away from her face, he looked into her eyes and said, "Sister Su, I like you." Su Jie's eyes widened in an instant. The young master just said he liked her. He actually liked her. Was she dreaming? What if this was just a dream? She gently bit her lip. It hurt, so it wasn't a dream. Sister Su? Do you like me? The kind of like I'm talking about. Which kind? Just as Su Jie had been filled with happiness, her heart raced again because there were many kinds of liking someone. For example, a teacher can like a student, which means they have high hopes for them. Friends can appreciate each other, which can also be called liking. What kind did the master mean just now? The kind that wants to have children with me. Su Jie's face instantly turned a peachy red, and she nodded vigorously, fearing that if she nodded too slowly, everything would turn into a dream. Fong Fong smiled slightly, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. His whole body relaxed. Sister Su, what does it mean that you're just nodding and not saying anything? Su Jie covered her eyes with her lotus-like arms and shyly said, I also like the master. Fong Fong gently removed her arms from her face and discovered that her entire face was flushed, her charming peach blossom eyes resembling a pool of autumn water, shimmering with light. Moments later, she unexpectedly lifted her head and kissed Fong Fong on the lips. Is she declaring war on me? Isn't this a bit too fast? Damn, be a little bolder. Don't be timid. She's already made the first move, so why are you hesitating? The sky blue spaghetti strap nightgown glided smoothly along the curves. Above, incredibly silky. Removing the barrier between them, the second barrier turned out to be a set of black lace, indeed 36E, the kind without a cup pad. Tight, delicate, and smooth. What is this? Beneath the cherries, there was actually a small red heart. Fong Fong thought it was a pattern on the lace, but when he pulled it back, it turned out to be a tattoo. Fong Fong wasn't a stingy person. But there were some things he couldn't be generous about. For instance, how could there be such a thing in such a sensitive area? What's wrong, master? Seeing Fong Fong suddenly sit up, Su Jie looked puzzled. Who gave you that tattoo? Fong Fong pointed at the hill. Su Jie glanced down, her face turning red as she said, I did it myself. I didn't expect Sister Su to be so talented, even able to do tattoos. Although the tattoo looked a bit rough, it wasn't something that could be done with just a needle. It required professional tools. Fong Fong had never seen her with such tools. Fong Fang's suddenly cold tone made Su Jie, who was lost in happiness, become alert. She didn't want her birthday to turn into a day of mourning, so she quickly sat up and grabbed Fong Fang's hand, saying, Master, I really did it myself. If you don't like it, I'll wipe it off right away. The tattoo was indeed done by Su Jie. She had just gotten it yesterday in the bathroom while thinking of Fong Fong, intending to wash it off during her shower today. Who would have thought that this morning the master would confess to her? She knew that no one liked women with tattoos on their bodies. And this tattoo was in such an inappropriate place. No matter how generous a man was, he wouldn't allow his woman to have anything tattooed in such a spot. Can tattoos be wiped off? Yes. After saying that, Su Jie wiped her palm across it, and the heart-shaped tattoo actually disappeared. Fong Fong looked on with curiosity, but was this really the time for curiosity? Fong Fong stood up and put on his clothes, and Su Jie lunged forward to grab his hand, saying, Master, don't go. Sorry, I'm not in the mood today. Master, I really did it myself. If you don't believe me, I'll tattoo another one for you to see. Without waiting for Fong Fong to refuse, she immediately took out a set of tattoo tools from her backpack space, quickly assembled the tattoo pen, and was about to start on her chest. Fong Fong, however, grabbed her hand. What's wrong, master? In fact, seeing this set of tools and her skilled movements, Fong Fong had already begun to believe her words. But just when he was in a good mood, she had ruined it like this. How could he not punish her a little? So he pointed to the slope and said, change the place, and just tattoo one that's exclusively for the master. Okay, master. Su Jie only wanted to clear up Fong Feng's misunderstanding of her. She didn't think too much about it and almost instinctively began to work. It wasn't until she was halfway through that she suddenly woke up. How could the master let me tattoo this? And in such a place, right in front of the master. How embarrassing. Am I really such a shameless woman? But why? Do I suddenly feel a bit excited? There weren't many words, and with Su Jie's skilled movements, it was quickly completed. Master, do you think this is okay? At that moment, Fong Fong felt his heart racing, beating so fast. But to showcase the master's authority, he cleared his throat and said, it's passable, but considering your talents, go ahead and tell me what reward you want. Su Jie let out a sigh of relief. The master had finally forgiven her. I don't want any reward, I just hope the master's interest can return. After saying that, the two exchanged a smile. Next door. Shu Ying, wearing a vacuum white shirt, yawned as she walked out of her room. She had stayed up all night listening to the noises from across the hall, only to find she hadn't heard anything at all. By dawn, it seemed that the tactic of getting drunk didn't work on the master. She would have to cross that off her little notebook. Why is it so quiet? She glanced at the wall clock. It was almost 10 o'clock. Had everyone overslept today? What's going on? I gave you two a chance last night and you didn't cherish it. Now you still have the nerve to sleep in? Looks like I'll have to give you a little push. Fuming, Shu Ying walked to the door, ready to push it open, but when her hand rested on the doorknob, she froze, then smiled and released the knob. The muffled sounds of someone trying to stifle their laughter inside were all too familiar to her. It seemed that their good fortune had finally come to fruition. Shu Ying walked to the dining table, poured herself a glass of water, and cradled the cup in her hands. Although she felt happy for the two of them taking their relationship to the next level, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. But sister, Su wasn't Fujiwara Yoshiko, the master liked her, and no amount of jealousy would change that. Rather than being jealous, it was better to try to accept it, and wasn't that what she had hoped for all along? Su Jia had signed the highest contract with the master, so she would definitely never marry anyone else. Instead of letting the master feel guilty about it in the future, it was better to turn this bad situation into a good one now. Meanwhile, in the room, the souls of the two had finally merged. Su Jia's long, fair legs transformed into the letter M for a moment, then into the letter V. Fong Fong actually wanted to try forming the number 7, but without high heels, the number 7 was imperfect. He abandoned that thought. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Master, here. After tens of thousands of encounters, the two, whose souls had finally been elevated, leaned against the headboard in warmth. Su Jia leaned over, took a cigarette from the bedside table, and offered it to Fong Fong. Fong Fong looked down. It was the feminine cigarette that Shu Ying often smoked. Don't waste Shu Ying's things, I don't smoke. Oh. After putting the cigarette back, Su Jia obediently lay back in Fong Feng's arms. Then she couldn't help but lift her head to look at Fong Fong. What's wrong? Fong Fong asked. Nothing, just feels like I'm dreaming. Fong Fong leaned down and bit her ear. Does it hurt? It does. If it hurts, then it's not a dream. By the way, how did you erase the tattoo? Isn't it amazing? Su Jia smiled. Your exclusive secret? Not really. The principle is quite simple. It's just using healing techniques to enhance the body's immune ability to expel the pigment. Healing techniques can be used like that? Yes, but it also involves some skills that require practice over time to achieve. After all, using healing techniques normally doesn't have this effect. I see. So can't you open a shop specifically for tattoo removal? To be honest, when Miao was in middle school, I really did open such a shop. You know that students in military academies aren't allowed to have tattoos, so this time of year, there are especially many people wanting to remove them. Then didn't you make a fortune? No, I couldn't get rich. At that time, I was still an undocumented person, so I opened an unlicensed shop. There weren't many people coming to get tattoos, and the money I earned was just enough to make ends meet. Then do you still want to open such a shop? Su Jia shook her head. Not anymore. I am now the battle pet of my master, and I should obediently stay by my master's side, ready to respond to his call at any time. What a silly girl you are. You're not just my battle pet, you're also my woman. I hope you and Shu Ying can have your own lives and don't have to revolve around me every day. Is the master tired of me? If you keep saying that, I might just spank you. Su Jia smiled slightly, leaned on Fong Fong, and poked his chest with her finger, saying, if the master wants me to open a shop, then I will. Actually, you don't necessarily have to open a shop. I meant to say you can do what you like. You and Shu Ying now have household registration in Longwa and are citizens of Longwa. You can do what citizens can do. Then can I open a clinic? With your medical skills, I believe you can make a fortune. Master, doctors are meant to heal and save people, not to make money. Alright, no matter how much you lose, I'll cover for you. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and they heard Shu Ying outside, sounding annoyed. I say, you two, what time is it? Aren't you getting up? If you don't get up, I'm coming in. Fong Fong and Su Jia exchanged smiles. She first helped Fong Fong get dressed, then went to get her own sky blue nightgown. But as she turned around, Fong Fong grabbed her hand and said, wipe off those words. But master, I want to keep a memento. Because this is the first tattoo you asked me to get. Fong Fong slapped her on the buttocks. I see you, little silly girl, your thoughts are not pure. Such things can spice up the atmosphere between a couple, but how can you carry it around every day? What would that make you, and what would that make me? Although Su Jia felt a bit unwilling, hearing Fong Feng's words made her heart feel as sweet as honey, and she obediently rubbed off the tattoo. Fong Fong came out and saw Shu Ying sitting at the dining table, crossing her legs and looking at him with mischief. She was wearing a black stepmother dress and black high heels, casually swaying her toes wrapped in sheer stockings. She looked like she had just come back from shopping. You're back so early? Yeah. I was worried that two heartless guys would go hungry, so I specially ran back to deliver lunch. Fong Fong glanced at the dining table, and sure enough, there were two plastic bags with packed lunchboxes. Don't say it, I'm actually a bit hungry. After saying that, Fong Fong didn't stand on ceremony and walked over to grab a lunchbox, sitting down beside her. Shu Ying leaned over and asked, how does it taste? I haven't eaten yet, how would I know? Stop pretending. That's not what I meant. Is that how you talk to your master? Is it? Then how should I talk to the little master? Before she finished speaking, her hand had already reached around Fong Feng's waist and pinched him hard. Where did the vinegar go? Did you drink it all? You? Yes, I drank it all. How does it taste? It tastes amazing. Are you angry? How dare I be angry with my master? Fong Fong smiled slightly, and while she wasn't paying attention, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Not angry anymore, right? I'm not someone who can be easily satisfied with a little kindness. Alright, let me finish my meal first and I will definitely give you a big gift to make amends. I'm not like some people who like to do that during the day. At night, if you dare not come, the ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her in-laws. Although Sujie dawdled in the room for a long time, she finally appeared in front of Shuing wearing a fitted white suit. Sister Su, why did you take so long to come out? Come over and eat. I bought your favorite white-cut chicken. Don't let the little master eat it all by himself. Shuing, Sujie's expression was uncertain, not quite knowing if she should feel embarrassed or scared. Seeing this, Shuing hurried over, took her hand, and said, "Does my sister still recognize me as her little sister?" "Of course, as long as my little sister doesn't mind having me as her sister, I will always recognize you as my little sister." "Then that's settled. Come on, let's eat." "You must have had a tough morning, right?" Sujie's face flushed as she nodded slightly. It's okay. So that means the little master didn't put in enough effort. Just okay." No, the master is very capable, I mean to say. Alright, later tonight, we sisters will take revenge together. We'll definitely get back at him. Ha! In the blink of an eye, the start of school was approaching. Fong Fong packed his belongings and took one last look at the old house he had lived in for 18 years before closing the door and teleporting to the transfer station. With the teleportation skill, Mom no longer had to worry about me getting stuck in traffic. "Boss, over here." The duo of squeezed through the crowd. "Boss, did you buy the tickets? Why only one? Where's sister-in-law? Why would I spend that unnecessary money on something that can be solved with a summoning?" Just as Fong Fong arrived in the Magic City, Shuing and Sujie also showed up. "Hello, sister-in-law. Oh, who is this big sister next to the boss? She's also a sister-in-law. Ha!" Boss immediately gave a thumbs up and the rest of what she wanted to say was left unspoken. Sujie's face turned red, but Fong Feng's words felt like a warm current flowing through her heart, making her feel all warm inside. Seeing his envious expression, Fong Fong wasn't trying to show off, he was just stating a fact. Since the three of them were on different paths, they parted ways outside the transfer station, each heading towards their own future. Some say that today's parting is for a better reunion tomorrow. Fong Fong felt this saying made a lot of sense, but a month later, he wouldn't think so anymore. "Yo, beautiful ladies." In the taxi, the driver glanced in the rearview mirror thinking he must be seeing things and quickly turned to look again. He had been driving a taxi in the Magic City for 30 years and had seen all kinds of beauties, but he had never encountered anyone who could compare to the two beauties in his car today. "Where are you two beauties headed?" The two beauties, however, looked at the young man sitting between them at the same time. It was then that the driver realized there was a young man sitting between the two beauties. "Aren't you three a bit cramped sitting together? Should I call a beauty to sit in the front? Aren't you afraid of getting into an accident? Hey, handsome, where to?" Tianjing Huayuan number 9. "His Tianjing Huayuan? Young man, you must be wealthy. Maybe I'm just renting it?" "Whether you're renting or the owner, you're still a wealthy person." "Why, young man, don't you know how much it costs to rent a villa in Tianjing Huayuan for a year?" Before Fong Fong could answer, the driver raised a finger and said, 10 million, and that's the cheapest. Now it was Fong Feng's turn to be shocked. He had heard that housing prices in the Magic City were high, but he didn't expect them to be this high. Just the rent alone was 10 million a year. Buying a house there would cost several hundred million, right? So the question is, did the old principal really buy it for me with his bonus? "Handsome, we've arrived. The fare is 101. After saying this, the driver handed over a QR code. Magic City is indeed Magic City, even taking a taxi is so expensive. If it were in Yujing City, this distance would only cost 20. Fong Fong didn't bother with small talk and directly took out his phone to scan the code and pay the fare. When they got out of the car, all three were stunned. "This is the apartment that the old principal bought for me? Can a commercial property have a European-style iron gate? Can it have its own little garden? There are even two buildings. The main building is a 3-story villa, and the annex has 2 stories, looking like a warehouse and a garage." Fong quickly took out the key to try it in the lock, hoping it would fit. If it did, then it was all good, but if not, it would be quite embarrassing. However, when he reached the large iron gate, he saw that there was no keyhole at all. Could it be this remote control? Sujie said, holding the remote. She pressed it gently, and the large iron gate slowly opened. It was indeed like this. The three of them went wild in the villa. Shuing was very satisfied with the bathroom, Sujie was very pleased with the kitchen, and Fong was also quite happy with the large bed in the 6 master bedrooms. Moreover, there was no shortage of furniture or appliances inside they could move in with just their bags, which all three were very satisfied with. Standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor and looking ahead, their gaze leaped over a lush expanse and could directly reach the playground of Magic City University. It was indeed very close. From here, it would take at most 3 teleports to get there, meaning 3 teleports to come back as well, and the time spent wouldn't exceed 4 seconds. The reason this house could sell for several hundred million was that Fong Fong felt the entire Tianjin garden was a secret realm. where those who died unexpectedly could be resurrected using resurrection spells. How to put it? It was safe, you wouldn't die, which is why it was so incredibly expensive. Headquarters of the Jing'an Guard in Magic City. Yi Lanchang was stamping documents on the table while asking Jiang Ling, that kid should have arrived in Magic City today, right? Fong Fong arrived in Magic City about an hour ago. Has he seen the house? What was his reaction? He seems to be satisfied. That's good, finally, I can report back to the teacher. Jiang Ling seemed to think of something and asked, Sir, if Dean Ji really takes him as a disciple, does that mean he becomes your junior brother? Sigh, I wish. But I'm just a nominal disciple of the teacher, I don't know if I'm qualified to be his senior brother. Nominal disciple? Yeah, the teacher has taken in a few students over the years, but they are all nominal disciples. However, this time, the teacher is serious about Fong Fong. At the highest magic tower of Magic City Academy, Ji Qiubai and Yan Liqiu were sitting across from each other, one drinking tea and the other drinking wine. It seems your disciple is quite satisfied with the house I got for him. From this position, they could clearly see Fong Fong on the balcony, but Fong Fong couldn't see them. Yan Liqiu scoffed, that house was bought with that kid's own money, of course, he likes it. You old man, can you stop lying in broad daylight? With that little scholarship from Yujing City, even if that old man Luo Qingfeng put everything on the line, he wouldn't have enough to buy a toilet. You're being kind by saying he bought it. But in that kid's mind, that house was bought by Luo Qingfeng with his scholarship, don't you agree? Fine, this time you win. But you can't go back on your word about what you promised me. I always keep my word, but I'll say this up front, I agree to that kid becoming your disciple, but whether you have the ability to take him as a student is not my concern. TCH, if you can settle it with just an expansion card, do you think I can't handle it? Then let's wait and see. Ji Qiubai felt a bit uneasy under Yan Liqiu's gaze and quickly leaned over to ask, does that kid have any hobbies? Also, did you really just use an expansion card for battle pets to get him to become your disciple? How would I know? You saw it too. After I took him as my disciple, I've been staying in the Demon City. How would I know what hobbies he has? How can there be such an irresponsible master like you in this world? That kid following you is simply out of luck. In fact, Yan Liqiu felt bitter too. Unlike Ji Qiubai, who was already in the teaching profession, he was a soldier. Killing and fighting were fine, but he really didn't know how to teach students, so he could only let them roam free for now. The reason he agreed to let Fong Fong apprentice under Ji Qiubai was also to ensure that this raw gem didn't end up in his hands. By the way, when do you plan to meet that kid? Ji Qiubai pondered for a moment and said, I need to think this through carefully to leave him with a good impression. Wait, there are so many people in this world who want to be my disciples. Why should I worry about leaving him a good impression? Yan Qiubai rolled his eyes, how would I know? You can think about it here slowly. I need to go check on my disciple. Fong Fong was admiring the scenery on the balcony when he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest as he turned to head back inside to choose a bedroom. Kid, there's no need to be so nervous. It's me. Yan Liqiu stood behind him, smiling slightly. Hearing that familiar voice, Fong Fong relaxed and smiled. Master, what brings you here? Did you come to bring me potions? Upon hearing Fong Fong mention potions right away, Yan Liqiu's expression fell. He really didn't have any potions to spare. After all, there were only 3 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could concoct such potions, and the production was quite limited. But who could blame him for being careless with his words and promising that kid an ample supply of potions? What's wrong, Master? You look like you might go back on your word? Nonsense, I always keep my word. When I promise you something, I will never go back on it. Then I can rest easy. By the way, where are the potions? Can you not ask for something the moment we meet? I traveled a long way to see you. Can't we chat and have a drink or something? Of course, please come in, Master. He invited Yan Liqiu into the villa and called down to Su Jia, Sister Su, could you please boil some water? My master has arrived. Su Jia looked up and saw Yan Liqiu coming down the stairs, and her legs went weak, unable to move. There was no helping it. This old man was a 5th transition sword god, and the pressure he exuded was simply too great, even for a life dragon like Su Jia. Of course, the key point was that although Su Jia was a life dragon, her current level was too low, and her strength was too weak. To a 5th transition sword god, who was in a period of upheaval, she was no different from a crawling insect. Coupled with the fact that divine beasts were extremely sensitive to danger, the pressure she felt doubled. Fong Fong noticed Su Jia's unusual behavior and quickly asked, what's wrong, Sister Su? Su Jia looked into Yan Liqiu's eyes, feeling as if an invisible hand was gripping her, unable to tear her gaze away from him. Her rapidly rising and falling chest told Fong Fong just how nervous she was. Master? Fong Fong turned to look at Yan Liqiu. So this is your second battle. Pet? You can still stand after seeing me, not bad. Master, she's my wife. Can you not show off your power in front of my wife? Oh, you're angry now? Have you ever heard that a man without a woman in his heart draws his sword with divine intent? Can I take that to mean you're making excuses for being an old bachelor? You little brat, is that how you talk to your master? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jie felt the pressure on her ease up and she instinctively leaned against Fong Fong. Master, I'll go boil water for you both. Yan Liqiu said, no need for that, apprentice daughter-in-law. I still prefer to drink. You go prepare some snacks for the two of us. All right, senior. Yan Liqiu waved his hand and turned to take a look. By the way, you still have a wife, right? Shuang has met the senior. Shuang hurriedly came out of the room. Yan Liqiu nodded and said to Fong Fong, each one of them is as beautiful as a flower. You really have quite the fortune, but I must remind you, I don't oppose you taking them both as wives. After all, this is recognized in our dragon country. They are with you, so they count as part of our dragon country, and the children born will be even more outstanding. But they do have some physical differences from us, so if you want to have children with them, it might not be that easy. I love them for who they are, not just for children. Of course, if we can have children, that would be great. If not, I won't force it. Fong Fong said. You seem to have a good perspective, but don't lose heart. As your strength continues to grow, such matters will become easier, Yan Liqiu said. Hearing this, even Shuang blushed, let alone Su Jie, who was probably about to dig a hole in the floor with her feet. Sister Su, Shuang, since the master is here today, why don't you both go buy some snacks? Okay, master. Shuang ran out the door as if escaping. There was no way around it. The aura from Yan Liqiu was simply too terrifying. Even if he wasn't targeting her, it made her heart tremble. Su Jie, still mustering her courage, poured a glass of water for each of the two sitting on the sofa before leaving with Shuang, who was hiding outside the door. Don't look at me like that. This is what I mean by their differences. Even if I'm not targeting them, my strength alone will still instill fear in them. Fong Fong pushed the cup of water in front of Yan Liqiu and asked, Master, did you buy this house for me? Why do you ask that? Because I think the scholarship the city gave me might not even be enough to buy a bathroom here, and the old principal doesn't have that much clout to get me a whole villa. Plus, I just arrived, and you followed right after. After hearing Fong Feng's analysis, Yan Liqiu laughed heartily. You're not stupid, but you guessed wrong this time. This house wasn't bought by me, it was a welcome gift from your other master. Another master? Yes, I believe you've sensed it. I'm not really suited to be a teacher. If I keep raising you like this, you'll definitely end up ruined under my guidance. Master, I'm not flattering you. Honestly, I feel that becoming your disciple is not a loss at all. Is that so? But since you became my disciple, I feel like I haven't taught you anything. Master, I think being a good teacher doesn't necessarily mean teaching the disciple everything. Sometimes, just making the disciple feel that their support is strong is even more valuable. Yan Liqiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to be such a flatterer, but I like hearing that. I won't say anything else. As long as you don't commit treason, no matter how big of a mistake you make, I can protect you. Does the master agree with my statement? Of course, I agree. For a master, there are generally two possibilities for a disciple. One is to point the way, and the other is to be a protector, allowing the disciple to go where they want. I can't be the first, but I can definitely be the second. However, I have already found the first type for you, an old scholar, who has taught for a lifetime, the dean of your academy, Ji Qiubai. Ji Qiubai? Why does that name sound so familiar? How could I not be familiar with one of the three great gods of law in our dragon country? God of law? That's right, some people just don't get it. Back then, never mind, let's not mention the past. Anyway, you are going to take him as your master. Now, by the way, when you pay your respects to him, don't forget to ask him for a little something. That old guy is much wealthier than your master and has plenty of good stuff. That so-called stacking potion you mentioned, I can't get it for you, but that old guy will definitely have a way. Then thank you, master. By the way, I also brought you 2 martial arts books. See if you can learn from them. Fong Fong took a look and indeed found 2 books, one titled Illusory Light Slash and the other 10,000 Blade Prison, both diamond-level skills. Aren't skills learned directly after using a scroll? Is there really a way to learn from a book? Yan Liqiu replied irritably, nonsense. How many years has it been? Do you still think it's the same as when we first arrived in that other world? He then patiently explained to Fong Fong, using a scroll to learn skills is certainly fast, but it's very dangerous. After all, we are not natives of that world. Some powerful skills can exceed the limits of our bodies, so if we use them, it could cost us our lives. But learning from books, although slow, allows us to continuously improve ourselves during the process. As long as you can learn it, you will definitely be able to use it. Fong Fong nodded, realizing there was more to it. Thank you for clarifying, master. You're welcome. Who told me to be your master? But with your abilities, learning these 2 martial arts shouldn't be a problem. Later, I'll teach you my ultimate skills. The master and disciple chatted for a while longer, and then Yan Liqiu stood up to take his leave. Fong Fong initially wanted to see him off and call a car, but before he could do anything, Yan Liqiu vanished in an instant. Instant teleportation is impressive, huh? I can do that too. Then Fong Fong called out to the door, come in, master has already left. The Door opened a crack, and Shuang's head peeked in, glancing around before stepping inside, rubbing her chest and saying, "Finally gone, he scared me to death." Is Master really that terrifying? Of course. You might not feel it, but for me and Sister Sue, Master is an insurmountable mountain. If he glared at me, I would definitely kneel immediately. Sister Sue, who had just entered, nodded repeatedly. The aura from Master is just too terrifying. Even if he isn't targeting us, we can't stand being near him. Then why did you come to pour him water? After all, he is the Master's teacher, and I am the Master's battle pet. It's only right to serve water to elders. Fong Fong had already generously acknowledged in front of his master that Su Jia was his wife, but for Su Jia, although her heart felt warm, she still couldn't fully let go of her embarrassment. Fong Fong smiled slightly, walked over, and hugged both of them. Doesn't Sister Sue want to be my wife? Or is it you, Sister Shuang, who doesn't want to? I didn't say anything, it was Sister Sue who said it. Fong Fong looked at Su Jia, who glanced at Shuang in confusion, then lowered her head and timidly said, "I do." "What did you say?" "I said I do. What do you want?" I want to be your wife." After saying this, Su Jia felt her face must be so red she couldn't bear to face anyone. Seeing Su Jia too shy to lift her head, Fong Fong leaned in and gave her a kiss. Shuang, on the side, was not pleased. "Master, you can't be biased. I'm also your wife, you can't have all the good things and only think of Sister Sue." "Alright, let's go upstairs." "Why go upstairs? There are big guest rooms on this floor." "Don't move, I'm carrying you to the bathroom to wash up." Su Jia, unable to open her eyes, knelt on the ground trying to find something to wipe them. She looked like a helpless blind person, but just then, a warm embrace quickly lifted her off the ground. Being held, Su Jia's face flushed, and she instinctively wanted to hide in Fong Feng's arms, but was afraid of dirtying him. "Master, am I very foolish?" "No, you just lack experience compared to Shuang. Now lower your head." Su Jia felt the flow of water and said, "Master, I can do it myself." "Alright then, be careful not to bump your head." Fong Fong carefully extended his hand to protect her head. "Master, you're going to report to the academy tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, are you afraid I won't come back?" "I heard the freshmen have a month of military training, so you'll be living on campus for that month." "It's just a month. If love can last long, what does it matter if we see each other every day?" Su Jia smiled slightly. "But I still miss you a bit. Didn't you say you wanted to open a clinic? This is a good time for you to have Shuang help you find a storefront. You don't need to worry about money. By the way, Littling also wants to open a potion shop, so the medicines I need for my clinic can be directly sourced from her, and it'll be much cheaper than elsewhere. She really has a talent for business. You don't know how much she sold the gear we got back then. She could sell it for double what I did." "Oh, and Littling said she wants to partner with Wulong and Fengchu, asking me to check with you if you agree." "Of course, I have no objections. The cost of living in Magic City is so high, and those two don't have great family conditions. If Shuang can take them along to earn some extra money, that's a good thing." "Then it's settled, Master." The next day at the entrance of Magic City Academy. "Go back, I can go in alone." "Little Master, can't we stay a bit longer? If we want to see you again, we'll have to wait a month." "It's just a month, it'll pass quickly. If you miss me, you can always call, right?" "Alright then, I'm leaving with Sister Sue." "Little Master, will you miss us?" "Yes, I'll think of you every day." "Really?" "I'll also think of you every day, Master. By the way, take this with you." After saying that, Fong Fong handed the badge given by his master to Shuang. "Is this the badge your master gave you?" Fong Fong nodded. "Didn't that old man say? As long as it's not treason, he can cover for us on anything. Keep it safe. If anyone bothers you in Magic City, just push that old man out to take the hit." Shuang smiled slightly, putting away the badge. With it, she and Sister Sue would indeed find it much easier to navigate outside. "Master, are you really leaving like this? I heard couples usually share a kiss when they part. Did you forget or just not want to give one?" At the freshman reception area. Brother Long, look over there, a super beautiful girl." Tion Long looked up, and that glance made him lose his soul. "What do you think, Brother Long? Aren't those two girls quite real?" Just then, a tall figure blocked his way, an axe planted firmly on the ground. "Is this where the freshmen report?" Tion Long frowned, pushing against Deng Tao's shoulder while saying irritably, "There are forms over there, go fill them out quickly." But Deng Tao didn't move an inch, and Tion Long was displeased. "What do you mean by that?" Deng Tao sneered. "Those two beauties are my sisters-in-law. What, are you interested in them?" UTM. Before Tion Long could finish his sentence, Luo Zijian and Du Xiaozuan along with a group had already surrounded them. "A bunch of noobs. What, do you want to spar with me?" Tion Long glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll accompany you to the end." "Brother Long, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. There are too many of them. What's wrong with having a lot of people? Look at these noobs. Is there even one who has advanced to the second tier?" "Brother Long, it's not that I'm afraid of them, I'm just worried that if someone says we're bullying the newcomers, it won't be good for us to explain to the student council president." "Thinking of the student Council President Tion Julong couldn't help but shrink his neck. Today you guys are lucky, just wait for me. While Fong Fong was saying goodbye to his wife with a kiss, he naturally had no idea about these matters. After completing the enrollment procedures and finding his dormitory, he discovered it was a 4-person room, and surprisingly, he knew all 3 of the other people. Boss. Upon seeing Fong Fong, Deng Tao was the first to stand up. Then came Luo Zijian and Du Xiaozuan. What a coincidence, we actually ended up in the same dorm. Hee, it's our honor to share a dorm with the boss, Du Xiaozuan said with a smile. Since everyone is here, why don't we go out for a meal together? My treat, Luo Zijian suggested. With a grin, the 4 of them found the cafeteria, and as Fong Fong held the long-lost stainless steel tray, it felt like a different world. The last time he used this tray to eat, he was in another world, and the difference was that there used to be a sweet girl who would wave at him after finding a table, or she would come over and ask him what he was daydreaming about. But now, sitting there waving at him were 3 big guys. Sooner, how are you doing in that world? Boss, over here. Fong Fong gathered his thoughts and smiled as he walked over to the 3. After finishing lunch and coming out of the cafeteria, those 4 students over there, please wait a moment. Teacher Yi? Fong Fong looked puzzled. Why did he keep running into her in the cafeteria? Isn't that Teacher Yi? Why is she here too? Du Xiaozuan also looked confused. Do you know her? Deng Tao looked at the 2 in confusion. At that moment, Yi Qianxue walked over with a smile, adjusting her glasses, and said, What's wrong, Fong Fong? Don't you recognize your teacher anymore? Teacher Yi, why are you here? Fong Fong asked. Why can't I come? This left Fong Fong and Du Xiaozuan speechless. Alright, who among you is a student of the swordsman class? Fong Fong raised his hand and said, I think I am. Fong Fong, isn't your profession beast tamer? I don't know either. I was inexplicably assigned to the swordsman department during registration. Really? That's great. Help the teacher with something. By the way, I'm now your counselor for the swordsman class. No way? What do you mean no way? Are you unwilling to help the teacher? No, it's just a bit sudden. Alright, come with me. After saying that, Yi Qianxue turned around and led the way. Boss, why aren't you following? Du Xiaozuan pushed Fong Fong forward. At this moment, Luo Zijian leaned over and asked Du Xiaozuan, that teacher Yi, did you know her before? She used to be an intern teacher at our school. What do you think? Is she pretty? How should I put it? Compared to the 2 sisters-in-law, each has their own merits. You guys better not talk nonsense. The boss and teacher Yi have a purely revolutionary friendship. Luo Zijian stroked his chin and said, Right now it's very pure, but who knows if it will still be pure in the future. Didn't you notice the way teacher Yi looked at Fong Fong just now? Was it any different from how she looks at us? Du Xiaozuan and Deng Tao shook their heads in unison, indicating they hadn't noticed. Luo Zijian patted their shoulders, looking heartbroken as he said, Sigh. You can't blame yourselves. Who told you both are still single at this age? On the campus path. Teacher Yi, where are we going? To the logistics department to move the training uniforms for tomorrow's military training. Just the 2 of us? Yi Qianxue said with a puzzled expression. Alright, you're a beast tamer. Your strength might not be that great. Fong Fong nodded. You're absolutely right, Teacher Yi. No worries, I'll get you a little cart later. There's no need to make it so complicated, just grab a few more strong guys, right? Teacher Yi, you don't only know me in the whole school, do you? Classmate Fong Fong, if you don't want to help the teacher, just say so. I won't force you. Teacher Yi, what are you saying? I'm just afraid of delaying your work. Enough with the nonsense. Don't think I don't know your hidden profession. You're a magic swordsman. A few pieces of clothing and you can't carry them? After receiving the clothes, Fong Fong slung one bag over his shoulder, held another in his hand, and had a third that Yi Qianxue was pulling with a cart. Just as they reached the classroom door, they ran into 2 male classmates coming out. Hello, Teacher Yi. Where are you guys going? The broadcast just said to send new students to collect their training uniforms, so we're going to get ours. No need, we've already brought the clothes back. The 2 male classmates glanced at Fong Fong and then voluntarily helped Yi Qianxue push the cart. Teacher Yi, let me help you. With just this little bit of clothing, I can lift it with 1 finger. Fong Fong didn't mind, following Yi Qianxue into the classroom, putting down the clothes, and then finding a spot at the back to sit. Yi Qianxue stood at the podium, scanned the students, and said, Classmates, this is our first meeting. I'll take attendance first to see if everyone is here. After taking attendance and noticing no one was missing, Yi Qianxue pointed to Fong Fong and said, Classmate Fong Fong, come up and help the teacher distribute the clothes. Fong Fong felt that this woman was definitely targeting him. Didn't she notice that the boys in this classroom were looking at her like a pack of hungry wolves? With so many people, why did she have to pick me? It's like pushing me into a fire pit. What's the difference? Classmate Fong Fong? Coming. Reluctantly, Fong Fong stood up, and wherever he went, the boys' gazes converged on him. If looks could kill, Fong Fong would surely be riddled with wounds by now. Fong Fong couldn't understand, had these guys never seen a woman before? Just one Yi Qianxue had them all Mesmerized like this, they really were a bunch of useless guys. After distributing the clothes, Yi Qianxue said a few more words and finally left. Fong Fong picked up the clothes and was about to get ready when someone called out to him. Hello, classmate Fong Fong, I'm Su Xiaolin. Nice to meet you. Classmate Fong Fong, I'm Jiang Yunyun. I'm Yang Lei. Classmate Fong. Fong, I heard you're a magic swordsman, right? Classmate Fong Fong, I heard you're also a beastmaster, right? What's going on? Fong Fong looked at the 5 chattering girls around him, asking questions endlessly. Wasn't today the first day of registration? If he remembered correctly, this was the first time he had seen these girls. Everyone, I have something to attend to. Could you please let me through? Fong Fong escaped the classroom, feeling that today was a bit bizarre. Behind him, the girls gazed at his back, each more captivated than the last. The real classmate Fong Fong is much more handsome than in the videos. Who says otherwise? I just didn't expect him to be so shy. Did you see how red his face got just now? I heard that his 2 battle pets are both stunning beauties. I say, Jiang Yunyun, can you not bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned? I really didn't expect that I would end up in the same class as him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, there was a girl sitting quietly, staring blankly at the classroom door. I saw him again, he's still alive. The gods must have heard my prayers, which is why they brought him back to me. She glanced at the other girls nearby who were discussing Fong Fong, first frowning, then relaxing naturally. It should be normal for someone as outstanding as him to be liked by many girls. At that moment, Luo Jing appeared at the classroom door and quickly spotted Yi Xiaoshuang in the corner. She waved at her and said, Xiaoshuang, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. Oh, I'm coming. Luo Jing linked arms with her and walked along the campus path. By the way, Xiaoshuang, I just saw your sister. She is now our class counselor. Really? That's great. My brother will be so happy to hear that. I just saw Fong Fong. Fong Fong? He's still alive? Yeah, he's in my class now, but it seems he doesn't remember me. How come I didn't see him just now? He left before you arrived, but didn't you say you didn't like him? The 2 of them arrived at the Viplus restaurant at school, and before they could enter, Qin Xiu came out to greet them. Xiaoshuang, you're here. Luo Jing smiled slightly at Yi. Xiaoshuang pulled her hand away and said with a grin, alright, I won't be a third wheel for you too, I'll go in first. Wait. Yi Xiaoshuang quickly grabbed Luo Jing. What's going on? With you two? Luo Jing looked at them in confusion. Seeing Yi Xiaoshuang's flushed face, Qin Xiu smiled slightly. Alright, everyone is here, just waiting for you too. Shall we go in? Yi Xiaoshuang nodded and pulled Luo Jing around Qin Xiu into the restaurant. Magic City Academy has 88 large dining halls, but only this one is called a restaurant. It is quite spacious, yet has only 8 private rooms. There are 4 on the first floor, and although there are only 2 floors, it is as tall as 4 stories, situated in a garden full of vibrant flowers, making it look like a palace to those who don't know better. The entrance is laid with a red carpet, and on either side, there are 108 welcoming black-clad maids, each more beautiful than the last. The private rooms on the first floor are named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, while those on the second floor are named Flower, Wind, Moon, and Snow. Each private room has a double golden door, over 4 meters high, emphasizing a sense of grandeur. Yi Xiaoshuang and her friends entered the autumn private room, stepping onto the red carpet and arriving at the door, where elegantly dressed attendants gracefully opened the grand doors for the 3 of them. Upon entering, they were dazzled by a chandelier made of real diamonds, measuring 10 by 7 meters. The walls around them were adorned with large artistic oil paintings, each said to be crafted by a master, showcasing a high level of artistry. The upper class would critique them, while ordinary folks would blush at the sight. Under the chandelier was a 10-meter-long dining table made of amber wood from the elven forest, rumored to be measured by carats, with a tabletop made of flower stone from the dwarven kingdom, said to be measured by ounces. The tableware above was a dazzling gold, almost blinding, but no one would be foolish enough to use pure gold for tableware, as it is too soft and would deform with the slightest pressure. Instead, it was made of a superalloy called Omega, which has a global annual production of less than 1,000 pounds, or half a ton. According to insiders, a single knife made of Omega alloy could be exchanged for a villa like Fangfang's. 2. Prevent theft, each set of tableware has the emblems of the 4 great families carved in prominent places. What, are you going to use an angle grinder to grind off the emblem? Don't be ridiculous. With the hardness of Omega alloy, not even an oxy-fuel torch could melt it. The only people who dine here are members of the 4 great families, and they must be direct blood relatives. As for the dishes they consume, listen closely: cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, lettuce, cabbage, carrots. In short, wealthy people, having eaten too much rich food, crave pure, natural, and pollution-free green food. However, these green foods, like the famous dish of boiled cabbage, may seem simple but can taste meaty. Shui Lin, Yang Lanlan, and He Chanshan were sitting on this side near the door. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoshuang and her friends arrive, they quickly beckoned the 3 to take their seats. On the opposite side of the dining table, there were a few people, with Tian Xiang being one of them, and he was in the center of attention among the crowd. Besides him, there were also relatives like Yang Lanlan and He Chanshan, who had connections to the four major families but could not enter this dining room solely based on their personal merits. Naturally, the center of attention on Shui Lin's side was Qin Xiu. He approached the table and first pulled out a high-backed chair for Yi Xiaoshuan. After she took her seat, he sat down himself. Xiaoshuan, would you like some sea cucumber with smashed cucumber? I heard from Aunt Baisher that this is your favorite dish. Just thinking about the sour and spicy taste of smashed cucumber made Yi Xiaoshuan reflexively swallow, and then she elegantly nodded her little head. Thank you, brother Qin Xiu. No need to be polite with me, Xiaoshuan. He Chanshan, who was nearby, laughed and said, Brother Qin Xiu is really biased. I also like sea cucumber with smashed cucumber, but I don't see you serving me any. I remember you like lobster with braised eggplant, right? Ah, I didn't expect brother Qin Xiu to remember that. Qin Xiu smiled slightly. It's hard not to remember with such a unique dish name. At that moment, a handsome young man across the table brought a bowl of soup to Yi Xiaoshuan and said with a smile, Xiaoshuan, I remember you not only like sea cucumber with smashed cucumber but also bird's nest and radish soup. After saying that, he placed the golden bowl of bird's nest and radish soup next to her. Yi Xiaoshuan politely nodded. Thank you, brother Qin-san. He was the third son of the Qin family's current generation, named Qin Zijie, the eldest son of Qin Xiu's 16th uncle. Brother, I'm serving Xiaoshuan a bowl of soup. You don't mind, right? Qin Xiu laughed. Not at all. I just didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Third brother, you scared me. I thought you were going to complain to Grandpa again. Third brother, you misunderstood. Last time I told Grandpa about Secretary Ma, it was indeed your fault. Qin Zijie suddenly looked like someone had stepped on his tail and hurriedly said, What Secretary Ma? Brother, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoshuan, he's just making things up. There's nothing of the sort. What? Yi Xiaoshuan looked at Qin Zijie in confusion. What were you just saying? Nothing. Xiaoshuan, you seem to have something on your mind. Qin Xiu also noticed that she seemed a bit distracted today. Is something wrong, Xiaoshuan? It's nothing, maybe I just didn't sleep well last night so I'm a bit out of it. At that moment, Luo Jing, who was nearby, seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say, Xiaoshuan, you wouldn't really have fallen for that guy Fong Fong, would you? Fong Fong? Qin Zijie frowned, and Tian Xiang, who was eating across the table, suddenly stopped his movements. After a moment of surprise, Qin Xiu comforted her. We also feel regret about Fong Fong, but a person who has died cannot come back to life. We should learn to look forward. No, he's not dead. I saw him today. Not dead? Tian Xiang suddenly stood up. That's great. As long as he's not dead, if he really had died, that would have been too easy on him. Tian Xiang, what do you want to do? Yi Xiaoshuan also stood up suddenly and said, Don't forget, you're able to sit here and eat today all because Fong Fong broke the seal for us. Can't you just let go of your grudges against him? Let go of my grudges? Tian Xiang laughed. You're killing me. Who does he think he is? I've never suffered such a big loss in my life. Since he's not dead, he should just wait for my revenge. When Qin Xiu heard Tian Xiang refer to Yi Xiaoshuan as he immediately slammed his hand on the table. Tian Xiang, please watch your words. What's wrong with my words? If you don't want your second uncle to know that you're being so reckless in front of Xiaoshuan, then please keep that mouth of yours in check. Qin, what else can you do besides complaining? What else can I do? If you come to the arena with me, you'll find out. You really are ruthless. I'll say this, I've dealt with Fong Fong, and anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. Alright, everyone, let's tone it down a bit. Shui Lin quickly stood up to mediate. Tian Xiang, if you want to deal with Fong Fong, go ahead. No one here is stopping you, so why say it so harshly? Tian Xiang glanced at Qin Xiu, then at Yi Xiaoshuan, and coldly snorted, let's hope so. Qin Zijie frowned, then smiled at Tian Xiang. Brother Tian, do you need any help? Tian Xiang sneered, just a country bumpkin. I can't do anything to him in the exam room, but once we're out, I'll crush him like an ant. Then Qin Zijie turned to Luo Jing. Where did you see that Fong Fong? What do you want to do? Luo Jing felt she had just said something wrong, but then again, even if she didn't mention it, Fong Fong was at school, and they would eventually run into him. Qin Zijie smiled slightly. It's nothing, just asking. I don't know, I haven't seen him. I heard it from Xiaoshuan. Luo Jing shook her head repeatedly. Qin Zijie nodded and didn't ask Yi Xiaoshuan any further, instead quietly sitting down across from her. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Xiaoshuan and said gently, Xiaoshuan, if you need any help, you can tell me. Yi Xiaoshuan looked at Qin Xiu in front of her, then at Tian Xiang across the way. Brother Qin dotes on her, but could she really ask Qin Xiu to protect Fong Fong? To the four major families, Fong Fong was ultimately an outsider. Given Brother Qin's character, how could he possibly help an outsider deal with Tian Xiang? The only reason he said that was probably to get her to agree not to see Fong Fong again. But if she didn't agree, what would happen to Fong Fong? Although Fong Fong was powerful, could he really stand against the four major families? To be honest, if Tian Xiang wanted to deal with Fong Fong, with his status, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. There would be plenty of people willing to do it for him. Seeing Yi Xiaoshuang silent, Qin Xiu sighed. Xiaoshuang, think it over carefully. Across the way, Qin Zijian noticed all of Yi Xiaoshuang's expressions, his hands gripping the knife and fork so tightly that his knuckles turned white. What is Fong Fong daring to lay a hand on my woman? The military training, aside from not wearing camouflage uniforms, was no different from the military training in Fangfang's memory. Attention, at ease, attention. After the instructor shouted a series of commands, he said irritably, Fong Fong, stay behind, everyone else dismissed. Yi Xiaoshuang, what are you still standing there for? Dismissed. Yi Xiaoshuang glanced at Fong Fong, then reluctantly went to the shade outside the playground. Yi Xiaoshuang? That silly girl. Fong Fong suddenly remembered that she still owed him 10 million. The instructor approached Fong Fong and was surprised to find that Fong Fong was actually half a head taller than him. You are Fong Fong? Yes, instructor. I heard you can teleport, right? Mentioning teleportation made Fong Fong a bit awkward. The place he currently lived was on the mountaintop outside the academy, visible from the playground. After going to bed at night, he intended to go home to see his wife, but ended up crashing into the academy's barrier while teleporting. Who the hell knew that Amir Academy would have a spatial barrier? Although he wasn't caught by the teacher at the time, it triggered the school's early warning system, and now the retribution had come. Why aren't you speaking? Lost your voice? The instructor pressed impatiently. Report, instructor, my teleportation is currently at level 6, not that impressive. Very well, then let's practice. Some more and aim to get you to level 7. Fong Fong, listen up. Circle the playground and teleport 100 laps. Instructor, are you sure? The playground of the Magic City. School is not like the formal playground of the 13th middle school, but rather a gigantic playground with a circumference of 10 miles, which is 5 kilometers. 8 laps are equivalent to a marathon. However, since it's teleportation, for Fong Fong it would only take 2 or 3 minutes at most. The instructor, sneering as if he was scared, said, what's wrong? You little brat, are you backing down? Hurry up, otherwise, I'll add another 1,000 laps. Under the shade of the trees, Su Xiaolin and a few other women huddled together, watching Fong Fong on the playground. What did Fong Fong do to offend that guy, to be singled out like this? I know about this. A handsome boy, holding 3 bottles of water, handed them to the 3 girls while saying, I heard that Fong Fong tried to climb over the wall to sneak out yesterday. Although he wasn't caught on the spot, the surveillance array recorded him. Climb over the wall? Aren't they not allowed to go out during military training? Doesn't he know that? He climbed over the wall. How could he not know? This is bad. Teleporting around the playground for 100 laps. Isn't that going to exhaust him to death? Is that instructor brain dead? Is there such a punishment? 100 laps is 500 kilometers. Even a third-tier mage can't do that. Why should Fong Fong have to? The boy said, I suspect Fong Fong must have offended someone. This statement immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The boy cleared his throat and said, think about it, with Fong Feng's magic power, how many times can he teleport? If a person continuously overdraws their magic power, they will be incapacitated. That's too outrageous. We should go find a teacher. He's just a temporary worker. How can he punish us like this? I doubt it will help. Why? You said it yourself. He's just a temporary worker. If he didn't have someone above him giving orders, would he dare to do this? And it's on the playground, with so many people watching, it's obvious someone wants to use Fong Fong to establish authority. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoshuang in the corner could no longer sit still. But she didn't go to find Xin Xiu. Instead, she went to find her sister. As the class counselor, how could she ignore her own students being bullied? Hey, can you help me out? Just as Yi Xiaoshuang was about to head to the office building, she suddenly heard Fong Fong calling her. Instinctively, she turned to look at Fong Fong, and for some reason, when she saw his handsome face, a strange shyness arose in her heart. Okay, what do you need? Help me keep track of the laps. I'm worried someone might try to cheat later. Keep track? Fong Fong, shouldn't I be helping you find a teacher? Find a teacher? Fong Fong laughed. That's something only kids do. You can't be that bad at counting, can you? You, don't talk nonsense. How could I not know how to count? Forget it, you little stutterer. You won't be able to count properly. If I ask you to keep track, I still don't know how many laps I'll have to run. I'll just go find someone else. Wait, come back. I'm not a little stutterer. If you don't believe me, you run, and I definitely won't miss a lap for you. Is that so? Then I'll trust you this once. After saying that, Fong Fong teleported 600 meters away. With a 5-kilometer circumference, it would take him about 8 seconds to complete a lap. For others, given Fong Feng's current level, since he had already advanced to the second tier, his magic power could at most complete 3 laps. After all, teleportation is a golden level skill, consuming at least double-digit magic power. However, after 3 laps, Fong Feng's skill casting speed showed no signs of slowing down. 2 minutes later, it was still the same. Almost as soon as the 1-second cooldown was up, he immediately released the skill again. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 9 minutes, and Fong Fong still showed no signs of magic power exhaustion. The onlookers could no longer sit still. How many laps has he done? 75. Laps. So fast? Now it's 76. Is that kid even human? 76 laps, and he still hasn't stopped. Now it's 77. The girls in the class, at some point, had already gathered with Yi Xiaoshuan, counting loudly for Fong Fong. What kind of virtue does that kid have to make all the girls in the class cheer for him? Jealous? A bit, but I also feel a little excited. The boys around him glanced at him. Don't say that, I think I feel the same. Why don't we go cheer for him too? Let's go, after all, we're in the same class. If we just stand by and watch him get messed with by outsiders, that would be unacceptable. 99, 100. Fong Fong has completed 100 laps, that's enough. Fong stopped, turned around, and smiled. So fast? Yi Xiaoshuan, blushing, excitedly said, yes, it's already 100 laps. Fong chuckled and looked back at the instructor, whose face was ashen. Is that enough? Who said so? You run another 1,000 laps for me. The instructor roared at Fong. For a freshman to teleport around the track 100 times was considered an impossible task in everyone's mind, yet Fong completed it effortlessly. This truly astonished everyone and also infuriated the instructor of the swordsman class. It not only embarrassed him, but more importantly, Fong was now free of any issues and he was struggling to meet his obligations. The mastermind behind this, young Master Tion of the Tion family, was still watching from the sidelines. If he couldn't incapacitate Fong in front of everyone today, young Master Tion would think he was useless, and how could he cultivate himself in the future? At this moment, he wished he could personally take Fong down. Fong Fang's expression instantly turned cold. If it was because he broke school rules last night and was punished to teleport 100 laps, he would accept it. But if someone was trying to take advantage of the situation to mess with him, then sorry, he would definitely accompany them to the end. Why should I? Suddenly, a girl spoke up against the instructor. At this moment, the whole class held their breath. This temporary worker was clearly targeting Fong on purpose. Some people were standing up for Fong while others thought, as students of the prestigious Magic City Academy, why should they let a temporary worker bully them? Don't we care about our dignity? Others were thinking that if this temporary worker could recklessly mess with Fong today, he could do the same to them tomorrow. This is a case of the lips losing their warmth when the teeth are gone, and the rabbit's death brings sorrow to the fox. The girl's words undoubtedly ignited this powder keg. Yes, why? You said 100 laps. Why are you going back on your word? Is Magic City Academy your family business? You're just a temporary worker. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Do you believe I'll report you to the Academic Affairs Office and make you regret it? Faced with the crowd's outrage, the instructor didn't care about any of that. He only knew that if he didn't complete the task assigned by young Master Tion today, how could he climb the ranks of the Tion family and achieve success? As for these furious students, they were nothing in front of young Master Tion. Why should he care about them? With that thought, he angrily walked over, grabbed Fong by the collar, and snarled, "Are you going or not?" Fong had wanted to keep a low profile, not wanting to stir up trouble, just wanting to be a good student for 3 years. But now it seemed that someone was determined to make things difficult for him. Since that was the case, why should he keep a low profile? As long as he wasn't betraying the country, that old man would cover for him. Fong slapped the instructor's hand away. Is this never ending? Do you know who you're talking to? Yes, aren't you just a temporary worker? You're asking for death. The instructor, unable to maintain his composure, lunged at Fong, trying to grab his collar or his neck. However, just as his hand reached out in front of Fong, it was caught by Fong, who then executed a reverse hold and pinned him to the ground. Basic swordsmanship and basic combat skills, Fong had mastered both during high school. With his current tenfold attribute boost, dealing with a level 37, second transformation, guy was a piece of cake. I can't believe it. Fong actually beat up the instructor. Fong, don't be stupid. That guy may just be a temp, but he's our instructor now. Hitting an instructor will get you a demerit. Yeah, Fong, it's not worth getting a demerit over this guy. Hearing his classmates, the instructor, who had just been in shock, finally snapped back to reality and sneered at Fong. Kid, if you're so capable, why don't you kill me? If you can't, then go run laps. The instructor thought Fong had backed down, but the next moment Fong yanked his arm behind his back and pulled up sharply. With a crack, the arm was pressed awkwardly against the lawn. The excruciating pain made him let out a heart-wrenching scream. The surrounding classmates were startled. Why was Fong being so ruthless? Fong then asked, "So, who sent you? You think you can kill me? Killing you isn't necessary, but I can make your life worse than death." With that, he stepped on the instructor's ankle, breaking it, and the instructor screamed again. Then Fong did the same to the other foot, and as he grabbed his right hand, preparing to repeat the process, the instructor finally broke down. I'll talk. It was Tion Xiang. Fong released his right hand and said emotionlessly, "If you had said that earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. You just had to ask for trouble." Fong looked at Yi Xiaoshuang in the crowd. Where is Tion Xiang? The girl, still shaken by Fong Feng's earlier actions, timidly replied, "Class 1 of Knights, over there." Following Yi Xiaoshuang's, Fong Fong glanced ahead, initially thinking he wouldn't find him in the crowd, but to his surprise, that guy was standing alone in the middle of the playground, seemingly afraid he wouldn't be seen. Thanks. What are you going to do? Do I need to explain? Of course, I'm going to settle the score with him. Do you know who he is? Yi Xiaoshuang asked, looking worried. Hey girl, are you stupid? He was about to kill me and I still have the energy to care who he is? With that, Fong Fong lifted the instructor off the ground and walked over to Tion, throwing him to the ground. He said you wanted to kill me? At that moment, the instructor's earlier screams had alarmed nearly everyone around, and with Fong Fong dragging him through the playground, they had drawn a crowd. Now, Fong Fong and Tion were surrounded, with no way out. Strangely, despite the crowd, not a single teacher had appeared. Tion sneered coldly. That's right, I do want to kill you. What are you going to do about it? Isn't it better to live well? Why seek your own death? Just you? Let me remind you, your two battle pets can't come in here. With that, a flash of light enveloped Tion and he instantly donned a set of dark gold knight armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. Without giving Fong Fong any time to prepare, he charged at Fong Fong with his shield. Charge! Everyone, scatter! Someone in the crowd recognized Tion's skill and shouted to those around. Boom! Tion's shield slammed into Fong Fong, sending him flying effortlessly into the air. However, strangely, as Fong Fong soared into the sky, the next moment he shattered like a mirror clone? Before Tion could react, Fong Fong had already teleported behind him and delivered a punch to the back of his neck. Tion stumbled forward a few steps, still unsteady, when Fong Fong came up behind him again, grabbing the collar at the back of his neck and lifting him up, then turning and slamming him to the ground. Fong Feng's movements were so quick that Tion was left dazed. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he suddenly realized that the long sword in his right hand had somehow ended up in Fong Feng's grasp. Then, feeling a chill at his neck, he turned to look along the blade and saw Fong Fong holding his long sword, looking down at him from above. I should remind you, I'm now in the swordsman class. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Tion's face flushed red as he retorted, why say so much? If you have the guts, make your move. Who gave you the confidence to think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Why are you talking so much? If you have the ability, then do it. If you don't, then kneel and confess. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. In Tion Xiang's mind, the Tion family was a transcendent presence in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they killed someone in the street, the authorities wouldn't dare to say a word. Just look around. Does any teacher dare to meddle? The Tion family could kill whoever they wanted. Would Fong Fong really dare to touch him? It was just bluster. In the end, he would still have to let him go. Obediently. As you wish. What did you say? However, the answer to him was Fong Fong slicing across his neck, and the severed artery sprayed blood like it was filled with high pressure gas, gushing out in torrents. The head that rolled to the side still looked at Fong Fong in shock. Even in death, Tion couldn't comprehend why he dared to kill him. What did you say? Tion is dead? On the top floor of a corporate building belonging to the Tion family, Tion's father, Tion Shilong, looked at Secretary Ma, who had come to report the news. With a face full of horror, demanding, who did it? A freshman from Magic City Academy, Fong Fong. On the playground of Magic City Academy, with over 10,000 people present, there was a deathly silence. Students who could get into Magic City Academy had all seen death before. It should be known that the jurisdiction of the laws in the Dragon Kingdom only covered towns. Outside the towns, the wilderness was a lawless land where the strongest ruled and the darkest sides of human nature played out almost daily. But today, they were witnessing someone like Fong Fong kill in front of the entire school for the first time. Moreover, the deceased was no ordinary person. He was a direct descendant of one of the four great families of the Dragon Kingdom, the Tion family. They had always been the ones to bully others who would dare to bully them. As for someone daring to publicly execute them, that was unheard of. Watching the three zhang of blood spraying from the neck and the head rolling on the ground like a bouncing football, some felt a sense of relief after the shock, but also felt it was a pity for Fong Fong. Why do such a thing in school? Wouldn't it be better to find a place in the wilderness and deal with this guy there? Some were gloating, thinking that if he dared to kill a direct descendant of the Tion family, they were eager to see how he would end up. Before long, the Demon Capture Division personnel squeezed into the crowd, taking Fong Fong away while leaving two people behind to collect Tion's body. In a high-end club, Qin Zijie wiped the blood from his hands as he walked out of a room, angrily sitting on the sofa in the living room. At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and in came Shui Yong, a member of the Shui family and also a freshman at Magic City Academy. Oh, it really is young master Qin. I thought with military training going on, you wouldn't have time to come by. Qin Zijie shot him a glare and continued to tend to his wounds. Aren't you also skipping military training? What's wrong with you, young master Qin? Qin Zijie replied irritably, don't mention it. Remember those girls we ran into last time at Firecloud Valley? Yeah, did you manage to win them over? Win over? What a joke, a bunch of ungrateful harlots. Hearing this, Shui Yong glanced into the room, where a strong smell of blood wafted out. Sigh. Shui Yong shook his head, pulled out 2 cigarettes, tossed one to Qin Zijie, and lit the other for himself. Qin Xiao, don't be so angry. How many is this for you this month? Although we're being discreet. If too many die, it'll be a problem. What, are you scared? Qin Zijie replied irritably. Do you know? Just now, that guy Tian Xiang was killed, hacked to death on the playground. Qin Zijie was taken aback, looking at Shui Yong in confusion. Are you sure? Over 10,000 people saw it with their own eyes. Who did it? A country bumpkin named Fong Fong. Fong? How does Qin Xiao know him? Didn't expect this kid to be so capable. Shui Yong looked at Qin Zijie in surprise. No way, do you have a grudge against Tian Xiang? I thought you two were pretty close? Qin Zijie shot him a glare. You don't know anything. I've long since dealt with that kid Fong Fong. I didn't expect this time Tian Xiang, that waste, would do me a huge favor. What's going on? Did you two know each other already? Why am I only finding out today? I only found out not long ago that little vixen Yi Xiaoshuang has a thing for him. No way, Qin Xiao, you haven't let go yet? In Shui Yong's mind, when it came to Yi Xiaoshuang, she was recognized as a beauty among the 4 great families, always attracting attention. Since childhood, he himself was one of many suitors back then. But he wasn't a direct descendant of the Shui family, knowing that having feelings for her was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The one who pursued Yi Xiaoshuang the hardest back then was none other than the 3rd young master of the Qin family, Qin Zijie. Unfortunately, this time, it was his older brother, Qin Xiu, who was being pushed to marry into the Yi family. Although this matter wasn't publicly announced, the attitude displayed by the Qin family was clear to those in the circle. No matter how much Qin Zijie liked Yi Xiaoshuang, it was impossible for them in this lifetime. In my life, I've never been unable to get something. If I can't, I'll destroy it rather than let someone else have it. This time you have to listen to me. You must not do anything foolish. One is your older brother, the other is your future sister-in-law. If something really happens this time, no one will cover for you. Are you sure? Are you sure if I kill that pair of dog men and women, the family will let me pay for their lives? Shui Yong was momentarily stumped. In this generation of the Qin family, there were 2 geniuses, one was Qin Xiu and the other was this guy. If Qin Xiu were killed by this guy, then the Qin family would only have him left as a genius. They wouldn't sacrifice another genius for a dead one. All the children of the 4 great families knew that in the eyes of the family, kinship was nothing compared to interests. If Qin Zijie really killed Qin Xiu and Yi Xiaoshuang, the Qin family wouldn't only not kill him, on the contrary, they would do everything possible to protect him. Qin Zijie bandaged his wounds, picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it for himself, and patted the still-dazed Shui Yong. Alright, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. The situation inside is the same as before, you help me handle it. Shui Yong nodded, watching Qin Zijie's back as he asked, where are you going now? Aren't you going back to school? Back to school? Hell no, I'm going to the demon suppression department to cool off. After saying that, Qin Zijie slammed the door and left. Shui Yong extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and walked into the room. As soon as he entered, a nauseating smell of blood hit him, but after dealing with it so many times, he had already gotten used to it. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light in the room, Shui Yong finally saw the scene clearly. Among the 3 corpses, there was even a 3-year-old girl. She should be the child of that woman, and next to her was the woman's husband, a very handsome guy he had seen back in Huayun Valley. Qin Zijie always does this, using the other person's family to force the woman he has his eye on to make mistakes. Logically speaking, with Qin Zijie's family background, what kind of woman could he not have? But this kid has been a lecher since childhood. He got bored with women he could easily obtain with money, and now he has set his sights on a virtuous woman. One can only say that this woman is unfortunate. She has only herself to blame for being seen by Qin Zijie. Shui Yong stood in the pool of blood, dialed a number, and called the club staff to come in and clean up the mess. The 3 men and 3 women who entered were already accustomed to such scenes. In the Magic City, who doesn't know that for the 4 big families, a few deaths are nothing more than killing a few dogs. Because they had no psychological burden, their work efficiency was very high. They carried away the bodies, used professional cleaning equipment to wipe away the bloodstains, and then sprayed some air freshener, making the room instantly quiet and clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Wait a minute. Shui Yong stopped the last maid to leave, stuffed the paper he had just used to wipe the blood off his shoe into her mouth, and said, take this away. In the Jing'an Bureau of the Magic City, in the interrogation room, Fong Fong sat on the metal chair for almost 3 hours. Apart from the 2 people who had brought him in, he hadn't seen a third person. Being brought into the Demon Capture Division for public murder was quite normal and within Fong Feng's expectations. But what was the deal with being left here to cool his heels? Fong Fong had no choice but to stretch his feet under the table, lean back in the chair, and stare blankly at the dim spotlight on the ceiling. Finally, the door was pushed open, and a figure walked in. Because the light couldn't reach the doorway, Fong Fong could only judge from the silhouette that it was a woman. When the other person walked to the table opposite Fong Fong and sat down. Fong Fong suddenly sat up straight. Why is it you? Su Miao was wearing a fitted navy blue OL uniform today, her long ponytail gathered into a bun with a hairnet at the back of her head, and she wore a hat with the Jing'an guard badge. Beneath her fitted skirt, a pair of sheer stockings accentuated her long legs, making her look very delicate and refined. She came to the table, slapped the folder she was holding onto the table, then pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Fong Fong. What's wrong with you? Be honest with me. I didn't expect Sister Miao Miao to come to the Magic City too. Stop trying to get close to me, sit properly. Su Miao Miao slammed her palm on the table. Then, with a businesslike demeanor, she opened the folder, took out a pen, and continued, Name? Come on, we just separated a few days ago and you've already forgotten my name? Su Miao Miao slammed the handcuffs onto the table, threatening, be honest with me. Don't try to get close to me here. Answer my questions as I ask them, and if I don't ask you, just shut up and stop talking nonsense. Alright, you ask. Name? Fong Fong. Gender? Fong Fong rolled his eyes. Male. Age? 21. While taking notes, Su Miao Miao suddenly looked up. Aren't you only 20? Isn't it okay to count the virtual age? I'm talking about the virtual age. In actual years, you're only 19, and next month on the first day, you'll turn 20. No way, Sister Miao Miao. How do you know my birthday? Su Miao Miao was taken aback, cleared her throat, and said, stop trying to get close to me. Our Dingen guard can find out anything about the people we want to investigate. Since that's the case, can you help me look into someone? Who? His name is Bai Yu. He seems to be a professor at the Magic City Academy. What do you want to investigate him for? 5 years ago, he wrote a letter to my adoptive father, inviting him to the Magic City to reminisce, but he never came back. Su Miao Miao instinctively nodded. Alright, but since it involves a college professor, it might be a bit troublesome to investigate. It's okay, whatever you can find out is fine. Su Miao Miao nodded again, then froze. Wasn't I the one here to interrogate him? How did I let this kid lead me around? She slammed her hand on the table, startling Fong Fong. I said, do you have to keep banging on the table? You're going to scare someone to death. If someone dies, they deserve it. I ask you, you killed Tion Xiang, right? That was self-defense. Self-defense? You can chop someone's head off with one sword? First of all, I declare that sword is not mine. It was his weapon intended to kill me. The whole school saw it. If you don't believe me, you can check. So, you killed him as a stress response when your life was threatened? When he raised the sword to chop me, I was terrified. My hands are still shaking now. Very well, remember what you said to me. After Su Miao Miao finished speaking, she began to organize the records, preparing to leave. Fong Fong leaned over the table and said, do you have anything to eat? Are you hungry? Yeah, I hardly ate anything in the morning, and after a whole morning of military training, I've been stuck here with you guys for so long this afternoon. I'm starving. Then Su Miao Miao reached under the table with one hand, and Fong Fong felt something bump into his hand. When he looked, it was actually a lollipop meant for children. I said, sister, can this fill my stomach? Su Miao Miao stood up and said irritably, what sister? Who's your sister? Take it or leave it. Can I have another one? Su Miao Miao glared at him, then sat down again and stuffed 2 lollipops into his hand. That's all I have. I don't have any more. Su Miao Miao hugged the records and returned to the office. Just as she sat down, Old Chen walked out of his office and waved at her. Su Miao Miao, come in for a moment. Once inside Old Chen's office and closing the door, she asked, what's wrong, Uncle Chen? What did that kid say when you went just now? Self-defense. The whole school saw it. It was Tion Xiang who attacked him with the sword first. He was unarmed and then accidentally killed Tion Xiang. In that case, let him go tomorrow morning. According to the rules, he could be released after midnight tonight, but for that kid's safety, let him go tomorrow morning. So soon? Old Chen was taken aback, looking at Su Miao Miao. Really? You want him dead? No, I just think that even if it was self-defense, Tion Xiang is still dead. If we just let him go like this, won't the higher-ups have something to say? For your mother's sake, I don't mind letting you in on this. The order to release him came from above. From above? Is Yen Shui back? He hasn't returned yet. As for why, you little girl shouldn't pry into that. Su Miao Miao's eyes lit up. Could it be that we are finally going to take action against the 4 major families? Stop prying into these matters. Alright, you can go now. Oh. Just as Su Miao Miao opened the office door, she saw 2 people standing at the entrance. One was the director of the bureau, Tu Hui, and beside him was a young man. If Su Miao Miao remembered correctly, this young man should be Qin Zijie from the Qin family. Hello, Director Tu, Su Miao Miao greeted. Tu Hui nodded, not even glancing at Su Miao Miao but flattering Qin Zijie beside him. Young Master Qin, please come in. However, from the moment Qin Zijie saw Su Miao Miao, his eyes seemed to be captivated by her, and it wasn't until he heard Tu Hui's voice that he came back to his senses. Who is that girl? Tu Hui glanced at Su Miao Miao. Oh, her name is Su Miao Miao, a new special agent. The 2 entered Chen Jingyan's office, and Tu Hui quickly introduced them. Old Chen, this is Qin Zijie from the Qin family. Xin Xiao, this is the captain of the Special Operations Team, Chen Jingyang, whom I told you about. Hello, Xin Xiao. Hello, Captain Chen. The two exchanged a polite handshake. Old Chen continued, I didn't know you were coming today. Is there something you need? Xin Zijie smiled, it's nothing major. I heard you caught the murderer of my cousin, and I wanted to take a look. Your cousin is? Tion Xiang from the Tion family. Oh, we have caught the person, but he is not the murderer. According to our investigation, classmate Fong Fong was only acting in self-defense at the time. According to Longhua's laws, this counts as justifiable defense, so he can't be considered a murderer. Justifiable defense? Am I hearing this right? Killing someone from our four great families can actually be justifiable defense? Old Chen said with a bitter face, Xin Xiao, we really have no choice. There were so many people watching at the school at the time. If we were to charge him with murder, your classmates wouldn't accept it, right? Then can I go see him now? Sorry, we've already released him. Released? Yes, since he has no guilt, it wouldn't be right for us to keep him locked up here. Xin Zijie stared at Old Chen for a while and said, Captain Chen, there's something I don't know if I should say. Xin Xiao, there's no need to be polite. Just say what you want. To be honest, those who offend our four great families never end well. Captain Chen, you should be careful. Xin Xiao, you're absolutely right, but we really have released him. Should I call someone to bring him back? Enough, I don't have time to joke around with you. Chen Jingyang, take care of yourself. It was a new day, and the freshmen of the first year gathered in small groups on the playground after breakfast, waiting for the upcoming military training. The instructor for the swordsman class had been incapacitated by Fong Fong yesterday, so the school had invited another one today. Yi Xiaoshuan walked heavily towards the playground, finally making up her mind to seek help from Qin Qiu. Although the price for asking for his help was that she could no longer see Fong Fong, it was better than watching him die helplessly. Qin Qiu was in the mage class, and their team was on the other side of the playground. Although they were on the same playground, the distance was 3 kilometers. At first, Yi Xiaoshuan walked slowly, but once she made up her mind, she started running. If she could persuade Qin Qiu a little faster, Fong Fong would suffer less in the Jing'an Bureau. However, she hadn't run far when she saw Qin Qiu by the roadside. What are you doing here? Yi Xiaoshuan froze on the track. Qin Qiu smiled slightly. I knew you would come looking for me, but since it's so far, I was worried you might tire yourself out. So I came to find you. Then do you know what I need you for? Qin Qiu nodded. I know, but this matter is a bit complicated. I might not be able to help you. What do you want? Name. Your conditions. It seems you really care about that guy. This is my business. Looking at Yi Xiaoshuang's serious face, Qin Qiu sighed, silly girl, it's impossible for you too. Everyone knows you will be my wife now. Who dares to touch him will die. Was all of this planned by you? Qin Qiu shook his head. No, although Tian Xiang is quite annoying, he is still one of our four great families. How could I use my own people as cannon fodder? Then how can you help me? I can help you, but have you thought about it? Even if I pull him out of the Gingan Guard, he won't survive. What do you mean? I mean forget about him. From the moment he killed Tian Xiang, he was already a dead man. Even if I let you go, the Tian family won't spare him. So it's impossible for you to be with him. You like him, but all it will bring is trouble for him and pain for yourself. Is that what you want? I will forget him, but this time you must save him. Silly girl, do you think that will help? I don't care, just tell me if you agree or not. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. I consider myself quite excellent, so why don't you like me and instead like someone you've only met twice? Fong Fong. Yi Xiaoshuang fell silent, as if deep in thought, then said, even though I've only met him twice, it feels like an old friend reuniting. Silly girl, that's just an illusion. Qin Qiu interrupted her. The reason you feel this way is that after he became the top of the Southwest province, his information was sent to us. Once you've seen his personal data enough times, meeting him again will naturally create this illusion. Are you sure? Did you feel the same when you met him? Qin Qiu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of question is this silly girl asking? I'm not made of glass, how could I feel that way about him? But to brainwash Yi Xiaoshuang, he had to nod. That's right, I felt that way too, and I believe others do as well. Just as Yi Xiaoshuang was feeling confused, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. Chirp chirp, that's really disgusting. I didn't expect the Qin family to have such hobbies. Good thing I'm not in the same dorm as you, otherwise, who knows what you'd do to me at night. Qin Qiu's face instantly darkened. Yi Xiaoshuang was startled and hurriedly turned around to see Fong Fong behind her, and her heart suddenly filled with joy. Fong Fong, how is it you? Weren't you captured? Fong Fong had been driven to school by Su Miaomia that morning. After breakfast, he went to the playground and, upon arriving at the stands outside, inadvertently spotted Yi Xiaoshuang by the track. Then it naturally reminded him of that girl's 10 million debt. So his appearance was actually to urge for repayment. But then he heard Qin Qiu, this old glass, say he was in love at first sight, which was just too disgusting. I was just acting in self-defense. Is it strange that I was released? Or do you not want me to be released? That way, you wouldn't have to pay back the 10 million you owe me, right? Yi Xiaoshuang said, no, I didn't mean that, it's just what? You definitely don't want to pay me back. Who says that? I will definitely pay you back, but I didn't bring my phone. How about you wait for me? I'll go get it right now. Forget it, I didn't bring mine either. Fang Feng's phone had been confiscated when he was taken in yesterday, and he only remembered it when he took it out to swipe for food in the cafeteria this morning. Then I'll pay you back tomorrow. My phone is at Gingen Bureau. I don't know when they'll return it to me. How about I give you cash? Cash? Are you sure? Do you know how heavy 10 million is? If I take it to the bank to deposit, how long will it take for them to count it all? Then, what should we do? I came today just to remind you. I didn't mean to urge for repayment. I just wanted to see if you still remember, and then I can relax. Alright, you two chat, I'll take my leave. I have nothing to talk about with him. How about we leave together? Fang Feng glanced back at Qin Xiu, seeing that his face was as dark as a pot bottom. He knew this guy wasn't holding back anything good. Plus, Su Miaomio had previously warned him to be careful of Qin Zijie at school. Fang Feng's only good impression of this guy had completely vanished. He turned back to Yi Xiaoshuang and asked, do you really want to leave with me? Is that okay? Fang Feng smiled and said, sure. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around the girl's slim waist. Faced with Fang Feng's sudden move, Yi Xiaoshuang froze, her little face turning bright red in an instant. There seemed to be a special scent about Fang Feng that was incredibly pleasant, even intoxicating. Yi Xiaoshuang wanted to look up at him, but her heart was timid and she didn't dare to raise her head. Feeling the warmth at her waist, it wasn't ticklish but rather numbing, as if a slight electric current started from there, flowing through her body with her blood, making her feel as comfortable as if she were having a spa treatment. Behind them, Qin Xiu watched the two from a distance, his face darkening to a deep purple, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. He almost couldn't hold back from rushing over to confront Fang Feng, but for the persona he had painstakingly built, he ultimately refrained from doing something foolish. Gentle and refined, like a jade tree in the wind, mature and steady, he absolutely couldn't let such a trivial matter ruin his image. Although Fang Feng wore a smile, he felt anything but relaxed inside. That kid could actually endure this. It was truly unexpected. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. Such people are the hardest to deal with. Is this really appropriate for us? Yi Xiaoshuang asked timidly, looking down. Fang Feng quickly let go of her, bullying. This girl would make him feel guilty. Yi Xiaoshuang asked again, are you angry? There's no meat on your body to press against my hand. Yi Xiaoshuang instinctively looked down. Blushing as she said, I actually do have some meat. Could it be because of the belt? Fang Feng looked at Yi Xiaoshuang in confusion. This girl was just too adorably silly, wasn't she? With her personality, how had she survived in such a family until now? At this moment, someone had already noticed Fang Feng. Look, isn't that Fang Feng? No way, it really is him. He actually came back alive? Could he be the illegitimate son of some big shot? Otherwise, how could he kill Tian Xiang and still be fine? Who knows, I just saw him hugging the waist of the seventh young lady of the Yi family. No way, is he trying to court death? Court death? He killed Tian Xiang and is still fine. Hugging a waist is nothing. Inside a CBD office building of the Tion family, Tian Shilong slammed his hand on the table. What? The Jingen Guard actually let that kid go? Yes, Mr. Tion, according to the investigation by the Jingen Guard, Fang Feng acted in self-defense. Self-defense? He killed my son, and that's self-defense? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? He picked up his phone and dialed a number. While waiting for the call to connect, he forced himself to calm down. Uncle Yi, it's me, Tian Shilong. Yi Longcheng looked at the caller ID on his phone. Tian Shilong? He quickly figured out what was going on. Hello? Uncle Yi, it's me, Tion Shilong. What made you think to call me? You didn't get into trouble again, did you? Uncle Yi, my son Tian Xiang is dead. I heard he committed murder at school and got killed in return. Tian Shilong, how did you raise your son? Usually, I turn a blind eye to his misdeeds, but this time he actually dared to kill someone at Magic City Academy, and you still have the face to call me? Uncle Yi, I wanted to discuss whether we should inform my grandfather about this matter. Yi Longcheng sneered coldly, are you trying to pressure me with the third uncle? I wouldn't dare, he's passed away, but I think he should know about this, right? That's true, sending a white-haired person to inform a black-haired one is indeed something a filial grandson should do. Uncle Yi? I'm busy here, if you have nothing else, I'm hanging up. Tian Shilong heard the busy tone on the other end and angrily smashed his phone into pieces. Yi Longcheng called you to give you face. Since you don't care, you'd better never care again. Hearing the news of Tian Xiang's death, Qin Zijie returned to Magic City Academy early this morning. He originally wanted to take advantage of breakfast time to go to the garden villa, see everyone's reactions, and find an opportunity to let a fool go test the waters with Fang Feng. However, as soon as he arrived at the academy playground, he saw Fang Feng with Yi Xiaoshuang. Bitch, I've been a sycophant in front of you for so many years and you wouldn't even let me hold your hand. Now you actually let that kid wrap his arms around your waist. Furious, Qin Zijie slapped the nearby phoenix tree, but at that moment he noticed Qin Shou not far behind the two. Just as his gaze fell on Qin Shou, she seemed to sense something and saw Qin Zijie under the phoenix tree. Qin Shou brushed her sleeves and left, but Qin Zijie squinted his eyes, staring at her back, a malicious plan surfacing in his mind. Yi Xiaoshuang was bound to marry that dog Qin Shou. It was a decision made by the family's higher-ups, and no one could change it. But what if, on their wedding night, he discovered that his wife was pregnant with my child? I believe his expression at that time would be quite spectacular. Moreover, given Yi Xiaoshuang's current relationship with Fang Feng, if she claimed the child in her belly was Fang Feng's, I'm sure that dog Qin Shou wouldn't suspect a thing. Getting Yi Xiaoshuang's body, making Qin Shou wear a green hat, and letting that useless Fang Feng take the blame for me. 3 birds with 1 stone. Absolutely perfect. With that thought, Qin Zijie dialed a number. Hello, Yangzi, it's me. About that medicine you mentioned last time, I want to give it a try. Third brother, you finally came to your senses. I told you long ago, there are plenty of ways to deal with such women. Why make it so bloody? Just a pack of Qiqing Shengtian powder, and I guarantee. Shui Yong's words were interrupted by Qin Zijie. Enough, stop the damn nonsense. Can you get it now? I want to try it first. Third brother, are you talking about the medicine or the test subject? Both. Got it. By the way, weren't you interested in the vice captain of the Volcano Embrace Legion last time? How about using her as a test subject? Immediately, a woman with white hair, a hot figure, and a cold demeanor appeared in Qin Zijie's mind. Her name was Chuyu, and her true form was a 7th-tier redback mystic spider. 7 years ago, during an adventure in the Tea Mountain Secret Realm, she encountered the leader of the Volcano Embrace Legion, Xu Shang, and the two built the Legion together. They still hadn't obtained a household registration. In the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Zijie had long been drooling over her, and the only reason he hadn't succeeded until now was that he couldn't overpower her. Qin Zijie wiped away the drool that had accidentally escaped. It doesn't matter, I'm coming to you now, hurry up. Okay, third brother, I guarantee she'll be on your bed when you arrive. After Shui Yong hung up Qin Zijie's call, he walked into a dimly lit room. Inside was a little girl about 3 or 4 years old, with pigtails, wearing a plaid dress, and carrying a furry toy backpack. When Shui Yong entered, the little girl thought her dad had finally come to save her and was about to joyfully rush over, but then realized it was the stranger who had captured her, so she timidly hid behind a chair. Shuelin squatted down and smiled. Little friend, don't be scared, uncle is not a bad person. I'm here to give your dad a call to come pick you up. He then dialed the number, and a rough voice came through the phone. Hello, who is this? Upon hearing her dad's voice, the little girl no longer cared about being afraid. She jumped out from behind the chair, grabbed the phone with both hands, and cried, Daddy, Daddy, come save Nan Nan. Hello, Nan Nan, don't be afraid, Daddy is coming to save you. Can you tell Daddy where you are? Shui Lin pushed the little girl aside, picked up the phone, and said, Captain Shu, how are you? Xu Shang shouted, who are you? I warn you, if you dare to touch a hair on my daughter, I won't let this go. Captain Shu, calm down. Your daughter is doing just fine right now, but whether she will be okay later, I can't guarantee. What do you want? To be straightforward, I hope to see Vice Captain Chu at the Black Rose Club within half an hour. Are you Shui Yong or Qin Zijie? Who I am doesn't matter. Did you hear what I said clearly? Impossible. Is that so? Then every 10 minutes, I'll send you a piece of your daughter's body until you agree. What should I send you first? Wait a minute, don't do anything reckless. Shui Lin coldly laughed. Have you figured it out? If you have, hurry up and act. Shui Lin hung up the phone and waved to a black-clad maid at the door. Take this girl out through the back door, and remember, don't let that beast named Qin see her. Shui Yong sighed in the room, took out a cigarette, lit it, and walked out. This club was originally built to please Qin Zijie. At first, he just wanted to find some gold-digging women for his amusement, but he didn't expect that guy to become more and more perverse. By the time he realized it, there was no turning back. In the University town, Shuing had bought 2 shops here, one for Su Jie to open a private clinic and the other for herself to run a grocery store. Currently, Su Jie's private clinic was under renovation, while Shu Ying's grocery store would take a bit longer. Since the profit from directly reselling spoils from the secret realm was limited, processing them further could at least double the profit, such as turning herbs into potions or refining equipment. Thus, Wulong and Fengshu became her first batch of employees, so she had to wait until after military training for the store to open. While urging the workers on the renovation, Su Jie's phone rang. She picked it up and was pleasantly surprised to see it was Su Miao Miao. Hello, Miao Miao, what made you think of calling Mom today? Mom, I'm at the gate of your villa. Where are you? Miao Miao, are you in Magic City? Yeah, Mom, where are you? I'm with Anting on the back street of the academy. Got it, Mom, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Before long, a special operations vehicle from the Jing'an Guard stopped in front of Su Jie and Shuing. Today, Su Miao Miao was still wearing that dark blue OL uniform, paired with black stockings and half-high heels. The difference was that her hair, which was usually tied up, had turned into a long ponytail, swaying behind her as she walked, radiating youthful energy. Mom, Aunt Ing. Seeing Su Miaomia get out of the car, both Shu Ying and Su Jia were very happy. Especially Su Jia, who thought it would be a long time before she could see her daughter again, was pleasantly surprised to reunite so soon. As she walked over, holding her daughter's hand, she excitedly examined her OL uniform and asked, Miao Miao, when did you arrive in Magic City? I arrived a day earlier than you. Shu Ying smiled. I didn't expect my niece to look quite handsome in this outfit. There must be a lot of boys at the office chasing after you, right? I'm too busy to even think about that. But Aunt Ing, you, dressed like this, wandering around, aren't you? Afraid of making enemies for your little master? What wandering around? Can't you see? I'm busy helping your mom with the store renovation. Store? Su Miaomia looked at Su Jia in confusion. Su Jia nodded, pointing to the shop being renovated behind her. That's right, Mom is opening a small clinic here. Su Miaomia looked at the sign that read Drsu's clinic, and her eyes turned red with mist. She remembered a time when she was little, when her mom returned from a mission, covered in injuries, and she cried and begged her not to go and be someone's battle pet. Then Mom comforted herself, saying, Xiao Miao Miao, don't cry. Once I get the household registration in Longwa, I'll take you away from this city and we'll open a small clinic. I won't be anyone's battle pet anymore, I'll be with you every day. Originally, when I was 10, Mom's wish could have been fulfilled, but the Tion family interfered, forcing her to sign a 10-year contract with them. From that moment on, I vowed that when I grew up, I would ensure Mom lived a good life and never had to be anyone's battle pet again. Yet, I gradually forgot that Mom's greatest wish was to be a doctor and open her own small clinic. Miao Miao, what's wrong? Su Jia cupped Su Miaomia's face, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Su Miaomia sniffed and shook her head, saying, It's nothing, I'm just happy for Mom. Silly child. By the way, Mom, now that you have opened a clinic, does that mean you won't have to be that Fong Fang's battle pet anymore? What do you mean, that kid? He is your mother's master, you should show him some respect. During this time, because the master has classes at the academy and was worried I would be bored, he let me open this clinic, which also fulfills my long-held dream. Mom opened a clinic for you, you don't need to defend that kid so much, do you? For Su Jia, the past was the past and the present was the present. Given her current relationship with her master, this little girl should call him dad, but she just couldn't bring herself to say it. Shu Ying watched the mother and daughter from the side, feeling amused. Saying to such a grown daughter, I found you a dad, seemed something she couldn't say either. What's worse, Su Miaomia liked her master too. Aside from the master, everyone had long understood this unspoken truth. But Sister Su, can this paper really contain the fire? Suddenly, an idea struck Shu Ying, and she quickly took out her notebook to jot down, playing do diju. Playing do diju with 3 people would definitely be very interesting. Just as Su Jia was at a loss for words while looking at her daughter, a loud bang was heard from behind. A woman collapsed onto Su Miaomia's special operations vehicle. This woman, with white hair and a fiery figure, was none other than Chu Yu, who had been poisoned. 20 minutes earlier, Chu Shang had tricked Chu Yu into the Black Rose Club under the pretense of taking on a mission. After drinking a beer, she felt something was off, and seizing the opportunity before losing her sanity, she managed to escape. However, the effects of the drug soon began to blur her mind, causing her to think of strange things, leading to her legs going weak. Struggling with her last bit of strength, she stumbled around, not knowing where she was running. Just when she felt despair, she spotted a special operations vehicle in the crowd and rushed over without a second thought. Hey, are you okay? Su Miaomia noticed something was wrong with Chu Yu and quickly helped her up. She seems to be poisoned. Shu Ying leaned in for a closer look. Su Jia frowned. It's not poison, she's been drugged. Is there a difference? Shu Ying and Su Miaomia said in unison. Su Jia didn't know how to explain, so she directly took out a purification agent and administered it to Chu Yu. At that moment, Qin Zijie also arrived with his men in pursuit. When he saw Shu Ying and Su Jia, his eyes widened. How could there be such beautiful women in the world? How had he never noticed them before? One was charming and alluring, the other gentle and graceful. Who are you? Su Miaomia saw that this group was aggressive and clearly not good people, so she immediately stood in front of everyone. Oh, and there's another one, I didn't notice from the back, but upon turning around, she was just as stunning as the other 2 beauties. Qin Zijie spread his arms, blocking his subordinates behind him, and smiled. Qin family, Qin Zijie. May I ask how to address the 3 beautiful ladies? Qin family, one of the 4 great families, the Qin family, and she, a little special agent from the Jing'an Guard, is simply not someone to mess with. Seeing Su Miaomia frown, Qin Zijie smiled smugly and said, It seems this beautiful special agent must know which Qin family I'm talking about. What do you want? Nothing much, just that my woman ran out, and I want to take her back, and by the way, invite the 3 beautiful ladies to my home as guests. I warn you not to act recklessly, or I won't be polite to you. Su Miaomia had long heard about the lawlessness of the 4 great families, but she never expected it to be this outrageous. This is the university town of Magic City, not far from Magic City Academy, which is equivalent to openly abducting women in broad daylight right at the entrance of the academy. Moreover, knowing that she is a special agent of the Jingen Guard, they still dare to have designs on her. This is simply trampling on the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Get lost. As Su Miao Miao's anger flared up, she couldn't care less and directly summoned her spear, pointing it at Qin Zijie and his group. For someone like Qin Zijie, who was used to being arrogant, this posed no deterrent at all. Oh, this little special agent is quite fierce, I like it. I wonder if you can still be this fierce when we get to the bed later. Seeing her daughter being bullied, Su Jia immediately stepped forward and Shuing followed closely, standing on either side of Su Miao. At the same time, one activated the Thorn Halo, and the other summoned the Flame Totem. This group of little punks was simply not enough for the three of them to deal with. The cold smile on Qin Zijie's face instantly froze. He was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do something foolish like charging and knowing he wouldn't come out on top. Qin Zijie glanced at Xuelin beside him. What background do these three women have? Xuelin shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen them before. Qin Zijie frowned, although he wouldn't do something stupid. Being scared off by these three women would make it hard for him to mix in Magic City in the future. MD, do you think I was scared into growing up? Shuing coldly smiled. I don't care if you were scared into growing up or how you grew up, just don't force us to take action. MD, you're looking for death. You can come and try, Shuing said coldly. Just wait for me. After saying that, Qin Zijie took out his phone. Old 2, where the hell are you? I'm being blocked at the academy gate. Hurry up and come, right now. Seeing Qin Zijie calling for help, Shuing wouldn't just stand there foolishly waiting. It would be best if they could scare the opponent away. If not, she didn't want to fight here. This is the city, not the wild, and especially at the master's school gate, her magic couldn't be fully unleashed, and her strength would be greatly reduced. At the same time, she was also afraid of causing trouble for the master. One of the four great families, the Qin family, although she didn't know much about them, she could tell from Su Miao's expression that this Qin family was not to be trifled with. If it were just her alone, after killing this guy, she could just fly away. The world is so big, where couldn't she find a place to hide? But she could leave. What about the master? He had just been admitted to Magic City Academy and had a bright future ahead. It was impossible to let him run away with her. Su Miao saw Shuing open the car door and help the white-haired woman into the car, and she immediately reacted. This is the academy gate, not a place to fight. The only way now is to quickly return to the Jingen Bureau while this guy dares not act and find Old Chen for help. As soon as Qin Zijie saw the three trying to escape, he wouldn't give them the chance, calling his lackeys to surround them. One of the lackeys had just pressed down on the car door when he was grabbed by Shuing by the hair and thrown aside. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Qin Zijie shouted, "Go, all of you, stop these three women for me, and I'll reward you handsomely." Su Jia instantly activated the thorn vines, binding everyone into Zongzi. Go to the Jingen Bureau. However, just as Su Miao started the car, a figure clad in a black cloak suddenly blocked the vehicle's path. Holding a pitch-black wand, he waved it at Qin Zijie and the others, causing Su Jia's thorny vines to vanish in an instant. Su Miao knew that Qin Zijie had called for help, but she didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. She pressed the accelerator to the floor without hesitation, only to find the car completely immobile. The four wheels were tightly bound to the ground by black chains. 6th tier Burning Sky Swallow, 6th tier Azure Void Deer, and a level 32nd Transformation Special Agent. Old 2 chuckled. Young master, you've really stirred up quite a bit of trouble this time. It's going to cost you more. MD, don't forget you're my bodyguard. I haven't even settled the score with you for being tied up, and you dare to ask for more money? I only promised to ensure your safety, not to help you steal women. Fine, I'll go steal the woman myself. If I get even a scratch during this process, you can just wait for your bad luck. Old 2 frowned. Although Qin Zijie was a bit of a jerk, he wasn't a fool. He had never successfully extorted him before, and this time was no different. Qin Zijie stepped in front of the car. Beautiful ladies, will you get out of the car yourselves, or should I drag you out? Shuing opened the car door, causing Qin Zijie to stumble back in fright. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well get out of the car. Su Miao looked at Old Tuesday. If you attack the Jingen Guard, you better think about the consequences. Old 2 chuckled. Well, for the Qin family, let alone attacking a little special agent like you, even if they killed you, I believe it wouldn't be considered a big deal. What about this badge? Shuing took out the badge Fong Fong had given her. The reason she hadn't shown it earlier was that she was worried these rich kids wouldn't recognize it. Now it was different. The mage in front of her was inscrutable, at the very least a third transformation mage. Such a person would definitely recognize the badge. Sure enough, when Old 2 saw the badge in her hand, his brow twitched. How could the badge of Commander Yin be in your hands? Since you recognize it, why don't you hurry up and leave? Old 2 was taken aback, instinctively taking a step back, but quickly remembered something. The badge of Commander Yen couldn't possibly be given to a fierce beast like you. It should belong to your master, right? Qin Zijie This beauty was actually someone else's battle pet? Which lucky guy could have such an exquisite beauty as a battle pet? Old 2 laughed. I can't afford to mess with Commander Yen, but with that badge in your hand, it's just a paper tiger, it can't summon him. He then looked at Qin Zijie. Young master, you don't intend to take their lives, do you? At first, Qin Zijie did think that way, wanting to toy with the 3 women until they died, but now that it involved Commander Yen, he decisively abandoned that idea. I just want to have some fun, is that a problem? No problem. If the young master is quick, I, old 2, can still have a go. After all, such exquisite beings are rare in this world. Then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Old 2 smiled slightly. As long as it wasn't about taking the lives of the 3, the small matter was something the Qin family could easily handle. Dark domain. As his voice echoed, the wand in his hand struck the ground heavily, and a black magic circle with a radius of about 20 meters instantly appeared on the ground. Before Shu Ying and the others could react, the sky suddenly darkened, and everyone on the street vanished. In an instant, as if it were midnight, the 3 immediately huddled together. Su Jie summoned the thorn ring again, restoring the halo, while Shu Ying conjured the flame totem. As the flame totem appeared, the surroundings grew even darker. At first, they could still see the nearby buildings, but now everything beyond 2 meters was pitch black. Young master, let's begin. Shu Ying heard the sound and instantly unleashed a fiery spear, shooting towards the source of the noise, only to vanish into the darkness like a cow sinking into the sea. You're messing with me. How the hell did you get so close? Don't worry, young master, in my realm of darkness, all magic except for mine is just a facade. Go, whoever strips them first gets a reward of 100,000. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark, and soon a group of armored lackeys charged out. The 3 of them, Shu Ying and her companions, flashed with light and instantly donned their gear. With a flick of her hand, a dance of fiery feathers took flight. Unfortunately, no matter how blinding the flames were, they couldn't illuminate the surrounding darkness. The flames spread out, and the approaching lackeys were initially startled, only to find that the surging fire had no heat at all. It swept past them like a gentle breeze, causing no harm other than ruffling their hair. Then, Su Jie's thorny vines burst forth from beneath the feet of these guys, but the seemingly overwhelming vines were merely illusions. Shu Ying raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Su Miao Miao explained. The realm is a skill mastered by a 3rd-tier mage, allowing them to set rules for a certain area. Breaking the realm is simple. As long as the power of the skill exceeds its limits, the realm will collapse without a fight. After hearing Su Miao Miao's explanation, Shu Ying immediately released the phoenix flame, simultaneously unleashing a fire sigh towards the nearby lackeys. This time, the area illuminated by the flames expanded significantly, but as the fire extinguished, the surroundings reverted to darkness once more. However, in a place unseen by the 3, Lao Tu was startled by her recent actions. He was indeed a 3rd-tier mage, but at level 59, he was far weaker compared to someone at level 44 who had also advanced to the 3rd tier. This disparity diminished the effectiveness of his realm. Just moments ago, Shu Ying had almost shattered his domain. Was that woman really just a 6th-tier burning sky swallow? Don't waste time, everyone attack together, quick battle, quick resolution. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Fong Fong suddenly felt something and instinctively looked towards the outside of the academy. He decisively activated his telepathic ability, then frowned. Something had happened to Shu Ying and the others. Fong Fong, what's wrong? Yi Xiaoshuang asked as she noticed Fong Fong standing there in a daze. However, the next moment Fong Fong vanished from her sight with a teleportation inside the dark realm. Seeing that Shu Ying and her companion's skills were ineffective, Qin Zijie and his lackeys grew bolder, swarming towards them. But what they didn't expect was that aside from magic, physical attacks were not a weakness for the 3. The lackey who had just charged in was kicked away by Su Jie. The power of the dragon was not something a mere level 20 human could withstand. The man flew into the darkness, and although Su Jie and the others couldn't see, Qin Zijie could see clearly. The lackey who had just been kicked away had his chest armor caved in, and before he hit the ground, he was already dead. Qin Zijie. Wasn't the Void Deer a wood-type ferocious beast? When did its physical strength become so monstrous? Everyone attack together. Don't be cowardly. Whoever strips them gets a reward of 1 million. With great rewards. Come brave men, and now everyone seemed to be on a high, brandishing their weapons and charging again. But what did it matter if there were many? Lao Tu's dark realm had a singular rule. While it could suppress magic, it couldn't withstand brute force. The lackeys charging in couldn't even get close to the 3. Lao Tu, stop just watching and think of something. As Qin Zijie's words fell, several black chains shot up from beneath the 3's feet. Like spirit snakes, they quickly bound the hands and feet of the 3. No matter how they struggled, the chains remained utterly immovable. Seeing the 3 who had just been arrogant suddenly become obedient, Qin Zijie let out a laugh that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Go, strip those 3 women of their clothes. It must be said that Qin Zijie was quite cunning. Now that victory was in his grasp, he didn't approach the 3 but chose to stand with the old butcher instead. What should we do, Shu Ying? Su Jie looked at Shu Ying, whose nose was glistening with fragrant sweat, and she, too, was at a loss. In the opponent's domain, those damned chains were impossible for her to break free from. Seeing that the chains couldn't be broken, Su Miao turned back to the two and said, "Aren't you able to communicate telepathically with that guy? Call him here, he's the only one who can help us now." "The master has disabled the telepathic function," Su Jie replied. "Why?" "Because the master doesn't want to invade our privacy." Su Miao was taken aback. How could there be such a foolish person in this world, not even utilizing the benefits of the highest contract? On one hand, she admired Fong Fong for being an upright gentleman, but on the other hand, she secretly cursed him for being a big fool given their current predicament. What to do now? Watching the henchmen rubbing their hands as they approached, Su Miao couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. "Get your dirty hands off me, don't touch me." Su Miao struggled violently, startling everyone. "Let go of my daughter if you have the guts, come at me," Su Jie shouted angrily. These henchmen were not stupid. After a brief scuffle, they realized that although Shuang and Gong Jie were magical beasts, their close combat abilities far surpassed that of Su Miao, the warrior. They had to pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Although the three seemed to have lost their fighting power, who could guarantee they didn't have any trump cards? In the distance, Qin Zijie urged again, "What are you all dawdling for? Don't you want the reward?" At this point, he could hardly wait, wishing he could rush in and take action himself, but for safety's sake, he didn't dare to get too close. However, as long as these three women were stripped of their clothes and hadn't revealed their trump cards, it meant they had none. It wouldn't be too late for him to join in then. Shuang erupted with phoenix flames once more, but the result was still futile, and she was utterly despaired now. "If I had known, I shouldn't have let the master disable the telepathic function." Hearing Su Jie's words, Shuang retorted, "What's the use of saying this now? How will we ever face the master again?" Just then, a blade of light, several dozen meters high, suddenly cut through the darkness, and the four henchmen beside Su Miao were instantly turned into minced meat. As the blade of light flashed by, the pitch-black sky seemed to tear open like a curtain, falling darkly. "Master!" Shuang and Su Jie looked excitedly towards the source of the blade light, while Su Miao, facing away from the two, still tried her best to turn her face to catch a glimpse of the man who had torn open the night sky for them. One man, one blade, slowly walked over. Qin Zijie, seeing Fong was filled with resentment. The old butcher, upon seeing Fong, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This kid had actually cut through his dark domain with a single strike. Even though he was only a level 59 third transition, he was still a third transition. How could a mere early-stage second transition kid break through his domain with one blow? This was simply outrageous. Fong glanced at everyone present and drew his blade again. This time, the target was the old butcher hiding under the black cloak. MD, looking for death. The old butcher felt insulted. A mere second transition swordsman was actually provoking him, a dignified third transition dark mage? Dark cage. As he raised his staff, a black magic circle appeared behind him. Unfortunately, his chanting speed was too slow. The dark cage had just appeared when Fong Feng's blade light flashed past him, and the dark cage vanished as well. The old butcher's eyes widened, his body trembled, and he looked at Fong, who was sheathing his blade, in disbelief. "This is just too frustrating to die like this. I still have many killing moves left unused, and I didn't even activate the mage's life-saving shield, and I just died like that?" A spray of blood erupted from the top of the old butcher's head, then spread along the Ren and Du meridians, splitting him in half down the middle, his innards spilling everywhere. Hot blood splattered onto Qin Zijie's face, making him shiver. "Damn, that kid Fong actually took out a third-tier dark mage with one slash." Shuang. "Yes, master. Leave no one alive." Since they were on the street, her magic could easily harm innocent bystanders. So Shuang ignited the phoenix flames once more, a nightmare that meant certain death for those lackeys. Moreover, Shuang's movements were so swift that they left after images. This guy didn't even have time to escape. "You can't kill me, I'm a member of the Shui family." Shuang's palm hovered above Shui Yong's head, but the intense heat of the flames had already started to sizzle his hair. No wonder the children of the great families were so arrogant. However, someone who was merely a lackey for others probably didn't hold much status in his family, so killing him would be pointless. Fong saw Shuang looking at him. "What are you still dawdling for? Kill him. If anything happens, let that old man Yen take the blame." At this moment, Fong had quite a few grievances against Yen Liqiu. He had even given his badge to Shuang and the others, yet the other parties still dared to act. It seemed that old man wasn't as influential as he usually boasted. If that was the case, then he would have to invite that old man out to establish some authority, otherwise, in the future, any random cat or dog would think they could step all over him. With a single palm strike, Shuang turned Shui Yong into ashes. As soon as Fong ordered the attack, Qin Zijie felt something was off, so he decisively crushed the soul stone given to every direct descendant by the family, calling for family support. At that moment, when Qin Zijie saw Shui Yong turn to ashes in Shuang's hands, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. With a dry mouth, he swallowed hard and looked at Fong. This kid really dared to act. He had just killed Tion yesterday and now he was killing Shui Yong in broad daylight. If he said he wouldn't dare to kill him, Qin Zijie wouldn't believe it even if he died. The passers-by on the street had long since scattered. Now, one by one, they peeked out from corners, door frames, and behind windows, pulling out their phones. When encountering such explosive events, of course, they wouldn't panic. First, they would post a short video to calm their nerves. Looking at the innards splattered on the ground from the third-tier mage, the lackeys turned to ashes, and the recently deceased Shui Yong. For the people of Magic City who didn't know them, who didn't recognize them, usually, they were the ones bullying others who would dare to stand up to them. Even if they were beaten or killed, they could only endure it. Especially that guy named Shui Yong who ran a Black Rose Club. No need to say what went on inside. But recently, it was said that Qin Zijie had grown tired of ordinary women and Shui Yong was out looking for good wives for him. Moreover, many recent cases of family disappearances were related to his club, as these cases had a common characteristic: their wives were all somewhat attractive. Damn, well done. These pests should have been killed long ago. Second brother, sister-in-law, did you see? Someone avenged your family today. Bullshit, the real culprit, that bastard Qin Zijie, is still alive. This is just some interest. Alas, it's a pity he offended the four great families. He probably won't have a good ending. Not necessarily. Since he dares to act, he must have his reasons. Honestly, that kid did what I've always wanted to do. I admire him. What good is admiration? If the people from the four great families come, will you step in front of that kid and take a knife for him? Get the hell out of my way. Shuing looked at Qin Zijie, who was startled by her icy gaze and retreated repeatedly, but his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Why you don't come over? Where are the family members? If they don't arrive soon, I'm done for. Shuing silently approached, her wordless response sending Qin Zijie into a state of extreme fear. He scrambled backward with all his might, his back colliding with a fire hydrant by the roadside, which finally brought him to a stop. Shuing raised her hand and reached out. Impudence! Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from the air, shaking the glass on both sides of the street with a crackling sound. Sensing danger, Shuing performed a backflip, instantly creating distance between herself and the source of the voice. Fong Fong, Su Jia, and Su Miao quickly rushed to Shu Ying's side. They saw an elderly man in a black wool coat, with a head of grizzled hair slicked back, a gray beard, and eagle-like eyes, appear in front of Qin Zijie. This man was Qin Zijie's grandfather, the elder of the Qin family, Qin Jinye. As he appeared, the pressure emanating from him felt like a mountain, weighing down on Fong Fong and the others. Although he was not a 5-turn divine position, he was a 4-turn holy sword master, and with his SSS level talent in the sword domain, he had reached level 27 in the second turn, 46 in the third turn, and 67 in the fourth turn, each time nearing the limit of his class transitions. His status as a holy sword master was no exaggeration, and now at level 73, he was an insurmountable mountain for Fong Fong and the others. Meanwhile, in the largest magic tower within the Magic City Academy, Ji Bai was still counting the boxes of stacked potions sent by his secretary. Naturally, he was fully aware of what was happening in the back street of the academy. The reason he had not acted until now was that he felt the timing was not right. This old man was cunning. He had long wanted to confirm his relationship with Fong Fong as a master and disciple, but had never found the right opportunity. However, wasn't this opportunity presenting itself today? Acting too early would yield poor results, so this old man had remained patient until now. Upon seeing Qin Jinye arrive, he snapped the box in his hand shut and then tore through the void to enter. On the long street, Qin Jinye surveyed the scene with a gloomy expression and then said in a deep voice, "Did you kill these people?" As you can see, Fong Fong replied, bracing himself against the pressure and striving to keep his back straight. Qin Jinye scrutinized Fong Fong, and the young man's performance indeed surprised him. Normally, a second-turn rookie would be too frightened to even speak in front of him, let alone stand firm against his pressure. Yet this kid not only spoke with conviction but also dared to withstand his oppressive aura. Such a person was certainly not a nobody. "Who are you?" Fong Fong. Qin Jinye was taken aback. "You are Fong Fong?" "That's right. Do you have any other business?" Qin Jinye sneered coldly. "You killed my people, and you still ask if I have business? Isn't that ridiculous? I killed them, so what do you want?" Impudence. Don't think that just because you have Yen Shui as your backing, you can act with impunity. Even if I kill you today, do you think Yen Shui will come to avenge you? Don't forget, Yen Shui is not here right now. Fong Fong knew that Yen Liqiu had taken him as a disciple because he saw his potential. If he died, what potential would remain? It was clear that the other party could tell that with his high status in the Qin family, Yen Liqiu would not risk everything for a dead person. Obviously, that was not a possibility. Now, calling for Yen Liqiu, with the badge in Shu Ying's hand, the other party's strength meant that before he could even get the badge, they could take everyone's life. However, just then, a sudden hissing sound echoed through the air. A spatial portal suddenly appeared beside Fong Fong, and an old man with white hair and a white mage robe stepped out. "Qin Jinye, you little brat, you have quite the audacity to cause a ruckus at the entrance of my academy." As soon as Qin Jinye saw Ji Bai, he was taken aback. "I wouldn't dare, senior. I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb you. Please forgive me." "Then why aren't you scramming?" Senior, that brat killed my Teen family's people. If I hadn't arrived in time, my grandson would have been reduced to ashes. So what? Teen Jinya realized that this old man was clearly protecting that brat, but the Teen family was not to be trifled with. Senior, you are highly respected, but my Teen family is not to be bullied. I must take that brat away today, and I hope you understand. Understand? Jichobai suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the space around Teen Jinya instantly cracked like a mirror. Just a moment ago, Teen Jinya had been fearless, but the next moment he was kneeling on the ground, followed by a mouthful of old blood spewing out. The space around him felt as heavy as a mountain. He pushed against the ground, his old face turning red as he tried to stand up again. But then, with a sound like shattering glass, he collapsed back to the ground. The wool coat on him was visibly stained red with blood. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Was this the power of a spatial mage? So incredibly powerful that a dignified holy sword master couldn't withstand even a glance? I need to record a video to calm my nerves. Jichobai looked at the gasping Teen Jinya on the ground. I've refrained from making a move for many years, and you little brats think I've only got my reputation left? Jichobai's words were a shock to everyone. No one expected that the highly respected president of the Magic City Academy, a fifth-tier mage, would speak so casually. If there was a difference, it might be that a street thug calling himself I would get beaten up while he could say it and others would get beaten up. Seeing that Teen Jinya was nearly out of breath, Jichobai finally lifted the spatial pressure on him. Teen Jinya then spat out another mouthful of old blood and began gasping for air. I want to take them away now. Do you have any objections? Jichobai asked. Teen Jinya was struggling to breathe and could only shake his hand aimlessly. He was genuinely scared. If the spatial pressure had lasted a few more seconds, he would have been reduced to a pile of flesh. Jichobai then turned to Fongfeng beside him. So, how about it? I still have some skills, right? Thank you, Senior. How do my methods compare to your cheap master? I haven't seen my master in action, so it's hard to compare. Jichobai rolled his eyes. Then I'll be straightforward. Are you willing to take me as your master? Hearing this, Fongfeng wasn't very surprised, but those around him were shocked, their jaws dropping. Heavens, did I hear that right? President Ji actually wants to take that brat as his disciple? Damn, what is that brat hesitating for? If it were me, I'd kneel and bow my head right away. With a mage like him as a backing, who in the Magic City would dare to provoke me? Fongfeng hesitated for a moment and said, well, Senior, you know I already have a master. That's fine, you can have more than one master. That old man wouldn't dare to say anything. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I still need to discuss this with my master. What is there to discuss? Just say whether you are willing or not. Fongfeng shook his head. I am not willing. Jichobai, who thought he had the upper hand, suddenly widened his eyes. What did you just say? I said I am not willing. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you have any idea how many people in this world want to come under my wing? I wouldn't even consider them, and you have the audacity to tell me you're not interested? Senior, please calm down. If it were in the past, I would have jumped at the chance without hesitation, but to put it bluntly, you're too late. I've already taken Yin Shuai as my master, so there's no reason for me to seek another. Old Ji puffed out his beard. Fongfeng's words struck right at his heart. He hadn't thought much of this kid back then, but now he was regretting it. Wasn't he? If he had known this kid had no limits to his potential, where would that old man Yen Licho fit in? No way, I've even prepared a meeting gift. You think you can just refuse? Today, you must become my disciple. Senior, why go through all this? You should know that a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. I don't care if it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches my thirst. Fongfeng suddenly felt that this old man, saying such things, must have been quite the troublemaker in his youth. If you can't let me sincerely become your disciple, then I must be bold enough to say that whatever you say is useless. Old Ji thought about it and realized he was indeed taking on a disciple, not forcing someone into a corner. He raised his right hand, and an antique box appeared in his grasp. Aren't you always wanting to stack potions? Here are 24 of them. Once you finish these, I'll give you more. Fongfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he didn't even glance at the box. My master has them too, and he said the same thing too. You believe that old man is telling the truth? He can get this stuff, but at most he has just this one box. There's no way he has more. Really? My master is a renowned sword god, a leader of an army. True. He is a sword god, but that old coot is too strict with the rules. According to the rules, this kind of potion has a quota of 24 per year for 4 marshals. And you, Senior? Because I don't follow the rules. If those old geezers dare not give me potions, I'll expose all the embarrassing things they did back in the day. They know I can do it, so they don't dare refuse. Fongfeng was taken aback. It turns out it could be handled this way? But having a master who doesn't follow the rules didn't seem too bad. 24 potions a year, 2 a month, I think that's enough. Old Ji thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Although these stacking potions could increase experience points, they also put a heavy burden on the body. 2 a month was already the limit, any more and the body wouldn't be able to handle it, leading to explosive death. Even though one could be resurrected in the secret realm, the cost of resurrection was a level drop, which was not worth it. Well, it seemed stacking potions wouldn't sway him. Do you know you have a great talent for spatial magic? Do you want to be able to glare at someone like I do, making them search for their teeth? My master has taught me illusory light slash and 10,000 blade cage, so I should be able to do it with a wave of my hand. From now on, your meals as a 4th tier chef will be plentiful. Currently, I still have over 30 million contribution points, so I should be able to eat well for a while. Old G frowned. It seemed he had to pull out the big guns. He took out another box and said, the Wuxiang set, one of a kind in the world. If you agree to become my disciple, it's yours. Everyone gasped in shock again. In front of the Wuxiang set, any diamond-grade equipment had to step aside. Because this was a set of upgradable divine equipment divided into 6 parts, armor and weapons. All 6 parts could be changed at will according to the owner's preferences. The most important thing was that this set might start as white equipment, but it could directly absorb the attributes of other equipment. And the success rate was 100%. Although Fang Feng had never heard of this set of equipment, he could guess its rarity from the gasps around him. Divine gear, above diamond level divine gear. So, do the promises you made to me still count? Of course they count. Wait, what are you up to? Before old G could backtrack, Fang Feng quickly took the Wuxiang set and bowed. Master, please accept this. Disciples bow. You can't go back on your word. Old G felt like he had been tricked, but he had no evidence. However, now that he had managed to take this kid as a disciple, the stone in his heart finally settled. Alright, get up. I'll give you a day off today. Come to the magic tower behind the academy tomorrow morning to find me. Okay, master. With a whoosh, old G disappeared into the portal. Shu Ying and Su Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively leaning on Fang Feng. Finally gone. Congratulations, young master, you found another famous teacher. Mom, are you tired? Let me help you. Su Miao Miao quickly lifted Su Jia off Fang Feng's shoulder and onto her own. Then she shot a fierce glare at Fang Feng. This girl really wouldn't let her mother suffer even a little. But what games haven't I played with your mother? What's wrong with her helping me a bit? Young master has a rare day off today, let's head back quickly. Miao Miao, do you want to come back with us? Su Miao Miao wanted to, but there was still someone in her car, so she shook her head. I'll drop that woman off at the station first, and if I have time later, I'll come see you. After watching Su Miao Miao's car drive away, Su Jia linked her arm with Fang Feng's. What does the master want to eat tonight? Shu Ying linked her other arm with Fang Feng's and said, of course, I want to eat you tonight. Su Jia's face turned red as she leaned forward to look at Shu Ying. Watch your mouth, we're in public, little Ying, can't you be a bit more restrained? Shu Ying smiled slightly. Since Sister Su doesn't want to, then don't fight with me tonight. Master, come to my room tonight. I want to be your little puppy. Su Jia instinctively looked around, relieved to find no one paying attention to the three of them. How can little Ying say anything she wants? Feeling the tenderness on his arm, Fang Feng smiled slightly. You better not cry. Don't worry, even if the master beats me to death today, I won't cry. Master, should we go buy groceries first? Before Shu Ying could say anything more, Su Jia quickly pulled Fang Feng to the supermarket. While Su Jia was dragging Fang Feng to buy groceries, Shu Ying left for a while, mysteriously doing who knows what. She returned just as the two were leaving the supermarket and, taking advantage of Su Jia's inattention, handed a small item to Fang Feng. Fang Feng glanced at her, her eyes curved like crescent moons, sparkling like a pool of autumn water, sweetly smiling at him. From her expression, it was clear she didn't want Sister Su to know she had just given him something. Judging by the feel, it was made of plastic and there seemed to be a knob that could be pulled. He instinctively pulled it. Click, the power turned on. The arm that Shu Ying was holding suddenly tightened. Fang Feng pulled the knob again and Shu Ying's embrace tightened even more. Her face flushed, and her eyes, looking at Fang Feng, were filled with mist, sparkling as if a piece of starlight was hidden beneath her long eyelashes, incredibly enchanting. Su Jia noticed Shu Ying's unusual behavior and leaned forward to ask, what's wrong, little Ying? Are you not feeling well? Shu Ying quickly lowered her head. Don't guess randomly, I just missed the master too much. Su Jia was bewildered. It had only been a few days. Even if she missed the master, it shouldn't be to this extent. At that moment, Fang Feng seemed to realize what she had given him. To verify her guess, she pulled the knob in her hand a few more times. Ying. Shu Ying bit her lip and let out a soft whimper, completely hanging onto Fang Feng. Are you okay, little Ying? Looking at the clueless Su Jia, Fang Feng smiled slightly and handed her the item in his hand. Sister Su, here's something fun for you. What is this? It looked like a pink remote control. Shu Ying stared at the remote in her hand, her eyes widening. Her master was really too mischievous, actually handing over the remote. That controlled her to Sister Su? There was still some distance to home. What if she pressed random buttons later? Embarrassed and angry, Shu Ying pinched Fang Feng's waist and gave it a hard tug. Fang Feng gasped in pain. Hiss, that hurts. Shu Ying bit her lip and said nothing, but kept giving Fang Feng meaningful glances, urging him to quickly get the remote back. Fang Feng pretended not to understand, and at that moment, Su Jia curiously twisted a knob and a faint buzzing sound seemed to come from her ear. Clueless, Su Jia looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Shuang was completely immobilized. Embarrassed and furious, she bit Fong Feng's arm. Hiss, that hurts? Are you a dog? Let me try biting you. To me, you are a dog. Who told you to bully me? When did I bully you? Clearly, it's before Fong could finish, Shuang bit his arm again. No talking. Su Jia fiddled with a few knobs back and forth, and a blush appeared on her face as she glanced at Shuang, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is it fun? Fong asked with a smile. Ha, Su Jia stammered. Now she knew what the little item her master had given her was. It was clearly, give it to me. Shuang reached out to snatch the remote, but Su Jia instinctively dodged. Sister Su, are you bullying me too? Hashtag, if you don't seek death, who can bully you? After saying that, Su Jia deliberately twisted a few knobs, and Shuang immediately lost her strength. Don't say that the little thing given by the master is actually quite fun, Su Jia laughed. If it's fun, why don't you play with your own? Shuang said, her face flushed. I don't have one. You don't have one, right? Fine, I'll give you one when we get home. I don't want one you've used. Shuang was so angry she almost choked, then hugged Fong Feng's arm and said, Master, buy her a bigger one so she can play enough. Master, don't listen to her. At worst, I'll just give it back to you. Su Jia said she didn't want it, but for some reason, her heart felt a bit expectant. Shuang snatched the remote back and shot Su Jia a fierce glare. After finally making it home, Shuang collapsed directly onto the sofa. Su Jia changed Fong Feng's shoes and went to the kitchen with the groceries while Fong sat down beside Shuang. Seeing her with the remote tossed aside, he smiled slightly. Picking it up, he turned on the switch with a click, and the winner suddenly sat up, looking at Fong with annoyance. Sorry, I thought it was a TV remote. What a joke, you clearly did that on purpose. But now that they were home, she wasn't afraid anymore and snuggled directly into Fong Feng's arms. That's right. This is a TV remote, Master. Just twist this knob to see what program you want to watch. Really? Are TV remotes this advanced now? Aha. Shuang nodded repeatedly, obedient like a little bird. In the kitchen, Su Jia was washing the ingredients for tonight while her mind wandered. Shuang's reckless behavior lingered in her mind like a nightmare that wouldn't go away. How did that girl come up with this idea? And looking at the master, it seems like he's having a great time. Could it be that I'm really getting old and can't keep up with the younger generation? If this goes on for too long, will the master lose interest in me? Su Jia, oh Su Jia, how can you, as their big sister, not know that feelings also need to be nurtured? You've had a good start with the master, but what about the future? Are you just going to hold on to this beginning for the rest of your life? Look at Xiaoying. She knows how to change her ways to please the master. Why can't you learn from her? Dinner is ready, with 4 dishes that Fong likes to eat. I brought it out wanting to call the master to eat with Shuing, but where is everyone in the living room? Sigh. Su Jia sighed, righting the cup that had fallen on the table. Seeing the water stains on the floor, she took a cloth to wipe them clean, then looked up towards the 3rd floor. In the end, she couldn't help it and walked up. Su Jia felt like a thief, tiptoeing to Shu Ying's room, timidly pressing her ear against the door. Then her brows furrowed. Why is the master slapping her? Yes, it's the sound of slapping, although it's very light, she wouldn't mistake it. Now Su Jia was all nervous, wanting to push the door open to take a look, but she didn't dare. Inside the room, Shuing had changed into a black little devil skirt, her long red hair caught up by Fong. Although her little face was flushed from the slaps, she was filled with excitement. This little master is still too soft-hearted. It's hard to get into character like this. Master, can't you hit a little harder? Does it hurt? Anyway, Fong felt a bit of heartache. Master, if you do this, it's very easy for sister to lose her role, okay? Fong gently caressed her cheek. I can't bear to be harsh with you. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Shuing felt a warm current pierce through her heart, her nose tinged with sourness, and a mist formed in her eyes. It seems this little master needs more education, otherwise, the toy she worked hard to prepare for her would be in vain. Shuing crawled over, took a piece of paper from the drawer, and handed it to Fong. What is this? A script, Master. Follow this script. Where did it come from? Downloaded from the internet. Shuing pressed her face against Fong Feng's palm, looking at him and asking, Master, can we start now? Outside the door, Su Jia listened with curiosity. A script? What are they playing that even requires a script? Just then, she heard Fong Feng's voice. What's your name? My name is Shuing. What is your identity? I am the master's little dog. At that moment, the door made a soft sound, and Su Jia couldn't hold back, bumping her head against the door, causing her to quickly turn and run away. Coming downstairs, she drank a big glass of water, finally calming her trembling heart. Anyway, she didn't dare to eavesdrop anymore, sitting alone at the dining table, basking in the sunset, waiting for them to finish playing and come down to eat together. She waited for 2 hours, reheating the dishes 3 times, before finally seeing Shu Ying and the master come down from upstairs. Shu Ying's hair was wet, looking like she had just taken a shower. However, the fact that she could come out with the master surprised Su Jia. After all, with her stamina, she couldn't last more than an hour without fainting. You're back? Su Jie stood up, feeling a bit awkward, pulling out a chair for Shu Ying. Shu Ying sat down, looked at the dishes on the table, and then asked, Sister Su, do you have porridge? Porridge? Xiaoying, this isn't breakfast, why are you thinking about porridge? My throat hurts. Let me take a look. Su Jia was the caretaker of the team, the doctor at home. How could a mere sore throat be a challenge for her? As she walked over and took a look, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Xiaoying, do you not chew your food? How did you end up with your throat like this? After saying that, Su Jia seemed to remember something and quickly added, It's fine, just a small injury, it'll be okay. A small green magic circle appeared in Su Jia's palm, and she released a healing spell on Shu Ying's neck. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, the evening breeze rustling the leaves outside the window. The 2-meter-2 large bed in the room once again endured the test of the three, quietly lying on the ground to rest. Under the moonlight, Fong Fong gradually fell asleep while Su Jia, cradling him, gazed at his cheek. Although she was very tired, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She reached out to gently stroke his face, a layer of mist forming in her eyes, and a crystal tear slipped down under the moonlight. Her heart was filled with happiness, yet the sweeter it felt, the more guilt she experienced. How wonderful it would be if Miao Miao were his daughter. Why wasn't the person I met 20 years ago you? The time together was always so fleeting. The next morning, after breakfast, Fong Fong changed into the shoes Su Jia had brought and waved goodbye as he headed to school. As for Shu Ying, she might not be able to get up today. It wasn't until Fong Feng's figure disappeared at the corner that Su Jia returned to the villa, closed the big door, took off her apron, and went to the bathroom to wipe off some of her tattoos. What should she get next? Su Jia was lost in thought for a while, unable to come up with anything, but that girl definitely knew about winning and losing. At noon, Shu Ying woke up, wearing a loose white shirt, yawning as she came down from upstairs. Sister Su, is there any food left? Su Jia, sitting on the sofa reading, smiled slightly. Yes, I've saved it all for you, it's in the kitchen, go help yourself. But shouldn't you wash your face first? Shu Ying nodded and walked towards the bathroom, suddenly seeming to remember something. She turned back to look at Su Jia. Su Jia, what about the tattoo on your neck? I wiped it off. Can tattoos really be wiped off? Of course, otherwise, after I got so many last night, how could I face people in the future? Really? That's great. Can you wipe this one off me too? Yours is invisible, so it doesn't matter if I wipe it or not. But if that's the case, I won't be able to wear a skirt. It's almost autumn now, what skirts can you still wear? Sister Su, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yes, who told you to get a tattoo yesterday? I command you to wipe it off. You're not the master, so I won't listen to you. Shu Ying, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hug her arm and plead, Sister Su, please help me wipe it off, okay? It's not impossible, but I have a condition. Hearing that Su Jia wanted to negotiate, Shu Ying suspiciously sized her up. What condition do you want to propose? Su Jia closed her book. I want to play the game you played with the master yesterday. You teach me, and I'll help you wipe off your tattoo. Oh, so that's how it is. I can teach you, but you must not regret it. Looking at Shu Ying's cunning eyes, Su Jia felt that the girl definitely had ulterior motives, but she had no evidence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Su Jia put down her book to open the door and then came back with a package. This is for you. It arrived so quickly. Shu Ying hurriedly took it and opened the package, revealing a beautiful picture frame. Inside, Xiaoying, why did you buy a picture frame? Hee, I won't tell you. Shu Ying hugged the frame and was about to go upstairs, but after a while, she came back down with the frame. Sister Su, let me show you something good. Mysteriously, it was unclear what trick she was playing. Taking the frame, Su Jia saw that it wasn't a photo but a painting of a vibrant peach blossom. Did you paint this? Shu Ying nodded and then leaned close to Su Jia's ear, whispering a few words. Su Jia's face instantly turned red. This peach blossom actually belonged to Su Ying. Su Ying continued, holding the frame. I was going to hide it, but the little master scared me by saying that if I didn't take good care of it, it would grow mold, so she came up with this idea. Su Jia looked at Su Ying, who was beaming with happiness. Her eyes filled with envy. However, Su Ying noticed the disappointment in her gaze and remembered that Sister Su had long lost hers. Showing off like this in front of her might be a bit too much. But then she had another idea. Leaning close to Su Jia's ear, she whispered a few words. Su Jia blushed and nodded. Is it really possible? Won't the master think it's dirty? Don't worry, when the master comes back next time, just do as I say, and I guarantee it will be fine. Fong Fong arrived at the school, not heading to the playground, but directly to the back mountain of the academy, to the tallest magic tower. In the Dragon Kingdom, mages above the 4th rank are qualified to build their own magic towers. It is a place for mages to study magic, a magic amplifier, and also part of the Dragon Kingdom's defense system. Although Jichobai didn't tell Fong Fong which tower was his, given his old status, Fong Fong couldn't think of any other tower that could match his old prestige besides the tallest one. Upon arriving at the base of the magic tower, he saw a female secretary in a black OL uniform and high heels bowing to him, saying, "Fong Fong, you finally arrived. The dean has been waiting for you up there for quite some time. Who are you?" "My name is Lu Xian, I am the dean's secretary." Unexpectedly, that old man still had a youthful heart. With such a secretary by his side, did he still have the mind to study magic? He probably spent all day studying his secretary. Instead, taking the elevator to the top floor, which was 100 meters high, Lu Xian opened the door for Fong Fong and invited him in. While she waited outside, the room looked like a study or a small library, with bookshelves reaching the ceiling, making it seem as if the shelves were used as wallpaper. The books on the shelves varied in thickness, exuding an ancient charm. In the distance, there was a grid-style floor-to-ceiling window, where the old man could be seen sitting on the balcony, sipping tea. Climbing up 3 steps, Fong reached the balcony. Disciple greets master. Ji Bai, who was drinking tea, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, clearly pleased by Fong Fang's call of master. He set down his teacup and put on a serious face, saying, "Sit down. From now on, when I call you, you need to come early. Just look at what time it is now." "Fine, if this old man likes to act all serious, let him. After all, he is my master now. May I ask what master called me here for today?" "It's nothing major." Ji Bai casually picked up a parchment from beside him and tossed it in front of Fong Fong. "Take a look at this first and see if you can learn it." Fong Fong opened it and saw, "Spatial slash? I've thought it over, you're a swordsman. If you can achieve instant release and combine it with sword techniques, it will definitely be more powerful than a single spatial slash." "Does master mean you want me to create my own swordsman skill? What's so strange about that? But aren't the skills of professionals all dropped from secret realms? Can this thing really be self-created? You don't really think our world is invaded by a game, do you?" Now it was Fong Fang's turn to be dumbfounded. "Isn't it? Skills, levels, experience, dungeons, and bosses, along with game panels, aren't these all settings from games? Then let me ask you, what kind of game is this?" "This, the teacher never said, but if it's not a game, then what is it?" "A game is just our civilization's definition of it. Have you ever played games, kid? Haven't you noticed that your 2 wives are no different from NPCs in the game?" Fong Fong was taken aback. If this world was truly invaded by a game, then Shuang and Sister Su would be NPCs, or perhaps not even that, but merely wild monsters or bosses. If that were the case, they would only act according to programmed behaviors, repeating mechanical movements in a certain area, without any self-awareness. The truth, however, was that they had their own thoughts, their own logic in doing things, and even gave birth to Su Miao Miao. "So, master, what do you think those secret realms are?" "Other worlds, realms that operate under different laws than ours. Once you learn my spatial magic, you'll understand that the universe is multifaceted. Besides our world, there are countless others, like the strings on a piano, parallel but never intersecting." Fong Fong had no doubt about this, as he himself came from another world. Ji Bai continued, "Each world is separated by a wall, just like sitting here and not being able to see the other side of the wall, but that doesn't mean there's nothing on the other side. According to the records of that world's civilization, they refer to the wall as a spatial barrier, and between our world and theirs, a hole has appeared in the spatial barrier, leading to the current overlapping phenomenon. I can't shake the feeling that you're making this up. You can think that way, after all, there's no theoretical basis for this. In the past, perhaps someone in our world studied spatial theory, but who still researches that now. Wouldn't it be better to learn spatial magic instead? Are you really just making this up?" "It's not me making it up. If anyone is making things up, it's those people from that world. After all, they are indeed stronger than us in this regard." "That's true. If they were weaker than us, they wouldn't have come to our world, we would have gone to theirs." "Exactly. The reason we can defeat them, or at least hold our own against them, is mainly because we understand how to utilize the laws of both worlds. If we just blindly follow their laws, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. For example, this parchment you're holding in your hand is a product of utilizing the laws of both worlds. Although the existing skills from that world are powerful, the stronger the skill, the faster it often leads to our demise. After hundreds of years of exploration by our predecessors, a theory for creating skills was finally summarized. Through this theory, we created new skills that are not inferior to those from that world, and the most important thing is that these skills have no side effects for us. The downside is that ordinary people generally can't learn them. I don't know if you're an ordinary person. Whether I am or not, we'll find out by trying. Having confidence is good, but boasting is not. Boasting is just boasting. After all, I'm your disciple now. By the way, since we both know the benefits of combining the laws of the 2 worlds, don't they know it too? Of course they know, but they look down on it. Just like you, now that you have those 2 beautiful wives, would you still be interested in ordinary women? That metaphor of yours really leaves me speechless. If master has nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait a minute, aren't you going to take the stacking potion? Fong Fong slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten such an important matter. Thank you, master. Seeing Fong Fong extend his hand. Elder Ji raised his hand and slapped it down onto his palm. Don't even think about it until you've learned. Spatial slash, illusory light slash, and 10,000 blade cage. Why? Because I'm afraid you'll die out there, is that reason? Acceptable? Fong Fong was left in the magic tower. A week later, Qin Zijie, who had been under house arrest by his family, was released, and went directly to the Tion family's chefing trading company to find Tion Shilong. Fong Fong was at the academy. He had no chance to act. But he had 2 family members outside. Those 2 women couldn't handle it themselves, but Tion Shilong could. Secretary Ma brought Qin Zijie to the door of Tion Shilong's office. Young Master Qin, I'm going to open the door now. Can you let go? Only then did Qin Zijie take his hand out from her black stockings, and he even helped her adjust her skirt. What I let go of must not be taken out. Just wait obediently in your office for me. After saying that, he gave Secretary Ma's ample backside a pat and walked in. Uncle Tion Shilong, who was working, suddenly looked up. Why are you here instead of doing military training at school? It's boring, so I came to see. Uncle Tion Shilong closed the documents in his hands and leaned back in his office chair. You never come without a reason, so what? Is it this time? Qin Zijie sat down on the sofa opposite and pulled out a cigarette to light. Nothing much, just wanted to let Uncle Tion know that Fong Feng's woman is now living in Tianjin Huayuan. Tion Shilong's expression turned cold. Why are you telling me this? Uncle Tion, that's not a very interesting thing to say. Do you really think Fong Fong was acting in self-defense last time? I also heard that you almost died at that kid's hands last time. Yeah, luckily my grandfather arrived in time, otherwise I would have been dead. Then why didn't you go yourself? I didn't have the strength. I couldn't handle those 2 women, so I came to inform. Uncle Tion, with your strength, dealing with those 2 level 20 beasts shouldn't be a problem, right? Alright, I understand. You won't just kill those 2 women, will you? What does that have to do with you? Of course it does. They are the most beautiful women I've ever seen growing up, although they are a bit less than Yi Xiaoshuang. If they were just killed by Uncle Tion like that, wouldn't it be too much of a waste? I can help you keep one alive. Then thank you, Uncle Tion. Of course, if Uncle Tion also wants to have some fun, I wouldn't mind. After all, those 2 women must have already been played by that guy Fong Fong. It doesn't matter who goes first or last. Qin Zijie extinguished the cigarette but on the table and got up to leave the office. Tion Shilong looked at the door that had closed again, but inside he was seething with anger. That kid Qin Zijie came today, clearly intending to use him as a knife, and what was frustrating was that he had to be that knife himself, because the grudge against his son was irreconcilable. This was a blatant scheme. Putting everything out in the open, even knowing he was being used, he still had to praise him for being upright. The Qin family had produced 2 good seedlings in this generation, while the Tion family's generation, well, better left unsaid. Qin Zijie arrived at Secretary Ma's office, and as soon as he entered, the already at her limit Secretary Ma immediately pounced on him for a kiss. However, Qin Zijie pushed her down to the ground. How can you not hold it together after such a short time? Secretary Ma blushed and nodded. Do you want it? I do. Qin Zijie smiled coldly and sat down in her chair. Secretary Ma quickly leaned forward, just about to reach out, but he slapped her down to the ground. Did I call you over? Secretary Ma covered her face, tears in her eyes as she looked at Qin Zijie. Please, I'll agree to anything. Is the contract ready? Then hurry up and bring it. Secretary Ma crawled over and took out a 4-sheet of paper from the drawer. It was just an ordinary contract, but for Secretary Ma, it was her declaration of loyalty. Qin Zijie glanced at the contract and smiled slightly. Take out the pen. Secretary Ma quickly pulled a pen from her skirt and wrote her name on the contract. Qin Zijie looked over the contract, satisfied, and put it away, then patted Secretary Ma's face and said, You know what to do from now on, right? No need for me to teach you? I understand. From now on, I'll listen to you for everything. Good. First, keep an eye on my Uncle Tion. Let me know when he goes to Tianjin Huayuan. From what I know about him, he should make a move tonight. Tianjin Huayuan, Fong Feng's large villa. Su Jia was carrying a bag of ingredients, changing her shoes at the door, and was about to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner when Xuing, dressed like a queen, came down from upstairs. Sister Su, why are you back so early? There wasn't much going on at the clinic, so I came back to make you dinner. By the way, the master isn't home again. Who are you dressing up for? Xuing walked over, wrapped her arms around her, and smiled. For you, my dear sister. Get out of here with your nonsense. I'm going to make dinner. I'm going to buy some wine. We need to celebrate today. Celebrate what? Su Jia asked, puzzled. Xuing smiled. Of course, to celebrate my great achievement. You mean Fujihara Yoshiko? Exactly. I finally managed to completely transform her just in time for the master's birthday. It'll be a surprise birthday gift for him. Are you sure she won't harm the master again? Don't worry, she's completely obedient to the master now. If anyone dares to harm him, she will be the first to object. Su Jia looked at Shu Ying, filled with doubts about this matter, but felt embarrassed to ask further. Are you really going out dressed like that? Of course not. If I went out like this, the little master would definitely dismiss me. Just then, the front door was pushed open, and Su Miao appeared at the entrance, her gaze naturally falling on Shu Ying and Su Jia. When she saw the queen outfit on Shu Ying, she was instantly dumbfounded. Mom, what are you two doing? Oh, little Miao is here. Sister Su, didn't you close the door? She has a key. Su Miao rushed over and stood protectively in front of Su Jia. Mom, was this woman just bullying you? What are you thinking? You little brat, I just got back from outside. How could she bully me? Su Miao glanced at the bag in her hand, which indeed looked like it was just bought from the market. Then, is she planning to bully you? Shu Ying crossed her arms and laughed. Yes. I was just about to bully your mom when you showed up. Your timing couldn't be worse. Su Jia rolled her eyes. Alright, I'm going to make dinner. Miao, stay here with your mom today and don't go back to the dorm. Okay, Mom. After saying that, Su Miao began to scrutinize Shu Ying. Dressed like this, not even a bit shy. What do you know, you little girl? Wait, your gaze towards me seems a bit off. Ever since the last time she saw Fong Fong, together with her getting beaten by her mother, both of them knew that this energetic girl had a bit of a masochistic tendency. However, they both treated this matter as just a piece of gossip. No way, stop talking nonsense. What a pity, I'm not dressed for you, and you better not have any bad thoughts about me. Who would have thoughts about you? I warn you not to have any thoughts about my mom, or I'll call that little guy Fong Fong to lock you in the battle pet space forever and never let you out to harm anyone. What a joke, how could the master listen to a little girl like you? He wouldn't have listened to me before. But now, well, he just happens to need something from me, you know? TCH. Shu Ying rolled her eyes and went back upstairs. Although Su Miao claimed she wasn't shy, her eyes were quite honest, fixating on Shu Ying's figure. For some reason, she felt that outfit was particularly attractive. It wasn't until Shu Ying reached the second floor and suddenly turned around that she hurriedly averted her gaze. By the way, you little girl, why have you been coming to my house every day lately? Oh no, I almost forgot to mention, Shu was still outside. Upon hearing that there was a stranger at home, Shu Ying quickly covered her chest and hid behind the railing on the second floor. You little brat, you brought someone over and didn't even say a word? Su Miao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, not expecting this female driver to have a timid side. Look at you, so scared. What's the big deal? Letting someone see you won't cost you a piece of meat. I warn you, Su Miao, don't play with fire. Shu Ying's expression turned cold, startling Su Miao. She had never seen Shu Ying like this before. I was just joking, why are you being so fierce? Seeing that no one was coming in from outside, Shu Ying stood up and said, some jokes shouldn't be made carelessly, and next time, if you're bringing someone, give me a heads up. With that, she quickly returned to her room. Su Miao stomped her foot. She had indeed been scared just now. At the same time, she felt a bit fortunate that she hadn't brought Shu Yu in right away, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Under the magic tower, Fong Fong rolled up the parchment, focused his mind, and prepared to cast the space slash. As long as he succeeded this time, according to his agreement with Old Man Ji, he wouldn't have to stay at school anymore. On the magic tower, Ji Qiubai held a teacup, watching Fong Fong below with a slight smile. It's only the 7th day, and you want to learn my space slash already? I think you're just going crazy over wanting a girlfriend. After saying that, he took a sip of his tea. Xian, do you think that kid will succeed today? Lu Xian smiled slightly. Probably not. Although Fong Fong can achieve dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, he is not a pure space mage. Even if he has some understanding of space elements, 7 days is a bit too short. Old Man Ji nodded. I think so too, but that kid has already been able to successfully release diamond level skills before. No way, how old is he? How could his body possibly withstand the backlash from diamond level skills? If I'm not mistaken, the first skill he learned should be the golden level fire magic flame gun. Lu Xian took a deep breath. His battle pet skill? Doesn't his battle pet know that while skill inheritance can help someone learn quickly, if the body can't handle it, it could be fatal? Shu Ying really didn't know this because before meeting Fong Fong, she was just a second-tier little fire sparrow with intelligence comparable to that of a 2 or 3-year-old child. How could she know that humans learn skills through a gradual process from low to high? I don't know, but that kid didn't die, right? So do you think he can release the space slash today? Well, a normal person definitely can't. As for him, I can't guarantee it. At the base of the tower, Fong Fong was finally ready. Looking at the ginkgo tree with a diameter of 1 meter in front of him, he suddenly stretched out his palm towards it, and a sky blue magic circle instantly appeared from his palm. The next moment, a crescent-shaped ripple shot out from the magic circle at such speed that it was invisible to the naked eye. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the spatial ripple, the ginkgo tree with a diameter of 1 meter across from him collapsed with a loud crash. It worked! Fong Fong felt a surge of joy and hurried over to check. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. How sharp must a knife be to achieve such a mirrored effect on wood? Of course, the tree wasn't cut in half. To be precise, a part of it had disappeared from this space. This is the principle of space slash. To put it simply, it's teleportation, sending a part of the tree trunk to another space, which naturally causes the trunk to break. The difficulty lies in controlling the spatial elements. As for the backlash from advanced skills, according to my master, skills learned through this Fong Fong style, as long as they can be released, will not have any backlash. The moment the ginkgo tree fell, Elder G was splashed all over with tea. Lu Xian covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, he actually succeeded. As far as she knew, when the dean learned this skill, it took him a whole month, and at that time, he was already a third-tier space mage. And Fong Fong, although he was forcibly shoved into the swordsman class by Yen Shui, was actually just a beast master. A second-tier beast master learning a diamond-level skill like space slash in 7 days, who would believe that? What's the big deal? Elder G turned around, looking unfazed, and said, don't forget who that kid's master is. If one didn't know better, they might think everything was within his expectations, but the tea stain on his chest betrayed him. Lu Xian cleared her throat, regaining her composure. Dean, do you need to change into a robe? Elder G was taken aback, following her gaze down to see that he had just spilled an entire cup of tea on himself. But who was this old man? No matter how embarrassing the situation, it wouldn't make his old face blush. He placed the teacup on the table. It's fine, I feel too hot, this is refreshing. Then he added, that kid is about to come up, you handle him. I don't want to see that kid's smug face. After saying that, he got up to change his robe. There was no way around it. A cup of tea spilled on him was refreshing, but the problem was the tea leaves stuck to him, which was too damaging to his image. As soon as Elder G left, Fong Fong arrived at the top of the tower. Sister Lu, where's that old man? The dean had to step out for a moment, but he told me that starting today, you no longer have to stay on campus. However, you must arrive here before 8 every morning to practice the other 2 skills. Isn't 8 a bit too early? There's no way around it, that's what the dean instructed. Do you have any questions, Fong Fong? Can I leave now? Yes, but starting tomorrow, you must leave school only after 5 in the afternoon. If you make the dean unhappy, he can cancel your agreement at any time. Sister Lu, tell that old man I promise to be on time every day. After saying that, Fong Fong instantly teleported down to the tower. Lu Xian peeked out, watching his departing figure, a slight smile curling her lips. He really is an interesting little guy. Tianjing Huayuan. Su Miaomio sent Chuyu to the door. Sister Chu, Shuang was just speaking casually, you really don't need to take it to heart. Chuyu smiled slightly, but I think what she said makes a lot of sense. If it works out, it would definitely be a financial opportunity for our village. Alright, since you say so, what can I say? When do you plan to leave? The sooner, the better. If possible, I'll head back to Chashan tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you off tomorrow. No need. Yes, at least I want to see you enter the teleportation array with my own eyes before I can relax. Although the Qin family wouldn't make things difficult for her due to face, if it were Qin Zijia, Su Miaomiao couldn't guarantee that. Just as Su Miaomiao sent Chuyu off, a delivery guy arrived at the villa on a tricycle. Whose delivery is this? For the most beloved little master. Su Miaomiao was taken aback, then immediately thought it must be Shuang's. Let me take it, I'll help you bring it in. Su Miaomia shook the cardboard box, unsure of what was inside. The delivery slip didn't say anything, but from experience, she knew it couldn't be anything good. When she got home, Shuang was sitting on the sofa, bored, watching TV. Su Miaomia tossed the package over to her. Your delivery. Shuang picked it up and glanced at it. It arrived so quickly. Su Miaomia leaned in curiously. What is it? Kids shouldn't pry. Shuang happily ran upstairs, and as soon as she closed her bedroom door, she took out her phone and called Su Jia, who was cooking downstairs. Sister Su, the package has arrived, come up and try it. Is that okay? Miao Miao is still here. What's there to be afraid of? Just try it in the room, she won't know. Su Jia, unable to resist her curiosity, left the kitchen. Miao Miao, come in and help Mom check the fire. Okay, Mom. By the way, where are you going? I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, keep an eye on it, don't let the soup boil over. Got it. Seeing her mom head upstairs, Su Miaomia felt something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. It wasn't until she walked into the kitchen that she remembered. Isn't there a bathroom on this floor? Why would Mom go so far? Upstairs, Su Jia nervously walked into Shuang's room. Look, it's new, not even unwrapped. Looking at the original delivery box, Su Jia felt inexplicably tense. Sister Su, hurry and open it to see. Oh, she opened the box, and inside was a pair of red leather shorts. Isn't something missing? Shuang glanced at the box and couldn't help but smile slightly, pulling out a stick. Well, this should be enough, right? I remember yours didn't look like this. It's the same. I clearly remember it wasn't this big. Alright, don't worry about the details, just try it on. If it doesn't work, we can exchange it. But, come on, do you still want to go for a walk with the master? The thought of Fong Fong made Su Jia immediately relent. How does it feel? A bit tight. Walk a few steps and see. As long as walking is fine, it should be okay. After walking back and forth a few steps, Soo-jia felt it still wasn't right and was about to change when the door was suddenly pushed open by her clumsy daughter. What are you doing? Both Shuang and Soo-jia were startled. You little girl, how come you don't knock when you come in? You scared me. Feeling guilty, Soo-jia had no face to see her daughter and nearly fled. I'm going to check the soup. Su Miao suspiciously looked at her mother's back and then at Shuang in the room. What's wrong with my mom? Your mom has a stomachache and came here to get some sanitary pads, that's all. Do you still want to ask how? So that's what happened. It seemed she had misunderstood her mom. Hey, Sister Su, what did you cook today? It smells so good. Hearing Fong Feng's voice, Shuang immediately brightened. The little master is back? Saying that, she ran downstairs. Su Miao felt a bit happy too. Wasn't that guy in military training? How did he come back? After thinking about it, she followed him downstairs. Fong Feng changed his shoes at the door and turned around to see Soo-jia coming out of the kitchen, her little face flushed and quite adorable. He walked over and wrapped his arm around her waist. Sister Su, what's wrong? Your face is so red? Master, Miao is here. Fong Feng quickly let go, cleared his throat. Sister Su, what are we having for dinner today? Stir-fried pork with mushrooms, chicken soup with mushrooms, minced meat with green beans, and braised eggplant. I didn't know you were coming back today, so it's fine, as long as it's made by Sister Su, I like it all. At that moment, Shuang and Su Miao also came down. Little master, why did you come back today? Right. Fong Feng, isn't the military training supposed to last a month? How come you're back today? You didn't climb over the wall again, did you? Climb over? No way. I have special permission from the dean. Not only can I come back today, but I can also stay at home from now on. Really? Shuang happily ran over and wrapped her arms around Fong Feng's neck. Of course it's true, but I can only stay overnight at home. I have to rush back before 8 in the morning. Alright, my little niece is still watching, come down now. Su Miao said irritably. What little niece? Do you still want me to help you investigate things or not? Of course I do. Who else could handle this besides you? Good to know. By the way, how's the investigation going? I found something, but Baiyu is dead. Dead? How did he die? I said he drowned after falling into the river. Do you believe that? How is that possible? A professor from the prestigious Magic City Academy couldn't possibly drown. I don't believe it either, but that's what the case file says. Who handled this case? Captain Chen. Old Chen? What did he say? He told me not to ask around. And he seems to be unaware of your relationship with Uncle Chai, so I think it's best to keep those 3 photos at home for now. Is there something else you haven't told me? Su Miao hesitated for a moment and said, do you know Uncle Chai is a 4th-turn berserker? Fong Feng shook his head. In his memory, Uncle Chai was just a strong laborer with a big belly, completely unrelated to a muscular berserker. Su Miao continued, you don't need to worry, I've found new clues. At this point, Su Miao handed a photo to Fong Feng. Fong Feng picked it up and saw that it was a dead man's hand. What is this? Take a closer look at his ring finger. There was a mark on the ring finger, like one formed from wearing a ring for many years. Are you saying his ring was taken away? I think so, but the diamond level Wind Spirit magic ring on his other hand is still there. So this ring was deliberately removed? Su Miao nodded. Now, as long as we find this ring, we should be able to determine his cause of death and even Uncle Chai's cause of death. Does he have any relatives? Maybe they've seen him. That makes sense. I'll check right away. There's no rush, dinner is ready. Let's eat first before leaving. Su Miao felt that Fong Feng's words seemed to be keeping her there on the surface. But in reality he was trying to send her away. However, she had no evidence. I'm not leaving today, I want to stay and keep my mom company. Do you have any objections? Of course not. You can stay in the guest room downstairs as long as you want. By the way, do you need another key to make it easier for you to come and go? Don't worry, I already have a key, so there's no need to trouble you. At that moment, Soo-jia awkwardly said, Master, I gave the key to Miao. It's fine, anyway. This house is so big, with just the 3 of us, it feels a bit empty. More people mean more liveliness. Seeing that Fong Feng wasn't angry, Soo-jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Fong Feng was pulled by Shuang to watch TV, while Su Miao was taken to the kitchen by Soo-jia to help. As soon as they sat down on the sofa, Shuang shoved a remote control into Fong Feng's hand. Fong Feng instinctively glanced at her skirt. Is it appropriate to play this with Su Miao at home? Shuang laughed. It's even more interesting because that girl is here. Just try it. Are you sure? Of course, go ahead and try it. I can't wait. Fong Feng smiled slightly, turned on the switch, and looked back at Shuang. Why aren't you reacting? Could it be that it's out of power? Try turning the dial up a bit. Fong Feng said as he pulled the knob forward. Suddenly, he heard Su Miao in the kitchen say, Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? Fong Feng was taken aback, staring blankly at the television, making it seem like he was engrossed in watching. Shuang wrapped her arms around his, leaning on his shoulder, and smiled at him. So, how is it, little master? Isn't it interesting? Only then did Fong Fong realize that it was Su Jia who was playing the game today. Is this how you treat Sister Su? When I'm not home? Shuang was taken aback. Are you angry, little master? It's a bit too much to bully Sister Su like this. I'm not bullying her, she wanted to learn from me. Besides, the delivery just arrived today, and Sister Su was only trying it out. Then her daughter suddenly barged in, so, really? Sister Su is in the kitchen. Do you think I would lie to you? If you don't like it, then give me back the remote. Give it back to you? So you can go bully Sister Su, right? Humph. Stinky master, you only know how to protect her. I knew you would regret it. Look, it's only been a few days, and you're already regretting it. I'm not regretting it, but if Sister Su has something, I want it too. After saying that, she stood up to get something, but Fong Fong grabbed her and made her sit back down. Let's eat first, I'll take you for a walk tonight. Hearing about the walk, Shuang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Dinner is ready. Su Miao came out with a pot of soup. Mom, you sit down first, I'll take care of the rest. Su Miao took the plate from Su Jia, turned back to Fong Fong and Shuang, and said, irritably, can't you come over and help? I'm coming. Fong Fong was the first to jump off the sofa and followed Su Miao into the kitchen. Just as Shuang approached, she was grabbed by Su Jia. Little Ling, you're too much. Shuang spread her hands and smiled. Look clearly, the stuff is not in my hands. Not in your hands? Where? Shuang glanced at the kitchen. Her meaning was clear, the stuff is in the little master's hands. If you have the ability, go ask him for it. Su Jia immediately lost her temper, sitting weakly in the chair, gripping the edge tightly, lost in thought. Soon, the dishes were served, and Su Miao took the initiative to serve everyone rice. Miao, go get a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. Mom, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't drink. And Shuang can drink. If she wants to drink, why doesn't she go get it herself? Miao. Alright, I'll go get it, okay? Who told me I'm living under someone else's roof, with no rights at all? Seeing Su Miao walk away, Su Jia suddenly grabbed Fong Feng's hand and said, Master, can you turn it off for a moment? I'm afraid Miao will see. Fong Fong was taken aback. Hadn't he turned it off? He quickly pulled out the remote from his pocket and saw the little red light was indeed on. With a soft click of the switch, Su Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Miao returned with the wine and happened to see her mother's head resting on Fong Feng's shoulder. Mom! Su Jia was startled and quickly sat up. Miao's here? Yeah. Su Miao nodded but eyed the two suspiciously. She didn't dare to think further about whether her mom and that guy were together. Although she didn't want her mom to be lonely forever, and if she really ended up with Fong Fong, it would be like an old cow eating tender grass. She should feel happy for her. But if that were the case, what about her? Could she still like that guy? The meal was a bit heavy, and to liven up the atmosphere, Shuang took the initiative to pour wine for everyone. As they exchanged cups, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. There was no helping it, that girl. Su Miao had a grudge against alcohol, and the wine was particularly strong. Fong Fong and Shuang didn't dare to drink too much, as they still had to go for a walk in the evening. Su Jia, on the other hand, felt unwell in her stomach, and Su Miao wouldn't let her drink. However, little did Su Miao know, her good mother was secretly complaining about her for the first time. Why wasn't this girl leaving yet? Su Jia had completely forgotten that it was she who had insisted on keeping her daughter here today. Watching Shuang, who wouldn't even let go of her food, Su Jia wondered if she should just lay it all out with her daughter. Although I am her mother, I am also a woman, and I have the right to pursue my own happiness. At this thought, Su Jia felt a jolt in her heart. She had always prioritized her daughter's feelings, so why was she thinking about this today? But seeing Shuang and the host showing affection made her feel a bit strange. It must be jealousy. If Miao weren't here, she could also lean against the host's leg like Shuang, feeling his tenderness. After dinner, as per the usual routine, Shuang went to wash the dishes, which finally brought some balance to Su Miao's heart. It seemed that her mother was not having a bad time at their home. At least Fong Fong, this guy, didn't make her do everything just because her mother wasn't as young and beautiful as Shuang. The TV was on in the living room, and Fong Fong sat on the sofa, waiting for Shuang to finish up so they could go for a walk. Su Miao leaned against her mother, acting spoiled under the influence of alcohol. Su Jia stroked her daughter's hair, but her eyes were on Fong Fong, thinking that if Miao weren't here, she could also lean against the host's leg, feeling his gentleness. Was it really a good idea to let Miao stay at home? If it were before, she would have eagerly welcomed it. For her, nothing in this life was happier than being with her daughter. But now, that position had been taken over by the host. It seemed it was time to find Miao a boyfriend. Just then, Su Miao's phone rang. Hello? I know about this matter. Su Miao suddenly sat up. Now? Alright then. Reluctantly, Su Miao stood up. Su Jia felt a surge of joy. Is Miao going back? Yeah, Sister Chuyu is detained by her colleagues at the teleportation station. I need to go check on her. What happened? She doesn't have our long country ID. Previously, she had a temporary residence permit because she was the vice captain of the Volcano Embrace Corps, but now she has been removed from the Corps, so it got cancelled. Now, her colleagues caught her as an illegal resident. What should we do? It's fine, I'll ask Uncle Chen to issue her a certificate. But if that's the case, I might not be able to accompany you tonight. It's okay, work is important. Su Jie sent her daughter out, and as soon as she returned, she eagerly lay in Fong Feng's arms, inhaling his scent, feeling an instant sense of relaxation and comfort. Aren't you afraid Meow Meow will suddenly come back? Not afraid. I watched her get on the car, driving after drinking, and you're okay with that as a mother? No, it was a taxi. I called a taxi for her, and after I stuffed her in, I watched her drive away before coming back. They say that once a child has a partner, they forget their mother. It seems that this mother is the same. Shu Ying came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands with a tissue while looking at the two on the sofa, saying, Meow Meow left? Su Jie replied, yeah, she won't be back tonight. Shu Ying smiled slightly, let me prepare for a bit and then we'll head out. Head out? Where to? Of course, to accompany the little master for a walk. Are you coming? Su Jie hesitated, wondering if she should also prepare and change into a different pair of pants. Just then, Fong Fong clicked and turned on the power. Forget it, no need to change. This seemed even more interesting. In a villa not far from the three's home, Qin Zijie stood by the window, quietly watching the three's home through the gap in the curtains. Didn't you say that Tion Shilong would make a move today? Why is there still no action? From what I know about President Tion, he should choose to act at night. Just then, Qin Zijie suddenly ducked behind the curtain. What's wrong? Secretary Ma asked, puzzled. They've come out. Fong Fong had his hands in his pockets, with Shu Ying on his left and Su Jie on his right, walking along the red brick paved sidewalk. Tianjing Huaiwan, truly one of the top residential areas in the Magic City, not only boasts a greenery coverage of 90% but also has a large lake in the center of the community. All the villas are built around the lake, and at this moment, as the sun sets, the lake sparkles with golden light. On the lakeside walkway there were endless night runners, strollers, and dog walkers. If it weren't for Shu Ying and Su Jie by his side, Fong Fong would have thought he had returned to his past life. When the three of them arrived here, they naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some were amazed by the beauty of Shu Ying and Su Jie, while others were envious of Fong Fong, wishing they could take his place. However, they were all people of status, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. What Fong Fong and the others didn't know was that as soon as they stepped out, Su Miaomio had made a sudden turn and was following them from a distance. As for getting a proof for Chuyu, that was just a matter of a phone call. There was no need to run over in person. The reason for this was to clarify what relationship her mother had with that guy. Although she had already guessed, she still hadn't seen it with her own eyes, had she? Until she saw Su Jie nestled in Fong Feng's arms, it was finally confirmed they were indeed together. Su Miaomio felt a mix of happiness and disappointment in her heart. Perhaps it was a bit of both. Thinking of her mother's previous odd behavior, she must have been afraid of her finding out, not knowing how to face her, and hiding things with Fong Fong. What a silly mom. You have sacrificed so much for me all these years, and now that you've finally found happiness, how could your daughter oppose it? Besides, that guy Fong Fong isn't bad. You should hold on tight and definitely not let that vixen Shu Ying steal him away. But don't even think about me calling that guy dad. Su Miaomio wiped her tears, not even realizing when they had started flowing. Perhaps it was the strong wind coming off the lake. Having seen what she needed to see, Su Miaomio felt there was no need to stay here any longer, but as soon as she turned around, she spotted old Chen lurking around, not knowing what he was up to. Hey, Captain Old Chen? Just as Chen Jingyang thought he was hiding well, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Then Old Chen threw Su Miaomio over his shoulder and pinned her to the ground. What are you doing here? Captain, I just came to say hello. You didn't need to do that, did you? Chen Jingyang quickly pulled her aside. What are you doing here? I came to see my mom. Why are you here? Do you have a mission? Why didn't anyone notify me? How can you say that? Look at your phone, see how many calls I made to you. Su Miaomio was taken aback and then remembered that she had put her phone on silent to follow her mother. Now, when she checked, it turned out Old Chen had called her 7 times and she hadn't answered any of them. Sorry, I didn't realize I had turned the volume off. Old Chen took out a Bluetooth headset and handed it to her. Use this, even if your phone is on silent, you can still receive calls. Thank you, Captain. Su Miaomio put on the headset and sat down, rubbing her shoulder. I didn't expect you, Captain, to be a mage and have such good skills. Old Chen rolled his eyes, knowing she was flattering him, but still said proudly, in high school, I got full marks in close combat. By the way, Captain, what mission do you have today? Protect that kid Fong Fong. Who wants to touch that kid? Nothing was said from above, just that we should be prepared. Above? Above is just above. Where does your curiosity come from, girl? Su Miaomio stuck out her tongue and obediently sat beside Old Chen. By the lake, Fong Fong felt that Shu Ying and Su Jie were tired from walking. Otherwise, why would they be sweating on their foreheads? Shall we take a break here? This time, neither of them refused, pulling Fong Feng's hand and sitting on the bench by the lake, not wanting to part from him. In the past, Su Jie might have been concerned about the crowd and felt embarrassed. But now, under the influence of certain emotions, not only did she want to snuggle in Fong Feng's arms, she wished she could crush the two of them together. Master, shall we go home? Fong Feng turned off the power for the two. Shuang and Su Jie were taken aback, looking at Fong Feng simultaneously, and said in unison, "What's wrong, master?" Fong Feng smiled slightly, leaned back on the bench, pulled the two into his embrace, and pointed at the sunset ahead. Our lives shouldn't be filled only with those things. Sometimes sitting together, enjoying the scenery, watching a movie, or going shopping can elevate our souls. The two girls smiled slightly, quietly leaning in his arms, watching the sunset at the horizon together. To be honest, today's sunset was truly beautiful. The evening breeze lifted their hair, drying the sweat on their faces, and the hearts of the three grew closer, echoing the saying that silence speaks louder than words. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. The three hadn't had enough of the view when the suddenly lit streetlights chased away the evening glow. The wind gently blew, and the lake beneath their feet murmured softly, "Shall we go back? I want to stay a little longer." "Me too." Fong Feng smiled slightly. "Alright, let's stay a little longer." "Little master, why hasn't the moon come out yet? What date is it on the lunar calendar today?" Shuang didn't know, but Su Jie said, "Today is the 21st of the lunar calendar, and in 9 days, it will be the master's birthday. Then the moon tonight should come out at midnight." "How do you know, master?" "Because I've read books." The two girls were taken aback. "Okay, little master, you're capable. I haven't read books, alright? What book says this?" Fong thought for a moment and said, "I forgot, but I can teach you a simple method to calculate the moonrise time each day." "What method?" "Starting from the first day of the month, the moon rises at the same time as the sun. Afterward, the moon will rise about 40 minutes later than the sun. Today is the 21st, so that moonrise time is at midnight, right? It seems we won't be able to see the moon today. Let's go back." The three stood up, preparing to head home along the boardwalk, when Fong Feng suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, master?" Su Jie had just finished speaking when she immediately sensed something was off. Fong Feng turned to look at the lake, his voice low. "Come out, I see you." A shadow made of water slowly rose from the surface of the lake. "I didn't expect you to be so alert, coming out so quickly." Just as the other party spoke, it was as if something suddenly choked them, and then the water curtain broke and their head fell off from their neck. As the figure revealed itself, Fong Feng had already prepared a magic circle with the hand hidden behind his back. The moment the other party opened their mouth, Fong Feng swiftly used a spatial slash to sever their head. The spatial slash could still be seen slightly rippling during the day, but on this moonless night, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, and with its speed, it was almost impossible to defend against. "Everyone be careful, that guy can use spatial slashes." Shuang hadn't had time to ask Fong Feng what had just happened, why the other party seemed like a fool, losing their head as soon as they appeared. However, a gasp suddenly came from the woods behind them. The three quickly separated, each summoning their own equipment. In the next moment, 17 figures appeared around them one after another. The Fire Totem, Thorny Halo, and Recovery Halo instantly activated, revealing 3 halos of red, green, and yellow beneath their feet. At this point, Fong Feng began to assess the opponents, 13 second transformation professionals and 4 third transformation ones. No, it should be 5. That third transformation water mage had just tried to show off but ended up getting himself killed. Moreover, it seemed he was the healer in their team. Tion Shilong, amidst the crowd, looked at Fong Feng. He also wanted to show off, but thinking of Fong Feng's space slash, he decisively abandoned that idea. Attack, leave none alive. Originally, he had planned to capture Su Jie and Shuing as hostages, but now that Fong Feng was here, there was no need to leave any survivors. Countless thorn vines shot up into the sky, but their effect was minimal, only trapping 2-second transformation mages with poor mobility. At the same time, the enemy's magical attacks reached the 3 of them. On the magic tower, Elder Ji quietly observed everything. Behind him, Lu Xian tightly gripped the hem of her clothes. "Director, if you don't intervene soon, Fong Feng might be in danger." "Don't worry, he won't die." "Won't die? But sometimes a crisis is also an opportunity. Strength cannot be developed without experiencing life and death battles." "But what if?" "There is no what if. Seeing the director's firm stance, Lu Xian could only endure and continue watching. In the forest, Su Miaomia was the first to want to rush out but was held back by Old Chen. "Uncle Chen, aren't we here to protect Fong Feng? Why are you stopping me?" "The higher-ups instructed us to ensure Fong Feng doesn't die. We can't interfere with anything else." "That was their instruction to you, but they didn't tell me." After saying that, Su Miaomia tried to charge out with her spear but was once again held back by Old Chen. "I know you're worried about your mother, but from what I know of Fong Feng, if your mother were really in danger, that guy would definitely pull her into his battle pet space, so we just need to keep an eye on Fong Feng." By the lake, the enemy's magical attacks were successfully blocked by Su Jie's magical shield. In the next moment, Shu Ying's flame spear unleashed its power, repelling or directly killing the warriors attempting to charge through. Fong Fong directly executed a blade drawing cloud splitting strike, shattering the thorny vines entangling Su Jia along with the two mages inside. Then, with a teleport, he appeared right in front of Tion Long. Unable to sheath his sword in time, he could only swing it to attack. It must be said that this blade drawing cloud splitting strike was indeed powerful, but it was too troublesome to execute. He had to sheath the sword. First, Tion Long was startled and quickly teleported away. Fong Feng's strike missed, and he froze for a moment because that strike had been infused with space slash, targeting not Tion Long but the third transformation mage behind him. But it ended in failure. Fong Fong had no time to think about what went wrong and could only swing his sword again. Damn, is this guy a beast master? The warrior who had just been slashed looked on in terror at Fong Fong, who was wildly swinging his sword in the crowd. At that moment, a ball of flame suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could turn around, a flaming fist had already pierced through his chest. Following that, Shuing, releasing the phoenix flame, transformed into a shadow and charged at the third transformation mage. However, she was repelled by the enemy's bone spear. After failing to land a hit, Shuing decisively returned to Su Jie's side. Soon, the undead mage's army of zombies was summoned. A horde of fearless zombies surged towards Su Jie and Shuing like a tide. In the eyes of the undead mage, in team battles, the first priority was to eliminate the healer. Without the healer's support, even if Fong Fong was powerful, he wouldn't last long. However, just as his zombie army charged out, they encountered Shuang's fire feather dance. MD. Is that kid really just a freshman in his first year? Beastmasters engaging in hand-to-hand combat, their battle pets can unleash dark gold skills one after another. Are we outdated, or has this world gone mad? This was the collective sentiment of everyone on the opposing side. They were a military group under the Tion family, and over the years in the wild, they had killed and plundered countless times. They had seen many so-called geniuses, but they had never encountered such a perverse opponent. As a freshman, he possessed such terrifying combat power. What would happen when he graduated? On the side, Tion Long, who was looking for a chance to fight, wore a dazed expression. No wonder the Beishun Federation, along with Sauerkraut Country and Plaster Country, all wanted to eliminate this kid. If it were him, he would definitely stop at nothing to eradicate him, because once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly become everyone's nightmare. As all the zombies were burned to ashes by Shuang, Su Jie's thorny vines reappeared. Shuang's phoenix flame had cooled down, reigniting as it surged toward the third-tier necromancer. Under the interference of the vines, he couldn't release his skills in time and was smashed by Shuang's punch against his shield, sending him flying. Before he could hit the ground, he was bound up like a zungzi by Su Jie. At that moment, Fong Fong executed a blade draw cloud slash, sweeping through the crowd and dismembering them in mid-air. Just then, a gust of wind rose behind Fong Fong, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. The opposing third-tier warrior had already reached his back. Master, be careful. Shuang couldn't rush to help in time, watching as Fong Fong was struck down by a sword. Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the master's mirror clone. At that moment, Fong Fong had already arrived behind the opponent, slashing down. The opponent quickly turned to block, but his dark gold longsword inexplicably broke. Spatial slash? The third-tier warrior looked at Fong Fong in disbelief. Could a spatial slash be executed like this? However, the next moment, he was split in two and fell to the ground, blood only flowing out moments later. At this point, 3 of the opposing third-tier professionals had already been taken down, leaving only Tion Long and another third-tier archer. As for those second-tier professionals, Fong Fong and his companions didn't even consider them a threat. A single thorny vine from Su Jie, combined with Shuang's fire feather dance, had taken out most of them. Tion Long felt extremely frustrated. 13 second-tier professionals and 5 third-tier professionals couldn't even take down a single second-tier beastmaster. If he said this out loud, regardless of whether others would believe him, he would definitely be laughed at. Just as he was lost in thought, a gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. The third-tier archer hidden in the woods had finally made a move. A red streak of light shot out from the darkness, but the target was not Fong Fong, it was Su Jie. The speed was so fast that Su Jie had no time to dodge, only able to watch as the streak of light grew larger before her eyes. However, Fong Fong teleported to her side, wrapping his arms around her, and turned to slash at the woods, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Master! Su Jie looked at Fong with deep affection in his arms, thinking she was surely doomed this time, but her master had saved her. Are you okay? At that moment, Su Jie seemed to remember something and suddenly became anxious. Master, let me see if you're hurt. Don't worry, I'm fine. Fong Fong had just realized a new use for the spatial slash. Although the slash was aimed at the woods, it collided with the red light midway, causing the red light to vanish. The only drawback was that using the spatial slash at his current level consumed a massive amount of mana. This was also the reason why Tion Long had not fled until now. From the beginning until now, Fong Fong had already executed the spatial slash 4 times. He didn't believe that with his level 23 mana he could perform a 5th Although the skills were strong, his level was still too low. Tion Shilong believed he had found a way to kill Fong Fong and glanced back at the forest. Just now, Fong Fong had unleashed a spatial slash towards him. However, Tion Shilong felt that at such a distance, with the agility of a third-tier archer, he would definitely be able to dodge it. So that glance was merely a signal to the other party. The person in the forest, just as Tion Shilong had guessed, had indeed evaded Fong Feng's spatial slash and understood Tion Shilong's gaze, indicating that he should shoot Fong Fong dead with the next shot. But now he was being firmly pinned to the ground by the Gingan guard, unable to do anything. In Lao Chan's eyes, this guy was far too dangerous because they could stop people, but they couldn't stop bullets. At this moment, aside from Fong Fong and the three others, on Tion Shilong's side, apart from him as a third-tier assassin, there were still 2 second-tier warriors left. As for the others, they either died at Fong Feng's hands or perished in Shu Ying's flames. The 2 warriors looked at Fong Fong and then at their boss. Although the grudge of killing a son was one that could not be shared, the problem was that, boss, you also need to see the reality. We can't take revenge today at all. That kid, Fong Fong, is too damn powerful, killing third-tier with second-tier skills, like chopping vegetables. If we delay any longer, we will all die. What are you looking at? If you dare to run today, I'll make your whole family pay for it. Tion Shilong's words immediately made the 2 shiver. This damn Tion was really something. Then Tion Shilong added, just hold that kid for me for 2 seconds, and I'll reward each of you 10 million. Really? The lure of money was enticing. 10 million was equivalent to multiplying their wealth tenfold, and all they had to do was hold that kid for 2 seconds. Of course, if they dared not to go, he would kill their whole family. Was there really a choice? When have I ever gone back on my word? The 2 exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and decided to go for it. They charged at Fong Fong with their swords drawn, while Tion Shilong instantly vanished from sight. Shu Ying fired 2 consecutive flame shots, both of which missed. The opponent, however, rolled like a lazy donkey and had already reached Fong Feng's front. Fong Feng's mind was now focused on finding the vanished Tion Shilong. Just then, Fong Fong moved. As the opponent swung his sword, he teleported to evade the attack and then slashed at the void. A spark erupted in the darkness. Right here. Shu Ying immediately unleashed fire feather dance, flames soaring into the sky, instantly covering a 20-meter diameter area. Fong Fong had fire immunity and was unafraid of the flames, but the 2 second-tier warriors were instantly turned into flaming figures. Why were there only 2? That guy must still be here. Although he didn't know why he was immune to flames, there was no way he could escape in such a short time. Just then, the sound of flames exploded in Fong Feng's ear. Fong Fong turned around and drew his sword, the massive blade light slicing through Shu Ying's fire feather dance, and a figure engulfed in flames fell from the sky. The diamond-level black flame armor was completely ruined by this strike. Such battle armor, even for their old Tion family, a prestigious clan with hundreds of years of history, was rare. To obtain this set of equipment back then, he had made his stepmother roll in bed with his grandfather for a month to get it from the old man. But now it was reduced to scrap by Fong Feng's sword. Tion Shilong's heart couldn't even bleed in time because he had betrayed Fong Feng's magic value, and that dog hiding in the forest was as good as dead, not moving a muscle until now. With no one to restrain Fong Fong, his second strike would surely come in an instant. The spatial slash was practically undetectable in the night, so at the moment he fell, he instinctively teleported away from the spot. The next moment, after shattering Su Jie's shield, he grabbed her by the neck. He could see that the woman in front of him was the weakest among the 3. Aside from being entangled in a thorny vine, she had no offensive capability at all. Just as Su Jie was about to turn around, Tion Shilong's blood-red dagger was already pressed against her neck. It was done. This woman was indeed the weakest. At that moment, Su Miao Miao, hidden in the woods, rushed out without a second thought upon seeing her mother being threatened. Following her were Old Chen and his group. Don't you dare come any closer, or I'll stab this woman. Tion Shilong, covered in blood, looked like a beast trapped in a snare. Old Chen immediately shouted, Tion Shilong, put down the knife. Even if you kill her, you won't escape today. Whether I escape or not is not for you, you dog, to decide. After saying that, Tion Shilong turned to Fong Fong. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Fong Fong replied, you've got the wrong person. She's just my battle pet. In the eyes of the Jingen Guard, she has no value at all. Tion Shilong instinctively glanced at Su Jie, but Fong Fong continued, how about this? I'll trade her for myself. You know my master, one is Yen Shui, the other is the Dean. With me as your hostage, the Jingen Guard won't dare to make things difficult for you. Tion Shilong sneered, you little brat are willing to give up your life for a battle pet? Just say whether you want to trade or not. If it had been at the beginning, Tion Shilong might have hesitated, but now he felt that taking this woman as a hostage made him safer. Ha ha, you want to trade, huh? Fine, as long as you can crawl over here on your knees, I might consider. It's, don't, master. Su Jie hadn't finished her sentence when Tion Shilong tightened his grip on her throat, instantly silencing her. Kneel and beg me. What are you standing there for? Fong Fong sighed, and at that moment, Shuang grabbed his hand. Master, don't! This is a secret realm. Even if Sister Su dies, we can still revive her. Fong Fong nodded, but with his other hand, he had already reached into his pocket and turned off Su Jie's power. The sudden jolt caused Su Jie to weaken and instinctively fall into Tion Shilon's arms. Tion Shilon loosened his grip, confused about what had happened to the woman, but in an instant she was pulled into the battle pet space by Fong Fong. With the hostage gone, Tion Shilon was instantly dumbfounded. Fong Fong said coldly, "Now tell me, how do you want to die?" You can't kill me. Captain Chen, isn't someone going to commit murder here? Aren't you going to do anything? Old Chen sighed. Fong Fong, you can't kill him. Stop with that nonsense. In my eyes, you Jing and guard are nothing. He can kill me, but if I kill him, it's a crime. Where is the justice in that? Old Chen glared at Fong Fong. We need his life as leverage. Leverage? For negotiating with the Tion family. You wouldn't want the Tion family to keep hunting you down, would you? You might not be afraid, but what about the two women beside you? Do you dare to guarantee that you can always keep them by your side? Or always hide them in the battle pet space? What status does that guy have in the Tion family? The direct grandson of the Tion family head, Tion Jibwa. He only has 3 such grandsons. Fong Fong nodded. You better negotiate well, or next time I won't spare anyone. In the woods, Qin Zijia and Secretary Ma quietly watched everything unfold. Good thing I had Tion Shilong test the waters, otherwise, I would have been the one in trouble today. Young Master Qin, is that kid really just a freshman in college? Qin Zijia pulled out a packet of powder and placed it in Secretary Ma's hand, smiling. Next time Tion gives you coffee to make, remember to put this in. What is this? Nothing, just a little gadget. At the entrance of the villa, Su Miao Miao called out to Fong Fong. Hey, can you let my mom go? Fong Fong waved his hand, and Su Jia instantly appeared by his side. Seeing Fong Fong, Su Jia instinctively rushed into his arms. Master, why are you so foolish? Even if I were killed by him, I could be resurrected through resurrection magic, but you are different. How is it different? In the secret realm, I can also be resurrected, and I wouldn't need to trouble anyone else. You could help me resurrect. It's different. In any case, I just don't want to see the master take risks for me. Su Jia held Fong Fong tightly, burying her head deep in his embrace, looking less like a mother and more like a love-struck girl. Ahem. Su Miao Miao cleared her throat. It was really hard to watch this. Upon seeing Su Miao Miao, Su Jia quickly got up from Fong Fang's arms, awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a blush on her cheeks. Miao Miao, what are you doing here? Su Miao Miao walked over and linked her arm with Su Jia's. Mom, let's go home first. Watching Su Miao Miao pull Su Jia into the villa, Fong Fong turned to Shuang. What do we do now? I don't know either. That night, Fong Fong lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep at all. Shuang, who had just come out of the shower, secretly hid her pants and then obediently lay beside him. Master, what are you thinking about? Thinking about how to become stronger quickly. Master, you're already quite fast. With your strength, you could easily dominate the whole school. Do you believe it? Fong Fong smiled slightly. What dominating the whole school? In Magic City Academy, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yesterday, I saw a senior in his 3rd year. He's already at the 3rd transfer. If I fought him, it would be at best 50-50. But isn't he a 3rd-year student? By the time you reach your 3rd year, he might even be at the 4th transfer. Yesterday, my master told me that anyone below the 5th transfer is just an ant. Don't worry, if anything happens, those 2 masters will back us up. Do you remember what Qin Xinye said? Yen Shui won't risk everything against the 4 great families for a dead genius. If we want those 2 old men to fight for us, the premise is that we have to stay alive. And among the 4 great families, I think there are very few direct descendants like Tian Shilong who are so weak. But strength is something that can't be rushed. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have let Tian Shilong go today. So, you feel a bit frustrated? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's sleep. We have to report to the old man early tomorrow. At the Magic Tower. Director, drinking too much tea at night will keep you awake. Ji Qiubai shot a glance at Lu Xian. I'm happy. Is it because of classmate Fong Fong? Lu Xian asked curiously. Ji Qiubai put down his teacup and sighed. Don't say it. That kid really exceeded my expectations. You said he was a beast master when he changed jobs, so how did he become a demon sword master now? And those 2 battle pets of his are ridiculously strong. Maybe he refined them? A 6th tier fierce beast, if trained from the 1st level, would be much stronger than an ordinary 6th tier fierce beast. A 6th tier fierce beast refining stone costs 1,000,000 contribution points each. How could that kid have so many contribution points back then? Maybe Yen Shui gave them to him. That's possible, but even so, it's still too strong. I always feel that today, those 2 fierce beasts haven't reached their limits yet. Don't forget, tonight, that void deer, aside from a recovery halo, didn't use anything else, and they also didn't take any recovery potions. Then, It must be related to his talent. Didn't the report say he didn't gain any talent when he changed jobs? But there is one type of talent that can't be detected, and that's a divine level talent. What kind of talent would that be? Sorry, director, if even you don't know, then I definitely don't. But no matter what kind of talent he has, his comprehension is the best I've ever seen. Jichobai nodded. I thought it would take him at least half a year to integrate the space slash into his swordsmanship, but I didn't expect him to master it in just one night. Lu Xian laughed. Also, he learned the space slash in just a week, much faster than you, director. Jichobai replied irritably. I wasn't forced back then. If someone had pushed me, I would have learned it faster than him. By the way, director, what do you think about the negotiations between the Jingyan Guard and the Tion family? I think that Kiji Longcheng is thinking too highly of himself. With a grandson like Tion Shilong, even though Tion Jibwa has only 3, he is the most useless one. Even if they reluctantly agree, this contract won't be reliable. Alright, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. Lu Xian nodded. Director, drink less tea tonight. After she left, Jichobai sent a message on her friend panel. Junior sister, are you asleep? The sun is rising in the west today. You actually took the initiative to contact me? Ahem, Jichobai cleared his throat. Do you want me to introduce a disciple to you? In the morning, Su Jia was busy in the kitchen wearing a khaki skirt and a white apron. Lean meat porridge, fried dough sticks, steamed buns. Although they were simple foods, they were made exquisitely by the virtuous Su Jia. After arranging the food on the dining table, she wiped her hands on her apron and called out from the circular staircase to the 3rd floor, Master and Shuang, come down for breakfast. Su Miao Miao came out of the bathroom, saw the buns on the table, her eyes lit up, and immediately grabbed one to eat. You girl, have you washed your hands? Of course I have, if I hadn't, it would stink for me. After saying that, she sat down on a chair, putting one foot up on it. Su Jia shook her head and walked over to comb her hair, just like every morning when she was little. When a beautiful ponytail was tied at the back of her head, Fong Fong and Shuang also came down from upstairs. Su Miao Miao looked at the two and shook her head. I really can't tell. After what happened last night, you both still have the energy. Just eat your meal. We didn't do anything last night. Fong Fong sat down opposite her, glancing at Su Jia. Getting up at this time, who would believe that? Su Jia nudged her. Alright, Miao Miao, say less. Mom, I'm helping you. Why are you blaming me? Alright, you don't need to worry about your mom's matters. What's going on? Fong Fong and Shuang looked at Su Jia in confusion. Su Jia's face turned a light peach color as she softly said, Miao Miao agreed. The two looked at Su Miao Miao together. Yes, I agreed last night to be with you, Mom. Anyway, you can't have children. Then where did you come from? My existence is a miracle. With a probability of 1 in 10 million. Also, even though I agreed to your relationship with my mom, if you want me to call you dad, that's out of the question. The three were stunned by Su Miao Miao's words, feeling both shocked and amused. After breakfast, Su Miao Miao looked at Fong Fong and said, I heard you say you're going to school, how about I give you a ride? Fong Fong wasn't sure if he was mistaken, but the way this girl looked at him felt a bit strange. How to put it? It was as if she had done something wrong, her gaze a bit erratic. No need, I can teleport there directly, it's much faster than riding with you. You think I want to give you a ride? After saying that, Su Miao Miao slammed the door and left. This girl, isn't she afraid of breaking our door? Master, Miao Miao might still be a bit unaccustomed, just give her a little more time, said Su Jia. Sister Su, what are you talking about? I was just saying it casually, why did you take it to heart? By the way, here, this is for you. Fong Fong handed the remote control to Su Jia. Su Jia blushed. Let's keep it with the master. You take it. If Shuang dares to use this to bully you, I'll help you deal with her. Also, starting today, I will activate telepathy. If she dares to bully you, just let me know anytime. What? Who's bullying her? I see the little master is clearly just fickle. Shuang said irritably. Who told you to always come up with some strange things? But little master, are you saying you don't like it? Everyone has different tastes, just like tofu pudding. Some people like it sweet, some like it salty. You can't think that just because you like it sweet, everyone else should like it sweet too. At this moment, Su Jia gently held Fong Feng's hand and said, Actually, master, I also like it sweet. Shuang smiled proudly. See? She likes sweet things just like me. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. It's getting late, I have to go to class. Fong Fong instantly disappeared from their sight. Alright, now that he's gone, what are you still looking at? Shuang turned to tidy up the dining table, and Su Jia came over to help. I just thought that if this thing is with the master, he can press it when he thinks of us. Shuang was taken aback. Wow, you actually play more creatively than I do. What? Don't you want to? Sigh, I clearly know the master will come back at night, but I still feel empty inside. Sigh, who says otherwise? But didn't you say that thing is a bit too much? You've gotten used to it so quickly? Fong Fong arrived at school. Since it was still early, he chose not to teleport to the old man's magic tower. Looking at the students scattered on the playground, the rising sun shone on them, making everything appear so vibrant. This made Fong Feng's thoughts drift back to a certain morning in his previous life. It was the same freshman military training, the same sunny weather, except the playground was ridiculously large and everything seemed no different. If there was a difference, it might be that girl who often brought him breakfast. Back in his freshman year, he stayed up late playing games, usually just making it to the playground on time, with no time to eat breakfast in the cafeteria. After fainting from hunger on the playground one time, a girl started bringing him breakfast every day. Fong Fong, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Fong Fong smiled slightly. What a familiar voice. Ha, wait a minute. Fong Fong quickly turned his head towards the source of the voice. He saw Yi Xiaoshuang shyly looking at him, holding a pink lunchbox in her hands. Fong Fong wanted to say he had already eaten, but looking into her eyes, he inexplicably took the lunchbox. Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Xiaoshuang smiled sweetly when she saw him take her breakfast. Don't worry, I never take advantage of others. The cost of this breakfast will be deducted from that 10 million. Ha, alright, I'm leaving now. I'll return your lunchbox at noon. Oh. Yi Xiaoshuang wanted to say something else, but Fong Fong had already walked away with the lunchbox. In her eyes, under the sunlight, Fong Fong seemed to be enveloped in a soft glow, and she couldn't get enough of looking at him. So she took out a memory pearl to capture this beautiful scene so she could look at it any time in the future. Fong Fong arrived at the base of the magic tower and instantly teleported to the top of the tower. If an ordinary person did this, they would definitely fall to their death. But Fong had the old man's badge, which not only made the magic tower's barrier defenseless against him, but he could also pass through most of the barriers in the magic city directly. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is a special meal I brought to honor you. Fong Fong placed Yi Xiaoshuang's lunchbox in front of Elder Ji. Elder Ji set down his teacup and took a glance. This box is quite beautiful. Did your wife make it? Sort of. Your wife is quite thoughtful. Alright, it's time for me to eat. You should go do whatever you need to do. Master, I've already learned your space slash. Don't you have any new instructions for me? I do. My abilities, of course, go beyond just the space slash. But let's wait until you've learned that old guy's illusionary light slash and 10,000 blade cage. Then take your time, master. I'm going to practice. Go ahead. Oh, wait a moment. Do you want to take on another master? What do you mean? Have you heard of Wei Ran? Fong Fong shook his head. Ji Qiubai continued. She's one of the 4 great marshals of our dragon country and the only female marshal. Are you suggesting that I should take her as my master? That's what I'm thinking. Each of the 4 great families has military support behind them, or we could say that each of the 4 marshals has a family backing them, and the one supporting Marshal Wei is the Tion family. Master, you know that I don't get along with the Tion family. That's why I want you to take Wei Ran as your master. In Magic City, I can ensure your safety, but once you leave Magic City, you won't be under my control anymore. However, if you can take Marshal Wei as your master, then no matter where you are, the Tion family won't dare to lay a hand on you. Does Marshal Wei know about the Tion family's dealings with foreign forces? Hearing this, Ji Qiubai smiled with satisfaction. Of course she knows, which is why she's very angry. So, the Tion family sacrificed Tion Jirwan, hoping to appease her anger, but it seems the effect wasn't great. Who is Tion Jirwan? Tion Ji's younger brother, the 5th elder of the Tion family. You could say he's the 3rd in command of the Tion family. What would happen if the Tion family lost Marshal Wei? With the things the Tion family has done over the years, they would be overturned in an instant. The Tion family is precisely aware of this, which is why they are trying to reach out to external forces. But so far, all of this is just the Tion family's one-sided wish. Alright, I'll take this master, but what if this is just my one-sided wish? Ji Qiubai chuckled. Be more confident. Don't forget you're my disciple. At the Xiafeng Trading Company, Tian Shilong arrived at his office as usual. He then called Secretary Ma to make him a cup of coffee. Mr. Tion, your coffee. Just put it here. Wait a moment, you try a sip first and see if it's sweet. Mr. Tion, I didn't put any sugar. Then see if it's bitter. Tian Shilong felt that the woman seemed off today, while Secretary Ma thought that even if Qin Zijie was bold, he wouldn't dare to poison Tian Shilong's coffee. What he put in was mostly a test for himself. So, he picked up the coffee and took a sip. Alright, you can go now. Should I make you another cup? I said to go out. Okay, Mr. Tion, call me if you need anything. Tian Shilong held the coffee and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at Magic City, his gaze unknowingly fixating on the direction of the academy. His expression gradually turned cold, although he had saved his life. Last night he had solidified his reputation as a waste within the family. 5 third-tier professionals plus 13 second-tier ones couldn't even handle a mere freshman. As a result, he was used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Tion family. This not only embarrassed him but also brought shame to the Tion family. However, now he was praying for the success of this negotiation. It wasn't that he had a big heart and wanted to reconcile with Fong Fong. He just wanted to prove that he was still useful to the Tion family, not someone who could be easily discarded as a waste. Thinking of this, Tian Shilong let out a long sigh and took a sip of coffee while gazing into the distance. After a moment, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, he loosened his tie and anxiously stared at the phone on the table, finally pressing the button. Secretary Ma, come in for a moment. At that moment, Secretary Ma was lost in thought, staring at a stick of solid glue. She glanced out at the busy office area and, biting her lip, quietly lifted her skirt. Just as she was about to hide the solid glue in her hand, the phone on the table rang. Secretary Ma, come in for a moment. Secretary Ma jolted, picked up the water cup on the table, took a few sips, and then stood up to straighten her skirt before heading towards her boss's office. The soundproofing in Tion Shirlong's office was excellent. Even if someone were banging on the table, throwing chairs, or even singing, those outside wouldn't hear a thing. However, if someone crashed into the glass of the window, some noise would still escape. Being a boss is great. When there's work, the secretary does it, and when there's none, the secretary still does it. Some employees, watching the shadow on the glass, expressed their thoughts. That's too intense. Aren't they afraid someone might get hurt? I know you have a thing for Secretary Ma. Why don't you go in and rescue her? Rescue? I bet that guy will just say, boss, let me go. The people in the large office area found the shadow on the glass amusing, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. They saw the shadow behind the glass crashing harder and harder against it, each impact making everyone jump. If it weren't for the high quality of the glass in Manhwa, the person inside would have probably already flown out through the window. Hasn't it been almost 2 hours? Why hasn't Secretary Ma come out yet? I think the boss is probably on something. What if something happens? It shouldn't, right? There. All professionals, Secretary Ma was a second-tier priest back in the day. 2 hours is nothing for her. However, the next moment, a blood-red sun suddenly exploded against the glass. On the magic tower, Ji Chiobai sat on the balcony, sipping tea while observing Fong Fong staring blankly at the skill book below the tower. Suddenly, Lu Xian pushed the door open, swallowing hard and panting. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Ji Chiobai replied without turning. Director, Tion Shirlong is dead. Oh, Director, I said Tion Shirlong is dead. Ji Chiobai turned around to look at Lu Xian. I said I know, do you have anything else to say? Director, what kind of reaction is that? You should at least ask how he died, right? Not interested. Director, with Tion Shirlong dead, Yi Longcheng has lost leverage in negotiations with the Tion family. Aren't you the least bit worried about your disciple? He's your only disciple. Don't you think Tion Shirlong's death was within my expectations? But hearing you say that, I'm curious about how he died and who killed him. Well, Lu Xian's face turned red, her 2 index fingers gently touching as she whispered, I heard it was an explosion involving a sheep. Ji Chiobai spat out his tea. What did you say? An explosion involving a sheep? This is too ridiculous. Do you know who drugged him? Director, how do you know he was drugged? Nonsense, if he wasn't drugged, could he have died like that? Could it not be his own issue? I heard those from big families have some quirks. Alright, just tell me who drugged him. Oh, it should be his secretary. The Jingengard found drug residues in his coffee, and it was his secretary who made the coffee, but she worked him to death. Secretary Ma? How would the dean know her? Interesting, it seems there are really few people who are jealous of that guy. But then again, not being envied is a sign of mediocrity. The more people who envy him, the more it proves that he is exceptional. Does the dean know who the real culprit is? Don't try to pry information out of me on behalf of that kid Yi Longcheng, if you want to. No, go investigate yourself. In the garden villa, since it wasn't yet lunchtime, the golden dining room had only Qin Zijia, who was elegantly sipping coffee with his legs crossed. At that moment, Qin Xiu pushed the door open and sat down opposite him, expressionless, and said, Tion Shirlong is dead. Qin Zijia glanced at him. You should go tell Grandpa that I killed him. I have no evidence. Do you really think I killed him? The problem is, Secretary Ma is also dead. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Qin Zijia put his legs down and said seriously, are you saying that while you like Yi Xiaoshuang, you also have feelings for Secretary Ma? Qin Xiu suddenly turned cold. Please don't think of me as being as sordid as you. Then why do you want an explanation if she's dead? Is it interesting? Do you have evidence? If you want to deal with Fong Fong, I have no objections, but I hope you can be mindful of your methods and not play with fire, or it will burn you. Big brother, do you know what I hate most about you? It's this pretentious, self-righteous attitude of yours. It really makes me sick. Qin Xiu frowned, his fists hidden behind him, knuckles turning white. In any case, take care of yourself. Seeing Qin Xiu leave, Qin Zijia coldly smiled. By the way, big brother, I saw this morning that sister-in-law delivered a heart-shaped lunchbox to Fong Fong. The pink lunchbox looks really nice. I wonder if big brother has had the fortune to see it? Qin Xiu paused for a moment. Take care of yourself before talking about others. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. At noon, Fong picked up the lunchbox from Lu Xian. It's all cleaned up. The dean said the sea cucumber with smashed cucumber tastes pretty good. He hopes you can bring some more tomorrow. And it would be even better if you could bring a bowl of bird's nest and radish soup. Sea cucumber with smashed cucumber, bird's nest and radish soup? Did that old man really not mess with me? Do people actually eat these two dishes? Yeah, isn't this the lunchbox you brought for the dean? Don't you know? No, I just think that old man can really eat. He doesn't even fear overindulging. So are you bringing it tomorrow or not? We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to eat first. At the exit of the back mountain of the academy, Yi Xiaoshuan, with her hair in twin ponytails, wore a gray double-breasted training suit that wrapped her petite figure exquisitely. It was surprising to find that her small frame also had a grand side. She clasped her hands behind her back, bored, pacing back and forth on the small path, occasionally kicking at the small pebbles on the road and sometimes looking back at the back mountain. She really wanted to run over and take a look, but she struggled to find an excuse. Why isn't he out yet? Didn't he say he would return my lunchbox at noon? Yi Xiaoshuan looked at the path leading to the back mountain, puffed out her cheeks, and sighed heavily. Are you waiting for me? The sudden voice startled Yi Xiaoshuan, and she quickly turned around. Fong Fong, when did you come out? Just now. Just now? Then, why didn't I see you? I went directly from the dean's magic tower to the classroom. It's strange that you could see me waiting here. No, I wasn't specifically waiting for you. I was just walking around. Seeing Yi Xiaoshuan's flushed face, Fong Fong didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. Here, your lunchbox, and thank you for your breakfast. It was delicious. Yi Xiaoshuan took the lunchbox. Really? Then what do you want to eat? Tomorrow? I'll bring you breakfast again tomorrow. No need, I don't skip breakfast every day. Yi Xiaoshuan could tell that Fong Fong was just brushing her off. Did I misunderstand him? Did he never actually like me? But then why did he act so intimately in front of Qinxiu last time? If Fong Fong knew what this girl was thinking right now, he would understand what retribution meant. He initially just wanted to annoy Qinxiu, but who would have thought that he ended up stealing a girl's heart? Seeing Yi Xiaoshuan with her head down and silent, he asked, Yi Xiaoshuan, what's wrong? Fong Fong, did I make you angry? Why would you think that? Nothing, just asking. I'm sorry if I bothered you. Why did this girl suddenly look sad? She seemed to be upset over her own infatuation. This left Fong Fong a bit at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. After all, Shuing never needed to be coddled. It's fine. If you want to bring me breakfast, then go ahead and bring it tomorrow. Really? Yi Xiaoshuan suddenly looked up, her sparkling eyes still glistening with tears, but she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Fong Fong nodded. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Sea cucumber with smashed cucumber is really delicious. I think it's delicious too. So, should I bring you sea cucumber with smashed cucumber again tomorrow? Fong Fong felt a bit helpless. What kind of dish names were these? But thinking of that old man's instructions, Fong Fong said, if possible, I would also like to try bird's nest and radish soup. Really? I didn't expect that you, Fong Fong, like the same things I do. I'll definitely bring it for you tomorrow morning. Fong Fong was taken aback, feeling that old man might have ulterior motives, but he had no evidence. I have something to do. Yi Xiaoshuan actually wanted to take a walk with Fong Fong around the campus during the lunch break. It would be even better if they could go eat together. But upon hearing Fong say he had no time, she said, oh, then you go ahead and be busy. Are you free tonight? Tonight? There's a class meeting tonight. Are you attending? I might not have time tonight. You know, I just became that old man's disciple, and he is very strict. That's okay. I've heard that the dean is very strict with students, but the dean is a renowned teacher. Even my second uncle wanted to become his disciple back then but only became a named disciple. Is that so? Of course. In Manhwa, who knows how many people want to become his disciple, but even those who can become named disciples are few and far between. So, Fong Fong, don't dislike studying just because the dean is strict. This is a great opportunity and you must seize it. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Fong Fong, then. I'm leaving? See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Watching her bounce away, Fong Fong scratched his head. This girl seemed a bit off. Could it be that she likes me? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Fong Fong shook his head, feeling that he was being overly sentimental. After all, she was the seventh young lady of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families. How could she possibly like someone like me, a country bumpkin? But to be honest, the way that little girl walked, bouncing around, was quite cute. Yi Xiaoshuan arrived at the apartment building and saw Luo Jing coming out. Xiaoshuan, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Is there something wrong? Let's go eat. Aren't you hungry? You didn't already eat, did you? Luo Jing glanced at the lunchbox in her hand. No, this is breakfast I brought for Fong Fong. Oh, so the food you packed today was for Fong Fong? Is there a problem? Honestly, you can't really like him, can you? What about Brother Qin then? What about him? I told him a long time ago that I don't like him, but didn't the family agree to your relationship? You're destined to marry Brother Qin. If you cheat, won't that embarrass the Yi family? Speaking of this, Yi Xiaoshuan got angry and stared at Luo Jing. Who did you hear this from? I don't know of any such commitment from the Yi family. Luo Jing thought for a moment, a strange expression appearing on her face. It seems, it really hasn't happened, but isn't that what everyone says? Then haven't you considered that this might be a rumor? Rumor? Yes, think carefully. Has the Yi family ever said such a thing? Has the Qin family ever said anything like that? If I find out who is spreading rumors about me, just wait until I break their legs. At that moment, Qin Xiu, who was having lunch in the garden villa, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong, Qin Xiu? Xuelin looked over curiously. It's nothing, maybe I put too much pepper and it choked me. After saying that, he glanced at the people around him. Everyone was almost done eating, and Xiaoshuang still hadn't shown up. So he packed a portion of his favorite sea cucumber with smashed cucumber and a bowl of bird's nest and radish soup. When Yang Lanlan saw the sea cucumber with smashed cucumber in his box, she couldn't help but smile. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Qin is bringing this for Xiaoshuang, right? She couldn't come today because of something. I can't let her go hungry, can I? Xiaoshuang is really lucky to have such a caring Brother Qin. It's truly enviable. Who told her to be the daughter-in-law recognized by our Qin family? If I don't care for her, who will? Qin Xiu arrived at the bottom of Yi Xiaoshuang's apartment building, but from a distance, he saw Yi Xiaoshuang and Luo Jing walking hand in hand to the school cafeteria. Luo Jing, did you know? It turns out Fong Fong has the same taste as me. He also likes sea cucumber with smashed cucumber and bird's nest and radish soup. Don't you think that's a kind of fate? Hearing this from behind the two, Qin Xiu was so angry that he almost smashed the lunchbox in his hand. But then he thought about bringing her lunch, and Yang Lanlan knew that if she found out Xiaoshuang didn't get this lunch while chatting later, how would she explain it? Ah, Brother Qin, when did you arrive? Luo Jing noticed Qin Xiu behind them, quickly turning Yi Xiaoshuang around by her shoulders. The anger on Qin Xiu's face disappeared, turning gentle as he picked up the lunchbox and smiled. I didn't see Xiaoshuang come for lunch, so I specially brought her a portion. Luo Jing had a knowing look. Oh, so it's lunch for your future wife. Furious, Yi Xiaoshuang stepped on Luo Jing's foot. What future wife? Didn't she just tell her that there were malicious rumors about her and Qin Xiu? Ouch, Xiaoshuang. Why are you stepping on me? Who told you to spread malicious rumors? Not hitting you is already being lenient. Me? Luo Jing felt wronged and had no words to respond. Yi Xiaoshuang glanced at the lunchbox in Qin Xiu's hand. I'm already tired of these things. I plan to change my taste with Luo Jing today, so you can take it back. After saying that, she linked arms with Luo Jing. Let's go. Wait, Xiaoshuang, do you have something to say? No, I just wanted to spend more time with you. No need, I've had enough rumors with you. I don't want to stir up more trouble. Watching the two walk away, Qin Xiu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and smashed the lunchbox on the ground with a loud thud. What's so great about that Fong Fong? You've only met him a few times. I, the legitimate grandson of the Qin family, the future heir of the family. What do I lack compared to that country bumpkin? Hey, big brother, are you angry? Qin Zijie suddenly walked out from the woods. Hearing Qin Zijie's voice behind him, Qin Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Are you following me? Not at all. I was just passing by and didn't expect to see such a good show. Qin Xiu couldn't be bothered to respond to him and walked away, but was called back by Qin Zijie, who said, wait a minute, big brother, making sister-in-law fall for you is actually quite simple. Seeing Qin Xiu stop, Qin Zijie leaned in, pinching a packet of powder between his fingers and presenting it to him. Use this, and you'll have a done deal. Qin Xiu glanced at him, then grabbed the front of his shirt and said, I warn you, if you don't want to die, stop having ideas about Xiaoshuang. Looks like big brother is serious about her. Never mind, it's just a packet of salt. I was just joking with you, my silly big brother. However, Qin Xiu suddenly snatched the powder away, laughing. Salt? That useless Tion Shilong, can he eat salt and blow himself up to death? Looks like big brother is also moved? Go ahead and try it, I guarantee it will work wonders. Qin Xiu threw the packet on the ground. He knew that even if it wasn't salt, it couldn't be that kind of powder, because he understood Qin Zijie too well to think he could be that foolish. Then he released Qin Zijie and said, consider yourself lucky. Today, you'd better not fall into my hands. After Qin Xiu left, Qin Zijie stuffed the packet into his pocket. Damn, you scared me to death. Luckily the dog didn't believe it. Under a pine tree at the base of the magic tower, Fong Fong was comprehending the skill, Illusory Light Slash, which was similar to a sword technique. After use, it could cause the weapon in hand to split into thousands, and at max level, the sword light produced by Illusory Light Slash could block out the sun. Moreover, each beam of sword light possessed the same lethality as a physical entity. However, the sword light generated by Illusory Light Slash could only travel in a straight line with an attack range of over 30 meters. Such a skill would be immensely destructive on the battlefield. But if used for a duel, unless one could catch the opponent off guard, the other could easily evade with a teleport. Thus, there was its upgraded version, or rather, a subsequent skill called Thousand Blade Cage, which allowed for free control of each beam of sword light to repeatedly strangle a designated area. But the prerequisite was that Illusory Light Slash had to be upgraded to level 10 to learn Thousand Blade Cage. Fong Fong felt he had fallen for that old man G's trick again, because the old man had previously said that he must master both skills before he would teach him new spatial magic. According to the rules of this world, before level 30, all skills could only be upgraded to a maximum of level 8, and skills above dark gold level could only be upgraded to level 10 after reaching level 40. This meant that he would have to be at least level 40 before the old man would teach him new spatial skills. Wasn't that a scam? After thinking this through, Fong Fong closed the skill book and teleported to the top of the magic tower. It's not time yet. How did you get up here so soon? Ji Bai was sipping tea, his eyes peering over the cup at Fong Fong. Master, if you don't want to teach me new spatial skills, just say so. So, have you figured out a bit about illusory light slash? Fong Fong drew his sword and swung it at the sky, instantly causing dozens of sword lights to burst forth, disappearing into the clouds. Upon seeing this, Ji Bai reacted as if the tea was scalding, quickly putting down his cup. He looked at Fong Fong in disbelief. You learned illusory light slash in just one day? How is that possible? What's impossible about it? Illusory light slash and spatial slash are both created through skill creation theory, and I had already comprehended this theory while learning spatial slash. Now that I understand the theory, all that's left is to see if my overall attribute points can support this skill. Coincidentally, my overall attribute points are just enough. You brat, you're quite clever. To start with the theory, you kept reminding me that this theory is very important. If I still didn't know, wouldn't that make me a fool? Unfortunately, many people choose to focus on trivial matters and don't settle down to study the theory. So what do you have to say now? Sai, it's not that I don't want to teach you new things, Ji Bai said helplessly. It's just a simple space skill that you can completely learn through a scroll, and advanced skills can't be learned until you reach the third transfer. Do you have the scroll for Gate of Space here? If you want to learn Gate of Space, let's talk about it when you reach the fourth transfer. Seriously? Just a transfer skill, and I have to wait until the fourth transfer? Do you think so? This skill is not as simple as you think, because it is not a skill in the conventional sense, but a display of personal strength. Then can you just give me a break so I can go level up in the wild? Ji Bai shook his head. It's not time yet. How about this? If you're really bored, I can help you open the secret realm of the deserted island early. Secret realm of the deserted island? To put it simply, it's a preliminary exam for new students. Based on the exam results, new students will be reclassified. Aren't you in class 1 now? Who knows, after this exam, you might end up in class 2. Class 2 is fine, it just proves that my master is you and Yen Shui. If you two aren't ashamed, what do I have to fear? How did I end up with such a rebellious disciple? Ji Bai glared at Fong Fong and then said, so, do you want to take revenge? Fong Fong was no saint, nor was he a saintly figure who could repay kindness with kindness. But what did the master's sudden question mean? Ji Bai smiled slightly, picked up his teacup and said, don't look at me like that. The revenge I'm talking about isn't against the Tion family, nor the 4 great families, because I currently have no way to deal with them. The 4 great families in Manhwa, have they really become so powerful? One could say that. Now Fong Fong was a bit confused, and asked, since they can dominate so easily, why does the Tion family still collude with external forces, engaging in treasonous acts for personal gain? Ji Bai thought for a moment and said, this is a bit complicated, but to put it simply, the Tion family has already begun to run out of successors. Seeing Fong Feng's confusion, Ji Bai continued, it's like 4 brothers eating together. If the 4 of them have equal status, the meal can naturally be enjoyable for everyone. But if one of them has a lower status than the other 3, who do you think feels the most uncomfortable? Of course, it's the one with the lower status, because he will subconsciously feel a sense of oppression. In that situation, even if they are eating delicacies, it feels like chewing wax. Exactly, this is human nature. Even if the other 3 brothers don't look down on him, he will instinctively feel a sense of suppression. In such cases, one either chooses to distance themselves or strives to narrow the gap with others. Unfortunately, the Tion family is a petty-minded group that chose to take risks. Doesn't the government care about this? Ji Bai acted as if he hadn't heard and continued to drink his tea. Fong Fong was initially puzzled, but then he realized he had asked a foolish question. The government, in essence, is the class that holds economic dominance, serving as a tool for class rule. In this world, it's the same, except that economics is replaced by strength. Fong Fong suddenly realized that he had oversimplified the 4 great families. But one cannot blame him. After all, a person's perspective is determined by their circle. Having lived at the bottom of society, it is understandable that he cannot see this side. Do you have any more questions? Ji Bai set down his teacup. If that's the case, what do you mean by revenge? Ji Bai smiled slightly. This summer vacation, many people want you dead, right? Fong Fong nodded. But I can't reach them now. You may not be able to reach them now, but in next year's Chanlu Island competition you can compete on the same stage as them. However, every year, not many contestants from our dragon country make it out alive. I wonder if you have the courage to give it a try. Is there such a good opportunity? There must be some restrictions, right? Seeing Fong Feng's excited expression, Ji Bai felt quite satisfied. He had previously worried that Fong Feng lacked passion, but now it seemed that this kid was not short on enthusiasm. The most crucial part was that when his blood was boiling, it wouldn't affect his brain, because he asked the most critical question, which was about the restrictions. If there were no restrictions and he had to compete against fifth-turn divine positions, that would be seeking death. There is only one restriction: all participants must be under the age of 25. 25? Fong Feng calculated in his mind and said, "Alright, I'll participate. Don't rush to sign up yet, because this event related to national fortune isn't something you can just join." Master, are you saying that the upcoming preliminary exam is actually to select contestants for next year's Chanlu Island competition? You could say that. The key point is that someone wants to see you. Wei Ran, you're quite clever. Initially, it wasn't this complicated. Fong Feng's potential had already been recognized by the four marshals during the college entrance examination. However, at that time, upon learning he was Yan Lichou's disciple, everyone felt awkward to take action, except for Ji Bai. But now, due to the matter with the Tion family, Wei Ran wanted to assess Fong Feng's character. Wei Ran certainly didn't want to endorse a family that had just become traitors and take on a disciple who was a second-rate player. Because the opening of the secret realm was quite troublesome, the time was set for 3 days later. Fong thought he could stay at home for these 3 days and enjoy a world of 3 with Shuang and the others, but unexpectedly, his master insisted he report to the academy every day. The reason was that he was worried the young man might lack restraint and embarrass him later. On the playground, the new students were still sweating under the scorching sun. After coming down from his master's magic tower, Fong Feng unknowingly found himself here. Leaning against a railing on the playground, he watched the training below, recalling how he had done the same in his sophomore year, watching others toil and suffer, as if it gave him a sense of superiority. However, such a second-rate thought would become boring within a day, and the rest of the time was mostly spent picking on the younger students. Which one is pretty, which one has a good figure? These were all guys with thieving hearts but no courage, who would linger by the playground every day just to catch a glimpse. Those seniors with real courage wouldn't be standing here under the sun every day. They had already made their moves when the new students reported. It was the same here. Fong Feng saw a few seniors below the railing commenting on the beautiful junior sisters. Clearly, they had already come to a conclusion about who the queen among the new students was, otherwise there would still be some debate at this time. Fong Feng found it boring and turned to lean against the railing. It was indeed quite dull. Everyone he knew was marching below, and he couldn't go home, not even a person to talk to. Initially, Fong Feng wanted to go to the archives to see if he could find some clues about Baiyu, but he couldn't get in there. In the end, it was the beautiful secretary, Lu Shen, who saw that he was truly bored and suggested that if he was so bored, he might as well go to the playground to watch the beauties. Who knows? He might find someone he likes? But for Fong Feng, wearing a training uniform was nowhere near as appealing as the black stockings of an OL uniform. However, if he dared to sit in Lu Shen's office and look at those black stockings, his master would surely be watching him from the rooftop. Fong Feng, it really is you. Fong turned to see Yi Xiaoshuang below the railing. What brings you here? I got tired, came to rest for a while. Fong Feng glanced at the classmates on the playground, sweating profusely, then looked at Yi Xiaoshuang, who could leave at any moment, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that people from the four great families really have privileges wherever they go. At this point, Fong Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, can you take me somewhere?" "Sure." Yi Xiaoshuang agreed without a second thought, then grabbed the edge of the stand and leaped up effortlessly. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you." "The archives." "Okay, follow me." "Can you really get in?" "Don't worry, didn't you say that people from the four great families have privileges everywhere?" Fong Feng touched his nose, left speechless. "Then why don't you ask me why I want to go to the archives? After all, ordinary people wouldn't go there. As long as it's a place you want to go, I'll take you. As for the reason, if you can tell me, you will. If not, it must be inconvenient for me to know. Since that's the case, why should I ask?" Fong Feng wasn't really a dense guy. He could sense the meaning behind her words. He just couldn't understand why this girl seemed to like him. Was it just because he was good-looking? With Yi Xiaoshuang leading the way, Fong Feng easily entered the archives. He opened the dense shelving and found Baiyu's file on the top shelf. After reading through it, he found the file to be quite ordinary. If there was anything remarkable, it was that after graduating from Magic City Academy, he studied abroad in the Northwestern Federation, and upon returning to the country, he taught at Magic City Academy until his death at the age of 72. 72? Fong Feng recalled the letter he wrote to Uncle Chai, where he referred to him as Brother Chai. But in Fong Feng's memory, Uncle Chai looked at most 30 years old. If someone over 70 could look only in their 30s, then Uncle Chai's claim of being a four-turn mad warrior was no exaggeration. And since Uncle Chai had him call him uncle, it meant that his parents in this world were at least above 4 turns in strength. The probability of becoming a 3-turn professional in Longwei is 1 in 100,000, 4-turn is 1 in 10 million, and 5-turn is 1 in 100 million. This means that as 4-turn professionals, his parents would undoubtedly have a high social status in Longwa, yet they died quietly, with not a single clue even in the official records. This could only indicate that the enemy's power had surpassed his imagination. After putting Bai Yu's file back, Fang Feng saw Yi Xiaoshuang waiting outside. He suddenly had a feeling that his master must know something. Otherwise, Lu Xian wouldn't have suggested he go to the playground to watch beautiful women for distraction. In plain terms, it was a subtle way of telling him that he could let Yi Xiaoshuang take him into the archives. Of course, Fang Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to ask his master directly. Until he knew who his enemy was, the fewer people who knew about his parents, the better. If the other side had plans to eliminate him completely, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? After leaving the archives, Yi Xiaoshuang quietly followed Fang Feng, wanting to talk to him but unsure how to start. Meanwhile, Fang Feng was lost in his own thoughts, completely oblivious to her presence, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. It wasn't until they reached the library that Fang Feng suddenly said, "Is there a place in our school to exchange skill scrolls?" Oh, yes, there is. It's in the library. How did you know? Well, it's been almost a month since school started, and you might be the only one who doesn't know. Forget it, let's go inside and take a look. Okay. Once in the library, Yi Xiaoshuang explained to Fang Feng, there are 2 types of skills. One is from other worlds, which can be learned directly through scrolls, but there's a risk of backlash. The other is a new skill created in our world. Although it takes time to learn, it doesn't carry the risk of backlash. The things Yi Xiaoshuang mentioned had been told to him by both of his masters. Hearing her say it again felt a bit nagging, but he still played along. Is that so? I didn't know that. Yi Xiaoshuang smiled slightly. Actually, these are all first-year knowledge points. Even if I don't tell you, the teachers will cover it later. By the way, Fang Feng, this area is all scrolls, and there aren't any good skills here. The powerful skills are on the 2nd floor. Shall we go there? No need. The skills on the 2nd floor are too troublesome to learn, and with those guys' talents, they won't be able to learn them in a short time. Those guys? Yi Xiaoshuang looked at Fang Feng in confusion. Fang Feng suddenly realized, I forgot to tell you, I'm not learning for myself. I'm here to help others pick skills, specifically for those 3 guys in our dorm. They're still using the basic skills from when they changed jobs. No way, they actually got into Magic City Academy relying on basic skills? Their talent must be impressive. Impressive my foot, they only got in because of their numbers. The reason Fang Feng was giving them skill scrolls was because he valued that advantage. No matter how strong one person is, they are still just one person. Whether it was to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths or to face the oppression from the Tion family, one person's power is ultimately limited, so he needed followers. Luo Zijian and Deng Tao, while not particularly talented, had already built up some prestige among this year's candidates in Yujing City. Well, it's okay. By the way, Xiaoshuang, the academy's preliminary exam will be held earlier. Did he just call me Xiaoshuang? Yi Xiaoshuang's face turned slightly red, and she thought happily, I guess I'm not being overly sentimental now, right? While Fang Feng was selecting skills, he noticed Yi Xiaoshuang wasn't speaking and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Nothing. By the way, what did you just say, Fang Feng? What's wrong with this woman? She's distracted while talking. I said the preliminary exam will be held earlier. Really? Yeah, in 3 days. Really? Can we team up then? Team up? Of course. Didn't you know you can team up for exams? Because of the competition and Su Jie's presence, Fang Feng had always been alone and had actually forgotten about this. Well, are you afraid I'll hold you back? If I say yes, will this woman explode? Don't you have a team? But I want to team up with you. Such words, the reserved Yi Xiaoshuang couldn't bring herself to say. Actually, ever since I took your advice last time, my skills have all been upgraded to level 8. I definitely won't hold you back. Indeed, the spending power of wealthy people is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. In such a short time, to have all skills upgraded to level 8, how many duck legs did they have to eat? Are they the same as you? No, except for Qin Xiu, the other skills have only improved by 2 or 3 levels. After all, whether it's experience pearls or the food from the 3rd tier chefs, it's all very difficult to obtain. Fang Feng thought about it and agreed. If these things were as plentiful as they wanted, then the 5th tier professionals from the 4 major families would have as much as they wanted. Teaming up with me isn't impossible, but by then, there might only be the 2 of us in the team. So don't regret it. Between the 2 of them, Yi Xiaoshuang desired it but could not attain it. How could she possibly regret it? Moreover, this mock exam might be significant for others, but for her, it was merely a formality. Don't worry, I definitely won't regret it. As long as I can be with you, I won't regret going anywhere. Fang Feng had chosen more than 20 skill scrolls. Although they were all only silver grade, he had spent 200,000 contribution points. For Fang Feng, who had over 30 million contribution points, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, for Luo Zijian and Deng Tao, even if they sold everything, They had, 100 people couldn't gather 1,000 contribution points. When the two of them came out of the library, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and the daytime military training had ended. Yi Xiaoshuang thought to herself how quickly time passed as Fang Feng was going home, but just thinking about teaming up with Fang Feng in 3 days filled her with anticipation. Fang Feng rarely returned to the dormitory, handing over the more than 20 skill scrolls to Luo, Tao and the others, and informed them about the mock exam. Not all of these skill scrolls were for them. He let each of them pick one, and the rest would be distributed to others. As for how to distribute them, although Fang Feng didn't say, they all understood that this was a test from Fang Feng, who to give to and who not. To give to was a matter of skill. If they handled it well, Fang Feng would recognize them as brothers, but if they messed it up, even if Fang Feng didn't say anything, they would have no face to call him their leader again. When Yi Xiaoshuang arrived at the Golden Restaurant, Qin Shouru, as usual, pulled out the chair beside her. But this time, she chose to sit next to Luo Jing. Although sitting next to Qin Shouru had become her habit, today Fang Feng had called her Xiaoshuang, and she didn't want Fang Feng to misunderstand her over trivial matters in the future. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Qin Shouru's face, but he concealed it well. "What's wrong, Xiaoshuang? Did I make you angry again?" This Xiaoshuang, whom he had called since childhood, sounded a bit harsh today for some reason, but after all, they were all from a big family and were technically cousins, so Yi Xiaoshuang couldn't refuse to let him call her that. "No, I just wanted to change my seat. Today." Sitting in the middle, Luo Jing glanced at Qin Shouru on her left and then at Yi Xiaoshuang on her right. Could it be that Xiaoshuang really liked Fang Feng? This was clearly a matter between the two of them. Why did I feel awkward now? By the way, Xiaoshuang, have you heard? This mock exam has been moved up. I know. Luo Jing tugged at the corner of her mouth, intending to ease the awkwardness, but why did it feel even more awkward? At that moment, Qin Shouru leaned forward and said, "Xiaoshuang, this time we will definitely surpass Fang Feng. What do you think?" "Sorry, I've already promised to team up with Fang Feng." Was it awkward? Luo Jing wanted to change seats now. "Wasn't I just here to grab a meal? Did you two really need to squeeze me like this?" Qin Shouru tightened his grip on the knife end, fork in his hand, then adjusted his mindset and said, "Is that so? Did he invite you?" "I invited him. Is there a problem?" Qin Shouru's heart was already hurt, and this statement felt like a knife stabbing directly into his heart. Opposite him, Qin Zijie, at first furious when he heard Yi Xiaoshuang say she was teaming up with Fang Feng, suddenly felt no anger upon seeing his brother's expression. Anger could make a person lose their rationality should he seize this opportunity to do something. Shuel inside, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and before leaving, patted Qin Shouru's shoulder, offering silent comfort. In fact, he had seen from the beginning that Yi Xiaoshuang didn't like Qin Shouru at all, but because both sides had a good relationship, he still hoped that Qin Shouru and Yi Xiaoshuang could end up together. But now, poor Qin Shouru was completely out of the game. But did that girl Yi Xiaoshuang not realize that being with Fang Feng was actually harming him? In that case, Qin Shou might still have a chance. This is a matter decided by the family. If anyone could marry Yi Xiaoshuang, there would definitely be a lot of people pursuing her now. But Fang Feng's master seems to be Yen Shuai, right? With the relationship between Yen Shuai and the Yi family, what if they end up getting even closer? Qin Shou didn't expect that he had managed to deal with everyone with a little trick, only to end up defeated by Fang Feng. But it doesn't matter. As long as that kid Fang Feng is dead, Xiaoshuang will still return to his side because this is a matter decided by the family and no one can change it. Qin Zijie looked at Qin Shou, whose eyes were filled with resentment, and he felt that his original plan should be able to be implemented now. If he could make Xiaoshuang bear his child, that would be even better, letting Qin Shou raise his son for a lifetime, being a lifelong green-haired turtle. Moreover, he could use this matter to threaten Yi Xiaoshuang in the future. If he wanted to play with her, wouldn't it be up to him to decide? "Master, you're back?" As soon as Fang Feng opened the door, Shuing rushed over, hanging onto his neck, and the two spun around. She looked nothing like a decisive and ruthless woman, but more like a young girl in the throes of first love. "Is Sister Sue's clinic not busy? You've already made dinner so early," Fang Feng said as he set Shuing down and pulled out a chair to sit. Su Jie was serving rice for the three of them while saying, "I'm just a small doctor and I'm not famous. How could there be so many people coming to see me?" "That's because they don't recognize talent and don't know Sister Sue's miraculous skills," Shuing said. "There are few people coming to see a doctor in the city. If you let Sister Sue open her clinic at the adventurers' camp, she would definitely make a fortune every day. Just for a resurrection spell, it wouldn't be less than 100,000. Fang Feng laughed. "Although it can earn a lot, it's tiring too. We don't lack that little money. It's better to stay in the city where we can still eat the meals Sister Sue makes. By the way, why didn't Miao Miao come today?" Su Jie said, "Miao Miao actually doesn't come often. Little master, don't listen to Sister Sue's nonsense. It's clearly because she can't let go of Miao Miao that Miao Miao comes less often," Shuing said with a smile. Su Jie's face turned a shade of pink. "Master, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not true. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not is hard to say, but anyway, someone has prepared a new program for the little master tonight. Fong Fong interrupted the two, saying, my master told me to restrain myself a bit, so I'll have to restrain myself a bit from now on. No way, little master, are you joking? Doesn't master know that with the blessing of the goddess of life, you don't need to restrain yourself at all? Fong Fong looked at the two suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're just trying to tempt me? Shu Ying chuckled. How annoying, who's tempting you? If you don't want it, we wouldn't want it either, right, Sister Sue? I listened to the master. After dinner, Shu Ying still went to wash the dishes. After Su Jia cleaned the dining table, she went to the restroom and then returned to sit beside Fong Fong, hugging his arm and saying, Master, shall we go for a walk later? Fong Fong looked at Su Jia suspiciously. Are we really just going for a walk? Chem, then what are you hiding in your clothes? As he spoke, Fong Fong had already reached out to check. Su Jia blushed and naturally buried her head in his arms. As a result, he was startled when he checked. He thought it was an egg, but it turned out to be a big club. Could it be that Sister Sue's appetite has increased because she has given birth? But then he thought, that doesn't make sense, doesn't he know how big her appetite is? Who bought you these pants? It was bought by Little Ing. What's wrong? Are they comfortable? Su Jia blushed and said, a bit tight. Then why are you still wearing them? But master likes it, right? Is it again what Shu Ying said? Su Jia nodded. Take them off. She lied to you, and I prefer women with small appetites. The way she toys with you is truly despicable. Then if I only wear it once, it should be fine, right? It should be fine. Hurry and take it off. Wearing it again might cause trouble. Su Jia didn't dare to delay and hurried to the bathroom. After washing the dishes, Shu Ying shook the water off her hands and approached Fong Fong, who was sitting alone. Curiously, she asked, where's Sister Sue? She went to the bathroom. Oh, little master, shall we go for a walk later? Sure. Wait a moment, little master, I need to change my clothes. Wait a minute, Fong Fong called out to her, you can go after Sister Sue comes out. Just as Shu Ying was filled with questions, Su Jia returned. Sister Sue, let Shu Ying try on your pants. Su Jia smiled slightly, knowing her master was trying to help her out. Okay, master. Shu Ying, are you changing here or in the room? Shu Ying made a face. No way, little master, aren't you afraid I'll burst out of them? Who told you to ignore what I said? Hurry and change. Once you're done, we'll go for a walk. The night was like water, and the stars shone brightly. Fong Fong leaned against the railing of the third-floor balcony, looking up at the deep starry sky, the Milky Way stretching from north to south. It felt just like what he had seen in his past life. Nothing seemed different. However, such beauty couldn't be seen from the foot of the mountain, at least when he was in Yujing City. Such a beautiful starry sky could only be glimpsed on rainy nights. Looking down, he noticed the small grove on campus in the distance, where the occasional beam of a flashlight flickered by, which was somewhat different from his past life, who would bring a flashlight into a small grove. Of course, it could also be the light magic of some little pastor. A cool breeze brushed against his back as Su Jia, freshly showered, wrapped in a white towel, gently leaned against him. When Fong Fong turned to look, the wind lifted her long hair, and in her sparkling eyes there was a hint of mischief. Resting her chin on his back, she asked, what's wrong, master? Fong Fong smiled slightly. I was checking if your hair is clean. Su Jia was taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed a rosy pink and she lightly punched his back. You're so annoying. Next time, you should learn from Shu Ying. Bite him and you won't get hair on you. Su Jia hugged Fong Fong from behind, glancing back at Shu Ying, who was passed out on the bed. I won't learn from her. Look at her, always the loudest, and in the end, I have to clean up. Fong Fong reached back to pull her into his embrace, leaning together against the railing, enjoying the warmth and the night breeze. The next day, Fong Fong prepared to report to school, and Yi Xiaoshuan was already waiting on the path. Here, a pink lunchbox was presented to Fong Fong, but today there was an additional pink thermos. This has soup in it. Fong Fong wanted to say it wasn't necessary to bring it since these things were all cheap, courtesy of that old man, his master. But looking at the joy in Yi Xiaoshuan's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say it. What's wrong? Seeing Fong Fong staring at her, Yi Xiaoshuan asked curiously. Just looking at you. Yi Xiaoshuan's face turned red. What's so special about me? If Fong Fong still didn't understand Yi Xiaoshuan's feelings by now, he would be a fool. It was just too sudden. Not only was Luo Jing incredulous about Yi Xiaoshuan's feelings for Fong Fong, but even Fong Fong himself doubted whether this was a trap. He had only seen this girl a few times in the exam room. How could she have developed feelings for him? What Fong Fong didn't know was that even before he entered the exam room, Yi Xiaoshuan was already aware of his existence. The four major families were intricately intertwined. Although the Tion family believed they were keeping some matters secret, certain things still reached the ears of the other three families. Yi Xiaoshuan also learned about Fong Fong from that time, what kind of person he was to make sauerkraut country, medicinal plaster country, and even the Northern Western Federation feel threatened. This confusion had been hidden in her heart until she saw Fong Fong in the examination room, and after countless days and nights of contemplation, she finally found the answer. How to describe that feeling? It was like a long-awaited drizzle after a drought, her eyes never leaving him. Moreover, Fang Feng's actions in the examination room perfectly matched her ideals of a hero, thus he became the Prince Charming who awakened her heart. Fang Feng, of course, was unaware of all this. He thought he needed to observe further. Yi Xiaoshuang was cute and quite capable, and her personality seemed nice too, but as the seventh young lady of a top-tier family, accepting her feelings would mean both danger and opportunity. However, for Fang Feng, this was merely an added consideration. Although he already had Shuang and Su Jie at home, what man would complain about having more women unless he had some hidden ailment? Clearly, Feng's health was normal, and if it was just for fun, he didn't need to think too much. But it was evident that Yi Xiaoshuang was genuinely invested. Fang Feng could develop a pure friendship with women, but he couldn't abandon a woman who truly cared for him. So he needed to observe further. If things went well, they would continue. If not, then there was no need to start. Wait for me here. Wait for me to tell my master, and then you can show me around this nation's highest institution. How about that? Yi Xiaoshuang's heart rate suddenly quickened. Was he asking me out? If not, then forget it. No, it's just a bit sudden. Yi Xiaoshuang curled her fingers. In fact, she wasn't familiar with this school either. She should have checked the map beforehand, but it was impossible. This school was just too large, and she hadn't been to many places. Oh, in that case, let's forget it. Seeing Fang Feng about to leave, Yi Xiaoshuang hurriedly called out to him. Wait a minute, actually it seems like it doesn't matter. I'll wait for you here. Fang Feng smiled slightly and disappeared from her sight with his breakfast. At the top of the magic tower, Fang Feng casually placed his breakfast on the table. Have you eaten, kid? Ji Qiubai didn't stand on ceremony with Fang Feng. Upon seeing the lunchbox, he took it over. Sea cucumber with smashed cucumber. Crunchy and refreshing. I have. Can you not make me bring breakfast next time? Eating at home? Then you really missed out. This sea cucumber with smashed cucumber, although it sounds heavy, is a delicacy made by a third-tier chef. I think you should try it. This was made by a third-tier chef? Of course, the four great families spare no expense in training the next generation. Honestly, is it really okay to eat like this every day? Ji Qiubai paused his actions, sat up, and looked at Fang Feng with a slight smile. How rare, others would want to eat 8 meals a day to stand at the pinnacle of the world, yet you, facing such a good thing, can only think of its downsides. Fang Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. Someone once told me that everything has its yin and yang. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there is good, there must be bad. If one could reach the peak of life just by eating, then the corresponding price paid would surely be considerable. This was the first time Ji Qiubai had heard such a yin-yang reasoning. After a moment's reflection, he realized it seemed to contain some profound truth of the universe. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, but with his current abilities, he couldn't grasp it, only letting out a long sigh. Who told you this? Something from childhood. Who remembers? Ji Qiubai shot him an annoyed glance. Don't remember? How can you not remember? You better think hard about who exactly told you this. Master, why don't you tell me? Is there really any harm in eating this every day? What harm could it do? These ingredients are all ordinary ones, and the experience gained is very minimal. Even if they are ingredients from another world, at most they will just become ineffective after developing resistance. In the future, if you eat higher-level ingredients, the effect will be halved, and some people might even find it affects the potions. Then why are we fine eating potions every day? People from that world might be fine, but for us, eating too much will still cause problems. The reason you don't feel it now is that you've eaten too little. Fang Feng nodded, thankful that his recovery ability was strong enough. Under normal circumstances, these things wouldn't affect him at all. Ji Qiubai noticed Fang Feng's silence and thought he was worried about the classmates who came from Yujing City. You don't need to worry about those kids because they won't even reach that point in their careers. Do you know what I'm thinking? Ji Qiubai laughed. You're thinking about developing your own power, which is correct, but among those people, except for Luo Zijian, the chances of the others reaching the third transition are very slim. The martial world isn't just about fighting, it's about human relationships. There are benefits to being strong, and there are advantages to being weak. It all depends on how you use it. Ji Qiubai smiled slightly. I really didn't expect you to speak so articulately, and with such reasoning. That's rare. It seems I've indeed found a treasure this time. Then Ji Qiubai continued. Do you remember when I last told you about the relationship between the four great marshals of the Dragon Kingdom and the four great families? Fang Feng nodded. Ji Qiubai said, the family that supports your second master is the Yi family. Master, are you from the Yi family? Pa, I'm talking about that old thing Yin Liqiu. Remember, I am your master and he is your second master. If you later become a disciple of Wei Ran, then she will be your third master. Fang Feng looked at Ji Qiubai suspiciously. Master, I always feel like there's something else behind your words. Ji Qiubai sighed. What can I do? You know how it is when someone has a mouthful of food. Besides, you and your two wives are not from the same world. Although you can produce excellent offspring, the chances of that happening are very slim. So if I want to hold my grand disciple soon, I still hope you can find a woman from this world. I think you've eaten too many radishes today. What do you mean? You're worrying about things that don't concern you. You brat, do you talk to your master like that? Alright, are you done eating? If you're done, I need to return the box to someone else. Chuyu arrived in front of Fong Feng's villa, accompanied by 2 other clan members. One was her older brother Yenshan, and the other was their clan elder, Bai Layman. Little sister, are you sure the person we are doing business with lives here? Of course, brother, but you better be careful later so we don't lose face for our tea mountain. Bai Layman said, little you, that person is a human battle pet. Who lets a battle pet do business? Don't you think that's a bit strange? Actually, when they were at the tea mountain, Chuyu had already explained everything to everyone, but as they walked into the Tianjing Huayuan and looked at the impressive villas, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Fong Feng's wealthy and extravagant identity didn't make them feel happy. Instead, the disparity in status made them subconsciously feel a sense of oppression, instinctively wanting to keep their distance. Chuyu sighed. Now that we're here, are we just going to go back? Elder, are you willing? In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has implemented many beneficial measures to help the indigenous people in the secret realms fully integrate into this big family, and they have also proposed poverty alleviation plans. Many villages like Chuyu's have become prosperous over the years. In places like Chuyu's Tea Mountain Village, there aren't any notable local specialties, and the geographical environment is poor, so things remain the same as always. This makes them envious of those wealthier villages while also feeling a bit resentful. After all, no matter who it is, as long as they possess wisdom, who wouldn't want to live a good life? As Chuyu stepped forward to ring the doorbell, she happened to see Su Jie, dressed in a fitted white suit, just stepping out. Chuyu, Sister Su, where are you going? I'm heading to the clinic. This morning, Shuang was still talking about you. I didn't expect you to return so soon. By the way, who are they? Chuyu hurriedly introduced Su Jie to her companions, but she noticed her older brother staring at Su Jie with wide eyes, which made her feel a surge of anger inside. She had just reminded him to be more cautious, yet he embarrassed her in an instant. However, in front of Su Jie, she couldn't lose her temper. Su Jie naturally noticed Yenshan's gaze, but she didn't take it to heart and graciously invited, so it's Chuyu's older brother and the clan elder. Please come in, Shuang has been waiting for you. As soon as Su Jie turned around, Chuyu stepped on Yenshan's foot and shot him a fierce glare. Beilameng shook his head inside. How about Yenshan, you wait outside for us? Ha, forget it, let him come in. If he stays outside alone, who knows what trouble he might cause. Su Jie welcomed them into her home and poured tea before leaving. After a brief introduction, Shuang got straight to the point. Chuyu, did you bring the samples I mentioned before? I did. Chuyu took out 2 sets of clothes from her backpack. Take a look at these clothes, are they good for sale? The Xin Spider clan might not excel in other areas, but they are skilled at spinning silk. Previously, they only knew that this spider silk was a means of attack, never considering using it to weave fabric for clothing. It wasn't until Chuyu met Shuang that Shuang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, thinking it was a business opportunity. However, a good idea is one thing, whether it works or not still needs to be assessed with the samples. The fabric felt smooth to the touch, woven very delicately with a subtle sheen. The most immediate impressions were that it was light and thin. Clothes of the same size made from spider silk would weigh at least 70% less. The piece in her hand used 40% of the fabric, feeling almost like a regular layer of cloth. If it were a single layer, it would be nearly transparent. The toughness was undeniable. The silk spun by the Xin spider could trap even 5th-tier ferocious beasts, so making a piece of clothing was naturally not a problem. Very good, such clothes will definitely sell well. However, in business terms, we can do this deal, but we need to sign a contract first. Shuang didn't want her discovered market to be snatched away by others. Of course, that's not a problem. As soon as Chuyu finished speaking, Beilameng gently coughed. Can we take a look at the contract first? Shuang took out the contract and pushed it in front of Beilameng. You can take a look at this first. If there are any issues, we can discuss it further. Shuang wasn't worried that they would take the clothes and seek out others. They hadn't obtained a formal household registration in Manhwa, and trying to find their own way was like a child holding gold in front of bandits. Being cheated is a minor issue. More seriously, it could bring disaster to the entire village. The laws of Manhwa do not cover secret realms, and at least for now, their Tea Mountain village is not under legal protection. As long as the clan elder in front of her wasn't foolish, he would never do something so stupid. Beilameng was certainly not that kind of foolish person. Even if Shuang didn't mention the contract, she would bring it up herself. However, she didn't expect the conditions Shuang offered to be so generous, far exceeding her expectations. Are you really going to establish a teleportation array in our village? Shuang smiled and said, of course, with the teleportation array, it will be convenient for you to deliver goods in the future, right? But not now, it will take 3 years. Until your entire village is registered. Why can't we build it now? I guarantee there won't be any issues with production. It's not a matter of production, it's an official regulation. You know that. The materials used to establish a teleportation station are largely controlled by the authorities, and it's not something that can be built just because you have money. So what is your pricing? Since she hadn't seen the samples before, Shuang couldn't set a price. Now, she thought about it, such fabric would definitely suit a high-end market and the price wouldn't be too cheap. However, considering that this material wasn't worth much in their area to prevent the other party from raising the price, she said, how about 30 yuan each? 30 yuan? That's a lot. Shuing. Is it too much? My internal price is 300, but since you said that, what else can I say? Well, and the 30 yuan each is not for this type, but for underwear, just a single layer of fabric. Do you have any other questions? No issues, it's just that can you really make this decision? Don't you need to discuss it with your master? Shuing chuckled, my master is still in school and doesn't have time to manage these things. I can make all the decisions. If you have no problems, we can sign the contract now. Bai La Meng was still a bit hesitant because she had previously used the divination technique and saw that the contract she signed with her master was the highest level of contract. Under such a contract, battle pets have no rights in front of their masters. Moreover, the conditions Shuing offered seemed even better than she had anticipated. They didn't even pay attention to the clause that granted the other party the right to a mandatory renewal of the contract. However, such favorable conditions might not be agreed upon by her master. Bai La Meng instinctively looked at Chuyu, the only person from the village who had left the mountains. In fact, Chuyu was also uncertain. She hadn't asked Xu Ying's master before signing the contract, which was also not acceptable under the laws of Manhwa. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Xu Ying took out her phone and called Fong Fong. Hello, master, are you available to take a call now? Yes, what's the matter? It's nothing major, I just don't want to run a grocery store anymore. I want to open a clothing store. You're calling me for such a trivial matter? Just make your own decisions. But I need to sign a contract with the supplier now, and the investment might reach hundreds of millions. Do you think you should come back? If the money is gone, it can be earned again. As long as you're happy, you don't need to ask me about money matters in the future. Fong Feng's words made Shu Ying feel as if she had eaten honey, and she instinctively lost her strong demeanor, turning into a little woman in the middle of the room. Yes, but they are your battle pets. The other party hasn't seen you, so they might be worried. What's there to worry about? You can make decisions on these matters, I trust you. Also, for such trivial matters in the future, you don't need to call me. It makes me seem like a miser. Alright, hand the phone to them, I'll talk to them. After finishing the call with Fong Fong, Chiyu was also surprised. It was her first time encountering a master who spoiled their battle pets so much. A project worth hundreds of millions of Longwa coins could be entrusted to a battle pet without worry. She had previously had the opportunity to become a battle pet but had always refused due to the fear of losing her freedom. By the way, does your master need more battle pets? Bai La Meng nodded. Even if the other party didn't fancy Chuyu, there were still a few good candidates in their Xianzhu clan that could be tried out. Shu Ying smiled slightly. My master has just reached the second transition, so, for now, I don't think they need more battle pets. The Beastmaster needs a battle pet space to sign a battle pet. A second-tier Beastmaster can sign 2 battle pets, which is already quite good. The third battle pet can only be signed after reaching the third tier. Once both parties signed the contract, Bai Lamo finally felt at ease holding the contract while Shu Ying held the contract. And thought, if I don't get rich this time, it would be utterly unjust. Then both sides discussed the initial supply time. Although the shop was ready, it was originally intended to be a grocery store. Now that it was changed to sell women's lingerie, it had to be renovated and it needed to be done up like a luxury store. Therefore, the first supply time was set for half a month later. Thinking that she would definitely not have time to manage the store in the long run, Shu Ying decided to keep Chuyu around and asked her to be the store manager. As for the salary, at first, Chuyu and Bai Lamo flatly refused because Shu Ying had found a path to wealth for their Xian Spider clan with such generous conditions. How could they still ask for money for helping to manage the store? But Shu Ying had her own plans. In business, favors are worth nothing in the face of interests. If she wanted others to work hard for her, relying solely on feelings would eventually lead to enmity. Binding with interests was the way to go. Since they didn't want a salary, she simply gave Chuyu 1% of the shares. On campus, many people saw Fong Fong walking with Yi Xiaoshuang today, and they even recorded videos and posted them online. Is that kid looking for death? He actually dares to meddle in a marriage arranged by 2 big families? He's getting carried away thinking he's amazing just because he topped the National College entrance examination this time. Wait until Qin Shou sees this, it'll be a good show. Do you know who that kid's master is? Yan Shui. Given Yan Shui's relationship with the Yi family, I think this matter might actually work out. As for the marriage between Yi Xiaoshuang and Qin Shou, we've only heard rumors. It seems the higher-ups of the Qin and Yi families haven't made any statements. Who cares if they'd made a statement? Anyway, once Qin Shou sees it, there will definitely be a good show. Smash! In the golden restaurant, Qin Shou crushed his phone in one hand and then the battery short-circuited, burning his hand. Qin Ge, are you okay? The little priest, He Chanshan, quickly cast a healing spell on his hand, looking at him in confusion. What happened to Qin Shou? He was so angry that he even crushed his phone. Xuelin swiped his phone a couple of times and then relaxed his pocket. Qin brother, are you alright? Qin Shou shook his head and smiled slightly. Sorry, I just lost my composure. Lin thought that if it were him, seeing his fiancée showing affection with another man all over campus, it wouldn't just be losing composure, he would have long since gone to stab someone. It must be said that Qin Shou's self-restraint was indeed better than his. Actually, about this matter. Lin finally organized his words, wanting to comfort him, but was interrupted by Qin Shou. Sorry, I need to excuse myself for a moment. Qin Zijia watched Qin Shou's departing figure, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly, then continued to scroll through his phone. This little brat, he really did end up with that scoundrel Fong Fong. Damn it, a mud-legged guy gets to benefit, and I don't, so don't blame me. After going outside, Qin Shou punched a big tree. The hatred of stealing a wife cannot coexist. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. After saying that, he calmed his anger and emotions, then went to the school cafeteria and found some distant relatives of the Qin family. Big brother, what brings you here? Qin Shou sat down at a table, and the 5 people who were originally at the table all stood up at once. Sit down, don't be so formal. Hearing Qin Shou's words, the 5 finally sat down slowly. The leader was called Qin Dao, a second-tier berserker, who wielded a ghost head knife weighing 180 pounds instead of a giant axe. He was big and burly, looking like a rough man. At just 20 years old, he already had a face full of stubble. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a parent of a student. Over the years, Qin Shou had gathered many followers in the Qin family, and there were many little brothers like Qin Dao. The reason he came to find Qin Dao right away was that this guy looked like a rough man, but in reality, he was quite meticulous and not weak in strength. The most crucial point was that he was also a freshman, and he was going to participate in this preliminary exam. When Qin Dao saw Qin Shou, he had already guessed the purpose of his visit, but since Qin Shou hadn't spoken, he felt awkward to bring it up. Brother, did you come to find me for something? Don't worry, whatever it is, I'll help you handle it perfectly. Hearing Qin Dao's words, Qin Shou smiled with relief. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Brother, you can't write 2 Qin characters in one stroke. Saying this is being too formal. Just tell me what to do, I'll follow your lead. In another cafeteria, Fong Fong and Yi Xiaoshuang were also having lunch. However, Fong Fong noticed that the girl's expression seemed a bit off. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that, Fong Fong, I might not be able to accompany you this afternoon. If you have something to do, just go ahead. You don't need to stay with me. I have a little something to take care of. This afternoon too. What is it? Just a small matter. By the way, I heard there's going to be an outdoor movie tonight at school. Are you coming? After parting ways with Fong Fong, Yi Xiaoshuang went to her sister Yi Qianshue's office. In front of the white desk by the window, Yi Qianshue wore a white long-sleeve shirt and a black pencil skirt. Her long ponytail was tied with a white handkerchief in a bow resembling a pair of rabbit ears. The sunlight streamed in through the blinds, illuminating her and making her shine. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoshuang, she turned her chair around, revealing a pair of red high-heeled shoes and a pair of long, smooth black stockings. Xiaoshuang, what brings you here? Sister, did you see the post on the campus forum? Post? Yi Qianshue quickly took out her phone to check. You're with Fong Fong? Sister, is that the main point? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Fong Fong? Is he going to face retaliation from certain people? How is that not the main point? Do you know that your engagement with Qin Shou has already been arranged by the higher-ups? You're cheating. It's one thing for you to cheat, but you're also putting Fong Fong in danger. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you delete those posts? Are you just now realizing you're scared? Just tell me if you can do it or not. If you can't, I'll go find second uncle. You? Yi Qianshue shot her a glare, then sat back at her desk and operated her computer for a bit, finally hitting the enter key with a thud. Alright, it's done. The accounts that posted those have also been muted. Now, shouldn't we talk about you and Fong Fong? Yi Xiaoshuang pulled up a chair and sat down in front of her. She had kept this matter bottled up for too long and was eager to share it with someone. I do like Fong Fong, but I don't know if he likes me back. At this point, Yi Xiaoshuang sighed and rested her head on the table. She and Yi Qianshue were biological sisters, and their relationship had always been very good. In front of her sister, Yi Xiaoshuang could drop any pretense. Do you know you're cheating? I don't care how much you like him. While things haven't escalated, you should quickly forget about him. What cheating? I'm actually curious why you all keep saying that my engagement with Qin Shou has been set with the Qin family. That's because Yi Qianshue paused at this point. Yi Xiaoshuang sat up and looked at her sister. Why are you silent? Did you find this matter a bit strange? Yi Qianshue lowered her raised hand and looked at Yi Xiaoshuang, saying, Are you saying that someone is spreading rumors about this? Aside from that, I can't think of any other answer. Moreover, this rumor has been around for a long time, to the point that we now take it for granted. That's absurd. Sister, are you angry about this rumor, or are you upset that you've been deceived? Why do you have to meddle? I haven't even said anything to you, yet you seem to have taken a liking to Fong Fong. That's my business. Never mind, I'm leaving now. Wait a minute, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Yi Xiaoshuang turned back and said, Do you know that? His master is Yen Shuai? I don't know about the Qin family, but our Yi family definitely won't make things difficult for him. Yi Qianxue was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Fang Feng's master was Yen Shui, and her family would surely agree to this marriage. Sister, your reaction is quite strange. Why are you so concerned? About my relationship with Fang Feng? You heartless one, we're sisters born of the same mother. What's wrong with me caring about you a bit? Yi Xiaoshuang glanced at Yi Qianxue, who felt her heart racing. She didn't even know why she was so nervous, as if she had stolen something from her sister and had been caught red-handed. Why do I have such thoughts? It's simply baffling. Yi Qianxue took a deep breath, dispelling this inexplicable emotion, and looked at Yi Xiaoshuang, asking, do you have anything else to do? Nothing else. Then how do you plan to explain things to Qin Xiu? Explain what? It was better not to mention this person. Just bringing him up made her angry. I used to think he was a decent guy and always regarded him as an older brother, but now I realize he's just a despicable little man. On the surface, he seems like a gentleman, but secretly he's just a schemer. What do I need to explain to such a person? Yi Qianxue was taken aback. Are you saying he started this rumor? Sister, who do you think benefits the most from this rumor? Yi Qianxue fell silent. Indeed, the beneficiary of this rumor was Qin Xiu. Just thinking about the fact that this rumor originated at least 10 years ago, when Qin Xiu was only 10 years old, and he could have such thoughts, made him seem all the more terrifying. I will tell the family about this. Yi Xiaoshuan, however, looked indifferent. If the family truly cared about this rumor, they wouldn't have let it persist for so long. As for whether the Qin family would retaliate against Fang Feng, I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Fang Feng arrived at his master's magic tower also to deal with the issue of the rumors. He had seen the posts on the campus forum, but to avoid causing trouble. For Yi Xiaoshuan, he said nothing, just as she hadn't mentioned it to him. Ji Qiubai stood in front of the bookshelf on the second floor, flipping through heavy books while saying, I just heard Xiaolu say that you've become famous now. Master, you don't seem worried at all about me being retaliated against? Haven't you caused enough trouble lately? There's a saying that the more lice, the less fear of being bitten. Besides, as long as you're in Magic City and I'm here, no one dares to touch you. You're really something, not even afraid of two major families teaming up against you? That's just a rumor. If I'm not mistaken, the one spreading it is that Qin Xiu kid. He's been precocious since childhood, and the Qin family has indeed produced a good seed this generation. Spreading rumors? Are you saying that his engagement with Yi Xiaoshuang is fake? Of course. Do you think the marriage alliances of major families are just talk? Moreover, they are top-tier aristocrats. If they were truly to marry, it would have been announced long ago, not whispered among a bunch of kids. And I have evidence. What evidence? Although Yi Xiaoshuang has many grandmothers, her father's mother is Qin Xiu's aunt. They are close relatives. That's right, as long as the Qin family and the Yi family aren't foolish, they would never allow their children to marry. Only a child around 8 or 9 years old would be ignorant enough to spread such rumors, which ultimately becomes an obsession in their heart. However, the other members of the Qin family should be careful. Don't expect me to help you out. A dignified fifth-turn mage would never stoop to dealing with a bunch of kids. He couldn't afford to lose face, and neither could Fang Feng. After coming out of the magic tower, he spotted Du Xiaozuan from a distance. Is there something you need? Du Xiaozuan nodded. I just heard some news, not sure if it's true, but I thought it would be better to tell you right away. What news? Du Xiaozuan leaned in and lowered his voice. I just heard a senior sister say that someone named Qin Xiu seems to be planning to make things difficult for you in this exam. What's that senior sister's name? Qin Yen. You little rascal, you can even charm someone from the Qin family. Hee hee, that's thanks to Deng Tao and the others for their good support. But boss, what do you think we should do about this? It's hard to say for now. Besides that, what else did your senior sister say? She doesn't know the specific plan. Although she has the surname Qin, she doesn't hold much power in the Qin family. However, when I asked her about Qin Zijie last time, she mentioned that Qin Xiu and Qin Zijie have always been at odds since childhood, like sworn enemies. Moreover, Qin Zijie is known to be cunning and treacherous. Basically, no one in the Qin family likes him. If you decide to take action, no one would stand up for him. No one would stand up for him? That might not be the case. Fang Feng returned home. Su Jie was cooking in the kitchen while Shuing was lying on the table, surprisingly drawing something with quite a few drafts beside her. This was a rare sight. Fang Feng casually picked up a piece of draft paper. What are you drawing? Little master, when did you come back? Is this your design? Hee hee, how does it look? Are you doing this business with the Xianzhu plan? Yes, I just tried it out. The silk they produce can not only be made into clothes but can also be used for soft armor, which is very tough and has a certain degree of magic resistance. Little master, we are going to make a fortune this time. Shuing has always had a talent for business, and Fang Feng never doubted that. If she said they would make money, they definitely would. So should I start calling you Manager Shu from now on? Get lost, sister is your little puppy. Oh, by the way, do you think it would be particularly exciting if we played games in the office in the future? Fong Fong was left speechless. This seasoned driver could turn any conversation suggestive in just a few sentences. You should focus on your business first. It's still just a small store, and you're already thinking about an office? Not too far off. I've thought it through. I'll first create a brand with overwhelming advertising and use a franchise model to let others help me sell, rapidly expanding the business. This way, I can not only collect franchise fees but also save on store opening costs, and I can quickly spread it throughout the Dragon Kingdom. So tomorrow, I can go rent an office building and set up the company. As for the office, do you think it will be far? The idea is good, but do you have any experience in this area? No, but what does that matter? If this brand fails, I can just switch to another brand. After all, I won't have to spend money to open a store, so what do I have to lose? As for the advertising costs, I still have the franchise fees, right? Anyway, I won't lose anything. As long as I try a few more times, it will definitely succeed in the end. What about that little store of yours? It can be used as an experience center. For now, that's all we can do. Selling it would be a bit of a waste. After all, the location is quite good, right next to Sister Sue's clinic. If it really doesn't work out, we can always bring in some labor from Wulong Fengshu and open a grocery store. Impressive. Hee, if I could have met the master earlier, I would definitely have become a domineering female CEO by now. Domineering female CEO? Shuing crossed her arms over her chest, crossing her legs with an air of aloofness. Little master, don't you think I resemble one? I have to admit, you do look a bit like one. When the CEO strikes it rich, don't forget about me. Just then, Su Miao suddenly came in from outside. What do you mean resemble? What are you talking about? Su Miao bent down to change her shoes, scurrying over, and with one final leap, she placed her hands on the table, sizing up the two. What brings you here? Fong Fong asked. Why can't I come? I meant, how come you have time today? That's more like it. I thought you didn't welcome me. That would be too heartbreaking. Shuing smiled and said, I asked Miao to come. I wanted to consult her about some official policies for building a factory on Tea Mountain. You two chat, I won't disturb you. By the way, little master, this might cost a lot of money. Remember we have about 300 million, right? That's not enough for you to build a factory. And don't rent that office building, just buy it directly. If you can't buy a whole building, at least buy a floor. You won't blame me for spending money recklessly again, will you? If you dare say that again, I might just hand over our family's financial power to Sister Sue. I knew you still liked Sister Sue the most. Fong Fong was too lazy to get entangled in this topic with her and went straight to the kitchen. Shuing pointed at his back and said to Su Miao, see, the little master still likes your mom the most. He didn't say that. His actions have already proven it. Does he need to say it? Hey, Aunt Ing, weren't you going to talk to me about the factory? In the kitchen, Su Jia was cooking, and Fong Fong wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Sister Sue, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Her body trembled slightly at first, and upon realizing it was Fong Fong, she couldn't help but smile. Of course, it's the stir-fried pork with green peppers that the master loves. After saying that, she picked up a piece of pork belly with chopsticks and brought it to Fong Feng's mouth. Here, try it and see how it tastes. Sister Sue's cooking is unbeatable. Fong Fong leaned his head on her shoulder. I used to have dishes I didn't like, but ever since Sister Sue came along, I found that I like all dishes. Isn't that strange? Su Jia knew he was cleverly flattering her, and a blush crept onto her face. As long as the master likes it, I'm just afraid the master will dislike my cooking. How could that be? I could never get enough of your cooking, so I'm going to punish you to cook for me for a lifetime. Alright, if you keep this up, the food will burn. During dinner, even with Su Miao present, Su Jia was no longer as reserved as before, though she couldn't sit beside him like Shuing and constantly feed him. But occasionally, she would still serve him a few dishes. Mom, I want to eat ribs too. They're right in front of you. Can't you pick them up yourself? It's not as tasty when Mom doesn't serve them. Su Jia shot her a glare but still picked up a rib and placed it in her bowl. Here, are you satisfied? Now, you never used to say things like that to me. But now you've grown up, right? I can't keep treating you like a child, can I? Su Miao felt her mom was clearly being fickle, but saying it out loud would definitely earn her a beating, so she obediently kept her mouth shut. After dinner, during the time Shuing was washing the dishes, Fong Fong belonged solely to Su Jia. Su Miao was directly abandoned in the living room, pulling Fong Feng's hand to the balcony on the third floor, sitting on the white swing chair, enjoying the sweet world of two under the evening glow. The evening breeze gently blew, and the chair swayed lightly. What are they doing? Su Jia looked at the crowd gathered on the school playground in the distance, asking Fong Fong with confusion. The school is organizing an outdoor movie screening today. They should be getting ready to watch a movie. Watch a movie? Do you want to go take a look? Fong Fong wasn't particularly interested in the movie. Anything shown outdoors was likely an old film he had already seen, but it depended on who he went with. Is that okay? What's wrong with that? Come on, I'll take you. By the time the two of them came down from the building, Shuing had also finished washing her bowl. Are we going for a walk today? Today, the master is taking me to school to watch a movie. Are you coming? Watching a movie sounds good. By the way, meow meow, are you going? Su meow meow replied. Irritably, what would I go for, to be a third wheel? Shuing didn't want to discourage her, fearing she might insist on going along, and with such a big third wheel, how could they enjoy their time together? Then meow meow, you stay home and watch the house, we'll head out first? Watching the three of them leave, Su meow meow actually wanted to follow, not because the movie was particularly appealing, but because of who she would be watching it with. Since they were walking, by the time the three arrived at the school, it was already dark. The outdoor movie on the playground had started, and it was packed with people, none of whom were actually there to watch the movie. Underneath Yi Xiaoshuan's apartment building, Shuelin leaned against a pillar, watching Qin Xiu not far away. Suddenly, Yang Lanlan tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He, have you been waiting long? Shuelin turned to glance back. Where's Luo Jing? Yang Lanlan immediately puffed out her cheeks and glared at Shuelin. If you like her, then you can wait for her here. I'm leaving first. Shuelin quickly grabbed her. Don't be angry, I'm asking for someone else. Who? Shuelin glanced at Qin Xiu. Yang Lanlan quickly covered her mouth. No way, has Qin Gu already moved on so quickly? What are you talking about? He's waiting for Xiaoshuang. I asked about Luo Jing because she and Xiaoshuang are always together. Xiaoshuang and the others have already left. Didn't you know? Left? Yeah, should we tell Qin Gu? Shuelin thought for a moment. Forget it, let's just go. We don't want to make it awkward for him. As the two left the teaching area, people occasionally turned back to glance at them. In the past, wearing training uniforms, everyone looked the same. But tonight, Yang Lanlan wore a white dress, and paired with her gentle demeanor, she instantly became a goddess in the hearts of many. Unfortunately, this beautiful flower was already taken. Watching her link arms with Shuelin, looking so sweet and delicate, countless people were envious. Yang Lanlan naturally felt the gazes around her and smiled sweetly at Shuelin. Young girls often have a bit of vanity. It wasn't just her, Shuelin felt the same way. After all, the goddess admired by everyone was his girlfriend. Until Fong Fong walked past them, everything changed. Is that Fong Fong? It seems to be him. What do you mean seems? It's definitely him, but he looks so handsome tonight. Just as Yang Lanlan was lost in admiration, she quickly turned to look at Shuelin, and then she became unhappy, because she noticed that Shuelin was staring intently at Fong Fang's two female companions. I'm your girlfriend, yet you're openly fawning over other women in front of me, not caring about my feelings at all. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hey, Lanlan, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a turtle reciting scriptures. The same thing happened to many people along the way. Fong Fong had no idea how many couples he had inadvertently broken up. Had he known that coming to school to watch a movie would cause such chaos, he would have just taken Shuing and the others directly to the cinema. In front of the noble apartment, Qin Xiu, who had been waiting for Yi Xiaoshuang, couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. At that moment, he heard Qin Zijia's voice from behind. Oh, isn't this our great romantic? The moon today, the stars are quite nice, out here stargazing? I'm here waiting for Xiaoshuang. If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly. Waiting for Xiaoshuang, huh? Did you make an appointment with her? Of course, we did. Oh, but I just saw her up ahead, buying popcorn. With Luo Jing. She must be coming over to surprise you after getting the popcorn, right? Qin Xiu clenched his fists and turned to leave. TCH, I thought you were going to hit me, you scared me to death. Just then, a little brother ran over and whispered a few words in his ear. Ha, that bastard Fong Fong is here tonight, too. Not only is he here, but he also brought two beautiful women. He must be over the moon. Qin Zijia sneered coldly. Is that so? Go, help me buy 3 bottles of drinks. I'm going to ask someone out tonight. Young Master Qin, you must be mistaken. 3 bottles of drinks should be for 2 people, right? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. There has never been a shortage of students working part-time in college. When the school shows an outdoor movie, there are several stalls around the playground selling popcorn and drinks. Qin Xiu finally found Yi Xiaoshuang at a popcorn stall. Xiaoshuang, what are you here for? Want to watch a movie together? Not interested. Luo Jing, let's go. Xiaoshuang. Qin Xiu blocked her path again. Luo Jing couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaoshuang, why don't we go watch a movie together? Didn't we agree on that before? I don't want to go now. Qin Xiu said. Xiaoshuang, do you really like Fong Fong? Is that a problem? You'll only hurt her like this, do you know? Our families would never agree. Yi Xiaoshuang, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? I was going to give you some face because of Luo Jing and the others, but since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for exposing your true colors. Hurt him? Do you really think? I don't know what you are. Oh, am I coming at a bad time? Qin Zijie, holding 3 bottles of drinks, looked at both sides with curiosity. Xiaoshuang, just say it. Let me know what he really is. Qin Xiu was still in a daze, wondering what Yi Xiaoshuang meant. Did she discover something? But seeing Qin Zijie around, his anger flared up instantly. Get lost. Get lost? What a joke. This school isn't your family's. Even if it were, I have a share, right? Why should I leave? Are you leaving or not? I'll leave after I hand the drinks to Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang, here. No need, thanks. If you're not drinking, is Fong Fong not drinking? Either? Fong Fong? Yeah, he's here to watch the movie, you didn't know? Take it, these are the last 3 bottles, specially bought for you. How much? I'll transfer it to you. No need, us guys who are simping for the goddess helping her chase her boyfriend is our duty. Talking about money is too sentimental. Hearing Qin Zijie say this, Yi Xiaoshuang didn't feel embarrassed, as not only she but everyone had gotten used to Qin Zijie's unfiltered mouth. Where did you see him? He should be over by the basketball court now. Hurry up, or you won't find him when it gets crowded. Yi Xiaoshuang turned and ran to chase Fong Fong. Qin Zijie watched her back, smiled slightly, and turned to Qin Xiu. Look at me, being such a simp, my awareness is pretty high, right? I remember there were quite a few stalls selling drinks over there just now. That's right, the key is that this is my heartfelt opinion. Unlike you, who comes empty-handed and still wants to ask Xiao Shuang out? If you had a bucket of popcorn in your hand, Xiao Shuang wouldn't run off with someone else, would she? Aren't you unable to keep her either? He never liked me in the first place, but you're different, right? The old folks have already decided that she's going to be your wife. With that status, a bucket of popcorn is definitely enough to get her to go out with you. Qin Xiu inexplicably felt a sense of superiority and his gaze softened considerably. As he was leaving, he said, "Take care of yourself." Qin Zijie watched his back and smiled slightly. What kind of person is this guy? His timing today is really off. He didn't hear anything. He then turned to look towards the playground. Can that woman find that scoundrel Fong Fong? Who knows, he just casually made up a place to trick her. But running this far, she must be thirsty by now, and when thirsty, one needs to drink water. Qin Zijie hurriedly followed. There were so many people today. He must not let someone else pick the peaches. Fong Fong and the others ultimately didn't get to see the movie. One reason was that there were too many people in the playground, and the second was that wherever the 3 of them went, they would become the center of attention. Standing in the crowd would immediately clear a circle around them. Thus, Shuing and Su Jia held Fong Feng's hands, asking him to show them around the university campus. After all, this is one of the top universities in Manhwa, and it's a must-see. In Motu Academy, there is also a large lake with a small island in the middle. During the day, Fong Fong and Yi Xiaoshuang had been there. He also knew that at the ferry dock of the lake, there was a stone tablet inscribed with "The sea of learning is boundless, hard work is the boat." On the small island in the center of the lake, in front of the stone steps leading up the hill, there was also a stone tablet inscribed with "The mountain of books has a path, diligence is the way." The characters are well written, and the meaning is good, but it seems like it was carved in the wrong place. The night had just begun, and the lake's surface and the island were filled with pairs of little mandarin ducks. That stone tablet had also suffered the wrath of these little ducks, as it was covered with messages like "Who loves who for 10,000 years," and "I like you, someone." "Little master, over here." Shuing found a small boat and stood in it, waving continuously at Fong Fong and Su Jia. "Sister Xiaoying, you're really lucky. I just searched over there with the master and didn't see anything." Shuing smiled slightly. She wouldn't say that she had snatched the boat. Of course, it wasn't really snatching. She just stood on the shore and said to the boy waiting for his female companion, "Give me the boat." As a result, that little boy really let her have the boat. There was no way, her aura was too strong, and ordinary people really couldn't resist it. The 3 of them boarded the boat, with Fong Fong rowing, while Shuing and Su Jia sat opposite him, holding the popcorn they had bought earlier. "Little master, keep it up." "Master, how about I take over?" "No problem, it's my honor to row for 2 beautiful ladies." The little master is getting better at sweet-talking. Who knows how many little sisters he'll find for us in the future. Fong Fong didn't respond, rowing the small boat to the center of the lake, circling around the island, drifting slowly. Unfortunately, there was no moon tonight, otherwise, the ambience would have been even better. "Little master, open your mouth." Shuing fed a piece of popcorn into Fong Feng's mouth. "Is it good?" "Don't say, the popcorn that passes through your hands tastes different." "So are you saying that it's better when it's fed by sister or when it's fed by Sister Su? How about we go explore the island?" Seeing Fong Fong change the subject, Shuing huffed through her nose, expressing her dissatisfaction with his answer. Su Jia smiled slightly. "Of course, it's better when little sister Xiaoying feeds you." "How do you know?" Fong Fong laughed, because only children would ask such childish questions, and Sister Su is a child. "So you mean to say that I'm a child?" "I didn't say that." "You did, I just heard you." "Alright then, you're just a child who likes to make a fuss for no reason. You only know how to bully me. If you have the ability, go bully Sister Su instead." Su Jia smiled bitterly in her heart. Shuing had never smiled in front of others, but as long as she was in front of her master, she became a little girl who loved to act spoiled. It seemed like she was making a fuss, but Su Jia could see that Shuing was very attached to her master. As the older sister, she decisively took the paddle from Fong Feng's hands and switched places with him. When Fong Fong sat beside Shuing and she rested her head on his shoulder, all her anger instantly dissipated. "Little master, wouldn't it be great if we could stay like this forever?" Wouldn't that tire Sister Sue out? You only care about Sister Sue. Shuing punched Fong Fong playfully, then quickly hugged his arm tightly, gazing up at the starry sky. The small boat finally reached the shore, and the three of them wanted to find a place to rest but ended up blushing furiously. There was no helping it, there were too many mandarin ducks in the woods. Little master, are the students in college this open? How should I put it? It's like this, if someone wears a swimsuit on the street, they might feel embarrassed, but if they were on the beach, they would feel completely at ease. Would you say that person is open-minded? That makes sense. How about we give it a try? Fong Fong shook his head and pointed to the distant magic tower. No matter what we do at school, that old man up there knows about it. Just imagine, when we're kissing in the woods, that old man is standing right next to us. How would you feel? Ew, then let's forget it. Shuing rubbed her arms, as if trying to shake off the goosebumps. Fong Fong had only recently learned that his master's magic tower could monitor the entire school around the clock and could also network with other magic towers to monitor the national airspace and territorial waters. It was like a Skynet and missile defense system, an indispensable part of the Dragon Kingdom's defense system. When the three of them came down from the island in the lake, the movie on the playground had already ended. Because there were no boats, many people had gone to the small woods by the lakeshore, startling the birds that dared not return to their nests. The three of them got ashore, tied up the boat, and prepared to go home. Wasn't that 2-meter-2 big bed at home more comfortable than the woods? Just then, Ji Chio Bai sent a message. Kid, hurry back to the island, that girl Yi Xiaoshuang is in trouble. Fong Fong turned back to take a look. The island in the lake was not small. Just as he was about to ask where, he heard the old man say, at the mountaintop, you guys go home and wait for me. I'll be right back. Then Fong Fong vanished in an instant. Yi Xiaoshuang, after all, couldn't find Fong Fong on the playground. She and Luo Jing sat on the grass, bored, watching a movie and drinking some drinks. She remembered that out of boredom, she left early with Luo Jing and returned to the apartment, but when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest. Her body felt very hot. She couldn't tell if it was about to rain or if the humidity in the air was too heavy. But everything felt stifling. So she unbuttoned one button of her training uniform, then another, wishing she could unbutton them all and take off her clothes. But the last shred of rationality told her that she was only wearing a white lace piece underneath, so when her hand reached for the third button, she forced herself to stop, suppressing the impulse in her heart. At that moment, a white lace cup was already faintly visible at the collar. Sweat beads rolled down her cheeks, making her feel all sweaty. Her mind felt like a mess, hazy and heavy, but her heart was racing wildly. She struggled to lean against a tree, trying to see where Luo Jing was. She remembered that they should be together. Xin Xiao, that girl seems to have woken up. Don't call me by my name, damn it. Okay, Xin Xiao. Go to hell. A figure was kicked to the ground. Then another figure walked towards him. Yi Xiaoshuang couldn't see clearly, shaking her head desperately, but still couldn't make it out. Feeling hot, are you? If it's hot, just take it off. It won't be hot anymore. The voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, making her reach for her buttons again. Boss, the other woman hasn't woken up yet. Is anything going to happen? What could happen? You go deal with her, and once you're done, she'll wake up. Thanks, boss. Wait a minute, don't forget to let people take turns. We have plenty of time tonight. Okay, boss. Yi Xiaoshuang felt very abnormal, but her body just wouldn't listen to her commands. So, the third button was undone as well. The other person seemed to think her movements were too slow and laughed. Let me help you. Yi Xiaoshuang stared blankly at the person, wearing a mask, like a beast ready to devour her. A drop of crystal-clear liquid appeared at the corner of her eye. She didn't want this, but her body wouldn't obey, and she could only watch helplessly as that person undid their button. Bro, need help? Who? The sudden voice startled Qin Zijie, and he instinctively jumped aside. At the same time, the few people in the woods who were preparing to act rushed over upon hearing the commotion. What's wrong, boss? Qin Zijie didn't speak, his eyes fixed on Fong Fong. Fong Fong. Oh, looks like we know each other. Kill him, otherwise, none of us will survive. Hearing Qin Zijie's words, 5 figures quickly lunged at Fong Fong. But Qin Zijie, however, slipped away and vanished behind the crowd. His profession wasn't an assassin. He didn't intend to ambush Fong Fong. Even a third-tier assassin and a third-tier archer couldn't do anything to him, and Qin Zijie didn't believe he could succeed in an ambush. So his first instinct was to run. After all, he was masked. As long as he wasn't caught on the spot, he had 100 excuses to argue that this had nothing to do with him. The 5 figures included 4 second-tier swordsmen and 1 second-tier archer. They knew Fong Fong was powerful, but at this moment, they had no choice but to fight him desperately, because if he didn't die, they would, and their families might also be affected. But the disparity between the two sides was evident. With such a bunch, Fong Fong could easily kill 2 with 1 strike. With 2 strikes, the 4 second-tier swordsman would be done for, and the remaining hidden archer hadn't even had a chance to act before Fong Fong grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Who was that who just ran away? Kill me, I won't betray my boss. but it seems he has already run away. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, just kill me. This person wasn't loyal, he was just afraid of implicating his family. The crime of assaulting the 7th miss of the Yi family and the 18th sister of the Luo family was no small matter. Want to die? It's not that easy. Fong Fong directly threw the person to the ground, then stepped on him, drawing his sword across his body a couple of times. Should I chop off your hands first or your feet? The other person turned his head away, looking indifferent. Fong Fong wasn't afraid of him not speaking. If he really wanted to die, he would have bitten his tongue and ended it already. Not going to say, huh? Well then, you better never say anything. With a swift motion, Fong Fong severed one of his arms. A scream pierced the night sky, startling countless little mandarin ducks. Fong Fong wiped the blood off his blade and then aimed for his other arm. But the other person suddenly sprang up, grabbing an arrow and stabbing it towards Fong Feng's right arm. Fong Fong easily swatted his hand away with a strike, then chopped down again, severing the other arm as well. Just kill me, please, I beg you to kill me. Tell me, who was that person who just ran away? I can make it quick for you. At that moment, Shuing and Sujia finally arrived, drawn by the screams. Master, I'm fine, just checking on those two. Sujia helped Yi Xiaoshuang up and took a look. Master, she was drugged. Can it be fixed? Small problem. Sujia extended a finger and cast a purification spell on Yi Xiaoshuang. Shuing, puzzled, asked, Sister Su, when did you learn purification? From a little priest. A guy? Su Jia rolled her eyes. Yes, a guy. After that, she turned to check on Luo Jing, who looked worse off. Perhaps those people didn't care about the ceremonial aspect like Qin Zijie did, so she had been stripped bare early on. Su Jia first checked her body and found no irreparable damage, so she helped her get dressed before casting the purification spell. Fong Fong was still interrogating that guy when Shuing walked over. Let me handle this, master. I'm better at this. Shuing squatted in front of the man and said coldly, Speak up, tell me everything you know, or else. Or else what? You want to give me a thrill before I die? Shu Ying's expression turned icy, and she stood up, bringing her heel down to crush 2 quail eggs. The man instantly sat up, about to scream, but Shuing stepped on his mouth. He turned red from holding it in, unable to make a sound under her foot. Sister Su, could you please heal him a bit? I haven't had my fun yet. Su Jia waved her hand, and the injuries on the man began to heal at a visible rate. Then Shuing repeated the process. After 3 rounds, she finally stopped, and the man was already on the brink of collapse, drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of a frying pan. Sister Su, could you heal him again? When Shuing lifted her foot once more, the man finally couldn't hold back. I'll tell you if you can make it quick for me? No, I haven't had enough fun yet. The man, disregarding everything, blurted out, It's Qin Zijie. It was Qin Zijie who sent us. The person who just ran away is Qin Zijie. Shuing turned to Fong Fong. Do you dare to say that in front of the Yi family again? The man quickly nodded. I dare. As long as you keep that woman away from me, I'll do whatever you ask. Am I that terrifying? You're not terrifying. You're just a troublesome demon. Even men have to keep their distance from you. Fong Fong ignored the man and returned to Yi Xiaoshuang, just about to button her up. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoshuang lunged at him, hugging him tightly. She said nothing, just cried on Fong Feng's shoulder. Fong Fong patted her back. It's okay, it's okay. At that moment, Luo Jing woke up, startled by the sight of the corpses around her, and then, following the sound of crying, she saw Yi Xiaoshuang sobbing on Fong Fong. The first thought that crossed her mind was whether Yi Xiaoshuang had been bullied by Fong Fong, what are you doing? Fong Fong couldn't be bothered with that foolish woman and continued to comfort Yi Xiaoshuang. Can you tell me what happened? How did this all come about? Yi Xiaoshuang, with a quivering voice, said, I heard you were here, and I was going to look for you on the playground, but I didn't see you, and then what? Then I don't know what happened. I woke up and found myself here. Fong Fong thought for a moment and asked, Did you eat or drink anything along the way? Anything? Yi Xiaoshuang thought for a moment and replied, Luo Jing and I both drank the beverage Qin Zijie gave us. Fong Fong nodded. From now on, you can't just eat or drink anything someone gives you. I only took a sip because I was bored and couldn't find you. Can we still find that drink? It should be in the trash can outside the playground. Alright, let's get dressed first and then we'll go look for it. Yi Xiaoshuang was startled, suddenly realizing how cool her chest felt. She looked down and her face flushed bright red. In a flurry, she hurriedly buttoned up her clothes. Fortunately, it was Fong Fong who saw her like this, otherwise, how would she face him in the future? Bring that guy along, let's go find that drink. With just one lackey, they couldn't move Qin Zijie, but if they could form a complete chain of evidence, the outcome would be different. Unfortunately, when Shuang picked that guy up from the ground, she found that he was already dead. He had bitten his tongue to death, and he couldn't be more dead than that. Since he didn't die in the secret realm, Su Jie's resurrection spell wouldn't work on him. As for the drink bottle in the trash can, by the time they got there, it had long been cleaned up. Knowing the truth, Luo Jing was furious, but there was nothing she could do about Qin Zijie. 2 days later, the freshman placement exam began. In order to not give Fong Fong a chance, Qin Zijia didn't even show up for the exam. He had made up his mind, all the evidence had been destroyed, and as long as he didn't admit it himself, even if Yi Xiaoshuang and Luo Jing knew the truth, they couldn't do anything to him. And indeed, that was the case. He was not just any member of the Qin family, he had ancestors protecting him. Even if the Yi family deemed him the murderer, they couldn't do anything about it. With the opening of the deserted island's secret realm, all the freshmen were teleported to the exam site. Though it was called a deserted island, the terrain was complex. There were dense forests, mountains, snowfields, deserts, grasslands, as well as villages, towns, and dungeons. It was like a small world with all kinds of terrains. This freshman placement exam was different from the college entrance examination. It was no longer just about killing monsters, it was about completing tasks. The place where the freshmen arrived was the Adventurers Camp, which had a dedicated task release center, and in addition, there were many lucrative hidden tasks. For every task completed, there would be corresponding points awarded, and after 3 days, the scores would be calculated based on the task points. Overall, this exam was modeled after the Lonely Island competition, but the time was shortened to 10 times less, only 3 days. In the square, Yi Xiaoshuang squeezed through the crowd and saw Fong Fong. Fong Fong, you didn't forget that we promised to team up, did you? Today, Yi Xiaoshuang looked the same as usual, with her bangs cut straight across her forehead in 2 long ponytails. The difference was that today she was wearing a full set of silver warrior armor with a tight white leather outfit underneath, high-heeled boots on her feet, and a giant sword on her back that was about the same height as she was. When she ran up to him, there was a hint of nervousness in her smile, as if she was afraid Fong Fong might back out. Fong Fong smiled slightly. At her height, he could easily pat her head, and the action felt very natural. Looking down, he realized he had never noticed before that this girl could also be someone capable of causing harm. What's wrong, Fong Fong? You didn't really forget, did you? I didn't forget, it's just that your appearance today caught me off guard and I didn't react for a moment. Hearing Fong Fang's compliment, Yi Xiaoshuang's face turned a shade of peach red and she shyly lowered her head. Well, it's not as good as you say. Alright, let's go take on some tasks. By the way, Fong Fong, I have a strategy guide. Do you want to take a look? Fong Fong took the scroll and glanced at it. Where did you get this strategy guide? My sister gave it to me. Your sister? She's our counselor, Yi Qianxue, she's my sister. Fong Fong looked at Yi Xiaoshuang. The latter asked in confusion, what's wrong? Fong Fong smiled and said, hearing you say that, and looking at both of you, you do resemble each other a bit. Of course, we were all born from the same mother. So, are you saying your dad found you several mothers? Yi Xiaoshuang nodded. Oh, that's just how it is in big families, nothing strange about it. This made Fong Fong think back to the last time he was in the cafeteria hearing a family member mention his 56th uncle. At that time, he wondered how many children one must have to have a 56th in line. Now, hearing Yi Xiaoshuang say this, it all made sense. If there were several mothers, then it was definitely possible to have that many. And counting cousins, breaking 100 wasn't out of the question. Let's head out of the city. But we haven't accepted a mission yet? Fong Fong pointed to her sister strategy. Your sister said there are 5 levels of missions, with level 1 having the most but the least points, and level 5 having the least but the most points. Also, the higher the level of the mission, the longer the refresh time. Look at all these people. The high-level missions must have been taken long ago. Let's go to the nearest village outside the city. There are missions we can accept there too. It's okay, I have a mission refresh card. Fong Fong, he had never heard of such a thing. There were actually items like this in the exam hall. Poverty really limited my imagination. Can it be used without restrictions? No, you can only use it 5 times a day. That's not good either. Look at all these people. By the time we get to the front, the first day might be over. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Where are we going now? At this time, there shouldn't be anyone in Haimu village, and it's not far from here. Let's go to Haimu village. After saying that, Fong Fong wrapped his arm around Yi Xiaoshuang's slim waist and directly teleported out of the adventurer camp. In less than a minute, they arrived at Haimu village, 20 miles away. Yi Xiaoshuang held her face with both hands, lowering her head, as her face was now flushed, like a ripe peach. Then she looked up at Fong Fong, and upon seeing him looking back, she quickly lowered her head again. Although it hadn't been a minute yet, this time it felt tighter than on the playground. His scent reached her nostrils, and she felt enveloped in a wave of masculine hormones. The reason why few people came to Haimu village in the early stages was that the nearest road from the adventurer camp had a cliff. Aside from wind mages and people like Fong Fong who could teleport 600 meters, ordinary people couldn't get through at all. The normal path would take over 100 miles, so naturally, few people came early on. Fong Fong, should we take a break first? Teleporting with someone consumed more than double the magic power, and Fong Fong had just teleported over 20 miles with her. He must be quite tired. Now, no need, resting while walking is the same. Resting while walking? Fong Fong took Yi Xiaoshuang into a tavern, and as soon as they Entered, Yi Xiaoshuang froze. Sister? What are you doing here? The tavern owner wasn't Yi Qianxue. Who else could it be? Yi Qianxue, in a red split-long dress, was also taken aback upon seeing them. I'm here to be an NPC, what else could I do? By the way, how did you get here so quickly? Fong Fong brought me here. Yi Qianxue suddenly realized, I almost forgot, this kid's teleportation skill isn't bad. Fong Fong smiled, Teacher Yi, since we're all so familiar now, let's skip the formalities and just bring out your hidden mission. Yi Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and placed a scroll in front of him. You two be careful, this mission is a dungeon. If it doesn't work out, you can run the hard level dungeon a couple more times to complete the mission. Fong Fong glanced at the mission scroll. Mission. Level 5. Location, Mago Mountain. Required item, Mago Crown. Mission rewards, level 1 crown points 300, level 2 crown points 600, level 3 crown points 1600. I remember this Mago Mountain dungeon, it seems there are several missions that can be done together. Fong took out Yi Qianxue's strategy guide and glanced at it. Before he could speak, Yi Qianxue said, the embroidered shoes lost by the village chief's wife, and the ancestral dog beating stick at the beggar's place by the village entrance. Teacher Yi, shall we add each other as friends? Add friends? Yes, since this strategy guide was written by you, and you're right here, it's better to ask you directly than to look at the guide. Do you know this is cheating? Then giving the strategy to Xiao Shuang isn't cheating? That doesn't count because such strategies are nearly in everyone's hands. Besides, this guide is based on my experience, not a manual for this exam. If you follow the guide exactly, your exam results will at most be the same as mine. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. You want me to surpass you. You little rascal, why aren't you taking Xiao Shuang to accept the task? What's the old rogue doing here? I have no food. No food in such a big tavern? Yi Qianxue casually took a sour cucumber from the cabinet. Here, do you want to eat? Fong Fong picked it up and looked plastic. What do you think? Alright, hurry up and go. Fong Fong took Yi Xiaoshuang to accept another hidden task, then returned to the tavern again. Why are you back again? Teacher Yi, did you forget? This is a task release point. Yi Qianxue pointed behind the two. Look at the wall, you can see for yourselves. Teacher Yi, are we really not adding each other as friends? Yi Qianxue smiled slightly at Fong Fong. My friend quota is full. If you need, I can give you a phone number. The friends system is a rule of another world. The initial quota in a human's friend panel is 10, which can be upgraded twice but will not exceed 30. Fong Fong thought for a moment, the phone doesn't seem to work here, right? If you don't want it, then forget it. Fong Fong smiled slightly, didn't refuse and didn't ask her for the phone number. Instead, he and Yi Xiaoshuang went to the wall to check the tasks. Watching Fong Feng's back, Yi Qianxue gently tapped her foot at the counter. Stingy, my friend quota is indeed full. It's not that I won't give you my number, many people want my number and I don't give it to them. You actually brought it up. After thinking this, Yi Qianxue opened her friend panel, lightly swiping her finger across it, pondering which friend to delete. On the wall in front of Fong Fong, there was an information display screen, not electronic, but that kind of mechanical flip card with black background and white text, like an old-fashioned flip clock. At a glance, it was clear this was not a product of this world's technology. If it were, it would definitely be an electronic display. Only the magical technology of another world would create an information panel like this. The information panel displayed 10 pieces of information at a time, refreshing every 50 minutes. Each refresh would be accompanied by a crisp, clear sound of cards flipping. Next to the information panel was a handle. Inserting a refresh card and pulling the handle would immediately refresh the information above. It looked just like a slot machine. Fong Fong looked at it. There were 3 level 2 tasks and 2 level 3 tasks, with the rest being level 1 tasks that offered little points. Fong Fong, the level 3 tasks here seem to be about farming the Mad Dog Mountain dungeon. Fong Fong shook his head. Too easy, not challenging at all. Why not try inserting your refresh card? Oh. Yi Xiaoshuang inserted the refresh card and pulled the handle. With a series of crisp mechanical sounds, the 10 tasks were instantly refreshed. This time, there were 2 more level 3 tasks, but Fong Fong was still not satisfied, so he had Yi Xiaoshuang pull the handle again. This time, a level 4 quest appeared, but the others were all level 1 quests. Yi Xiaoshuang tried again, but the result was the same, not a single level 5 quest showed up. Yi Xiaoshuang felt a bit embarrassed looking at Fong Fong. Fong Fong, how about you give it one last try? Fong Fong nodded, not being polite, and walked over to pull the lever. With a crisp mechanical sound, the next moment, Yi Xiaoshuang's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why are they all level 5 quests? Fong Fong smiled slightly and pointed to a level 4 quest in the middle, saying, there are only 9, that one is level 4. At that moment, Yi Qianxue at the counter also looked over. Haimo Village, there are only 9 level 5 quests in total, and you managed to pull them all out at once? Just luck, of course. If it weren't for Xiaoshuang's refresh card, I wouldn't have been able to pull them out either. Xiaoshuang, put away the quest scrolls. Let's go. Okay. Yi Xiaoshuang ran over, happily hugging all the scrolls to her chest. 1 level 5 quests points are equivalent to 20 level 1 quests, so completing this batch of quests is like doing 180 level 1 quests for others. Moreover, 5 of the quest locations are the same, all in the Mago Mountain Dungeon. The quests in each area are fixed since they accept it all. The level 5 quests this time, there won't be any left for the next person who comes. Fong Fong and Yi Xiaoshuang arrived at the Mago Mountain Dungeon entrance. Fong Fong, how about we start with the hard mode? Fong Fong closed the last quest scroll. Doesn't that mean we have to run it at least 3 times to finish these quests? Yi Xiaoshuang analyzed seriously. Although it will take more time, it's safer. If we fail a quest, points will be deducted, and if we fail 3 times, even if we complete the quest in the end, the points we earn won't make up for the deductions. Fong Fong smiled slightly. Do we have points to deduct right now? It seems we don't. Omega. Then that's settled. After saying that, Fong Fong directly chose Hell mode, and with a burst of light shooting up from his body, the two instantly disappeared from in front of the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, they found themselves in a valley, about 50 meters ahead, where 5 or 6 Mago with red bone spikes on their backs were wandering back and forth. Yi Xiaoshuang immediately cast a reconnaissance spell. Tier 3 Ferocious Beast Mago, Elite, Level 35, Attack 610, Defense 670, Speed 270. It seems we can handle them. By the way, Fong Fong, you know fire magic, right? You can lure the Mago over and we can take them down one by one. It might be slow, but we should be able to clear it. With so many quests, we can't possibly lose. No rush, let's eat a chicken first. Eat chicken? Fong took out a roasted chicken made by a level 4 chef. Eating this will double our experience later. I know, but stop nagging and eat. After finishing 1 roasted chicken, Fong took out 2 stacking potions. Drink this, and then we'll eat another one. Yi Xiaoshuang looked at the potion in her hand in surprise. Stacking potion. Fong, where did you get this? You actually recognize it. The Yi family is indeed a top-tier clan, even having drunk such precious potions. Yi Xiaoshuang shook her head. No, this kind of potion has a quota. Even for the 4 major families, it won't exceed 20 in a year. Such potions are prepared for those above tier 3. In that case, today I'll treat you. Drink as much as you want. It's useless. Stacking potions can only be used twice a month. Fong, isn't it too wasteful for us to drink this now? If I say drink, then drink. Why so much talk? Oh. The two ate another roasted chicken, and within 20 to 40 hours, their experience would quadruple. Can we start now, Fong? Yi Xiaoshuang took off the heavy sword from her back, gripping it tightly with both hands, ready to give it her all. But she didn't seem menacing at all. Instead, she looked quite adorable. Fong then cast a summoning spell, bringing Shuang and Su Jia into the scene. Both were wearing mage outfits produced by LSP, which could rival Yi Xiaoshuang's bikini armor. Shuang looked around curiously and asked, "Little master, where is this?" "It's the Mad Dog Mountain Dungeon." Mad Dog Mountain Dungeon? Shuang murmured softly, having never heard of it, but as long as she was with her master, it didn't matter where they were. "Little sister, how did you end up here?" Hearing Su Jie's words, Shuang seemed to just notice Yi Xiaoshuang and moved closer. What else could it be? "Of course, I teamed up with our little master." Yi Xiaoshuang blushed and glanced at the two. "Hello, sisters, I'm Yi Xiaoshuang, Fong Feng's classmate." "Oh, classmate." Shuang smiled and patted Yi Xiaoshuang's head. "You're really cute, little sister. Stop teasing her, let's get started." With that, Fong unleashed a phantom slash, sending dozens of blade lights shooting towards the group of mad dogs in the distance. Like a dragon emerging from the sea. "Go!" Fong charged ahead. Is this how it starts? Yi Xiaoshuang stood frozen. Can dungeons really be cleared like this? "What are you still doing there, little girl? Hurry up and catch up." Oh, coming." As she ran past the mad dogs, they had already been sliced into a pile of meat by the blades. All Yi Xiaoshuang could do was keep running forward with Fong and the others. Remembering the past when she cleared dungeons with teammates, every time was cautious, fearing a wipe. But with Fong, how did the dungeon turn into a race? It turned out dungeons could be cleared like this. Soon, they encountered the first mini-boss. Su Jie activated her healing aura and thorn totem, while Shuang summoned a fire totem. As rings of light blossomed beneath their feet, Yi Xiaoshuang felt empowered. In less than a minute, Fong and Shuang's fire feather dance had wiped out all the minions around the boss. The mini-boss was tightly bound to the ground by Su Jie's thorn vines. Attack! Fong Feng's blade slash brought the boss to low health. Shuang's flame gun directly blasted the boss's head. Then, the light of leveling up shone from the 3 of them. They leveled up to 24. "Little girl, go pick up the loot." Oh, coming. Fong, the village chief's wife's embroidered shoes dropped. Wow. The ancestral dog beating stick dropped too. Fong, our luck is amazing. Fong smiled slightly. The Mad Dog Dungeon had 5 bosses. If all went well, they could complete 5 level 5 quests and 3 hidden quests in one go. In no time, they reached the final big boss. The big boss, Mad Dog King, was overwhelmed and fell within 3 minutes, dropping a pile of loot. Along the way, Fong Fong and the others leveled up twice, now at level 26, while Yi Xiaoshuang also leveled up twice, now at level 26 as well. Let's go out and clear it again. Little master, has your backpack space upgraded? We're almost out of room. Yi Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement. She had hardly done anything along the way, just focused on picking up loot. No worries, the usual rule is to send all the junk to Wulong and Fengchu. Wulong and Fengchu? Su Jia explained to Yi Xiaoshuang, they are the master's 2 close friends, one is a blacksmith and the other is an alchemist. Are they also at the Magic City Academy? Not at the Magic City Academy, but still in Magic City. Then they must be very powerful too. In Yi Xiaoshuang's heart, anyone who could be friends with Fong Fong was definitely not an ordinary person. Su Jia looked a bit awkwardly at Fong Fong. They may not be strong now, but they will definitely become powerful in the future. Shuing smiled. Slightly, of course, with your kind of support, even the most useless person would turn into a master. It seems I need to get that grocery store up and running. Such future masters shouldn't be given away cheaply to others. Then, the group ran the Manhwa Mountain Dungeon 2 more times, and everyone leveled up to 27. To be honest, Fong Fong really wanted to keep grinding until he reached level 30. However, a dungeon could only be cleared 3 times, and since this was an exam, the primary task was to earn points and secure a ticket for tomorrow's competition to Chanlu Island. Firstly, it was related to the national fortune, and secondly, he could collect some interest from the Gaoyao country, Sauerkraut country, and the Federation. The remaining 4 level 5 tasks involved defeating 4 world bosses, which was a matter of minutes. Just past noon, Fong Fong and Yi Xiaoshuang returned to Haimu village once again. Oh, why are you back so soon? Was the dungeon hard to clear? Yi Xiaoshuang proudly placed a golden level 3 crown on the bar. Please clear our tasks. You actually cleared it so quickly? Oh my, and it's a level 3 crown? Yi Xiaoshuang wanted to say that they had run it 3 times, completed 9 level 5 tasks and 3 hidden tasks. What was a mere level 3 crown compared to that? But seeing Fong Feng's calm expression, completely devoid of any intention to show off, and being just a bystander in the team, she felt embarrassed to flaunt in front of her sister. What are those people doing? Upon hearing Fong Feng's words, Yi Xiaoshuang instinctively looked at the task board. In the tavern. Since entering the tavern, she had seen a crowd gathered there, but in her eagerness to show off in front of her sister, she hadn't paid attention. Now, looking closely, among that group of people, the one using a refresh card to refresh tasks was none other than Qin Xiu. How did they get here so quickly? Yi Qianxue laughed. They are quite fast. You guys left not long ago, and they arrived. So what are they doing? They're grinding level 5 tasks. The young master of the Qin family, along with a group of elite soldiers, how could they settle for ordinary tasks with such a lineup? Fong Fong was taken aback and quietly said, to Yi Qianxue, did you not tell them that we have already taken all the level 5 tasks? The young master Qin is wealthy and extravagant. Why should I stoop to such pettiness? Fong Fong gave her a thumbs up, truly not expecting this graceful Yi teacher to also be a scheming sister. Just then, Qin Xiu in the crowd slammed his palm down on the counter in anger. Another refresh card was wasted. 10 refresh cards had been used for a total of 50 attempts, yet not a single level 5 task had been refreshed. This luck was worse than Han Nini's mother opening the door. Young Master Qin, how about we pray for a bit first? When they reached the 20th attempt, Qin Dao had taken 3 incense sticks and suggested that Qin Xiu pray to the goddess of luck. However, he dismissed it, saying it was all feudal superstition, and only ignorant country bumpkins would do such things. But now, as he looked at the half-burned incense in Qin Dao's hand, he hesitated. Today was just too damn strange. It seemed he had to pray. With only 2 refresh cards left, if he couldn't refresh a level 5 task, he would have to wait until tomorrow, and the exam only lasted 3 days. There weren't that many tomorrows to wait for. But just as he took the incense from Qin Dao, he caught a glimpse of Yi Xiaoshuang at the bar. Looking up, it really was her. How did she end up here? How could Fong Fong be with her? Xiaoshuang, how did you get here? This Haimu village isn't your home. Why can't I come? Are you really telling me that you teamed up with Fong Fong? Does that have anything to do with you? Confused. This exam isn't just about grinding monsters. What decent tasks can he even take? Aren't you also not getting any decent tasks? Qin Xiu pulled out 2 tasks. Refresh cards, proudly saying, this time, I will definitely get a level 5 task. Before Yi Xiaoshuang could respond, Fong Fong chuckled, did you not check the calendar before leaving today? The level 5 tasks in Haimu village have nothing to do with you today. Qin Xiu shook the task refresh cards in his hand. Fong, you probably don't know what these are, do you? Aren't they just 2 task refresh cards? But they're useless. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Qin Xiu glanced at Yi Xiaoshuang. He certainly couldn't back down in front of her. What are we betting on? I'll give you 5 chances. I bet you won't get a level 5 tasks. If you win, I promise not to see Xiaoshuang for the rest of this semester, but if you lose, you have to give me that new refresh card. Fong Feng, how? Can you bet on this with him? She instinctively tugged at Fong Feng's arm. Originally, Xin Xiu was hesitating, wondering if there was some trick involved, but upon seeing Yi Xiaoshuang's small gesture of pulling Fong Feng, his eyes turned red and his brain short-circuited. Fine, I'll bet with you. Fong Feng smiled slightly. Then let's do it. Fong Feng and Xin Xiu went to the task information panel, while Yi Xiaoshuang held onto Fong Feng's hand tightly the whole time. Although she knew that all the level 5 tasks had already been taken by Fong Feng, she couldn't help but worry. What if Fong Feng lost? She wouldn't be able to see him for the entire semester. A semester is 4 months, almost half a year without seeing him. Looking up at Fong Feng, his confident smile inexplicably gave her a bit more confidence, and she realized she had been holding his hand since earlier. He didn't oppose it, so could she try to hold his arm, just like those little couples? At school? Oh dear, Yi Xiaoshuang, how can you be so shameless? You're not even a couple. Is it appropriate to hold his arm like this? Look, you're still holding his hand. You should let go right now. A girl should be reserved, or else he might think you're a bad girl. But her hand just wouldn't listen. His hand was warm, dry, and comfortable. How could she possibly let go of such a hand? At the bar, Shu Ying and Su Jia exchanged knowing glances. It seems we're going to have another little sister. What's wrong with having another little sister? As long as the master is happy, I'm willing. Yi Qianxue at the bar side. It seems our little cabbage is going to be pushed around by a pig, but why that little cabbage? I'm also his teacher. I've seen him just as much as she has. Please, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiu shot a fierce look at Fong Feng. Even if he realized there was something fishy going on, he was already in too deep. Inserting a new task refresh card, he pressed down on the lever, moved his fingers a bit, and then pulled hard. With a crisp mechanical sound, none of the 10 tasks were level 5. What's going on? Not only were there no level 5 tasks, but even level 4 tasks didn't appear. Qin Xiu, not believing in bad luck, pulled the lever again, but the result was the same, getting worse each time. By the 5th refresh, all 10 tasks were level 1. This luck is unbelievable. Fong Feng smiled and beckoned Qin Xiu with his finger. Not listening to the wise, suffering the consequences right in front of you. Qin Xiao, hand over the task card. Did you cheat? Qin Xiao, you can't be that sore loser, can you? Yi Xiaoshuang immediately added, forget it, Fong Feng. Since he can't take a loss, we should just avoid him in the future. Who says I can't take a loss? Qin Xiu immediately slapped the last refresh card into Fong Feng's hand. Thanks. Fong Feng, what do you want this refresh card for? Yi Xiaoshuang asked, puzzled. Of course, to refresh tasks. Have you forgotten that your card has already been used up? We need to hurry before it gets dark and refresh a few more level 5 tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiu's mind started racing. At this moment, the task information bar was filled with level 1 tasks. If he had come all this way just to do these level 1 tasks, he might as well have died. But if Fong Feng could refresh these tasks a few times, he could pick up some scraps from it. The key point was that seeing Fong Feng so pleased with himself made him angry. If I can't refresh level 5 tasks, I don't believe you can. So he stepped aside and said to Fong Feng, go ahead. Fong Feng glanced at him and smiled. Do you think you're as foolish as you are? There are only 9 level 5 tasks in total in Haimu village, and I've already completed them all. How could there be any left? Qin Xiu was taken aback at first, then felt a surge of anger. He knew there was a trick. This guy had already completed the tasks and was deliberately trying to make him look foolish. But then he thought, Yi Xiaoshuang only had 1 new task card. How could she possibly refresh all 9 tasks? Fong Feng said this because he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Qin Xiu, especially since he had just mocked him for not checking the calendar before going out. If he couldn't refresh anything, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? 1 refresh card to refresh 9 level 5 tasks? I've never heard of such a thing. You might as well say you don't have the guts to do it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You unlucky fool. He turned to Yi Xiaoshuang and said, Xiaoshuang, take out our task scrolls and show him. Okay. For some reason, seeing Qin Xiu in a predicament made Yi Xiaoshuang particularly happy. She took out 9 level 5 task scrolls and laid them on the table. Look closely, these are all level 5, and Yi Xiaoshuang opened one of the scrolls and continued, and we've already completed the tasks. This is impossible, you must be cheating. You're cheating. Qin Xiu knew he was talking nonsense. If his Qin family couldn't cheat in an exam, Yi Xiaoshuang certainly couldn't either. He just didn't want to admit that he had just been played by Fong Feng. Yes, we cheated. Go ahead and report us. Fong Feng motioned for Yi Xiaoshuang to put away the task scrolls and waved to Shu Ying and Su. Yeah, let's go. We still have 2 hidden tasks to turn in. Hidden tasks? Are there hidden tasks here? That's right. Young Master Qin, do you want to come along and take a look? Qin Xiu snorted coldly. He couldn't bring himself to lose face, but he shot a glance at Qin Xiu beside him. After turning in the tasks, Fong Feng led everyone directly out of the village, heading towards Shuayuan village, which was 100 miles away. This time there was no shortcut, they could only rely on teleportation. As for the win or lose with Su Jia, after changing her form, she could provide transportation, but for Fang Feng right now, their speed was not even close to his teleportation. Who told him that all his skills could be amplified tenfold, including teleportation? While others only used teleportation skills in battle, he could use them for traveling. Is 100 miles far? It only takes a few minutes. At the entrance of Haimu village, Xin Dao dashed back like a shadow. Xin Shou frowned. Why are you back so soon? Xin Dao swallowed hard and cleared his throat. It was too fast. I lost them, but judging by their appearance, they should definitely be heading to Shuayuan village. Are you sure it's Shuayuan village? Absolutely. When they reached the watershed, they headed north. Xin Shou suddenly laughed. What should I say about him? Heaven has a path, yet he refuses to take it. Hell has no door, yet he barges in. Xin Dao couldn't help but nod. Following the plan set by Qin Shao earlier, which was to find a way to lure Fang Feng to Shuayuan village to take action. However, before they could make a move, Feng had already gone there himself. Alright, we'll rest in Haimu village for the night and set off early tomorrow. Qin Shao, are we not doing the mission anymore? Before Qin Shao could speak, Qin Dao shot a glare at the person. What's the big deal about a mere mock exam? Once we complete Qin Shao's important task, you can choose any class you want. But I heard that this exam will also select participants for next year's Chanlu Island competition. Can't tell, you little brat. Actually want to bring glory to the country? No, I was just asking. I heard many people die every year and I don't want to die. Then that's settled. Qin Dao then said to Qin Shou, Big brother, we might have to travel overnight today because with Fang Feng's speed, he might have already arrived by now. Qin Shou was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking? How long has it been? How could he reach Shuayuan village? Big brother, have you forgotten how he ran a lap around the playground? 500 kilometers, and he only took a little over 10 minutes. This time he has Sha Shuang with him, so he won't be that fast. But just in case, we should set off immediately. Although Qin Shou was self-reassured, he listened to the advice, and Qin Dao thought that was a good point. However, the others were somewhat dumbfounded. They had hurriedly run 100 miles from the adventurer camp to Haimu village, and now they were going to run another 100 miles to Shuayuan village without completing any tasks. It felt like they weren't here to take an exam but to run a marathon. At the adventurer camp, Du Xiaozuan and his group each took on a task, totaling 112 tasks. That's right, they teamed up again, forming a large group of 112 people. Their idea was good. Since there were no task refresh cards and they couldn't take on high-level tasks, they would seek a qualitative change through quantitative change. After all, there were many of them, and they could just pile up. But seeing others use task refresh cards to take on level 5 tasks, which were worth 20 of theirs, it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. However, what could they do? Items like task refresh cards could be bought if one had money. With Luo Zijin's family background, giving each of them one wouldn't be a problem. All the envy and jealousy could only be masked with disdain. Nothing to be proud of, we have numbers. And we can pile them up to death. Just then, a message came through Luo Zijin's friend panel. Upon opening it, it was a package sent by Fang Feng. What's going on? Deng Tao and Du Xiaozuan quickly gathered around. Luo Zijin took out a crystal card from the friend panel. They had just seen this card at the task distribution point, watching others use it to refresh tasks. Task refresh card. Wow, who gave this? So generous. Boss gave it. I knew it, the boss definitely has the ability to get this thing, and here it is. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take on the tasks, all TM level 1, just hearing about it is annoying. In Shuayuan village, Fang Feng used the refresh card he won to refresh tasks twice and received 15 level 5 tasks. If he guessed correctly, there might only be this many level 5 tasks in Shuayuan village.